I was undeniably the most amiable neighbor in the apartment. Yet, after the apocalypse, they regarded me merely as a source of sustenance. I was, without question, the most considerate support for my girlfriend, yet she cruelly brought others to partake in my demise. However, I have been reborn, endowed with boundless spatial abilities, returning to the time before the world fell into chaos. This time, the roles are reversed. I shall be the hunter, while they become the struggling prey in my eyes. In a world where resources are scarce, even a bottle of water or a pack of instant noodles can reduce once revered goddesses to servile humility. In my previous life, I had failed to seize opportunities, ultimately meeting a grim fate. In this life, I vow to live freely and without compassion. The unscrupulous boss, Wong Fatty, approached me in wooden clogs, accusing me of neglecting to clean the blood of mosquitoes from the glass and threatening to withhold my wages. Recalling how he had exposed my possession of food in my former life, inciting others to rob me, my fury ignited. I struck his face with a resounding slap, leaving it swollen, and seized him by the neck, pressing him against the cash register. Transfer the 20 million yen you owe me by 8 tonight, or I shall reveal your dealings in expired food and your sordid escapades. Wong Fatty, gripped by fear, attempted to retaliate with bravado, yet I merely chuckled in disdain. Once he fled, I accumulated 137,000 yen from the convenience store and the stock supplies, causing my spatial capacity to surge from 10 cubic meters to 331 cubic meters, with the potential for further upgrades. I plundered the store of every item save for the larger ones, then devised a plan to find a shelter capable of withstanding nuclear pollution and attacks while feverishly collecting resources. Upon returning to the Dahing apartment, my neighbors mocked me for scavenging expired food. I met their derision with a cold smile, secretly contemplating the day they would be on their knees, pleading before me. I scoured for apocalyptic sanctuaries, pinpointing a utopian hot spring hotel nestled in the mountains of Kanagawa, once an abandoned air raid shelter. Now struggling to survive with discounted rates of merely 500 yen. I immediately dialed the hotel, intent on transforming it into my perfect refuge. After a brief moment of silence, the call connected, revealing a man with a brusque Osaka accent. Kanagawa Doomsday Hotel, would you like to make a reservation? I am seeking your boss. Upon hearing this peculiar voice, Song Haokuen found it odd. It did not resonate with the typical hotel front desk. More akin to an underworld figure. What business do you have with him? The man's expression and tone remained cold. Song Haokuen replied nonchalantly, I wish to acquire this hotel. Thus I inquired about the price. Oh, Kanagawa, Doomsday Resort Hotel. You wish to take over here? In the dimly lit lobby, which bore a faint musty odor, Ruji Inoue, adorned with a bodhisattva tattoo on his back and floral designs on his left arm, spoke with a hint of surprise. I am the owner. Do share your offer. I am not yet privy to specific details, such as the duration of the contract and the condition of the facilities. Perhaps you could provide me with a reference price. If it seems reasonable, I will conduct a site visit. If the price is exorbitant, I shall not pursue it. Noticing the shift in tone, Song Haokuen sensed the man's eagerness to engage. Thus he remained unhurried in stating his offer. Moreover, he was not prepared to part with any funds, as he lacked the means. According to the information on the website, the air raid shelter had 2 underground levels, with a practical total area of 12,000 square meters and an actual developed area of 6,700 square meters. A hotel of such scale would command an annual lease fee exceeding 50 million yen. When factoring in operating costs, the price would inevitably soar to over 100 million. Is that so? Ruji Inoue squinted at the hotel owner, who was pinned to the ground by his subordinates. Our lease term still has 10 years remaining. I could offer it to you for a mere 10 billion. However, in reality, the hotel's lease term was only 1 year left, more precisely 7 months and 13 days. The hotel owner was in debt to them for 2 billion, and with interest compounding, the debt had escalated to 5 billion. Thus, he intended to orchestrate a scheme of black against black, aiming not only to recoup losses, but to profit as well. 10 years. 10 billion? Song Haokuen was taken aback by this figure, but soon a smile crept onto his face. Their immediate fixation on 10 years suggested that the other party was far more anxious to make a deal than he had anticipated, which in turn afforded him significant negotiating leverage. 10 years is excessive. I shall initially agree to 3 years for 2 billion, contingent upon my inspection of the facilities. Should they fail to meet my requirements, the price will need to be adjusted downward. Very well. Ruji Inoue, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes, sensing that a transaction was likely to materialize. He added, you would do well to visit within the week. I have other potential buyers, and I would not wish to waste our time. Understood. I shall send someone to inspect. Hearing the other party inadvertently reveal that the hotel was up for transfer, Song Haokuin smiled and readily acquiesced. After actively disconnecting the call, he began to ponder how to flawlessly execute a cunning scheme while simultaneously honing his own abilities. Continuously extracting and retracting the substances within his surroundings, he realized that the plan was not yet fully formulated when his stomach audibly protested. It became evident that utilizing his powers required a considerable expenditure of energy. Sensing a rapid depletion of his physical strength, Song Haokuin hastily prepared several buckets of braised beef noodles, accompanied by a few sausages and marinated eggs. Upon savoring the first mouthful, he was nearly moved to tears by the sheer delight of the experience. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, power outages soon became intermittent, followed by extensive and prolonged blackouts, along with disruptions to water and gas supplies. For an ordinary person, the opportunity to enjoy a warm meal was the pinnacle of indulgence. However, after just a couple of bites, he glanced at the junk food and suddenly frowned. With the end of the world looming, he could not allow himself to indulge in such substandard fare. The first meal of his rebirth must be a grand one. With that thought in mind, Song Haokuin promptly discarded the instant noodles. To hell with them. Even a dog would refuse to eat them. He ventured outside, heading straight for the nearby Michelin 3-star restaurant, Caesar Palace. Here, the average expenditure was 300,000 yen, approximately 15,000 yuan. From the outside, it resembled a miniature Buckingham Palace, and the interior was adorned in extravagant opulence, with waitresses of stunning beauty. In his previous life, Song Haokuin had walked past this place hundreds of times, yet never dared to enter. But now, with the apocalypse imminent, the first meal of his rebirth deserved a proper celebration. As for money, a credit card would suffice. Who would come to collect debts in a world on the brink of collapse? Upon entering the restaurant, he found a seat by the window and ordered nearly 1,000,000 yen worth of food, handing the menu to the model-like waitress. "I'll start with these, thank you." "You're welcome, sir," she replied, her demeanor reminiscent of a flight attendant in her tailored suit, complemented by a form-fitting skirt and black stockings. She gracefully bowed, lingering for a moment as if she feared Song Haokuin might miss the splendor of the scene. Yet, Song Haokuin merely cast a cursory glance, noting the elegantly wrapped purple light of the grand chandelier, before returning to his phone. Now that he had targets for both refuge and supplies, the next step was to seek information about weaponry. Ideally, he would acquire an American-style katana. However, firearm regulations in the island nation were notoriously stringent, making the acquisition of such items quite challenging. Nevertheless, a clever mind like his soon conceived a potential solution: the shooting range. Not only did it offer bows and crossbows, but also a variety of firearms. Furthermore, before the apocalypse, he could practice with guns and bows, ready to seize the opportunity when the moment was ripe. With a contented heart, he stepped out of the restaurant and onto the bustling pedestrian street. Li Bingxin, with her long black hair cascading down her slender face, donned oversized sunglasses that complemented her tall, curvaceous figure as she strolled past a restaurant alongside her friend Gu Yueyao, who was also elegantly dressed in a black gown. It was a habit of hers to slow her pace whenever she passed by upscale dining establishments, scanning the scene with a discerning eye. In the past, she had successfully reeled in several affluent suitors using similar tactics, whether by inadvertently bumping into them or by feigning a stumble. Any gentleman of means would invariably extend a helping hand to a young, attractive woman, leading to brief exchanges that could culminate in an evening at a hotel. Today, as she continued her customary search for potential prey, she was taken aback to spot what appeared to be her ex-boyfriend, who was animatedly conversing with a woman. "Hey, Yao, doesn't that person look like Song Haokuin?" she queried. Gu Yueyao, with her striking silver-gray waves and form-fitting attire that accentuated her curves, paused to glance in the direction Bingxin indicated. "Oh my, it really is him. That scoundrel just broke up with you and is already dating someone else in such a fancy place." Bingxin's perfectly arched brows furrowed at her friend's remarks. How could a broke student like him afford a meal here? It must cost at least 300,000 to 500,000. Didn't he receive a 50,000 scholarship recently? Gui Weiyao interjected, recalling a detail. "That money has long been depleted," Bingxin retorted nonchalantly. "He bought me a handbag and treated me to a few lavish dinners. Once I realized he was devoid of prospects, I swiftly ended things." Her friend chuckled at the revelation. "Did you two ever?" "Of course not." Bingxin interjected with a disdainful smirk, her pride evident in her tone. "I am a woman destined for a wealthy marriage. What makes him think he is worthy of my attention? After our dinner and movie, I simply took a cab home." Gui Weiyao erupted into laughter, unable to contain herself. Yet, once her amusement subsided, she pondered aloud. What if that girl is the one who invited Song Haokuin? He is a distinguished student from the Foreign Languages Institute, handsome, fit, and has abs. Didn't girls used to pursue him? I heard that girl is a daughter of a high-ranking official. That is a possibility, Bingxin mused. her gaze narrowing as she scrutinized Song Haoquan from afar. He had indeed made a favorable impression on her. Handsome, physically fit, gentle, thoughtful, intelligent, and humorous. Had he not been so impoverished, she might have considered him as a potential partner, especially if she had not yet found a wealthy suitor or a scion of a prominent family by the time she turned 30. Hey, don't be so dismissive, Gui Weiyao teased with a playful grin. Song Haoquan is rather particular about his reputation, as we clandestinely capture a few photographs here. Should this rascal indeed find himself entangled with a wealthy woman, we could leverage this to extort some pocket money from him. Chapter 4. The Vile Sisters. Li Bingxin, upon hearing her friend's brilliant idea, could not suppress the radiant smile that illuminated her face as she retrieved her latest smartphone. Click, click, click. After a flurry of photography, Li Bingxin, with a mischievous grin adorning her delicate features, remarked, "If this scoundrel dares to withhold payment, I shall make his affair with the affluent lady public knowledge throughout the school. We can accuse him of straddling two boats and abandoning us both. Just wait and see how he survives in school. The institution may even reconsider his scholarship due to the scandal. We will ensure he cannot bear to remain, forcing him to kneel and serve us as a slave." However, scarcely had her words left her lips when four burly men clad in security uniforms began to encircle them from either side. Noticing the wicked smiles upon the two girls' faces, the expressions of the four men hardened. The security manager, a slightly portly man in a suit, approached the flustered duo with measured steps. "Ladies, we kindly request that you delete the illicit photographs. Otherwise, we will be compelled to notify the authorities and pursue legal action against you." At that moment, Song Haoquan, dining within the restaurant, happened to turn his head and caught a glimpse of them. "Mr. Song?" The beautiful waitress seated across from him also glanced curiously in their direction. Yet, the vision that met her gaze was that of several towering security guards blocking Li Bingxin and Gui Weiyao. As for why she was present, it was naturally due to Song Haoquan's invitation. The way this woman gazed at him was almost intoxicating. It was an opportunity too tempting to resist. In his pursuit of excitement, he was determined to follow through. Little did he anticipate encountering these two wretches so soon. The moment he laid eyes upon them, it felt as though a sinister voice whispered incessantly within him, urging, "Eliminate them, eliminate them, eliminate them." Haunting memories of anguish surged forth. It was when Li Bingxin, accompanied by her family, stormed into his home, and the detestable Gui Weiyao was also present. They believed that by deceiving him into opening his door, they could seize all his possessions. Yet, to their dismay, much of it was snatched away by the neighbors. As Song Haoquan's home lay nearly bare, Gui Weiyao, with a glint of malice in her eyes, stepped onto his trousers and uttered those chilling words, "Since all the supplies have been taken, let us feast upon what remains. The prion virus resides only in the spinal cord and brain. Everything else is fair game. This portion is mine." Wretched creatures. As the painful recollections flooded back, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Song Haoquan, his lips turning pale as he ground his teeth in fury. However, he understood that this was not the opportune moment to act. He was acutely aware that he could not allow them to perish so easily. Thus, he suppressed the fury bubbling within and swiftly conjured a semblance of a smile. "I apologize for my distraction. Miss Aoi Ias, might you be available this evening? Allow me to treat you to a movie." "Certainly, but it would be preferable to wait until I finish work," Aoi Ias replied readily, already perceiving Song Haoquan as a wealthy heir and keen to seize this opportunity. Outside the restaurant, on the pedestrian street, a confrontation ensued. "On what grounds do you demand that we delete our photos?" Gui Weiyao, surrounded by a group of imposing figures, stood her ground, emboldened by her femininity, and even initiated a pushback. When it came to women's self-defense, the island nation was indeed a pioneer in Asia. Li Bingxin, not one to shy away, was equally assertive, resorting to her own formidable tactics. "Step aside, or I shall accuse you of harassment. I will call for assistance." However, the restaurant manager merely smiled derisively. Such tactics had long become outdated in the island nation. He discreetly signaled one of his subordinates. The tallest brute among them seized the opportunity while Li Bingxin was pushing against him, swiftly delivering a resounding slap. In the island nation, the penalties for brawling, particularly when no serious harm was inflicted, were considerably lighter than for harassment. Moreover, Gui Weiyao had initiated the altercation. Even if detained, both parties would likely end up sharing the consequences, at worst receiving equal punishment. The slap left Li Bingxin momentarily stunned, clutching her face in utter bewilderment. In her homeland, a beauty such as herself would never endure such treatment. Merely gazing at her for too long on the subway could incite a social media storm, leading to public outrage and a surge of donations from her admirers. How could a mere security guard dare strike her? She struggled to grasp the reality. In this supposedly civilized nation, Known for its sweet air and refined demeanor, such low-bred individuals existed. This scoundrel could not possibly be one of the humble, cultured people of the island. While she was still caught up in her admiration for her spiritual motherland, her dear friend Gu Yueyao was being unceremoniously shoved to the ground by another brutish security guard. The fall left Gu Yueyao in distress, her pristine knees grazed and bloodied, on the verge of tears from the pain. Meanwhile, within the restaurant, Song Haokuan was relishing a sumptuous feast with Aoi Ice, savoring Wellington steak, Boston lobster, Bordeaux red wine, French escargots, foie gras, and truffle rice. Additionally, he had engaged a talented violinist, a stunning woman clad in a black qipao, with fair skin and long, elegant legs clad in black stockings. The modest fee of 20,000 yen for 3 pieces delighted him, and he generously tipped the beautiful violinist an extra 20,000 yen, eliciting envious glances from the array of attractive waitresses present. Among the most beautiful individuals, a few gathered together, engaging in fervent discussion. Alas, Aoi Ice has encountered such a dashing and affluent young heir. How enviable. One remarked. Why don't we try to obtain his number later? Who knows? Perhaps we could become his mistress, another suggested. Indeed, being a mistress to such a person for a few years might just lead to a house and car. They chimed in. You truly lack ambition. What is the point of being a mistress? Just wait and watch as I hand out my business card and snatch this man away. While they were engrossed in their gossip, Li Bingxin and Gu Yueyao had already been pinned to the ground, their phones seized and unlocked. The security manager, with a cold smirk, waved their phones, revealing that they had indeed taken photos of the restaurant's patrons. Call the police. Please, don't call the police. We'll delete the photos. Li Bingxin and Gu Yueyao cried out in a panic, attempting to appease the situation. However, the security manager was far too familiar with such antics. It was precisely at this moment that he refused to allow them to erase the evidence. If the photos were deleted, the proof would vanish. He was no fool and decisively instructed his subordinates to call the authorities. Upon hearing the impending police involvement, both girls' faces drained of color. They were students, and a criminal record would have dire consequences, especially for Li Bingxin, who was an international student currently in the midst of immigration procedures. A criminal record would shatter her dreams of studying abroad. Consequently, she quickly sought to admit her wrongdoing. Yet, at that moment, Gu Yueyao suddenly had a realization. Her large eyes glinted with a fierce resolve as she declared, "We were photographing our classmates. What concern is it of yours? Call the police. We shall see you in court, and I will expose you to the media, ensuring you regret this." Upon hearing her bold declaration, the security manager hesitated. If the parties involved were classmates with a relatively amicable relationship, escalating the situation could ultimately be disadvantageous for them, especially considering the wealthy young man involved, who had spent over $1 million on dinner. Such individuals are typically either exceedingly rich or of high social standing. Noticing his indecision, the perceptive Li Bingxin quickly interjected. "Let me inform you that I am a Chinese expatriate, and I will report this matter to the embassy. You are deliberately bullying me." The security manager felt an overwhelming sense of dread. In this world, matters involving foreigners are often complex and troublesome, especially in recent years. As the Chinese community has grown stronger, their diplomatic policies have become increasingly assertive, making their citizens less easy to provoke. However, having worked in security for many years, he was not easily intimidated. Thus, he returned Li Bingxin's phone with a cold demeanor, stating, "Make a call to our guest. If he has no objections, we can consider this incident as though it never occurred." "Fine, I will," Li Bingxin retorted, swiftly opening her contacts to find the entry labeled U15 Song Haokuan and press the call button. Chapter 5. Can you see your toes when you bow your head? Beep, beep, beep. As the familiar sound of the phone's hold music echoed, Gu Yueyao couldn't help but wear a cold smile. "Just wait for your apology. You'll have to cover our medical expenses and lose your jobs." Yet, the hotel's security manager remained impassive, merely casting a glance around the restaurant. Otsais, clad in a form-fitting black dress paired with sheer stockings, exuded the elegance of a perfect model as she subtly pushed her half-eaten steak forward. The delicate legs beneath the table inadvertently brushed against Song Haokuan's calf. "Mr. Song, I truly cannot eat anymore. I sincerely apologize for wasting your thoughtful gesture," she said. "It's nothing, merely a few tens of thousands," Song Haokuan replied, flashing her a radiant smile, while secretly reveling in another matter. His appetite had significantly increased. He knew this was undoubtedly due to his awakening abilities, which had led to his newfound voracity. Previously, a single steak would suffice for about 70% of his hunger. Yet now he could consume an entire steak, half a serving of truffle rice, a substantial portion of Australian lobster, and foie gras, washed down with 2 glasses of red wine, and still not feel more than 30% full. Moreover, as the food was rapidly digested. He sensed a slight enhancement in his physique. This meant that with sufficient sustenance, he could potentially transform into a superhuman. Was this what they meant by surviving great adversity brings great fortune? With this thought, his smile grew even brighter. However, while he beamed, Li Bingxin, clutching her phone, was on the verge of tears. Beep beep beep. The incessant busy signal from Song Haokuen's phone brought no reaction from him, indicating that he had indeed blocked her number. Damn it, Song Haokuen, you bastard. Is it just because I tricked you out of 500,000 and broke up with you? I've deceived so many men, and none of them blocked me, even after losing millions. Li Bingxin seethed, cursing his ancestors without realizing the shamefulness of her own actions. She resembled a character from an internet joke. Don't be fooled by my smoking, drinking, clubbing, abortions, and promiscuity. I'm still a good girl. Gui Weiyao, observing this unfold, also wore a grim expression, having deduced the situation. If Song Haokuen had indeed blocked Li Bingxin, it implied their relationship had deteriorated to an unimaginable extent. With a wealthy new girlfriend now by his side, he would certainly care little for their plight. If he discovered their clandestine photo-taking and the hotel staff's testimonies, they could be facing accusations of privacy invasion. It was over. This time, it was truly over. In a moment of despondency, Gui Weiyao suddenly recalled a certain individual, her senior. This woman, now employed by the government of the island nation, had previously manipulated Song Haokuen into doing her bidding, only to have Li Bingxin seize the opportunity to exploit him first. With a smirk, she extended her hand toward the dismissive restaurant manager. Hand me the phone. I need to make a call. The restaurant manager, disdainful yet unwilling to refuse, retrieved Li Bingxin's phone and returned Gui Weiyao's. She promptly dialed the number. Hello? Is there any progress on that matter? Thanks to my efforts, his attitude has softened somewhat, but I am currently facing difficulties. What kind of difficulties? Matsushita Nanao inquired. A wealthy girl is pursuing him. Today, when I arrived at the restaurant, I encountered him and the staff. Provide me with the restaurant's name and phone number. Continue your efforts. Should you manage to sway Song Haokuen, I will reward you handsomely. Understood. Gui Weiyao replied briskly, a sneer of disdain gracing her lips. 2 minutes later, the security manager received a phone call and, displaying a commendable spirit of humility, arrived with several subordinates to apologize profusely. Humph! Gui Weiyao exclaimed triumphantly, her chin lifted high in the air. Li Bingxin, on the other hand, was filled with curiosity about her seemingly unremarkable friend's sudden association with influential figures. Had she just recently ensnared a wealthy patron? Damn it! This scheming woman has such a high-caliber benefactor and hasn't he breathed a word to me. Li Bingxin began to piece together the situation, feeling a flicker of resentment towards her friend, though her outward demeanor remained cheerful. Yaojia, the owner of Caesar Palace, has quite an impressive background. When did you become acquainted with such formidable friends? Hee, it's a secret. Let us go have a proper chat with Song Haokuen. As a native of the island nation, Gui Weiyao was reluctant to divulge certain information to Li Bingxin, especially regarding Matsushita Nanao. Little did she know that her evasiveness only intensified Li Bingxin's discontent, particularly because Gui Weiyao had frequently benefited from her resources. Among the wealthy patrons Li Bingxin had ensnared, a significant portion had been exploited by her friend, with half of them having been seduced. Yet, she conveniently forgot that the two of them formed a duo of opportunistic women. While maintaining her goddess-like persona, Li Bingxin was determined to project an image of grace and aloofness. Subtle hints for gifts and extravagant meals during festive seasons were merely strategies to support her friend's endeavors. Those who had been previously toyed with still held value after being emotionally manipulated. Gui Weiyao would present herself as a benevolent angel, under the guise of offering comfort and healing, ready to reap another harvest. In the restaurant, the estranged friends, side by side, quickly approached Song Haokuen. Gui Weiyao greeted him warmly. Haokuen, it has been a long time. However, Li Bingxin cast a scornful glance at Song Haokuen, tauntingly remarking, I can't believe that we just broke up, and you've already found someone new. But upon noticing the woman seated opposite Song Haokuen, clad in a restaurant uniform, Li Bingxin's expression darkened significantly. Is this the reason you broke up with me? Do you have a problem with that? Song Haokuen retorted disdainfully, then turned his gaze towards Li Bingxin's chest and asked, Miss Aoyama, can you even see your toes? Li Bingxin's face turned pale upon hearing this. While she prided herself on her beauty, curvaceous figure, and long legs, she would not be angered if Song Haokuen attacked those attributes. In fact, she might even respond with a condescending smile. However, the one flaw she acknowledged was her bosom. Yet, in truth, it wasn't as small as she claimed. It was approximately at the average level for Asian women. Still, that was merely average, and in comparison to Aoyama, it was like the difference between dates and steamed buns. Aoyama represented the average, and despite being slightly less attractive than her, she was younger and possessed a far superior grace and charm, her gaze more alluring. Coughing to ease the tension, especially since her good friend was at a disadvantage, Gui Weiyao promptly intervened. After all, she had a mission, to ensure Song Haokuin became part of their circle. Having used her senior's connections, she couldn't afford to strain relations with him. Since we are all classmates, let us dine together. However, Song Haokuin had no intention of accommodating them. The sight of the two in front of him made him feel nauseous, followed by a strong impulse to eliminate them, preferably in a way that left no trace. But killing them on the spot would be too merciful. So, he snapped his fingers, preparing to settle the bill and leave. He feared that if he stayed any longer, he might actually strangle them both. To his surprise, the person arriving to assist him with the bill was a slender, snow-white beauty, a pianist whose looks and aura surpassed those of the previous two women. She approached gracefully, presenting the bill with her contact number inscribed on the back. "Sir, here is your bill for your review." "No need," Song Haokuin replied nonchalantly as he pulled out his credit card. "Charge an additional 100,000 as your tip." "Thank you, sir," the pianist responded, unable to suppress a smile at such generosity. Following this, he bent deeply in gratitude, intentionally tightening his arms to accentuate his chest, and presented the bill to Song Haokuin with both hands. Song Haokuin couldn't help but reflect on the joys of the affluent, a realm he, as a mere commoner, could scarcely fathom. Merely dining here had attracted these otherwise unattainable beauties, who now vied for his attention. Indeed, the words of the most romantic in Jiangnan rang true. Money is meant to be flaunted before women, not squandered on them. Spending thousands to purchase gifts for a goddess pales in comparison to renting a luxurious sports car for 2,000 yuan, donning a respectable outfit, and accessorizing with a fake watch. A brief stroll in a nightclub, along with a table reservation, could easily lead to a car full of spirited companions. Perhaps, that very night, he might find himself playing the role of a mercenary in the car. No need for modesty. After a moment of whimsical contemplation, Song Haokuin took the bill and placed it on the table. Little did he expect that upon glancing at the series of numbers, a delightful surprise awaited him. To his astonishment, he had effortlessly memorized the figures with a mere glance. Evidently, his memory had been unexpectedly enhanced. Excellent. Truly splendid. Overwhelmed with joy at this unforeseen revelation, he found it difficult to suppress a smile. However, this display was misconstrued by the waitress, Aoi Hayes, who shot a jealous glare at her colleague. The expressions of Li Bingxin and Gui Weiyao darkened further as they realized it was Song Haokuin settling the bill. And they caught sight of the glaring figures on the receipt. 1,030,000 yen for the meal, 20,000 yen for the music, and 100,000 yen for the service charge. Additionally, Song Haokuin was to leave a tip of 100,000 yen. The total came to a staggering 1,250,000 yen. Over 60,000 yuan. What ordinary person spends that much on a single meal? Only those truly wealthy or the newly affluent dare to indulge in such extravagance. Was Song Haokuin one of those nouveau riches? Clearly not, as he bore no semblance of such a persona. Although he led a life of hardship and worked diligently, one would not perceive any signs of destitution in him. He never hesitated to spend where necessary, nor did he exhibit the timidness associated with poverty. Thus, they had previously assumed that he was merely vain. However, witnessing this scene now prompted Li Bingxin and Gui Weiyao to harbor a flicker of reasonable doubt. Could it be that Song Haokuin was a hidden scion of wealth? Perhaps even a discreet offspring of the elite? Much like the protagonists in novels, he might be in search of genuine love, or perhaps simply experiencing life. Gui Weiyao reasoned that Song Haokuin's lavishness, coupled with the senior's attention, suggested that if he were merely an ordinary student, the senior would not be so invested. She must have seen something in his background. It had to be so. Li Bingxin's reasoning stemmed from the fact that Song Haokuin led a life of understated simplicity. Yet during their romantic involvement, he spent a scholarship of 500,000 with abandon. If he were truly a pauper, would he be so generous? Cursed be it. This fellow had concealed his true self so profoundly, and I was utterly deceived. At this moment, Li Bingxin was gripped by regret, lamenting her hasty demeanor that nearly allowed this prized catch to slip away. However, as a woman of remarkable professional poise, adept at manipulation, she swiftly composed herself and, with a hint of feigned sorrow, declared, "Haokuin, I specifically sought you out because I genuinely care for you." As a woman versed in the art of seduction, her guiding principle was simple: engage with the affluent in matters of the heart, while discussing finances with the less fortunate. This sentiment rolled off her tongue effortlessly, followed by a flurry of justifications. "I know you must have heard the rumors. That day I asked you to buy a bag was merely a test. and I never anticipated you would actually acquiesce. That evening brought me great joy. I recognize that you are not like those who lust for mere beauty, but are willing to make sacrifices for me." Before she could finish, Song Haokuin coldly interrupted, fixing his gaze upon her with a piercing intensity as he pronounced, "A dog cannot change its nature. I implore you to cease your pursuits. I have no interest in women under the age of 36. Just as his words lingered in the air, the beautiful pianist returned his credit card, stating, "Sir, here is your card. Please keep it safe. My name is Wifey Yuno. We welcome your patronage in the future." With a smile, Song Haokuin graciously accepted, then turned to Aki Asuka, saying, "Miss Aki, let us be off to the cinema." "Certainly," Aki Asuka replied sweetly, yet as she did, she slyly cast a triumphant glance at Li Bingxin, Gui Weiyao, and Wifey Yuno, provoking a simultaneous glare of disdain from the three. Unfazed, Aki Asuka followed Song Haokuin, leaving the trio in a state of bewilderment. After the pair disappeared from view, Gui Weiyao hurriedly inquired, "What did Song Haokuin say to you?" "Nothing of significance," Li Bingxin replied with a hint of annoyance. Yet instinctively, she straightened her posture, only to lower her gaze and notice her fair instep. Once more, her expression darkened as she recalled Song Haokuin's words, muttering through gritted teeth, "So what if it's 36? I can manage. No, I shall aim for 38. Let us see if he can withstand that." At 8 o'clock that evening, ding. After watching the film, Song Haokuin accompanied the statuesque Aki Asuka, supporting her as she boarded a taxi. Observing him generously prepay the fare of 100,000, Aki Asuka gazed at him with increasingly fervent admiration, presenting him with a small, dark gift. As the evening approached, Haokuin promised to call her later. With a smile, Song Haokuin waved goodbye, watching the taxi carry Ajway away, the fabric of her stockings tightening as she departed. Subsequently, he hurriedly sought a secluded corner, employing his spatial abilities to conjure forth an abundance of food. His hunger was insatiable, and he had not anticipated that merely watching a film and engaging in some interactive games would lead to the complete consumption of his evening feast. Munching and crunching, half an hour later, Song Haokuin found himself oblivious to the quantity of food he had devoured, his stomach content and a silly grin plastered across his face. Following this impromptu picnic, he made a remarkable discovery. He sensed that after practicing his abilities, his physical constitution was enhancing at a more accelerated rate. This implied that with appropriate exercise, his strength could grow exponentially. Although the increase was currently minuscule, approximately 0.1, the prospect of a daily enhancement of 0.1 was enticing. In 10 days, that would equate to 100, and in 100 days, a staggering 5,000,000. Furthermore, he felt the volume of his spatial domain expanding in tandem. Inspired by this revelation, Song Haokuin devised a new plan for his pre-apocalyptic endeavors, to enhance his physical fitness by completing a minimum of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and running 10 kilometers each day. He aimed to cultivate a physique akin to that of a superhero before the onset of calamity, aspiring to become an unrestrained and formidable force. Chapter 7. The Logistics Center of Luherbert, ding ding ding. Just as Song Haokuin was lost in his delightful reverie, a series of text notifications jolted him back to reality. Upon reading the messages, a grin spread across his face. Fuji Bank, dear user, your account has received a deposit of 20 million yen. Current balance, 20,340,000 yen. Fuji Bank, dear user, your account has received a deposit of 300,000 yen. Current balance, 20,640,000 yen. Greedy old Wong. Haokuin, I've transferred the money to you. I acknowledge my previous misdeeds and apologize. When are you free? I'd like to treat you to a meal as amends. Li Bingxin. Haokuin, I understand you may have heard some rumors that led to misunderstandings. As you know, many girls at school envy me. I have returned the money for the bag. I am not a materialistic girl. I genuinely like you. You are special to me, and only with you do I feel the essence of true love. Chuckling to himself, Song Haokuin found amusement in these messages. He recognized that Li Bingxin had likely misconstrued his circumstances, believing him to be some mysterious wealthy heir, attempting to reel him in. As for the greedy boss, Wong, it was evident he intended to deceive him. Thus, Song Haokuin promptly responded to both individuals. Recipient, Li Bingxin. Instead of wasting time entangling with me, it would be more prudent to exert effort in self-improvement. Recipient, black-hearted old Wong, at 10 p.m. tonight. I will be waiting for you at the largest booth in Firebird Bar. After replying to these two messages, Song Haokuin checked into a hotel opposite the Firebird Bar. Upon turning on the television, he leaped out of the window, evading surveillance as he stealthily made his way north along a quiet path. His objective, the commercial warehouse of the Lugong Logistics Center. 10 minutes earlier, outside the Lawson convenience store at Dahingmingdu, four tattooed members of the Yakuza were swatting away the incessant mosquitoes while coldly glaring at the corpulent Wong Fatty. They had already been waiting with him for 3 hours. If they lingered any longer, they would surely be drained of blood by the mosquitoes. Their tempers were fraying. The strongest among them, the leader Dagong Jinwyman, clad in a black tank top and sporting a shock of red hair, crushed yet another mosquito before thrusting a baseball bat against Wong Fatty's throat. Baka, if no one arrives within 10 minutes, we will give you a beating. Mr. Jinwyman, please do not be angry. I will make another call, I promise. Wong Fatty chuckled nervously, all the while cursing internally. He had not anticipated that Song Haocoen would act so swiftly, not only clearing out over 2 million worth of goods from his store, but also absconding with the refrigerator and vacuum. Even more surprising was the fact that Song Haocoen had yet to return home, and worse still, that he could not reach him by phone. Thus, 10 minutes later, he found himself on the receiving end of a brutal beating. Even so, the individuals he loathed the most were not these thugs. He dared not direct his ire toward them. His true hatred was reserved for Song Haocoen. Gritting his teeth, with a heart racked with pain, he transferred money to Song Haocoen, vowing to eliminate this scoundrel. To curry favor with the thugs, he promised to increase their payment. Understanding that there was money to be made, the thugs naturally refrained from making things difficult for their benefactor. Before long, Wong Fatty received a response. Upon reading Song Haocoen's message, a sinister green glimmer flickered in his eyes. Mr. Jinwyman, I invite you to drink at Firebird Bar. Then, you can assist me. Meanwhile, Li Bingxin had just received the news. Seeing Song Haocoen's words, she, previously hesitant, immediately contacted one of her admirers, a plastic surgeon from the islands. She intended to undergo surgery to enhance her appearance with some high-tech procedures. Naively, she still believed that Song Haocoen was merely sulking and that with just a little manipulation, she could win him back. Of course, she was aware that there was a slim chance he might be toying with her. Nevertheless, it was an investment in herself. Becoming more appealing would only bolster her prospects, and even if she could not attract Song Haocoen, there were plenty of other fish in the sea. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that opportunities do not simply drop from the sky. There are no bargains without drawbacks. Unbeknownst to her, the recovery period following her surgery would extend to 3 months. Yet, a mere month later, a tempestuous blizzard would envelop the globe in an icy embrace. Even the temperatures at the equator would plummet to a chilling -50 degrees. The freezing point of the silicone solution rested at 50 degrees. In less than a week, the average temperature of the island had already descended beyond -60 degrees. The inferior silicone she possessed would merely transform into 2 substantial clumps of ice. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Song Haocoen journeyed northward, passing through the renowned hot spring mountains of Kanagawa. This region boasted numerous luxurious onsen inns, including a 5-star hot spring resort. Each winter, throngs of tourists flocked to this picturesque locale, drawn not only by the scenery, but also by the many skilled female therapists. In anticipation of the impending apocalypse, this area served as a natural heat source, with one apocalyptic-themed hot spring in among them. Should he take a detour to explore? Song Haocoen pondered this, yet quickly dismissed the notion. The paramount task of the evening was to raid the supermarket warehouse. Any unforeseen complications could leave undesirable traces, and that would be most unfortunate. Thus, he hastened his pace along the desolate, camera-free path leading northward. After traversing 2 or 3 kilometers, Song Haocoen finally came to a halt. His gaze fell upon a vehicle, a Range Rover Evoque, left parked by the roadside with the keys still inside. Spotting his dream car and realizing the absence of surveillance, a wide grin broke across his face. Outside the Kanagawa Lugong Logistics Center, he approached the vehicle and swiftly concealed it within his spatial storage. Gazing upon the vast logistics park, sprawling across thousands of acres, with its numerous colossal gray warehouses, a flicker of eagerness ignited within him. If only he could transport all the supplies in one fell swoop. However, he understood this was a mere fantasy. As the clock approached 10 o'clock, the logistics park remained ablaze with light. Aside from the truck drivers on the roads, there were at least 100 staff members engaged in unloading and transporting goods. After all, this location housed not only supplies for major supermarkets, but also hardware, construction materials, produce, cold storage, and a plethora of online merchants' warehouses. Even at 3 or 4 in the morning, the number of personnel would not dwindle. In the interest of caution, his target remained steadfastly the supermarket warehouse. At precisely 10 o'clock, the logistics park's cafeteria would serve a late-night meal, typically leaving only 1 or 2 individuals behind in the warehouse. Sometimes, the staff would even gather together, sharing a late-night snack and perhaps indulging in a drink or 2. This was the golden opportunity for plundering supplies. Having scanned the logistics park several times with his keen eyes, Song Haokuen's gaze ultimately settled upon a heavy-duty truck. Thanks to enhancements to his physique, he effortlessly crouched beneath the vehicle. The logistics personnel were not stringent with vehicle entry controls, conducting checks primarily upon departure to deter any theft of goods. With a devilish smile, Song Haokuen effortlessly infiltrated the logistics park. Chapter 8. Since we are here, let us make it grand. Minutes later, he successfully slipped into the supermarket warehouse and swiftly approached the distribution cabinet. Upon opening the iron casing of the cabinet, a basin of water appeared in Song Haokuen's hands. He stepped back 7 paces, aimed, and splashed it out. Suddenly, sparks flew and the power supply to the warehouse ceased, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Rushing forward, with the visibility reduced to nothing, Song Haokuen, relying on his extraordinary memory, began to sprint with great strides. Whether it was milk powder or sanitary products, be it underwear or diapers, or even stockings and condoms, he swept through the aisles like a locust swarm. In less than 10 minutes, he had plundered over half of the supermarket, leaving him utterly exhausted and drenched in sweat. He even had to pause to consume food to regain his strength while continuing his frenzied raid for supplies. Despite the fatigue, he felt an exhilarating thrill within him. The items he had amassed totaled an impressive 270,000 cubic meters, valued at least in the billions of yen. With such resources, he could live a lavish life for a century. As for how he was certain of the volume being 270,000, it was because his spatial capacity had expanded. Precisely 270,000 cubic meters. However, upon reaching this dimension, Song Haokuen sensed he had hit a plateau. He decided to take a brief respite to replenish his energy before making his escape. Yet, just as he bit into a large chicken leg, an unprecedented wave of ecstasy surged through him, sending shivers of delight coursing through his very being. This was bliss. After a moment of soul-stirring tremors, he felt revitalized. And to his astonishment, his abilities had significantly enhanced. His physique had undergone remarkable improvement, or rather, his very essence had evolved to a higher plane. Yet, almost immediately, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of emptiness. A sticky substance began to seep from his body, and an intense hunger surged within him. He could no longer be concerned about his filthy state. His sole thought was encapsulated in 2 words: feed me. He sensed that if he did not consume food within a minute, he might starve himself to death. Thus, Song Haokuen began to devour everything in sight. Initially, he consumed the ready-to-eat meals and fast food he had gathered from the Lawson convenience store: warm meat buns, grilled sausages, and Odin to fill his stomach. Then came an array of high-calorie snacks, chocolates, milk candies, beef jerky, and more. When thirst struck, he simply drank milk. After a full 10 minutes had passed, Song Haokuen was oblivious to how much he had ingested, yet he finally began to feel a slight sense of satiety. At this moment, he began to contemplate the transformations of his body and the space around him. Firstly, regarding his physical condition. While it may not be said that he could effortlessly slay a bull with a single punch, he certainly possessed more than enough strength to vanquish a minor adversary. Even if struck by a construction vehicle, he would likely survive long enough for medical assistance to arrive. His physical prowess had undeniably doubled, if not more. As for the growth of his spatial domain, it was even more astonishing, an exponential increase of a staggering 1 million cubic meters. Should this space be filled with provisions, it would suffice to sustain him for 10 lifetimes, far exceeding his current appetite. Realizing the dramatic surge in both his spatial capacity and strength, and with the looming hunger crisis now alleviated, Song Haokuen could not suppress an exuberant shout. However, before he could revel in his excitement, the small door of the warehouse echoed with the sound of opening, swiftly followed by a barrage of irate curses. Baka, the entire complex has power. Why is there an issue with our warehouse? Withdraw. Upon hearing this, Song Haokuen sprang to his feet. Yet, under the moonlight, he noticed the dark stains left on the ground, causing him to furrow his brow in caution. After a brief moment of contemplation, Song Haokuen arranged the medical alcohol he had previously pilfered on the ground. He kicked most of it, shattering the containers, and the acrid scent of alcohol assaulted his senses, giving him a slight headache. Hastily, he ignited 1 bottle, tossed it into the pile of alcohol, and turned to flee. Within mere seconds, a deafening explosion erupted behind him, as the warehouse ignited in a fiery blaze, consuming the remaining supplies with alarming rapidity. By the time Song Haokuen managed to escape the warehouse, the fire had spread uncontrollably due to the power outage disabling the sprinkler system, engulfing the supermarket in flames. The entire logistics park was thrown into chaos, for a raging fire was their greatest fear. Fortunately, a dedicated fire station was situated within the logistics park, and they dispatched personnel immediately to combat the inferno. Observing their frantic response and reflecting on his newfound strength, Song Haokuin narrowed his eyes, a flicker of restless crimson light dancing within them. Since he was already here, why not seize the moment for something grand? With that thought, Song Haokuin sprang into action, while all eyes were fixated on the roaring flames. He located the warehouse's power distribution station. Noticing the vicinity was relatively unguarded, he summoned a large Land Rover, loading it with another batch of industrial alcohol. After starting the vehicle with a single press, he propped a brick on the accelerator and forcefully slammed the door shut. With a resounding crash, the Land Rover barreled toward the power station, while Song Haokuin sprinted in the opposite direction, his speed surpassing even that of Bolt. However, he had underestimated the explosion's magnitude. As he reached 100 meters away, he first saw the towering flames erupt behind him, followed by the thunderous roar of the explosion. Then came the terrifying onslaught of heat waves, nearly toppling him over. Song Haokuin sensed impending doom and immediately threw himself to the ground. Yet a peculiar smile lingered on his face, for he had witnessed the entire compound plunge into darkness. Charge forth. Faced with this scenario, only one thought occupied Song Haokuin's mind. He first dashed into the hardware and building materials warehouse, disregarding everything from sand to cement to aluminum alloys, leaving a path of devastation in his wake. At midnight, Song Haokuin scaled the wall and escaped from the logistics park, stealthily acquiring dozens of heavy-duty trucks into his space, before cycling away triumphantly. Meanwhile, the entire logistics park was engulfed in chaos. Out of a total of 32 warehouses, 18 had been raided extensively, and 7 were ablaze, rendering the current losses incalculable. This was no ordinary theft. Commodities worth hundreds of billions of yen had vanished into thin air. The supply chain across 3 neighboring counties, including Kanagawa, was poised to be severely affected. This was nothing short of a terrorist attack. Consequently, the heads of these warehouses, along with the leaders of their respective companies and the logistics park's management, emerged from their usual shadows, those who typically wielded power or operated in obscurity. After filing a report, these individuals congregated, puffing on cigarettes, their faces etched with worry and despair. In Chapter 9, Haokuin faced a personal crisis. His sister-in-law's water pipe had burst. Damn it, I've just been promoted. Now, my future is in jeopardy. What in the world is happening? Could it be that someone has colluded in this theft? But how could that be? This involved a dozen warehouses. Who possesses the clout to bribe so many? Where have all the goods disappeared to? And what of the power outage and the raging inferno? Could it truly be a terrorist attack? Yet, while they were anxious, there was someone even more frantic. This individual was Mariho Kazuki, the head of the insurance company in the Kanagawa region. Modern logistics and warehousing enterprises invariably purchase insurance, unless it could be proved that someone was committing insurance fraud. The loss of these hundreds of billions in goods would necessitate payouts in the thousands of billions. If one were to factor in the destruction of the buildings and insurance for injured personnel, they would have to compensate at least 200 billion. Although such sums might not seem catastrophic given their scale, most of the company's funds were not liquid. Insurance companies also rely on lending to generate profit. If this money were to be paid out directly, the company's cash flow would be irreversibly locked. If mishandled, it could precipitate systemic risk, potentially leading to bankruptcy. Thus, the insurance investigators were more proactive than the police, rushing to the scene without delay. Following them were various media reporters, and only then did the Kanagawa Prefectural Police arrive. Then, the 3 groups of individuals conducted an on-site investigation, which extended throughout the night, leaving the little rascals in a flurry of activity. However, despite their relentless efforts, they failed to uncover any substantial evidence, which was hardly surprising given the circumstances. Song Haokuin had executed this operation on a whim. Several hundred billion in resources had mysteriously vanished, accompanied by a raging fire that left no trace behind, compounded by the destruction of surveillance systems due to a power outage. How could they possibly fathom that someone had been reborn and awakened spatial abilities? Thus, the police had no choice but to concede defeat and report the incident. They proceeded to take all related parties into custody while working overtime to scrutinize the surveillance footage. The head of the insurance company, gnashing his teeth in frustration, found himself in a similar predicament. Although they had failed to glean any useful information, abandoning the investigation was not an option, so they maintained their inquiry team. Meanwhile, the journalists involved hastily disseminated news of the event, inciting considerable panic. Some individuals even connected the incident to meteoric events and apocalyptic scenarios. Naturally, these were mere conjectures fueled by sensationalism, but the authorities swiftly intervened to erase such news from public view. However, in a world where darkness reigns, the absence of clarifying statements from these so-called experts only served to amplify the belief among the populace. With the media landscape thriving, various outlets seized upon the sensationalism, fervently promoting the story. A grand theft in Kanagawa Prefecture. Who is the elusive mastermind behind this heist? Is it theft or a terror attack as the apocalypse looms? Hundreds of billions in resources have vanished. Is it self-theft or a farcical insurance scam? The hapless police of the wasteful island nation are at a loss. While Kyoto's premier detective agency declares, the case will be solved within 3 days. As a result of this media frenzy, a significant portion of the island's populace turned their attention to the unfolding drama. Many citizens ventured out in the dead of night, frantically hoarding supplies, which sparked considerable unrest. Furthermore, the news had reached the mainland, where numerous citizens reveled in schadenfreude, even lauding the perpetrators as unsung heroes. At the Chingwon Hotel, on the second floor, an uproar of such magnitude was truly impressive. Lying comfortably in a bath at a motel across from the Firebird bar, Song Haokuin indulged in the news, a smirk of delight curling his lips. However, he quickly reined in his emotions and began to tally his gains from the day. It was imperative for him to familiarize himself with the resources at his disposal and organize them methodically, lest he forget what was stored in the warehouse when the time came to utilize them. Indeed, he was fortunate that his memory had vastly improved since before. Otherwise, merely gazing at the myriad of resources would have been enough to give him a headache. Yet, just as his consciousness delved into the alternate space, a mere half-hour had elapsed when the phone rang once more. The familiar ringtone echoed, stirring patriotic sentiments among his fellow countrymen. Glancing at the incoming call, Song Haokuin noted the number with a sense of intrigue. Upon discovering it was the call from the unscrupulous old Wong, he cast his gaze out the window. From here, he had a clear view of the main entrance of the Firebird bar. Today, he had chosen to stay here instead of returning home. Apart from raiding supplies, it was all for the spectacle of the evening. Hello, is this old Wong? Song Haokuin's tone was laced with irritation. And old Wong felt as though his teeth might shatter from clenching them so tightly. At that moment, he found himself at the so-called Firebird bar. If Song Haokuin did not arrive soon, his few older brothers would be well into their revelry. The 4 of them had already indulged in food, drink, and companionship, costing him over 2 million yen. Damn it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. However, with Song Haokuin still absent, he could only suppress his temper and force a smile. Haokuin, why haven't you arrived yet? The girls at the Firebird bar are quite charming. Hurry over. Brother will find you a couple of beauties. After uttering these words, he deliberately snapped a couple of photos. The scantily clad girls from the island nation, akin to enchanting serpents, were now entwined around his friend. After taking the photos, he promptly sent them to Song Haokuin. Upon seeing the images, Song Haokuin couldn't help but scoff disdainfully. The quality of these women was far from impressive. Their figures might barely catch the eye, but in the absence of dim lighting, their bare faces could very well reveal monstrous visages. Moreover, was old Wong truly intoxicated? Did he not think to ask his friend to conceal their tattoos of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Guanyin, and Mithria during the photo shoot? Are you not afraid that I will discover your intentions against me? Song Haokuin quietly lamented after viewing the photos. However, he quickly added, Brother Wong, please hold on a moment. I just finished tutoring someone and had to come on short notice. Wait for me for half an hour. With that, he hung up the phone and dialed the number of Wong Fatty's wife, Takahashi Miyuki. This woman was a former member of the girl group 36, which primarily showcased a sensual theme, featuring all women over the age of 36. Takahashi Miyuki was among the standout members, boasting ample curves, a slender waist, long legs, and a doll-like face. However, the entertainment industry was quite unpredictable. Despite her beauty and diligence, her luck was poor, and she remained relatively obscure, almost taking a teaching position. Eventually, she encountered the affluent Wong Fatty. They were a match made in heaven, one drawn to beauty, the other seeking entry into high society. Yet, shortly after their marriage, Wong Fatty's father was incarcerated, and his mother met an untimely demise, tragically choking on a fishball while enjoying hot pot and singing. The competition among idols in the island nation was fierce, and after Takahashi Miyuki left the group to marry, she found herself without further opportunities for resurgence, thus fully embracing her role as a homemaker. Now, she was 5 months pregnant, radiating a ripe and full appearance. After a brief moment of reflection, Song Haokuin pressed the green button to call Takahashi Miyuki. Beep. After several crisp tones, a voice filled with surprise, clear and melodious, resonated from the other end. Haokuin, just as you called, my sister-in-law's water pipe has sprung a leak. Your brother Wong is not home tonight. Could you come over and assist her with the repairs? Chapter 10. My heart aches for my sister. Sister-in-law, do you find that Takahashi Miyuki's tone seems somewhat peculiar? Song Haokuin nearly blurted out the words you're so flirtatious, but quickly recalled the matter at hand. He feigned a hesitant demeanor and said, Sister-in-law, there is something I've hesitated to tell you. Upon hearing this, Takahashi Miyuki's voice carried a hint of delight, and before Song Hao-kun could continue, she playfully inquired, "You little rascal, could it be that you've been harboring a secret affection for my sister?" Understanding her blatant suggestion, Song Hao-kun was acutely aware of her intentions, and his heart waged a silent battle. Truth be told, he was somewhat stirred. After all, he was a man of normal inclinations. This woman was undeniably beautiful, with a captivating figure and graceful limbs, her pregnancy only adding to her allure. Unreliable statistics suggest that the infidelity rate among married women in Japan soars to 50. If comprehensive data were available, the figures would likely be even higher. Wang, that rotund fellow, often indulges in escapades, making it reasonable for this woman to entertain her own thoughts. Moreover, Takahashi Miyuki was the wife of his adversary. A mild act of retribution on his part would carry no moral burden. However, human intentions are veiled, and this woman is no innocent dove. In a previous life, she had sought sustenance from him in vain, later resorting to seduction and ultimately threats. It was likely that Wang's previous disdain for him stemmed from her machinations. With these thoughts, Song Hao-kun momentarily suppressed his tumultuous emotions, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Could this be a trap? While his current capabilities were formidable, should their strength be tenfold, armed with weapons, his chances of success would undoubtedly diminish. This posed a significant risk. If they wielded American-style katanas, the situation would worsen. Thus, he resolved against taking unnecessary chances and decided to deal with Wang first. In a world bereft of resources, women were plentiful, with adequate supplies. He could indulge with a different partner each day, as he pleased. Furthermore, he intended to utilize Takahashi Miyuki for his ultimate scheme. Just imagine. At the brink of Wang's collapse, he would appear, cradling Takahashi Miyuki. What a sight it would be. With this in mind, Song Hao-kun laid his cards on the table. "Sister-in-law, today I saw Brother Wang at the Firebird Bar. He even sent me a photo urging me to join him." Upon relaying this, he sent her the screenshot. "This wretched creature, who I can't even satisfy, dares to sneak off for a tryst." Takahashi Miyuki erupted in fury upon seeing the photo, yet amidst her anger, she did not forget to probe further. What else is there? Wang seems to possess another residence outside, where a young lady resides, a striking model with golden hair and azure eyes. Upon hearing this furious revelation, Song Hao-kun couldn't help but grin widely. Previously, Wang had requested that he deliver food to her, and just last night, he had asked him to bring them umbrellas. That scoundrel! I shall make him pay dearly. Takahashi Miyuki could no longer contain her fury upon hearing these words. "Hao-kun, do you know which private room he is in?" "Room 203, Song Hao-kun replied without hesitation, adding, "That woman lives in an apartment building just like mine, but not in the same one. Her room number is, I understand." "Thank you," Takahashi Miyuki said, her gratitude accompanied by a promise. "Wait for me to deal with him. You shall not be neglected." "Sister, you are too kind. I merely feel for you. You are so beautiful and gentle," Song Hao-kun replied casually, then promptly concluded their conversation. What followed was a soothing bath, indulging in once unaffordable imported snacks, searching for information that might be useful in a post-apocalyptic world, and downloading offline maps from across the globe. It wasn't until he heard sounds from outside his window that he set aside his phone to enjoy the spectacle. There stood Takahashi Miyuki, adorned in a black kimono adorned with cherry blossoms, her figure pronounced, and her beauty captivating, pinching the ear of the portly Wang with an expression of fury. At that moment, Wang's face was bruised and battered, and he bore scratches that bled along his collarbone. Beside them was Takahashi Minai, Miyuki's younger sister, possessing an innocent beauty that could only be described as that of a school belle. With her long, slender legs clad in knee-high white stockings, she held her phone in hand, capturing the scene before her with a smile that betrayed no anger, rather a sense of schadenfreude, contrasting sharply with her sister's rage as she twisted Wang's ear while hurling invectives. "You useless scoundrel! After all the effort I put into bringing you children, you shall face the consequences of your actions." After recording this episode, Takahashi Miyuki and Takahashi Minai departed by taxi, leaving the wounded Wang, filled with ire, to sit helplessly on the ground. In a fit of rage, he dialed Song Hao-kun's number. "Song Hao-kun, are you playing with me? Just wait. I will make you pay. If I fail to do so, I shall write my surname backwards from now on." "Oh, how frightful," Song Hao-kun sneered dismissively before hanging up. After leaving the bath, he enjoyed a can of banana milk before comfortably retiring to bed. Meanwhile, as he slept soundly, the battered Wang made his way to the hospital for treatment. Yet, due to the lingering anger of the Takahashi sisters, he could not return home afterward and sought solace elsewhere. Thus, he found himself at the residence of his mistress. Unbeknownst to him, The corridor was equipped with miniature cameras, capturing his every move under the watchful gaze of the Takahashi sisters, Miyuki and Minami. Upon witnessing the portly Wang enter the woman's abode, both sisters exchanged identical, icy smirks. However, just as the door was about to close, Minami suddenly turned her wide eyes and remarked, "Sister, according to the laws of our nation, unless this scoundrel is willing to sign, even if he is at fault in the divorce, he cannot be left with nothing. Moreover, many of his assets were acquired prior to marriage, at most. We would only receive a mere 20% of the marital estate, which would be far too lenient for this rascal. Are you suggesting an alternative?" Miyuki, aware of her sister's superior intellect, rubbed her burgeoning belly and narrowed her eyes at Minami. "Indeed," Minami replied, a mischievous smile curling her lips. "We could purchase several substantial insurance policies for him. Given his poor health, should he happen to indulge one evening and suffer a sudden demise at home, or perhaps meet with an unfortunate accident while climbing a mountain or in a car crash, such occurrences are not uncommon, are they?" Miyuki, intrigued by her sister's proposition, felt a stirring of excitement, yet she harbored significant reservations. "The insurance agents are not to be trifled with. We must ensure he does not perish within his residence. Furthermore, we should not become entangled in this ourselves. It would be prudent to engage an outsider for this task, or perhaps even engineer an accident. Besides," she continued, "that fool Wang is not as dim-witted as he appears. If we were to have him sign such an insurance policy," Minami, with a sly grin, interjected, "Oh, dear sister, have you forgotten? That lummox can only communicate in Japanese and can barely recognize the number 110. We could easily deceive him into believing this is merely a guarantee." The sisters spent considerable time strategizing, arranging the details of their scheme. In this plan, they also set their sights on Song Haokuin. Recognizing the existing discord between him and Wang, they required an outsider to act as their enforcer, someone who could take the blame should anything go awry. Chapter 11. The Shooting Prodigy. The following morning, as dawn broke, Song Haokuin, adhering to his routine, rose early and requested a sick leave from his teachers at school. After perusing the news for a while, he made his way to a car rental agency and promptly set off for the outskirts. Heading to the only shooting range in Kanagawa, the Nichikawa Shooting Range. Spanning over 300 acres and boasting more than 130 types of firearms from around the globe. The shooting range opened its doors from 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. When Song Haokuin arrived, the facility had yet to open, yet the staff were present early. Upon noticing Song Haokuin's arrival, a burly man greeted him with a smile. "Good day, sir. Do you have a reservation?" "I purchased a group ticket yesterday," Song Haokuin replied, retrieving his phone to display the QR code. "Please come over for registration," the man responded warmly, displaying utmost courtesy. However, upon observing Song Haokuin's study visa, the staff's expression morphed into one of peculiar curiosity. "Are you from the East? How is it that someone from the East cannot shoot?" Song Haokuin's countenance darkened, as he sensed an undercurrent of discrimination. No, no, no. The male staff member hastily shook his head in explanation. "It is merely a surprise, as it is the first time someone from the East has visited our shooting range. Your package price is 2,000 yen, which includes 8 bullets for the sports pistol and 10 for the 332 sports rifle. Here is your ticket for the indoor range. The small caliber shooting area is to your right. I wish you an enjoyable experience." "Very well." Song Haokuin took the ticket and turned to leave, disinterested in engaging with the insolent young man. In the near future, he would return to this shooting range. Should he encounter the staff member again, he would undoubtedly present him with a bullet. If fate spared him from meeting this fool, it was likely that the man would perish in the impending apocalypse, and thus, there was no need to bear ill will towards a deceased individual. Navigating through the rather narrow hall, he arrived at the entrance of the so-called small caliber shooting area. However, as soon as his figure vanished, the staff's expression turned icy. "What is that arrogant Chinese monkey so pleased about? If it weren't for the 2 atomic bombs dropped by our American father years ago, the entire East would be our colony." Yet, Song Haokuin was oblivious to these thoughts. Having already stepped into the small caliber shooting area, which was divided into 3 sections, a waiting lounge, a shooting preparation area, and the actual shooting range. The waiting lounge was furnished with white seats and a small white tea table in the center, while 4 vending machines lined the wall. The shooting preparation area featured a non-slip white floor, with yellow markings indicating waiting spots. In front stood a small platform displaying firearms, ammunition, eye protection, and earplugs, flanked by walls resembling those of a restroom. The actual shooting area was the most expansive, with a playground-like surface of 10 green lanes and 10 movable ropes suspended above. 50 meters away hung humanoid target papers, with adjustable distances. "Hello, sir. I am Nichikawa Takahama, a retired Coast Guard veteran, a shareholder of this establishment, and your instructor. It is a pleasure to serve you," greeted Nichikawa Takahama with a warm smile upon the arrival of a customer. Then I will rely on you, responded Song Hakuin courteously, for he was entirely inexperienced in shooting and required professional guidance. Nichikawa, eager to earn a profit and cultivate a returning customer, generously shared his expertise. Bang, bang, bang. Under Nichikawa's instruction, Song Hakuin quickly exhausted the ammunition included in his package. With the sports pistol, he hit the target 5 times out of 8, achieving a score of 32 points. With the 332 sports rifle, he struck the target 9 out of 10 times, garnering a score of 65 points. Song Hakuin, however, was not particularly satisfied, as he had seen marksmen on television effortlessly taking lives from hundreds of meters away with their rifles. Even the top assassins are not to be underestimated. While one might not only discuss the prowess of handguns in suppressing sniper rifles, there exists the extraordinary gunfighting technique that allows bullets to curve. Yet, upon witnessing Song Hakuin's remarkable performance, Ri Chuan was left utterly astounded. Had it not been for Song's previous portrayal as a novice, with only gradual improvements in his skills, Ri would have suspected him of feigning ignorance, deliberately showcasing his own superiority. Mr. Song, have you truly never handled a firearm before? Of course, Song Hakuin replied, nodding as he set aside the handgun. Do you have any more powerful handguns or rifles? I seek something more exhilarating, albeit with less noise and enhanced stability. Certainly, Ri Chuan responded, a smile replacing his astonishment. Our shooting range offers a variety of mainstream firearms. However, for larger caliber weapons, the cost is at least 500 yen per round. Price is not an issue. Please provide me with 100 rounds of each, Song Hakuin stated generously. With over 20 million yen in his pocket and several credit cards with substantial limits, he planned to acquire more after today's practice, along with a few small loans. Haha, Mr. Song, please follow me, Ri Chuan beamed, his enthusiasm for Song Hakuin growing. The actual cost of a single bullet was merely a few dozen yen, and with Song consuming 100,000 yen worth, Ri would pocket a commission of 20,000 yen. Furthermore, shooting is an addictive sport. Should Song frequent the establishment, Ri could thrive solely on his patronage. Such a lucrative benefactor must be treated with utmost care. Upon arriving at the large caliber shooting range, Ri Chuan first recommended 4 handguns according to Song Hakuin's preferences. First, the Colt 1911, a semi-automatic pistol with an 8-round magazine. Originally designed by the renowned gunsmith Browning in 1905, this firearm has demonstrated exceptional accuracy, superior performance, and a high safety rating, serving as the standard issue sidearm for the U.S. military since World War I, with a service life exceeding 70 years. Second, the Colt Python, a double-action revolver with a silver body and a 6-round magazine. Its large frame and double-action structure, coupled with its excellent accuracy, have made the Colt Python a favorite among enthusiasts and hunters alike. Third, the Sig Sauer P226, a semi-automatic pistol from Germany, favored by elite forces with a 15-round magazine. Officially adopted by the U.S. Navy SEALs in the early 2000s, it earned the nickname King of Handguns. Lastly, the Beretta 92, a semi-automatic pistol with a 9mm caliber and a 15-round magazine, has become synonymous with 9mm semi-automatics. Widely embraced by police forces, military units, gangs, and outlaws across the globe. It is said that the series of films such as El On, The Professional, The Matrix, Mr. Mrs. Smith, Black Hawk Down, and Mission Impossible all feature the same handgun. Bang! After acquiring these handguns, Song Hakuin fired 2 rounds from each, totaling exactly 100 bullets. Ultimately, he found the Colt Python .357 Magnum revolver to be the most exhilarating. However, his best shooting performance was achieved with the Sig Sauer P226 semi-automatic pistol, where all 32 bullets hit the target, averaging 73 rings at 50 meters. This score was already on par with that of a professional soldier, astonishing Ri Chuan Gang, who exclaimed that Song Hakuin was a genius. After careful consideration, Song Hakuin decided to make the Sig Sauer P226 his primary firearm and requested an additional 100 bullets to continue shooting. Bang! Bang! Chapter 12. I want to try something more powerful. Bang! 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 At 10 o'clock in the morning, under Ri Chuan Gang's guidance, Song Hakuin expended all his ammunition, which included an additional 20 rounds gifted by Ri Chuan Gang. Next came the choice of a rifle. After a series of trials, Song Hakuin selected the star rifle of the series, the 416 Hong Kong dollars. This rifle, also of German origin, was famously modified by the gunsmith Heckler Koch from the design of the G36 carbine. It has been in service since 2005 and maintains excellent stability even under extreme conditions. It will not suffer from chamber explosions in low-temperature, water-saturated environments. Bang! 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 after using up 200 rounds. Song Haokuin achieved an impressive average of 81 rings at 100 meters, which already indicated the caliber of an elite warrior. At this point, his shoulder was feeling quite sore. He set the firearm down and looked at the visibly excited Rihuan gang. Mr. Rihuan, do you have any more powerful guns? Mr. Song, you truly are a shooting prodigy. Rihuan gang first praised him profusely before patiently introducing options. For something more powerful, we have shotguns and sniper rifles. I have 5 types of shotguns, but I would recommend against them as they require little technical skill. While Song Haokuin had a passing interest in the egalitarian nature of shotguns, his true fascination lay with the sniper rifles available in the hall. I want to try the sniper rifle. Upon hearing this, Rihuan gang's face displayed a hint of concern. Those sniper rifles are regulated, and if Mr. Song wishes to pursue this. But before he could finish, Song Haokuin interjected with a single phrase that brought a broad smile to Rihuan gang's face. Money is not an issue. I have a few friends in the military, Rihuan gang chuckled, replying promptly. If you are genuinely interested, I can facilitate some connections for you. All right, let us conclude for today. Having received a satisfactory response, Song Haokuin was not inclined to squander any more time there. Having promptly settled the payment, he exchanged contact details with Nichikawa Steel. After engaging in a few courteous exchanges, he drove away from the shooting range, heading straight for the Doomsday Hotel in Kanagawa. However, before he could reach his destination, he received a call from Takahashi Miyuki. As soon as Song Haokuin answered, he was met with her lamentations. Wong Fatty, he is simply inhuman. After I bore him a child, he betrayed me. Annoyed after listening for a while, Song Haokuin responded, Sister-in-law, please get to the point. To which Takahashi Miyuki replied, Haokuin, I know you are a good person. Could you come to my house? I have something to discuss with you. I'm quite busy lately, he stated, maintaining his vigilance towards this woman who had repeatedly attempted to seduce him. Especially after hearing her next words. It's all right, just come when you have time. The only man I can trust now is you. Song Haokuin was left speechless. Finding time to visit you means there's no urgency. Moreover, what did she mean by being the only man she could trust? His cautious nature led him to feel increasingly suspicious. In the near future, he had no intention of seeking her out. He indeed had pressing matters to attend to. Firstly, he needed to advocate for the safe house in the apocalypse, conducting an assessment at the Doomsday Hotel to discuss potential collaborations. Secondly, he had his own training regimen to complete. Most importantly, he aimed to initiate a grand zero-cost shopping spree across the nation of Japan. Given his substantial appetite and the potential for it to grow, it was clear that as a social creature, he would not only need to sustain himself, but also an abundance of women, and perhaps even a cadre of subordinates. No one knew how long the frozen apocalypse would last. He had to prepare for the worst. With no time to linger, if he merely sought easy gains in Kanagawa, it was only a matter of time before he was caught. He had no desire to be captured and subjected to dissection in a laboratory before the apocalypse even began. However, he could bide his time, waiting for her return from Tokyo to stage a surprise. He could intercept Takahashi Miyuki halfway, indulging in a moment of excitement, knowing that Wong Fatty would not be on constant guard against him. Furthermore, given her persistent attempts to entice him as a young man from the East, he felt compelled to deliver a strong counterstrike. Otherwise, he risked being dismissed by this impudent woman. A hero may endure grievances, but the reputation of a sturdy son of China must not be trampled upon. At 11 o'clock noon, in the conference room of Kanagawa Prefecture, a group of Japanese police officers, renowned detectives, and senior advisors filled the spacious room. Some struggled to keep their eyes open, others wore frowns while smoking, and some continued their animated discussions. This is truly perplexing. How could it vanish into thin air? Is it possible that it was an inside job? The transportation of these materials undoubtedly requires a substantial amount of manpower and resources. The surveillance on the road remains intact. Could the internal cameras be a mere illusion? It is reminiscent of a grand magician's trick. Did not someone previously make the Statue of Liberty disappear? That was merely a sleight of hand, revealed many years ago. Rather than indulging in such futile thoughts, it would be wiser to scrutinize the footage for clues. At precisely the appointed hour, the door of the conference room was abruptly flung open. A strikingly handsome young man, adorned with a mischievous grin and standing at an impressive height of 6 feet tall, appeared in the doorway. He sported large silver-framed glasses, a red bow tie around his neck, and casually wore blue shorts. He resembled a living caricature of the famed Detective Conan. As he entered, he naturally drew the attention of everyone present. With all eyes upon him, he raised his chin and approached the white tactical board. He struck the board thrice, capturing the attention of all, and what he proclaimed next caused a shift in the atmosphere, each face contorting as if they had just tasted something unpleasant. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Kawadate Kotai, have taken on this case, and I hope that during this time, You will assist me diligently. Such audacity. Kawadate Kotai was a name unheard of, prompting an immediate outburst from the head of the Kanagawa Prefectural Criminal Investigation Team, Mamatani Daikuma, who slammed his hand on the table. Colleagues, experts, and detectives surrounding him glared at Kawadate in disapproval, voicing their disdain. Who is this madman? Has he lost his mind? Does he truly believe himself to be a great detective? There are no leads to pursue whatsoever. Who brought this lunatic here? He should be removed at once. I, the illustrious detective Yano Hiroshi, have never encountered such arrogance. Oh, well, today you have, Kawadate Kotai replied, his confidence swelling as he beamed at Yano. It is an honor for you all to assist me, for I view you as merely a collection of worthless trash. How dare you look at me that way? Do you consider me rubbish? Yano, clad in a black suit, rose furiously, glaring at him, and the assembly echoed his ire. Yet, unfazed by the hostility, Kawadate merely chuckled, further inflaming the situation. I apologize. I did not mean to imply you are trash. Rather, I refer to everyone else present. Baka, Mamatani Daikuma, known for his fiery temperament, cursed loudly and lunged at Kawadate. However, just as his fist was about to connect with the audacious young man's face, Kawadate smiled faintly and uttered a statement that rendered all present speechless. My father is Kawadate Nahira, and my grandfather is Kawadate Shinzo. Chapter 13, The Doomsday Hotel. Ahem, Mr. Kawadate, you are indeed a young man of remarkable talent and charm. It is an honor to finally meet you. Upon hearing the name of the esteemed Speaker of the House and that of a former president, Mamatani's lips twitched and his eyes quivered. The fist that had previously hung in the air was swiftly released, awkwardly descending to rest behind him. The remaining individuals present were left speechless, their expressions transforming into warm, gentle smiles, akin to a soothing spring breeze. Although they were uncertain of the veracity of what Kawabata Keitai had stated, they were reluctant to take any risks. The temperaments of these affluent offspring of officials were notoriously peculiar. Crossing them would undoubtedly yield unfavorable consequences. Moreover, the Kawabata family's ancestral home resided in Kanagawa. Without a doubt, the 5 neighboring prefectures surrounding Kanagawa were all under the family's effective control. While these 6 prefectures may seem modest in size, they encompass nearly 1/16 of the nation's territory. Given the administrative divisions of the nation, which comprise 1 metropolis, 1 territory, 2 urban prefectures, and 43 counties. The metropolitan area refers to Tokyo, the territory to Hokkaido, and the urban prefectures to Osaka and Kyoto. The remaining 43 counties represent the largest administrative units and possess considerable autonomy, resembling small nations unto themselves, not entirely beholden to the national parliament. This grants these prominent families, particularly the historically significant 5 noble clans, Kawabata, Hayu, Yamamoto, Yagyu, and Suzuya, substantial authority both locally and nationally. Thus, witnessing everyone transform into obedient figures, Kawabata Keitai was not the least bit surprised as he leisurely commenced his address. I sincerely appreciate your cooperation. Now, I shall assign some tasks. First, promptly review all surveillance footage and share any suspicious videos with me. Second, send individuals to liaise with the heads of logistics parks and major enterprises, requesting that they compile the personnel data of all employees, their families, as well as suppliers and operators into a resume format for my perusal. Third, in reverse chronological order, provide me with records of all thefts and peculiar unsolved cases from the past 3 years, or rather, the past decade. Fourth, contact the telecommunications operators. I require. At this juncture, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, for the magnitude of this undertaking was no trifling matter. The task of gathering such information collectively among them would take a month. What could he possibly need all this data for? However, as they remained mired in suspicion, Kawabata Keitai rapped the table. My time is invaluable. You have but 3 days. With that statement, he nonchalantly turned on his heel, hands in pockets, and departed. The cadre of criminal investigation elites exchanged glances, and once he was well out of earshot, they erupted into a tempest of frustration and indignation. Meanwhile, Kawabata Keitai made his way towards his next destination, the leadership of the 3 major Yakuza organizations, the Ryukai. At times, delving into the underground world for information proved far more advantageous. However, he had barely settled back into his vehicle upon receiving a call from his father. The previously nonchalant expression on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a demeanor of solemnity. Hello, father. Have you arrived in Kanagawa? Yes, father. That is good. Since there are those who have dared to challenge our family, there is no need for civility. Let us seize this opportunity to assert control over the resources within our territory, transferring everything we can to the family estate. Additionally, Exercise caution with the Hua family. I suspect it is their wretched kin who are behind this. Yes, father, I shall ensure this matter is handled with utmost diligence. In Kanagawa, during the afternoon, Song Haokuen arrived at the so-called Doomsday Hotel. However, upon observing the battle-scarred decor and inhaling the faint mustiness in the air, he could not help but furrow his brow. The reality was a far cry from the images he had seen and the expectations he had conjured. The expressions of the staff were peculiar, and the few security guards clad in suits bore an unsettling resemblance to thugs. After a brief appraisal, Song Haokuen approached the receptionist. May I first inspect the rooms and the so-called leisure area? Of course, she replied, forcing a strained smile. I will have a security guard accompany you for the tour. The fact that a security guard was to escort him only deepened Song Haokuen's sense of unease. Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing his concerns and followed the imposing guard on the tour. They traversed from the hot spring baths to the lounge, from the entertainment area to the main dining hall, and finally inspected the massage rooms and various guest accommodations. By the end of the extensive tour, Song Haokuen found himself relatively satisfied. While the decor style left much to be desired, the overall cleanliness and the facilities of the hotel, as well as the conditions of the guest rooms, were commendable. Consequently, he opted for a luxurious king-sized room to rest. In his mind, he contemplated either renovating the space over the course of the month or acquiring a plethora of dehumidifiers, alongside procuring diesel or gasoline generators. After a comfortable slumber, Song Haokuen called Inoue Ruji, inviting him to dinner at a nearby upscale restaurant that evening. If one were to engage in a clever ruse, it was imperative to invest some capital. Moreover, after indulging in an extravagant meal the previous day, he realized that the price of certain dining establishments was justified. Indeed, transitioning from frugality to extravagance is relatively easy, yet the reverse is arduous. Reflecting on this, Song Haokuen resolved to add another item to his apocalyptic agenda. He must acquire several charming cooks. He had no desire to subsist on prepackaged meals and junk food when the apocalypse arrived. In the evening at the Seong Hotel, Song Haokuen met Inoue Ruji in the restaurant. Song Haokuen appeared alone, wearing a warm smile, while Inoue Ruji, clad in a suit and tie, wore a mischievous grin, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Behind him stood four well-dressed associates, their polished appearance failing to conceal the rugged aura of the underworld. Among them was the security guard who had previously escorted him through the apocalyptic hotel. As Song Haokuen settled into his seat across from Inoue Ruji, the latter extended his hand with a friendly smile. Greetings, Mr. Song. I am Inoue Ruji. Hello, Song Haokuen replied, reciprocating the handshake, and upon withdrawing his hand, he added nonchalantly, Mr. Inoue, I have perused your establishment, and to be frank, it did not meet my expectations. If you found it lacking, Mr. Song, you likely would not have requested this meeting. Pray, do not hesitate to disclose your offer. Inoue Ruji leaned back, crossing his legs, his hands resting comfortably in his lap. 2 years, 100 million. Recognizing the intelligence of his counterpart, Song Haokuen boldly stated his proposal. However, before he could finish articulating the sum, Inoue Ruji erupted into laughter, his associates glaring menacingly. Mr. Song, you certainly possess a keen sense of humor. I am not jesting, Song Haokuen replied with a grave expression, resting his elbows on the table, his hands clasped beneath his chin. Moreover, I am not one for frivolity. We could arrange a 10-year agreement for 100 million over 2 years. Is that so? Inoue Ruji, intrigued by the prospect of 500 million over a decade, astutely seized upon the key phrase. Indeed, Song Haokuen nodded slightly before unveiling the carefully constructed pretense he had prepared. My identity is merely that of an ordinary exchange student in foreign languages. I lack the funds to purchase a hotel. However, I am acquainted with a circle that Mr. Inoue might recognize, wealthy heirs and offspring of officials studying abroad. This is something you may verify, Mr. Inoue. I am but an intermediary, should you be inclined to transact. We could finalize the contract today. In 1 month, the total payment for this transaction will be made in Bitcoin. The seasoned Inoue Ruji, well-versed in the underworld, instantly grasped the implications of Bitcoin, realizing that Song Haokuen was merely a pawn in a money laundering scheme, suggesting that the funds were tainted. Even in a scenario of mutual deception, his counterpart would not dare to retaliate. Thus, a radiant smile spread across his face, and a more exhilarating plan began to formulate in his mind. Chapter 14. The Ultimate Objective, Kagura Logistics Center. Mr. Song, may I be so bold as to inquire what commission you stand to gain from brokering this 500 million deal? Inoue Ruji, now harboring ulterior motives, posed the question while adjusting his posture and leaning slightly forward in his chair. That inquiry was indeed rather audacious, and I cannot provide an answer. Song Haokuen's expression remained impassive, his gaze steady, revealing no hint of vulnerability. Haha. Inoue Ruji was acutely aware that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. After a hearty laugh, he remarked, Mr. Song, do not misunderstand me. I am not prying into your secrets, but merely wishing for you to reap greater rewards. Are you aware of the internationally recognized commission rate for money laundering? I do not know, Song Haokuin replied candidly, acknowledging his ignorance regarding the specifics. He had only vaguely heard that the fees in this realm could be exorbitantly high, sometimes reaching as much as 50 to 60%. Allow me to enlighten you. Inoue Ruji interjected, raising his tattooed hands, 3 fingers on his left hand and 5 on his right. This figure, 3%, 5%, Song Haokuin feigned ignorance, his brow furrowing in skepticism. Inoue Ruji burst into laughter at this response, unable to contain himself, while his enforcers struggled to stifle their amusement. Observing Song Haokuin's pallor, Inoue Ruji quickly restrained his mirth and continued, It seems, my young brother, that you truly lack understanding. The international norm hovers between 30 to 50%. I suspect the sum you have received is far beneath this figure, am I correct? Song Haokuin refrained from answering. Yet his increasingly grim expression provided Inoue Ruji with the confirmation he sought. Consequently, Inoue gestured for his men to step back 10 meters before cautiously proposing. For those corrupt officials, 500 million or 1 billion is merely pocket change. However, for us laborers, that represents unimaginable wealth. Why not consider a partnership? Why should I place my trust in you? Song Haokuin squinted suspiciously, adopting a wary demeanor. You need not trust me. Simply trust in the allure of wealth. Inoue Ruji observed the wavering resolve of Song Haokuin and shifted his chair closer, whispering conspiratorially, This deal totals 10 years, 1 billion. Upon its successful completion, I shall grant you 100 million. We can formalize this with a written contract. Following this declaration, Song Haokuin fell into a contemplative silence. He had achieved his objective and sought to avoid any unforeseen complications. However, Inoue Ruji misinterpreted Song Haokuin's silence as a desire for increased compensation. Thus, he patted Song Haokuin's shoulder and said, Brother, I shall make one more concession. If this deal comes to fruition, I will provide you with 200 million. This is my highest offer, considering the considerable risks I am undertaking and the many associates I must support. Upon hearing this, Song Haokuin's mind suddenly sparked with an idea. As he still needed to consider the renovation of the hotel's ventilation and dehumidification systems. His financial resources were limited, and other matters required attention. Thus, feigning indecision, he replied, Given their family's financial strength, securing 1 billion should pose no challenge. Yet, the affluent are not easily deceived. They will likely send representatives for inspection soon. Given the current state of the end-of-days hotel, it could only fetch 5 to 600 million yen at best. Is there another group of people? Upon hearing this, Ruji Inoue's expression darkened. It was one thing to deceive an ordinary student like Song Haokuin, but if true professionals were to scrutinize his scheme, it would surely unravel. Just as he thought this matter was about to collapse, Song Haokuin unexpectedly turned the tide, offering him hope. However, if we can undertake a comprehensive renovation of the main areas and resolve the ventilation and dehumidification issues, I have a method to handle their scrutiny. Upon learning that Song Haokuin possessed such capabilities, Ruji Inoue's eyes sparkled with eagerness. How so? The person in charge of the review is someone I know. Song Haokuin replied nonchalantly. I am aware of his preferences and how to manage him. Haha, that is truly splendid. Ruji Inoue's smile grew even more radiant. Yet his insatiable ambition was evident. Mr. Song, your superior likely has more than this single project. Perhaps we could, however. Song Haokuin swiftly interrupted him. Mr. Inoue, we have not yet established that level of trust. If you agree to a price of 5 billion, we can sign the contract today. Should you wish to secure a contract worth 10 billion, then please contact me after the renovations are complete. Haha, very well. Ruji Inoue realized he had misspoken, leading Song Haokuin to believe he intended to bypass him. Thus he readily acquiesced. After a brief exchange, he left the restaurant with a smile, accompanied by his subordinates, heading to the Doomsday Resort Hotel to devise ways to achieve the so-called renovations at minimal cost. Before departing, he left a credit card at the front desk to settle Song Haokuin's bill. After enjoying a lavish meal, Song Haokuin decided to use the card without hesitation. At that moment, appearing overly polite would only raise suspicions. Once this matter was settled, Song Haokuin rented a luxurious sports car and drove to Tokyo, the economic, cultural, and political epicenter of the archipelago. Currently, the population of the archipelago is less than 200 million, yet Tokyo alone boasts over 13 million permanent residents, along with nearly 20 million transient individuals. This resulted in Tokyo being the most densely populated city in the world, with over 10 million inhabitants in the urban area. Consequently, it is home to the most abundant and diverse resources. Particularly, it ranks 4th among Asia's 4 major trading ports and 10th globally with Tokyo Port. Closely associated with Tokyo Port is a super logistics hub, the ultimate destination of this trip, the Kagura Storage Center. Occupying an area 25 times that of the Lugang Logistics Park, supplies a significant portion of Tokyo's resources and facilitates major trade with the East Country. It is said that the goods within amount to trillions of dollars, capable of sustaining Tokyo's consumption for 10 days, hailed as the 9th wonder of the world. Of course, the title of the 9th wonder is merely a self-bestowed accolade of the archipelago. The universally acknowledged 7 wonders of the ancient world include the Great Pyramid of Giza, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, the Temple of Artemis, the statue of Zeus at Olympia, the Mausoleum at Halicarnassus, the Colossus of Rhodes, and the Lighthouse of Alexandria, along with the Terracotta Army and the Great Wall of China. As for the so-called 9th wonder of the world, a mere search online yields no less than 800 candidates, with at least half of them located in Korea. The reason Song Haokuen took action so many days in advance, rather than waiting until the day of the apocalypse, is that he encountered a post online shortly after the onset of the cataclysm. The author of this post was an employee of the Kagura Logistics Park, but it was swiftly removed. 2 weeks prior to the apocalypse, the elite of the island nation covertly exploited their public authority to control the supply of resources across the country. This implies that these privileged individuals may have had prior knowledge of the impending disaster. Chapter 15. A surprise attack on Tokyo Port. Kanagawa, the Doomsday Hotel. Having recently finalized arrangements with a maintenance and renovation company, Inoue Ruji flashed a sinister smile, revealing his white teeth. In consideration of his influence, the entire project cost a mere 20,100,000 yen. Of course, this was not standard maintenance or replacement. It was merely a temporary application of wallpaper within the hotel. As for the new ventilation and dehumidification equipment, it was either rented or borrowed. Having settled these matters, Inoue Ruji, glancing at the consumption message on his phone, instructed his trusted subordinate, send someone to investigate Song Haokuen's network and also check his bank transaction records. However, the bald-headed subordinate, perplexed, queried, "Boss, do you think that kid is deceiving us? What would he gain from lying to us?" Inoue Ruji rolled his eyes in disdain. He had indeed contemplated this very question, yet after much reflection, he could not ascertain any motive for Song Haokuen to deceive him. 500 million yen for a direct contract? The hotel isn't even his. What does he have to fear? Moreover, it was he who had proposed the 10 billion yen contract. Even if Song Haokuen were attempting to swindle him, what could he possibly gain? Was it merely for a meal? Or to renovate the hotel's ventilation and dehumidification? That seemed implausible unless Song Haokuen was utterly deranged. However, from their interactions today, it was evident that Song Haokuen appeared quite rational. If he was not deceiving us, then why should I investigate him, boss? Faced with his superior's retort, the subordinate was momentarily at a loss for words, but still expressed his curiosity. Fool! Inoue Ruji exclaimed in frustration. It is to uncover the individuals behind him, so that we can profit further and conserve this sum. Yet his subordinate remained obstinate, continuing to press. But why don't we simply capture him and subject him to severe interrogation, you dimwit? Ruji Inoue, upon hearing the foolish inquiry once more, delivered a swift kick to his subordinate. How could one so recklessly act without knowing what powerful figures might stand behind the adversary? What if they were high-ranking officials from another nation, poised to retaliate against us? What if this individual was linked to a money-laundering syndicate? However, before he could finish reprimanding his underling, a call from his elder brother, the leader of the Ryu Association, Ryuichi Inoue, interrupted him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Attend to your duties promptly. Recognizing the urgency of his brother's call, Ruji quickly dismissed his subordinate to answer. Hello, brother. Yes. What have you been occupied with these past few days? Oh, just dealing with the hotel's accounts. We are starting to see some progress. That's good to hear. I need you to handle a task today. A significant figure has sought me out. Keep a close watch on any news regarding the gray market, particularly concerning smuggling activities. Report any findings to me immediately. Understood, brother. Aware of his elder brother's resolute nature, Ruji did not question further. Nevertheless, he had already surmised the reason for his brother's sudden interest in this matter. It was undoubtedly linked to the theft at the Lugang warehouse. But who could this prominent figure be? Had something of great value gone missing from the warehouse? Otherwise, why would such dignitaries involve themselves directly? Just as he pondered these questions, Song Haokuen had arrived at the highway rest area on the outskirts of Tokyo. After a brief respite, he resumed his inquiries regarding Tokyo Port and the logistics center. The first piece of information he uncovered made him furrow his brow. It was a news report from Tokyo Television. Following the fire at the Lugong Logistics Park, the Kagura Logistics Park had significantly enhanced its security measures. Oh, this is directed at me, Song Haokuen thought as he downed his soda in one gulp. He realized he had indeed stirred the hornet's nest. However, it was too late to retract his actions. Those in power would surely become vigilant, potentially imposing military oversight on the logistics park. Time was now of the essence. As night fell over Tokyo port, after circling the Kagura Logistics Park, Song Haokuen temporarily abandoned that pursuit and made his way to the bustling port. The surveillance around the logistics park was excessive, and too many workers were present at that hour. Yet, Tokyo port under the cover of night was eerily quiet. With only a handful of patrols, he decided to proceed without restraint. He first incapacitated the power station at Tokyo port, then disregarded the contents of the containers on the dock, determined to leave no trace behind. With his abilities upgraded, he had acquired a new power, the Void Gate. He could extend his hand and conjure a circular portal with a diameter of 10 meters, capable of drawing chosen objects into its depths. Thus, he stealthily maneuvered the stolen Wanjie 900 electric vehicle, swiftly darting through the precinct. In less than 3 minutes, he had absconded with over 500 containers. However, to Song Haokuen's astonishment, the backup power at Tokyo port was activated during this brief interval. The 7 duty officers in the monitoring room initially failed to grasp the situation. After all, it was the dead of night, and with so many containers at the dock, it was impossible for them to remember every detail. Yet, at that moment, Song Haokuen too became negligent, failing to distribute his efforts evenly and instead focusing on a single target. The officer in charge of the automotive foreign trade zone gazed blankly at the barren expanse before him. Wasn't there supposed to be containers here? Had they perhaps been loaded onto a ship earlier? Just as he was pondering this, he witnessed 2 more containers vanish before his eyes. At that instant, his breath caught in his throat. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally reacted, calling out, Team leader, this is bad. Our containers have been stolen." "What?" exclaimed the plump team leader, who had been dozing off, springing up with a start. Meanwhile, Song Haokuen noticed the restoration of power as the surrounding streetlights flickered to life. His immediate instinct was to halt his actions and flee. The plump team leader, unaware of the original predicament, observed the automotive foreign trade zone appearing undisturbed and immediately berated his subordinates. "Baka, are you trying to fool me?" The others looked on, relishing the misfortune of their colleague with smug expressions. However, staff member Ono quickly accessed the video playback. "No, you must see this, team leader." To his astonishment, the reversed footage left the leader speechless. 2 containers had inexplicably vanished. Ono, witnessing the leader's bewilderment, hurriedly added, "I recall that just before the power outage, this area was filled with containers." He promptly rewound the footage to 3 minutes prior. The plump leader, upon viewing the scene, nearly fainted. The rest of the team also stood in shock, rushing to review the footage in their respective zones. As a result, the garment sector had lost over 350 containers, the e-commerce sales area more than 300, and the food sector over 200 containers. Those damn thieves. They had even made off with a dozen containers of the latest high-end, smart bionic dolls. The entire duty room descended into chaos. It was only then that the plump leader grasped the gravity of the situation, his voice rising in a frantic yell, "Sound the alarm. Call the police. Call the police. Call the police." However, before he could finish his command, the power at Tokyo port faltered once more, a towering inferno erupting in the crude oil sector, followed by a deafening explosion and a terrifying shockwave. Boom. Chapter 16. The Great Explosion. The Grand Heist. "Huh, did you think it would be that easy to thwart me?" Gazing upon the ascending tangerine-hued mushroom cloud, Song Haokuen, concealed within the drainage ditch, let forth a chilling smile. The cause of this explosion was undoubtedly his handiwork. While fleeing, he stumbled upon a silvery tower-like oil tank. Thus, he employed his familiar tactics once more. Extracting a fuel tanker from his spatial realm, he directed the vehicle towards the oil storage tower, and then placed a brick on the accelerator. However, when the tanker collided with the tower, it did not yield the explosion he had anticipated. Instead, the tanker overturned and began to leak fuel. Consequently, from a distance of 200 meters, Song Haokuen set up a 416 rifle and unleashed a volley. The tanker was indeed ignited, followed by a dreadful explosion. As for the rifle, it had been procured from a shooting range in the suburbs of Tokyo. This range, known as the Tokyo First Shooting Range, was exponentially larger than the Nishikawa range, boasting an impressive array of firearms and ammunition numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Even grenades and sniper rifles were available. Naturally, Song Haokuen did not hesitate to appropriate them into his alternate space. Additionally, he discovered a nearby skydiving club and proceeded to pack away its helicopters and small aircraft. A grin spread across his face at this thought. Yet, almost immediately, he was met with another series of terrifying explosions. After all, he had only detonated one oil tank. There were 9 more in proximity, along with various other chemical products. Boom, boom, boom. Following several consecutive detonations, an uncontrollable inferno erupted, resonating across much of northern Tokyo. The tremors were felt within a 10-mile radius, sending nearby personnel and residents fleeing in terror. Witnessing the towering flames and the incessant splattering of fireballs, the blaze expanded at an alarming rate, igniting everything in its path. Ordinary onlookers, unable to withstand the sight, fled while screaming in panic. Maya, run. Is this an attack on Tokyo port? Or perhaps an earthquake? A terrorist assault? Oh, how terrifying. I thought I was destined to meet my ancestors. Silence. We must escape. The fire could reach us at any moment. Tokyo port is filled with oil tanks and numerous chemicals. This pervasive fear proved contagious, as their discussions and cries incited even greater panic. Not only were those at Tokyo port fleeing, but individuals from the logistics park were also heading southward. This chaos provided Song Haokuin with the perfect opportunity to wreak havoc. Having evaded the terrifying shockwave of the Tokyo port explosion, he drove his vehicle through the barrier and into the logistics park. He continued to demolish the warehouses and substations, embarking on a frenzied rampage. While others trembled, he reveled in his greed. While others cowered, he unleashed his devastation. Thus, Song Haokuin rampaged through the logistics park, mercilessly plundering. Useless materials were reduced to ashes in a blazing inferno, a task in which he had become remarkably adept. As flames erupted from various factories, the park was shrouded in darkness, instilling a sense of panic among those present. Nearby residents, gripped by fear, fled southward in a frenzy, resulting in a horrific stampede that claimed countless lives. As for the firefighting forces of the island nation, they could only describe the terrifying blaze with a singular idiom: a drop in the bucket. Their capabilities were insufficient to quell such a conflagration, even if the entirety of the island's firefighting resources were mobilized. Consequently, their role transformed from extinguishers to evacuators, guiding more of the panicked populace away from danger. Ultimately, after pillaging trillions worth of resources, Song Haokuin successfully blended into the crowd and escaped. Once assured that he was not being followed, he drove away along country roads in a stolen jeep, eventually returning to the vicinity of his former lodgings at a hot spring inn. There, he concealed the jeep and strolled back to the inn, evading surveillance to slip into his room. With palpable excitement, he flopped onto his bed and began to tally his spoils. His space, having absorbed a substantial amount of goods, swelled dramatically: 700 cubic meters. Nearly 34 million cubic meters. However, he soon realized the sheer volume of his bounty was impossible to quantify. Thus, he shifted his focus to the food section, retrieving an abundance of cooked dishes, fruits, and an array of high-end snacks he had never tasted before. Though he had nibbled on some during his escape, it had merely staved off hunger. Now, he needed to replenish his nutrition adequately. While scrolling through news on his phone, he indulged in a feast. He began with 3 durians, priced at 35,000 yen per kilogram, to whet his appetite. Next, he savored 2 large tubs of premium chocolate truffles, each costing 7,000 yen. Then came a top-tier bluefin tuna, weighing over 300 kilograms, with an auction price reaching tens of millions to over 1 billion yen. He wielded a large knife to slice it into bite-sized pieces, dipping them in wasabi with fervor. After devouring over 20 kilograms of the fish, he finally stumbled upon breaking news from the esteemed Tokyo Broadcasting System. The female reporter covering the story was someone he recognized: Maya Miyagawa, renowned as the island's most beautiful reporter. This evening, she sported her signature long, straight black hair, adorned in a black long-sleeved shirt paired with a form-fitting skirt. Her stunning legs, clad in black stockings, were accentuated by striking red high heels. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Tokyo Television. I am reporter Maya Miyagawa, currently situated 10 kilometers southwest of Tokyo port. Here, we witness the ferocity of the blaze, which continues unabated, with sporadic secondary explosions. The death toll has tragically risen to 202, with an additional 817 individuals reported missing. Having absorbed the entirety of her report and gazed upon the devastation, Song Haokuin realized that his position was secure. The entirety of Tokyo port lay in ruins, engulfed in flames, with the logistics park similarly decimated. This time, he had even ensured the incineration of the monitoring room. Under such circumstances, with less than a month remaining, if the adversary were still able to locate him, it could only indicate one of 2 possibilities. They possessed extraordinary abilities, or he had unwittingly found himself in a ludicrous narrative where only the author's favorite could apprehend him. A wry smile crossed his lips at this thought. Yet, his fleeting tranquility was abruptly shattered by a message on his phone. The mere sight of the sender's name eliciting a wave of nausea. Liebingsheen, Haokuen, I have decided to take a step forward for you. I have undergone examinations today, and in 3 days, I shall undergo surgery, promising you a surprise. I believe in us. That wretched woman. The only response Song Haokuen could muster upon reading her message was a visceral urge to retch. However, this feeling was swiftly subdued as he was suddenly enveloped by lascivious sounds emanating from the adjacent room. Initially, he assumed someone was clandestinely indulging in a film, but upon closer inspection, he discerned the genuine sounds of a woman's gasps and cries for help. Yet, he remained motionless. Had he been in his homeland, he would have immediately contacted the authorities or rushed to the scene. However, in this foreign land, he was hesitant to ascertain the reality of the situation. After all, the local culture could be quite peculiar. Whether the parties involved were engaged in role-play or something else entirely was uncertain, and he had no desire to be embroiled in such sordid affairs. The apocalypse had not yet arrived, and he was unwilling to complicate matters further. However, when he heard a final, desperate cry for help, uttered in Chinese, followed by a series of rhythmic thumps, he recognized the Morse code signal. Without hesitation, Song Haokuen burst forth from his room. Chapter 17. The Lewd Swordmaster and the Female Proprietor. Knowing the victim might be a fellow compatriot, he rushed out of his room without even donning his shoes. Of course, his motivations were far from altruistic. He primarily feared that an incident of assault might occur, entangling him in the ensuing investigation. Such a scenario could draw unwanted attention to his recent peculiar movements. Quickly, he arrived at the door from which the noise originated, and with a swift kick, he struck the wooden panel, which was merely an inch wide, splitting it in two with a resounding crack. The lower half crashed inward, while the upper half fell heavily to the ground with a loud clatter. At the very moment the door slammed shut, Song Haokuen, wielding a baseball bat, stormed into the room with a menacing expression. To his astonishment, the room was not occupied by just 2 individuals. In the quaint, retro-decorated room adorned with tatami mats, a middle-aged man with thinning white hair, clad in a brown kimono, was pinning a beautiful girl with a ponytail beneath him. She was dressed in a white uniform with blue trimmings, her feet adorned with pure white cotton socks. Her mouth was stuffed with a wad of cloth, and her hands were shackled behind her back. Tears welled in her bright red eyes as she gazed at Song Haokuen with a look of desperate hope. Nearby, a voluptuous woman in a white kimono, Yukiko Yamamoto, the owner of the inn, whom Song Haokuen had met during his stay, was bound in a peculiar manner. Her long black hair was styled in an updo, her expression dazed, and her formerly pale complexion now took on an eerie redness, suggesting she had been drugged. "Let the girl go," roared Song Haokuen, his sense of justice ignited by the sight before him. Naturally, he could not allow this villain to continue his nefarious deeds. He charged at the old man with the baseball bat raised. However, the old man was not defenseless. He grasped a nearby red-prop staff and swung it at Song Haokuen. "Bakiaro, you bastard," Song Haokuen retorted, unyielding, as he swung the bat fiercely at the old man's head. The old man raised his staff to block. But how could a mere staff withstand the force of a baseball bat? Yet, in the instant of contact, a glint of sharp intelligence flashed in the old man's eyes. Despite his age, he reacted with the agility of a cat, deftly parrying Song Haokuen's strike and skillfully twisting his wrist to grip the staff with both hands. He then executed a swift upward motion, aiming directly at Song Haokuen's groin. The entire maneuver flowed seamlessly, revealing that he was undoubtedly well-trained. "Die, you bastard." Song Haokuen was taken aback by the old man's remarkable agility. Yet, his own physical prowess was no laughing matter, and his reflexes were astonishing. A blow like that would have surely incapacitated an untrained individual, but Song Haokuen reacted swiftly, lifting his leg to kick at the old man. He absorbed the strike with his calf, painful, yet not debilitating. If he landed this kick, the old man would either be dead or severely injured. However, to Song Haokuen's surprise, the old man remained unfazed. He tightened his grip on the staff and lunged once more towards Song Haokuen's groin. "You bastard." The sight of such lewd behavior infuriated Song Haokuen. "All right, you old turtle. Do you really think you're some lewd sword saint, like a wolf from the island?" With that, Song Haokuen abandoned defense, his eyes blazing with fury as he swung the baseball bat with all his might, aiming straight for the old man's head. He was determined to prevail. The old devil dared to risk his life for a mere stab, as he felt the terrifying force of the baseball bat descending upon him. He could not afford such a significant loss. Instantly, he rolled backward with great force, simultaneously kicking towards Song Haokuen's knee. However, before his foot could connect, he let out a piercing scream as he fell to the ground, his movements distorted. This was because Song Haokuen had already anticipated his evasion. The bat struck his left shoulder with a resounding crack. The old devil suffered a shattering fracture in his left shoulder, rendering his entire left arm useless. The pain caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead, and he collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. Seizing the moment, Song Haokuen advanced, intent on obliterating the devil's skull. Yet, at that moment, the previously subdued, beautiful girl unexpectedly spat out a white panty and called out from behind him, "No, don't kill him, you'll go to jail." It was then that Song Haokuen realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, this was not the apocalypse. And acting on impulse to commit murder would certainly land him in detention. If he spent the remainder of this time in prison, his grand plans would be utterly ruined. Thus, he redirected the baseball bat, swinging it forcefully at the old devil's right shoulder. Crack! The sound echoed as the old devil's entire right arm was rendered useless. With modern medical technology, even if he could recover, it would take several years. Could a frail old man with both arms incapacitated truly survive that long? Likely. He wouldn't last 3 days after the onset of the apocalypse. Consequently, Song Haokuen conceived another idea. He flashed a sinister smile at the old devil, revealing a chilling set of white teeth. However, just as he began to laugh, he heard the girl's plaintive cries behind him, sending shivers down his spine and causing his legs to weaken. It turned out that the old devil had also drugged her. Minutes later, after escorting the mother and daughter back to their respective rooms, Song Haokuen waved his phone, which had recorded the scene, in front of the sweating old devil. "What is your name? What do you do?" "My name is Eiichi Oda, and I am the head of a kendo dojo," Eiichi Oda replied, enduring the excruciating pain, his breaths heavy and cold sweat dripping continuously. Song Haokuen showed no mercy as he continued to question, "Do you know how many years you could face for your actions?" "I know. I can give you money. I can give you all my savings. Please, just help me call an ambulance." Eiichi Oda grasped Song Haokuen's intention and presented his primary demand. Yet, Song Haokuen merely scoffed dismissively. "Heh, how much do you have?" "I have 300 million. And a kendo dojo. I own properties both in Tokyo and here," he replied. Half an hour later, Song Haokuen had gleaned substantial information about the boss lady and her daughter, as well as most of the details regarding the old devil. The proprietress is named Yamamoto Yuki, while that charming girl is called Yamamoto Mirai. Yamamoto Yuki's husband was a man from the east, but he tragically perished in a car accident last year. The elderly gentleman, named Oda Eiichi, had lost his wife long ago and was left with only a few drinking companions, while his daughter, who was studying abroad, maintained a rather tenuous relationship with him. To ascertain these details, Song Haokuen opened his phone to verify the facts. The chat history between the two was rather straightforward. His daughter was requesting money. Their most recent call had occurred 6 months prior. Consequently, Song Haokuen decided to eliminate the decrepit old man, disposing of the body within his own space. Strangely, during his first act of murder, he felt neither nausea nor revulsion. In fact, there was a subtle thrill coursing through him, for the method of his killing was astonishingly simple. Since his last power upgrade, he had awakened a new ability to open a circular void portal, through which he could effortlessly kick a person inside. This portal served to collect resources, but it possessed an additional, peculiar utility. Although he could not actively draw living beings into it, if a creature inadvertently stumbled in, it would soon suffocate. Thus, this method of killing could be deemed remarkably clean and hygienic. With a satisfied clap of his hands, he dealt with the detested old man. Next, he proceeded to Yamamoto Yuki's chamber, aiding the lovely widow in regaining her senses, recounting to her the story of the recent events. Naturally, he only shared a sanitized version. Upon hearing his account, the proprietress's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she pursed her lips. Subsequently, Song Haokuen fabricated another tale, claiming he had formidable friends in the underworld who could ensure that the old lecher would never trouble them again, along with generous compensation for their troubles. However, Yamamoto Yuki showed little interest in the compensation, expressing only a desire for the old man to cease his harassment of her and her daughter. Her singular request was simple. "Mr. Song, could you please untie me? I wish to see my daughter." Chapter 18, A Moment of Compassion. A few minutes later, Song Haokuen assisted the widow Yamamoto Yuki to the door of Yamamoto Mirai's room. Yet, as they approached, peculiar sounds reached their ears, prompting both to halt in their tracks. Song Haokuen regarded Yamamoto Yuki with a playful expression, while she, her face flushed, quickly turned away, eventually uttering, "Mr. Song, could you kindly step aside?" "Of course," he replied with a smile, retreating to his room, where the dawn had begun to break. However, Song Haokuen merely collapsed onto his bed, for the night had been exceedingly eventful, and he needed to rest and recuperate. Yet, scarcely had he closed his eyes when visions of Yamamoto Yuki's exquisite form invaded his dreams. One could only say that this woman was exceptionally alluring. Additionally, the challenges posed by a single mother, a widow, and the proprietor of a clothing store would be overwhelming for even the most erudite of individuals, like Song Haokuin. Awakening from his slumber, driven by hunger, he rose to devour 2 servings of prepared pig trotters and subsequently perused the news on his phone. Unsurprisingly, the headlines were inundated with reports of a terror attack at Tokyo port. The inferno was still raging, with casualties and missing persons exceeding 2,000, and the truth remained elusive. The direct economic losses were estimated at an astonishing 130 million, with indirect losses deemed incalculable. A nationwide lament echoed, and high-ranking officials of the island nation condemned the act, labeling it an unprecedented terror attack and vowing that the perpetrators would face the most severe consequences. The online discourse was rife with outrage, denouncing such acts of terrorism. Those responsible should face the ultimate punishment, they argued. The rising prices were a stark reminder that the repercussions of such chaos were felt by all. Previously, it had been the logistics park, and now, with the devastation at Tokyo Port and Kagura Logistics Park, one could only wonder if these madmen intended to starve the nation. Surely, this was a retaliatory act orchestrated by the pandas. The domestic traitors should be dealt with harshly. With a sardonic smile, Song Haokuin scrolled through a few comments before shutting off his phone, drawn to the enticing aroma wafting from the small dining area. At that moment, the restaurant was devoid of patrons. A mother and daughter, clad in casual loungewear, were enjoying their meal when they turned to greet him upon hearing his footsteps. Observing their striking resemblance, akin to sisters rather than a mother and daughter, Song Haokuin approached them with a smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he joined their table. Aware of his considerable appetite, Yamamoto Yuki prepared several of her signature dishes as a gesture of gratitude for his valor the previous night. Allowing Song Haokuin and Yamamoto Mirai to indulge first. Starved, he did not hesitate to dig in. Yamamoto Mirai, sporting pigtails and clad in a white t-shirt and shorts, paused her meal to offer her bowl to him with an innocent smile. "Brother, please eat first. I'm not hungry." "Thank you." Song Haokuin graciously accepted the bowl, quickly consuming its contents before returning to his meal. Within 2 minutes, he had polished off their lunch, prompting Yamamoto Mirai to cheerfully inquire, "Brother, I have some snacks in my room. Would you like me to fetch them for you?" "No, thank you." He rubbed his somewhat full belly and glanced toward the kitchen, where Yamamoto Yuki was busy. "Your mother's culinary skills are quite impressive. That is only natural. Our family hails from a lineage of culinary excellence." Yamamoto Mirai proudly lifted her chin at his compliment. "My grandfather was even referred to as the tempura sage." "Indeed, quite remarkable." Song Haokuin chuckled in agreement. Yet his mind wandered to the well-known reputation of the beings from your island, whose titles of immortal seemed rather inexpensive, as they were as numerous as the eccentricities that plagued them. With this thought, an impulsive question escaped his lips. "Is there anyone in your family named Yamamoto Kazuo?" To his amusement, Yamamoto Yuki, with her delicate and charming visage, burst into laughter, clutching her stomach, and after her mirth subsided, she replied, "Brother, have you watched too many zombie films?" Song Haokuin merely rolled his eyes and shrugged. He was aware that this was not a world akin to a date with a zombie. If Yamamoto Kazuo were indeed a zombie, the old lecher from last night would have had no need for his intervention. Thus, he casually shifted the conversation to a different topic. However, as their conversation progressed, it inevitably led to the subject of Yamamoto Kazuo's father. His name was Liu Huaqiang, a man who had come to the island to earn a living. Observing Liu Huaqiang's honest demeanor and decent appearance, Yamamoto Yuki's father, seeing the family's financial struggles, entertained the notion of having Liu Huaqiang marry into their family. Thus, with the old man's persuasion, Yamamoto Yuki and Liu Huaqiang wed. Then came the sorrowful topic regarding Yamamoto Kazuo's father, who had passed away last year. As she mentioned this, Yamamoto Kazuo revealed her own Chinese name, Liu Yu. Coughing at the name, Song Haokuin could not contain himself. Noticing his peculiar reaction, Yamamoto Kazuo inquired, "Brother, is there something wrong with that name?" "Not at all." He quickly shook his head. "It's just that I had a high school classmate with the same name. She went abroad and, through her hard work and perseverance, became quite a renowned figure. Could this person be your ex-girlfriend?" Yamamoto Kazuo teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief, as if she had seen through his facade. "Not at all," Song Haokuin retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Were it not for Yamamoto Kazuo being a lovely young lady, he might have lost his temper altogether. Half an hour later, Song Haokuin indulged in the feast that Yamamoto Yuki had meticulously prepared. A delightful fusion of Japanese and Chinese cuisine. The spread included tuna sushi, soft-fried tempura, braised fish, and a secret stir-fried pork dish, which left him utterly satisfied. Simultaneously, a resolution formed within him. He decided to extend a benevolent offer to shelter this kind and endearing mother-daughter duo when the time of human strife arrived, envisioning a future where they would prepare meals exclusively for him. With this thought in mind, he pondered how to transport them to Kanagawa. He felt a sense of distrust towards the pair. If he were to inform them directly that an impending frozen apocalypse awaited within a month, they might deem him a madman or something equally bizarre. After a moment of contemplation, Song Haokuen devised two rather effective methods, characterized by their simplicity and directness. The first approach was rather cunning. Before the apocalypse arrived, he would graciously invite the mother and daughter to visit Kanagawa, or perhaps request their assistance. It was as straightforward as that. If they were reluctant to come, he could simply take matters into his own hands, drive over, and abduct them without hesitation. Upon formulating this plan, Song Haokuen's mind opened up to new possibilities. Beyond these two individuals, he could extend the same strategy to others as well. After all, to thrive in the post-apocalyptic world, a household requires a variety of talents. The cleanliness of a makeshift hotel necessitates diligent workers, while the management of utilities demands knowledgeable individuals. Moreover, should illness strike, a doctor would be indispensable. Contemplating this, Song Haokuen felt a twinge of headache. While securing resources was made effortless with his otherworldly space, living beings posed a different challenge. He had privately experimented numerous times, only to discover that his space could only harbor inanimate objects. Reflecting on these matters, Song Haokuen suddenly sensed the weight of responsibility resting heavily upon him, realizing that careful planning was imperative. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Mirai observed the subtle changes in him. "Brother, is Mother's cooking unpalatable?" she inquired. "No, it's quite delicious," Song Haokuen replied, shaking his head as he regained focus, then discreetly winked at Yamamoto Yuki. An old adage from the East states that it is easy to fall from frugality into extravagance, but difficult to descend from indulgence into simplicity. The thought of not being able to frequently savor the culinary delights prepared by his lady left him with a lingering sense of melancholy. Oh, how wonderful it would be to indulge in her artistry every day. With a somewhat peculiar expression, Song Haokuen voiced his sentiments, leaving Yamamoto Yuki too bashful to meet his gaze. However, Yamamoto Mirai, intrigued, asked, "Brother Song, what do you do?" "My family previously engaged in trade, and I have recently invested in a hotel in Kanagawa. If you have time, you are welcome to visit." Song Haokuen fabricated a background on the spot, laying the groundwork for his invitation to the two. "Really? I've never been to Kanagawa," Yamamoto Mirai exclaimed, having learned that he arrived in a sports car, naturally perceiving him as a scion of a wealthy family. Consequently, her interest in Song Haokuen intensified. Noticing her excitement, he smiled lightly. "You are always welcome to visit. I shall cover all expenses." "Hooray!" Yamamoto Mirai exclaimed, her spirits soaring at Song Haokuen's generosity, seemingly eager to accompany him immediately. Yet, Yamamoto Yuki was acutely aware that opportunities rarely fall from the sky. If she and Yamamoto Mirai were to venture to Kanagawa, regardless of Yamamoto Mirai's fate, she herself would undoubtedly endure considerable hardship. Thus, Yamamoto Yuki interjected with an excuse. "We have afternoon classes to catch up on. Let us hurry and pack up. We can't spend our days merely dreaming of play." Upon hearing her mother's words, Yamamoto Mirai pouted her delicate lips. Yet, in secret, she stealthily extended her little hand towards Song Haokuen and playfully beckoned him with her pinky finger, her sparkling eyes blinking rapidly. Observing this, Song Haokuen smiled and reciprocated by linking his pinky with hers, solidifying their unspoken agreement. Only then did the little girl depart joyfully, while Song Haokuen, after her exit, cast a teasing glance at Yamamoto Yuki. "Madam Yamamoto," he began, yet to his surprise, Yamamoto Yuki's cheeks flushed once more, akin to a startled kitten retreating in haste. "No, last night was merely a misunderstanding. We cannot err again. There is no need for concern, madam. I merely wish to bid you farewell. It has been a pleasure encountering you during this Tokyo sojourn. I hope we may cross paths again." Song Haokuen reassured her with a warm smile, his voice imbued with gentleness. After expressing these sentiments, he rose slightly, nodded, and elegantly turned to leave. However, upon witnessing Song Haokuen's swift departure, Yamamoto Yuki felt an unforeseen emptiness within her. Indeed, she too had dreamt of him the previous night. How could she forget the gallant Song Haokuen, a young man imbued with the mystique of the East? Yet, she remained a traditional and shy woman, watching him depart without uttering a word of retention, merely biting her lip in contemplation before releasing a heavy sigh. Fast forward 10 days. After a carefree sojourn in Tokyo, Song Haokuen had indulged in leisure by day, feasting and reveling, only to transform into a master thief by night. According to incomplete statistics, he had looted 17 shopping malls, 2 goldsmiths, 3 jewelry stores, 7 hardware shops, 8 clothing boutiques, countless internet CAFs, and various game and DVD stores, as well as numerous restaurants and small warehouses. With provisions ample enough to sustain him for thousands of years, he finally departed the bustling metropolis of Tokyo. Before his return journey, he passed by the Yamamoto family and once more. This time, he saw Yamamoto Yuki in the dead of night. Finding her door unexpectedly unlocked, he smoothly entered her room, where he beheld the sight of her long hair cascading over her shoulders, clad only in a white silk strapless dress. The following day, Song Haokuen departed with nonchalance, making his way back to Kanagawa Prefecture. Before leaving, he casually hung the closed sign for Yamamoto Yuki. That afternoon, upon returning to the familiar surroundings of Kanagawa, he promptly arrived at the Caesar Palace Hotel. Upon learning that Aoi Iase was resting that day, he ordered a lavish feast to reward himself. Interestingly, an uninvited guest appeared, none other than the enchanting pianist, Yukari Matsukase, whose figure was even more striking than Aoi's, adorned in a black traditional qipao. The stockings on her legs barely reached above her knees, revealing almost her entire thigh through the high slit of her cheongsam, along with a glimpse of violet beauty. Thus, Song Haokuen engaged in delightful conversation with the enchanting musician. After lunch, he took her for a drive in his sports car to the outskirts. 2 hours later, he delivered her back home. Interestingly, the intersection of Mihua town where this woman resided was not far from Li Bingshin's residence. Haokuen, wouldn't you come in for a visit? I'm quite adept at brewing tea. His wife, gazed affectionately at him as the car halted at their doorstep. Perhaps another time. I have much to attend to, Song Haokuen replied, suddenly reminded of Li Bingshin, which cast a shadow over his mood. He hastily concocted an excuse to decline Yuno's invitation. Let us arrange another meeting then. Do await my call. Yuno, clearly understanding the nature of men, smiled sweetly at Song Haokuen and bestowed a gentle kiss before alighting from the car. However, once she departed, Song Haokuen discovered remnants left on the seat. This black and violet fabric belonged to Yuno. That little vixen. Could she be trained by the same master as Ling Saichio? Song Haokuen's lips curved into a perfect smile as he stored these tokens in his space. Yet, in a mere instant, the car door was abruptly yanked open, and a voluptuous figure with golden, wavy hair and bronzed skin slid into the passenger seat, exuding a fragrant aura. Guiyueyao? The familiar scent and visage caused Song Haokuen's expression to darken. If he were to name the two women he despised most in this world, Li Bingshin would be his foremost choice, followed closely by the insufferable Guiyueyao. At that moment, Guiyueyao gazed at him with increasing fondness, especially upon witnessing him behind the wheel of a luxury car, further solidifying his identity as a privileged heir. She was resolute in seizing an opportunity to claim him. Hee. It's been a few days, and Haokuen-san seems even more charming, she cooed. Speak plainly. I have other matters to attend to, and I do not wish to waste my time, Song Haokuen retorted coldly, suppressing the urge to thrust her from the vehicle as she clung to him in a desperate manner. Oh, don't be so heartless. Guiyueyao assumed that Song Haokuen was venting his ire at her due to Li Bingshin. She nestled against his arm, pressing her ample bosom against him in a playful manner. Haokuen, that woman Li Bingshin looks down on others, always seeking to latch onto wealthy heirs. She has always treated you with utmost courtesy. In fact, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Had it not been for that wretched Li Bingshin acting too swiftly, I would have already confessed my love to you. Seeing her shamelessness, Song Haokuen couldn't help but respond with a cold laugh. Are you finished? If so, kindly exit my vehicle. Guiyueyao, however, was resolute as a turtle munching on a scale, clinging tightly to Song Haokuen's arm with an alluring demeanor while imparting upon him a plethora of information. Haokuen, do not be angry, I genuinely like you. You have a preference for women with ample bosoms, right? Well, I possess a natural 38, unlike that deceitful Li Bingshin, who resorts to enhancements. You can even verify for yourself. Let me tell you, Li Bingshin is nothing but a cheap, tarnished woman. The number of men I know she has slept with could form an entire battalion. Moreover, she has undergone abortion more than once, making her future prospects of motherhood exceedingly bleak. She even frequently engages in escorting, entertaining wealthy older gentlemen. Chapter 20. The Thoughts of a Wretched Woman. It seems my astute judgment has unveiled this wretched individual with just a bit of pocket money. After hearing all about Li Bingshin's sordid affairs, a cold smirk curled on Song Haokuen's lips, his mind reveling at the thought of her future, where her chest would bear 2 ice-like lumps. Who could argue otherwise? It only reinforces your wisdom. Noticing a change in Song Haokuen's expression, Guiyueyao flattered him further. This woman feigned aloofness at school, portraying herself as a pure white lotus. Yet in private, she was thoroughly debased. Despite my sun-kissed skin, I still hold my ground, while Li Bingshin has long been tarnished. However, as she spoke, Song Haokuin regarded her with a playful smile, questioning the motives of this woman who seemed to share a foul affinity with Li Bingxin. If she is so despicable, why do you remain inseparable from her, acting as her close confidant? I am not her confidant. I am merely biding my time for revenge, Gu Yueyao retorted, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Regrettably, this world is rife with sycophants who think with their lower halves. Few possess the intelligence and wisdom that you do. No matter how much I counsel them, they remain oblivious. When queried by Song Haokuin, Gu Yueyao's round eyes darted, attempting to present her case as convincingly as possible. Furthermore, my first boyfriend was stolen away by her, which is why I endure her presence, gathering evidence of her misdeeds, waiting for the day I can expose her mercilessly, leaving her utterly humiliated and reviled. Enduring such indignities must be quite taxing for you. Listening to this woman spin her fabrications, Song Haokuin couldn't help but admire her audacity. It was evident that for an ordinary person to embody the role of a scoundrel was no easy feat. Her shamelessness, eloquence, and quick-wittedness surpassed that of 99% of the populace. Let us not dwell on that wretched individual. The mere thought incites frustration. Perceiving Song Haokuin's skepticism, Gu Yueyao hastily shifted the topic, inquiring, Haokuin, I haven't seen you at school these past few days. Have you been out purchasing a vehicle? Perhaps a shopping spree in Tokyo to clear your mind, as having a car would be more convenient for outings. Song Haokuin casually concocted an excuse, forcefully extricating his arm from Gu Yueyao's grasp. I have matters to attend to. Please exit the vehicle. Don't. I have never ridden in such an expensive car before. It must cost several tens of millions, right? Gu Yueyao finally caught up with Song Haokuin, and how could she easily let him go? Haokuin, take me for a spin. Wherever you go is fine. I promise to stay quietly in the car. I beg you, please. Song Haokuin had never encountered such a brazen woman, yet observing her tenacity, coupled with the information she had shared, inspired him with a clever scheme to retaliate against Li Bingxin. Thus, he made a visit to a nearby luxury watch store, browsing without purchasing anything. However, upon exiting, he found himself adorned with a timepiece, a Patek Philippe 5073, boasting a silver case and a blue dial. This limited edition watch features a minute repeater with both church bell chime and perpetual calendar functions. Its bezel is adorned with 103 elongated natural diamonds, complemented by an additional 55 diamonds embedded in the dial and clasp, exuding an air of opulence. This exquisite timepiece is valued at approximately 200 million yen, equating to around 10 million yuan. It was a watch that Song Haokuin had acquired through a heist in Tokyo, albeit it was merely a mid-range piece in his collection. He chose to bring it out due to its significant value and high market recognition, making it easily identifiable. To ensure Gu Yueyao, this little vixen, would notice, he deliberately raised his hand, feigning a phone conversation. Did he buy a watch? It looks so beautiful and dazzling. As a scheming young woman, Gu Yueyao was well acquainted with luxury cars and high-end watches, especially since Song Haokuin had entered a prestigious watch shop. She had previously dated a wealthy heir who frequented such places, and she knew that even the cheapest timepiece here would cost at least $1 million. Thus, upon spotting that blue dial, with its unmistakable Patek Philippe design, she immediately began searching online. After entering a few keywords, silver ring, blue background, diamonds, Patek Philippe, the images and suggested retail price for the Patek Philippe 5073 Super Limited Edition appeared. Over 225 million. Did he just spend over 200 million for a brief visit? My goodness. Gu Yueyao stared at her phone screen, then mechanically turned to look at Song Haokuin, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She first examined his face, then her gaze fell upon the watch dial. How could he casually carry around a timepiece worth over 200 million? Just how wealthy was his family? However, after the momentary shock, she could not suppress her cunning laughter. Ha! Li Bingxin, you blind fool. Yet she quickly covered her mouth, realizing how close Song Haokuin was. Should he notice her reaction, it would be utterly embarrassing. Thus, she swiftly composed herself, resolving to fully align herself with Song Haokuin. If she could firmly attach herself to him, her future would be secure. All men think with their lower halves. This time, luck is undoubtedly on my side. As she spoke, she excitedly licked her enticing crimson lips. In her attempts to seduce Song Haokuin, she had even discarded her lingerie. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her embarrassing display had been entirely observed by Song Haokuin. Soon after finishing a so-called phone call, he returned to the car. Gu Yueyao's demeanor became increasingly solicitous, her body swaying dramatically, fearful that Song Haokuin might overlook her alluring assets. Eventually, she lifted her beautiful legs, placing her delicate feet on the windshield, reaching out to entice Song Haokuin to touch her. However, in response to her blatant seduction, Song Haokuin merely asked indifferently, Li Bingxin, where's the hospital for the surgery? Even after she has treated you this way, do you still intend to see her? Gui Weiyao felt a chill upon hearing his words. She was determined to prevent Song Haokuin from rekindling his old flame with Li Bingxin. Absolutely not. I am not going to the hospital to see her. Did you not express a desire to expose her? Then do show me properly. Song Haokuin replied with a cold smile, his gaze teasingly fixed on Gui Weiyao. If your actions please me, then that exquisite wristwatch shall be yours. In the cosmetic surgery hospital, on the 3rd floor, Li Bingxin, having just undergone surgery, remained confined to her bed during the observation period. However, even while lying down, she had not been idle. During her days of absence, she had been actively interacting with her followers, reaping a bounty of virtual rewards. In just a couple of days, she had earned back the money for her breast augmentation. Just as she received a red envelope from a classmate enamored with her, she suddenly received a message from Gui Weiyao. Darling, you must check your moments. Upon seeing this message, Li Bingxin opened her moments without hesitation. What she discovered was a post from Gui Weiyao, visible only to her, showcasing her silicone-enhanced chest that nearly caused her to explode with rage. Gui Weiyao wrote, "So happy to experience Brother Kuin's luxury car." The accompanying photograph captured Gui Weiyao in a side-profile selfie, flashing a peace sign, while Song Haokuin, seated behind the wheel of a luxury vehicle, sported an expensive watch on his wrist. As a more seasoned seductress than Gui Weiyao, she immediately recognized the watch, a Patek Philippe valued at over 10 million yuan. Chapter 21. I never deceive beautiful women. Damn it. Damn it. Song Haokuin. That scoundrel is neither a mere convenience store clerk nor a stinky food delivery boy. He is, in fact, a privileged heir living life to the fullest, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Li Bingxin's heart ached as she gazed upon that post, feeling an unbearable pain. The sight of that watch worth millions, and Gui Yao's smug smile ignited a fury within her. Her expression twisted in a snarl, as if she were ready to devour someone. That wretched woman. That wretched woman. That fish is mine. With a fierce determination, she dialed Gui Yao's number, suppressing her rising anger. Yao Yao, how did you end up with Song Haokuin? We're fated. I happened to run into him on the road. What is the matter? You two have broken up. So must I sever ties with Haokuin? Gui Yao's voice dripped with mockery, her tone laced with an unmistakable flavor of sarcasm. Li Bingxin was taken aback. Hearing her usually complimentary friend speak to her in such a manner nearly provoked a torrent of expletives. Yet, with Song Haokuin by Gui Yao's side and their own relationship still unresolved, she restrained herself, adopting a pitiful tone. Yao Yao, please don't misunderstand. That is not what I meant. I genuinely like Song Haokuin. Although I've dated several boyfriends, Haokuin gives me a different feeling. He is wise, dignified, and profoundly reserved. Unlike those arrogant and mindless rich heirs, there's a unique aura about him. Gui Weiyao, aware that Li Bingxin was fishing for sympathy, interrupted her increasingly elaborate monologue. Li Bingxin, stop pretending. I know exactly who you are. If you recognize Song Haokuin's wisdom and dignity, you should also realize that your little tricks won't fool my brother Haokuin. Yao Yao, why are you doing this? I considered you my best sister. Why would you want to frame me? Li Bingxin's eyes blazed with fury, her fists clenched white with rage, yet her tone remained pitiful, with tears glistening in her eyes. Gui Weiyao internally scoffed, thinking, you truly are a master of theatrics. With your skills, it would be a shame not to audition for the Oscars. Li Bingxin, am I slandering you? Spare me. Don't you know what you've done? Gui Weiyao retorted coldly before dropping a heavy bombshell. Shall I expose your chat records? Should I reveal your contact list? Do you want me to dig up all your ex-boyfriends? Gui Weiyao, have you lost your mind? Li Bingxin instinctively shot up from her hospital bed, only to feel a sharp pain as blood seeped from her stitched wound. But in that moment, her overwhelming anger pushed her to shout, are you trying to drag me down with you? You have my secrets, but don't think I don't have yours. Huh, I certainly am not as despicable as you. I can barely measure up to even half of your disgrace. Gui Weiyao spat out cruelly before hanging up the phone, turning immediately to Song Haokuin to seek validation. Brother Kuin, I did quite well, didn't I? However, Song Haokuin did not return her enthusiasm with a warm expression, merely responding with indifference. Is that all? I observed the dissatisfaction etched upon Song Haokuin's face, while Gui Weiyao, biting her lip in embarrassment, attempted to explain herself. Li Bingxin was also privy to many of my affairs, and we were bound to encounter one another at school in the future. She even knew the location of my hometown. If she truly intended to sever ties completely, I would have no choice but to disembark. Song Haokuin, however, was disinterested in her trivialities, coldly fixing her with a gaze that demanded her to utter those two words. Gui Weiyao yearned to elaborate, yet the frigid and eerie stare from Song Haokuin sent a shiver through her being, a visceral fear that emanated from her very soul. Consequently, she refrained from speaking further and exited the vehicle. After her departure, Song Haokuin closed the car door and drove off, his destination the hospital where Li Bingxin was situated. His intention, of course, was to witness her disgraceful state. In the wake of Song Haokuin's departure, Gu Yueyao swiftly realized a significant fact. Her relationship with Li Bingxin had irreparably soured, and there was no returning to the past. Given that conniving woman's nature, it was likely that Li Bingxin would strike first before Gu Yueyao could act. Rather than live in constant trepidation, it would be more prudent to sever ties completely. At least then, she could secure a valuable watch. This timepiece, worth over 200 million yen, would ensure her comfort for the remainder of her life. Cursed be the moment I acted so foolishly. As these thoughts coursed through Gu Yueyao's mind, she hastily regretted her decision and pulled out her phone to call Song Haokuin. Yet, he had already blocked her, arriving swiftly at the hospital where Li Bingxin was located. However, upon reaching the ward Gu Yueyao had mentioned, Song Haokuin found it devoid of her presence. Could she have already been discharged? He surveyed the empty room with suspicion, but soon a nurse emerged. Sir, are you here to see Miss Li Bingxin? She inquired. Yes, Song Haokuin nodded, asking, has she been discharged? The nurse, a petite figure with a cherubic face, replied no. Miss Li has just experienced a sudden complication. The sutures on her breast implants have ruptured, and she has been taken into emergency care. Ah, I see. Song Haokuin struggled to suppress a smile at this news, maintaining his composure in front of others. However, just as he expressed his gratitude and prepared to leave, the amiable nurse hesitantly added, Sir, there's something I'm unsure whether to share. Please, do tell. He replied with a warm smile directed at the enthusiastic nurse clad in scrubs and adorned with white stockings. In the past few days, at least 11 men have come to visit Miss Li Bingxin, the nurse remarked, stealing a glance at Song Haokuin's watch, recognizing its considerable worth, which prompted her to engage him in conversation. Thank you for the heads up. However, I am here to end things with her, Song Haokuin stated. Having noticed the nurse's keen observation, yet responding with a gentlemanly smile. Is it true? The charming and legally recognized young nurse's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. Of course, I would never deceive a lovely lady. With a smile, Song Haokuin produced the keys to his sports car. May I inquire your name, miss? Perhaps you would indulge me in a drive and dinner? Certainly. My name is Yusaka Shinyuki. Taken aback by Song Haokuin's directness, Yusaka Shinyuki returned his smile, her beautiful eyes curving like crescent moons. Please hold on a moment. I shall change into something else. However, Song Haokuin gently grasped her hand, saying, no need. You look splendid as you are. I like it. Chapter 22. Countdown, 2 days. In the opulent setting of the Catherine Western restaurant that evening, the atmosphere was alive with the passionate performance of a violinist, while tables were adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies. Song Haokuin and Yusaka Shinyuki sat across from each other. After a piece concluded, Yusaka, now donned in a Tiffany Lolita dress, glanced at the bag on the floor containing her nurse's uniform, stockings, and undergarments. Recalling the events of earlier, her cheeks flushed with a delightful hue. Yusaka timidly inquired, Brother, this restaurant must be quite expensive, right? Not at all, Song Haokuin replied with a smile before asking. What did you study before becoming a nurse at the cosmetic surgery hospital? I studied dental medicine and nursing. A sense of pride illuminated Yusaka's expression as she continued. I am currently preparing for my medical license. I passed 2 subjects last year, and if I pass 1 more this year, I can become a dentist. That is truly impressive, Song Haokuin complimented warmly, mentally noting Yusaka's talent. After all, a toothache is no trifling matter. It can be excruciating. Such a person will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Just as he contemplated this, his attention was drawn to the restaurant's television broadcasting the news, with the stunning Miyakawa Maya reporting. Hello, I am Miyakawa Maya, currently positioned at Tokyo Port. After the tireless efforts of firefighters over the past several days, the sudden blaze has finally been extinguished. According to official reports, the confirmed casualties have reached 420, with 328 individuals still missing, marking direct economic losses of 847 billion, alongside indirect losses. Upon hearing this news, Song Haokuin felt a wave of delight wash over him. Yusaka Shinyuki, unaware of the reason behind his smile as she faced away from the television, was about to ask when Song Haokuin's phone vibrated. Buzz. He picked up his vibrating phone to discover a message from his soul friend, Hu Tiexiong, who had also come to study abroad. As for why he had only one friend, it was simply because most students studying abroad hailed from affluent backgrounds, something understood by those in the know. Individuals like him, who must toil at 2 jobs merely to make ends meet, stand as an anomaly among the ranks of international students, often regarded with disdain. Even the offspring of the affluent and the powerful view his presence as a disconcerting blemish within their circle. While we indulge in a lifestyle of excess and hedonism, he dedicates himself to diligent study and labor, embodying an untainted spirit amidst the mire. How could they possibly find solace in their hearts? Thus, whenever an opportunity arises, they unleash their scornful ridicule. They deride his decade of arduous study, questioning how it could possibly outweigh the endeavors of 3 generations. They remind him that he is merely a laborer whose survival hinges upon daily work, while a mere phone call can secure millions for them. Some even suggest he should return to his homeland, sparing them the embarrassment of his presence abroad. It seems that in a world where murkiness has become the norm, purity is perceived as a transgression. Ah, how amusing it is to recall these delightful classmates. A smirk reappears on Song Haokuen's lips. He muses, awaiting the arrival of the apocalypse. How will these second-generation elites maintain their lofty positions then? A scoff of disdain arises within him as he answers the call from a seasoned recluse, a renowned artist of paper figurines, and a connoisseur of films from the island nation. Hello? Basu, what can I do for you? Hey, you rascal. I heard you just charmed the class beauty. And now Gu Yueyao from the English department is seeking you out again. What did she say? Upon hearing this, Song Haokuen furrows his brow. He had previously cautioned Gu Yueyao not to reveal his wealth, ensuring that her social media posts were visible only to Li Bingxin. Nothing much. She just wants to contact you through me. She has something important to discuss. What transpired between you two? Don't tell me you're the one who started and then abandoned her. How tantalizing. Leave that be. In a few days, you'll know. I've heard rumors of a major typhoon and earthquakes. You should stock up on supplies at home. Relax. I'm a homebody with plenty of food. I could survive a month without stepping outside. But you, I hear many infatuated souls at school are spreading rumors about you, saying Li Bingxin and Gu Yueyao are involved with you, and your former boss, Wang, has been hanging around the school gates with some unsavory characters. Understood. Thanks for the heads up. Upon receiving Hu's well-meaning warning, Song Haokuen feels a flicker of gratitude. However, he has no intention of returning to school before the impending apocalypse. As for encounters thereafter, well, that would simply be their misfortune. After exchanging a few cursory words with Hu, Song Haokuen removes Gu Yueyao from his blacklist and dials her number directly. Haokuen-san, I have made my decision. This matter is not urgent. I'll be out and about for the next few days. Let us discuss it when I return. Oh, when will you be back? Probably by the end of August. After Song Haokuen finished speaking, he abruptly hung up the phone, once again relegating the person to his blacklist. The reason for pushing the timeline to the end of August was naturally due to the upcoming anniversary celebration of Kanagawa International University. The day following the celebration, a terrifying snowfall would arrive. On that day, Li Bingxin should be discharged from the hospital. He intended to orchestrate her social demise ahead of time. At the moment this thought crossed his mind, Gu Yueyao realized that she could not afford to confront Li Bingxin just yet. So she took a late-night taxi to meet an old friend. Upon their meeting, there was no tension. Instead, they engaged in amicable conversation. After all, both harbored secrets about one another, and neither wished for mutual destruction unless absolutely necessary. However, should the need arise, they would not hesitate to act decisively. On August 29th, at the Doomsday Hotel, Room 03, Song Haokuen dined elegantly on Western cuisine, glancing at his watch. It was 12:03, precisely 2 days before the anticipated snowfall. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the room swung open, revealing the long-absent Inoue Ruji. His face adorned with a carefree smile and a hint of mockery at the corners of his mouth, as if he had complete control over the situation. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, Song Haokuen merely acknowledged him with a calm, "Mr. Ruji, it's been a while." "Indeed, it has." Inoue Ruji replied with a brilliant and playful smile, pulling out a chair to sit sideways across from Song Haokuen. "Mr. Song seems to be living quite lavishly these days, either courting women or indulging in fine dining, or perhaps hitting the gym. When a poor man suddenly strikes it rich, he tends to indulge in some retail therapy." Aware that his companion had investigated and even followed him, Song Haokuen self-deprecatingly remarked, setting down his knife and fork with poise. "Hey." Seeing Song Haokuen so composed, Inoue Ruji smiled again. "Mr. Song, are you satisfied with the renovations here? I find them acceptable." Song Haokuen replied with a nod of agreement. Inoue Ruji immediately inquired, "When is your superior planning to come for an inspection?" "August 31st and September 1st, Song Haokuen stated, revealing the carefully prepared response. He then made a rather peculiar request. During these days, no men should remain in the hotel, and there is no need for unattractive female staff to come to work. It would be best to bring in a few young and beautiful ones, with a total not exceeding 10. Though this demand was somewhat outrageous, Inoue Ruji understood the underlying reasoning. It was merely a matter of Song Haokuen's superior being lecherous or wanting to avoid complications, so he readily complied. Haha, Should I arrange for more attractive female attendants as well? Chapter 23, Two Gifts. Upon hearing this, Song Haokuen pondered for a moment before looking at the smiling Inoue Ruji. Preparations can be made, but it is essential to select youthful and fresh individuals, avoiding those who are merely superficial and seasoned. The number should not exceed 5, as this figure has been determined for the sake of manageable control within the hotel. An excessive initial count would render oversight cumbersome. His intention is to gradually expand the population base of the apocalyptic hotel step by step following the arrival of the end times. Understood, understood. Upon hearing Song Haokuen's demands, Inoue Ruji smiled knowingly. Our island nation is not lacking in beautiful maidens. I could arrange 50 if you wish. However, Song Haokuen solemnly added, do not recruit haphazardly. I have no desire for any bioweapon to infiltrate our ranks. I simply require young, charming, and obedient individuals. Ha ha. It seems that this particular figure holds significant importance. Inoue Ruji's radiant smile returned, alleviating some of his earlier doubts. His suspicions arose from his investigation into Song Haokuen's network. The young masters and ladies at school displayed a notably disdainful attitude towards him. Would anyone truly seek to launder money through him? Furthermore, the funds Song Haokuen has been spending recently primarily came from Wang Fati, Wang Wei, and they had also investigated Wang Fati. The results revealed that while Wang Fati's family once held great prestige, they have now nearly been extinguished. Given their complete fallout, it was inconceivable that Wang Fati could be his employer. Thus, he could not fathom who might be backing Song Haokuen. Nevertheless, after observing Song Haokuen's demeanor today, he truly did not appear to be deceiving him. Moreover, he could not ascertain what Song Haokuen could possibly gain by misleading him. However, out of an abundance of caution, he had brought a different contract along. Rest assured, I will make all the necessary arrangements. However, this contract will require some amendments. How shall it be altered? Song Haokuen did not exhibit much surprise, receiving the contract without immediately perusing it. The situation is as follows. Observing Song Haokuen's calm confidence, Inoue Ruji felt a flicker of admiration. We have invested 50 million into the hotel renovations, during which we have declined several acquisition offers. Brother, it's not that I doubt your capabilities, but if this deal were to fall through, that 50 million would be lost. Brother, you know that the Thunder Dragon Society is not solely mine. This requires an account from you. Song Haokuen interrupted him directly, stating that before dawn on September 1st, someone would transfer 50 million to him. Upon hearing this, Inoue Ruji's smile broadened, as his skepticism towards Song Haokuen diminished significantly. Yet, he still wished to secure a portion of the profits up front. Once he accepted this portion of the funds, subsequent negotiations would proceed more smoothly. Regardless of the outcome, this money would not be refunded. Thus, he smiled once more and continued speaking. Mr. Song, I sincerely apologize. This was never my intention. It was merely my elder brother's desire to first receive 50 million yen to assess your capabilities. Therefore, there is no need for further discussion. I comprehend your concerns. Song Haokuen immediately discerned his avarice. He happened to possess a substantial sum in his pocket, yet he refrained from spending it out of caution. With the impending apocalypse in merely 2 days, retaining this money would serve little purpose, and it is unlikely anyone would trace it. We can provide the 50 million in advance, but we must first sign a contract for 5 billion over 10 years. As for the 10 billion contract, we shall wait for his approval. Haha, a deal. Seeing Song Haokuen agree so readily, Ruji Inoue felt his apprehensions dissipate, and he raised his hand to applaud 3 times with vigor. Mr. Song, your promptness is commendable. Thus, I cannot neglect my manners. I have prepared 2 small gifts for you. With his words, Ruji's subordinates opened the door. What greeted their eyes were 2 air hostesses, each a vision of beauty with model-like figures, their shapely legs elegantly clad in sheer stockings. As they sashayed in, flaunting their curves, 2 more ladies in uniforms followed closely behind, one in a blue dress and the other in red, sporting knee-high stockings in black and white respectively. Upon their entrance, Song Haokuen displayed no overt surprise. Instead, he calmly raised his glass to sip his drink. However, the introductions that followed truly took him aback. Hello, sir. I am Anya Yumi, and it is a pleasure to meet you, said the slightly plump air hostess. The slender one chimed in, Good day, sir. I am Hirorai Yuri, and I am delighted to serve you. The girl in a pink dress with a single ponytail said, Hello, sir. My name is Wang Shuelian, and my Japanese name is Sakurai Yumi. I hope my service will satisfy you. The girl in a blue dress with twin ponytails added, Hello, sir. I am Wang Gang. At this, Song Haokuen inadvertently spat out his red wine. Yet, the girl with twin ponytails simply smiled playfully and said, Haha, I was just joking. My name is Lu Ruyan, and my Japanese name is Karai Ran. That is a lovely name. Realizing the jest, Song Haokawin swiftly regained his composure, though he could not help but inquire, "You are truly not a cute girl, are you?" "Hee, you shall find out shortly," Lu Rian replied with a mischievous grin, playfully licking her pink lips with her petite tongue. However, witnessing her deliberate flirtation, Song Haokawin's demeanor grew cold. "Wang Gang, step outside, the rest may remain." Lu Rian was taken aback that she, the most stunning among them, was the one dismissed by Song Haokawin. Yet, Ryuji Inoue merely waved his hand, leading Lu Rian, or Kurai ran, away. Seeing her unwillingness to depart, Song Haokawin turned to Ryuji Inoue and remarked, "Did you not say there was another gift?" "Of course there is." Ryuji Inoue replied with an amused smile, then handed his phone to Song Haokawin. Upon receiving a call on his mobile device, Song Haokawin was taken aback to discover that the other party had initiated a video call. On the screen appeared his former employer, the rotund Wang Wei, alongside several ruffians whom Song Haokawin had encountered previously, all of whom were ensnared in a dimly lit warehouse. Just as he grasped his phone, a few burly arms adorned with tattoos brandished baseball bats, subsequently unleashing a flurry of blows upon them, rendering their cries for help inaudible. The menacing bald figure responsible for this ordeal then came into view, gripping Wang Wei's head menacingly and declaring, "Mr. Song is a valued guest of our Thunder Dragon Society. Should you dare to provoke him again, we shall make you vanish without a trace." Chapter 24. The Martial Enthusiast, Ito Mayuki. "Mr. Song, do you fancy this little gift I have for you?" In response to Song Haokawin's narrowed gaze upon the screen, Inoue Ryuji inquired with a smile. "It's acceptable." Song Haokawin replied with a cold demeanor, promptly returning the phone to Inoue Ryuji. "However, some matters are far more intriguing when handled personally. I trust Mr. Inoue would not wish for his toys to be mishandled by others." "Haha, indeed, I may have been overly concerned," Inoue Ryuji chuckled, his face still adorned with a smile. After all, he was on the verge of banking a staggering 1 billion. Successfully executing this transaction would not only forge connections with Song Haokawin's superior, but could also yield even greater profits. Thus, in a buoyant mood, he exchanged a few more pleasantries with Song Haokawin before signing the prearranged contract and departing the hotel with his subordinates. As for the enchanting Lu Rian, Inoue Ryuji merely cast a deep glance her way before leaving her outside Song Haokawin's door. Listening to the escalating chaos within the room, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes narrowed, and her elegantly arched eyebrows furrowed in discontent. "Humph, how dare you look down upon me? Just wait until I manage to charm your superior in a few days. You'll see how I make your life difficult." At 4 p.m., at the Mihua Town Gymnasium, having just enjoyed a vigorous game of mahjong, Song Haokawin, carrying a designer sports bag filled with high-end gear, arrived breathlessly at the familiar private room. This spacious suite, nearly 70 square meters, featured a slip-resistant beige floor, with an entire wall dedicated to mirrors facing south. Instead of conventional gym equipment, a variety of weaponry adorned the space: swords, spears, halberds, axes, and an array of Eastern arms, alongside the commonly seen Japanese katana. During his time back in Kanagawa Prefecture over the past few weeks, Song Haokawin's routine consisted of morning target practice, lavish lunches, afternoon training sessions at this venue, and a vibrant nightlife to cap off his evenings. With the affluence of luxury cars and watches at his disposal, this once lowly man had now enjoyed the company of dozens of elegant and intellectual women who had previously seemed unattainable, fully savoring the pleasures that wealth could bestow. In this gym, Song Haokawin has experienced 3 romantic encounters, 2 with the gym's stunning trainers, whose beauty is undeniable, and whose physiques are both alluring and powerful. As for the third, she is merely a gold digger, seeking wealthy patrons in the gym. Today, as he just entered, the short-haired Shikawa Kasumi, adorned in pink yoga shorts and a white-fitted tank top, suddenly appeared behind him. "Haokawin, what a coincidence to see you here," she exclaimed, faced with this beautiful woman, who possesses an enticing figure and a vibrant personality. Song Haokawin responded with a cool, indifferent nod. Sensing his lack of enthusiasm, Shikawa Kasumi warmly wrapped her arms around his. "I'd love to watch your training today, and then perhaps we could dine together tonight, if that's all right." "Apologies, I can allow you to observe my training, but I have prior engagements this evening." Song Haokawin politely declined the charming young lady, and he spoke the truth. Tonight, Yamamoto Yuki and her daughter Yamamoto Mirai were coming over, as Song Haokawin had invited them under the pretext of needing their assistance to entertain esteemed guests. "Oh, in that case, let us reschedule." Shikawa Kasumi feigned a gentle and sunny demeanor, tilting her head and flashing a sweet smile at Song Haokawin. However, he was entirely immune to such charms now. After a brief warm-up, his coach arrived, Ito Mayuki, a former Olympic fencing champion from her homeland. She is known as the 23rd successor of the Ito explosive kill style. Not only is she adept in the sword arts of her nation and the eastern lands, but she is also proficient in various martial arts including Bajikwan, Muay Thai, Taekwondo, and Karate. Furthermore, she skillfully wields weapons displayed on the walls, demonstrating her prowess with impressive flair. Particularly, she idolizes Bruce Lee and excels in the use of nunchaku. When Song Haokwen first encountered her, he assumed she was merely a pretty face. However, after being thoroughly outclassed by her, despite his physique being double that of an average adult male, he enrolled in her classes. For the past few weeks, he has shown unwavering commitment. Even after a game of mahjong with a few acquaintances, he would quickly refuel and rush to train with her. "Good day, Mr. Song. Let us begin our warm-up," Ito Mayuki said, her voice cool as she appeared in a sleek black athletic outfit, immediately getting to the point. "Very well," he replied, appreciating the way this fierce woman concealed her remarkable physique beneath her sportswear, exuding an aura akin to that of a leopard. The two began their formal warm-up, followed by one-on-one guidance from Ito Mayuki. Currently, Song Haokwen is focusing on two forms of martial arts. First, unarmed combat, free fighting, and second, the use of a large cold weapon, as he enjoys a bold and expansive fighting style, which is well suited for a novice like him. Although he possesses firearms and crossbows, he chooses to endure the rigors of martial training. This decision stems from his understanding that with the onset of the apocalypse, there exists a fortunate few, akin to him, who awaken to extraordinary abilities. Yet, there are also some unfortunate souls, including even the most endearing domestic pets, who transform into mindless monstrosities, cannibalistic fiends. For instance, merely days after the onset of the apocalypse, the anguished cries echoed throughout the vicinity. According to reports from neighbors in the community chat group, it had once been a stray cat from the neighborhood. At an unknown moment, it had surged into their building's corridor, and a brave neighbor had captured its image. By then, the feline had grown to over 2 meters in length, resembling an adult golden tabby from the northeast. Song Haokwen remained uncertain about the foes he might encounter in the future, or the creatures that awaited him. His sole objective now was to enhance his strength by any means possible, ensuring his survival in this chaotic world and securing a prolonged existence amidst the ruin. At 6:30 in the evening, utterly exhausted and drenched in perspiration, Song Haokwen collapsed to the ground. Seizing the moment, Kashiwagi Yoshiko approached him, gently and attentively offering a massage. The sweat-drenched beauty coach, Ito Mayuki, plopped down beside him, spreading her legs. Having shed her black sports attire, she now wore a snug black crop top, her ample bosom rising and falling with each labored breath. Her lower body was clad in matching form-fitting leggings, her robust thighs and pert dairy tightly encased within. As Song Haokwen inadvertently caught a glimpse of her voluptuous figure, his thoughts were abruptly drawn to a singular term, curvaceous. At that precise moment, Ito Mayuki seemed to sense the connection, turning to meet his gaze. Ahem. Faced with this sudden eye contact, Song Haokwen awkwardly averted his eyes. Just then, a phone call arrived, providentially alleviating his embarrassment. However, it was this very call that sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 25, Takadani Reika. Takadani Reika. Hello? May I speak with Mr. Song Haokwen? Indeed. How may I assist you? Upon hearing the soft, melodious voice, Song Haokwen initially assumed he was being pursued by yet another gold digger attempting to reach him through some means. Yet, the ensuing words immediately piqued his caution. Takadani Reika. Hello? This is the Kanagawa Police Department. I am Officer Takadani Reika. Badge number. We need to confirm a few matters with you, and I ask for your full cooperation. Huh. Do you think I would fall for such a fraudulent call? Let me tell you, this tactic has long been played out in our country. Young lady, considering your youthful voice, the law's net is vast and inescapable. Perhaps you should reconsider and find a man to marry instead. With a burgeoning sense of wariness, Song Haokwen initiated a pretense of cordiality. Although he had been mistaken for a scammer more than once, Takadani Reika was nonetheless taken aback by Song Haokwen's retort. Her ambition is to become a powerful woman, an independent and successful individual. Mr. Song Haokwen, I assure you, I am not a scam call. You may verify this through the contact number of the Kanagawa police station that I am utilizing. Moreover, shall I presume you are about to request my identification number, passport number, family address, and educational background? Song Haokwen's tone grew increasingly disdainful, and he interjected, Next, you will threaten me with credit reports or unrelated cases, claiming I am entangled in significant legal matters. If I do not provide a deposit, you will either arrest me or deport me, correct? Silence. Hearing the mockery in Song Haokwen's voice, the rosy-cheeked Takadani Koiki suppressed her urge to utter profanities, clenched her fists, and raised her voice to interrupt him. I have already informed you that we are from the Kanagawa police station. We will not demand any deposit. We are merely conducting a routine inquiry. You need only answer a few questions, or we will send someone to visit you in person. Fine, go ahead. I am curious to see what tricks you will employ. Song Haokuin's tone remained laced with subtle sarcasm as he approached the floor-to-ceiling window. His unusual behavior stemmed from the need to provoke an emotional response from his interlocutor before extracting the desired information. Takadani Koyuki pressed on. Please recount your itinerary for August 2nd. It has been nearly a month. Do you expect me to remember? Upon hearing this, Song Haokuin realized it pertained to the investigation of the theft at the Lugong Logistics Park. However, he was uncertain whether they had already gathered pertinent information or were merely casting a wide net with their inquiries. Takadani Koyuki urged, just mention what you can recall. All right. I am eager to see what you will concoct, he replied. In the morning, I was delivering food and cannot recall much. In the afternoon, I worked at a convenience store, had a conflict with my boss, resigned, and returned home. Later, I went to a restaurant, met a woman, and we planned to watch a movie. However, instead of consummating our intentions, I ended up watching television alone in my hotel room. Haha. Takadani Koyuki could not help but smirk at his words. With a mouth like yours, it's no wonder you lost your job and failed to find companionship. Yet, her laughter was overheard by Song Haokuin, who immediately questioned her over the phone. What are you laughing at? Takadani Koyuki sensed that Song Haokuin's defenses had been breached and teasingly replied, You must have misheard. Police officers are professionally trained and do not laugh. Regardless of how amusing it may be. Repeat your badge number. I wish to file a complaint. Song Haokuin's tone carried a hint of excitement, yet his spirits lifted considerably, as he sensed that this female officer was likely engaged in a broad investigative inquiry. It is perhaps due to the simultaneous incidents of theft and fire at the logistics park in Kanagawa, in Tokyo, that they are investigating personnel information from Kanagawa to Tokyo during the time of the crime. Fortunately, he has been cautious, committing random acts only in Tokyo. Upon returning to Kanagawa, he refrained from further offenses. Otherwise, he might truly have been apprehended. Tigane Rika, upon hearing this, disdainfully rolled her eyes, yet she covered the microphone with her delicate white hand and, after regaining her composure, spoke. Mr. Song, were you not just doubting my status as a police officer? I do not care whether you are a police officer or not. Song Haokuin replied with a particularly assertive tone over the phone. If you are a police officer, I will file a complaint against you. If you are not, I shall report you nonetheless. Repeat your badge number, or I shall hang up this call immediately. You. Tigane Rika was further incensed by Song Haokuin's words. Yet she was reluctant to face a complaint. After all, the investigation had kept her exceedingly busy lately, and a complaint resulting in a salary deduction would be counterproductive. Mr. Song, my officer number is 89757. Regardless of whether you choose to file a complaint, I ask that you continue to cooperate with my investigation. I trust you are aware that we are currently screening suspects in the case concerning the Kagura Logistics Park. However, before she could finish her sentence, Song Haokuin abruptly ended the call. At that moment, he received a text message from that insufferable Li Bingxin. Li Bingxin, Haokuin, will you attend tomorrow's school anniversary? I have prepared a grand surprise for you with a cold laugh. Song Haokuin glanced at the message and swiftly deleted it. Naturally, he had no interest in attending the anniversary celebration. He found no joy in watching a troupe of performers dressed as monkeys. However, he was indeed looking forward to the grand performance that Gu Yueyao had prepared. Let's wait and see, he murmured ominously, before dialing the Kanagawa Prefectural Police Department. Hello. I received a call from someone claiming to be investigating the logistics park theft. Is there a special task force for this? Yes, sir. This is indeed the task force's number, and Miss Tigane Rika is a member of our department. Are you truly the Kanagawa Police Department? Then why has this call come to me? Sir, residents of Kanagawa who traveled to Tokyo between August 2nd and 3rd will receive our inquiry calls. All right, I understand. Please file a complaint against that woman for me. Confirming his suspicions, Song Haokuin continued to engage the other party. Sir, may I inquire why you wish to complain about Miss Tigane Rika? The male officer on the line, perplexed by the notion of lodging a complaint against such an esteemed female officer, expressed a hint of displeasure in his tone. With a suppressed smile, Song Haokuin responded. Her attitude was unsatisfactory. I suspect she harbors biases against my identity as a Chinese individual. If I do not receive a satisfactory response, I shall escalate this matter to your superiors, contact the embassy, and seek to expose your department to the media. Good sir. Allow me to record this matter for you. Please do not be anxious. Upon hearing the prospect of a complaint to superiors, a call to the embassy, and even the involvement of the media, the officer on the line appeared rather flustered, his tone softening considerably. However, for the sake of his goddess, he managed to say before ending the call, Mr. Song, everyone has been tirelessly working on the Lugang Logistics Park case, averaging less than 5 hours of sleep. Therefore, I ask for your understanding regarding our slight agitation. Someone will contact you shortly. Chapter 26. Unfamiliar Faces. I am utterly exasperated. Why must I apologize to this scoundrel? It is he who has learned of the impending complaint against him, which includes reporting to higher authorities, escalating matters to the embassy, and even seeking media exposure. Tao Guli Huixiang was seething with anger. Yet, despite her fury, which was so potent it might have summoned her menstrual cycle prematurely, she did not lose her composure. The police station's calls are recorded, and indeed, she had smiled during the conversation. The demeanor on the other end was far from cordial. Should this escalate, without leveraging her family's connections, her badge would be in jeopardy. However, if that were the case, her persona as a modern, independent woman, the pride of her generation, would be irrevocably tarnished. After much deliberation, she decided to suppress her temper and dialed Song Haokuin. At that very moment, Song Haokuin was in the shower, while Shikawa Kasumi, clad in yoga attire, noticed his incoming call. With her short hair framing her innocent visage, she was, in truth, a shameless opportunist. Seizing the moment, she took his phone and entered the bathroom. Witnessing this, Ito Mayuki could not help but furrow her brow. Yet she chose to remain silent, for such occurrences were not uncommon at the gym. However, after receiving a call, her expression darkened, her gaze turning complexly towards the bathroom. 45 minutes later, a hurriedly washed Song Haokuin emerged from the shower, connecting to the repeatedly dialed private number. Shikawa Kasumi remained in the bathroom until Ito Mayuki needed to shower, at which point she assisted her out. He still had to pick someone up at the station and retrieve the rental car. His sports car, being a two-seater, could not accommodate Yamamoto Yuki and Yamamoto Mirai together. Thus, he had little time to linger. Even while on the phone, he walked briskly as he spoke. "Hello, may I ask who is calling?" With a feigned sob. Tao Guli Huixiang adopted a tone she often used when dealing with her family after causing trouble. "Hello, Mr. Song Haokuin. I apologize for my previous demeanor. My superior has reprimanded me, and I have come to realize my mistakes." "All right, stop crying. I forgive you." Song Haokuin perceived the unmistakable elements of performance, yet chose to remain silent. Instead, he adopted a tone imbued with tenderness, confiding in her his own tribulations. He lamented how he had recently fallen victim to a gold digger, initially recounting his experiences of being deceived by Li Bingxin in both finances and affection. Then moving on to the humiliation he suffered at the hands of her friends, while also revealing his identity as an orphan and the hardships he faced, compounded by the malevolence of a heartless employer. These were genuine experiences, and with a touch of embellishment, Song Haokuin narrated them with vivid detail. Tao Guli Huixiang, upon hearing this, initially approached the tale with a voyeuristic curiosity, even harboring a hint of schadenfreude. However, as she absorbed his words, her inherently kind nature, which was usually playful, began to stir with compassion, leading her to reflect on her previous hasty judgments, believing him to be a cad. "I'm sorry. I was too rash before, thinking you were a scoundrel," she admitted. "That's quite all right," Song Haokuin replied, lowering his voice, which resonated with a gentle magnetism. As a certain writer once noted, the sorrows and joys of humanity are inherently disconnected. No one can fully comprehend your suffering, nor truly understand your difficulties. Empathy requires one to walk in your shoes, endure your trials, and share your burdens. Such understanding is virtually impossible. The mere chance of encountering someone in the vastness of humanity who resonates with your experiences is a rare gift. There exists a certain pride and prejudice between individuals. Yet since we have communicated and resolved our misunderstandings, we need not dwell on them any longer. Indeed, well said. Tao Guli Huixiang nodded vigorously at his words, feeling that Song Haokuin had transformed from someone she found disagreeable into a remarkably gentle person, one who was well-read, cultured, and exuded an air of literary sophistication. It was only due to the conniving nature of Li Bingxin and Gu Yueyao, along with the self-serving classmates and the unscrupulous employer, Wang Fati Wang Wei, that he had become sensitive and defensive. If there were any transgressions, they lay with those wretches. Contemplating this, Tao Guli Huixiang unexpectedly felt a pang of sympathy for him. She then revisited Song Haokuin's profile, discovering that he was not only sun-kissed and handsome, but that his experiences were entirely in harmony with the gentle nature of his profile. An orphan studying abroad, excelling academically, working diligently, a recipient of a full scholarship, and a participant in Japanese debate competitions, she found herself increasingly drawn to him, reminiscent of the resilient protagonists in Japanese dramas, the very type she admired. Thus, Tao Guli Huixiang's beautiful eyes sparkled with newfound warmth as she spoke to Song Haokuin over the phone. There's an old saying in Donghua: one does not truly know another until they have faced conflict. Our two conversations have been serendipitous. Let us consider ourselves friends. Once my schedule clears in the coming days, I shall treat you to a meal. Very well, but it must be on me, Song Haokuin responded. Taken aback by the invitation, his mind still preoccupied with the information shared during their conversation, and he merely offered a polite and perfunctory agreement. After waiting for the phone call to end, he drove towards the car rental agency while reflecting on the gathered information. The police's broad investigation revealed no discernible leads. Furthermore, his own disclosed itinerary was well supported by corresponding evidence. For instance, during that occasion at the Lugong Logistics Park, after parting ways with Aoi Ace, Song Haokuin headed straight to the hotel before sneaking out through the window. The television in the room was still on, and his mobile phone was left behind. The second incident, the grand explosion at Tokyo Port, followed a similar pattern. This time, the evidence was even more compelling. As the sports car he arrived in was parked downstairs, the hotel garage had surveillance footage that could indirectly corroborate his presence. Additionally, that night, he had rescued Yamamoto Yuki and her daughter from the clutches of a notorious figure. Even if someone were to inquire about him, Yuki would certainly shield him. Indeed, there were no flaws in his alibi. Even if time allowed, there was no opportunity for errors. After meticulously pondering these details, Song Haokuin felt confident there were no issues and accelerated towards the rental agency. Having previously rented a sports car for several days, he navigated the familiar procedures and easily exchanged it for a sleek black vehicle, setting off for the Kanagawa passenger terminal. After picking up the beautiful mother and daughter duo, he promptly delivered them to the Doomsday Hotel. Meanwhile, he procured a substantial amount of supplies and traversed the bustling neighborhood, preparing to carry them upstairs, all the while overhearing various discussions among the neighbors. That useless clerk is back. I thought he had moved away. It's infuriating to live in the same community as such lowly individuals. He's returned with a pile of expired food. This pauper can only survive on these rations. Is it possible that in the mainland, even expired food was a luxury beyond his reach, rendering these items delicacies to him? Amidst the glares and disparagement from all directions, as others sought superiority through their judgments, Song Haokuin merely smiled faintly, his lips curling upward as he strolled along. Go ahead, laugh. Speak your minds. Just give it another 2 days. No, just a day and a half. Soon, you will experience the fury of impotence, the agony of hunger, and the despair of a world undone. The reason behind Song Haokuin's return home was to witness firsthand the demise of his wretched neighbors, one by one. Moreover, to preserve the hope for humanity's continuation, to safeguard the ember of civilization, and to rescue the unfortunate beauties of the community. Additionally, there was another advantage to his stay. The Doomsday Hotel had been low on supplies due to renovations. Upon his return, he would assume the role of their savior, a position that would facilitate his future dominion. The mere thought of this sent a thrill through him, eagerly wishing for the day and a half to pass in the blink of an eye. Just then, he recalled this moment as the silver elevator door slid open. With a clang, an elderly woman with silver hair, accompanied by a young boy, spotted Song Haokuin burdened with an abundance of food, and a glint of cunning flickered in her eyes. Haokuin, you've returned with more near-expiration food. Seeing how heavily laden you are, why not share half with Andy? Chapter 27. You insist on courting disaster, and in the future, I shall make your lives unbearable. Upon hearing the shameless words of that old hag, Song Haokuin felt an overwhelming urge to punch her. Years ago, after his family's door had been deceived open, it was this very woman who had seized his food. Despite her frail appearance, seemingly as if a gust of wind could topple her, she had dashed into his home with vigor, her face beaming, showing no signs of fatigue, outpacing even the younger ones. This woman, originally named Wang Mei, now went by the name of Meisei Yuami, with a grandson named Meisei Taro. She did not change her surname due to marrying a Japanese man. Rather, it was because her son had moved in with her. A quintessentially shameless individual, she was a resentful nationalist and an opportunistic petty thief. Song Haokuin was well aware of her antics as he had once worked as a convenience store clerk delivering goods. This old hag, notorious for haggling and evading payments, often had him delivered to her home, providing him insight into her social circle. He frequently witnessed her sharing posts about various domestic issues while praising how well things were managed in Japan. Moreover, her son worked as a low-level employee in the neighborhood association, which is akin to a street office back home. She believed her son held a prestigious position, often strutting around the community, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. However, the reality was that the benefits for grassroots public servants in Japan were so dismal that few wished to take on those roles, and her son, a recent immigrant, barely qualified as a civil servant. He was merely a contracted worker, enduring grueling tasks and long hours, occasionally bearing the brunt of blame for his superiors. Yet, influenced by a culture of cynicism, the locals avoided her, often cursing her behind her back. She mistakenly interpreted their avoidance as respect, becoming increasingly brazen in her community. Furthermore, her grandson, Meisei Taro, was no better, frequently engaging in theft and vandalism, such as smashing windows and defacing walls. If there were 10 electric bikes in the neighborhood, at least 9 bore the scars of his mischief. Even Song Haokuin's Pikachu-themed electric bike had not escaped his clutches. Its large eyes had been viciously gouged out. As this recollection surged within him, Song Haokuin's anger flared. The gluttonous little rascal, Taro Aso, with his keen eyes, had once again set his sights on the snacks in his bag. "Grandma, I want chicken legs and chocolate." "Very well, let us have chicken legs and chocolate." In the presence of her well-behaved grandson, Miko Aso's expression radiated warmth and indulgence, but then she slyly turned her gaze towards Song Haokuin. "Haokuin, since we are both from the same hometown, I do not wish for much. Simply hand over the bag containing the chocolate and chicken legs. After all, they are nearing their expiration date. If you do not finish them, it would be a waste, and wasting food is a shameful act," Miko Aso shamelessly declared, while Taro Aso, with a greedy and impatient demeanor, reached out to snatch the bag. "Give it to me. Get lost." Song Haokuin shot a fierce glare at the little rascal, pointing his finger at Taro Aso and warning, "Dare to touch my belongings, and I shall slap you senseless." "You, why are you so stingy? You are an adult. Why stoop to a child's level? Have you no shame?" Faced with Song Haokuin's menacing gaze, Miko Aso, who was accustomed to bullying the weak, felt a twinge of fear and quickly pulled her grandson back. Yet, Taro Aso remained undeterred, glaring fiercely at Song Haokuin, demanding, "Give me the chocolate and chicken legs. Otherwise, I will beat you to a pulp. I will beat you first." Realizing the little brat dared to speak so brazenly, Song Haokuin raised his leg, contemplating delivering a kick that could very well end the rascal's existence. However, upon witnessing Song Haokuin's murderous intent, Miko Aso hurriedly shielded her grandson, saying, "Haokuin, do you truly wish to resort to violence? I must remind you that there are surveillance cameras in the corridor. This is not your homeland. This is a society governed by law. If you dare to lay a finger on my grandson, I will take legal action against you." "Hey!" Taro Aso, hearing her words, peeked out from behind Miko Aso, sticking out his tongue and making a face like a dog. "Nana Nana." Upon seeing the little rascal's antics, Song Haokuin couldn't help but be infuriated yet amused. "Very well, keep a close eye on this little brat. If I ever see him alone outside, I shall ensure your family faces the consequences." With this chilling warning that left Miko Aso pale, Song Haokuin entered the elevator with a cold smile. "Since you choose to court disaster, when the apocalypse arrives, I shall make your lives a living hell." You. Miko Aso was genuinely frightened by his words. After all, this was her beloved grandson, the one she hoped would support her in her old age. Yet, Taro Aso remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, still clamoring, "Grandma, I want chicken legs. I want chocolate." Miko Aso felt a pang for her grandson, but was even more reluctant to spend money, as their household finances were tight. Thus, with a sly glint in her large eyes, she quickly added before the elevator doors closed, "Haokuin, how about you sell me the chocolate and chicken legs at half price? When Taro's father returns, I will have him transfer the money to you." However, Song Haokuin chose to disregard her. This old hag had been dodging payments more than once or twice. Previously, whenever he delivered goods, he would not entertain her unless she paid up front. Thus, he produced a whole chocolate bar, tore open the packaging, took a hearty bite, and pressed the elevator door close button. Just before the doors shut, he flung the wrapper onto Taro Aseo's face. Once the elevator began its ascent, he could hear the shrill, scathing insults of Miko Aseo, reminiscent of a cawing crow. Yet, little did Song Haokuin expect that once the elevator doors sealed, the gluttonous little brat Taro would disgracefully kneel on the floor, picking up the fallen bits of the wrapper and licking them clean, exclaiming, "Grandma, this chocolate is so delicious. I want more. Yes, I want to eat chocolate." Miko Aseo, filled with concern for her grandson, gritted her teeth and took him to Wang Pengzi's convenience store. However, paying was out of the question. This old woman resorted to throwing a tantrum in the store to draw attention, while Taro shamelessly indulged in snacks and pilfered items. The new staff, at a loss, could only call Wang Pengzi. Unfortunately, Wang Pengzi was currently hospitalized, wrapped in bandages, and the person answering the call was his wife, Miyuki Takahashi. Naturally aware of the repugnant old woman, she instructed the staff to call the police. Upon realizing that the police were being summoned, Miko Aseo hastily took her grandson away, while Miyuki Takahashi placed a call to Song Haokuin. At that moment, Song Haokuin was next door, having just put away the food he had brought home, and he lit the old-fashioned fireplace. This was the home of his landlord, Mrs. Sato, featuring a cozy 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom layout. Her family had gone to Hokkaido for a summer vacation, leaving the room vacant. As for why he did not return to his own home, but instead opted for another's, it was simply because his own small apartment had been transformed into a fortress. 10 days prior, he had arranged for workers to weld heavy iron plates throughout the modest space of 20 square meters, leaving only a single exit connecting to Mrs. Sato's bathroom. The original standard security door had also been upgraded to an integrated chrome alloy anti-theft and anti-explosion door. In this life, he intended for all his neighbors to know that he possessed food, an abundance of food. He wanted them to break through walls, to force open doors, to devise every possible means to attack him, to assail his humble abode. Ultimately, they would find their efforts in vain, one and all meeting their demise before him. Chapter 28, The Green Fortress. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as Song Haokuen returned home, a call from Miyuki Takahashi came through. What mischief is this woman up to now? He picked up his phone, frowned at the screen, hesitated for a moment before answering. Hello? Miyuki Takahashi, Haokuen. Why have you not been in touch with your sister-in-law for so long? Is there something amiss with her? As Song Haokuen responded, he activated the amplifier while retrieving an electric heater, a generator, and a heating fireplace from another realm. Miyuki Takahashi, alas, it is all that scoundrel Wang Wei's fault. I do not know whom he has offended, but he nearly got himself killed and ended up hospitalized, leaving your sister-in-law too fearful to step outside. Perpetually anxious day and night. Song Haokuen. So, does your call imply that your sister-in-law needs my assistance? Miyuki Takahashi. Haokuen, your brother Wang is currently in the hospital, and the water pipes at home may be aging, causing a prolonged lack of water. Your sister-in-law, heavily pregnant, finds it inconvenient, and there are some items that need moving. I would greatly appreciate your help. Song Haokuen. Let me take a look. If I have time in the next couple of days, I will pay a visit. Wonderful. Your sister-in-law will await your arrival at home. Upon hearing Song Haokuen's agreement, a hint of allure crept into Miyuki Takahashi's voice. Yet her gaze remained ominously fixed on the corpulent Wang. She despised the grotesque man before her, swathed in bandages. She loathed those who had assaulted him. Questioning why they hadn't he simply ensured his demise, thus sparing her from a multitude of troubles. Now that this wretch lay in the hospital, amidst a constant flow of visitors and surveillance, her ability to take action was significantly hampered. In the prestigious Dahan Sato family residence, what does this woman truly desire? Does she wish to be pursued, or is she intent on pursuing me? After hanging up, Song Haokuen slid the fireplace into the designated duct leading to the original room. All the while pondering, judging by her words, it seemed unlikely she sought vengeance for Wang. Wang's recent encounter with the Thunder Dragon Society had left him so battered that even his own mother would struggle to recognize him. In the foreseeable future, he would not dare provoke me. Yet this woman's repeated and brazen attempts to entice me beg the question, what is her true intention? Could she have misconstrued my identity, believing me to be a wealthy heir? Or is she seeking retribution against Wang? Or perhaps her motivations are purely carnal. After so long without intimacy during her pregnancy, is she yearning for a thrill? After a spell of contemplation, having installed the fireplace, Song Haokuen settled onto the sofa, brewed a cup of coffee, and let his thoughts wander. As he finished his coffee, an idea materialized. Rather than remain passive, he resolved to take the initiative. The woman should still be at the hospital and not yet returned home. He would conceal himself in her residence to uncover her true intentions. Surely, she could not foresee his early arrival and lay a trap in anticipation. Thus, he made his decision. With this thought, Song Haokuen changed his attire and promptly set off. Exiting the apartment building, he headed straight for building number 1 of the complex. This building consisted of spacious units, each occupying an entire floor, approximately 200 square meters in size. Having frequently delivered goods within the neighborhood, he possessed a master key that allowed him to effortlessly unlock the entrance and access the elevator. He was even aware of the location of the spare key to Wang Pengzi's residence and knew the electronic door code as well. Furthermore, he could locate the spare keys of at least dozens of other households. Had he been sufficiently selfish and ruthless in his previous life, he would have anticipated the blizzard lasting over a month. Armed solely with this information and resources, he could sustain himself for an extended period in a post-apocalyptic world. After all, in temperatures plummeting to 50 or 60 degrees below zero, the entire planet resembled a vast natural freezer. A few minutes later, Song Haokuen arrived effortlessly at Takahashi Miyuki's doorstep. He opened the fire hydrant, grasped the fire hose, and chuckled to himself, noting that no key had been changed despite their previous conflict. After retrieving the key, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Finding no response from within, he swiftly unlocked the door. With a click, he opened the door, removed the key, and returned it to its original position before entering and closing the door behind him. The reason for not using the code, of course, was to guard against any unexpected situations. Wang Pengzi's electronic lock was quite sophisticated, and should the password have been altered, entering it incorrectly even once would trigger a text notification to both their phones. He was, after all, a person of considerable caution. Upon entering Takahashi Miyuki's home, he stealthily ascended the stairs while carrying his shoes, careful not to trigger any surveillance cameras. He found an unoccupied guest room and slipped inside. Beginning a thorough search, he aimed to ascertain whether the room contained any surveillance equipment or other potential threats. After an exhaustive examination, he discovered only a few rather revealing garments in the wardrobe, alongside four exquisite pink boxes neatly arranged beneath the hanging clothes. Driven by curiosity, Song Haokuin opened the first box, revealing a black leather outfit, a complete female prosecutor's ensemble, accompanied by toy handcuffs and a toy gun. After scrutinizing the first box with a critical eye, he proceeded to the second. Inside, he found a Catwoman costume, featuring a provocative crimson corset and an even more dramatic leopard print version. Additionally, the box contained various tails and whips of different colors. Indeed, it seemed that the wealthy had their own peculiar tastes. After contemptuously inspecting the second box, he simultaneously opened the remaining two. The third box contained an array of seductive uniforms, flight attendant, nurse, and even a Lolita outfit, along with open-crotch jeans, among others. As for the final box, it housed weapons that women typically cherished, all high-end and diverse in variety. This shameless and lewd individual truly had no sense of decency. Swiftly confiscating these scandalous items, Song Haokuin then prepared to recline on the large bed. Yet, after he confiscated the contraband, he discovered a manila envelope hidden at the bottom of the box. Song Haokuin picked up the envelope and, reaching inside, extracted 2 sheets of paper. Initially, he presumed it might contain a letter of sorts, but upon unfolding the first page, he was utterly astonished. It was, in fact, a paternity test certificate. Disregarding the superfluous verbiage above, he immediately focused on the final 2 lines. The genetic similarity between the parties involved was 99, and the relationship between the parties was unequivocally mother and daughter. After perusing the first report, Song Haokuin swiftly turned to the second page. His gaze fell directly on the last 2 lines, and to his surprise, there was indeed more revelation awaiting him. The genetic similarity was 94.7, and the relationship was deemed questionable. Exhilarating. It was simply too exhilarating. Ho Goafin, or rather, Takahashi Miyuki, you truly are a formidable individual. Haha. Upon reading the final 2 words of the report, accompanied by a prominent red seal from the testing center, Song Haokuin could not contain his laughter, slapping his thigh in delight. Joyous. This was an unparalleled joy, far surpassing the satisfaction of having personally dealt with Wang Pengzi. Once he had laughed to his heart's content, he hastily took out his phone to capture the moment. Snap, snap, snap. Just as he finished taking pictures, he heard the sound of a door opening outside. Realizing someone had returned, Song Haokuin quickly approached the door and slightly cracked it open. However, instead of encountering his pregnant sister-in-law, Takahashi Miyuki, he was greeted by Wang Pengzi's sister-in-law, Takahashi Minai. She wore a white sailor outfit, her legs adorned with knee-high white stockings edged in pink, leaving a delicate crease at her fair thighs. Upon entering the room with her bag, she made a beeline for the sofa, plopping down and beginning to rummage through her bag. Observing the woman's actions, Song Haokuin furrowed his brow in suspicion, perplexed by her intentions. As he scrutinized her further, he soon discerned that most of the items were miniature cameras, with some likely being audio recording devices. Could it be that she had quarreled with Takahashi Miyuki? Was she intending to secretly film her sister's daily life to sell online? Song Haokuin's mind raced with wild conjectures, but a flurry of phone calls between the sisters soon clarified the situation. Takahashi Miyuki, sister, have you arranged everything? Takahashi Minai, I just arrived and am setting things up. Takahashi Miyuki, good. Be meticulous. We need to resolve this matter swiftly. The doctor mentioned that Wang Pengzi's injuries appear severe, but there is no danger to his life, just superficial wounds. After the scoundrel recovers, he will undoubtedly refrain from returning home. We must seize this opportunity. Minako Takahashi reassured. Rest assured, he will never discover our intentions. As long as we record a brief video, we can leverage it against him. Upon overhearing the conversation between the 2 sisters, Song Haokuin discerned their intentions. Simultaneously, he became increasingly convinced of one fact. His demise in the previous life was inextricably linked to these 2 women. With Wang Fatty's intellect, he would never have orchestrated such a meticulous plan. Initially, Takahashi Miyuki attempted to seduce him with her allure. When he remained unmoved, she resorted to threats, claiming she would expose his possession of substantial supplies. Subsequently, it was Wang Fatty who disclosed the matter in their group chat, yet this woman had remained silent throughout. In essence, One played the role of the antagonist while the other assumed the part of the villain. Nonetheless, Song Haokwen was not easily deceived at that time. Regrettably, despite his efforts to control his impulses, after a month of restraint, he succumbed, falling prey to the manipulations of that wretched Li Bingxin, leading to his resources being seized and his demise. Yet, to be candid, Song Haokwen had contemplated the situation thoroughly. Although his supplies could sustain him for a while longer, the prospect of solitary confinement would likely drive him into despair, culminating in suicidal thoughts. The idea of enduring days devoid of water, electricity, mobile phones, or any form of entertainment was, in retrospect, quite horrifying. Fortunately, he had been reborn and awakened to extraordinary abilities. Now, even in solitude, he had an abundance of activities at his disposal, indulging in food and drink, exercising, and enjoying a plethora of television shows, movies, and variety programs. There was enough content to occupy him for several lifetimes. Moreover, he had orchestrated numerous contingencies, with many women awaiting his rescue. These women would sufficiently alleviate his loneliness and allow him to perceive himself as their savior. Perhaps, decades or even centuries from now, the land of the island nation would bear only one surname, Song. Pondering this notion stirred a thrill within him. However, he swiftly chastised himself, questioning why such thoughts had surfaced. The priority at hand was to ascertain the intentions of these two women. If they sought to harm him, they would meet their end in sequence. If they posed no significant threat, he would bide his time before executing his plan. In any case, those who had wronged him must face their reckoning. A few minutes later, Minako Takahashi placed a notebook on the coffee table and began pacing the room, adjusting the camera angles and audio equipment. After perfecting the setup in the spacious hall, she proceeded to her sister's bedroom. Employing the same familiar methods, she worked diligently. Approximately half an hour later, the voluptuous Miyuki Takahashi returned, her belly prominent. She donned a splendidly patterned silk kimono, her hair elegantly styled, exuding an enchanting allure. Has it been arranged? Upon noticing her sister fiddling with a laptop in the foyer, Takahashi Miyuki slipped off her shoes, nestling her delicate feet clad in white socks into pristine cotton slippers. Simply perfect. Takahashi Mina, with an expression of irritation, raised her petite hand, forming a gesture. Takahashi Miyuki glanced at the computer screen, observing that the grid was remarkably clear. She then turned her gaze around the vicinity, confirming there was indeed nothing amiss. I will make the call. You should head upstairs and hide. All right, Takahashi Mina replied, tucking the laptop under her arm and gracefully ascending the stairs. Oh. Upon seeing her ascend, Song Haokwen swiftly secured the door, ensuring his phone was on silent before temporarily concealing himself behind the curtains. Anticipating Takahashi Mina's entry into the room, little did he expect that, in such a short span, she would truly arrive. After placing the laptop on the bedside table, she headed straight for the wardrobe, a lascivious smile adorning her face. Soon, there would be quite a spectacle. Which toy should I use? Song Haokwen's expression froze upon hearing her words. Indeed, the Takahashi family possessed some rather peculiar genes. Creak. At the moment Takahashi Mina opened the wardrobe door, Song Haokwen emerged from behind the curtains, gripping her neck and forcing her onto the bed, rendering her face crimson, unable to utter a sound. Don't make a sound, or I will end you. However, Song Haokwen had greatly underestimated Takahashi Mina's peculiarities. Upon realizing who it was, her eyes sparkled not with fear but with a hint of exhilaration, her body trembling in excitement. She even extended her hand towards him, her pink tongue poking out. Wretched girl, Song Haokwen thought, filled with rage at her provocative display. 50 minutes later, he finally retrieved his silent phone and sent a message to Takahashi Miyuki, who was already asleep in the bedroom. Sister-in-law, I have an unexpected matter to attend to. I may be delayed. The reason for not descending directly was to avoid leaving any evidence. After all, it was still nearly 40 hours until the impending snowstorm. Should these two wretches decide to call for help, this message would serve as proof that they had summoned him, alleviating any fears of them causing trouble. As for the wretched Takahashi Mina, she resembled a lifeless fish, breathing shallowly and bound. Having sent the message, Song Haokwen proceeded downstairs, where he heard Takahashi Miyuki stirring to open the door. Ah, Haokwen has arrived. I've been waiting for you. Apologies, I was delayed by some matters. Song Haokwen feigned an apology, unaware that Takahashi Miyuki was oblivious to the fact that Takahashi Mina had already become his sister-in-law. Didn't you mention that the water pipe was broken? Where is it? Allow me to take a look. There's no rush. Upon hearing this, Takahashi Miyuki smiled alluringly and took the initiative to grasp Song Haokwen's hand. My dear sister is feeling down. Come and keep me company. Wang Fatty, that scoundrel, has not returned home in ages and is now gravely injured in the hospital. Your sister has been rather lonely lately. Oh, I see, Song Haokuin replied, realizing that it was not the water pipe at his sister-in-law's house that was broken, but rather, it was her mood that had soured. You are just insufferable. Takahashi Miyuki playfully feigned resistance, her demeanor charming and coy, not only nudging him with her pregnant belly, but also playfully striking his chest with her small fists. Song Haokuin, captivated by her graceful features, the alabaster of her neck, the delicacy of her chin, the faint blush of her collarbone, the elegance of her figure, the snugness of her kimono, her pronounced belly, and the glimpse of her fair legs clad in cotton socks, could not suppress a mischievous smile. Chapter 30. The beautiful coach's plea for help at 10 o'clock that night. Upon the luxurious, soft white leather sofa, Song Haokuin sat surrounded by the two women, engrossed in the news. Takahashi Mina, dressed in a tank top and shorts, rested her small head on Song Haokuin's right thigh. Her entire body sprawled across the sofa. Her plump thighs lay comfortably on the sofa, while her delicate calves rested upon the armrest. She was massaging her sore legs with both hands. Meanwhile, Takahashi Miyuki had changed into a pure white bathrobe, leaning against Song Haokuin's left side, playfully purring. Haokuin, you are simply dreadful. You nearly caused me to endanger both our lives. Be quiet. Do not disturb me while I watch the news, Song Haokuin replied, lacking any interest in her playful banter. As he focused on a critical news segment, Takahashi Miyuki, hearing this, obediently fell silent. Tokyo Television reported, due to the supermassive comet N-Wa entering the Earth-Moon orbit tomorrow. To safeguard the human living environment, the world's top 10 nuclear-armed nations have formally agreed to a resolution to launch a total of 172 nuclear missiles. What was inevitable had finally arrived. Seeing the news that mirrored events from his previous life, Song Haokuin's emotions grew increasingly complex. Despite having prepared for everything, the thought of the impending apocalypse weighed heavily upon him. At this time tomorrow, 172 nuclear missiles would ascend into the sky, causing global temperatures to plummet. The lowest temperature that night would reach -30 degrees Celsius. By noon on the 31st, a heavy snowfall would occur, with nighttime temperatures plummeting to -50 degrees. Countless individuals would perish in their sleep due to the harsh cold. Within a month, the world's population would diminish by over 90, resulting in billions of deaths. Humanity has long prided itself on conquering nature, believing it could control everything. But when faced with terrifying natural disasters, how fragile and insignificant humanity truly is. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Huh. As Song Haokuin was lost in thought, his phone suddenly vibrated. With a sense of curiosity, he picked up the call, wondering who could be reaching out to him at this hour. His surprise was palpable upon seeing the caller's name, Ito Miyuki. Why would this aloof and alluring coach contact him in the middle of the night? Was her demeanor of modesty and pride merely a facade? With such doubts in mind, Song Haokuin answered the call. Hello? Good evening, Mr. Song. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, but I find myself in dire need of your assistance. If you are willing to help me, I would be prepared to offer everything I have. Ito Miyuki's voice was tinged with urgency, a stark contrast to her usual composed and distant demeanor. Could you please tell me what the matter is? I need money to save a life. My mother requires an organ transplant. I need 100 million yen. I implore you to lend it to me. I promise to repay you. Please provide me with your account details. Upon hearing that Ito Miyuki only needed to borrow money, Song Haokuin readily agreed. As he still had 300 million yen at his disposal, it would not be long before the currency in circulation turned to mere waste paper, and the funds in his bank account would become nothing more than meaningless figures. Moreover, from his observations, he believed Ito Miyuki to be a woman of gratitude and loyalty, certainly someone worth investing in. Mr. Song, I am willing to repay you in any way, even if it means toiling for you my entire life, as a servant. Ito Miyuki was momentarily taken aback by the swiftness of his agreement. Her voice laced with disbelief when she finally responded. You agreed? Yes. Song Haokuin's tone remained calm as he added, please send me your account details promptly. I have other matters to attend to. The funds will be transferred to your account before dawn. Thank you. Thank you so much. I am eternally grateful. I will send it to you right away. Upon hearing these words, Ito Miyuki felt as though she were in a dream. However, she had exhausted all her options for borrowing, and the funds she had managed to gather were barely sufficient for the surgical fees, let alone the cost of procuring the transplant organ. Thus, after hanging up, she quickly sent her card number to Song Haokuin, followed by a barrage of gratitude. At the Kanagawa 2nd Affiliated Hospital of Tokyo Medical University, after sending the message, Ito Miyuki pulled out a silver cross, glistening with fragrant sweat, from the cleavage of her dress. Clenching it tightly, she pressed her fists to her ample bosom and closed her beautiful eyes in fervent prayer, a scene both sacred and enticing. Had Song Haokuin witnessed this moment, he would surely have given a thumbs up in admiration, exclaiming, "Well done. I grant you the privilege of an enchanting evening with Master Song." Ding, ding, ding. Soon, Ito Miyuki's phone chimed with notifications. 5 consecutive alerts announced the arrival of 50 million yen into her account. In less than a minute. Upon witnessing the immediate arrival of 50 million, Miyuki was overwhelmed with excitement, yet her heart soon sank into anxiety. The remaining funds, however, had yet to materialize. Shortly thereafter, a message from Song Haokuen arrived. The transfer limit is 50 million. The rest will be sent after midnight. Mr. Song, I am profoundly grateful to you. From this moment forth, you shall be my deity. Your immense kindness shall be etched in my memory for a lifetime. Miyuki expressed, her eyes shimmering with tears. Had Song Haokuen been present, she would have prostrated herself before him in gratitude. There's no need for such formality. I have matters to attend to. We shall converse later. He replied, Of course, please attend to your affairs. She hastily responded, then dashed towards the front desk. She needed only to pay a 30 million deposit and sign a guarantee contract for her mother's life-threatening illness to be treated. Tomorrow, the operation could commence. Yet, unbeknownst to her, with the arrival of the impending apocalyptic cold, her mother's life could not be preserved. Song Haokuen harbored no messianic intentions to save her mother. Understanding Miyuki, he knew that only when she was utterly isolated and desolate could he truly subjugate her, transforming her into a mere instrument under his control. In the grand establishment of D.H. Ing, the Takahashi sisters observed with astonishment as Song Haokuen casually dispatched 50 million. In their minds, he was merely a temporary clerk, one who was often oppressed. Given his financial standing, it was inconceivable that he could amass such wealth without 20 years of deprivation. As Song Haokuen sensed the sisters' skepticism in their gazes, he felt no inclination to clarify. Instead, he cast his phone aside and stated, If you wish for my assistance in dealing with Wang Pengzi, then demonstrate your sincerity once more. As the clock struck past midnight, the Takahashi sisters lay back to back, each in a side-lying position, soundly asleep with a pillow nestled between their pristine thighs. Curiously, each sister had a hand tucked behind her, concealing something. Meanwhile, Song Haokuen recalled the need to transfer funds to Miyuki. After sending the 50 million, he straightened his sore back and departed from the Takahashi residence. Despite their candid interactions and deepening acquaintance, he remained wary of sharing a bed with the two venomous beauties. Upon returning home, he indulged in a soothing bath and scrolled through his phone before retreating to bed, sinking into the plush mattress of Mrs. Sato's daughter, inhaling the delicate fragrance exclusive to youthful maidens. He slept soundly until the following morning, awakening to discover a barrage of missed calls and numerous unanswered messages. The majority of these communications were from enchanting women with whom he had shared fleeting nights. Previously, he was a mere impoverished wretch, a seemingly unattainable earthly beauty, often referred to as a goddess. Furthermore, there were the daily exchanges between Li Bingxin and Gu Yueyao. These two women indeed exhibited remarkable perseverance, finding various ways to engage him in conversation each day, resembling the devoted admirers often depicted in typical novels. Aside from them, there was also the enchanting martial arts enthusiast, his instructor, Ito Miyuki. Ito Miyuki had made 2 phone calls to Song Haokuen and sent a message. Mr. Song, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. But may I trouble you with one more request? Chapter 31. If you perform well, money will not be an issue. Was this woman's aloofness merely an act? Was she beginning to entice me? Upon reading the message from Ito Miyuki, Song Haokuen sprang from his bed with vigor. After browsing the news and enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, he returned her call. Hello? Ito Miyuki. Hello, Mr. Song. I cannot thank you enough. Song Haokuen. No need for gratitude. You mentioned you had something to discuss? Ito Miyuki. Mr. Song, could you possibly come to the hospital? Last night, my mother pressed me for the source of the substantial funds, believing I had engaged in some illicit activities, and she is adamant about not undergoing surgery. Thus, I lied and told her it was money from my boyfriend. My mother wishes to meet you before the operation. She has some things she would like to discuss with you. I am truly sorry for the trouble, Mr. Song. Understanding the gravity of Ito Miyuki's words and sensing no deceit, Song Haokuen contemplated for a moment. He perceived no negative implications for himself and thought perhaps he might enjoy a tender moment at the hospital. He softened his tone and replied, Very well. I shall make my way there, though my time is limited and I cannot linger long. Thank you, thank you. Ito Miyuki exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Mr. Song, I assure you I will repay your kindness, even if it costs me my life. Thank you. Thank you. Song Haokuen simply acknowledged her before hanging up. After a brief preparation, he set off for the hospital. Coincidentally, this visit would allow him to accomplish another task. As the anticipated heavy snow approached, He knew that the Kanagawa Tokyo Medical University's second affiliated hospital would likely be overwhelmed with doctors and nurses. He planned to scout for kind-hearted, beautiful nurses and competent doctors to ensure he would have access to quality care in the event of future injuries or illnesses. At the hospital building's main entrance, just as Song Haokuen parked and exited his vehicle, he overheard a group of young girls discussing him, including a few passing nurses. Wow, that handsome guy is so attractive. Driving that luxury car. Look at his watch. It appears to be a Richard Mille Sagittarius, worth 4 to 500 million. The suit he wears is quite fitting, and one can easily discern that he possesses an admirable physique. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. How splendid it would be to have a boyfriend like him, spending 3 days and nights together without leaving the bed. However, upon hearing such chatter, Song Haokuen merely wore a cold expression as he swiftly ascended the stairs. Those unattractive, infatuated gold diggers are truly nauseating to behold. Just as he reached the final step, he encountered Ito Mayuki, clad in her ever-unchanging black sportswear. Her expression weary, yet managing a faint smile as she approached him. Mr. Song, I apologize for taking up your time and troubling you once more. You're too kind. Let us attend to the matter at hand, he replied with a gentle smile, noting that she appeared to have gone a night without sleep. Nonetheless, even in her weary state, Ito Mayuki outshone those other women by a considerable margin. Soon, after exchanging a few pleasantries, they ascended the stairs, where Song Haokuen was introduced to Ito Mayuki's mother. This woman, once a beauty in her youth, now bore the marks of illness and hardship, appearing quite haggard. Upon seeing Song Haokuen's impressive demeanor and attire, Ito Mayuki's mother felt reassured and expressed her gratitude profusely. She advised her daughter to treat Song Haokuen well and urged him to be understanding towards her. Moreover, she even encouraged the couple to consider marrying and starting a family soon. After a lengthy monologue, the nurses finally intervened, escorting her to the operating room. Ito Mayuki anxiously awaited outside, while Song Haokuen wandered through the hospital, observing and gathering information. Just as he arrived at the pediatric department, he caught sight of a beautiful female doctor. Suddenly, he received a message from Gu Yueyao, prompting him to head downstairs and return to his car, ready for the unfolding drama. With a thud, he closed the heavy black car door and answered a video call from Gu Yueyao. Intentionally, he pointed the camera first towards the steering wheel of the vehicle. The moment the video connected, the superficial Gu Yueyao was indeed captivated by the prominent car emblem. Oh my, is this a new car? Haokuen-san, have you bought another one? I purchased it a while ago. Today I'm off to pick up a friend for some fun, and a sports car is not very convenient, he replied, shifting the camera to himself as he regarded her repugnant visage. Are you ready? I still need to meet 2 rather important friends, so I cannot afford to waste time here. Hee, I'm all set. She beamed, her smile brightening her face. I promise to ensure that Li Bingxin, that wretched woman, faces total social ruin. Yet, after saying this, she added with a sycophantic grin, Haokuen-san, what about the reward you promised? If you perform well, money will not be an issue. I can offer you an extra 50 million as a bonus. Song Haokuen appeared particularly generous in response, knowing full well that the money was not his own. In a few days, the banking power system will collapse, rendering any spending impossible. Hee, Haokuen, you are truly wonderful. That wretched Li Bingxin is utterly blind to greatness. Upon receiving this revelation, Gu Yueyao's heart blossomed with joy. However, she soon voiced a small request. Haokuen-san, may I take a seat in your new car? It is, after all, the vehicle of my dreams. First, complete your tasks, if you impress me. Gifting you one would be no trouble at all, Song Haokuen replied, weaving grand visions for Gu Yueyao while urging her onward. Haokuen-san, just wait and see. I am determined to meet your expectations. Sensing Song Haokuen's growing impatience, Gu Yueyao quickly adjusted her focus. At that moment, the camera revealed a grand stage. A crimson carpet adorned the floor, with a brown podium at its center, and behind it loomed a massive screen. The screen displayed Kanagawa International University 72nd Anniversary Welcome Ceremony. To the left front of the banner stood the recently discharged hostess, Li Bingxin. Today, she donned a water blue strapless evening gown, holding a golden microphone. Her strikingly beautiful face radiated confidence, complemented by her ample assets and alluringly long legs that peeked from beneath her skirt, making her exceptionally captivating. The new freshmen gazed at this ethereal beauty with envy, their eyes glimmering with desire. Even the male teachers and school leaders cast peculiar glances her way, and the balding old principal discreetly bent down. Yet, upon noticing these lecherous stares, Li Bingxin felt no anger. Instead, she stood even prouder. Humph, I am destined to marry into a wealthy family. Your drooling is futile. You can only gaze but never touch. As the stage lights illuminated, she strode confidently to the center, becoming the focal point of the event. In that moment, She felt like an untouchable queen, having all the men below her feet. However, just as she stood poised with the golden microphone in hand, the screen behind her abruptly shifted from captions to a presentation. The prominent title boldly proclaimed, Kanagawa International University's first gold digger, slut, and prostitute, Li Bingxin. Wretched girl, you have left me loveless. Chapter 32. Evil begets evil. What on earth is happening? Oh my, this is a major scandal. Page 63. Incredible. Who is Li Bingxin? Who orchestrated such a grand affair? Li Bingxin? That's the busta senior on stage. I've heard she is notoriously promiscuous. As the presentation interface materialized on the screen, the students in attendance began to murmur amongst themselves. However, on stage, Li Bingxin remained blissfully unaware. Grasping the golden microphone, she eloquently adopted a melodious broadcasting tone. Esteemed leaders, teachers, guests, and fellow students, I stand before you to represent. Yet, the leaders and teachers below were taken aback, and the staff members were in a state of chaos, particularly the teacher in charge of the playback console, who was at a loss for words as the entire machine spiraled out of control. What on earth is happening? Have we been compromised? In the blink of an eye, the first page of the presentation was swiftly bypassed, revealing the cover page. It resembled a table of contents for a thesis. Contents: Chat records of acquaintance with the enchanting Li Bingxin 012. Screenshots evidencing financial deceit by the opportunistic Li Bingxin 053. Photographic and video evidence of Li Bingxin's infidelity with 7 individuals 11-4. Videos and photos documenting Li Bingxin's engagement in illicit activities 31v. Information provided by 13 former boyfriends of Li Bingxin 49-6. Exposure of Li Bingxin's personal details 63. Beneath the table of contents, a blank space contained a QR code, accompanied by a line of small text. All information herein is accurate, and I am willing to bear legal responsibility. Please feel free to download or log into the school forum. The moment this table of contents was revealed, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. Just the contents alone were so provocative that one could only imagine how explosive the actual material must be. Freshmen eagerly whipped out their phones to scan the code. Those in the know understood the urgency. If they did not download it promptly, it would soon vanish. Even more astonishingly, several teachers were discreetly scanning and taking photos, including 2 female teachers whose expressions radiated excitement, their eyes glimmering with the thrill of gossip. Nevertheless, the school leaders were concerned about their reputation. They would not permit such a scandal to unfold. If word got out, it would be a monumental disgrace. Someone immediately shut off the large screen. No one is allowed to take photos. Host, exit the stage. Leave, leave, leave. Li Bingxin was momentarily stunned by this outburst, and upon turning to glance at the screen, her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the floor. At that moment, the first page had been displayed. It was a photograph of her, seated in the lap of a rather unattractive, overweight individual with an oily mustache, puckering her soft pink lips to kiss him. The man was named Zhang Haoran, a technical supervisor at a major company in Japan, a quintessential high-income professional. However, at the age of 35, he had been dismissed. Subsequently, he struggled to find a well-paying job, unable to meet Li Bingxin's financial demands, and was cast aside after being drained of resources. It was over. Upon seeing this photograph, Li Bingxin's complexion turned ashen, paler than that of a corpse. She stood there, utterly dazed. The mind was blank, feeling as if needles were piercing through, and the brain felt as if it were being stir-fried with scallions and lamb. The sensation was unbearable, oppressive, suffocating. Yet, what followed was even more distressing. The second page revealed the chat and money transfer records between the two. Zhang Haoran, wife, kisses. Happy Valentine's Day. I bought your favorite toy. It has high power and can spray. Li Bingxin, darling, I've set my sights on a handbag. Zhang Haoran, buy it. I will transfer the money to you shortly. My dear, I want to see you in leopard print. Li Bingxin, you naughty boy, I'll wear it for you tonight. System prompt. Your friend Zhang Haoran has initiated a transfer. At the bottom was a large image of Li Bingxin on the bed, clad in a leopard print swimsuit. Enticingly posed. How scandalous. This senior. Damn it. What a shameless woman. I could spend 50,000 just for one night with her. Who has her contact information? Dream on. She is high class in the world of escorts, and no one would bother unless they had 200,000. Haha. I downloaded it. The rest is truly explosive. Li Bingxin knows how to have fun. The classmates in the audience, witnessing Li Bingxin's disgrace, displayed lewd or schadenfreude smiles. However, at that moment, the teachers had yet to comprehend the situation. A middle-aged couple rushed to the stage, accompanied by a young man adorned with tattoos, all heading towards the backstage. They were Li Bingxin's parents, along with her unfortunate, idle brother. Yet at this moment, Gu Yueyao smiled smugly and addressed Song Haokuan at the other end of the camera. Haokuan, are you satisfied with my arrangement? Quite interesting, replied Song Haokuan, surprised by how adept this woman was at manipulation, his face radiating a brilliant smile. This counterattack truly validated the ancient adage, a villain needs another villain to contend with. But soon, the smile faded from his face as the stage's large screen went dark. Li Bingxin's brother had pulled the power supply, and her parents escorted her away. However, though Li Bingxin had departed, the repercussions of this incident lingered. Students were abuzz with discussions and incessantly sharing the news. Some even forwarded it to friends in journalism. In a matter of seconds, various media outlets in the island nation scrambled to report, creating sensational headlines. Pure love warriors fall. Shameless women deserve to perish. Li Bingxin, the scandalous woman from the east, assaults the island, deceiving 18 men of wealth and virtue. Shocking. A foreign student from the east, in 2.5 years, cheated 17 times, had 32 affairs, and worked in nightclubs, amassing a fortune of 10 billion yen. Men are so difficult. Whom can a wounded heart still love? In less than a minute, the headlines of major media outlets transformed to align with this scandal, overshadowing even the news of the supernova comet Enwa. The focus on the comet's impending strike has significantly waned this evening, resulting in a lack of urgency among the populace of the island nation. Consequently, the toll of casualties has surpassed that of the previous lifetime. Moreover, the uproar caused by this incident quickly reverberated back home, igniting a fervor in the domestic media, which seized the opportunity to criticize the eastern nation. This uproar ignited a firestorm within the Immigration Bureau, particularly as just a week prior, Li Bingxin and her family had completed their immigration process. They are now, without question, citizens of the island nation. Under such a torrent of public opinion, the family's phone has been incessantly ringing, inundated with calls from relatives and friends both at home and abroad, leaving them utterly overwhelmed. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The individuals exposed by Zhang Haoran were but a fraction of the truth. Li Bingxin had indeed ensnared many second-generation individuals, and upon witnessing her newfound notoriety, they realized they had been duped. Soon enough, the Li family would face their reckoning. Chapter 33. Evil begets evil at noon, in Mihua Town. The Li family of four returned to their rented dwelling, only to erupt into a heated argument. In a fit of rage, Li Bingxin's father, Li Hu, struck her across the face, exclaiming, "You shameless wretch! I should have ensured you never existed. Is it not enough that you engage in such disgraceful acts? How could you allow them to gather evidence against you?" Her mother, Zhao Chunwan, donned a scowl, lamenting, "This is the end. How am I to face anyone now? You. Li Bingxin's heart shattered as she witnessed her parents' disgraceful demeanor. Over the years, she had supported the family's finances through various means, even purchasing their home, which enabled their immigration to the island nation. Yet, in the face of calamity, her family reacted with such contempt. As she wept, her idol brother, Li Biao, scoffed disdainfully. "Why complain? We are now part of the enemy. Why should we care what those impoverished relatives back home say? If you ask me, since things are this way, you might as well embrace being an internet celebrity and start live streaming for money. Perhaps even consider becoming a courtesan. Surely that would bring in more than catching wealthy suitors ever could." You, Li Bingxin, initially merely saddened, now felt her temper flare anew. For the past 2.5 years, she had toiled to expose the misdeeds of others, only for her brother to squander her efforts and expenses. However, the situation only escalated. Her avaricious mother's eyes gleamed with newfound interest, while her father, Li Hu, hesitated. Seizing the moment, Li Biao pressed on. "Being a courtesan is legal here, and it could make you a star on television. Sister, if you manage to achieve great success, our entire family could reside in a magnificent house, indulging in lavish delights. At that time, you could purchase me a marital abode, and I would marry a charming lady from the islands to expand our lineage." "Shut your mouth, you scoundrel." Upon hearing this, Li Bingxin was utterly infuriated, seizing a cushion from the sofa and hurling it in retaliation. Yet, their mother, Zhao Chunwan, interjected, "Bingxin, your affairs have already been exposed. You have shared your bed with numerous men, so what does it matter?" As the head of the family, Li Hu has also altered his stance. "If blame is to be assigned, it should be on your lack of prudence. I believe we should heed your brother's advice and capitalize on this wave of notoriety. Perhaps we could. You all. Woe is me. I refuse." Li Bingxin, who had long harbored dreams of grandeur, was devastated to learn that her family wished to exploit her vulnerability. Covering her face in despair, she fled to her room. With a resounding slam, she shut the door and collapsed in tears, clutching her legs. Meanwhile, the family of three outside was already deliberating on her potential debut in the industry. However, Before they could finalize their plans, a stone hurled from outside shattered the glass of their rented home. This was merely the beginning. Soon, an array of projectiles, rocks, spoiled vegetables, bottles filled with refuse, began to rain down upon them. In a cacophony of chaos, within 5 minutes, their once pristine abode was left in shambles. But the onslaught did not cease there. A flamboyant group of gang members rode in on motorcycles, their presence announcing the arrival of the Jifeng Group, the second largest gang in Kanagawa Prefecture. As dozens disembarked, led by a flamboyant leader with golden hair reminiscent of the fourth Hokage, they stormed into the 2-story residence of Li Bingxin. What followed was a brutal assault. The family was nearly beaten to death, and Li Bingxin was dragged by her hair, stripped of her clothing, and subjected to a savage beating while being recorded. She lost consciousness amidst the violence, and once the mayhem subsided, one of the assailants spat before departing on their beloved motorcycles. Despite the horrific scene, not a single bystander called for help. Instead, many mocked and derided the victims. That wretched girl deserves to be punished. This is karma for her misdeeds. They jeered. True, she was a bit provocative, but one cannot deny her beauty. She certainly had the assets. Did you see that? The silicone was oozing out. How scandalous. It's no wonder she was targeted. She deserves every bit of it. In Mihua Town, southeast of Cross Street, are you satisfied now? As Song Haokuen's car came to a halt, Gui Weiyao, seated in the passenger seat, gazed at the scene with a smug expression, reveling in the chaos. Witnessing the plight of that wretched family filled Song Haokuen with a sense of satisfaction beyond measure. Well done, this watch is yours now. As he spoke, Song Haokuen removed his watch and casually tossed it to Gui Weiyao. Thank you. Receiving the exquisite timepiece valued at over 200 million, Gui Weiyao was overwhelmed with joy, nearly brought to tears. However, amidst her elation, she had not forgotten her ulterior motive, to seduce Song Haokuen. Thus, she swiftly turned and sat upon his lap. Her desires extended far beyond this watch. She yearned for much more. Yet, at that moment, Song Haokuen exhibited no interest in her. Get out of the car. I have friends to meet, and no time to squander with you. All right, she conceded, fully aware of his affluent background, and disembarked. However, after her departure, Song Haokuen promptly called for an ambulance. Looking upon a family, barely clinging to life, being loaded onto the ambulance, a mocking cold smile crept across Song Haokuen's face. The apocalypse had yet to commence. How could he allow this family to perish so easily? Yet, unexpectedly, just as he completed the call, he received a call from the police officer, Tao Guli Huixiang. Hello, Officer Huixiang, he answered, slightly hesitant upon seeing the caller ID. Song Haokuen. I saw the trending topic about your ex-girlfriend. That wretched woman truly deserves her fate. Upon hearing her mention this, knowing it wasn't regarding the logistics park robbery, he chuckled and made a jest. Shall I report her, and perhaps Officer Huixiang could apprehend her for me? I had considered it. But it seems this is merely a civil dispute. However, when I find some free time one night, I would gladly join forces with you to give her a good beating. Thank you, heroic Huixiang. You should call me Huixiang the heroine. Alright, my mistake. By the way, aren't you all busy? Did you not say your special task force only sleeps 5 hours on average each day? The task force has disbanded. That arrogant Kawabata Kanta has been dismissed. Chapter 34, Mysterious Powers. Kanagawa Prefecture, West Avenue. A luxurious Mercedes-Benz business then cruised along the road, departing Kanagawa. Inside, the renowned detective Kawabata Kanta sat alone before his laptop, intently focused on the screen. The once dapper and handsome young man now bore disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes. For the past month, he had spent his days and nights either in the conference room or within his van. His office was a chaotic mess, hardly providing space to step, inundated with an array of documents. Part of the materials pertained to the Kanagawa Lugong Logistics Park theft case, while another segment involved the explosive thefts at Tokyo Port and the Kagura Logistics Park. Presently, his van was similarly cluttered with various documents. His dedication, bordering on madness, has indeed transformed the perceptions of those detectives, experts, and officers who once looked down upon this scion of privilege. After all, he sleeps less than 2 hours a day. As a member of the elite, even if they do not admire him, they cannot help but acknowledge his relentless commitment. Moreover, they currently find themselves at a complete loss. The sole individual with a potential investigative direction is the nobleman Kawabata Kotai. For days, he has adhered to his instincts, steadfast in his belief in first principles. He is convinced that the enigmatic perpetrator resides in Kanagawa Prefecture. At this moment, his gaze is fixed upon the laptop screen, which displays not a recording, but rather a compilation of his own insights. Firstly, there is undoubtedly a connection between the Land Rover theft, the logistics park heist in Lukong, and the massive explosion at Tokyo Port. Secondly, the adversary possesses a mysterious power or channel capable of relocating substantial quantities of goods. Thirdly, it is certain that they passed through Kanagawa en route to Tokyo, or perhaps traveled directly or indirectly from Kanagawa to Tokyo. During this period, the verifiable targets amount to 24,591 individuals. However, it cannot be ruled out that the adversary employs clandestine methods to evade governmental data scrutiny. Fourthly, they may belong to a secretive organization, privy to information through unusual channels. Fifthly, sixthly, and seventhly, a map illustrating the route from Kagura Logistics Park to the residence of the Land Rover's owner has been marked, highlighting paths devoid of surveillance. Sinister, utterly sinister. After reviewing this information countless times, Kawabata Kotai squinted, biting his nails in contemplation. At that moment, a phone call abruptly interrupted his thoughts. It was his father, Kawabata Nigawa. Kawabata Kotai. Hello, is that you, father? Kawabata Nigawa. Indeed, are you on your way home? Kawabata Kotai. I am returning to the base, my apologies, father. I have only unearthed a few clues, disappointing you. Kawabata Nigawa. No need for apologies. This matter is not your fault. And perhaps the truth of the case is beginning to surface. Kawabata Kotai. What? Have they found the murderer? Kawabata Nigawa. Not yet, but just now. There was another terrorist attack on a warehouse, and this time, we apprehended someone. Kawabata Kotai. What? Who are they? Kawabata Nigawa. The Tenrikyo sect. That cult. The Tenrikyo church. Upon hearing this, Kawabata Kotai's eyes ignited with clarity. How could I not have considered this? If it is this organization, everything falls into place. The topic of the Tenrikyo church is a terrifying taboo in the archipelago. For nearly a century, these fanatics have wrought countless tragedies. Founded in 1838, the sect's founder was a figure named Nakayama Miki. This woman was born in 1798 in the mountainous region of Yamabino, in the district of Sumita. At the tender age of 13, she wed the prosperous farmer Fukumura Zenbi from Yamabino, and together they bore one son and 5 daughters. In her youth, she was an ardent devotee of Buddhism, even harboring aspirations of renouncing the worldly life to become a nun. However, despite her sincere devotion, she witnessed the tragic demise of her loved ones, one after another, succumbing to illness and famine. By the year 1838, at the age of 41, she proclaimed herself as being favored by divine grace, embarking on a mission to spread her teachings, which she regarded as her sacred duty. She declared, "I am the primordial spirit of the cosmos, the true deity of all realms. This abode, endowed with original causes, has now manifested in the world to save humanity." Subsequently, she fervently engaged in evangelism, cultivating a formidable following over the decades, even posing a threat to the hegemony of the Shinto faith presided over by the emperor. Consequently, the powers that be and the aristocracy of the island nation resorted to fervent suppression. Yet, every few decades, this movement would resurge like a malignant tumor, often capitalizing on natural disasters or orchestrating horrific tragedies, all while justifying their actions as sacrifices made to save sentient beings. The last such incident occurred a decade ago when they orchestrated a catastrophic explosion in the Tokyo subway, resulting in thousands of casualties. Contemplating this, Kawabata Kanta felt a weighty gloom settle upon him. If this matter involved the Tenrikyo sect, the ramifications could be dire. These individuals were truly deranged, organized and fanatical in their madness. Kawabata Kanta was acutely aware of the events from a decade prior. Given the nature of the tragedy, the government would undoubtedly unleash a ruthless crackdown on the Tenrikyo sect once more. However, this latest operation proved to be the most disastrous of all previous purges. Not only did some insiders betray their plans, allowing a significant portion of these lunatics to escape, but of the remaining 37 cult members, many had been brainwashed into a frenzy, with 29 either violently resisting or taking their own lives. The 9 captured individuals remained resolutely silent despite the authorities employing every conceivable tactic to extract information. During interrogations, one even bit off a prosecutor's ear, while another fatally attacked a police officer. They were indeed the epitome of madness. Yet, as Kawabata Kanta pondered this, a sense of curiosity arose within him. Father, this behavior does not align with their usual modus operandi. These lunatics have always been ostentatious in their returns. Why did they not claim responsibility for such significant incidents as those at Tokyo Port, the Kagura Logistics Park, and the Lukang Logistics Park? Kawabata interjected, times are changing. Anything is possible. Perhaps they, like us, have foreseen this impending winter, which may endure for over 5 years. Moreover, Kawabata Kanta interjected, moreover what? Kawabata continued. They may be plotting something even more terrifying, such as attempting to eliminate the emperor amidst a natural disaster, along with us, the established aristocracy. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon at Kanagawa Hospital, Ito Mayuki's mother had successfully undergone surgery and was now in a stable observation period. As long as there is no intense rejection, there will generally be no problem. Upon receiving this news, Mayuki was overwhelmed with excitement, sending out a flurry of joyful messages to S-ing Hokn. Mr. S-ing, from now on, my life belongs to you. I will surely repay you in the future, and I will take care of this money as well. You had better keep your promise. S-ing Hokn, who was still engaged in conversation with Titani Rika, merely glanced at the message, murmuring to himself before being interrupted by Rika's inquiry. Hokn, how about I treat you to dinner tonight to soothe your wounded heart? Chapter 35, A Date with the Police Flower. Thank you, Miss Titani Rika. However, I must insist, on our first meeting, I will treat you to dinner, as I know a delightful restaurant, with a beautiful woman making the invitation. S-ing Hokn naturally could not decline. Yet, tonight's plans would require a slight adjustment. He had initially intended to dine with Mayuki. For although she was not a devil, he was not foolish enough to play the role of a selfless benefactor. Given the opportunity to dine with a stunning beauty like Mayuki, he would not forego that for a mere platonic ideal with Rika. However, with a new prospect on the horizon, the opportunity with Mayuki, which had simmered like meat in a pot, no longer required urgent attention. All right, I shall heed your wishes. However, the next time we dine, it will be my treat. Seeing S-ing Hokn's insistence, Rika refrained from further contesting. In her eyes, he was a man of strong pride and ambition, and prolonging the debate would only bruise his self-esteem. Thus, a brief exchange solidified their date for tonight. The time was set for 6 p.m. How does that sound? Very well. Then it is settled. I will select the restaurant and send you the details. At the Haoyue restaurant, located at the southeast corner, Titani Rika, dressed in a pure white princess dress with cascading waves in her hair, rested her hands on the railing, gazing up at the starlit sky. The location of this restaurant is truly splendid. I adore the decor. I'm glad you like it, replied S-ing Hokn, who wore a plaid shirt paired with white trousers and sneakers, pushing his glasses up with a slight smile. He then leaned against the railing, admiring the brilliant starlight in the azure sky. Tonight's fresh and youthful ambience, along with his attire, was all prepared for Titani Rika, a girl of such innocence and charm, a sheltered daughter of wealth untouched by the harsh realities of life, would undoubtedly favor this aesthetic. Had S-ing Hokn arrived in a tailored suit, adorned with an expensive watch and grand entrance, Rika's impression of him would surely have diminished. Noticing S-ing Hokn's movements, Titani Rika turned her head with a bright smile, mimicking his pose as she tilted her head back. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Indeed, and the breeze is gentle, Song Hokn murmured without a moment's hesitation, effortlessly deciphering the artistic woman's subtle signal. The two exchanged a knowing smile before swiftly returning their gaze to the starry sky. At that moment, Takadani Ayaka felt her heart racing, while Song Hokn pondered something else entirely. Cherish this. There will not be many more days to behold the night sky, beginning tomorrow afternoon. A relentless stretch of overcast skies and heavy snow is set to commence. For the ensuing month, the world will be shrouded in a dismal haze, making it arduous to catch a glimpse of the sun, let alone the resplendent moonlight. Speaking of which, this restaurant is quite far. How did you manage to get here? After a moment of pensive silence, Takadani Ayaka blinked and reopened the conversation. Of course, I drove, Song Hokn replied, retrieving a set of keys from his pocket and twirling them on his finger. These were the keys to his bicycle, which he had acquired in Tokyo, accompanied by the lock's key, totaling 7 keys when combined with those of his home. With a playful laugh, Takadani Ayaka inquired, You rode a bicycle to take a girl out for dinner? Aren't you worried I might look down on you like those materialistic girls? If you were that kind of woman, I wouldn't have come out to dinner with you, Song Hokn retorted, pocketing the keys and glancing toward the nearby table where their order had just arrived. Our meal has arrived. Let us return to our seats. All right, Takadani Ayaka replied sweetly, following Song Hokn back to their table. As they awaited their meals, they continued to engage in delightful conversation, traversing topics from romance to astronomy. As their rapport deepened, Song Hokn interjected with a light-hearted joke, one that carried a slight hint of innuendo. For instance, he asked, who among A, B, C, and D is the coolest? To which he answered, D, like in daring underwear. This not only showcased Song Hokn's wit and humor, but also served to elevate the underlying tension between them. It was also a subtle test. Takadani Ayaka clearly was not offended. In fact, after hearing the joke, her beautiful eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she gazed at him, a promising sign that he could press forward. Yet, before doing so, Song Hokn feigned shyness, averting his gaze to a couple at another table, where a violinist was playing the Blue Danube, a cheerful tune popular in Northern Europe, yet relatively unknown domestically. Noticing his diverted attention, Takadani Ayaka teased, "Hakuin, do you have a fondness for music? Or is it the beautiful violinist that captivates you?" "Children make choices. I adore both," Song Hakuin replied. Returning his gaze to Takadani Ayaka, the hint of shyness evaporating as he regarded her with an assertive glint in his eyes. "Cheeky little scoundrel," Takadani Ayaka murmured, slightly pouting, her gaze flitting away as she playfully uttered those words. Sensing the woman's unease, Song Hakuin unexpectedly rose from his seat, much to the astonishment of Takato Rika. "Huh, what are you doing?" Upon seeing Song Hakuin suddenly stand up and turn to leave, Takato Rika feared she had inadvertently triggered his sensitive nerves with her words. Regretting her actions, she hastily got up and reached for his hand, her expression tinged with nervousness as she spoke. "I'm sorry. I was just joking. I didn't mean to imply you were a pervert." However, sensing her anxiety, Song Hakuin turned back and smiled at her warmly, gently squeezing her small hand. "I'll go borrow a violin and show you a thing or two. You can play the violin?" As Song Hakuin's gesture registered, Takato Rika's delicate face flushed a rosy hue, her voice becoming somewhat awkward. "I learned it to impress girls," Song Hakuin replied with a grin, releasing her hand and raising an eyebrow, then playfully winking at her. "Humph." Feeling the playful provocation, Takato Rika responded with a haughty snort, rolling her eyes slightly as she returned to her seat. Yet, deep down, she felt a surge of joy and anticipation for Song Hakuin's performance. Soon, Song Hakuin returned with a violin. Thanks to his numerous intense exchanges with the renowned violinist, my wife Yuin, and his remarkable memory, he had mastered a particularly beloved violin piece titled Romance, composed by Clara Schumann. As he began to play the melodious and romantic tune, Takato Rika gazed at him with starry eyes, while nearby diners, servers, and even the musicians turned their attention to him. Their expressions ranged from admiration to envy, all captivated by the exquisite beauty of his performance. However, before he could finish, two unwelcome guests, his university classmates, made their appearance. One was sharp-tongued and sarcastic, while the other exuded an air of superiority. Chapter 36, The Gigolo and the Young Lady. Dressed in a black suit with a crisp white shirt, impeccably groomed, he resembled a polished gentleman. Spotting Song Hakuin playing the violin, he couldn't help but smirk derisively. "Well, if at ISNT are talented Song. No wonder you're not delivering takeout or working at a convenience store. It turns out you're here performing instead. We should change restaurants to avoid being recognized by him. I don't want people to know I have a classmate like that," remarked Zhong Ai, whose ponytail framed her striking features, though her chin was somewhat pointed. A flicker of displeasure crossed her face as she recalled an unpleasant memory. A true scion of privilege, she had once dated Song Hakuin, and their early romance had been sweet. However, her strong desire for control had escalated over time, leading to an insatiable possessiveness that proved overwhelming. It is utterly incorrect for Song Hakuin to synchronize his breathing with a female counterpart, and she even forbade him from continuing his employment, claiming she could provide him with financial support and arrange future job opportunities upon their return to her homeland. This was tantamount to demanding that he live off her generosity. As a man of stature, Song Hakuin was once deeply enamored by her offer. However, the thought of living under someone else's roof and having to seek permission even to turn over in bed prompted him to take the initiative to end his relationship with Zhong Ai. He publicly declared that Zhong Ai had cast him aside, which led to a period where he faced ridicule from many, particularly from Ho Liang, who was well aware of the Zhong family's background and had long set his sights on Zhong Ai, playing the role of her devoted admirer. The distance that grew between them was inevitably stirred by his meddling. After the breakup, Ho Liang became increasingly shameless, resembling a despicable dog that relished in his newfound freedom to torment Song Hakuin. He seized every opportunity to undermine Song Hakuin, revealing his true character as a petty individual. "Darling, since you're here, let us tend to the business. After all, it's not easy for our talented Song to work here. Let us select a piece of music and take a few photos to share in the class group. This time, let us allow our classmates to truly appreciate the multifaceted talents of our esteemed Song," Ho Liang said, eagerly glancing at Zhong Ai, fully expecting her to acquiesce. Knowing her proud nature, "All right, I'll go along with your suggestion," Zhong Ai replied, not forgetting that she had been the one discarded by Song Hakuin, and she nodded with narrowed eyes. The two purposely chose seats near Tao Guli Huaxiang. Before Song Hakuin could finish his rendition of romantic melody, Ho Liang, unable to contain his excitement, began snapping pictures. Click, click, click. Song Hakuin paid little mind and swiftly completed his performance. However, as the final note resounded. Applause erupted from the surrounding diners and staff, with several charming young ladies calling out, "Please play another piece. We adore your music. Young man, do you have a girlfriend? We could be your girlfriends. Hey, come over here. We want to listen too. We'll give you double the tip." Tao Gu Li Huaxiang cast a displeased glance at these oblivious women, her eyes harboring an unmistakable warning. Zhong Ai's expression grew increasingly complex, quickly shifting to a sullen demeanor, as if everyone owed her a considerable sum. Hearing the commotion only aggravated Ho Liang further, who snapped his fingers with a disdainful expression. "Hey, you, the one with the violin, come over and play us a song." Just as Song Haokuin was about to return the violin to its owner, he turned at the sound of the familiar voice. However, upon seeing the scowling Zhong Ai and the oily, two-faced Ho Liang, he felt no surprise, merely offering a sardonic smile tinged with disdain. However, before Song Haokuin could utter a word, Tao Gu Li Huika abruptly stood up, striking the table with her hand. Although her background was not as formidable as that of Zhong Ai, she was nonetheless a privileged young lady with political and business connections. Moreover, this was her home turf in the island nation. Since childhood, she had been blessed with beauty and charm, receiving countless adulations. While she never bullied others, she certainly would not permit anyone to mistreat her, especially not a man for whom she had developed a fondness. Who do you think you are? Do you possess no sense of decency? Do you not comprehend the meaning of respect? Do you not understand the essence of politeness? Upon her utterance, those around her echoed her sentiments. Song Haokuin found the scene somewhat amusing, merely smiling without contributing to the conversation, for he knew that it would not be he who would be embarrassed in the end. Meanwhile, the slick and ostentatious Ho Liang, whose greatest assets were his tongue and his mouth, wore a mischievous grin. "Oh, little sister, do not be angry. I am acquainted with the one playing the violin. He is my dear friend. We are good classmates." Yet, before he could finish, Song Haokuin, who had initially chosen silence, interjected. "I apologize. Though I am reluctant to admit it, I cannot deny that we are classmates. However, I have no association whatsoever with a smooth-talking, duplicitous individual like you, who can only thrive by being subservient." Song Haokuin, Ho Liang loathed being accused of living off others, and hearing this from someone he regarded as a rival only served to provoke him further. The expressions of those around him morphed into a mix of bemusement and disdain as they regarded Ho Liang. "Let us depart. We shall dine at a more upscale restaurant." Zhong Ai's expression soured. She was aware of Song Haokuin's temperament, which was precisely why their relationship had faltered in the first place. However, sensing the charged atmosphere, Ho Liang slammed his hand on the table. "Song Haokuin, I will file a complaint against you. Do you believe I can have you fired?" Song Haokuin merely found the situation both infuriating and amusing, shaking his head with a scoff as he snapped his fingers. A violinist in a white shirt and dress pants hurried over, accepting the violin and the tip from Song Haokuin. "Thank you, sir," he said politely, bowing in gratitude before turning to Ho Liang. "Sir, should you require accompaniment services, you may summon me. However, I must ask that you refrain from disturbing our other patrons, or I will have no choice but to call security." "You." Ho Liang seethed at this remark. Yet he could not afford to lose his composure in front of Zhong Ai. "Let us go. What a dreadful restaurant." With those biting words, he departed in a huff with Zhong Ai. However, scarcely had they returned to the car when the disgruntled Ho Liang pulled out his phone, sending the previously captured photos to the group chat, along with a comment. "Ho Liang, congratulations to our talented scholar Song, who has finally stepped away from the convenience store and the exhausting delivery work, now embarking on a new path as a musician." Ho Liang, with a wry smile. "Let us celebrate together." Chapter 37, The Devoted Admirer. Kanagawa International University, Class of 91 Study Abroad Group. "Hey, for 3 days and nights, this rascal Song Haokuin is truly an embarrassment to international students. How can he study abroad when his family lacks the means? He brings shame upon us. Most adorable. Hee, we are classmates after all. Quickly tell me which venue this is. I wish to support our esteemed scholar Song." Class monitor. "Those who enjoy sharing such things should create their own group. It's rather dull." Mighty Dragon. "Is this all you want to fuss about? Tagging everyone." Ho Liang, are you out of your mind? Dragon, please do not be angry. I will be more mindful next time. I just happened to see this and wish to share it with everyone. I will be cautious in the future. Initially, Ho Liang was particularly excited, but upon witnessing the class beauty and monitor speak and the arrival of the gallant Zhao, his expression darkened and he swiftly tucked away his phone. He then took Zhong Ai to a nearby restaurant, continuing his charming banter to win her favor. How you a restaurant? These individuals truly affect one's appetite. It is rare that you can remain calm while interacting with them. Once the two bothersome figures departed, The exuberant Takamori Hikari expressed her grievances while wielding her knife and fork. Yet, Song Hakuin merely smiled warmly at her, accustomed to it. Let us dine. Do not let others' mistakes impact your own experience. Hearing the words accustomed to it, Takamori Hikari felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. However, such sentiments were not to be voiced. Instead, she sweetly raised her glass, declaring, Hakuin, I admire your mindset. Let me toast to you. Song Hakuin returned her radiant smile. The meal continued delightfully, with Takamori Hikari laughing heartily at his antics. Following this splendid feast, her small face flushed and her large eyes glistening. She playfully swayed her petite frame, stating, Hakuin, we have both indulged in drinks. It seems I must rely on your car to return home. However, Song Hakuin feigned a thorough appraisal. From her dainty white shoes to her knee-high white stockings, the delicate pink hem of her skirt, her slender waist, and her graceful neckline. Finally, his gaze settled on her rosy visage, wearing a solemn yet dubious expression. Takamaru Hikari felt her cheeks flush deeper, her shy eyes darting away. Why are you looking at me like that? Song Hakuin displayed a mischievous grin, his words laced with a distinct implication. I was pondering whether my stamina would suffice to safely escort the vivacious, radiant, and kind-hearted Miss Takamori Hikari back home. Yet at that moment, Takamori Hikari failed to grasp his meaning and instead teased, my home is not far. Surely your stamina cannot be that inadequate? Is that not manageable? The woman exudes an endearing charm, completely oblivious to the fact that he intends to take her to a hotel. Song Hakuin paused momentarily before chuckling, remarking that how could a man ever claim inadequacy? He patted his bicycle and said, get on. You'll soon discover my capabilities. My nickname is Wolf Warrior. However, at this juncture, Takaguchi Hikaru realized that Song Hakuin's mountain bike had a low crossbar and lacked a rear seat. How am I supposed to sit on this? She wondered. Isn't it simple? Song Hakuin turned to face her, then crouched slightly with his back turned. Come on. Takaguchi Hikaru had never been carried by a man, nor had she ever done such a thing on someone else's bike. Song Hakuin did not respond, but urged her. Hurry up. There are so many mosquitoes. I might faint from blood loss soon. Princess, get on. With a chuckle, Takaguchi Hikaru playfully leaped forward, landing on Song Hakuin's back, her fair arms wrapping around his neck. A delightful fragrance of pear blossoms enveloped him, followed by the soft impact of her form against him, causing Song Hakuin to feign stumbling before regaining his balance, securing her thighs. All right, you have a bit of weight. What did you say? Takaguchi Hikaru pouted and glared at him. I said, Princess, please get on. Let us set off. Carrying Takaguchi Hikaru, Song Hakuin mounted the bicycle, her long, delicate legs naturally resting around his waist. Together, they departed from the Bright Moon restaurant amidst envious glances, exchanging laughter and joy. However, fate had other plans. As they encountered Zhong Ai and Ho Liangliang on their way back, seeing Takaguchi Hikaru so intimately engaged with Song Hakuin ignited a fire of resentment in Zhong Ai's eyes. Ho Liangliang, observing Zhong Ai's expression, harbored even greater animosity towards Song Hakuin. He sped up, nearly colliding with them, but fortunately, Song Hakuin's reflexes were swift. With a loud crash, Ho Liangliang's black Mercedes scraped against the guardrail, extinguishing the right front headlight entirely. With a screech of brakes, he narrowly avoided tumbling down the hill. Hey, what are you doing? Are you insane? Both Takaguchi Hikaru and Zhong Ai exclaimed in surprise. Yet, Ho Liangliang was quick to roll down his window, revealing a mocking demeanor as he derided, two little paupers without a car, yet full of joy. Song Hakuin retorted with a disdainful sneer. At least we don't have to play the fool for others' amusement. Song Hakuin. Ho Liangliang's expression contorted as if he had consumed something foul, mixed with shards of glass. Takaguchi Hikaru sensed the tension and inquired curiously, what did that jerk say? With a teasing tone, Song Hakuin replied, he merely remarked that I, in my youth, failed to appreciate the value of a wealthy woman, mistaking a beautiful girl for treasure. You are being unreasonable. I was speaking to you sincerely. Initially, the irate Takaguri Kika was fuming, but his antics not only quelled her anger, but also prompted her to playfully deliver a light blow to his head. What exactly did he say? Despite receiving a rather forceful tap, Song Hakuin continued to jest, expressing pride in being a devoted admirer, boldly questioning whether I would dare to partake in something as distasteful as consuming excrement. How utterly repulsive. Takaguri Kika was well aware that Song Hakuin was merely jesting. Yet she chose not to confront him directly, instead feigning disgust in a most cooperative manner. Let us depart quickly. I cannot fathom who would be entangled in a romance with such a loathsome sycophant. However, before she could utter another word, the perpetually sullen I finally spoke up. Song Hakuin, first that wretched Li Bingxin, And now a woman from the islands. Are you intentionally trying to provoke me? Song Haokuin was left speechless by her outburst. Zhong Ai. We have been separated for quite some time, haven't we? You have a boyfriend now. Is it a problem for me to date someone else? Yet. Zhong Ai disregarded his reasoning, threateningly declaring, Song Haokuin, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Return to the country with me tomorrow, and I will ensure everything is arranged for you. Otherwise, I shall personally ruin you. Chapter 38. How did I suddenly find myself at a disadvantage? Do I not possess any pride? Upon hearing Zhong Ai's threat, the playful smirk vanished from Song Haokuin's face, though he bore no semblance of anger. At that moment, he merely recalled a detail from his previous life. Just before the snowfall was to commence, several elite second-generation officials from their school had journeyed to Tokyo. Two of them even posted on social media, sharing their experiences aboard the return flight, one of whom lamented, how annoying, being summoned back home so abruptly. Clearly, this was no mere coincidence. They must have received some form of directive. However, regrettably, due to electromagnetic interference, their flight was forced to return, leaving them stranded at Tokyo Airport. It now appeared that not only the higher-ups in the islands were aware of the impending event, but also those in their own country. Reflecting on this, Song Haokuin's expression grew increasingly complex. He could not comprehend why, given that nations could launch missiles to obliterate that terrifying meteorite. They could not unite in a concerted effort to combat what seemed to be a horrific snow disaster. In his view, with the current level of technology, if they could effectively organize, they might very well save numerous lives from this dreadful calamity. After all, this snowfall would not merely accumulate several meters in a single day. Yet, why did the leaders of nations around the world make the same choice? Why? Could it be that this disaster would last longer than he had anticipated? Or was the relentless blizzard merely the beginning, with even more terrifying calamities looming ahead? How perplexing. It truly was exceedingly strange. Zhong Ai's words left Song Haokuin in a state of deep contemplation and unease. However, this transformation did not escape the keen observation of Miss Zhong, who mistook it for a sign of impending submission from Song Haokuin. Thus, she resorted to a blend of coaxing and coercion. Haokuin, if you are willing, we can return to the way things were. I promise I will not be as capricious as before. Come back to our country with me. You must know my family's background. Being with me would spare you at least 50 years of struggle. Yet, at that moment, Ho Liang, the devoted admirer and servant, could no longer tolerate such words. Ai, what are you saying? What do you take me for? Leave. Miss Zhong, seeing him interrupt her, raised her arm and struck him. Do you truly think I would ever regard you, a useless being, with any esteem? All you've done is leave me covered in your spittle. Now be gone. Hearing these words, Ho Liang felt utterly aggrieved, yet he dared not retort. Nor could he muster the courage to retaliate against Zhong Ai. She harbored no feelings for him. This woman would indeed be capable of ruining him. In that moment, he could only glare at Song Haokuin with a mixture of rage and resentment. In the shadows, Tao Gu Li Huaxiang's expression darkened as she perceived that this woman still held affections for Song Haokuin. The audacity with which she spoke revealed a formidable background, possibly even more powerful than her own. However, the more assertive Zhong Ai became, the more it ignited Huaxiang's competitive spirit. Yet, she refrained from seizing the opportunity to cause trouble. She merely observed Song Haokuin intently, awaiting his response, her heart racing with anticipation. With her arms tightly wrapped around Song Haokuin's neck and her legs entwined around his waist, she yearned for the answer she desired. Meanwhile, after cursing Ho Liang with a pale visage, Zhong Ai forced a smile towards Song Haokuin. Haokuin, being with me will elevate you above others, granting you everything you can imagine. I assure you, I am not jesting. I know you are serious, but I must decline, Song Haokuin replied, shaking his head with a deep sigh. He indeed harbored some feelings for her and recognized her ability to fulfill her promises. Yet, the thought of having to report every movement, surrender his phone even for a trip to the restroom, or face an elbow jab for merely glancing at another woman was unbearable. Within 10 seconds of failing to respond to a call or message, she would assume the worst and call the authorities. Furthermore, the tracking software on his phone would alert her to every like he bestowed upon a female streamer, leading her to intervene and shut down any potential distractions. There would be no semblance of personal time, no secrets to cherish. Her wide, crimson eyes seemed to surveil him ceaselessly, leaving him feeling suffocated. The prospect of living such a life had become intolerable for Song Haokuin. He felt that death would be a more appealing alternative. Song Haokuin. Upon his rejection, Zhong Ai narrowed her eyes, her expression sharp as a blade. As the eldest daughter of the Zhong family, she naturally possessed her own pride. At this moment, her expression resembled that of a bloodthirsty female Azura. You must take responsibility for your words. I shall not grant you a second chance. With this proclamation, Zhong Ai thrust her hands into the pockets of her crazed attire and swiftly turned to open the car door, entering with haste. Heh, Song Haokuan. If you are a man, do not waver. Ho Liang observed Song Haokuan's ignorance with a mix of excitement and disdain, nearly contorting his face in disbelief as he hurried back to the driver's seat. He started the car with unprecedented speed, fearing that Song Haokuan might come to his senses and seek her out. Song Haokuan, of course, was acutely aware that Zhong Ai was not jesting. Should he dare return to the country, it would not be long before he faced the whims of power, perhaps being apprehended or encountering some unforeseen misfortune. However, the time until that bleak winter apocalypse was now less than 24 hours. To be precise, only 16 hours and 32 minutes remained. In fact, the woman's intention to hire an assassin to eliminate him might not even be executed in time. Moreover, the Zhong family held little sway within the military. In the future, only families possessing technological prowess and military authority would reign supreme. Those aristocratic families entrenched in politics, economics, and culture would inevitably fall to the wayside or face eradication. Thus, when confronted with this woman's threat, Song Haokuan not only felt unafraid, but also found himself stifling laughter. Especially when he recalled that Zhong Ai had returned to the country without Ho Liang. In less than half a month since the onset of the apocalypse, that unfortunate fellow had perished from starvation in the villa, a true testament to the fate of a sycophant. The mere thought of this brought a smile to Song Haokuan's face. Yet, a sudden kiss interrupted his reverie. Feeling warmth on his cheek, Song Haokuan turned slightly, catching a glimpse of Tao Guli Huixiang. Why are you suddenly taking advantage of me? Do I not have any dignity? Quickly drive. I must return home. My family has a curfew, she replied, playfully averting her flushed face, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she pouted her soft pink lips. Very well. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Song Haokuan grinned mischievously and got back into the car. However, once inside, he accelerated furiously, indulging in daring maneuvers. After surging down a steep slope, he anticipated that Tao Guli Huixiang would be frightened to the point of losing her composure. Yet, to his surprise, she did not cower. Instead, she released one hand and raised her small fist in exhilaration. Ah, how thrilling. I want to do it again. Chapter 39, The Countdown to the Apocalypse. Kanagawa, Taoyuan Valley Villa District. Hee, why do you seem so displeased? Exclaimed Tao Guli Huixiang, leaping from the car and noticing Song Haokuan rolling his eyes atop the vehicle, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. Could it be that you, of all people, secretly booked a hotel? Of course not. I am not such a shallow individual, he retorted. Song Haokuan had never imagined that sharing a meal with the affluent policewoman, Tao Guli Huixiang, would lead to such an intimate encounter. Upon hearing his words, Huixiang tilted her head with a playful smile and asked, why the expression? It's simply because you are so straightforward, he retorted, rolling his eyes. Haven't you heard that joke? What joke? She inquired, momentarily disregarding his comment about her bluntness upon hearing the word joke. With a hint of melancholy in his voice, Song Haokuan replied, when a man tells a risque joke to a woman, he seeks to see her blush, not to elicit uproarious laughter that has her exclaiming, come on, give me another one. Huixiang chuckled at his explanation, but then suddenly pouted, glaring fiercely at him. Did you just call me straightforward? Of course. Unless you're suggesting you're not? He teased, winking mischievously. Seizing the moment while she was distracted, he leaned in and pecked her cheek. Before she could react, he pedaled his bicycle away with great speed. Wait. Huixiang licked her lips and only then realized what had transpired, spotting him waving from 10 meters away. You don't need to see me off. Just call if you need anything. Humph. And you dare say that? You're the real straightforward one. You didn't even bother to ask if anyone's home, she muttered, pouting as he continued on his way. However, as his figure disappeared from sight, she couldn't help but smile brightly, turning to head home with a light-hearted step. Yet, just as she reached her doorstep, Song Haokuan called her back, claiming he had a surprise. When he arrived with 2 large bags of snacks, Huixiang blinked in confusion. What's this for? For you. Take them, he said, smiling as he handed her the bags. With the impending cold wave of the apocalypse, he didn't want the woman he fancied to suffer from hunger. Thank you. Huixiang accepted the snacks with a beaming smile. Although the bags contained nothing extravagant, especially for someone of her status, they were a gift she had never received before, making her feel it was both creative and romantic. However, Song Haokuan had other intentions for summoning her back. As Huixiang took hold of her gift, he seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on her. Caught off guard, she stood frozen in place until he sped away on his bicycle. Only then did she react, playfully cursing him as a rascal. After licking her soft strawberry lips, she skipped joyfully home, while Song Haokuin continued his journey northward. With the shooting range in his sights, tonight, a nuclear missile shall ascend, and by noon tomorrow, a tempest of snow will descend from the heavens. The target range will undoubtedly seize the firepower at his disposal. On one hand, it enriches his arsenal. On the other, should it fall into the hands of others, it poses a significant threat to him. A mere quarter of an hour later, Song Haokuin arrived at a quaint country lane. Since dining with a beautiful woman scarcely satisfied his hunger, compounded by the long journey on his bicycle, he resolved to replenish his energy before continuing. He extracted a tent from the roadside and decided to indulge in a picnic. Before him lay an extravagant spread of food. However, upon opening his messaging app, he was startled to see the Do Not Disturb class group chat had exploded with 99 unread messages. Curiosity compelled him to delve into the conversation, only to discover that this group was discussing him. Some even shared photographs from his past employment. There were images of him enduring harassment from security while delivering takeout, and moments captured at a convenience store where he was demanded to apologize by a customer. Another photo depicted him laboriously carrying water up the stairs, sweat pouring down his face as he struggled with heavy bags of food. Beneath the most recent image, a familiar face chimed in with a comment. Haha, is this what they call working like a dog? The comments flowed, with one saying, does this guy truly believe that diligent study and hard work will lead to wealth? Foolish, he will never taste the luxury of a lavish meal. Another remarked, hey, while we may not look up to such individuals, let us not mock them. After all, without these laborers, how would we profit? I actually admire Song Haokuin. The more of his kind, the better. Isn't that right? Another chimed in. I adore Haokuin. He must come work for my company. As the saying goes, while Haokuin diligently puts in extra hours, I indulge in affairs. While he strives for success, I upgrade my luxury cars. With his hard work, I revel in extravagance. Ha, brother Foam, your eloquence is unmatched. One added, chuckling. With a mere glance at these messages, Song Haokuin scoffed disdainfully and resumed his focus on the news, savoring his meal. In the past month, he had not only plundered 2 warehouses, but also frequented roadside stalls and food streets, often ordering copious amounts of takeout. Dining out was a regular affair, with tables laden with dishes. He even reserved several hundred banquet tables for weddings, ensuring a plethora of hot dishes at his disposal. Even in the absence of Yamamoto Yuki and Yamamoto Mirai, he could feast for a considerable time without worry. Bringing them along was merely a precautionary measure. Approximately half an hour later, Song Haokuin finally satiated his hunger. The clock neared 9 p.m., marking just an hour until the countdown commenced for the nuclear arsenals of various nations. With this thought, a flicker of excitement coursed through him. The apocalypse he had long anticipated was finally on the verge of realization. However, despite the excitement, Song Haokuin remained vigilant and cautious. He first adorned himself with a pair of sheer black stockings atop his head, followed by a bandit mask, completing his transformation into a combat-ready figure. Next, he prepared to silence his mobile phone, intending to bury it temporarily in the earth. This would prevent anyone from tracking him, as his signal would not appear in the vicinity of the shooting range, thus averting any suspicion regarding his sudden disconnection. Yet, just as he was about to inter the device, the screen illuminated once more. The message was from Nichuan Gang. Nichuan Gang, Mr. Song, I've arranged everything. If you wish to indulge in some hands-on action, I will arrive punctually tomorrow morning. I have matters to attend to now. We shall reconnect in the morning. With a cold smirk, Song Haokuin replied to the message, then temporarily buried the silenced phone in the soil. A few minutes later, after ensuring that all preparations were in order, he retrieved a state-of-the-art Jeep Wrangler and a signal jammer from the system. The vehicle was one among thousands stolen from a shipment at Tokyo port, and he possessed over 70 of the same model. With a throaty roar, the engine ignited, and Song Haokuin continued his journey northward. 17 minutes and 32 seconds later, he infiltrated the shooting range, disguised as a ruthless bandit, clad in a camouflage tactical bulletproof vest. By sheer coincidence, the individual tasked with the night watch was Nichuan Ban, the brother of Nichuan Gang, who had previously shown disdain towards Song Haokuin. As he approached, Nichuan Ban was engrossed in playing a game on his phone, a title called Inghun, akin to the domestic honor of kings. At that moment, he was also vocally berating his teammates. Baka, how can you misuse such a powerful hero as Yamada no Orochi? You're playing like a fool. Yet, before he could finish his tirade, Song Haokuin swiftly eliminated him with a single shot, seizing the phone to silence the audio, muttering, how dare you criticize others, you garbage. Chapter 40, Anxieties of the Unfortunate Neighbor. 10 minutes later, Song Haokuin's fingers danced rapidly across the screen, the blue crystal poised to shatter under his furious onslaught. Solo push for the base. Just as the golden victory message was about to appear, the player previously insulted by Nichuan Ban spoke up. Bro, impressive. Your skill has transformed. It's as if you've switched heads. Have you changed players? Chuckling softly, Song Haokuin remained silent and obliterated the crystal, collecting both the phone and the lifeless body. What followed was a thorough looting spree. He gathered an array of rifles, handguns, ammunition, sofas, chairs, vending machines, and even shooting equipment. With these acquisitions, he could effectively reconstruct a shooting range within the depths of the apocalyptic hotel. Having resolved these matters, Song Haokuin did not ignite a fire as he typically would. Instead, he meticulously erased any traces of his presence, ensuring no vulnerabilities remained before departing. Upon returning to his concealed location for his phone, the clock struck 10 in the evening. Song Haokuin sat in his vehicle, gazing up at the sky. After this night, it would likely be a long time before he could behold such a magnificent and resplendent starry sky again. After a brief moment of reflection, within just a few minutes, he discerned a flicker of light with the naked eye. The distance from Earth to the Moon is approximately 3.84 million kilometers, with an average distance of 3.63 million kilometers. The occurrence of an explosion at such a vast distance, visible to him as a glimmer of fire, underscored the terrifying might of this detonation. Simultaneously, Song Haokuin pondered another thought. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, the governments of various nations retained formidable power, armed with an array of advanced weaponry, including terrifying weapons of mass destruction. Although the refuge he had chosen was said to be able to withstand attacks, it could only defend against conventional weapons. If someone were to unleash their firepower upon his doomsday hotel with concentrated bombardment or launch a dozen nuclear missiles, his sanctuary would likely be reduced to rubble. However, as this thought crossed his mind, a bold idea suddenly emerged. He wondered if his otherworldly space could absorb incoming projectiles. He had already successfully utilized his space to capture incoming bricks and crossbow bolts, even a car moving at a speed of 100 miles per hour, achieving perfect results in each case. Yet, the terrifying force of a nuclear missile shockwave was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of these conventional weapons. Moreover, should a nuclear bomb detonate within his space, it could contaminate the matter within or obliterate his sanctuary altogether, rendering any potential gain utterly futile. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he was disinclined to experiment lightly. Contemplating this, Song Haokuin couldn't help but chuckle to himself. With only around 10,000 nuclear warheads in existence globally, and the arduous conditions required for their production and launch, he mused about the absurdity of fearing an attack with dozens or even hundreds of nuclear missiles. Such thoughts were indeed a manifestation of unfounded anxiety. Amused by his own overthinking, he pedaled his bicycle leisurely towards his neighborhood, purchasing a considerable amount of supplies along the way. While acquiring these provisions, he increasingly noticed that the variety and quality of goods in various supermarkets had evidently diminished significantly. This indicated that the supplies were being covertly controlled, likely by those in power. These authorities were truly ruthless. With nearly unmanageable supplies in hand, Song Haokuin shook his head, lost in contemplation. Upon returning to his community, he was met with a flurry of gossip from nearby residents, and a passing child even made a face at him. After listening, Song Haokuin merely smiled faintly. The more raucous their cries grew, the more dire their fate would be when the bitter cold descended. A few minutes later, he returned to Mrs. Sato's residence. After a brief respite, he ventured out once more to the doorstep of another neighbor. 3201. This household was inhabited by a notorious drunkard, and within 3 days of the impending ice and snow apocalypse, his home had fallen silent. Last night, as Song Haokuin tried to sleep, he had been disturbed by the man's cacophony. Contemplating the potential conflicts that might arise with the entire building, or even the entire neighborhood, he resolved to show mercy by preemptively sending the old drunkard on his way. It was far preferable for him to provide a swift end to the old man's suffering rather than allowing him to perish from hunger and cold. This would also prevent any disturbances in his own room that might alert the old drunkard and inadvertently disclose his actions to the neighbors, thus compromising the gameplay of this apocalyptic scenario. Knock, knock. After a series of moderate knocks, the voice of the old drunkard echoed from within. Damn it. Who is it? Knocking at this hour? Do you seek death? It's me, the delivery person. Song Haokuin found no surprise in the tone of voice. Previously, when he had been teaching Mrs. Sato's daughter a foreign language, he often overheard the old man cursing to himself within the confines of his home. He would berate his wife, who had fled with their child and savings to escape his incessant drinking and abuse. Subsequently, Mrs. Sato had approached him multiple times, hoping he would quiet down, at least during the night. Yet, the old man only grew more boisterous. When he encountered the Sato family, his eyes had displayed a disconcerting aggression. Song Haokuen speculated that perhaps Mrs. Sato had rented the modest apartment to him not only for the sake of teaching her daughter Chinese, but also in search of a helping hand for her household. Click. As Song Haokuen responded, the dark-skinned, balding, and stooped old drunkard, Kazuma Yakin, grumbled as he opened the door. Damn it. What delivery are you making at this hour? Where's the package? Right here, Song Haokuen said, raising the crossbow in his hand, smiling as he pulled the trigger. Click. Thud. In an instant, the silver arrow shot forth, piercing through Kazuma Yakin's throat in the blink of an eye. With a squelch, a burst of blood erupted from his neck. The silver arrow continuing its trajectory into the living room, embedding itself into the wall, halting only after penetrating half an inch. At that precise moment, the old drunkard's eyes widened in shock as he fell stiffly backward to the ground. Thud. With a heavy thump, Kazuma Yakin departed this world 3 days early. Furrowing his brow, Song Haokuen stepped into the disarray of the old man's home. However, his expression soon relaxed as he discovered some valuable items within. Before him stood 2 grand walls adorned with a cabinet of spirits, housing a variety of medicinal concoctions and elixirs. Within its depths lay ginseng, goji berries, angelica, deer antlers, snake gall, toads, maca root, and 3 types of whip. Upon encountering these treasures, Song Haokuen naturally felt no hesitation. After collecting these items, he continued his foray through the room. However, his elation was short-lived as another photograph ignited his ire. In Chapter 41, he exclaimed, "What? Do you girls wear clothes when you sleep? You truly deserve it." Stopping before a small shrine dedicated to the Kazama family, Song Haokuen glared at a photograph, cursing vehemently. This black-and-white image, dating back at least a century, depicted an officer clad in a military uniform reminiscent of a turtle's shell. His fury stemmed from the unsettling familiarity of the image, having seen it previously in his high school history textbook. It was a snapshot from a newspaper chronicling a massacre where 2 officers engaged in a competition of murder. The victor was identified as Kazama G. Tetsu, who purportedly achieved the legendary feat of slaying 1,000 men in a single day. Damn it. The more he pondered, the more incensed he became. And suddenly a machete appeared in his hand. He unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the Kazama family's shrine. With each decisive chop, he vented his fury, until, after 100 blows, he finally ceased. Though not born an orphan, he had lost his family at a young age. He was well aware of his family's legacy. His father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and great-great-grandfather had all served in the military, embodying a lineage rich in patriotism. Had it not been for his unsatisfactory medical examination, he would have already been serving in the army. Thus, he resolved to incinerate everything related to the shrine, ultimately flushing the remnants down the toilet. The sound of swirling water in the toilet brought him a sense of relief. Simultaneously, a new thought began to take root in his mind. After all, the island nation was largely populated by descendants of war criminals. Everything he had done here, be it plundering or killing, was merely a cycle of cause and effect, rendering any feelings of guilt or hesitation unnecessary. As Confucius once said, how can one repay virtue with enmity? One should repay virtue with virtue, enmity with enmity, blood for blood, and tooth for tooth. That aligns with human nature and the principles of the universe. At midnight, Song Haokuen, tucked beneath a thin blanket, awoke from the cold. The temperature had plummeted at least 8 degrees since he had fallen asleep. The frost forming on the window pane, accompanied by moisture, served as a testament to the near-freezing conditions. What is meant to come has finally arrived, he murmured softly, adjusting the air conditioning to a heating setting of 20 degrees. Beginning tomorrow evening, the island nation would enter a power rationing phase, characterized by intermittent blackouts and a prohibition on high-power appliances. The consequence of clandestine usage would be immediate disconnection. As the duration of power supply dwindled, residents were left with little choice but to boil water and charge their devices. In the days leading up to his demise, the charging time had been reduced to less than half an hour. Thus, if not now, when should one indulge? Ding. With this thought, Song Haokuen adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable 24 degrees Celsius. The optimal temperature for human comfort is around 24 degrees. Anything higher would merely invite discomfort. Having set the thermostat, sleep eluded him. He glanced at the frost forming on the window before picking up his phone to scroll through messages. At that moment, the class group chat erupted in complaints about the wretched weather. At this hour, they should have been out enjoying themselves or just leaving a bar or nightclub. A cursory glance at the messages led him to other conversations. Ita Mayuki, Haokuen-san, my mother has regained consciousness and is out of danger. I'm so sorry. She said she would like to see you. Would you be able to? Yamamoto Mirai, brother, we're going to a shrine in Kanagawa today. And I even got you an amulet. Gui Weiyao, Haokuen-san, when are you free to hang out? I want to introduce you to 2 lovely friends from the islands. They are truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Iasaoi. Kuin. Why haven't you been in touch these past few days? I've missed you. Arasaka Miyuki. Hakuin-san. Did you get a new car? My friend seems to have spotted you driving a big one today. These mischievous girls. Seeing that all the messages were from women, Song Hakuin chuckled and exited the chat. However, just as he opened a short video app, a message from Mamatani Rika appeared. Mamatani Rika, have you made it home? You didn't even send a message, making me worry. Song Hakuin, I was tutoring a neighbor's child in Chinese. Just got home, sorry. Are you still working at this hour? Having tossed and turned in her bed for quite some time, Mamatani Rika had initially felt a pang of irritation at Song Hakuin for not messaging her. But upon seeing his response, her heart softened. How exhausting. Not exhausting. The path one chooses is their own. Song Hakuin replied with one hand while using his other hand to retrieve his spare phone, propping it up on a lazy holder to watch videos. To save money for a beautiful wife, one must naturally work harder than others. Upon reading Song Hakuin's remark about marrying a wife, Mamatani Rika felt he was hinting at something, and a sweet smile crept across her face as she let out a playful hum. So, what kind of wife are you planning to find? The underlying question being, it couldn't possibly be me, could it? Song Hakuin, discerning the implications, responded without hesitation. Of course, she should be young, beautiful, with an excellent figure, gentle, obedient, and wealthy. Wow, you're quite the greedy one, Mamatani Rika teased, sending a short voice message. Why do I feel like you're describing me? After hearing the news, Song Hakuin smirked and remarked on her youthful beauty and figure. Suddenly, a video call came through. Beep, beep, beep. Observing this, Song Hakuin first tapped his backup device to freeze the image of a stunning lady clad in revealing attire before connecting to the video call with Takatori Ayaka. However, as the call connected, Takatori Ayaka, who was about to voice her grievances, instantly flushed, silencing her words. What on earth? Why are you undressed, you pervert? I'm at home. Sleeping. Why would I wear anything? Song Hakuin replied, stroking his 8-pack abs with a mischievous grin. Do you ladies wear clothes when you sleep? Of course. With only the upper half of Song Hakuin visible, Takatori Ayaka's cheeks burned as her gaze flickered. Upon seeing his abs and sculpted waist, she could not help but swallow hard. Just then, Song Hakuin, with a hint of skepticism, responded, I don't believe you unless you show me. Humph, dream on. Realizing his intentions, Takatori Ayaka, in her little camisole nightgown, quickly took a screenshot and ended the call. I won't chat with a big pervert like you. I'm going to sleep. All right then, good night. Taking this as a playful romantic game, Song Hakuin cheerfully replied and resumed scrolling through pictures of beautiful ladies. However, after only a short while, he came across a video of an older sister dancing in a swimsuit, just as 2 new messages arrived. Takahashi Miyuki, Kunkin, our air conditioner seems broken. My sister and I are so cold. Could you come help us fix it? Li Bingshin, Hakuin, thank you for calling the ambulance. If it weren't for you, our family. Hakuin, that incident online is entirely false. It was a scheme by one of my suitors. He just wanted to ruin me because he couldn't have me. I've already contacted a lawyer to sue him. Hakuin, I know you have feelings for me. Let's get back together. I truly love you. Chapter 42, The Heartless Boss and the Venomous Sisters. How I despise you. Upon reading Li Bingshin's messages, Song Hakuin's good mood evaporated in an instant. He felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his fury upon her. Wishing he could take a machine gun and unleash a barrage of 300 rounds, obliterating her mind completely. His intention in calling the ambulance was solely to ensure their suffering, devoid of any benevolence. He kept her on his contact list merely to witness her misfortunes and to flaunt his own comfortable life. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he quickly replied, I once had some fondness for you and was indifferent to your past. However, your current appearance is quite off-putting. Perhaps you should consider some cosmetic enhancements before seeking me out again. Fine. As long as you are willing to accept me, I am ready to do anything. Hakuin, I truly love you. With her face bruised and battered, Li Bingshin hurriedly replied, then gritted her teeth and called for a ride. However, their conversation was witnessed by her brother, Li Biao. Sis, you might actually have a chance. Even after such exposure, you can still say those words. Li Bingshin rolled her eyes disdainfully, retorting, you know nothing. Opportunities are forged through hard work. Only by diving into the industry can one earn a decent sum. Marrying into a wealthy family is the only way. After sharing a few words with her idle brother, she finally sent him away, her expression darkening as she continued messaging the fish in her pond. Yet, most people possess discernment. Only a handful of infatuated admirers continued to fantasize, imagining how wonderful Li Bingshin must be, convinced that someone was plotting against their goddess. In such times, when the goddess still messages me to explain, why does she reach out to me and not others? Indeed, the goddess must love me. There were even those who knew Li Bingxin was hospitalized and wanted to send her red envelopes to visit her. However, these requests from the admirers were swiftly denied, for they were all penniless and powerless. She urgently needed a wealthy benefactor to replenish her resources. Otherwise, her greedy parents and shameless brother would truly force her into the industry, or worse, onto the stage for sale. In the apartment building at Mrs. Sato's residence, having dealt with that wretched Li Bingxin, Song Haokuin opened the surveillance of Takahashi Miyuki's home. Since he had thwarted the sisters' scheme last time, he had discreetly taken precautions, copying the software. Simply by reversing time, he could observe the beautiful sisters chatting on the sofa. Takahashi Miyuki, clad only in a bathrobe and visibly pregnant, sat with her long hair styled and skin as fair as snow, casually crossing her legs with bare feet. Takahashi Minai, dressed in a pristine white shirt paired with snug shorts, showcased her fair legs adorned with little white socks and shoes, sitting beside her sister on the other side. Sis, do you think that Song Haokuin will really help us eliminate Wang Pengzi? I feel it's rather precarious. Song Haokuin likely lacks the courage. The argument with Wang Pengzi was probably just a culmination of his pent-up frustration. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so submissive before. What shall we do then? That scoundrel can't expect to continue taking advantage of us, can he? He wishes. It won't be so easy for him to exploit us. Tonight, let us invite him over first, and then I'll have a friend message Wang Pengzi to catch him in the act, intensifying their conflict. If Song Haokuin still refuses to deal with Wang Pengzi, we'll threaten him, saying we will report him for coercion. Hehe. Why do you two sisters insist on courting disaster? After watching this segment of the video, Song Haokuin couldn't help but feel amused. Originally, he was uncertain whether the schemes to expose his supplies and the covert threats and temptations employed by Wang Pengzi were orchestrated by the two sisters. However, it has now become evident that these two women are undoubtedly involved. Initially, he contemplated reducing them to mere slaves, living like dogs. Yet it appears they shall endure further suffering before their demise. With a chilling expression, Song Haokuin murmured this thought, then indulged in browsing pictures of young women before contentedly drifting off to sleep. Indeed, the air conditioning was set rather high, and coupled with his exceptional physical condition, he was a vigorous young man brimming with energy. Eventually, he became so warm that he kicked off the blanket and adjusted the air conditioning to a cool 20 degrees before continuing his slumber. Awakening at 4 a.m., roused by the alarm he had set before sleeping, Song Haokuin noted that frost had formed on the window pane, with temperatures plummeting to below -10 degrees. Consequently, he rose, donned a down jacket, and slipped into thermal pants. Finally, he topped off his attire with a hat and a baseball cap before heading out, unannounced, to the homes of Takahashi Miyuki and Takahashi Minami. Upon arriving at their doorstep, he deliberately input the wrong passcode once. Then, using a backup phone, he sent 2 multimedia messages to Wang Pengzi. The first image contained the paternity test records of Takahashi Miyuki and her unborn child. The second displayed the paternity test records of Wang Pengzi, Wang Wei, and the fetus. After sending the messages and receiving no immediate response, Song Haokuin dialed Wang Pengzi's number, only to hang up as soon as it connected. Cursed be the wretch who dares to toy with me. Awakened from his slumber, a groggy Wang Pengzi was about to unleash a torrent of curses into the phone when he noticed the call had been terminated, nearly causing him to hurl his phone in fury. Little did he know, this was merely an appetizer. Soon after, he received a text message, alerting him that someone had incorrectly entered his home as password, accompanied by the multimedia messages sent by Song Haokuin. Upon reviewing the paternity test report, Wang Pengzi's anger surged, his eyes turning crimson as he stormed into the kitchen, brandishing a knife, and descended the stairs. However, as he burst through the apartment building's entrance, he gasped in shock, chilled to the bone by the frigid air. Yet, driven by his overwhelming rage, he paid little mind to the harsh weather or the wounds he had sustained earlier. Meanwhile, Song Haokuin had returned to his own residence, changed into a tank top and shorts, and comfortably settled on the sofa, cradling a steaming cup of Blue Mountain coffee. Utilizing screen mirroring software, he projected the footage from Takahashi Miyuki's home onto his 150-inch ultra-slim LCD television. Soon enough, he beheld the scene he had anticipated, the furious Wang Pengzi, knife in hand, storming into the house and heading straight for Takahashi Miyuki's bedroom. Yet, upon kicking open the door, instead of attacking blindly, he pointed a finger at Takahashi Miyuki, cursing her vehemently. I cannot believe you had the audacity to betray me, and the child is not even mine. Today, I shall end your life and then dismember you. Lao Wang, please, do not act impulsively. Takahashi Miyuki, terrified, quickly retreated. But one hand concealed under the blanket was clutching a phone, prepared to call for help in secret. You must allow me to explain. You are surely mistaken. Mistaken? I mistake your mother. Wang Fatty cursed again, violently yanking the blanket from the bed. Upon seeing Takahashi Miyuki fiddling with her phone, his fury escalated, and he rushed over to seize it. With a resounding crash, he smashed the phone to pieces and grabbed her by the hair, dragging her from the bedroom into the living room. Help! Please, do not do this, Wang Wei. I am with child. I can explain. I beg you. Explain? Your mother. Wang Fatty slapped her backhandedly and then tightened his grip around her neck. Who is that scoundrel? Tell me who he is. I shall make you both pay. Just as he finished speaking, Takahashi Miyuki's sister, Takahashi Minai, burst in, wielding a golf club. With both hands gripping the club, she swung with all her might, delivering a blow to Wang Fatty's back. Already injured, Wang Fatty cried out in agony and fell to his knees. Fortunately, due to the brace on his neck, the blow struck the edge, sparing him from immediate death, and he did not relinquish the knife in his hand. Meanwhile, Takahashi Miyuki seized the opportunity to escape to her sister's side. Then, in a shocking revelation, she exclaimed, Wang Wei, you want to know who the father of the child is? I shall tell you. It is Song Haokuin. Chapter 43. Come, let us duel. I was forced into this. My husband, please let me explain. It was that scoundrel Song Haokuin who threatened me. Takahashi Miyuki adeptly diverted the blame, causing Song Haokuin, who was at home, to suddenly choke on his coffee. Coughing, he exclaimed, well, Takahashi Miyuki, you truly live up to your reputation as an actress. It is a shame you are returning to family life. With a sardonic smile gracing his lips, he set down his coffee cup and wiped his mouth with a tissue. This unexpected turn of events caught him off guard, yet perhaps it could be advantageous. If Wang Fatty believed himself to be the child's father, convinced that he had been cuckolded, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. This hatred could be manipulated, allowing Song Haokuin to slowly orchestrate his downfall. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the astute Takahashi Minai had a sudden inspiration, gazing intently at the enraged Wang Fatty. Wang Wei, over the years, you must be aware of how I have treated you. It is only you who has wronged her. She has never wronged you. And as for whether the child is biologically yours, does it truly hold that much significance? Do you comprehend the hardships of pregnancy, the agony of carrying a child? As long as that child calls you father, is that not sufficient? Reflect on this. Throughout the years, while you have indulged in fleeting romances, has any woman borne your child? My sister has devoted years to you without any progress. Yet a single encounter with Song Haokuin resulted in conception. Is there not a flaw on your part? Do you think my sister has endured humiliation and chosen to keep this child solely for whom? Is it not to ensure a legacy for the Wang family? Indeed. Upon hearing her sister's passionate words, Takahashi Miyuki was initially taken aback, but then resolutely reaffirmed her beliefs. This is the essence of my character and my convictions. The once blustering Wang, a rather dim-witted fool, found his mind muddled by the sister's remarks in conjunction with the reality of the situation. Yet, while his intellect faltered, Takahashi Minai exhibited remarkable cunning, persistently shifting the focus of the argument. If you doubt our words, let us conduct a paternity test tomorrow to ascertain whether the child is indeed Song Haokuin's. However, you must understand that in your culture, children are held in the highest regard. If Song Haokuin learns that the child is his, he may fiercely contest custody. And even if he fails to obtain the child, he may extort a fortune from you. Brother-in-law, ponder this carefully. Your capacity for fatherhood may indeed be in question. Consider the future. Should you find yourself childless in your old age, who shall provide for your care? Even in a nursing home, you would be subject to mistreatment. At the very least, my sister is your wife, and raising this child could ensure your comfort in later years, or at least provide a sense of hope. Thus, if you are to harbor any resentment, it should be towards Song Haokuin, the true architect of this turmoil. After an extensive discourse from Takahashi Minai, Wang Wei found himself wavering. Indeed, Wang Wei, if only we could rid ourselves of that scoundrel Song Haokuin, our family of 4 could live harmoniously together, with the child being ours and free from the fear of being taken away. Takahashi Miyuki seized the moment, understanding that while it may not be wise to incite Wang Wei to take drastic measures against Song Haokuin, they must first overcome today's obstacles. Having listened to the sister's persuasive arguments and recalling his previous grievances with Song Haokuin, Wang Wei's mind began to race. He recollected the cryptic messages and calls, as well as Song Haokuin's recent shift from a posture of submission to one of defiance, even to the extent of nearly inciting violence against him. As he pieced these elements together in his mind, Wang Wei's resolve crystallized. Song Haokuin, you wretched scoundrel, I shall not let you escape my wrath. Takahashi Miyuki and Takahashi Minai exchanged glances filled with a subtle satisfaction, reveling in Wang Wei's transformation. At that moment, Wang Wei, affectionately known as Wang Fatty, received a phone call, the caller being none other than Song Haokuin. Song Haokuin, I swear I shall have your head. Upon seeing the contact labeled as dog lackey, Wang Fatty seized the phone and bellowed in fury. However, Song Haokuan, with an air of nonchalance, responded, Wang Wei, it is time we settle our scores. Tomorrow at noon. A duel at the Shijiao Luchuan Reservoir. Let us determine our fates. With a mind to eliminate Song Haokuan, Wang Fatty readily agreed, but before he could utter another word, Song Haokuan abruptly ended the call and tossed his phone aside, relishing a peaceful slumber. As for the duel, what nonsense. Why would he venture out into the frigid cold when he could indulge in comfort at home? While he enjoyed his sweet dreams, Wang Fatty, along with sisters Takahashi Miyuki and Takahashi Manai, spent a sleepless night. Eventually, Wang Fatty could bear it no longer and brandished a kitchen knife at the sisters, declaring, First thing in the morning, I shall have a medical checkup. If there is nothing wrong with me, I will return and deal with both of you. With that, he stormed off, leaving the sisters to breathe a sigh of relief, immediately bombarding Song Haokuan with calls and messages. Yet, their intentions were far from benevolent. They cared little for Song Haokuan's well-being and instead sought to stoke the flames of conflict. They secretly hoped that at least one of them would perish in the ensuing confrontation, with the ideal outcome being mutual destruction. Should Wang Fatty meet his end, a substantial insurance payout and control of his estate would fall into their hands. If both were to die, it would be even more fortuitous. Their efforts, however, would be in vain. Song Haokuan slumbered soundly until 8 in the morning, marking all unread messages as read before heading straight to the hospital to see Ito Mayuki. At the hospital, he engaged in light conversation with Ito Mayuki and her mother. During their chat, Song Haokuan discerned that Ito Mayuki's mother was quite domineering, while Ito Mayuki herself appeared to be a timid, indecisive mama's girl in her mother's presence. The elderly lady's purpose in conversing with Song Haokuan was ostensibly to express gratitude. Yet her true motive was to ensure her daughter secured a prosperous suitor. She persistently hinted at the need for an early marriage between Song Haokuan and Ito Mayuki, causing the bashful girl to blush deeply. Once Song Haokuan found a pretext to excuse himself, Ito Mayuki hurried after him to apologize. I am truly sorry for the trouble I have caused you. Not at all, Song Haokuan replied with a gentle smile, seizing her delicate hand and gazing into her eyes with fervent intensity. There's no need for such formality, my beloved fiancée. With a bashful blush, Mayuki lowered her head. After a brief moment of silence, she mustered her courage, lifted her chest, and delivered a statement that left Sing momentarily speechless. Mr. Sing, if you truly wish to marry me, I will wholeheartedly serve you as a devoted wife for life. Chapter 44, Sniper Shell. Upon hearing the words of the beautiful coach Mayuki, Sing was initially taken aback, then composed his thoughts. Miss it, while I hold great affection for you, I regret to inform you that my heart belongs to another. Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize. I was too forward. Mayuki exclaimed, hurriedly bowing at a 90-degree angle, her once cool and fair visage now flushed crimson. However, witnessing her flustered demeanor, Sing and playfully tilted her chin, leaning closer with a gentle smile as he lowered his voice. Miss it, you once mentioned that this life of yours would belong to me, did you not? Why yes. Mayuki stammered, her eyes shimmering with emotion, her heart racing like a wild stallion. Then let us leave a little surprise for your mother. Sing flashed a knowing smile, taking the bewildered and flustered Mayuki by the hand as they departed the hospital, heading straight for a nearby bridal photography studio. This time, Sing intended to orchestrate something truly special. However, upon arriving at the photography center, he received a call from Archu Ng. Initially, Sing presumed that the shooting range would be in disarray and that this fellow would postpone the sniper rifle experience. Surprisingly, Archu Ng inquired, Mr. Sing, will you be able to come for the experience today as scheduled? Of course, Sing replied readily. Mayuki was already in makeup, and with the bridal gown fitting being a chaotic affair, it would take at least another hour. Would you like to try something more exhilarating? Upon hearing Sing's suggestion, Archu Ng seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The entire shooting range had been ravaged the previous night, suffering significant losses, and he had loans to repay. He was counting on Sing to recover some of those losses. More exhilarating? What do you have in store? Sing inquired with interest. Archu Ng hastily responded. We have the famed 81 shotgun from the East, mortars, and the illustrious sniper shell, which can pierce even an armored vehicle. All right, prepare it. I'll arrive in about 20 minutes. Hearing about the renowned sniper shell stirred a hint of excitement within Sing, and he left a message for Mayuki before departing. Though she felt a tinge of disappointment, knowing Sing had matters to attend to, she quietly replied, Okay, you go ahead. I will wait for your return. 23 minutes later, Sing Hok arrived at the familiar shooting range. This time, he headed directly to the outdoor range, as the indoor facility was already occupied. Hello, Mr. Sing. Allow me to provide you with a brief introduction. Upon the arrival of Song Haokuin, Rihuan Gang warmly welcomed him along with his associates. These are our two other shareholders at the shooting range, Yano Fujiko and Higashiyama Itaro. This sniper grenade launcher is their acquisition. Hello. Song Haokuin greeted the two politely. Following this, under Yano Fujiko's explanation, he began to familiarize himself with the sniper grenade launcher. This weapon is designated as Model 11, officially named the Type 11 Sniper Grenade Launcher. It is classified as a lightweight, semi-automatic sniper grenade launcher, utilizing a 25mm caliber barrel. Its ammunition is particularly unique, being a standard artillery shell, derived from the 789 Type 30mm high-explosive armor-piercing round, boasting a power 35 times that of conventional armor-piercing rounds used in standard sniper rifles. This remarkable capacity allows it to penetrate armor plates up to 50 to 80 millimeters thick, rendering it a nightmare for light to medium armored vehicles. After absorbing this extensive introduction, Song Haokuin developed a keen appreciation for this weapon, and the subsequent test firing was truly exhilarating. Bang, bang, bang. After firing 3 rounds, Song Haokuin, equipped with ear protection, felt a numbing ache in his shoulder. For an ordinary individual, if the support for the sniper grenade launcher were improperly positioned, they could very well shatter their shoulder blade. Indeed, it is a remarkable piece of equipment. After enjoying 3 shots, Song Haokuin decided to pause, as the group had only prepared a box containing a mere 20 rounds, which he was reluctant to expend. After all, he had no means to procure more. However, he pondered the possibility of discovering a breakthrough. So he stretched his shoulders and remarked, Mr. Yano Fujiko, this weapon is truly exhilarating. I fear I may become reliant on it in the future. Haha. I am delighted to hear you say that. Yano Fujiko, also a shareholder at the shooting range, expressed his happiness upon seeing the fortunes of their acquisition. After all, each sniper grenade round was priced at 1 million yen, while the actual cost was merely 50,000 yen. Furthermore, this entire box of ammunition was sourced from his unit, rendering it a completely cost-free transaction. Unbeknownst to Song Haokuin regarding these circumstances, he engaged in light conversation with the others, learning that Yano Fujiko and Rihuan Gang were comrades in arms, with Rihuan having already retired while Yano remained active duty. As for other details, both men were rather guarded and refrained from elaborating. Thus, somewhat disheartened, Song Haokuin drew his silenced pistol. Pop, pop, pop. After 3 shots, Rihuan Gang lay dead, followed swiftly by Higashiyama Itaro. As for Yano Fujiko, Song Haokuin managed to shoot him in the leg. Now, can you tell me the origins of this sniper grenade launcher? You. Who are you? Yano Fujiko's face turned ashen, clutching his bleeding thigh, his expression a mixture of fear and agony as he retreated. Perhaps it is I who should be posing the questions, rather than you aiming a gun at my head, wouldn't you agree? Song Haokuin, disinterested in wasting time, pointed the gun directly at his head. I do not wish to deceive you. I have indeed taken your life. However, should you divulge what you know, I shall grant you a swift demise. If you remain silent, I will first shatter your limbs and then sever your tongue, discarding it into the latrine of the shooting range. I shall speak. Yano Fujio, lacking fortitude, promptly answered Song Haokuin's numerous inquiries. Firstly, he identified himself as the logistics officer of the Kanagawa 1st Infantry Regiment. Secondly, he revealed that Hiro Yamajiro was a researcher at the Firearms Research Institute. Thus, while the ammunition for the sniper grenade was provided by Yano Fujio, the grenade itself was supplied by Hiro Yamajiro. Thirdly, the location of the Research Institute is in Tokyo. However, the Kanagawa 1st Infantry Regiment is situated not far northeast of Kanagawa, merely 7 to 8 miles from his Hotel of Doom. Yet, the intervening terrain comprises mountains and hills, making it unlikely for the adversary to detect him easily. Lastly, and most crucially, he divulged the specific positioning of the Kanagawa 1st Infantry Regiment, as well as the personnel and their firepower configuration. Upon obtaining the desired information, Song Haokuin decisively raised his gun and fired. Bang! Yano Fujio fell to Song Haokuin's hand, and he incinerated their bodies with gasoline. Subsequently, he stored the Type 81 rifle, the sniper grenade, and 17 rounds of ammunition within his space. Furthermore, the surveillance system here had been dismantled by Song Haokuin the previous day, allowing him to leave the shooting range with audacity. At 11 o'clock, Song Haokuin returned to the bridal photography studio, where Ito Mayuki had donned a pure white wedding gown. This already stunning woman appeared even more radiant, especially with the blush gracing her cheeks. Thus, Song Haokuin quickly entered the moment, taking Ito Miyuki's hand to capture a series of blissful wedding photographs. As noon approached, he dismissed all the staff, clearing the flower-adorned, European-style room. He instructed Ito Miyuki, still clad in her bridal attire, her beautiful legs encased in white stockings, to kneel upon the soft sofa, facing the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. Chapter 45. A duel, is it? Wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. At 12:03 p.m. Oh, look, it's snowing, exclaimed Ito Miyuki, her charming face flushed with excitement as she knelt on the sofa, gazing at the falling snowflakes. Yet, the most astonishing surprise was yet to come. To celebrate the arrival of this frigid apocalypse, Song Haokuen employed all he had learned throughout his life. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Haokuen escorted Ito Miyuki back to her home. By this time, the snow on the road had accumulated to a thickness of 10 centimeters, with temperatures plummeting to at least -20 degrees. Thus, after whispering sweet nothings to Ito Miyuki, he departed with alacrity, procuring a considerable amount of supplies on his way home. This time, there were far fewer people on the streets, and the whispers and judgmental glances had diminished. Many were either at work or hiding away, while the remaining souls either admired the snowy scenery or joyfully engaged in playful snowball fights. Sensing their joy, Song Haokuen smiled silently and quickened his pace. If all went as expected, the smiles on everyone's faces would vanish before midnight tonight, for by dawn, the average thickness of this snowfall would exceed 1 meter. Upon awakening the following morning, they would discover that the snow showed no signs of abating. The heavy snowfall would nearly bury the entire first floor, rendering the simple act of stepping outside for food a lofty aspiration. A few minutes later, Song Haokuen returned to the 32nd floor. Yet, as he passed by his own apartment, he suddenly noticed an unsettling detail. The lock on the expensive explosion-proof door he had purchased was inexplicably stuffed with wooden slats and filled with quick-drying glue. Observing this, Song Haokuen scoffed disdainfully and bypassed his home, heading towards Mrs. Sato's door. He speculated that only 2 individuals could be responsible for such mischief: the mischievous Asutaro or the foolish Wang. Suddenly reminded of Wang, Song Haokuen felt as though he had overlooked something. In the western suburbs of Kanagawa, at the Lukawa Reservoir, Wang, bundled in a down jacket, sneezed and rushed toward his car, cursing, "Song Haokuen, damn it, I curse you and your entire family." Once he reached the warmth of his vehicle, a call came through. "That fat bastard. Where's the scoundrel who hit my brother? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Mr. Omiya, please hold on a moment. I'll call to urge him," he exclaimed. "If that scoundrel dares not show up, I'll take you to his home and deal with him. I'll give you 10 more minutes. If that scoundrel does not arrive in 10 minutes, I'll have someone deal with you first. I'm on it. I'm on it." Wang trembled at the voice on the other end, hastily offering appeasing words. Once the call ended, he immediately dialed Song Haokuen. This time, Song Haokuen indeed answered. At that moment, he was comfortably seated in his warm home, sipping from a large bottle of iced cola while monitoring the footage on his laptop. He had installed surveillance cameras on the 32nd floor of the apartment, making it evident who had tampered with his door lock. Unsurprisingly, the perpetrator was none other than Asu Miko's unfortunate grandson, the mischievous Asutaro. With a chilling smile, Song Haokuen thought, "Ah, you little rascal. You dare to stir trouble." He then answered Wang's call. "Hello, is this old Wang?" "Song Haokuen. You scoundrel, where are you?" Wang Wei growled, his expression twisted with fury upon connecting the call. "I'm at the inn by the reservoir. It's a bit chilly, so I turned on the air conditioning and dozed off," Song Haokuen nonchalantly lied, while checking his laptop again. "Where are you? Send me your location. I'll head over immediately." At the third fishing spot on the eastern side of the reservoir, Wang Wei, also known as Wang Fatty, was left exasperated when he attempted to reveal a location, only for Song Haokuen to abruptly hang up the phone before he could finish. The frustration left Wang Fatty feeling as though he might suffer an internal injury. Nevertheless, the thought of Song Haokuen's imminent arrival compelled him to grit his teeth and endure the situation, promptly reporting the news to Dagong Chung Ilang. Dagong Chung Ilang, the elder brother of Dagong Jinwei Min and a prominent figure in Kanagawa's third-largest Yakuza organization, immediately relayed the information to his subordinates. However, Song Haokuen had no intention of honoring the arrangement. Who, in their right mind, would venture out in the bitter cold to confront someone by the reservoir? Surely, he was not foolish enough to forego the comforts of home for such a trivial pursuit. After hanging up the phone with a derisive laugh, Song Haokuen descended in the elevator and arrived at the entrance of the Isao residence. With no one around, he decided to reciprocate in kind, sealing the keyhole with a welding rod and welding the door and its frame shut. Half an hour later, by the reservoir, the notoriously hot-tempered Dagong Chung Ilang, sporting a mane of golden curls and sunglasses, stormed over to Wang Fatty, who lay in the snow. Without hesitation, He knocked Wang Fatty down and began to kick him. Were it not for Wang Fatty's visible injuries and the fact that the one responsible for his brother's plight, Song Haokuin, remained at large, the Gong Chung E Lang might have ended Wang Fatty's existence right then and there. Where's that bastard you spoke of? My brothers are freezing to death. He bellowed. I'll call him right now, that scoundrel. Trembling in the snow, Wang Fatty hastily retrieved his phone. Song Haokuin, where are you? I'm outside the Zaihoan Inn. Hailing a cab, came the nonchalant reply from Song Haokuin, who was comfortably lounging at home, watching television and snacking. Damn this wretched snow. If you're a man, don't run away. Wait for me so we can settle this once and for all. After uttering those words, he hung up, murmuring to himself. This fool should realize I'm toying with him now. However, upon hearing the call end, Wang Fatty, gritting his teeth, scrambled to his feet. Mr. De Gong Chung Yi Lang, let us head to the Zaiwan Inn. That scoundrel is there. Another half-hour passed, and a convoy of 7 vehicles arrived at the inn. The innkeeper, believing he had struck gold with a lucrative business opportunity, rushed out with a beaming smile, only to be met with a hostile reception. De Gong Chung Yi Lang seized the collar of the young innkeeper and demanded, "Is there a guest by the name of Song Haokuin staying here?" "And no, brother. With this sudden blizzard, my little establishment has seen no patrons today. Even the guests who had reservations have cancelled," the innkeeper stammered. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Wang Fatty nearly lost his temper at this revelation. Just then, a slap from De Gong Chung Yi Lang landed on his head. Enough of the shouting. Take me to his house immediately. I shall have this scoundrel torn to shreds. At 3:30 in the afternoon, at Mrs. Sato's residence. Achu, in the living room. Song Haokuin, munching on sunflower seeds while watching television, suddenly sneezed and reached for his phone on the table. Indeed, there must be a lady thinking of me. Upon seeing a message from Mamatani Rika, Song Haokuin opened the chat to read. Mamatani Rika, what are you up to? Surely, you aren't teaching someone else a foreign language again. Not at all. Song Haokuin chuckled, shaking his head at her words, and recorded a loud voice message in response. I'm thinking of you. In the office, Mamatani Rika blushed crimson upon hearing the message, her fair skin visibly reddening. All her colleagues turned to look, and she hurriedly dashed out of the office clutching her phone. Chapter 46. If all goes as expected, this fellow will soon face unexpected trouble. What the? Is it true? Has Mamatani Rika fallen in love? Damn it. Who is this scoundrel who has captivated my goddess? Woe is me, my beloved Miss Mamatani. My first love is slipping away. It's impossible. It cannot be. How could Mamatani Rika suddenly be in a relationship? This must be a misunderstanding. Undoubtedly a misunderstanding. Upon hearing the sweet nothings from a man emanating from the most beautiful policewoman's phone, the office erupted in chaos. The single male officers felt as though they had suffered a heartbreak, akin to a soul-crushing defeat. Meanwhile, the female officers breathed a sigh of relief. With their greatest rival now attached, they could finally showcase their talents. While they debated amongst themselves, Mamatani Rika had already rushed into the hallway, gazing out at the snowy landscape as she called Song Haokuin. Song Haokuin, you rascal, you've put me in this predicament. All my colleagues heard. Oh, really? Hearing her melodious voice, tinged with embarrassment and urgency, Song Haokuin paused momentarily before continuing. Since I've been discovered, let us lay it all out there. How about you be my girlfriend, the lovely Miss Mamatani Rika? I promise you will dine on meat every day and live without worry. Along with a little something else. What do you mean by something else? With a playful smile, Song Haokuin teased, I promise you a life filled with happiness. Ah, you rogue. Just as her cheeks had regained their color, Mamatani Rika flushed anew at his words. Seizing the moment, Song Haokuin pressed on, interpreting her tone as consent. Mamatani Rika wanted to retort, but the words caught in her throat. In the end, she merely let out a cute, feigned huff. Humph. Then the young lady hung up the phone, and Song Haokuin, seeing the call end, remained unperturbed. As he continued to watch television while munching on sunflower seeds, he intermittently dialed the number for Takaguri Nika, occasionally lifting his teacup for a sip. He understood that women often played such games, indulging in a dance of feigned reluctance. After 3 unsuccessful attempts to reach her, Song Haokuin tossed his phone aside. He switched to the latest model. Immersing himself in a series of classic video games such as The Elder Scrolls 666, Elden Pharaoh, Elden Ring, Zelda, Heart of the Ocean, and Black Myth, Wukong, flitting among them with abandon. It was not until a flurry of messages erupted in the apartment owners group that he paused. In the esteemed Daheng Mingdu apartment owners group, Masao Miyoko exclaimed, which scoundrel has welded my door shut? Damn it, I swear. She continued, don't let me find out who it is. I'll have my son lock you away for life. Her fury escalated, you bastard. Show yourself, Song Haokuin. Is it you, you scoundrel? Masao Miyoko persisted. Song Haokuin, Come out. Just because you hide in silence doesn't mean you're off the hook. I know you're home. You can block our path, but can't muster the courage to speak? At that moment, as Song Haokuin read these messages, he heard a loud knocking on his own door. Bang, bang, bang. Following the noise, he recognized Masao Miyoko's piercing voice. He checked his surveillance and saw the elderly woman shouting, Song Haokuin, you little brat. Have the guts to open the door. You can block me, but not open the door? Open up, quickly. Don't hide in there. I know you're home. Her grandson was fervently assaulting the iron door with fists and feet. Observing this scene, Song Haokuin smirked as he rose from his soft, comfortable sofa. He opened a secret door in Mrs. Sato's bathroom, traversed through a small passage, and arrived at his own doorstep, grinning as he pressed a hidden switch. Click. At the moment he pressed the button, Masao Taro, who was banging on the door, suddenly screamed in anguish. Ah! He collapsed to the ground, rolling in pain, clutching his slightly charred and swollen fist, while kicking Masao Miyoko a few times in the process. Ah! It hurts. Boo-hoo. I feel awful. Song Haokuin, you wretched creature. Masao Miyoko cursed vehemently. Upon witnessing her grandson's distress, she quickly crouched down to check on him. Taro, what's wrong? Don't scare your grandmother. Boo-hoo. It hurts. Masao Taro's tears flowed freely. He had never endured such pain before, let alone experienced such a powerful electric shock. At that moment, all he could comprehend was the agony. Unable to articulate what had occurred, Masao Miyoko, lacking in education and driven by a misguided adoration for foreign ideals, was adept at petty grievances. Thus, she missed the critical opportunity to assist her grandson, mistakenly believing the pain would subside shortly, and turned back to resume her tirade through the door. Until the downstairs neighbors could no longer endure the disturbance, they emerged to admonish Asu Miyoko, even threatening to call the police. However, rather than absorbing the ire directed at her, Asu Miyoko shifted her fury onto them, accusing them of injuring her grandson. In her eyes, Song Haokuin was merely a pauper, and the family below must certainly possess greater wealth. This initiated a chaotic scene, causing the downstairs neighbors to become flustered and hastily retreat indoors to summon the authorities. Yet, the snow outside had accumulated to nearly 20 centimeters, and the Kanagawa police had yet to prepare the necessary snow removal equipment for the winter. Beneath the snow lay a layer of ice, leading to numerous traffic accidents and various troubles caused by the sudden heavy snowfall. The police in this island nation are not divided by traffic enforcement, so their manpower was sorely inadequate during this time. By the time they finished attending to their current tasks, it would likely be a distant hope for them to arrive here. Thus, the young neighbors of Song Haokuin could only endure the harassment of the elderly witch, Asu Miyoko. Meanwhile, Song Haokuin merely observed the spectacle unfold, taking pleasure in the discord among his former neighbors, who had tormented him in a previous life. He casually munched on sunflower seeds, occasionally sipping tea, reveling in his leisurely state, while the young neighbors found their patience wearing thin. These typically taciturn individuals, who preferred to maintain a facade of cordiality while harboring ulterior motives, surprisingly began to voice their discontent in the group chat. Who is this? Are they insane? My home renovation never produced such noise. Is there no sense of public decorum? Who is this? It's infuriating. Can't they keep it down? I've called the police. I know who it is. Asu Miyoko, that old witch. She's a migrant from the east, which explains her lack of civility. Stop with the useless chatter. Is there anyone who can manage this woman? It's unbearable. Where's the property management? Have they all perished? The property management had indeed been intimidated by this wretched woman, having recently been extorted for 10,000 yen. While she had never even paid her property fees, it appeared that the Easterners were truly uncivilized barbarians, better off under our ancestors' rule, which would have brought them civilization. These ungrateful beings, who resisted improvement, were akin to a herd of swine. Upon reading this message, a fire ignited within Song Haokuin, and he silently noted the door number 232 and the name Yamashita Junichiro. If all went according to plan, this individual would soon face an unfortunate incident. Chapter 47. The Cost of Compassion. Oh dear, my grandson, you wretched lot. Damn you all. As the neighbors continued their discussions in the group, Asu Miyoko outside cried out in despair. Her beloved grandson had fainted, and his pants were soaked through. Moreover, she was unaware of what he had consumed, as a foul odor wafted through the air. Now, she found herself unable to return home, having left her phone behind, rendering her incapable of calling for an ambulance. Thus, she could only wail for help in the corridor. However, the individuals residing above remained utterly indifferent. She had no choice but to descend to the mid-level area and knock on doors, panting and weary, yet no one came forth to assist her, not even to call an ambulance. The apathy of the island's inhabitants was vividly evident at that moment. Of course, there were also reasons pertaining to Mayoko Aseo herself. The reason she did not take the elevator was that her access card was restricted to her own floor. Her previous visit to the 32nd floor had been facilitated by the kindness of a neighbor from the 30th floor. As for why she sought help on the mid-level, it was because her residence was situated in the lower region. These neighbors had already discerned her true nature. Even if she pleaded for assistance, none would come to her aid. This was a realization she held within. Interestingly, during her frantic knocking, a discussion erupted in a group chat. This woman deserves it. She is disturbing the peace by banging on doors. Relax, she hails from an uncivilized Eastern country. Her manners cannot be compared to those of us from developed nations. Hilarious. This old hag just tried to swindle me. Is this the quality of people in developed countries? Profanity already? When it comes to manners, we Southerners reign supreme. Baka. The person above, do you want to be hit? I've found you displeasing for quite some time. Initially, the crowd criticized the elderly woman. However, soon after, a self-righteous individual known as Tutu-chan entered the fray. The situation turned captivating. Tutu-chan, the little fairy, unleashed her full rhetoric against the group. Isn't it pitiful that no one is helping the old lady? If you have the time to chatter, why not lend a hand? I'm at work. How am I supposed to help? If I were working outside and not disturbed, I could say the same. Stop with the snide remarks. Your cartoon avatar reveals you as yet another unattractive, impoverished fatso. Are you mentally ill, attacking anyone you encounter? If you truly had a good heart, why not call for an ambulance instead of just complaining? How was I to know the situation on site? Can't any of you at the scene make a phone call for an ambulance? Are you all devoid of humanity? Wait, why are you attacking men throughout this discussion? Are you a misandrist or simply unwell? What is wrong with saying that? Men are just dirty monkeys that haven't evolved properly. Haha. Do you lack male figures in your life? Did your father sire you but not raise you? Is your father also a monkey? He is merely a biological father. It's his honor to have produced me. I suspect it's because of your unattractiveness that no man desires you, leading to your resentment toward them. Foolish, inferior male. The suitors chasing me range from the island nation to Antarctica. I am the most beautiful in the world. It seemed this struck a nerve, observing the lively exchange. Song Haokuin could not suppress a smile. He had a vague recollection of this woman, having once delivered goods to her. The woman, with a round face reminiscent of a water tank and an appearance somewhat akin to a darkened Hulk, was known only by her stage name, Princess Big Bunny. She was likely at home now. At the onset of the apocalypse, she had been instigating conflict in the group chat daily. Within a week, she began to add friends one by one, humbly begging for resources. When her pleas yielded no results, she resorted to vociferously cursing the group. Eventually, in desperation, she attempted to leverage her looks, sharing alluring photos of herself. However, after a certain elder brother's initial encounter with her, during which he lamented and shared her beauty shots in the group, she fell silent for a considerable time. Upon first seeing her, he had contemplated the sheer power of beauty in the present day. What would the top donors on the leaderboard think if they were to behold her true visage? Chuckling at the thought, Song Haokuin could not suppress his wicked amusement. Although this woman was far from virtuous, she had not pilfered his supplies, and thus could be employed as a form of torment. Imagine a 200-plus-pound figure, with flesh undulating like waves as she walked. The thought of such a grotesque, sweaty demon repeatedly crushing him was enough to make him gag. Song Haokuin merely imagining it felt nauseating. He hastily sipped some tea to steady his nerves and dared not glance at the group chat again. Grasping his game controller, he resolved to conquer Elden Ring within 3 days. However, after being defeated by a tree sentinel 7 times, he opted to indulge in Super Mario, Contra, Tetris, and Plants vs. Zombies. During his gaming escapade, Masao Miko unexpectedly knocked on a door. The one who opened it was a middle-aged woman, initially reluctant to intervene. However, upon seeing chatter in the group about Masao Miko being from the East, she felt a pang of compassion. Unbeknownst to her, her good intentions would soon lead to considerable trouble. In the hallway, Sister Chun had just called for an ambulance and helped Masao Miko bring her child home. At first, Masao Miko expressed her gratitude profusely. Yet, after waiting an hour without the ambulance's arrival, Masao Taro awoke, immediately wailing. Sister Chun was overwhelmed. Masao Miko, meanwhile, picked up some fruit from the table to soothe her grandson. The child continued to cry, and Sister Chun found herself at a loss for words. Then, Masao Taro fixated on the Gundam figurine in the glass cabinet, crying and demanding to play with it. However, that cherished item belonged to her son and was reputedly quite expensive. Aside from cleaning, she dared not touch it without permission, thus she firmly declined. Yet, Masao Miko's demeanor shifted dramatically. What are just a few broken toys? How much could they possibly cost? What harm is there in allowing the child to play with them? And yet, you claim to be a fellow villager. How can one be so miserly? At this moment, Sister Chun was already incensed, yet she maintained her composure. I have already summoned an ambulance for you. It should be arriving shortly. Please, leave my home. However, it is far easier to summon a deity than to send one away. Neither Masao Miko nor Masao Taro heard the sound of the ambulance, and Masao Miko began to wail uncontrollably. Oh, you wretched person. You have injured my grandson's arm and still wish to expel us? Are you even human? Boo-hoo. Masao Taro, the grandson, acted like a shameless brat, sticking out his neck and grimacing as he shouted, "You wicked woman. You hurt my arm. Pay up." Chapter 48. Damn it. Why is this blasted door so sturdy? You. How can you treat us this way? This is utterly intolerable. Sister Chun was nearly brought to tears by the antics of this pair of rascals. Yet she was merely a compassionate soul, not a shameless harlot. How could she possibly contend with the audacity of Masao Miko and Masao Taro? Regardless, the two were determined to extort Sister Chun, threatening her for money. Despite the pain in his arm, the greedy Masao Taro rushed to open Sister Chun's refrigerator upon noticing the splendid decor of her home. Spotting a whole roasted chicken inside, he reached in to grab it. Sister Chun could no longer endure this, rushing over to hold the refrigerator shut. You, get out of my house, or I will call the police. But the unashamed Masao Miko showed no fear, declaring that the police would arrest her first. You wretched woman broke my grandson's arm. I will see you stripped of your wealth. My son is a prominent figure in the neighborhood association. I will have him lock you away and imprison your entire family. Sister Chun was genuinely unaware of the neighborhood association's influence, having just arrived in this foreign land and lacking proficiency in the language. She mistakenly believed that local civil servants held great power. For a moment, she was taken aback, but fortunately, she was not entirely foolish and quickly called her son. Upon learning of the events in the WeChat group, her son instructed Sister Chun to evict them. With her son's backing, she felt emboldened to confront them. Yet, Masao Miko stubbornly refused to leave, and that mischievous child began to shove Sister Chun. This forced her to call the police and contact the property management. However, even with these efforts, the pair remained obstinate, refusing to budge. In truth, the property management was no better. They were well aware of the woman's despicable nature, yet preferred to avoid involvement, using the heavy snowfall as an excuse to delay. Ultimately, Sister Chun found herself sobbing in her own home, while the audacious duo grew increasingly brazen, with Masao Taro becoming increasingly unruly. It was only when she brandished a kitchen knife that he finally settled down, albeit slightly. Yet, the nauseating grandfather and grandson continued to spew their venomous remarks, driving Sister Chun to the brink of a heart attack. She wished fervently to eliminate the pair and lamented her own foolishness in granting entry to these two wretches. At 4:20 p.m., Song Haokuin grew weary of his gaming and set down the controller, heading towards Mrs. Sato's room. Mrs. Sato's husband was frequently away on business, residing almost permanently in South Korea, leaving her to sleep alone. Although it had been nearly half a month since he last returned home, the large, soft bed still retained her violet fragrance. Inhaling the rich aroma of the bed, Song Haokuin soon succumbed to slumber. However, within 10 minutes, the door to his home was once again subjected to relentless pounding, as Wang Pengzi and De Gongqingyi arrived. The cacophony of banging echoed through the corridor, reminiscent of a demolition crew at work. What in the world is this door made of? Why is it so resilient? My hands are going numb. Cursing under his breath, he wondered why a mere anti-theft door, which should consist of just a layer of steel and cardboard, was proving so impervious. Did it require a hydraulic cutter to breach? Frustrated, De Gongqingyi snatched the hammer from his subordinate and struck the fortified door with all his might. A terrifying crash reverberated through the corridor, illuminating all the emergency lights. Yet, the door remained intact, while De Gongqingyi emitted a pained scream. The hammer flew from his grasp, crushing 3 ribs of a nearby henchman. Gasping in agony, his hands trembled uncontrollably, the skin splitting and bleeding from the force of the impact, exacerbated by the frigid temperature of -20 degrees. Damn it, Song Haokuin, I will make you pay. Feeling his hands throb with pain, De Gongqingyi gritted his teeth and kicked the door fiercely. Someone, fetch me a locksmith. I swear I will annihilate this scoundrel today. Yes, boss, his subordinate replied, darting off to comply. Meanwhile, Song Haokuin sat with a furrowed brow before the surveillance monitor, his phone in hand, perusing the chat records in the group. Who is this? Are they out of their mind? Disturbing the neighborhood like this? Goodness, there are so many little hoodlums in the corridor. Who has angered the Yakuza? Is this supposedly a civilized nation? Do they really have such lowlifes here? Frustrated, he wondered why the ruckus was still ongoing. Have they been at this for so long? They could have dispatched 100 people by now. Which scoundrel has provoked the ruffians? Come forth and take your leave. Do not delay my precious day of rest. Observing the cold remarks from the neighbors, and then setting eyes on the corpulent Wang and his entourage of thugs, a sardonic smile crept upon Song Haokuin's lips. Since you have come seeking your doom, I shall indulge in some amusement with you. He muttered this softly, keeping his gaze fixed on the surveillance, while simultaneously engaging in conversation with the ladies on his phone. However, within a mere 2 minutes, the entire community was suddenly plunged into darkness. Oh, Song Haokuin had almost forgotten about this occurrence, but now, with the power outage, the situation became all the more entertaining. With the loss of electricity, the temperature within the building would plummet, rendering every household's air conditioning mere decoration. The temperature in the stairwell was, as one could imagine, equally dismal. How intriguing. Initially, Song Haokuin had intended to use traps to deal with these miscreants, but with a mischievous grin, he sprawled on the sofa and activated the electric heater in his home. Yet, after a brief moment, he found the warmth unbearable and switched it off. Instead, he retrieved a chilled bottle of watermelon juice to quench his thirst. The combination of the fireplace and electric heater was simply exquisite. 32 minutes later, while basking in the warmth of the fireplace and engrossed in his game, Song Haokuin finally spotted 2 locksmiths on the surveillance feed. The tall and short locksmiths, panting and drenched in sweat, stood at the door under the supervision of 2 yellow-haired thugs. The already frostbitten De Gong Chung E Lang gritted his teeth and threatened vehemently. "Hurry up and unlock the door, or I'll make you wish you hadn't." Hearing their leader's command, the shivering underlings also began to issue menacing threats. The locksmiths, though utterly exhausted, knelt before the door, overwhelmed by the presence of so many thugs. However, upon seeing the door lock, their expressions turned as if they had just tasted something repulsive. How are we supposed to deal with this? Why was this not communicated to us beforehand? Chapter 49. While chaos reigns in the stairwell, we indulge in feasting within the room. How could I have forgotten about this? Watching the commotion in the hallway, Song Haokuin wore a peculiar smile while roasting by the fireplace and playing his game. This door lock had been obstructed by the mischievous child, Akira Misu, with glue and wood. Having stayed at Mrs. Sato's house for an extended period, he had completely forgotten about it. Yet, unexpectedly, this had now created a predicament for the ruffians outside. Originally, he had planned to wait for the locksmiths to unlock the door before administering an electric shock or unleashing a volley of crossbow bolts through a pre-prepared shooting hole. However, it seemed there was no need to rush. Glancing at the clock, he noted that dinner time was fast approaching. People are made of iron, and meals are made of steel. Amusing fools holds little value compared to satiating one's hunger. Thus, Song Haokuin cast aside the game controller and, utilizing his spatial abilities, conjured forth a sumptuous feast comprising his cherished Chinese stir-fry dishes. The table was adorned with garlic-infused beef, scallion lamb, crispy pork, sweet and sour carp, 3 fresh vegetables, a hearty farmhouse stew, braised Japanese tofu, complemented by a dish of stir-fried chives with eggs, and a bowl of cod seafood soup. A simple yet delightful assembly of 8 dishes and a soup, accompanied by a generous serving of steaming rice. Munch, munch. A few minutes later, while those outside were in a frenzy, shivering in their thin vests and shorts, Song Haokuin savored his meal with great gusto, beads of sweat forming on his brow. At this juncture, a chilled bottle of beer was deemed essential. Bang! He retrieved an ice-cold beer, popped the cap, and tilted his head back, downing a hearty gulp. Ah! Just then, outside, the shivering De Gong Chung E Lang kicked one of the locksmiths and shouted, "Damn it! How much longer will this take? I'm freezing to death." The kicked locksmith wore a look of despair. "Brother, this is truly not our fault. This is a high-end security door." The locksmith, brandishing a lighter to thaw the lock, trembled in fear at De Gong Chung E Lang's fury. "Indeed, my friend, this door cannot be forcibly dismantled, otherwise it will lock itself. We must slowly apply heat to melt the adhesive and extract the wood shavings." "I don't want to hear your nonsense. Tell me how much longer until it's opened." "1 hour," the recently kicked locksmith uttered, but De Gong Chung E Lang's eyes widened, and he lifted his leg to kick again. The other locksmith, fearing a similar fate, hastily raised his hand and stammered, Half an hour. We will definitely be able to open it in half an hour. Then hurry up." The shivering De Gong Chung E Lang's patience was nearly exhausted. His subordinates wore grim expressions, yet they dared not meet his gaze, fearing his wrath. However, Wang Pongzi, unable to discern the escalating tension, foolishly attempted to flatter Mr. De Gong. "My home is directly across the street on the 17th floor. Why not rest at my place for a while?" "Baka, rest my ass." Upon hearing this, De Gong Chung E Lang delivered a punch to Wang Pongzi's nose, sending blood streaming as he collapsed to the ground. "Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? The power is out now, and you want me to trek down 32 floors to your place." De Gong Chung E Lang's anger intensified as he kicked Wang Pongzi in the stomach. 17th floor? Do you expect me to climb another 17 floors? Fool, I'll take you down first." Bang, bang, bang. After several more kicks, Wang Pengzi stifled his cries of agony. But when he saw Dagong Chung Yilang produce a knife, he swallowed his pain, forcing himself to remain silent. In his heart, he incessantly cursed Dagong Chung Yilang and fervently wished for Song Hao Kuan's demise, along with the entire family. However, while aspirations are often grand, reality tends to be starkly disappointing. After half an hour, the door remained firmly shut, as the locksmith's hands had become frozen, rendering him unable to properly wield his tools. Meanwhile, Song Hao Kuan was comfortably basking by the fire, indulging in canned fruit while engaged in a lengthy phone conversation with Tao Guli Huixiang. Shortly after their conversation concluded, the locksmith finally exclaimed in exhilaration, "Eureka! I've succeeded." As soon as the words left his lips, he deftly manipulated the lock. With a distinct click, the sound resonated through the air, prompting Dagong Chung Yilang to eagerly grasp the doorknob, momentarily forgetting his prior injury. In his fervor, he yanked the handle with such force that pain surged through his hand, nearly bringing him to tears. His face darkening as he lifted his leg and kicked the locksmith away. "To hell with you. How dare you toy with me? That is not right." It should have opened. The locksmith, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, wore an expression of utter dismay and indignation. "You think you're the only one wronged? Try opening it yourself, damn it. If you can't, I'll end you." Dagong Chung Yilang pressed a knife against the locksmith's throat, compelling him to rise and unlock the door. The locksmith, fearing for his life, complied, placing his hand on the doorknob and exerting pressure downward. Yet, the door remained obstinately closed. "No, this cannot be. How is this possible? You're the locksmith, how can you not know this?" he exclaimed in frustration. Dagong Chung Yilang's rage reached a boiling point, his hair practically bristling with fury as he seized the locksmith by the hair and slammed his head against the door. At that moment, another locksmith, fearful of losing his own life, suddenly proposed a possibility. "I think I understand why. Is there someone inside the room? They must have locked the door from within. Such advanced security doors possess a self-locking mechanism that cannot be bypassed from the outside. If someone is inside, then let them open the door." However, upon hearing this, the thugs and Wang Pengzi were left utterly dumbfounded. Hilarity erupted as Dagong Chung Yilang, now in a frenzied state, mocked, "Use your brain for once. If I could get the person inside to open the door, why would I need you at all?" Following this outburst, he raised his foot and brought it crashing down onto the locksmith's face. The impact shattered the locksmith's nose, and as his head collided with the wall, he fell unconscious, foaming at the mouth. Yet, at this juncture, Dagong Chung Yilang found himself bereft of viable options. The only alternatives he could conceive were to wait for Song Hao Kuan to eventually emerge or to procure a heavy-duty hydraulic cutter, but given the snowstorm, such a search would prove futile in the immediate future. After a moment of gritting his teeth, Dagong Chung Yilang instructed his subordinates, "From now on, send 2 people to keep watch here every day. I refuse to believe that this brat can remain indoors indefinitely." However, as he uttered these words, Wang Pengzi suddenly recalled something. He remembered that Song Hao Kuan had taken all the supplies from the shop. With careful rationing, those provisions could last 3 to 4 months. Yet, seeing Dagong Chung Yilang in a furious state, he dared not add to the tension at that moment. Reluctantly, he followed Dagong Chung Yilang and the others downstairs, as the corridor was unbearably cold. With some still clad in autumn attire and light footwear, if this continued, they might freeze to death before they could deal with Song Hao Kuan. Dagong Chung Yilang clearly understood this predicament. Thus he decided to take a proper rest before proceeding. However, just halfway down the stairs, an ingenious idea struck him. "Hey, locksmith, since you cannot unlock the door, is it possible to permanently damage that lock? Prevent anyone inside from coming out?" Chapter 50. He wouldn't sleep well tonight. That's simple. The injured Japanese locksmith was startled at first by the voice, but then his demeanor changed to one of elation upon hearing the request. "If I add some metal shards, the key will not fit, and the mechanism inside will be rendered immovable. The person will be trapped unless they dismantle the door. No more nonsense." Murakami, accompanied by a few comrades, took the locksmith to block the door. "Wang Pengzi, you threaten that bastard to come out, or I'll suffocate him in there." After issuing this chilling command, Dagong Chung Yilang turned to Wang Pengzi and said coldly, "Immediately." "Understood." Wang Pengzi, fearing Dagong Chung Yilang's wrath, promptly pulled out his phone to call Song Hao Kuan. Beep, beep, beep. Song Hao Kuan, who had just picked up a glass of water due to a dry throat from the high temperature of the fireplace, glanced at his phone upon hearing it ring. Noticing it was Wang Pengzi calling, he smiled and answered. "Hello, is that old Wang? Song Hao Kuan, don't play games with me. Your good days are over. Although you can't open your door, remember, you can't come out either." "Haha, then I want to come out. I have plenty of food, and I don't believe you can keep blocking me forever. Now, I'm giving you one last chance. Open the door and face me in a duel. Or I'll seal that door permanently, ensuring you can never escape. Seal the door? Fine by me. I'll just call the police later. I don't believe you can keep the cops from saving me. Song Haokuin, you're really pushing your luck. Wang Pengzi was nearly driven mad by Song Haokuin's defiance. Left fuming into the phone. At that moment, De Gong Chung Lang snatched the phone away. You just stay cooped up in your iron shell. Let us see if I can't finish you off. Setting aside his harsh words, De Gong Chung Lang abruptly ended the call and glared menacingly at Wang Pengzi. Can you see Song Haokuin's window from your house? He demanded. Yes, yes. Wang Pengzi replied nervously, shrinking back. Then let's south head to your place. I want to witness this bastard's demise with my own eyes. De Gong Chung Lang cursed fiercely and, along with his comrades, descended the stairs to leave. After resting for a considerable while downstairs, he finally braved the wind and trudged through the snow towards Building 1, ascending the staircase. However, upon reaching the 15th floor, as everyone gasped for breath like dogs, De Gong Chung Lang cursed again Bakayuru. This startled all of his subordinates and Wang Pengzi alike. But soon, they realized that the emergency lights in the corridor had illuminated, indicating that they could have waited a little longer to take the elevator upstairs. At that moment, a wave of dismay washed over them. Yet, it was unthinkable for them to harbor resentment towards their leader. They dared not. Thus, they channeled all their anger towards Song Haokuin, wishing to flay him alive, tear him apart, and consume his flesh. Once inside, after the atmosphere had calmed slightly, De Gong Chung Lang's subordinates began to offer suggestions. Boss, we could drop a rope from the upper floor to shatter his windows. That is a good idea. We could climb up from downstairs. I recall there should be an air conditioning unit. I say we skip the hassle and just starve this bastard. Let us cut off his water, electricity, and gas. Right. That is a splendid idea. Without water and power, he won't last long. Eventually, when his phone dies, he won't even be able to call for help. Listening to his underlings chatter, De Gong Chung Lang felt his spirits lift considerably and promptly instructed them to proceed with their plans. However, these schemes were of little consequence to Song Haokuin, as he was not residing in his own room, but rather at Mrs. Sato's house. As for his supplies, they were sufficient to sustain 1,000 people for a century. Meanwhile, the two subordinates dispatched by De Gong Chung Lang were preoccupied with cutting off the electricity. In that instant, Song Haokuin, with a single shot from his crossbow, dispatched each one, their bodies swiftly collected and taken downstairs. Conveniently, he still had one task left unfinished, killing. It was the clamoring of the group that reminded him, triggered by a message from Sister Chin's son, Chin Chong, in the chat. I apologize for the interruption, everyone. My mother is unaware of a Masu Mei's shamelessness. I kindly allowed them to sit in my home for a while, yet they refused to leave. They even claimed my mother broke my grandson's arm, and I have reported it to the police. I'll need everyone as witnesses. Soon after, the group erupted with chatter. Those upstairs, please watch your words. What a Masu Mei's. She is not one of our people. Indeed, in our island nation, we do not harbor such beasts. She merely hails from an uncultured eastern land. This woman is truly despicable. Previously, she had been causing a ruckus upstairs, even claiming that we were responsible for breaking her grandson's arm. How revolting. Who asked for her unwarranted kindness? She deserves it. Have you not noticed how we all disregard her? Initially, everyone was discussing this woman, but soon the tone shifted dramatically. Particularly, Yamashita Junichiro, residing on the 23rd floor, began to compose a lengthy tirade in the group chat. I have always asserted that the people from the Eastern nation lack civility and are uncivilized, a mere pack of subservient monkeys, inherently suited to servitude. My ancestors, both grandfathers, were scholars who once ventured onto that continent, and their writings attest to this. The people of this nation are born without valor. The number of their traitorous soldiers who surrendered to us is a staggering 37 times that of our imperial forces. A single regiment can dominate their cities of tens of thousands, while a division can govern hundreds of thousands. This time, Song Haokuin has set out with the intent to eliminate him. Though in his previous life, he did not seize his resources. Those who irked him could only meet one inevitable fate. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, Song Haokuin bears no psychological burden in taking lives. If he does not eliminate him, he shall not find rest tonight. Soon, Song Haokuin arrived at the 23rd floor, donning the delivery uniform from his previous job. He first knocked on the door of Unit 231, confirming that no one was home, before conjuring 2 large bags of food from thin air. After adjusting his expression slightly, he knocked on the door of Yamashita Junichiro's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Delivery from Beautiful Legs. Is anyone there? Delivery from Beautiful Legs. When Song Haokuin called out for the 3rd time, footsteps could be heard approaching from within, yet no one opened the door. Song Haocoen distinctly saw someone peering through the peephole, watching him with great vigilance. Who are you? I didn't order any delivery. Well, you see, Song Haocoen casually explained. This is the delivery and ordered supplies for Miss Sakurai next door. However, due to the frozen goods and the heavy snowfall today, she cannot return home. So she has entrusted me to bring it to you. Chapter 51. Good heavens, as expected of this little notebook, it is quite perverse. You can leave it outside. I will retrieve it later. Although Song Haocoen indeed wore a delivery uniform, and his words were not out of place, Yamashita Junichiro remained exceedingly cautious, as if perpetually on guard against some unseen threat, creating an impression that there was always a schemer intent on harm. However, faced with such a person, Song Haocoen did not delve deeper, but expressed his normal gratitude. All right, I shall leave it to you. I will take a photo and be on my way. After speaking these words and capturing the photograph, Song Haocoen turned and walked toward the elevator, waiting for the doors to open before stepping inside. Yet, Yamashita Junichiro still had not opened the door. It was only when the elevator doors began to close that he finally creaked his door open just a crack. As the elevator doors were about to close, Yamashita Junichiro, a man with a peculiar hairstyle, clad in a kimono, standing at a mere height of 4 feet and 8 inches and adorned with thick glasses, cautiously opened the door to his apartment. Upon noticing the empty corridor, his cautious demeanor morphed into a lewd expression, his hands rubbing together in excitement as he bent down to pick up 2 bags of supplies. While in this hunched position, he incessantly swallowed and licked his lips, murmuring to himself, "It's Miss Sakurai's supplies. I must ensure they remain pristine. I cannot allow them to become dirty." However, perhaps due to his overwhelming excitement, he failed to notice the elevator doors opening once more. Song Haocoen sprang forth, swiftly drawing a crossbow and pulling the trigger. Whoosh! Thwack! In an instant, a silver crossbow bolt pierced through Yamashita Junichiro's thigh, and Song Haocoen stepped forward, kicking him back into the room. Following this, the 2 large bags of food supplies vanished, and Song Haocoen entered the room, promptly shutting the door behind him. Yet, upon entering, Song Haocoen was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, what on earth? This wretched individual is truly a grotesque pervert. Upon entering, he was greeted by a row of high-end, lifelike silicone dolls, all unclothed and evidently used. Among these dolls were several whose names he could readily recognize, for they were either renowned stars from the islands or highly popular action movie actresses. While this alone could be seen as mildly deviant, what followed was even more shocking. The walls were adorned with an array of women's underwear, and even the ceiling bore witness to this bizarre display. Was this depravity truly so three-dimensional? This truly is something else. One might wonder how he could hang these items on the wall without fearing dust accumulation. Perhaps this fellow simply had no intention of cleaning them? Ugh, what am I even thinking? Realizing his thoughts had wandered, Song Haocoen swiftly advanced towards Yamashita Junichiro, placing a foot firmly on his neck. Yamashita Junichiro, is it? You certainly have a flair for the extravagant. He coughed slightly, his foot pressing down. Yamashita Junichiro, struggling to breathe, could only cough incessantly, his eyes wide with terror. When Song Haocoen finally eased his grip, Junichiro seized the chance to plead for mercy. Please, I beg you, I promise never to do such things again. I will never steal anyone's underwear again. I will give you whatever you desire. Just spare my life. Please. Wait, are you saying that all the ones on the wall are yours? Song Haocoen was once again taken aback by this wretch's confession. In this 2-bedroom apartment with numerous walls, there must be over 1,000 pieces of underwear. It was inconceivable that he could have stolen them all from a single person. How on earth had he managed such a feat? Stealing so much, yet he has not been apprehended. Could this underwear immortal possess superhuman abilities? With such questions lingering in his mind, Song Haocoen directed a crossbow bolt at Junichiro Yamamoto's left leg, compelling him to confess his crimes truthfully while recording the entire ordeal. After this thorough interrogation, Song Haocoen finally discerned the truth behind the matter. Most of the collection was acquired through various means, featuring female streamers, teachers, and actresses. There were even escorts and individuals who made a living selling such items. While this may sound perverse in the homeland, it has developed into a thriving industry in Japan. Some individuals even venture into girls' schools or institutions with a predominance of female students to procure such items, offering quite considerable sums. The girls in Japan tend to be more open-minded and are often willing to monetize their assets. As for the remaining pieces in the collection, they were, of course, obtained through theft. If caught, he would inevitably face financial repercussions. Consequently, he had been detained several times, but due to the minor nature of his offenses, most of his penalties amounted to mere verbal reprimands, ultimately resulting in him losing more money. You scoundrel, you truly deserve your fate. After hearing this wretched man's confession, Song Haocoen's desire for retribution intensified. However, he was in no hurry. Hadn't this scoundrel previously disparaged the East Asian people for their low quality and lack of bravery? Naturally, he wished to share with his friends the exemplary character of Mr. Junichiro Yamamoto, a true man of integrity. Thus, Song Haokuen recorded a video of Junichiro Yamamoto bowing in apology, subsequently gagging him with a rag and binding him to his large bed. Then, using Junichiro's messaging application, he added the crying Little Hulk Bo Gang Tutu. While waiting for the other party to accept his friend request, Song Haokuen accessed Junichiro Yamamoto's phone to browse through his browser and file folders. It must be said, the scoundrel's collection was rather extensive, and the contents were quite deviant. Normal films were scarce, with the most innocuous being those featuring young boys in feminine attire. Upon noticing Song Haokuen perusing his phone, Junichiro Yamamoto began to struggle violently. However, when Song Haokuen aimed the crossbow at him, this supposedly valiant man from Japan lost all courage and lay still. It was only when Song Haokuen turned to his computer that the scoundrel once again became agitated. Yet, he refrained from any further struggle. His eyes seemed to plead, "Please, please, do not open it. I beg you." But Song Haokuen was unyielding, opening the computer to search through its contents. Initially, he encountered a hard drive brimming with files. However, he soon detected something amiss. He sequentially opened 2 folders. The first folder was filled with videos of that scoundrel and various women, showcasing rather perverse activities. The second folder proved even more shocking. This rascal, Yamamoto Junichiro, not only indulged in theft, but also engaged in clandestine filming. Changing rooms at hot springs, elevators, staircases, public restrooms, school lavatories, pool changing rooms, bathhouse lockers. There was no location he had not invaded with his camera. Truly, what a genius. Song Haokuen observed with a critical eye until he finally received a response from the individual who resembled a green giant and possessed a temper to match. "Rabbit-chan, what is the urgent matter? Speak quickly, or I shall delete you immediately." Chapter 52, A Distasteful Encounter Awaits. With a sardonic laugh, Song Haokuen chose not to reply immediately. Instead, he transferred 100,000 yen to her account using the identity of Junichiro Yamamoto. "My friend resides in your neighborhood. He has long admired your beauty and harbors a modest wish. What? He has seen me in person? Rabbit-chan, standing at 158 centimeters with a waist size of 68 centimeters. Felt a jolt of surprise, her body trembling slightly. But in an instant, she considered that if he had indeed seen her, it must mean he genuinely liked her. I knew someone would appreciate a slightly plump goddess like me. Surely, he must be a tall, wealthy, and handsome man, standing at 180 centimeters with a muscular physique. Or he wouldn't have transferred such a sum so readily." With this thought, Rabbit-chan's spirits lifted, her cheekbones rising high, and her dark, pockmarked eyes sparkling. "What is his modest wish? He wants to sleep with you." Song Haokuen left this blunt message before adding, "Money is not an issue." What a scoundrel! To insult me with money. I am still an untouched maiden. Upon reading this message, Rabbit-chan felt a surge of anger rise within her. Yet the phrase "money is not an issue" compelled her to type in response, gritting her teeth. "Unless you give me 1 million yen, don't even think about it." Song Haokuen was almost nauseated by her audacity at such a price. 1 million yen equated to approximately 50,000 yuan. In the domestic market, engaging with high-quality university students for a night would cost merely 2,000 yuan, and even playing twice a month could last a year. Even if it were slightly more expensive here, it could afford a year and a half of indulgence. However, since it wasn't his own money and future finances held little value, Song Haokuen transferred 10 million yen without hesitation. "I have stated, money is not a problem. As long as my brother enjoys himself. If you cater to him well, there will be ample rewards in the future." All right, I understand. Where is your friend? I shall be there shortly. Should I change into a special uniform? Do you require me to bring some amusing props? My home is quite well stocked." Upon seeing the money, Rabbit Sauce rushed over, her excitement making her ample form quiver with delight. At the sight of this woman, Song Haokuen suddenly envisioned the Hulk clad in a nurse's outfit and the maid outfit adorning Bogan, leaving him utterly flustered. Thus, in a rather displeased tone, he sent a voice message. "Cut the nonsense. You have 5 minutes to arrive at 2302. Just wear your usual attire. My friend cannot wait any longer." All right. I shall be there immediately." Rabbit Sauce, who had never before earned such money, was determined not to miss this opportunity. She hastily found a slimming black dress and squeezed her figure into it. After tying her hair into what she deemed a lovely ponytail, she twirled with excitement before gingerly supporting her Michelin-like lifebuoy as she stepped out. 3 minutes later, the female Bogan Rabbit Sauce arrived at the battleground. Meanwhile, Song Haokuen tidied up his home, storing and used items in a space, and relocating the belongings of Yamashita Junichiro to another room. Once these tasks were completed, Song Haokuen sent a carefully selected photo from Yamashita Junichiro's phone to the apartment's chat group under Yamashita's name. The photo depicted a bare Yamashita Junichiro, who had turned himself into a human clothes rack, adorned with lace panties on his head and various colorful undergarments hanging from his body. Upon sharing this grotesque image in the group, it immediately sparked a commotion, especially among the few foreigners present. Such is the high caliber of the island nation's people. While we Easterners are deemed lacking in decorum, how amusing. Truly, the appearance is as dismal as the antics. This must be the legendary panty sage, right? Haha. Character and quality certainly reflect upon our Korean nation. After all, we are not known for eccentricity. Baka. That bastard is wearing my wife's panties that went missing a few days ago. Ha ha ha. Brother upstairs, are you certain they were lost? Could they not be some peculiar keepsake? It seems the case is cracked. No need to thank me, for Easterners are indeed living lay phones. Observing the chatter of these individuals, Song Haokuen smirked and shared a video before turning off his phone and heading to the door. He had already heard the heavy footsteps outside, and by the sound of it, he could tell it was the towering 298. Soon, donning a mask and a cap, Song Haokuen welcomed the guest inside and, with a stern expression, stated, "My friend is in the room. Do not utter a word, just proceed." All right. Rabbit Sauce nodded eagerly, eager to please the affluent patron. However, Song Haokuen chose not to regard her further. This woman was, after all, grotesquely overweight. One could easily mistake her for three individuals, with a face larger than her posterior and thighs thicker than his waist. Moreover, she had rushed over, her forehead glistening with sweat and her complexion flushed. The sight was utterly repulsive, akin to a slick, human-like maggot. Song Haokuen felt an overwhelming sense of disgust, yet Tutu-chan was brimming with excitement. After all, Song Haokuen stood over 6 feet tall and was affluent. Despite wearing a mask, she could sense that he was undoubtedly handsome. Thus, she eagerly anticipated meeting his friend and dashed into the room, only to have her excitement vanish in an instant. The presence of the diminutive and unattractive Yamashita Junichiro filled Tutu-chan with revulsion. However, fortune favored the foolish. Yamashita Junichiro was a notorious lecher with a penchant for young, slender beauties. Upon seeing the curvaceous Tutu-chan, he nearly retched. Alas, his limbs were bound to the bed, and his mouth gagged with cloth, leaving him to emit only muffled whimpers, his eyes filled with terror and dread. Truth be told, at that moment, Yamashita Junichiro feared not death itself. If given the choice, he would have preferred to end his own life in a myriad of ways rather than endure this humiliation. Yet, he was at the mercy of others, with no opportunity for escape. Tutu-chan, motivated by monetary gain, suppressed her disgust and climbed onto his bed. Song Haokuen, bewildered by the unfolding events, dared not look, feeling nauseated merely by the thought of it. Nevertheless, he refrained from dwelling on it. Tutu-chan possessed a certain audacity, and Yamashita Junichiro proved to be quite resilient. 3 minutes later, she returned to report to him. In the meantime, Song Haokuen transferred another 10 million yen to her. 10 minutes later, he encountered Tutu-chan once more, panting and appearing utterly drained. Yet, he once again used Yamashita Junichiro's account to send her another 10 million yen. This time, within 30 seconds, Tutu-chan scrambled out, even neglecting to greet Song Haokuen as she flung the door open and fled. How amusing. Observing her frantic demeanor, Song Haokuen surmised what had transpired. Previously, he had pierced Yamashita Junichiro's legs with crossbow bolts, binding them with bandages and tape to stem the blood flow. Yet, after Tutu-chan's vigorous actions, the fact that Yamashita Junichiro had survived this long was beyond his expectations. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut by the fleeing Tutu-chan. Song Haokuen merely glanced at the noise before slowly returning to Yamashita Junichiro's room. TSK, to have such an encounter before death, I have treated you rather generously. Gazing at the pallid, terrified eyes and the tear-soaked pillow, Song Haokuen captured one final photograph and sent it to Tutu-chan. Wretched girl, see what you've done, just wait. However, scarcely had he sent the message when a call from Gu Yueyao interrupted him. What is this woman up to? Is she courting disaster? Upon recognizing that it was that wretched woman calling, Song Haokuen was reminded of the painful kick from his past life and the derogatory remarks she had uttered, which dampened his spirits considerably. Yet, almost immediately, the shameless harpy's words captivated his attention once again. Haokuen, my twin cousins from the countryside have come to visit. Do you have time to take us out for a drive to see the snow? Chapter 53, Short on funds? Take it, no need to be polite. Huh. This brazen harlot truly has no shame, even attempting to drag her own cousins into her schemes. Faced with this temptress's allure, Song Haocoen remained unfazed. Yet a more amusing plan began to form in his mind. After enduring the final days before the apocalypse, when everyone's supplies were nearly depleted, he would take those twins in and provide for them. He envisioned the delightful sight of himself living a carefree life with his two cousins while Gu Yueyao looked on. Thus, Song Haocoen extended an opportunity to Gu Yueyao, asking her to send over pictures of the twins. After hanging up, he received the photos and replied to Gu Yueyao, instructing the twins to add him as a friend, promising that he would take them out for a grand meal when time permitted. Alright, Gu Yueyao was overjoyed to receive this message, her heart swelling with satisfaction as she thought, Men truly cannot resist temptation. If you can withstand my allure, you certainly won't be able to resist the three of us. If you can endure that, I shall find you three more. With such base thoughts, Gu Yueyao had the twins add Song Haocoen as a friend. Her distant cousins were named Chuntian Wuhua and Chuntian Luhua. Both sported short hair and had innocent looks, embodying the quintessential youthful beauty. Upon receiving their friend requests, Song Haocoen promptly accepted them without uttering a word, pocketing his phone and departing. Just as their conversation had ended, the power went out again. This wretched place was freezing, nowhere near as cozy as Mrs. Sato's home with its fireplace. Noticing his silence, Chuntian Wuhua and Chuntian Luhua turned to Gu Yueyao. The elder sister, Chuntian Wuhua, inquired, "Cousin, is he truly a wealthy and handsome man who can provide us with a great deal of money?" Of course. Seeing her two rural cousins ask, Gu Yueyao smiled with pride, raising her left hand. "Do you know what this is? A Patek Philippe watch, worth over 200 million. And he even gave me 50 million yen. As long as you follow my lead and ensnare Song Haocoen, I guarantee you both will become billionaires." Upon hearing this, Chuntian Wuhua and Chuntian Liuhua's eyes sparkled with excitement. For girls from the countryside like them, the notion of becoming millionaires was beyond their wildest dreams, igniting a fervent desire within them. Chuntian Luhua, emboldened by her sister's words, asked, "Cousin, should we greet him? Please send some beautiful photos over." "No need. She is not fond of being disturbed," Gu Yueyao candidly expressed, adding that you should refrain from sending seductive pictures and instead share some innocent ones in your circle. Ding, ding. Shortly after Song Haocoen left, his phone received two messages. Li Bingxin, "Haocoen, could you lend me some money? I will pay you back soon." These two scoundrels, truly inseparable as good friends, messaging me one after the other. Upon seeing Li Bingxin's message, Song Haocoen grimaced and cursed before replying. "What do you need money for?" "Li Bingxin, weren't you the one who suggested I get plastic surgery? I'm at the cosmetic surgery hospital now. This time, I not only want to correct my breast augmentation, but also enhance my nose and rear. However, with my family in the hospital, I've exhausted all my savings, so. Alright, I will transfer 50 million to you, and while you're at it, could you also enhance the corners of your mouth and eyes? Your lips are too thin to be enticing. Upgrade all the areas that can be enhanced, and send me photos afterward." Knowing Li Bingxin was about to undergo surgery, Song Haocoen couldn't suppress his inner delight. Winter had truly arrived. Money was of little consequence to him now. He almost wished he could sing, take it without hesitation, and directly send her 1 billion, allowing her to transform her entire self. As he contemplated how the weather would only grow colder while Li Bingxin's burdens multiplied, his grin widened. Then he glanced at another message. "Rabbit sauce. His demise has nothing to do with me. It is due to his own poor health, unrelated to me." However, upon sending this message, the sender immediately retracted it and returned the money. "Rabbit sauce. This matter does not concern me. It was his own failing health, and besides, I was called by you. So you cannot escape responsibility in this matter." Quite clever. Seeing the counterattack, Song Haocoen smirked coldly, responding while ascending the stairs. Fine. If you dare blame me, I'll ensure you meet a grim fate, and this will remain a secret. Rabbit sauce. You must not act recklessly. I will call the police." "Call the police? Do you dare? Go ahead and try." Observing the sender's thoughtless message, Song Haocoen continued to respond with a mocking smile. "Let us see who they arrest first, me or you. Spending a little money to help a friend indulge, I might only spend a few days in custody. But what about you? Ah, that scoundrel, that wretch. Are you even a man? Bullying a delicate girl like me. I've returned your money. What more do you want?" Infuriated almost to madness by Song Haocoen's words, Rabbit Sauce resorted to her fists. Which household's delicate girl weighs over 200 pounds, resembling an invincible Hulk? Song Haocoen retaliated mercilessly, leaving Tu Tujiang speechless with his next words. "I ask you, do you wish to live or die?" With incriminating evidence in Song Haocoen's possession, Tu Tujiang, sensing a shift in circumstances, dared not retort. "Of course, I wish to live. That's good. From now on, you will do whatever I ask. Otherwise, not only will I expose your secrets, but I will also seek an opportunity to eliminate you. Leaving this chilling remark, Song Haokwen transferred the money to her, embodying the adage of giving a sweet date after a slap. This woman, lacking courage and only tough in words, would undoubtedly succumb to his threats and temptations, proving useful in the future. For instance, he could let his neighbors savor the experience, as well as the troublesome gang and his unpleasant classmates. Not to mention his beloved boss, Wang Pengzi. The thought of that delightful, yet nauseating scenario filled Song Haokwen with a small thrill. Meanwhile, upon receiving the money, Tu Jiang felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Yet, considering that her secrets were already in his grasp, she greedily accepted the funds, knowing that the outcome would remain the same whether she took it or not. Nevertheless, after accepting the money, an unsettling anxiety lingered within her. She wondered if Song Haokwen might one day report her to the authorities or if he was merely deceiving her, biding his time until she lowered her guard to eliminate her. Perhaps he would force her into even more terrifying acts, such as a suicide bombing. After much contemplation, she could not resist sending a message to Song Haokwen. What do you want me to do? However, Song Haokwen did not respond. He was too preoccupied to reply. Having encountered two of De Gong Qingyi's subordinates in the corridor, they were searching for the two unfortunate souls who had gone missing, cursing as they walked. Damn this weather. Damn the power outage. It's exhausting climbing these stairs. Where the hell could those two fools have gone? And Song Haokwen, you bastard, if I catch you, I will make you wish you were never born. Seeing them again, Song Haokwen sneered as he retrieved his crossbow. With a sharp twang, he released two swift bolts, leaving the two ruffians twitching in their death throes. Approaching their lifeless forms, Song Haokwen picked up one of their phones and, feigning utter terror, sent a voice message to De Gong Qingyi. Brother, help. That bastard jumped out onto the 31st floor balcony and is chasing me. Chapter 54. The Return Visit to the Thatched Cottage. Building 1, Takahashi Residence. After a substantial rest to regain his composure, De Gong Qingyi surveyed his surroundings, ultimately resting his gaze upon the wedding photo of Wang Pengzi and Takahashi Miyuki. TSK, you corpulent fellow seem to possess quite the allure. With a wife of remarkable beauty, no less. You flatter me, Mr. Omi. Wang, feeling the lecherous gaze directed at him after enduring a day of trials and tribulations, found his displeasure mounting. However, he was compelled to bow his head under the eaves of another. How could he confront Omi Chikir, especially with so many subordinates lurking nearby? Thus, he could only force a smile and say, once I deal with that scoundrel Song Haokwen, I shall invite you to Tokyo. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, a bald-headed subordinate of Omi approached, grinning as he inquired, where has your wife gone? Why hasn't she returned yet? She is pregnant, so she has temporarily returned to her hometown to rest, Wang stammered, a nervous lie slipping from his lips. However, upon uttering the word pregnant, Omi Chikir's expression grew even more animated. The bald-headed man, aware of his boss's peculiar tastes, seized Wang's hair and exclaimed, you ungrateful wretch. After all we've done for you, you cannot even spare your wife? Call her back immediately, or I shall take your life first, then deal with Song Haokwen. Wang, feeling the grip on his hair, was nearly brought to tears by the injustice of it all. He never imagined that, before he could eliminate Song Haokwen, he would find himself in such dire straits, potentially losing his wife as well. In that brief moment, without affording him a moment for contemplation, the bald man delivered a swift kick to Wang's abdomen. What did you say? Damn you, you pig. Do you wish for me to repeat myself? Your wife being chosen by the boss is her good fortune. Dare to utter another word, and I will end your life. As he spoke, the bald man produced a knife from his pocket, pressing it menacingly against Wang's throat. I will call her at once. Wang stuttered, nearly paralyzed with fear at the glint of the blade. He hastily retrieved his phone to make the call, yet Takahashi Miyuki, having already fled to her sister's home, was too frightened to answer. The deceptive words she had used to fool Wang earlier, upon closer inspection, revealed their dubious nature. Moreover, Wang had previously mentioned a health check, ensuring that he could not reach her. Soon after, Wang was subjected to a brutal beating at the hands of the bald man, leaving him convulsing and frothing at the mouth, unrecognizable even to his own mother. Just as the bald man prepared to deliver a fatal blow, Omi Chikir raised a hand to halt him. No need for haste. This fool still holds value. As long as his wife remains in Kanagawa, he cannot escape my grasp. Indeed, what you say is true, the bald man replied, immediately ceasing his assault and ingratiating himself with a smile. Even if she were not in Kanagawa, she could not evade your control. Just then, Omi Chikir received fabricated news from Song Haokwen. That scoundrel dares to show his face. Everyone, follow me immediately. Grab your weapons. Also, call in some brothers from outside. Upon receiving the message, De Gong Qingyi sprang into action, rushing downstairs with his subordinates. However, after descending more than 10 flights of stairs, trudging through nearly 50 centimeters of snow, and climbing another 20 floors, they found themselves utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. "Oh, I can't go on. I'm done for. This is killing me," he exclaimed in frustration. "Damn it. This cursed snow, this wretched power outage, and that detestable Song Haokuen. That bastard Song Haokuen. I swear I will make him pay." A group of men crowded in the stairwell, some leaning against the walls, others holding onto the railings, smoking, squatting, or sitting on the ground, shivering while incessantly complaining and cursing. De Gong Chung-yi ground his teeth in anger. In over 20 years since he had embarked on this path at the age of 18, he had never faced such a humiliating struggle. Yet, while they were all lamenting their dire circumstances, Song Haokuen was comfortably at home, basking in the warmth of a cozy fireplace, enjoying beef jerky, and conversing with the ladies. "My dear, the snow outside is simply beautiful," he remarked. "Indeed, it is," she replied. "Shall we go soak in the hot spring tonight? I haven't seen you in days," she suggested. "I don't have time today. Perhaps in a couple of days," he responded. "Alway, what have you been up to lately? We haven't had a chance to meet for ages. I even dreamed about you last night," she enthused. "You dreamed about me? What kind of dream?" he asked, intrigued. "Of course, that kind. I just received 2 exquisite Eastern kipeos. Would you like to come over?" she invited. "Yuki, with this heavy snowfall, will your esteemed guests still be able to come?" he inquired. "The flight has been delayed, but they will still come. We just need to wait a few more days. How's the temperature at the Doomsday Hotel?" She replied. "The temperature is decent, considering there's a hot spring, but the power outage has affected the ventilation system. And the humidity is rather high," he noted. "That's good to hear. Once the snow stops, I'll come to find you," he assured them. While Song Haokuen was in high spirits, he soon received a call from Takahashi Miyuki. Switching his phone to recording mode, he answered her call. "Haokuen, it's over. Wong Fatty called us again. He said he wants to kill us. What should we do? My sister and I are so scared," she cried. "What are you afraid of? Haven't you hidden away with Takahashi Manai?" he replied, sensing her intent to prompt her to take action. Seeing that Song Haokuen remained unfazed, Takahashi Miyuki adopted a more pitiful tone, enticing him further. "But hiding like this won't solve anything. My sister and I want to confront you openly." "I understand. I will help you deal with Wong Fatty swiftly," he assured her. Song Haokuen hung up the phone before she could finish speaking, as the security alarm at home blared, signaling that De Gong Chung-yi Lang and his associates had arrived on the 30th floor. Given their persistent attempts to engage him, he naturally felt compelled to prepare a grand surprise for them. No matter how enchanting the woman, it could not impede his swiftness in action. He dashed out of his room with utmost haste and descended to the 31st floor corridor, retrieving an inflatable swimming pool filled with water from his space. With a swift slash of his knife, he cut through the edge of the pool. Chapter 55. Wishing you a refreshing experience. With a resounding rip, the plastic yielded effortlessly to his blade, and after a brief jet of water erupted from the pool's edge, it cascaded down the stairwell. The sound was thunderous. Just as De Gong Chung-yi Lang, along with his bald confidant and 2 subordinates, reached the halfway mark of the 30th floor, they were met with this unexpected deluge. The subordinates erupted in exclamations of dismay, drenched by the sudden downpour, while the others behind them found themselves either soaked or with their shoes completely submerged. "What on earth? Is it raining in the corridor? My clothes are soaked. Has a pipe burst in this freezing weather? Good grief, can we not be spared? Ah, so cold. I'm freezing to death." Yet, De Gong Chung-yi Lang immediately raised his head, glaring fiercely at the staircase above, cursing. It must be that scoundrel Song Haokuen's doing. Charge upstairs and eliminate him. However, by the time he was ready to issue his command, Song Haokuen had already returned to Mrs. Sato's residence, closed the door, and reclined on the sofa, relishing the scene. The more fiercely they cursed, having been thoroughly drenched, the more joyfully he laughed while basking in the warmth of the fire. In no time, they moved past the 31st floor and reached the 32nd. Yet, upon discovering that Song Haokuen had locked the door, completely barricaded, the group seethed with frustration. Unable to devise a solution, it was then that De Gong Chung-yi Lang recalled the message. "If we cannot access room 3203, then let us proceed to 3103. That scoundrel can ascend and descend from the balcony. We can do the same. Go." "Yes, boss. Indeed, our leader is wise. What the boss says is right. Let us proceed." As De Gong Chung-yi Lang spoke, his subordinates responded in unison and rushed to pound on the door of 3103, alarming the neighbors below. However, it was the couple residing in 3102 who were most terrified, Kurizuki Sho and Haru Natsui, who lived off their parents. A month later, they would face the unfortunate event of their neighbors from the Lee family barging in to rob them. Upon hearing the pounding on the door, the two trembled in fear within their home. Yet, Amidst their terror, they continued to fervently express their concerns in the group chat. Kurizaki Show, what are the Kanagawa police doing? Why are there so many gangsters causing chaos? Haru Natsuhi, this is terrifying. Is there anyone who can intervene? Previously, they were upstairs, and now they are banging on our floor. Akasaki Inuko, who the hell has offended them? Can someone step up like a man? They are harassing the neighbors, and it's utterly infuriating. Harakami Hayori, indeed. I despise those who disturb others for their own selfish reasons. Such individuals should be met with dire consequences, perhaps a fatal accident while walking, or choking while eating and drinking. Amidst their numerous voice messages and texts, Masuho Miyoko, who had been silent for a long time, finally poked her head out. The ambulance they had been waiting for had yet to arrive, and her grandson's entire arm had gone numb. At this point, her animosity towards Song Haokuen had escalated. She had previously heard rumors of gangsters searching for him. Seizing this opportunity, she would not let it slip away. Masuho Miyoko, it must be that little bastard Song Haokuen who brought this upon us. This group was looking for him on the 32nd floor, that scoundrel. After a flurry of chaotic messages in the group, many began to associate the current situation with past events, leading to a collective outpouring of frustration. Observing the plight of those outside, coupled with the messages, elicited only a derisive snicker from Song Haokuen. Let them scream. You dogs can keep howling. Sooner or later, you will all meet your demise. It's merely a question of who will suffer the most. With a chilling whisper, he finally vacated the plush embrace of the sofa and traversed the hallway back to his home. On the 31st floor, a group of thugs relentlessly kicked the door of Unit 3103, intimidating the homeowner from outside. Open the door. Damn it. Open up. If you don't, I'll tear your door down. Yet, their aggressive antics only made the homeowner more terrified to open the door. Instead, he dialed the police repeatedly. Unfortunately, the line was perpetually busy. In desperation, he considered seeking help from his neighbors and stumbled upon the messages in the group. So, these ruffians were not here for him after all. Little Jing Taro felt a surge of hope upon reading the news. But the gang's ferocity left him hesitant to open the door. As he watched the doorframe begin to splinter, he mustered his courage and called out, "Ah, esteemed gentlemen, I assure you I have never wronged you. If you seek Song Haokuen, he resides one floor above us. Quit the chit-chat and open up, or we'll break down the door and chop you to pieces." The bald leader was already becoming agitated, his eyes gleaming with a feral hunger. His clothes were soaked through, and with the power out and no heating, the temperature in the building plummeted. If they couldn't force the door open soon, not only would they fail to find Song Haokuen, but they would also risk succumbing to the cold or catching a severe illness. The surrounding henchmen shared similar thoughts, spurring them on to kick the door even more violently. However, upon hearing a man's voice from within, Daigonjo Ichiro raised his hand to silence the crowd. "My dear fellow, we bear no enmity nor grudge, yet I find myself in need of a brief respite upon your balcony. The treacherous Song Haokuen has grievously injured my brother and betrayed my closest friend by seducing his wife. Thus, I must seek retribution. I shall count to 3, and you will grant me entry. Rest assured, I shall not inflict a single scratch upon you. Should you fail to open the door within 3 seconds, I shall summon others to force their way in, eliminating you before ascending to exact my vengeance." But before he could finish his threat, the cowardly Kojiro, wearing a sycophantic smile, hastily opened the door. "Sir, please do not harm me." Yet, at that very moment, the bald assailant delivered a swift kick to his chest, sending him sprawling 3 meters away to crash onto the ground. The pain contorted his face, rendering him speechless, and his head struck the ground heavily, causing him to lose consciousness, nearly to the brink of death. Curse it! Upon witnessing Kojiro fall unconscious, the bald man cursed vehemently before turning to smile at Daigon Shinichiro. "When it comes to cunning and intellect, my brother reigns supreme." His subordinates, upon hearing his words, began to flatter him in unison. However, Daigon Shinichiro had little inclination to entertain their praises. His mind was singularly focused on one objective, to eliminate Song Haokuen. Thus, he promptly selected 4 capable subordinates, instructing them to pair up and scale the balcony. Though they felt disgruntled and reluctant, facing either a drenching or soaked footwear in the frigid temperature plummeting to -30 degrees, they dared not defy Daigon Shinjikairo's authority. With resentment and fury, they set forth. Soon enough, they effortlessly reached the balcony of room 3203, where they began to jubilantly taunt. "Huh, Song Haokuen, how shall you meet your end now? You scoundrel, should I catch you, I'll carve a few slices into your thigh." However, as their taunts echoed, Song Haokuen emerged from the bathroom window. One hand grasped a silver faucet within, while the other extended outward, holding a yellow hose aimed at them with a smile. "I wish you a refreshing chill, and may your spirits soar." Chapter 56. Brother, I have a plan. Suddenly, The yellow-haired thug, bearing a scar on his left cheek, felt water splatter upon his face, instinctively looking up. Yet, his companion quickly interjected with a curse. "It's not rain. That bastard Song Haokuin is spraying us." Just as he uttered this, two more ruffians had managed to climb up, but their outcome was even graver, as the temperature had now plunged to -32 degrees. The railings were slick with moisture, and as their hands touched the icy metal, they found themselves glued to it by the frozen layer of water. Following this, Song Haokuin turned the faucet to its maximum flow. Originally, the water pipe that scattered like celestial flowers now resembled a high-pressure water gun. The chilling sound of water surged forth, piercing through the air. The frigid tap water assailed them mercilessly, combined with the bone-chilling temperatures and the gusty winds sweeping across the 32nd floor. Under the onslaught of Song Haokuin, the four individuals screamed in agony, their faces pale and expressions contorted. They cried out, wailing and scrambling to retreat. I'm freezing to death. I'm done for. Song Haokuin, you despicable scoundrel. I will surely slay you. They shouted, desperate to descend swiftly. I can't take it. I'm going to freeze to death right here. Song Haokuin, you are no human. You are a demon. So cold, so cold. However, in temperatures plunging below 30 degrees, the ground quickly crystallized into a layer of ice, while frost clung to the railings. The scarred-faced, yellow-haired thug was the first to suffer, losing his footing and plummeting from the 32nd floor. Two other ruffians, whose hands were glued to the railing, endured excruciating pain as they forcibly tore their hands away, leaving large patches of flesh behind. They howled in desperation, yearning to retreat, to escape back downstairs, for otherwise, their lives would be forfeited, likely to be transformed into frozen statues. Yet, it seemed they had forgotten, or perhaps did not realize, that as the skin on their hands deteriorated, the exposed flesh would also succumb to the icy grip of the railing. Consequently, two more small-time thugs shrieked as they lost their grip and fell from above. Meanwhile, a buzzcut thug displayed a glimmer of intelligence and resolve. He removed his down jacket and used it as a makeshift glove on the railing. Song Haokuin, just wait. I, Donya Zhengnan, will return. And then I shall have my revenge, he declared, one foot already stepping onto the lower railing. However, at that moment, Song Haokuin had set down the water pipe, revealing a crossbow in his hands. He smiled faintly at Donya Zhengnan and, devoid of pity, pulled the trigger. Bang! The arrow shot forth, striking Donya Zhengnan in the kidney. He screamed in anguish, tumbling down alongside his comrades. Below, De Gong Chunliang witnessed his most formidable four subordinates being tortured to death by such a method. Roaring in fury like an enraged lion. Song Haokuin, you will pay for this. I will have you torn to shreds. If you have the guts, come up here and face me instead of hiding below. Song Haokuin remained unfazed by De Gong Chunliang's threats, now wielding a bent iron pipe, to which the yellow water pipe was affixed. As soon as he finished speaking, he thrust the bent pipe out the window, unleashing a barrage of water into the room below. The occupants within were caught off guard yet again. This time, no one was spared from the torment, leaving them seething with rage and gnashing their teeth in frustration. Fortunately, De Gong Chung Yilang possessed at least a modicum of sense. He recognized that brute force would not suffice at this juncture. He retreated to the bedroom to change into dry clothing and dry off his drenched body. Simultaneously, he made his way to the bedroom, rummaging through drawers until he unearthed a large down jacket. After drying himself, he swiftly shed his wet clothing and donned the jacket. His trembling subordinates, emulating his example, hurriedly wiped themselves dry and changed their clothes. Although they could not find down jackets, any dry clothing was preferable to the drenched garments they wore. Some even discarded their outerwear entirely, wrapping themselves in bed linens. Witnessing the disheveled state of his subordinates, De Gong Chung Yilang glared up with malice. Damn it, you wretches, just wait until the snow stops. I shall make you pay dearly. Given the current predicament, De Gong Chung Yilang had resolved against a direct assault. After all, Song Haokuin was indeed clever and had taken precautions against them. With several of his brothers already lost, he faced the pressing need for funeral expenses and resettlement fees. Otherwise, morale would dwindle, and leading the remaining members would become increasingly difficult. Thus, if he wished to eliminate Song Haokuin, he had to devise a more cunning plan. However, just as he was contemplating this, a man's wails echoed through the hall. The source of this lament was none other than the hapless Kojiro, who, despite not having robbed Song Haokuin of resources in his previous life, had consistently engaged in moral coercion within the group chat, demanding that Song Haokuin share his supplies. Previously, he had been severely injured by a bald man, and now, drenched by a torrent of water and subjected to the biting cold wind that seeped through the window, he trembled uncontrollably. Help! Help me, please. I beg you, save me. It's so cold. I do not wish to die. Yet, there was no chance that Song Hao Kun would come to his aid. And Dagong Chung Yilang and his cohort were equally disinclined to assist. However, it was the sound of his cries, coupled with a gust of frigid wind, that sparked a realization in Dagong Chung Yilang. Damn it. Koji, go close the window. This way, the water won't come in. The remaining ruffians exchanged glances, slowly processing the situation. Indeed, it was merely a broken water pipe. Closing the window would resolve the issue. Yet, their initial oversight could not be blamed on stupidity. The incident had unfolded so suddenly, and the frigid weather rendered them reluctant to be drenched, causing their momentary lapse in judgment. Soon, with the window shut, the temperature inside the room rose several degrees. The increased number of occupants also generated considerable carbon dioxide, alleviating the tension in the air. However, it was at this moment that Dagong Chung Yilang's confidant suddenly remarked, "Boss, that guy outside has frozen to death. Let him be, if he is dead." He is dead. Dagong Chung Yilang spat venomously, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand. If only he had opened the door sooner. We wouldn't have given that scoundrel so much time to prepare, which has led to the demise of several of our brothers. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his loyal bald companion suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Brother, I have a plan that will undoubtedly entice Song Hao Kun out." Chapter 57. The official message from the enemy. Upon hearing that the bald man had a solution, Omi Chikir immediately inquired, "What is it? Let us hear it." Hee. Perhaps we can leverage the power of the authorities. The bald man grinned sinisterly. "Although we are here to deal with Song Hao Kun, that scoundrel is currently unbothered. 4 of our brothers have gone missing consecutively, and now another has met a tragic end. This is undeniably a major incident, and we can certainly find someone to report it. When the Kanagawa police arrive, I refuse to believe that scoundrel will dare to stay hidden." "Excellent. Let us proceed with this plan." Omi Chikir instantly grasped his intent and narrowed his eyes, speaking coldly. "If the police send only a few, we will rush in and eliminate him. If they come in numbers and take him away, we will wait for him to be imprisoned and then find a way to make his life a living hell inside." "Ha ha ha, my brother is indeed astute, thinking this through." The bald man laughed heartily at this, and the younger members of their group became increasingly animated. However, when they attempted to call the police, they discovered that the lines were utterly jammed. Almost everyone was reporting incidents, even though no real crimes had occurred. The number of those seeking assistance far exceeded expectations. It was August, typically a time of high temperatures, yet now an unexpected heavy snowfall blanketed the area, with snow accumulation exceeding half a meter and showing no signs of stopping. Many were unprepared, and accidents had left countless individuals stranded or injured. Consequently, they had no choice but to seek help from the police, who were overwhelmed with calls. After a few minutes passed, the situation became increasingly amusing for Song Hao Kun, but quite the headache for Omi Chikir and his associates. "It's here." Omi Chikir's smartphone, already vulnerable to the cold, had barely any charge left. After attempting to make calls in the frigid weather, the device powered down. The others had long run out of battery, leaving only 2 brothers with functional phones. However, if they wasted any more time, their communication would be severed. Thus, gritting his teeth in frustration, Omi Chikir decided to temporarily retreat with his brothers. Yet, upon descending the stairs, they found themselves shivering uncontrollably, several collapsing to their knees. Utterly immobilized, 2 of the brothers had begun to cough, their foreheads icy. Exhausted and panting, Omi Chikir felt a surge of rage at the sight of his brother's dire state. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Song Hao Kun, you little insect! How dare you resist and mock me instead of obediently being crushed underfoot? Just you wait. If I don't skin you alive and tear you apart, I might as well throw myself into the snow and perish." Dagong Chung Yilang silently swore, his face contorted with rage and his teeth clenched. However, before long, even more infuriating news arrived. The power in the neighborhood was restored, illuminating every household, and the elevators resumed their normal operation. Damn it! Dagong Chung Yilang was on the verge of exploding with anger, yet as the leader, he suppressed his fury and commanded, "You lot, go nearby and purchase power banks immediately, and procure a substantial amount of supplies to send to Wang Pengzi's home. Additionally, call the other brothers and instruct them to acquire supplies on site. All of you come to the Daheng Mingdu community. Baldy, call your family and have them bring the firewood." "Understood." Knowing their leader was serious, the equally frustrated Baldy nodded solemnly. However, just as Baldy was about to use a subordinate's phone to make the call, it suddenly vibrated, producing a sound. It was a group text, but not one of those spam messages or advertisements. Rather, it was a mass message from the Japanese government. "Dear citizens, due to an unprecedented severe snowstorm, power and water supply facilities across various regions will be affected. The government is intensifying repair efforts. Please remain calm and refrain from panic buying. Baldy glanced at it and dismissed it, continuing to call his so-called family to request the American-style katana be brought over. Meanwhile, Song Haokuin also received the message. But he did not check it immediately, as he had just intended to take a nap. However, upon lying down, he sensed something was amiss. The room was excessively dry and hot. With the outdoor temperature at a frigid -30 degrees, he had installed fireplaces in every room, stocked with ample fuel. Thus, Song Haokuin opened a crack in the bedroom window and retrieved a humidifier, plugging it into a backup battery before comfortably lying down on the bed and checking his phone. These politicians from the island truly are beasts. After reading the message, Song Haokuin sneered. This very message had undoubtedly caused countless people to perish from starvation prematurely in his previous life. After all, on the first and second days of the snowfall, the snow depth was only about half a meter, not yet compressed by further accumulation. If everyone could venture out to procure supplies, they would still be able to purchase a decent amount of food. However, it was precisely because of this message that most people felt reassured. The island nation was indeed prone to disasters, having experienced earthquakes, tsunamis, and typhoons. Generally, families would stockpile some supplies sufficient to last a few days under normal circumstances. Some individuals can endure for as long as 10 days or even half a month, which explains why, a month later, there are still so many living souls rushing into Song Haokuin's home to loot. Consequently, most people felt a sense of relief, and with the return of electricity, everyone became preoccupied. Some charged their phones. Others turned on the television, prepared meals, or engaged in conversations, as if everything had returned to normal. However, there were still those who harbored concerns and expressed their anxieties in the group, sparking debates. For instance, the couple, Kurizaki Shukin and Haru Natsuki, who were once expected to storm into Song Haokuin's home a month later to seize supplies, found themselves in this discourse. Interestingly, the majority of those doubting the government of the Little Devils were from the island nation, while a few foreign immigrants in the group staunchly defended it, such as Chun Dajia's son Chin Chong from the East Country and Park Il-chan from the land of the morning calm. Kurizaki Shukin, neighbors, is there a possibility that the unusual weather is due to the missiles launched by various countries? Park Il-chan, given the high quality of education in the island nation, how could someone like you slip through the cracks? Can your missiles really cause heavy snowfall? Haru Natsuki, how can you be so certain there's no possibility? Perhaps the missiles shattered meteors, blocking out sunlight. Chinchon, at this time, it is best not to indulge in wild fantasies. The island nation boasts highly developed organizations, technology, politics, and culture. This snow disaster will soon pass, and we must trust in the power of the island government. Yet, amidst their lively discussions, the old hag, Aso Miyoko, re-emerged, once again directing her ire towards Song Haokuin, inciting public outrage. Chapter 58, The Final Revelry of the Saintly Hypocrite. In the Chun family's apartment, Aso Miyoko, occupying the Chun family sofa, finally charged her phone and unleashed a barrage of profanity in the group, accompanied by photos of her grandson. From Miyoko's grandson, Aso Taro, lying incapacitated, sweating profusely and wailing in agony, to his current state of frothing at the mouth and rolling his eyes back, many were initially discomforted by her foul language. A few even shouted for the group admin to expel this lunatic. However, upon seeing the photos, sympathy began to swell among the members, including those who had previously stolen food from Song Haokuin, such as Kurizaki Shukin, Haru Natsuki, and Park Il-chan. Kurizaki Shukin, this Song Haokuin is utterly despicable. Bullying a child. How shameless. Those gangsters he summoned have been causing a ruckus outside my door all day. It's infuriating. Haru Natsuki, that poor child. Can this lowly delivery man just leave our community? Just seeing someone like him is distressing. It affects my mood and jeopardizes our community's safety and property values. Park Il-chan, He's from the East Country. What kind of quality can you expect from him? Do you believe he is one of our Korean compatriots? We are all individuals who have received higher education. However, following their statements, a man named Chin Chong stood up once more. He is currently working in a different city and unable to return home. Thus he can only voice his thoughts in the group chat. Chin Chong, as you all have witnessed, Aso Miko has now admitted it herself. Her grandson's arm was severed by Song Haokuin, and it has nothing to do with my mother. Nevertheless, Aso Miko's retort swiftly followed. Are you even human? My grandson's arm is immobile. And you still dare to say such things, beast. Do the Easterners possess no sense of humanity at all? Immediately, those little devils, along with that little Korean, joined in to condemn him. Chin Chong, despite being far away, gritted his teeth in anger. My mother kindly took you in, and you accuse her while occupying my home. How dare you say such things at this moment? Did I sever your grandson's arm? Yet, despite the profanities bubbling within him, he refrained from responding further in the chat. He understood that the group consisted of those little devils, and it would be futile to confront so many. Instead, he quietly gathered evidence to prevent future slander. He then called his mother, urging her to find a way to expel those people and to refrain from showing kindness to ungrateful individuals in the future. 3202, Mrs. Sato's residence. You still dare to play the role of the saint, but you can only prance about for a few more days. Enjoy your barking while you can. Upon witnessing the comments from this group of self-righteous individuals, Song Haokuin scoffed disdainfully. In the early days of the apocalypse, such people were indeed plentiful. Some even shared their food with neighbors. Their belief was that the calamity would eventually pass, and pretending to be good-hearted during such times incurred no loss. Perhaps it would even foster relationships for future needs. However, as the days wore on, the power supply dwindled, temperatures dropped, and food became scarce. These individuals began to lose their humanity. The group chat became rife with hostility, filled with mutual insults and accusations, leading to fierce disputes over resources. Some even resorted to murder. If memory serves, around 20 days into the apocalypse, individuals began breaking down doors to kill and viewed their fellow beings as supplies. With nothing else to occupy his time, Song Haokuin, after a day of indulgence, found his drowsiness completely dissipated upon glancing at the group chat. He adjusted his sitting position and decided to contribute to the conversation. Song Haokuin, Aso Miko, TSK. I did not expect your grandson merely to have lost an arm and not to have been electrocuted to death. What a pity indeed. Song Haokuin, everyone, cease your incessant chattering in the group. Reflect on why I dare to provoke this group of underworld figures and yet remain alive and well. If you continue your incessant prattle, I shall come knocking on your door tonight. Upon sending those two messages, the chat fell into an eerie silence. However, behind closed doors, this did not prevent the crowd from engaging in hushed discussions. Chinchong, who exactly is this Song Haokuin? How could he be so ruthless? Hisaka-ko, wasn't it said that the fellow upstairs is merely a delivery worker from a convenience store? Could he be involved in something more nefarious? Harakami Hayori, I have no idea. It would be best for us not to provoke him, as he resides just above us. Park Il-chan, how brazen. Is there no law anymore? How could such a person live in our community? Yet, after a silence of 5 or 6 minutes, Masao Miyoko unleashed another tirade in the group chat. Masao Miyoko, Song Haokuin, aren't you just a filthy delivery worker? What are you pretending for? My grandson is so adorable. How dare you? Masao Miyoko, let me tell you, my son is a prominent leader in the neighborhood association. You're finished, do you hear me? Song Haokuin, you're done for. Masao Miyoko, Song Haokuin, I have already contacted the police. They will be here soon to apprehend you. Just wait for your comeuppance, you beast. Observing this wretched woman venting in the group, Song Haokuin placed his hands on the screen once more. However, before he could retaliate with a message, he suddenly noticed a line of text pop up in the chat. Dear user, you have been removed from the group chat by the group owner. Well, how delightful. Upon seeing this notification, a playful smile crossed Song Haokuin's face, and he logged into another account on the chat application. This account was one he had previously used for deliveries and working as a store clerk, and it included not only the chat group for his apartment building, but also all the other building groups, and even several nearby communities. Upon opening the application, he was immediately inundated with a deluge of messages. Some requested him to run errands, others asked him to pick up takeout, and some even asked for assistance in transporting children. There were even those who, in a fit of anger, directly hurled insults at him. Seeing such a multitude of messages, Song Haokuin was hardly surprised and simply clicked mark all as read. Yet, scarcely had he done so when dozens more messages flooded in, most of which were requests for deliveries. Song Haokuin could only shake his head in exasperation, realizing that the messages would likely not cease for some time. Thus, he temporarily closed this application. Retrieving Junichiro Yamashita's phone from his belongings, he accessed the chat group for the apartment via that device. At this point, the group was filled with a cacophony of insults directed at him. Unsurprisingly, he spotted familiar names: Chinchong, Hisaka-ko, Harakami Hayori, Tutu-chan, and Park Il-chan, as well as neighbors from his previous life who had seized his resources. For those neighbors he did not recognize, Song Haokuin marked them with a note, so that when the time came to deal with them, he could show them precisely why they were targeted, sparing them from claiming innocence when confronted. After all, Song Haokuin was no demon. This game had only just begun. Let us proceed with deliberation. After a cursory glance at the information, Song Haokuin broke into a grin, revealing a dazzling smile. He then proceeded to click on the group members' details. Upon selecting the avatar of the apartment building's administrator, a wealth of information about this individual appeared. Chapter 59, I possess no morals. What does your kidnapping amount to? Group Administrator, Kurosawa Akira 303. Avatar, an elderly gentleman clad in a black kimono with white hair, holding a camera aimed at blooming flowers. Personal signature, Vice President of the Kanagawa Prefecture Photography Association, renowned director of action and adult films, actor. Recent update, his son, Kurosawa Nagayuki, and daughter-in-law, Harunamiku, are engaged. It seems my memory serves me well. Indeed, it is you, the deceitful old pervert. Song Haokuen realized without a doubt that this was the same old man, and unwelcome memories began to resurface. As indicated in the records, he had once been a director of adult action films, thus garnering a modicum of fame within the entertainment industry, making him a well-known figure in the community. Consequently, he was elected as a member of the Homeowners Association and naturally assumed the role of the building's administrator, thereby becoming the leader of the group chat. In the days following the onset of the apocalypse, he must have acquired information through some channels, or perhaps relied on his experience to ascertain that the heavy snowfall and frigid temperatures would persist. Thus, he conspired with that wretched woman, Isu Miyako. Leveraging his influence and exploiting the identity of Isu's son, he concocted a series of lies, successfully deceiving numerous residents out of their provisions. At that time, he undoubtedly withheld any assistance, only to be subjected to a nauseating moral coercion from the two individuals. Once he had obtained the food they were tricked into surrendering, his integrity would certainly prevent him from sharing it with others. Moreover, this man engaged in even more depraved actions. He utilized the resources at his disposal to entice women in the building into becoming his sexual slaves. At least 4 women fell victim to his schemes, including a retired adult film star. This was none other than the neighbor of Yamamoto Junichiro, who bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Xiaohan, Sakurai Ria. It was this very woman who ultimately ambushed and killed Kurosawa Akira, leading everyone to uncover the truth. Since you have sought your own demise, do not blame me. As the brief recollection concluded, a sinister smile crept across Song Haokuen's face. He clicked to exit the profile, preparing to change his attire and venture outside. However, just as he was about to leave the group chat, he noticed a flurry of messages from the others. Isu Miyako, is there a doctor available? Can anyone take a look at my child? I beg you, I implore you. Group leader Kurosawa Akira, alas, how unfortunate. I happen to know several prominent figures in the medical field, but most of them are in Tokyo and cannot reach us in this blizzard. Park-il-chan, truly deserving of admiration, my idol Kurosawa Akira. Your network is indeed vast. Harakami Hayori, is it really you, director Kurosawa Akira? Oh dear. I once auditioned for one of your films. Regrettably, I did not advance past the second round, and I never even had the chance to meet director Kurosawa Akira in person. The group leader, Akira Kurosawa, chuckled, surprised by their unexpected connection. If Ms. Haru Ueno is still interested, I could attempt to recommend you to my friends, he offered. Oh my, is that true? Thank you so much, Director Kurosawa. I will send you my photos and videos right away, replied Haru Ueno eagerly. Director Kurosawa, what do you think of me? I am quite strong, and I would simply need to appear on screen as a male performer, said Kurizaki Inu. Haha, well said. We are neighbors after all, and I will certainly assist with recommendations when the opportunity arises. You truly embody the spirit of youthful exuberance, Kurosawa remarked. Witnessing the conversation in the group, Song Haokuen felt a wave of disgust, particularly towards the couple, Kurizaki Inu and Haru Ueno. It was disheartening to see a husband openly encouraging his wife to pursue a career as an actress, even expressing a desire to participate himself. Indeed, you creatures deserve condemnation. Song Haokuen muttered coldly. Yet, a clever idea soon sparked in his mind. Without delay, he sent a message using Junichiro Yamashita's phone. I know a private surgeon, a distinguished graduate from Tokyo Medical University, whose skills are quite commendable. However, his consultation fee is exorbitant, at least 200,000 yen, and treatment costs could be even higher. If you wish, I could facilitate contact. Upon receiving the message, Miko Misu immediately replied, have him come. No matter the cost, we will pay for the treatment. All right, I can arrange that, but you need to transfer the money to me first, Miko. You have a history of dodging payments, even for groceries in the neighborhood. And I certainly won't cover your expenses, Yamashita replied. I will definitely pay, just have him come over, and I'll have my son transfer the money to you. He is currently at a neighborhood association meeting, and as soon as he finishes, I will ensure the transfer. Miko Misu responded, trembling with anger, her expression contorted with rage, wishing to unleash her fury upon Yamashita. Seeing her message, Song Haokuen let out a cold, disdainful laugh as he swiftly typed, I have already inquired on your behalf. He stated that he cannot leave without payment, and given the heavy snowfall, he is reluctant to venture out for less than 300,000 yen. Just as he sent the message, before Miko could reply, the model Haru Ueno spoke up again. How can this person be so heartless? Is it true that doctors are only concerned with profit, indifferent to their patients' suffering? Exactly. Aren't doctors supposed to be angels in white? How can one be so miserly? Kurizuki, Inu added. As the two of them took the lead, many others in the group began to clamor as well, truly showcasing a masterful act of moral coercion. Also Miyoko, upon witnessing the messages from these individuals, felt no urgency to respond to Song Hakuin, eagerly anticipating that Yamashita Junichiro would succumb to their moral pressure. However, Song Hakuin remained utterly unperturbed, even finding amusement in the situation. After all, Yamashita Junichiro's identity was fabricated, and the so-called doctor was merely a figment of his imagination. Furthermore, having faced death once, he had long since relinquished any sense of morality. I possess no morals. What do you think you can achieve with your moral coercion? If it were not for the desire to bring ruin upon these wretches and ensure that those who had wronged him would not find peace, he would have remained indifferent. Now, he had burst forth from his room, intent on wreaking havoc upon the apartment building, dragging out these malevolent youths one by one to exact their reckoning. The aesthetically pleasing among them were spared, while those deemed unworthy met a grim fate. With a sinister smile, Song Hakuin swiftly typed again, "Your words are futile. That fellow is utterly heartless. Also Miyoko, is your son not a prominent figure in the neighborhood association? Surely, he can muster 300,000 yen, cannot he?" Chapter 60. Heh. You little scoundrels are quite despicable. This bastard. If only I could find an opportunity, I would surely bring ruin upon you. Also Miyoko nearly ground her dentures to dust upon reading that message. Faced with such a predicament, it was impossible to avoid spending money. Thus, she hurriedly dialed her son and daughter-in-law. However, she could not reach Aso Taro's mother, and while she managed to contact his father, he could only offer a meager 80,000 yen. As a mere temporary worker in the neighborhood association, his monthly earnings barely exceeded 100,000 yen, and now his bank account held but a fraction of that. Also Miyoko herself had merely over 50,000 yen left, which combined was still insufficient to cover even half of the consultation fee. Consequently, she turned her hopes towards Sister Chun. Dear Chun, would you be so kind as to lend me 300,000 yen? My son is experiencing poor internet connectivity and cannot transfer the funds. I beg of you. I know you are beautiful and kind-hearted. If you lend me 300,000 yen, I assure you my son will repay you 500,000 yen by tomorrow. But I do not possess such a sum. Sister Chun was already repulsed by the antics of the grandmother and grandson. First, they accused her of breaking Aso Taro's arm. Then they refused to vacate her home, even demanding her food. That little brat had the audacity to insult her. She would not lend them a single yen, even if she were wealthy. Seeing that Sister Chun was unwilling to assist, Aso Miyoko resorted to a tactic of self-pity, pleading and bowing her head. This caused Sister Chun to waver slightly. Yet she truly could not produce such a large sum, so she called her son, Shinchong. Upon learning that his mother intended to help them, he was incensed. Feeling as though his head might explode, he immediately chastised her over the phone, insisting that under no circumstances should she lend them any money. Asao Miyoko eavesdropped on the conversation, her expression immediately darkening, yet she dared not lash out. Instead, she seethed inwardly, cursing vehemently. The Chun family. I curse you all to bear children without any orifices, to stumble and break both arms and legs upon stepping outside. However, such curses, though fervent, were futile in the face of her current predicament. Thus, she resorted to her wits and spoke again in the group chat. Mr. Yamashita Junichiro, I cannot reach my son by phone. He must be in a meeting or otherwise occupied. Please, I implore you to assist. Have compassion for the child. Saving a life is akin to extinguishing a fire. Rest assured, my son holds a significant position and will certainly repay you more than this amount. Once my grandson is well, I shall return tenfold. Her plea elicited a cascade of sympathetic responses from the group. Kurizaki Inu. Alas, this aunt is truly pitiable. Do lend her a hand. She will repay you. Harakami Natsui. Indeed, speak with that doctor. Perhaps you could advance 200,000 to bring him over. Parkael-chan. It's merely 300,000, Yamashita Junichiro. Are you not rather affluent? Your home is filled with figurines and lifelike dolls. Interestingly, just as these comments were exchanged, a stranger interjected. Yamashita, you perverted fiend, how dare you steal my wife's panties? Upon witnessing this man's outburst, Song Hakuin could not suppress his laughter. He then made a swift motion to transfer money in the group chat, sending 1,000,000 through Yamashita Junichiro's account. System notification, Yamashita Junichiro initiated a group transfer. Designated recipient, Yamano Mura and I. He then sent a message under Yamashita's name. I'm sending you 1,000,000. Consider this matter closed. Otherwise, refund me. And I shall spend a few days in detention. System notification. Your group transfer has been received by designated user Yamano Mura and I. Yamano Mura and I. Well then. Let this matter rest. After all, I am not a petty person. Haha. Song Hakuin found himself stifling a laugh at this message. But the subsequent one had him in stitches. Yamano Mura and I. Mr. Yamashita, my wife has 2 younger sisters, and there are many attractive female colleagues at her workplace. Should you have such interests, feel free to contact me. My number is. Once again, Song Hakuin was repulsed by the antics of these individuals. Soon after, a plethora of female residents from several apartment buildings began adding him. Some were married, others single, some were students, while others had recently graduated. Without hesitation, Song Hakuin accepted their friend requests, fully aware of their intentions. If one could extort 1,000,000 for a pair of panties, surely they could as well. In fact, if they could ensnare the unsuspecting Yamashita Junichiro, who knew how many millions could be earned. Therefore, Song Hakuin wasted no time and sent out a mass message. Upon receiving the request for unedited photographs, the women hastily complied, only to be met with immediate rejection from Song Hakuin, who proceeded to block them. Although these individuals possessed a modicum of charm, in his discerning eyes, the best among them merely rated a 60. The captivating beauties he currently associated with were undeniably at least an 80, regarded as stunning by others, rendering these lesser figures utterly insignificant in his view. In the brief interlude that followed, the chat group of the apartment buzzed with renewed activity. Witnessing Song Hakuin's audacious display of wealth, offering 1 million, Masao Miko felt a surge of indignation, contemplating drastic measures against him. How could he be so affluent, yet demand money from her? Surely he could spare some for her grandson, given his apparent fortune. Did he not understand that saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda? Did this wretch possess no conscience? Following her darkly twisted tirade, Masao Miko resorted once more to moral coercion within the group. Mr. Yamashita, I implore you to assist me. Surely, if you can afford 100,000 for a mere pair of undergarments, 30,000 would be a trivial matter for you? I can see you are a good person. This would be a lifeline for my grandson, and you would not let him perish, would you? Her plea sparked a flurry of responses from self-righteous individuals, yet the tone quickly shifted. The group leader, Akira Kurosawa, chimed in. Mr. Yamashita, since you are financially buoyant, why not extend a helping hand? After all, this concerns a human life. Kazuki Inu added. Indeed, you, the wealthy pervert, why not spare some funds to help? Harakami Naho requested. Mr. Yamashita, please accept my friend request. Park Il-chan remarked. What a fool. 100,000 for a pair of undergarments? Give me that sum, and I will procure 10 for you. Shin-chong inquired. Mr. Yamashita Junichiro, may I ask what your profession is? Could you perhaps take a junior under your wing? I am eager to advance. Amused by their responses, Song Hakuin scoffed derisively before typing again. My money is mine to spend as I see fit. Why should I be subjected to the incessant prattling of you self-righteous individuals? Masao Miko's myriad of unsavory acts, extorting, cursing, and scamming, has led me to question her integrity in repaying any debts. Moreover, her grandson, Taro Masao, has a notorious reputation for petty theft, vandalism, and nocturnal disturbances at my residence. He had even defaced my vehicle, mimicking a dog marking its territory. To my mind, this wretched boy deserves whatever fate befalls him. Merely informing him of the Doctor's whereabouts was an act of unparalleled mercy on my part. After sending that message, the majority of the group fell into silence. Yet a few persistent voices remained. Observing their audacity to respond, Song Hakuin smirked mischievously and typed swiftly. Very well. You accuse me of lacking compassion, of being indifferent to suffering? Fine. I will lead with a contribution of 20,000. The remaining 280,000 shall come from you. In the realm of literary discourse, the intriguing chapter unfolds as follows. The characters in this narrative, Kurosaki Kunio, Haru Hayori, Park Il-chan, and Akira Kurosawa, are embroiled in a heated exchange, where the words of Song Hakuin resonate with an impact akin to that of an administrator silencing a raucous crowd. At this juncture, no one dares to voice their thoughts within the group. For the audacity of compelling others to part with their money while occupying a moral high ground is a delight for the self-righteous. The sensation is akin to a shared triumph, one that bears no relation to the individuals actually contributing financially. Yet, should they be asked to contribute even a trifling sum, it feels as if they are being mercilessly sliced with a blade. In apartment 3102, the indignant Kurosaki Koinu, seated in her living room, listens to the fervent accusations emanating from her phone. How could one be so callous? spending 1 million yen on a pair of undergarments yet refusing to contribute 300,000 yen to save a life? Meanwhile, her wife contemplates a different matter entirely. Darling, rather than fretting over such things, why not devise a plan to earn some money? With my beauty, Junichiro Yamashita is bound to be smitten. We could ensnare him. In apartment 303, the silver-haired Akira Kurosawa, clutching a hot water bottle, frowns at the news. This scoundrel dares to morally coerce us, attempting to leverage our wealth to rescue that little rascal. Aside from these individuals, the so-called virtuous souls named in the exchange were expressions of disdain, cursing under their breath. The other members of the group watch with bated breath, eager for the unfolding drama. Naturally, the opportunistic Masu Miko seizes the moment, pleading in the group chat with fervor. I implore you, I beseech you, save my grandson. I assure you, I will repay this sum. My son is a prominent figure in the town council. I know you all possess kind hearts, having just defended me. Surely you will assist me, right? You wouldn't be so heartless as to turn a blind eye, would you? Yet, after articulating her plea, silence envelopes her. Met with no responses. Frustrated, Masu Miko grits her teeth and reiterates her request. Upon reading her message, Song Haokuin retorts in the group, "Ah, indeed. A collection of self-righteous individuals. How loud you are when urging others to part with their money. Yet you dare not utter a word when it comes to your own contributions. Park Il-chan, Akira Kurosawa, Kurosaki Koinu, where are your noble selves? If this drags on, Masu Miko's grandson may very well meet a tragic fate at your hands." After dispatching this message, Song Haokuin waits patiently, but still receives no replies. With a cold smirk, he picks up his phone, just as a text notification chimes in, followed by an incoming call from the police officer, Rika Mamatani. Good evening. Officer Mamatani, he answers. Do not presume familiarity. I have serious inquiries to make of you. She retorts. Go on, I'm listening, he replies, sensing the peculiarity in her tone. Song Haokuin furrowed his brow, but refrained from asking further. Takadu Kuriaika stated, someone just reported to the police that you killed 5 people in your community. Can you clarify the situation? 5 people. Upon hearing this news, Song Haokuin was utterly bewildered, for his memory only recalled the demise of 4. Why would I kill so many? This is clearly slander. Takadu Kuriaika replied, I too find it highly improbable, yet the report was quite detailed. Did someone come to your home today and attempt to break in? Upon hearing this, Song Haokuin suddenly remembered. After listening to the policewoman's account, he grasped the situation. There was no immediate concern, otherwise, the police would have arrived at his door. The truth was this. The unscrupulous boss I had mentioned previously sought to confront me today. I resolutely refused to open the door for them. After a while of banging on my door, they eventually departed. I thought nothing of it until they returned, attempting to access my home through the window from downstairs. However, the water pipes in my house had burst due to the freezing temperatures, and they fled in haste. I had been trying to call the police, but the lines were incessantly busy. Those rascals. Upon hearing Song Haokuin's explanation, Takakuri Aika readily chose to believe him and comforted him, saying, be cautious over the next few days. I will have my brother contact the leader of that gang and advise them to leave you alone. Your brother? This was the first time Song Haokuin had heard about Takadu Kuriaika's family. My brother is the captain of the Takadu Kuridashion Criminal Investigation Unit. He has ample experience dealing with such ruffians. Takadu Kuriaika spoke with pride about her brother, and after chatting with Song Haokuin for a while, she ended the call to send a message to him. Once the call was disconnected, Song Haokuin returned to his messages, unable to contain his laughter. For the message was from Li Bingxin. In such dire circumstances, she had managed to undergo surgery and was currently recovering in a cosmetic hospital. Just as the anesthetic was starting to wear off, the images showed Li Bingxin's head wrapped like a mummy. She had undergone procedures not only on her face, but also her hips and breasts, leaving her only able to lie on her side. Another image revealed the detailed bill: rhinoplasty, lip corner lift, canthoplasty, lip augmentation, butt lift, and breast enhancement, totaling 31.25 million yen. Li Bingxin texted, Haokuin, I will return the remaining funds to you. No need, keep it for yourself. Make sure to take care of yourself in this cold weather. Song Haokuin replied with a radiant smile. Thank you, Haokuin. I love you. I knew you were the best for me. I knew I had not misjudged you. Li Bingxin's excitement was palpable, causing her to tremble with joy. Her parents and younger brother, Li Biao, shared in her exhilaration, for they had just earned over 38 million yen from this venture. In their eyes, Song Haokuin was merely a particularly wealthy fool. Thus, Li Biao, with a wicked grin, muttered, this imbecile, if not for his family's riches, would scarcely manage a few dishes throughout his life. However, Li Bingxin's mother nudged him and shot him a disapproving glance. You know nothing. It is your sister's charm that compels this group of fools to willingly part with their money. Indeed, indeed, it is my sister's allure, Li Biao replied, adopting a cheeky expression before positioning himself once more at Li Bingxin's bedside, chuckling, "Sister, you've made quite a fortune this time. How about sharing 10 million with me, so I can have some fun?" Upon hearing him mention 10 million, Li Bingxin felt a surge of irritation rising within her. Observing her reaction, her father, Li Hu, promptly kicked his son and scolded, "You good-for-nothing, all you think about is money. Do not provoke your sister." He had already abandoned the notion of pushing his daughter into the entertainment industry. Looking at the situation now, he realized his daughter was right. Marrying into a wealthy family was indeed the path to success, while venturing into the film industry was merely a short-sighted endeavor. Therefore, he must now focus on cultivating a good relationship with his daughter, as that would enable him to become a distinguished father-in-law. In the grand metropolis of Daheng, at Mrs. Sato's residence, he sent a message, cautioning, "You had better spend this money wisely on essentials. Do not squander it so recklessly." After dispatching the message, Song Haokuin tossed his phone aside with a cold smirk. He was well aware that the bill had been tampered with. The total for these projects should not exceed a few million. Yet, he remained unfazed, as the day when the yen would become worthless drew ever closer. The supplies in Kanagawa had long been covertly controlled. Even with wealth, acquiring ample food was nearly impossible. His only desire was for Li Bingxin to endure a bit longer, to suffer more before her demise. He had no intention of allowing her to live too comfortably. The temperature was already nearing -40 degrees. Within a day or two, the lowest temperature could plummet to -50. Typically, the lowest freezing point for silicone crystals is -50 degrees, while the finest silicone crystals can crystallize at -60 or 70 degrees. He chuckled to himself, eagerly anticipating the impending outcome. Chapter 62. Do you think this is the end? In the grand metropolis of Daheng, at the Wang residence, what was once a beautiful and tidy duplex had been transformed into a chaotic mess by 20 or so men. Some lounged on the sofa smoking, others retreated to sleep, while a few sat on the carpet playing cards, and others at the dining table were consuming cold food while cursing. "Damn it, every time we use a high-powered appliance, the circuit trips. We can't even use the air conditioning. It's infuriating." This rotund man seems quite affluent, living in such a spacious and well-decorated home. And being a foreign immigrant, this fat sheep must be milked thoroughly. Ugh, I detest eating this cold food. Shall we prepare some charcoal grilled meat instead? Please lower your voices. It's getting chilly. Just have a few sips of white wine. Our leader is currently in his room, and if he gets disturbed, we shall not fare well. Meanwhile, as they squabble, their leader, Daigong Chunliang, has just been indulging in the company of beautiful women. However, after receiving a phone call, he angrily kicked someone out of the room. Damn it. Previously, the Thunder Dragon Society would intervene on his behalf. And now the captain of the criminal police has issued a warning. Who exactly is this Song Haokuin? Daigong Chunliang, with a grim expression, began to weigh whether he should continue pursuing Song Haokuin, especially since he was already under pressure from the Thunder Dragon Society. Offending Takadani Daikoma could make his future even more difficult. Yet, at this point, he had already lost more than 4 subordinates, coupled with the previous humiliations. He needed to establish a firm stance. Otherwise, his men would not follow him. Cursing under his breath and unable to devise a good plan, Daigong Chunliang called upon his bald subordinate. After hearing the leader's words, the bald man proposed an idea. "Boss, since that is the case, let us not take the initiative to attack him. Instead, I suggest we cut off his water, air, and electricity. His door is already blocked, so we can send a few brothers to stay downstairs in his building. If he dares to climb out onto the balcony, we can create an accident. If he doesn't come out, he will starve to death, and if he tries to seek help, he'll find himself at Mrs. Sato's living room." With a smug smile, Song Haokuin felt quite pleased upon learning that Li Bingxin had undergone full-body plastic surgery. He decided to indulge a little tonight, celebrating with a drink. Extracting 10 perfectly cooked snowflake steaks from the system, along with 2 bottles of French-imported Romani Conti, he proceeded to prepare several delightful side dishes. While most were cursing and consuming instant noodles or cold food, he luxuriated by a warm fireplace, relishing his extravagant dinner. Slurp, munch, crunch. Additionally, taking advantage of the return of electricity, he turned on the television for the news. Nowadays, most TV programs had ceased. Only some recorded dramas and advertisements remained, along with the timely news broadcasts. Furthermore, the male and female hosts in the studio had donned thick down jackets to report. The content primarily consisted of disparaging news about other nations while simultaneously elevating their own. According to our correspondent, due to inadequate responses to heavy snowfall, Dongwa has suffered 800 million casualties, with 700 million missing and economic losses reaching 32 trillion. According to our correspondent, Astronomical expert Kins Tamaki stated that the heavy snow will last for a maximum of 3 to 5 days before ceasing. Citizens are urged not to hoard supplies. Again, it's the same old deception. Having encountered several news reports in succession, Song Haokuin initially paid them little heed, as he had heard such stories throughout his life. However, upon a closer examination of this particular expert, he discerned something peculiar in the man's expression, as if he were not acting of his own volition. Was it possible that this individual was also being coerced? Pressured by the elite of those despicable invaders to fabricate lies? Such suspicions arose within Song Haokuin, prompting him to freeze the television screen and subsequently magnify the image several times. At last, he uncovered a clue. In the reflection of the expert's dilated pupils, he glimpsed the silhouette of an armed figure. Clad in full gear, helmet, bulletproof vest, and mask, this individual wielded a black submachine gun. Indeed, he was being forced. But what could be the reason behind it? What scheme were these elites concocting? Now that the harsh winter had set in, even if they did nothing, the populace of the island nation could not escape this calamity. Were they truly fearful of a public uprising? Such a notion seemed both impossible and illogical. The citizens of the island were unarmed, and the true elites had long since retreated into their secure sanctuaries. Even if the islanders yearned to revolt, they would struggle to locate them. And even if they did find these elites, breaching their armed defenses would be an insurmountable challenge. What was the underlying reason? Was there a secret known only to those in power? Song Haokuin found himself plunged once more into contemplation. Yet the scant information available made it difficult to arrive at a sound judgment. Just then, the vibration of his phone shattered his thoughts. It was a message from Yamashita Junichiro's phone, indicating a response in their group chat. Upon reading the message, Song Haokuin was taken aback. For a true savior had emerged, Sakurai Ria. She was none other than the deceased Yamashita Junichiro's female neighbor, a retired action film actress. After the apocalypse descended, she had been deceived by that scoundrel Kurosawa Akira, only to ultimately turn on him and deliver a fatal blow. She initiated a designated transfer to Song Haokuin, not only sending the remaining 280,000 yen, but also messaging Yamashita Junichiro. Mr. Yamashita, please have your doctor friend come quickly to save a life. After all, it is a precious one. Had this woman turned dark later on? Witnessing her actions, Song Haokuin began to form a vague hypothesis. Yet, in that brief moment, the usual self-righteous voices re-emerged. Hekizaki Inu. Oh dear. My phone just charged. What a pity I couldn't be of help. Harakami Hayori. So can we go save someone now? Yamashita Junichiro, always demanding money. Parkael-chan. TSK, I was thinking of donating 20,000 yen, but since someone else has already done so, I guess I'm off the hook. Akira Kurosawa. Miss Sakurai is truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Coincidentally, I have a friend who is about to shoot a new film. If Miss Ria Sakurai is interested, she may consult with me. Hee, you all are indeed quite shameless. Observing the brazen remarks of these individuals, Song Haokuin coldly chuckled as he placed his finger on the screen. First, he accepted the payment, then approved the friend request from Harakami Naho, and swiftly typed out a message to send. Everyone, I have already made the call. My doctor friend will arrive shortly. Moreover, the 300,000 is merely the consultation fee, and the surgical expenses will likely be around 3 million. Please be prompt in recharging, as the remaining funds may require the generosity of everyone, especially the following benefactors: Akira Kurosawa, Kurizaki Inu, and Park Il-chan. Chapter 63, The Angel in White. Masao Miyoko. Oh dear. Thank you, all kind-hearted souls. Once I contact my son, I will surely repay everyone. System notification. User Masao Miyoko has retracted a message. Masao Miyoko. Oh dear. Thank you, all kind-hearted souls. Once I contact my son, I will surely repay everyone. Upon seeing others contributing financially, she disregarded Song Haokuin's previous message and promptly replied in the group chat. Yet, those self-righteous individuals in the group appeared as though they had consumed something repulsive, as if it contained hidden nails, rusty ones at that. They could hardly contain their disdain for Yamashita Junichiro, wishing to beat him mercilessly. However, given the circumstances, further discussion was futile. For now, they could only endure in silence, as they had contributed nothing but empty words. While Yamashita Junichiro might have spoken harshly, he was also truthful and had contributed both financially and physically. Thus, to speak further would only invite disdain. Additionally, a few astute individuals swiftly exited the group chat. Presently, only a handful remained: Harakami Naho, Park Il-chan, and Akira Kurosawa. Damn it, that wretched person. Akira Kurosawa cursed between clenched teeth. As the group leader, he could not leave the group. Park Il-chan, the opportunist, remained unfazed, merely vocalizing his demands for money. Dream on. The remaining couple, Harakami Naho showed no concern for the group's discussions, excitedly noting the approval of a friend request. She hastily sent a stunning photo of herself as a car model, wearing a short dress, black stockings, and high heels, perched alluringly on the hood of a car, her legs elegantly crossed. The pose was exceptionally seductive, and her gaze was captivating. After sharing the photo, she sent another message. Hey handsome, I also have something special to offer. If you're interested, feel free to contact me directly. We can meet in person. This wretched person. Once I have dealt with Masao Taro and the others, you will learn the meaning of retribution. Song Haokuin, upon reading the message, let out a cold smile before donning a white coat and stepping out. This time, he would personally perform surgery on the grandson of Masao Mei. A brief while later, fully equipped, he arrived at Sister Chin's house. Due to the air conditioning tripping the circuit, Sister Chin shivered as she opened the door. And upon seeing Song Haokuin in his Dr. S attire, she politely inquired, "How should I address you, sir?" However, Song Haokuin paid her no heed and coldly demanded, "Where's the patient?" Right here, right here. Masao Mei hurriedly called out, pointing to her grandson on the sofa in the living room. At that moment, Masao Taro's complexion had turned pale, unconscious and frothing at the mouth from pain, with his right arm appearing dark and bruised. Song Haokuin approached, feigning a thorough examination, then furrowed his brow and turned to Masao Mei. "Why did you wait until so late to call? This injury has been present for at least 10 hours. If you had contacted me a few hours earlier, we might have salvaged the situation. Now, immediate amputation is necessary for survival." What? Masao Mei panicked at this revelation. Amputation? Is there no other option? There is no alternative. If you do not proceed, you may as well await death, Song Haokuin replied succinctly, adding, "The surgical fee is 3.5 million. If you wish to proceed, transfer the funds to me so I can prepare the surgical instruments. I will return once I receive the payment." However, Masao Mei had already viewed him as a lifeline and could not bear the thought of him leaving. "Doctor, you are a white-clad angel. You cannot leave. Please save my grandson. I will pay you later. I cannot reach my son at the moment, but he is a high-ranking official in the neighborhood association. He would never default on a payment. I will repay you 10-fold, 100-fold. I beg you." "Oh, a high-ranking official in the neighborhood association? Which association is that?" Hearing her moral coercion and seductive offers, Song Haokuin smirked internally while feigning curiosity. Masao Mei quickly replied, "It's the neighborhood association of Mihua Town." Yet, Song Haokuin continued to press, "I know the leaders of Mihua Town's neighborhood association. What is your son's name?" Upon hearing this, Masao Mei fell silent, as her son was merely a menial worker. "If you do not speak, I shall take my leave. Without payment, I will not operate on your grandson," Song Haokuin declared mercilessly, turning to depart. Desperate, Masao Mei clutched at Song Haokuin. "Please don't go, doctor. My son's name is Masao Daima. He is the newly appointed leader. Enough of this nonsense. You old fraud. You think you can deceive me?" Song Haokuin retorted, delivering a sharp slap. "I was in Mihua Town yesterday. That Masao Daima is merely a temporary worker serving tea and cleaning, hardly a leader of Mihua Town. I will grant you but 1 hour to gather the funds. Within this fleeting hour, if 3,500,000 does not reach me, I shall not be able to save your grandson, and he will be left to await his fate." Upon uttering these words, Song Haokuin turned on his heel and departed, leaving Masao Mei to kneel upon the ground, weeping inconsolably. Yet, amidst her tears, she uttered curses in Chinese, believing that Song Haokuin could not comprehend her words. "You despicable creature! How can you stand idly by while another suffers? You still consider yourself a doctor." After enduring her tirade for a while, Sister Chun, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Stop with the empty words and find a way to raise the money, or your grandson is doomed." Yes, yes. Masao Mei, recalling her grandson, ceased her lamentations and knelt before Sister Chun, pleading, "Dear sister, I implore you, assist me in saving my grandson. My son is a prominent figure in the community. Please, I beg of you, you are kind-hearted, help my grandson. I cannot aid you. All my funds are in my son's hands. I truly have nothing." Though Sister Chun felt a pang of sympathy, the words of her son echoed in her mind, coupled with the recollection of this old woman's prior actions, leaving her hesitant to lend any money. Yet, she could not have anticipated that this old hag would resort to even more shameless tactics. "Sister, I beseech you to save my grandson, for if you do not, we shall perish in your home, our bodies left to decay within your walls. Even in death, we shall linger here. How dare you threaten me?" Chen Jia felt her heart racing with indignation. Ultimately, she had no choice but to call her son. Upon hearing the situation, Chen Chong was consumed with rage, wishing he could return and deal with this wretched woman. However, being far away made that impossible. Thus, he devised a plan for his mother. "Mother, Tell her that we will lend her 20,000 if she leaves our home. Otherwise, she can stay and suffer her fate. Chapter 64. Come now. Do not hold back. Let us all show our compassion together. What? You think 20,000 will suffice to send us away? You are dreaming. Upon hearing Chunjia's terms, Masao Meizi erupted, her demeanor akin to that of a madwoman. If you refuse, then let us see your grandson perish here. Initially, Chunjia had hoped for some negotiation, perhaps offering a bit more to resolve the situation. Yet, witnessing Masao Meizi's fervor, her heart turned cold. A sudden impulse to forcibly eject the woman arose within her, especially since Masao Taro had already lost consciousness, and the old woman posed no threat to her. However, Masao Meizi, sensing Chunjia's resolve, extended her hand, fingers splayed. I demand no less than 50,000. Otherwise, we shall not leave, whether you wish to or not. Chunjia, realizing the woman had no shame, simply sat on the sofa, waiting, for her grandson's demise bore no consequence for her. Yet, before long, her son called again, anxious that his mother might relent, and inquired further. Upon learning that the other party was now bargaining for 50,000, Chunchong felt a headache coming on. However, this number is not substantial. If it spares us the trouble of allowing someone to perish in our home, he would reluctantly accept it. Mother, tell her that I will be home in 1 or 2 hours and lend her 50,000 yuan to leave our house immediately. Otherwise, I shall return personally to expel them. With her son's suggestion bolstering her resolve, Chunjia felt a surge of confidence. After parting with the money, they finally succeeded in driving the intruders away. Yet, scarcely had the grandfather and grandson been ousted when Masao Meizi began to knock at the door once more. Sister, it's freezing outside. Could you lend me a couple of garments and some food for us? This time, however, Chunjia clenched her teeth and refrained from responding. Consequently, Masao Meizi erupted into a tirade outside. Chunjia, you heartless wretch, you deserve every misfortune. It serves you right. Your husband has long since departed, and your son is destined for a grim fate. He will surely meet with an accident. You vile creature. Chundijia, hearing this commotion, was brought to tears. Fortunately, due to the frigid weather, no household had heating or air conditioning. Soon, Masao Meizi was shivering from the cold and hastily retrieved her phone to seek help from the neighbors. Dear neighbors, I implore you, please save my grandson. Our door has been welded shut by Song Haokuan, and we have been cruelly expelled by that Chen woman. I beseech you, even if you cannot provide financial assistance, a warm place, some food, or a garment would suffice. Yet, 1 minute passed, then 5, then 10, and no one responded to her plea. Masao Meizi, frantic and desperate, had no choice but to post a photo in the group chat. The pitiful duo squatted in the corridor, with Masao Taro's complexion resembling that of a corpse. Haokuan, upon seeing the photo and noticing the silence, typed as Yamashita Junichiro, "Where have all the benevolent souls gone? Come on, let us pool our resources to save a life. This time, I will contribute 200,000. Is anyone willing to match?" Regrettably, only 3 individuals remained capable of assisting, as even Harakami Nari had exited the group chat. That scoundrel, Park Il-chan, feeling a surge of anger, remained silent, for he truly lacked funds. This wretched man, possessing wealth yet unwilling to lend a hand, insists on dragging others into his plight. Baka. Upon reading the message, Kurosawa Akira cursed under his breath and then turned to his wife. My dear, has that wretch Yamashita Junichiro responded to you? Not yet, but it shows that my message has been read. That pervert won't be able to resist for long, replied Harakami Nari, her confidence bolstered by her beauty and figure. Damn it, Kurosawa Akira grimaced. Should I find an opportunity, I shall make you bankrupt. Just then, Kurosawa Akira, the group's administrator, suddenly interjected. Junichiro Yamashita, your words are excessively harsh. Everyone here is merely extending their goodwill, albeit under constrained financial circumstances. There is no need for such exaggerated reactions. My funds are entirely in the hands of my son and daughter-in-law. I am fortunate to receive a mere 200,000 from them after much pleading. Should anyone be inclined to contribute the remaining amount, I would be willing to set aside 5,000 for living expenses. If anyone possesses spare funds, I implore you to show some compassion and assist. After all, a life is at stake, and Ms. Yoshiko also has assured us of repayment. With so many witnesses, she certainly cannot default. Following the group leader's remarks, many hearts were indeed stirred. However, after much discussion, we could only gather 1 million, which includes the 400,000 contributed by Song Haokuan and Akira Kurosawa. We are still far from the 3 million required. The sum is wholly insufficient. Consequently, Yoshiko also continued to plead in the group. Ultimately, it was Miss Ria Sakurai who stepped forward. I can contribute 500,000. Saving a life is paramount, and I must rely on everyone for the remainder. The presence of an actress elicited a chorus of praise from the crowd. Yet, upon witnessing this, Song Haokuen merely sneered and sent a message in the group. Yoshiko Aso. After all this talk about who can contribute and who can help, does your family have no funds at all? Is your son truly such a prominent figure? Does he not have even a single friend? You wretched creature. Yoshiko Aso nearly exploded with rage at these words, teetering on the brink of fainting. Yet, for the sake of her grandson and herself, she steadied herself and spoke in the group. Her son indeed has many acquaintances, but I do not know them, Mr. Junichiro Yamashita. I know you are wealthy. I beg you to assist me. Please, I implore that friend to reduce his fees. My son is a significant figure in the neighborhood association. Once I contact him, I assure you he will not neglect you. Huh. Seeing the old hag still lying, Song Haokuen sneered and continued typing. You keep insisting your son is a big shot. Then tell me, what is your son's name? What position does he hold? If he is truly that impressive, I might consider covering the remaining amount. Upon reading Song Haokuen's message, her features twisted in fury, unleashing a cacophony of curses in the corridor. Scoundrel! 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 I curse your ancestors. I curse your lineage through 18 generations. Cough, cough, cough. After her son's identity was exposed, and she received that slap from Song Haokuen, how could she dare reveal her son's name? If anyone were to discover his position, her grandson would be beyond salvation. Thus, to save her grandson, she resorted to yet another fabrication. My son is Naoto Takeda, the current president of the Mahanko Neighborhood Association. However, the moment those words left her lips, Song Haokuen could not contain his laughter. You old fool. You really dare to say that? How shall I ensure your social demise? Chapter 65. Wretched old woman. Repay the debt. Observing that certain onlookers had begun to believe the rumors, some were inclined to extend a helping hand and express their goodwill. Naturally, Song Haokuen would not remain idle. He once again took to the account of Yamashita Junichiro to voice his thoughts. Your name is Aso Yoshiko, your grandson is Aso Taro, and your son is Takeda Naoto? At this revelation, the benevolent gestures of the onlookers came to an abrupt halt. In Japan, apart from a brief surge of feminism in the 1990s, society quickly reverted to a patriarchal structure. Women are expected to adopt their husband's surname upon marriage. So it is quite absurd for Aso Yoshiko and Aso Taro to share a surname while their son bears the name Takeda. However, this cunning old woman found a rather crafty excuse. Takeda Naoto is my adopted son. It was his idea to take my surname. Truly outrageous. Song Haokuen could hardly suppress his desire to applaud her cleverness upon reading her response. Nevertheless, such trickery held little value. If she could lie, so could he. Thus, he used Yamashita Junichiro's account once more. Go to hell, old woman. Takeda Naoto is the son of my classmate. His mother is Takeda Ichiko, and his grandparents are Takeda Go and Takeda Kijina. You shameless old hag, stop deceiving everyone and repay your debts. In the corridor, Aso Yoshiko was unable to contain her fury upon reading this message, leading her to spit blood in anger. The trust of the group in this woman evaporated entirely, and many neighbors who had previously donated began to demand their contributions back. However, Aso Yoshiko had never intended to repay them, especially as she was on the verge of collapse in the corridor. At that moment, Song Haokuen witnessed this scene unfold before his eyes, but to his astonishment, the woman managed to rally once more. In the depths of her dire predicament, her cunning old eyes suddenly sparkled, as if she had conceived a brilliant idea. She entered the elevator with her grandson, and then Song Haokuen observed the elevator stop at the 7th floor. Shortly thereafter, he saw a new message from Aso Yoshiko. I have money. I have money. I can use my belongings to settle the debt. An image followed, a beautiful white vanity, its drawers overflowing with jewelry, gold, and jade. Where could this woman have procured such wealth? Upon the first glance at the image, Song Haokuen furrowed his brow. However, after examining the second and third images, realization dawned upon him. The items depicted were not hers. The location she occupied was not Aso Yoshiko's home, but rather that of their neighbor. This woman surely knew where the spare key was hidden. Thus, she had stealthily taken the spare key to enter their abode. Oh, so she has chosen to occupy another's nest, has she? Understanding the crux of the matter, a knowing smile crept across Song Haokuen's face. To him, it was merely a game. The more Asu Miko struggled, the more painful the outcome would inevitably become. Thus, he smiled once again, responding in the group under the guise of Yamashita Junichiro. All right, I shall inquire about his intentions. If he agrees, have him contact you directly. With these words, Song Haokuen donned his white coat and descended the stairs. However, this time he did not seek out Asu Miko directly. Instead, he embarked on a new round of plundering, leaving spare keys strewn about the hallway, thoroughly ransacking every home. Yet, along the way, he encountered a group of imposing men. There were 6 of them in total, each exuding a fierce demeanor, their bodies adorned with various tattoos. They were the subordinates arranged by Emiya Sijuru, tasked with watching over Song Haokuen at the foot of his building. Naturally, Song Haokuen would not treat them with civility. For his future safety, to prevent anyone from causing him trouble in the elevator, he decided to employ a different tactic this time. Just as the elevator doors were about to open, he crouched down, feigning the act of tying his shoelaces, while discreetly pulling out a dark green melon grenade. As he was about to exit the elevator, he left the grenade behind. When he tossed it to the ground, some of the men were still oblivious, cursing as they spoke. "Don't let me catch that bastard Song Haokuen. If I do, I'll make sure he pays. Just wait until I get my hands on him. I'll chop him into pieces. Damn, that last time nearly froze me to death. I plan to drench him, then throw him into the snow until he freezes, and then smash the ice inch by inch with a hammer. Haha, you're quite the strategist, Ryoji-kun. Wait, what's that on the ground?" But soon, someone noticed the palm-sized round iron ball lying on the floor. Unfortunately, by then, it was too late. The elevator doors had already closed. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated through the stairwell, rendering the elevator utterly inoperable. The residents of the entire building were startled, unsure of where the explosion had originated. Meanwhile, Song Haokuen chuckled to himself, knowing that anyone who sought to trouble him in the future would have to ascend 32 flights of stairs first. 15 minutes later, Song Haokuen finally arrived at Asu Miko's new residence. After a brief survey, he accepted her transfer of funds and then addressed her. "First, I must inform you that surgery carries risks. Given the current rudimentary conditions, I can only do my utmost. Please wait for me in the living room while I take Asu Teru into the bathroom for the procedure. No matter what sounds you hear, do not enter." "Yes, I understand." Asu Miko, with only a junior high school education, had little comprehension of medical practices and thus allowed Song Haokuen to dictate the course of action. Once inside the bathroom, he casually locked the door behind him and retrieved a bone-sawing knife. Without administering anesthesia to the unconscious Taro Aso, a swift cut severed his entire right arm. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and the previously comatose Aso awoke due to the excruciating pain. Upon regaining consciousness, this unruly child erupted with profanities and attempted to kick Song Haokuen. "Baka! Baka! You wretched fool!" In response, Song Haokuen delivered a single punch, rendering the child unconscious once more. He followed up with a couple more blows, muttering as he struck, "This is for blocking my door with glue, for scraping my car seat with a knife, for shopping without payment, and for urinating on my vehicle." Meanwhile, Miko Aso, outside the door, felt her heart clench upon hearing the commotion. Her sharp, bitter face contorted into an unattractive grimace reminiscent of a withered chrysanthemum. Inside the bathroom, with no medical experience, Song Haokuen vented his frustrations and casually wrapped a rag around the wound as a makeshift bandage to staunch the bleeding. After a few minutes, he emerged from the blood-stained room, declaring, "The operation is complete. Keep him warm over the next few days, and ensure the wound does not become infected. I will return to check on him in a few days. Here is some pain relief medication. Administer it every 2 hours." Yes, thank you, doctor. Your kindness shall never be forgotten." Miko Aso, observing Song Haokuen's seemingly satisfied expression, assumed the surgery had gone smoothly, thus her spirits lifted considerably. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that the knife he had used was rusty, the bandages were unsterilized, and no painkillers were administered to Taro Aso. The so-called pain relief was merely vitamins. Chapter 66. The Temptation of the Female Neighbor. At 10 o'clock at night, Song Haokuen returned home and indulged in a refreshing shower before blissfully collapsing onto his bed, casually glancing at the thermometer affixed to the window. -40 degrees. This indicated that the outdoor temperature was at least -45. If the wind happened to blow, the wind chill could plummet to an unbearable -50 degrees. In such frigid conditions, starting a car becomes a formidable challenge, as the oil used in vehicles thickens to an almost immovable state, making ignition exceedingly difficult. Once temperatures dip below -50, unless equipped with low-temperature start protection, most vehicles become mere heaps of scrap metal. Consequently, after this night, he could act with greater impunity. Tomorrow's daytime temperatures would remain below -50, with snow accumulation exceeding a meter. The authorities would be unable to mobilize a significant number of personnel, and Daomi Ch. could not summon assistance. Having played in the hallway all day, he planned to visit Wang Fati for amusement the following day. With this thought, Song Haokuen closed his eyes, sinking into the comfort of his warm bed at a balmy 25 degrees. This nearly 70-degree temperature difference was a luxury that ordinary people could scarcely enjoy, reserved instead for the privileged who had sheltered themselves away. Thus, Song Haokuen indeed slumbered comfortably. However, His neighbors were unable to find rest, not only due to the frigid temperatures, but also because of the recent explosion. Particularly those residing on the affected floor began to share photographs of the elevator in their group chat, igniting a wave of anxious discussions. Good heavens. 6 lives were lost in the stairwell. How terrifying. Look at their tattoos. Could they be associated with organized crime? Is this an unfortunate accident or a terrorist attack? It is utterly horrifying. Damn it. How will we exit this building with the staircase damaged? The food at home will only last 2 or 3 days. And it seems this snowstorm will persist for at least a week. The snow outside is nearly a meter deep. Alas, why are we so unfortunate? It is simply maddening. Does anyone have an extra down jacket? I just moved in and have made no preparations. Meanwhile, in Building 1, Wang Jiagong's Ch. was also furrowing his brow in a grave expression. They had just dispatched 6 brothers, yet within 20 minutes, they had lost contact. Thus, Ch. dared not act rashly, suspecting that Song Haokuin might be lying in wait, uncertain of his whereabouts, and therefore, they refrained from dividing their forces. They even made a call for other brothers to convene there the following day, procuring a power drill and hydraulic shears. Since Song Haokuin had already killed 6 of his brothers, he could not let him escape unscathed. Even if Song Haokuin were to retreat, given his recent actions, it was highly probable that the latter would not spare him either. After a period of contemplation, Ch. made his arrangements. Baldy, tonight you shall organize the brothers to take turns keeping watch. I fear that Song Haokuin may launch a surprise attack. Really? That rascal would be audacious enough to do such a thing? Baldy was taken aback, struggling to believe it. Yet, upon observing his leader's serious demeanor and recalling the events of the day, he nodded solemnly. Understood, boss. You can count on me. Yes, I trust you to handle this. Ch. placed a reassuring hand on Baldy's shoulder before returning to his room to sleep. However, once he departed, a group of younger brothers began to grumble openly. Damn, we're dealing with a petty criminal, and so many have perished. This is utterly ridiculous. Indeed, and this is not even about seizing territory. It's merely revenge for that useless brother of his. Never mind, he is the boss after all. We, the unfortunate underlings, must endure this night watch. Such frustration. In this bitter cold, we have to suffer here. I should have just taken a sick leave and enjoyed the warmth at home with my wife and children. Yet, Baldy seemed oblivious to the complaints of his brothers, as if he had heard nothing at all. He merely squinted and glanced outside, in the direction of Song Haokuin's residence. At that moment, Song Haokuin, quite irritable from being awakened, received a video call from the wife of the model in the young couple downstairs, Kurizuki Kunu. What a nuisance. Seeking trouble in the dead of night. Upon realizing it was a video call, Song Haokuin sulkily turned off his camera and reluctantly answered. Hello, what is it? My apologies for the disturbance, Mr. Junichiro Yamashita. We reached out to discuss the matter of recovering the loan from Aso Miyoko. The screen displayed a delicate doll-like face, adorned in a pink camisole that revealed a hint of her bosom, as the woman spoke in a deliberately high-pitched voice. Recovering the loan? Song Haokuin was utterly bewildered by her words. Oh, you must have been asleep and unaware of the situation? It seems you are oblivious, Harakami Nio added, realizing his confusion. That wretched Aso Miyoko not only left the group, but is also unreachable by phone, and she has not accepted my friend request. Just a few 100,000, never mind. I had long suspected that she would not repay. Song Haokuin was not at all surprised. He knew the true character of that old hag better than anyone. However, upon hearing his indifference, Harakami Nio began to entertain ulterior motives. Mr. Yamashita, did you see the photo I sent you? I did. What did you think of her? Average. Dislike it. How can you say she is average? She has been the class beauty since childhood, once worked as a model, and possesses a stunning figure with both alluring curves and a lovely face. Moreover, she is quite talented. Oh, if that is your perspective. I suppose I am no longer sleepy. Hearing her words, Song Haokuin sprang out of bed with renewed vigor. Hee, Mr. Yamashita, are you so eager? How about coming to my house tonight? My husband is quite inebriated. Upon hearing this, Harakami Nio, mistaking him for Junichiro Yamashita, flashed a flirtatious smile at the camera while secretly scoffing at him in her mind. Indeed, all men are creatures who think with their lower halves. He had pretended to be dignified, yet a mere beckoning unveiled his true nature. Beside her, her husband, Kurizuki Kunu, grinned wickedly at this exchange, believing this was an opportunity to extort some money. However, just as they began to indulge in their fantasies, Song Haokuin raised an eyebrow with a mischievous smirk. All right, but playing alone is rather dull. I shall bring my wife along to your house. Chapter 67. Since we seek excitement, we must see it through to the end. Bring your wife? Harakami Nio, encountering such a bold proposal for the first time, glanced helplessly at her husband. Kurizuki Kinu furrowed his brow at this suggestion. As long as it was one person, they could manage, But if two arrived, matters would become complicated. Should both parties consist of two individuals, it could lead to confusion in any potential dispute, and should a lawsuit arise, it would result in mutual destruction. Even so, it appeared that the other party was quite affluent. If they could afford to hire a competent lawyer, it was possible that they might still face a loss and incur expenses. Yet, in that brief moment of contemplation, Song Haokuen's impatient voice cut through the air once more. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. I tend to be rather intense. After all, no one can handle me alone. Upon hearing these words, Kurizaki shook and rolled her eyes in disdain, but nodded at her spouse. Natsu Hiromi received the signal and promptly spoke into the phone. Well then, let us proceed. I absolutely adore strong men and yearn to experience just how formidable Junichiro-sen truly is. You shall soon find out. I assure you, you will be left wanting more. Song Haokuen replied with a mischievous smile, then immediately dialed Tutu-chan. Tutu-chan, already anxious throughout the day, felt a jolt when she saw Song Haokuen's name flash on her phone. However, considering that he held leverage over her, she steeled herself and answered the call. Hello. In 10 minutes, meet me at room 3102. There's an incredible opportunity waiting for you, Song Haokuen instructed succinctly before ending the call. 10 minutes later, they met at the entrance of room 3102. Song Haokuen descended the stairs with ease, while Tutu-chan, clad in an oversized black camisole dress draped with a thick down jacket, resembled someone wrapped in a blanket. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, her cheeks flushed, and she leaned against the railing, panting heavily. For a 250-pound girl, ascending those many flights of stairs had nearly taken her life. Yet, Song Haokuen paid her little mind, and upon her arrival, he merely knocked emphatically on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Inside, Natsu Hiromi heard the commotion and quickly inquired of her husband, Darling, our guest has arrived. Are you ready? Rest assured. The recording and filming are all set, Kurizaki shook and replied proudly, signaling with a gesture. I shall retreat to the bedroom and feign slumber. When the moment is right, shout for help with all your might. I've hidden the pepper spray in the couch cushions. I will emerge with the stun gun to rescue you. Worry not. This is not my first time, he added confidently. Natsu Hiromi returned the gesture to her husband and adjusted her cropped tank top and pristine white shorts before striding gracefully to open the door. However, upon laying her eyes on Song Haokuen's so-called wife, she momentarily froze, quickly succumbing to a wave of nausea. The reason being, Tutu-chan was undeniably unattractive. Her face slick with oil and flushed, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. She simply could not fathom why someone as wealthy as Junichiro Yamashita would choose such an unappealing spouse. As this thought crossed her mind, Natsu Hiromi suddenly contemplated a possibility. Perhaps, the true wealth does not belong to Yamashita Junichiro, but rather to his wife. The corpulent figure before her, this woman, who evokes feelings of disgust and revulsion, is indeed the spouse of Mr. Yamashita. Please, come in, she beckoned with a forced smile, her mind racing with imagined conclusions. Let us proceed. Song Haokuen, unperturbed by her demeanor, ushered the corpulent figure into the room. After changing their shoes and closing the door, he inquired, Miss Kurisaka, is your husband truly in a deep slumber? Indeed, he is one who sleeps soundly. After a drink, he resembles a corpse. Kurisaka Naho explained with a smile, swiftly transitioning to the matter at hand. Sir and madam, would you care for a bath first? I have just bathed. No rush. We shall first check on your husband, Song Haokuen replied, his skepticism towards her evident, compounded by the absence of perspiration on his own body. The oily scent emanating from the corpulent figure was, after all, a gift he had prepared for Kurosaki-ko. Very well, Kurisaka Naho, sensing his caution, dared not refuse. She led Song Haokuen to their bedroom. The furnishings were sparse, a wardrobe, a bed, a stool, a vanity, and a wedding photo prominently displayed above the headboard. Song Haokuen cast a cursory glance before approaching Kurosaki-ko, wrinkling his nose as he inhaled the air. It appears he has indeed indulged, he remarked, detecting the faint aroma of alcohol. Haha, that indicates he is the type who cannot handle his drink. He becomes inebriated with little, Kurisaka Naho explained cheerfully, then took Song Haokuen's hand. Sir, let us attend to business. We have neglected your sister-in-law. That makes sense, Song Haokuen responded with a grin, retrieving a dark, ominous rod from his pocket. Before Kurisaka Naho could react, he pressed a button. Crackle. A faint blue arc of electricity shimmered in the dim light before striking Kurosaki-ko's chest. Thud. Instantly, Kurosaki-ko convulsed and collapsed onto the bed, unconscious. Kurisaka Naho, witnessing this, finally grasped the situation, her face draining of color as she stepped back in alarm. Mr. Yamashita, what do you intend to do? Since we seek excitement, we must see it through, Song Haokuen declared, producing handcuffs from his pocket and deftly securing Kurosaki Ko's wrists before fitting a gag into his mouth, ensuring that even if he awoke, he would be unable to move or speak. Mr. Yamashita, this was not our agreement. You cannot harm my husband, Kurosaki Naho gasped, her porcelain face paling in terror. The footsteps unconsciously retreated, the entire snowy figure pressed against the wall. However, upon witnessing her panicked and fearful demeanor, Song Hakuin smiled at her with the warmth of spring. Rest assured, how could I ever harm him? After all, tonight he is the protagonist. Chapter 68, That Night. From celestial lovers to bitter enemies. At midnight, a lament echoed, "You beast," as she clutched her large, white legs on the sofa. Her red and purple knees propped against her chin, and her delicate arms shielding her chest, Harunari cried, her eyes reddened with tears as she scolded. Yet, Song Hakuin lounged on the opposite end of the sofa, casually crossing his legs and savoring a cigarette, exhaling smoke with an air of leisurely satisfaction. After a considerable amount of smoke had dissipated, he disdainfully remarked, "Stop pretending. Just a moment ago, you were calling me a wonderful husband with such fervor. And now you choose to feign the role of a virtuous woman?" Harunari was rendered speechless by his words. Indeed, she had lost her composure earlier. Once a model, she was well aware that she had encountered numerous men, none of whom were of lesser caliber than a brigade, at the very least. However, none compared to the formidable strength and stamina of Song Hakuin, whose prowess was unparalleled. Her late husband, the feeble Kurosaki, was simply not in the same league. After dealing with him, she often sought out her cousin for solace. Suddenly, an odd sound interrupted her musings. But Song Hakuin only flashed a mischievous grin and waved his hand, indicating she need not worry. It's merely that the bed in your home has collapsed under that woman's weight. Collapsed. Upon hearing this, Harunari's demeanor faltered. Yet, she did not mourn the loss of the bed. Instead, a vivid image sprang to mind of the overbearing woman weighing over 250 pounds atop her frail husband. Just the thought made her feel nauseous, her features twisting in distaste. Witnessing her reaction, it seemed even her husband would be undesirable to her now. Song Hakuin, observing her, smirked wickedly and casually transferred 1 million yen to her phone. "If you wish to play, feel free to seek me anytime. Avoid those flashy distractions. Furthermore, your useless husband is unworthy of you. I am still interested in providing for you. How much are you prepared to offer?" Upon hearing Song Hakuin's proposition, Harunari's heart raced. Life with Kurosaki meant receiving a monthly allowance of 200,000 yen from his parents, along with the house being theirs. Their escapades, including occasional tricks, allowed for a somewhat comfortable existence. However, this was not the life she had envisioned. Among her peers, many with less alluring figures had married into wealthy families or become the wives of successful entrepreneurs. Had she not been of a more advanced age, already 30, she would never have deigned to marry the likes of Kurosaki Shuken, a monthly sum of 5 million. Upon hearing the woman's direct inquiry about the price, Song Hakuin offered a rather generous sum. However, Hiroshita Naho, ever insatiable in her greed, audaciously countered with a demand for 10 million. For million was a take-it-or-leave-it offer. Song Hakuin, unperturbed by her bravado, skillfully lowered the price. Though he was not short of funds, he was equally unwilling to grant Hiroshita Naho any satisfaction. "Ah, no. 5 million it is then. I shall comply." Hiroshita Naho quickly yielded, gritting her teeth against the pain in her legs as she crawled towards him. "Sir, from this point onward, I shall be entirely at your service. You may command me as you wish." "Very well," Song Hakuin replied, feigning admiration for her submissive demeanor. "However, I do not possess the luxury of time. I shall merely visit your abode occasionally." Just as he finished his statement, the sound of a man weeping echoed through the room. Indeed, it was the mournful sobs of Kurosaki Shuken. "Oh dear." The plump woman, drenched in perspiration, staggered as she leaned against the wall while emerging. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the confrontation, Song Hakuin decisively rose, dusted off his trousers, and prepared to depart. Before leaving, he handed the overweight woman a packet of special medication and then indulged in a delightful bath and a restful slumber. Yet, for the unfortunate occupant of room 3102 below, it was destined to be a sleepless night. After a brief respite, Hiroshita Naho braved the pain in her legs to enter the room and release the handcuffs from her husband's wrists. However, the moment Kurosaki Shuken, with tear-streaked eyes, was freed, he instinctively struck Hiroshita Naho across the face. "You wretched woman, have you been unfaithful with that man? But you too have shared a bed with that woman, have you not?" Initially intending to console her husband, Hiroshita Naho's temper flared at the slap. "I will end you." As Hiroshita Naho dared to mention the other woman, a feral glint ignited in Kurosaki Shuken's eyes, his expression one of murderous rage directed at her. Yet, as he attempted to rise, A searing pain shot through his lower body, as if it might detach at any moment. "Ah, serves you right," Harushida Naho muttered under her breath. In a fit of furious desperation, Kurizaki shook and crawled towards her like a vengeful specter. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged at her, toppling her to the ground. Despite having been subjected to torment for 2 hours, he remained a formidable man, possessing a physical advantage over Harushida Naho. Thus, he unleashed a barrage of punches upon her, with her face bearing the brunt of his assault, leaving her bruised and battered. It was only when he had exhausted himself, utterly drained of strength, that Harushida Naho could muster no more than faint gasps and sobs. Time passed, and over half an hour had slipped away. Kurizaki Inu, for reasons unknown, began to remove the shorts of Haruka Nihi, who had recently endured a beating. Although she did not immediately resist, she felt a profound loathing towards Kurizaki Inu, exacerbated by the foul odor that clung to him, a remnant of the grotesque woman he had been with. The stench was truly unbearable, inducing a wave of nausea within her. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she confronted Kurizaki Inu. "Could you possibly take a shower first? That smell is utterly revolting." In response, Kurizaki Inu stood frozen in place, and without uttering a word of explanation, he launched into another brutal assault on Haruka Nihi. He nearly brought her to the brink of death before collapsing beside her, tears cascading uncontrollably. The reason for his rage was a realization that he could not regain his former strength, prompting him to attempt to assert himself once more with his wife. Yet, he found himself utterly impotent. The mere thought of her triggered the image of that overbearing woman weighing over 250 pounds, obliterating his desires and filling him with disgust, even inciting a murderous impulse within him. After a fit of heavy breathing, Kurizaki Inu wept again. Yet, witnessing the erratic behavior of Kurizaki Inu, coupled with her recent trauma, Haruka Nihi felt no sympathy. Rather, a deep-seated resentment began to brew within her, igniting an urge to eliminate Kurizaki Inu altogether. Chapter 69. I am not at fault. The world is to blame. The heavens are unjust. The following day, as dawn broke, many shivered in the cold winter, unable to sleep, some even succumbing to the frigid temperatures while sleeping. In stark contrast, Song Haokuin slumbered in his home, bare-chested, though he had initially donned clothing. The combination of the fireplace and electric heater rendered the atmosphere unbearably warm, leading him to unconsciously shed his garments by the middle of the night. Just as he was in the depths of a tranquil slumber, a sudden message jolted him awake. It was from Haruka Nihi, the wife of Kurizaki Inu. "Sir, something terrible has happened. My husband, he froze to death last night." Frozen to death? Song Haokuin was taken aback by the news, considering the warmth of his own surroundings. The temperature in his apartment was exceedingly high, and thus the lower floors would not be excessively cold. One would not succumb to frostbite merely by covering oneself with a blanket. Indeed, Haruka Nihi hastily responded, eager to relay the entirety of her carefully crafted message. "Wasn't it you who bound him to the bed last night?" Later, he found himself in quite a predicament, having been thoroughly exhausted by your wife the previous night. His legs ached to the point of immobility, prompting him to retrieve a blanket and sleep on the sofa. Upon entering the room this morning, he discovered several motives behind her actions. Firstly, to bind evidence against Song Haokuin. Secondly, to enlist his assistance in disposing of a body. And thirdly, to leverage threats against him for greater gain. Unbeknownst to her, she had provoked an individual who was impervious to intimidation. Song Haokuin was entirely indifferent to the circumstances surrounding her husband's demise. The mere mention of your wife felt like an affront to him, leaving him quite displeased. Consequently, Song Haokuin, still groggy, performed a vigorous stretch and prepared a simple breakfast: 2 fried eggs, 3 cans of 8 treasure porridge, 2 grilled sausages for deep-fried dough sticks, a cup of soy milk for steamed buns, and a bowl of tofu pudding. After completing his morning meal, he descended to knock on the door. Upon its opening, he was greeted by the sight of Haruka Hinode, donned in a mask and sunglasses. Sensing something peculiar about her, Song Haokuin insisted she remove her face coverings. Unable to suppress a chuckle as he inquired, "What happened to your face and body?" "I fell accidentally," she stammered, her nerves betraying her as she delivered a clumsy lie. "Ah, I shall take your word for it," he replied with a sardonic smile before turning his gaze to her husband, who was now frozen stiff, his expression akin to that of a malevolent specter. The sight of his contorted visage made Haruka Hinode retreat uneasily, yet Song Haokuin remained unfazed, staring defiantly at the frozen figure. Upon seeing him, Song Haokuin was reminded of the scenes from his past life, where the likes of Black Dog and the treacherous Haruka had stormed into his home, their faces adorned with sadistic grins as they trampled over him and seized his possessions. Now, such expressions had transitioned onto his own countenance. "Oh, so he merely succumbed to the cold?" he mused. Haruka Hinode continued to weave her web of lies, refusing to acknowledge her role in ambushing Black Dog and restraining him once more. Very well, should that be your assertion, I shall entertain your claim for now, Song Haokuin said, fully aware of her deceit, yet choosing not to press further. What do you intend to do next? I hope you could provide me with a sum of money to facilitate my departure once the snow has ceased, she stammered. And how much do you seek? 100 million. If you grant me that amount, I shall leave this place forever, and no one will be the wiser. 100 million isn't excessive. Just send me your account details. Yes, yes, she eagerly nodded, her heart racing with excitement, promptly forwarding her payment information to Junichiro Yamashita. In that fleeting moment before she pressed the send button, a sense of regret subtly crept into her heart. She had not anticipated that Song Haokuin would be so generous. Had she known, she would have demanded 2 billion, or even 10. Observing Song Haokuin, it was evident that such a sum was mere pocket change for him. Ding! Within less than a minute, her phone chimed with a notification, confirming that the colossal sum of 100 million yen had been deposited into her account. Gazing at the long string of numbers in her account, Haruka Nari thanked him profusely. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You're welcome. Song Haokuin replied with a smile as gentle as a spring breeze, before suddenly striking Haruka Nari, causing her to faint. Half an hour later, Haruka Nari was roused from her stupor, only to emit a whimper of terror, her limbs thrashing wildly in a desperate struggle. The restraints of handcuffs confined her arms and legs, while a gag rendered her speechless. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to her husband, Kurazaki Inu, from the night before. At that moment, she lay on a bed next to Kurazaki Inu, and just a turn of her head revealed his pale, terrifying, and grotesque visage. The instigator of this ordeal, Song Haokuin, stood by the window, smoking a soft Chinese cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. Once the cigarette was consumed, he extinguished the butt beneath his foot, departing while Haruka Nari watched helplessly. He had lingered there for half an hour, the ground littered with extinguished cigarette butts, ensuring that she witnessed his abandonment. Upon seeing Song Haokuin turn to leave, Haruka Nari erupted into frantic struggles, her heart racing with pleas for mercy. Please let me go. I don't want the money anymore. I beg you, release me. But as she saw Song Haokuin vanish from the room and heard the heavy sound of the door slamming shut, despair settled in. Faced with the certainty of death and the terror of mortality, an intense rage ignited within her. She loathed her powerless, ordinary parents, despised her husband who only knew how to exploit his family's resources, and detested the mastermind, Yamashita Junichiro. She harbored a profound hatred for this world, for the so-called fate, and for the heavens themselves. Yet, she felt no animosity towards herself, failing to recognize any fault within. She was not at fault, the world was to blame. The heavens were unjust. Damn it all. Why was she born so beautiful yet unable to find a wealthy, handsome, and gentle husband? Why did those less attractive and less capable than her live better lives? She seethed. She seethed with a desire to obliterate everything, wishing to annihilate all living beings on this earth. Alas, despite her fury, it did little to alter her dire predicament, especially since Song Haokuin had left the window wide open before departing. At this moment, the temperature outside had plummeted to a chilling -50 degrees. Soon, Haruhana Hayori found her body rendered immobile by the extreme cold. All that remained for her was an overwhelming sensation of frigidness, a biting cold so intense that she longed for death to escape the torment. However, just as Haruhana approached the brink of death, a peculiar transformation began to unfold within her. Her once frostbitten skin began to take on an eerie hue of crimson, as blood-red patterns resembling flowing rivers spread across her surface. Everything that came into contact with these red markings ignited into seething flames. Chapter 70. The Soul of Vengeance. I have acquired superpowers. I am the true protagonist, the chosen one. As she felt the remarkable change within her, the bone-chilling cold dissipated entirely, and Haruhana Hayori erupted in ecstatic laughter. She had completely forgotten her previous grievances against fate. She could sense a newfound ability coursing through her veins, one that she named the Soul of Vengeance. By merely touching burning objects, she could emit terrifying flames from her very being. Under intense stimulation or in a state of profound rage, her power would escalate to even more terrifying heights. Thus, as she observed the bedclothes igniting, the handcuffs on her bed catching fire, and even her deceased husband ablaze, a manic excitement twisted her expression further. I am the legendary chosen one, Junichiro Yamashita. Prepare yourself, for I am coming to end your life. Yet, scarcely had she uttered these words when a man materialized in the room. It was Song Haokuin, who had never truly left, killing without a second thought only to allow the enemy to escape and return for vengeance. Such folly was the trait of a mindless villain. He had been watching the surveillance in the hall, intent on witnessing Haruhana Hayori freeze to death. Upon noticing her transformation into a rather terrifying fire-wielding figure, he rushed back, retrieving a secret weapon from his spatial realm. "You haven't left?" Upon suddenly seeing Song Haokuen, Haruhana Hayori instinctively flinched. Yet, in the next moment, she erupted into wild laughter, for she had now become a superpowered being. All she needed was to touch Song Haokuen, and she could scorch him to a crisp. "Die, Song Haokuen." With this thought, Haruhana Hayori charged recklessly toward him. However, Song Haokuen remained unfazed. He quickly discerned that her movements lacked speed, indicating her physical prowess had not significantly enhanced. Even if she could not defeat him, he could easily escape. Thus, he conjured a translucent gate of void before her. Within his alternate dimension, there was no air. If Haruhana Hayori ventured inside, it would spell her doom. Yet, she was not so foolish as to fall for such a trick. It was precisely due to her slow pace that she was able to discern the fragile film surrounding Song Haokuen from the previous year. Even as she halted her steps, she cast a wary glance towards him. "Do you possess superpowers as well?" she questioned, bewildered. Song Haokuen had no intention of revealing his abilities. Instead, he directed his secret weapon towards Haruka Hinode. It appeared somewhat comical, a high-pressure magnetic water gun adorned in a triad of blue, yellow, and red. Yet, in truth, this contraption was no jest. Its scientific designation was a super low-pressure liquid nitrogen fire extinguisher, a cutting-edge firefighting apparatus. The canister was filled with cryogenic liquid nitrogen, and the cost of such a device reached an astonishing 5 million yen. "Huh, you intend to confront me with this child's toy?" Haruka Hinode scoffed, erupting into laughter upon witnessing Song Haokuen brandish the water gun. It was as if she had encountered a fool claiming to be Einstein. However, her laughter abruptly ceased the moment her words faded. Sizzle. The chilling liquid, like a white line of terror, struck her body, sending a piercing pain coursing through her. The exposed crimson skin where she was hit turned a pallid hue. In that instant, her laughter and smile vanished entirely. Yet, Song Haokuen's onslaught did not waver. He transitioned from a single weapon to dual wielding another semi-automatic shotgun known as Equal Rights for All. This weapon not only allowed for continuous fire, but could also accommodate extended magazines. Presently, Song Haokuen wielded a fully equipped model, complete with a scope and a magazine loaded with 5 additional rounds. You possess spatial abilities." Haruka Hinode, enduring excruciating pain, realized the nature of Song Haokuen's powers upon seeing the shotgun materialize in his hand. Yet, it was far too late. Sizzle. Bang. Bang. Song Haokuen unleashed a relentless barrage, offering Haruka no avenue of escape. However, the formidable strength of her mutated abilities exceeded his expectations. The small pellets from the shotgun, upon striking her, inflicted no damage whatsoever. Fortunately, it was the low-temperature liquid nitrogen gun that enabled any harm, for only where she was struck by the nitrogen could the shotgun's fragments inflict injury. Thus, Song Haokuen, with his precise marksmanship, cornered Haruka Hinode, the radiant glow upon her body dimming with each passing moment, her form gradually disintegrating. It was as if she were a plaster figure, shedding its surface like peeling paint from a wall. To her astonishment, she had transformed into a superpowered being, endowed with such formidable abilities. Yet, she found herself in a dire predicament, besieged and desperate. If this continued, her demise was inevitable, and she could no longer suppress her pleas for mercy. "Ah, please, do not kill me. I implore you. I have erred. I am willing to serve you, to be your subordinate. I beseech you to spare me this once. My skills are rather useful. I can provide warmth. I can assist in the most nefarious deeds." However, how could Song Haokuen possibly grant this treacherous and malevolent woman an opportunity? Keeping her by his side would be akin to harboring a ticking time bomb, while releasing her would result in boundless calamity. Therefore, he remained resolute, continuing his relentless assault. Bang, bang, bang. The shotgun and the liquid nitrogen weapon unleashed a torrent of fire, striking Chuan Shangra's body without a flicker of flame. Song Haokuen showed no signs of relenting. Once the 12 shotgun shells were expended, he swiftly replaced it with another weapon. Most of the firearms in his arsenal had long been prepared for immediate use, primed for any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Yet, this woman proved to be exceedingly formidable. Just as Song Haokuen had shattered her arms and was poised to obliterate Chuan Shangra's skull, she unexpectedly unleashed a second wave of power. His tempestuous onslaught triggered the super passive of her vengeful spirit. "Ah, I want you dead. I want you dead." With her eyes ablaze in crimson, Chuan Shangra emitted a furious roar, her previously blood-red patterns morphing into a dazzling golden hue. The black hair atop her head ignited in a fierce conflagration in an instant, engulfed in golden flames. "My goodness, Song Haokuen was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his liquid nitrogen weapon had become ineffective against her. In the next moment, she opened her gaping maw and expelled a dragon of golden fire towards him. Chapter 71. The Sensation. Exhilarating. Upon witnessing this transformation, Song Haokuen's first instinct was to curse, and his second was to flee. The golden fire dragon, just as he evaded, scorched the very spot he had occupied, creating a 2-meter-wide hole. The rebar in the ground was reduced to ashes. The young recruits downstairs, who were merely honing their skills, were utterly terrified, their screams resonating throughout the entire neighborhood. The neighbors, already alerted by the gunfire, were further horrified by the agonized cries. What on earth has transpired? Has there been another explosion? Good heavens! Why can't I get through to the police station? That was clearly gunfire. An incessant barrage of gunfire. How terrifying. The temperature outside has plummeted to minus 50 degrees. With over a meter of snow continuing to fall, how shall we endure the days to come? Is this a robbery? What if they get in? What shall become of my family? In an instant, the entire community was engulfed in a wave of trepidation and anxiety. Meanwhile, in the apartment building where Song Haokuen resided, fear permeated the air, especially after the middle-aged woman downstairs shared a photo of the gaping hole in her living room ceiling in the apartment group chat. The pallor of fear washed over everyone. In the vicinity, neighbors with relatives, even braving the biting cold to shovel through the heavy snow, chose to leave their homes to seek refuge with their kin. Those without family had no choice but to remain indoors, locking their doors tightly and even barricading them with heavy objects and furniture. In Building 1, the Wong family. Damn it, that was the sound of a shotgun. And that explosion, could it possibly be a high-explosive grenade? In contrast to the anxious ordinary residents, Omiya Siru, hearing the continuous gunfire and explosive blasts, felt little fear. Yet, his heart was heavy with unease and suspicion. Just last night, they had lost 6 comrades and learned of the explosion in the elevator. Now, with such incidents occurring again, his suspicions naturally turned towards Song Haokuen. Furthermore, he began to question Song Haokuen's identity. After days of interaction, Omiya could distinctly sense that Song Haokuen exhibited no fear at all, behaving nothing like an ordinary person. Instead, he resembled a seasoned warrior, battle-hardened and resolute. A warrior? Could this man be a spy or a special operative infiltrating their country? The thought sent a chill down Omiya's spine, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. For this was the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, how had his brethren perished? And how had Song Haokuen acquired those grenades and bullets? No way, no way, no way. The more Omiya contemplated, the more dread enveloped him. He verbally denied it while his body trembled, yet his mind increasingly affirmed this hypothesis. After a period of reflection, he summoned Baldy to bring Wong the Fat over. Another round of merciless beating ensued as he coercively demanded all information regarding Song Haokuen. Once he had gathered every detail about Song Haokuen from Wong, his suspicions were further solidified. The aberrant behavior of Song Haokuen prior to the apocalypse, coupled with his military lineage, painted a clear picture. Just as they commenced their harsh interrogation of Wong the Fat, Song Haokuen, defined by Omiya as a special operative, began to engage in combat like one. After a series of evasive maneuvers, Song Haokuen adeptly utilized the advantage of terrain, while Haru Sh. blinded by rage, fell into his trap. At the stairwell of the 28th floor, he set up a void gate, ensnaring the vengeful spirit of Haru Sh. into an alternate dimension, then utilized a grappling hook to ascend back to the 32nd floor. Why the grappling hook? It was solely because the stairwell had been largely destroyed by Haru Sh., particularly the stairs leading to the 30th and 29th floors, which had been nearly obliterated. Bang! Retrieving the grappling hook swiftly, Song Haokuen immediately shut the door to his home and plunged into the alternate space. He sensed that Haru Sh. was still alive, thrashing violently within his domain. Upon entering the space, he indeed beheld the vengeful spirit, dismembered and naked, frantically unleashing flames into the void. Fortunately, her flames had no impact on the surrounding space. They could not traverse the void, and the cargo she had stored at a distance remained completely unaffected by Haruhiko's plight. Observing this, Song Haokuen felt a sense of relief, quietly watching Haruhiko's desperate struggles as though he were witnessing a splendid fireworks display. It was not until 10 minutes later that Haruhiko finally exhausted her strength to resist. The crimson-golden patterns adorning her body began to fade, transforming once more into a glimmering red hue, ultimately vanishing into a pale color. It was at that precise moment that Haruhiko's life came to an end. Fear and pleading reflected in her eyes once again. However, within this void, she could utter not a single sound. Soon, her gaze began to grow distant, finally succumbing to death, her face ashen. Yet, Song Haokwen felt an unusual energy coursing through his body, akin to the descriptions found in martial arts novels, as if a peerless master were infusing him with power, leaving him in a state of warmth and strength. He distinctly sensed that the volume of his alternate space was rapidly expanding once more. What a sensation! Delightful. Song Haokwen, with a rather limited vocabulary, managed to express this sentiment in just 4 words, quickly returning his focus to his own body to examine the changes he was experiencing. Just then, his eyes closed as a phone call came through. The caller was his classmate, Lin Feng, whose family was entrenched in the nexus of politics and commerce, known in their circle as the flamboyant slave master. The greatest pleasures in life, for him, were threefold. First, to indulge in women. Second, to flaunt wealth. And third, to bully the common folk. Seeing this call piqued Song Haokwen's curiosity. Typically, he dismissed Lin Feng's mockery as mere barking, having no connection or camaraderie with him. In his previous life, Lin Feng had never bothered to call him. Why would he reach out now? Was it due to his affection for Zhong Ai or Ho Liangliang? With such questions swirling in his mind, Song Haokwen answered the call. Hello. Hey, old classmate. It took quite some effort to reach you. I have a lucrative business opportunity that requires your assistance. What kind of business? With the heavy snowfall these past few days, my household is running low on supplies, and supermarkets and delivery services are not operating. I need you to head to Walmart and procure some high-end ingredients for me. I'll pay you $1 million for your trouble. How does that sound? Tempting, isn't it? Get lost. Realizing that Lin Feng was contacting him out of desperation for supplies, Song Haokwen coldly scoffed and hung up. Since his own household lacked provisions and he had called here, it was evident that Lin Feng's family must be devoid of food as well, likely having run out that morning or the night before. Before long, that wretched Lin Feng would meet his demise. He was merely a doomed soul, unworthy of Song Haokwen's attention. After silencing his phone, Song Haokwen closed his eyes once more, keenly attuning himself to the surge of energy within. Chapter 72, New Abilities. A greater surprise. Haha, it seems I shall no longer fear the cold. Having fully assimilated that peculiar energy, Song Haokwen clenched his fists in exhilaration. At this moment, not only had he absorbed the energy of Murakami Naho, but he could also wield a portion of her abilities. Moreover, what thrilled him even more was the realization that if he could absorb the powers of Naho, it was conceivable that he could do the same with other abilities as well. If his memory served him right, soon a cat the size of a lion would appear in the adjacent corridor, and the neighborhood would host a muscle-bound individual, likely possessing enhanced physical capabilities. The thought of potentially defeating them ignited a fervor within him. He then produced a pack of cigarettes, extracted one, and placed it between his lips. However, rather than reaching for a lighter, he extended another finger to press against the tip of the cigarette. In an instant, his fingertip began to glow a strange crimson, adorned with radiant red patterns. As the cigarette made contact with the ember-like hue, Song Haokwen inhaled slightly, igniting the tobacco. With a satisfied puff, he gazed at his finger, grinning foolishly. This was his newly acquired ability, heating. With this power, he could remain unperturbed by the freezing cold while bare-chested, concentrating the heat to a single point. He could even reach ignition levels, feeling as if the temperature soared to around 500 or 600 degrees. Although he could not become immune to physical attacks, nor could he emit flames of extreme heat, maintaining his body temperature and even releasing a degree of high temperature was, to him, an extraordinary delight. Henceforth, as long as he could ensure an ample food supply, he would no longer fear freezing to death. Additionally, he gained numerous close combat tactics. After indulging in his mirth, Song Haokwen decided to name his newfound ability, One Yang Finger. This capability also reminded him of Lin Feng's phone call. Since Brother Feng had reached out, he thought he might pay him a visit that afternoon. Originally, Song Haokwen's plans for the day included stirring trouble for Omi Sich Aikir in the morning, followed by returning home to chat, play games, and watch movies with a girl. However, with this phone call, he felt it was fate. Now that he no longer feared the cold, and staying home felt rather dull, he would rather visit Brother Feng and spend a couple of days in his luxurious mansion worth several hundred million. Buzzing, just as Song Haokwen mumbled to himself. The phone of Yamashita Juniker vibrated incessantly. Upon glancing at his phone screen, Song Haokwen could not suppress a laugh. The message sender was none other than Masao Miko, that despicable woman who had left the group to evade her debts. Masao Miko, Mr. Yamashita Junichiro, I implore you, please send that doctor to me. Masao Miko, my grandson has a fever, a high fever. I beg you, call him to save him. Chuckling to himself, Song Haokwen's face twisted into a sinister smile as he read her messages, before he leisurely composed a reply. Your grandson has a fever. Why are you contacting me? Do you not have the doctor's number? Masao Miko, I called him, but he hasn't responded. I beg you, help me find him. I will surely repay you. Give it a try, Song Haokoen replied dismissively, tossing his phone aside. He was well aware that the doctor's phone was unreachable, as he himself had impersonated the doctor. Furthermore, he had stashed that phone in another dimension. Unperturbed, Song Haokoen retrieved a bounty of food from the alternate space. After all, the child was not his grandson, but rather a bothersome brat. It would be best if he suffered from the fever until death. Having recently acquired new abilities, he had depleted considerable energy and required sustenance to replenish his strength. 47 minutes later, after indulging in a lavish feast, including a whole roasted lamb, he contentedly rubbed his belly. He washed his hands in the kitchen and added some coal to the fireplace before picking up his phone to respond to Masao Miko. That rascal is surely still asleep, with his phone on silent. If you're anxious to find him, here's an address. You may go and seek him out. He left that message along with a location 10 kilometers away. What a scoundrel! What a vile wretch! Masao Miko exclaimed as she read the message at home, unable to contain her frustration. The temperature outside was a frigid -50 degrees, with snow piled over a meter high, reaching her chest. The notion of seeking someone in such conditions, especially 10 kilometers away, was absurd. Even if she managed to make it there, her life would hang by a thread. With the heavy snowfall continuing, returning would entail another 10 kilometers. And that money-hungry doctor was no saint. Yesterday, the snow was only half a meter deep, but today it was over a meter. What if that scoundrel refused to come? Thus, she found herself once again in a quandary. Moreover, the thought of sacrificing her own life to save her eldest grandson, Masao Taro, was something she deeply resented. She had finally come to enjoy life in this country and had no desire to freeze to death after only a few years of comfort. After much deliberation, she decided to call Song Haokoen again. Sir, I implore you, please assist me. My age renders me quite immobile, and should I venture out, I fear I may perish before reaching my destination. I beseech you to show some compassion for this wretched soul. How shameless can one be? Upon seeing this message, Song Haokoen could not help but smirk in indignation. He coldly retorted, Masao Miyoko, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Do you think I am like those self-righteous individuals in the group, willing to help a person like you? Moreover, you still owe me the money you scammed from the group. I expect you to return it within 3 days. Otherwise, I shall rally the neighbors to confront you, and I shall not hesitate to disclose your address, allowing them to seek retribution, even if it means casting you and your grandson into the snow to freeze. You scoundrel. You lack decency. You show no respect for the elderly or love for the young. Masao Miyoko rolled her eyes at Song Haokoen's words, her lips turning blue with rage, her complexion pale. Yet, Song Haokoen was disinclined to engage further and abruptly ended the call. Huh? Do you really think you can play games with me, Song Haokoen? He scoffed, sending her current room number to the apartment chat group. The neighbors who had previously been deceived immediately rallied against Masao Miyoko, and soon, some went to her door to confront her. Meanwhile, Song Haokoen changed his attire and encountered someone on his way downstairs, the retired renowned action film actress, Ria Sakurai. In the corner of the staircase, he spotted Ria Sakurai, clad in an oversized white down jacket, emanating a subtle fragrance of cherry blossoms. Dressed warmly, Song Haokoen merely glanced at her and passed by quietly. He indeed had some thoughts about her. After all, she was a well-known action star whose works he had enjoyed. However, she currently appeared to embody the qualities of a saint. Furthermore, in his past life, she had turned against Akira Kurosawa. Thus, whether she was a villain or a saint, neither attribute was particularly appealing to him. For prudence's sake, it would be wise to observe her for a while longer. If there was potential, he would engage. If danger loomed, he would act decisively. With such thoughts in mind, Song Haokoen swiftly moved past her. Yet, to his surprise, Ria Sakurai initiated a greeting, removing her mask to address him. Arigato, good sir. I am Ria Sakurai. Is there something I can assist you with? Hearing her salutation, Song Haokoen's response was cold and distant. Flattery without purpose is often a guise for deceit. He was bundled up securely, and it was evident that a sudden infatuation was unlikely. I apologize, sir, but may I inquire if you are heading out? Noticing his frosty tone, Ria Sakurai nibbled on her pale lips and asked, what are your intentions? Upon catching sight of the pale visage of Sakura Ria, Song Haokoen vaguely surmised her desperate hunger. Yet he still inquired in a rather unfriendly tone, might I trouble you to procure some supplies for me? I am willing to pay double or even triple the price. Please, I beg of you. My household is devoid of provisions. Although somewhat taken aback by Song Haokoen's tone, Sakura Ria mustered the strength to plead. Her delicate hands clasped together and rubbing anxiously as she gazed at him with a pitiful expression. She had not starred in action films for quite some time, having transitioned into a variety show host and actress. Consequently, she often found herself engaged in work outside, often away from home for weeks, months, or even half a year. Such circumstances had become the norm. Thus, it was inevitable that her home would lack sufficient food supplies. Since consuming the remnants of takeout from yesterday, she had endured a gnawing hunger. Furthermore, with the water supply now ceased, if she did not venture out soon to gather provisions, she might very well starve within her own abode. I am not short of money, Song Haokuin remarked, showing no trace of compassion as he quickened his pace to descend the stairs, ignoring Sakura Ria's pleading gaze. In his previous life, he had once acted out of kindness, only to have that goodwill thrown to the dogs. Not to mention that wretched Li Bingxin. Even those neighbors he had aided during their times of hunger had eventually turned into adversaries. They assumed that since he had food to spare, he must be feasting daily at home. After the first instance of assistance, they expected him to continue providing, believing it was his duty to share all his food. If he refused, they labeled him selfish and deserving of disdain. They failed to consider that, had they possessed such food, they would never have shared it with anyone. Thus, in this life, no one could ever soften his heart, not even a stunning beauty. Such encounters would only hasten his resolve to draw his blade. He had resolved that anyone daring to obstruct his path must meet their end. Sir, as Song Haokuin callously turned away, Sakura Ria found herself stifling the words she wished to utter. Gazing through the corridor-esque glass at the swirling snowflakes outside, her countenance dimmed further. After a moment of contemplation, she opted against descending the stairs. After all, the snow had piled high, nearly surpassing her own height. With the temperature in the hallway plummeting to -30 degrees, and the outside chill exceeding -50, given her frail constitution and empty stomach, she feared she might succumb to frostbite or starvation before reaching the convenience store. Thus, after considerable deliberation, she sent a message to a group chat, offering a price thrice the usual for food. To her surprise, some individuals responded, with a few, whether they were lecherous or overly eager, offering to provide food for free. However, having risen from humble beginnings and spent years striving alone in Tokyo, she was well aware of their ulterior motives. Hence, she chose only to accept offers from neighbors who were genuinely selling supplies. After negotiating the price, she instructed the other party to deliver the goods to her floor, waiting until they departed before stepping outside. Just as she received the second shipment of supplies, Song Haokuin had already traversed the thick blanket of snow to arrive at Unit 1 of Building Number 1. After shaking off the snow that clung to him, Song Haokuin retrieved his phone, which had been incessantly ringing on his way here. He promptly opened the device and discovered messages in the group chat. The sight of so many willing to sell supplies, even offering them to Sakura Ria, brought a radiant smile to his face. At that moment, delivering supplies to others seemed like a reckless gamble with one's life. Amused by this thought, Song Haokuin could not help but grin broadly. Then, a more brilliant idea struck him. If Sakura Ria could receive supplies, surely he could as well. Soon, everyone would know he possessed an abundance of goods, and those insufferable neighbors would come knocking at his door. Imagining the grotesque and desperate faces of those neighbors in the future, Song Haokuin's smile morphed into something sinister. However, his laughter had scarcely echoed when two men emerged from the corridor, towering and clad in black down jackets, their fierce eyes exuding an intimidating presence. They seemed to wear the words, "I am part of the underworld," on their faces. As they approached, Song Haokuin remained silent, reaching for the elevator button. Yet, one of the men questioned him. "Kid, are you a resident of this building?" "Yes, I just returned from outside," Song Haokuin casually replied, just as the elevator doors opened. However, in that instant, he sensed danger. There were two more individuals inside the elevator, also dressed in black down jackets, each wielding a weapon, one brandishing a steel pipe, the other a sheathed katana. Upon seeing their weapons, Song Haokuin instinctively reacted. In an instant, two handguns appeared in his grasp. One aimed at the elevator and the other at the corridor. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, he fired 4 shots, toppling the 4 thugs before him. Without hesitation, Song Haokuin swiftly retreated, diving into a snowdrift where he vanished from sight. The thugs on the second floor, hearing the gunfire, turned pale with fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. They had no intention of pursuing Song Haokuin and instead bolted frantically up the stairs. Upon reaching the 13th floor, they finally remembered to call their boss. "Hello, boss. This is bad. We've lost 4 brothers. I heard gunfire." At that moment, Daigong Chunliang furrowed his brow deeply. Such a loud gunshot could not escape his notice. He now fully realized the gravity of the situation. He had provoked an exceedingly terrifying individual. The most pressing concern was no longer whether he could eliminate the adversary, but rather whether he could save his own life from this formidable foe. Chapter 74. This community cannot accommodate such remarkable individuals. Beneath Building 1, amidst the blanket of snow, was it an ambush or merely a precautionary measure? Hiding back in the snow, Song Haokuen could hear footsteps frantically ascending, his expression turning increasingly grim. He first accessed the surveillance footage from Wang Ponzi's residence, only to be met with a persistent black screen. Subsequently, he retrieved a small drone from the system. After establishing a Bluetooth connection, he maneuvered it into the stairwell. Upon thorough reconnaissance, confirming the area was unoccupied, Song Haokuen hastened to the elevator, halting it at the 12th floor. He then pressed the button for the 17th floor and, before the doors could close, darted to the 13th floor. Having previously delivered goods to this unit, he was aware of the spare key's location. Upon locating the key, Song Haokuen swiftly unlocked the door. Observing only a pair of slippers on the doormat confirmed his suspicion that the apartment was vacant. He once again piloted the drone upwards. As for the pressing of the 17th floor button, it was merely a tactic to gauge the adversary's movements, for he had the drone's reconnaissance capabilities at his disposal. When the elevator doors opened on the 17th floor, his drone coincidentally reached the same level. Indeed, 6 figures stood in the corridor, their expressions grave, for wielded blades, firearms, and blunt instruments, while the remaining 2 brandished American-style katana. Upon witnessing the elevator doors part without a soul in sight, their countenance soured dramatically. One of them promptly dialed to Gong Qingyi. "Boss, the elevator is completely empty." "Empty? Why then did someone press for the 17th floor?" De Gong Qingyi was bewildered by his subordinate's report, but dared not venture out to investigate. However, his astute mind suddenly sparked a thought, prompting him to inquire. "Did the elevator stop at any point? Which floors did it halt on?" "It stopped once, at the 12th floor. Has it yet paused at any other levels?" "No, certainly not." "Immediately head to the 12th floor, break down the door. If anyone is inside, eliminate them." Upon hearing these orders, De Gong Qingyi promptly issued the command. But then he halted, adding, "Wait a moment. I shall send a few more men." After uttering these words, De Gong Qingyi ended the call and exited his bedroom, instructing the bald man to lead 2 brothers, armed with a shotgun and 2 handguns, along with the locksmith, to venture forth. This ensemble was undoubtedly impressive. However, it bore little significance for Song Haokuen, for he remained on the 13th floor, having cleverly concealed the camera-equipped drone within the fire hydrant to clandestinely observe their movements. Should they proceed from the 13th floor to the 12th, the outcome would be nothing short of fatal. 1 minute and 17 seconds later, the solemn bald man, shotgun in hand, stood among his subordinates as they descended the stairs. Yet, upon reaching the space between the 14th and 13th floors, he halted, signaling for the others to do the same. The brothers, their nerves taut, observed him with heightened anxiety, each assuming he had uncovered something significant. The smallest among them, a slightly pudgy fellow named Village Shiha, trembled as he inquired, "Boss, have you discovered any danger?" "No," the bald man replied solemnly, shaking his head, which momentarily eased the tension among his subordinates. However, he soon spoke again, altering the atmosphere entirely. In a cold tone, he addressed them, "Brothers, we have fought side by side through thick and thin for many years. Has Matsui Changren ever wronged or deceived you? Of course not. Who doesn't know that Brother Chong is honorable? Since I joined, I have followed you, Brother Chong. Even Omi Chi Kir does not intimidate me. Only you do." A sense of gravity enveloped the gathering, and loyalty surged amongst them. Hearing their affirmations, Bald Chong urged them to lower their voices and continued. "How many brothers have perished in these recent days? I believe you are all aware that the root cause lies entirely with Omi Chi Kir's selfishness. His useless brother has caused us countless troubles over the years, and now he has stirred up formidable enemies. With the abilities and tactics they have displayed, they are akin to special forces. They possess at least 2 firearms and potentially high explosive grenades. If we charge in, we may be gravely injured or even annihilated." His words darkened the countenance of his brothers even further. Observing their despair, Village Shiha, a loyal ally, urged, "Brother Chong, just tell us what to do. We do not wish to perish needlessly. We will follow your lead." His rallying cry resonated with the remaining thugs, who echoed their agreement. "All right, let us proceed as such." Bald Chong, reassured by their commitment, surveyed the group with a steely gaze before declaring, "We will send the locksmith to the 12th floor to negotiate. If they agree to refrain from retaliation, we will return to deal with Omi Chi Kir on the 13th floor in the corridor." "Huh, what a naive notion," mused Song Haokuen, who was secretly clutching 2 grenades, scoffing at Bald Chong's proposal. This group seemed to believe that the fierce snow would soon cease, mistaking their conflict with Omi Chi Kir as mere personal vendetta. Yet, in this complex, as long as there existed a faction wielding American-style katanas, his heart could never find peace. Song Haokuen was determined to eradicate this threat entirely. In this complex, no one of such caliber could exist. Therefore, he quietly concealed himself behind a door, awaiting the moment when they would pass the 13th floor, ready to unleash his grenades. 37 seconds later, Bald Chong descended with his men, halting at the halfway point of the 12th floor, weapons drawn, compelling the locksmith to knock on the door. Song Haokuin seized the opportunity, pulling the pins from 2 hand grenades. However, he did not immediately open the door to throw them out. The typical detonation time for a hand grenade is 4 to 6 seconds after the pin is pulled. Lacking military training and fearing that the device might explode prematurely in his hand, Song silently counted down 2 seconds before he cautiously opened the safety door and tossed out the grenades. Upon hearing the door creak, the bald-headed Chong was the first to react. After a brief moment, he turned his head toward the direction of the incoming grenades. It took another half a second for Matsumoto Kaijin to realize the danger and sprint downstairs, utterly failing to alert his subordinates in this life-and-death moment. His men, noticing Chong's hasty retreat, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet at that moment, the grenades had already landed above them, with a sizzling sound. Followed by a brief moment of concealed combustion, an unforgettable scene unfolded. Boom, boom. 2 violent bursts of flames erupted in the corridor, immediately followed by the terrifying sound of explosions. 4 of the gang members were killed instantly, 3 others severely injured by shrapnel, and 1 lay on the ground, bloodied and wailing. My eyes, my face, my ears. Help. Chapter 75. Luring the snake from its hole, eradicating the roots. On the 17th floor of Building 1. Even after dispatching a majority of his elite forces, De Gongqing Ichiro remained uneasy and decided to accompany 2 subordinates to oversee the operation. Just as he opened the safety door, he was met with the horrifying sound of 2 explosions. His subordinates went pale, huddling in fear, while De Gongqing Ichiro's face darkened with dread. He knew that these were definitely grenades, high-explosive ones at that. Retreat! Retreat! Back up! Don't just stand there. Frantically, he ordered his subordinates to lock the main door and immediately attempted to contact Chong and the others. Most of the calls went unanswered, but he finally managed to reach Murakami's line. However, he heard no response, only the rapid sounds of gunfire. Poo-poo. The unmistakable sound of submachine gun fire chilled De Gongqing Ichiro to the bone. He realized he had truly provoked a killing machine. Stuck on the upper floor while the enemy was below, armed with an unknown but formidable firepower, he dared not descend. Desperately, he called other brothers for reinforcements. But with over a meter of snow blanketing the ground, most of his loyal fighters were either incapacitated or unreachable, further darkening his countenance. However, he soon received a call from Chong, bearing surprisingly good news. Hello, boss. I have great news for you. I managed to hit that kid in the thigh. Good. How do you fare in your current predicament? I find myself concealed on the 11th floor, with a bullet wound to my calf. That scoundrel is poised to escape via the elevator from the corridor on the 13th floor. My superior has promptly dispatched individuals to eliminate him. However, should he elude capture now, the repercussions would be dire. I understand. I shall lead a contingent downstairs. Daigong Chungshiro harbored no doubts regarding the bald man. He descended with the remaining subordinates and the unscrupulous boss Wang Wei, employing him as a human shield. Yet upon reaching the 13th floor, they indeed spotted a trail of blood at the elevator, which had already descended to the ground floor. Shortly thereafter, a deafening explosion erupted. Song Haokuin had blown up the elevator. Damn it, we pursued him with a limp. He cannot have fled far. Daigong Chinichiro confirmed that the bald man had not lied and immediately led his men downward. Upon reaching the 11th floor, they encountered the bald man lying in agony. His body bore numerous lacerations from shrapnel, and indeed his calf had been struck, though it had not fractured any bones. You stay here, you useless fat man Wang. The rest of you follow me. Leaving the incompetent Wang to tend to the bald man, Daigong Chinichiro charged down the stairs with a few trusted aides. This opportunity was rare indeed. Song Haokuin, the ferocious tiger, could not be allowed to return to his lair. However, as they rushed down the staircase to the 1st floor, the security door on the 2nd floor suddenly swung open. 2 green melon grenades silently soared over their heads and detonated right before them. Boom, boom, damn it. It was only in the very instant of detonation that Daigong Chunichiro reacted and instinctively curled into a protective roll. Yet even so, the shrapnel from the explosions inflicted significant injuries upon him. He was fortunate, in a sense, for the rest of his subordinates either suffered grave wounds or met a grim fate on the spot. But he was both fortunate and unfortunate. For from behind the security door emerged Song Haokuin, unscathed. In that moment, Daigong Chinichiro realized he had been deceived. Song Haokuin, alongside his most trusted bald man, had orchestrated this ruse. Despicable bastard. Daigong Chinichiro's eyes blazed red, his countenance twisted in fury, resembling an ancient beast poised to devour its prey. Yet, confronted with such a wrathful Daigong Chinichiro, Song Haokuin uttered not a word, raising his handgun and aiming it at his head, pulling the trigger. However, the shot did not prove fatal. Instead, it grazed past his ear. Song Haokuin sought to ascertain whether he could awaken Daigong Chinjikiro's latent potential, akin to how he had dispatched the previous adversary, Harakami. According to his hypothesis, one of the conditions for an ability user's awakening is immense psychological stimulation. Moreover, at the onset of awakening, one's powers are undeniably at their weakest, thus safety concerns were minimal. Alas, Daigong Chinichiro lacked such innate talent. Song Haokuin nearly emptied his pistol magazine, leaving only a solitary bullet, yet Daigong Chinjialang showed no signs of awakening. Upon witnessing Song Haokuin's actions, Daigong Chinjialang mistakenly believed he still had a glimmer of hope for survival. Realizing the gravity of his situation, he hastily pleaded for mercy. "Mr. Song, I beg you, spare me this once. I can help you eliminate that scoundrel Wang Wei, and I can offer you all my wealth, everything under my command." However, before he could finish his desperate entreaty, Song Haokuin had already fired a shot at his head. Daigong Chinjialang held no value for him any longer. Bang! In the wake of the gunfire, Daigong Chinjialang's gaze remained fixed, lifeless, and unblinking. Song Haokuin then summoned a drone once more, instructing it to scout the upper floors before he ascended slowly. This time, his intent was unequivocal: to eradicate any evil within his community. No individual possessing American-style weaponry, capable of posing a threat to him, could remain. 3 minutes later, Song Haokuin arrived on the 17th floor. At this juncture, both the room door and the security door had been opened, as previously arranged with the bald man. Having spared his life, the bald man would assist in luring Daigong Chinjialang out to be eliminated. Observing that all doors were ajar, Song Haokuin refrained from entering the Wang residence directly. Instead, he deployed the drone into the Wang household, allowing the bald man to ensure all doors were open, while the drone meticulously surveyed the surroundings before he, fully armed, entered alone. Inside the room were 4 individuals: a striking woman clad in a white down jacket, the injured bald man, the panic-stricken Wang Fatty, whose countenance was a mask of fear, and a slender man in black attire. Upon seeing Song Haokuin, Wang Fatty's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. "Haokuin, I beseech you, grant me a chance at life. I was blind to your greatness. I underestimated you, Yet before he could articulate his plea further, Song Haokuin raised his pistol, but aimed not at his head. Bang! Bang! Song Haokuin fired twice, dispatching the injured bald man and the slender underling to their demise. Horrified by the gunshots, Wang Fatty believed his end was nigh, letting out a scream and losing control, creating a puddle beneath him. The beautiful woman, equally terrified, shrieked in panic and betrayed her companions. "No, please don't kill me. I know of 2 more individuals. One is hidden in the wardrobe of the bedroom, and another is concealed in a box on the 2nd floor." Hearing her cries, the 2 concealed thugs simultaneously shed their disguises, brandishing their guns as they charged into the open. Chapter 76. "Brother Wang, your wife is quite enticing, but the child is not mine." The 2 gangsters emerged in unison, forming an excellent crossfire formation, one above, one below, and one east, one west, unleashing a fervent barrage upon the shadows in the hall. Bang! 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 However, at that moment, Wang the Fat and the beautiful woman looked as if they had seen a ghost. The individuals targeted by the gunmen were not human at all. They were, in fact, a pair of camouflaged silicone replicants that had materialized in the hall. The real Song Haokuin had retreated to the foyer, where he had heard the gunfire and identified the source of the shots, cautiously peeking out to aim. Armed with a submachine gun, he unleashed a torrent of bullets as if they were mere trifles. In less than 2 seconds, the 2 gunmen lay lifeless in the Wang residence, fallen to the might of Song Haokuin's weapon. The surviving woman and Wang the Fat fell to their knees, too terrified to raise their heads. Yet, Song Haokuin refrained from executing them. Instead, he pointed his gun at them and commanded, "Open every cabinet and door in your home. You have 3 minutes. The woman will go upstairs, and the fat man will remain downstairs. If you fail to comply within 3 minutes, I shall end your lives." Under the weight of death's threat, the 2 trembling individuals mustered the courage to rise. Song Haokuin cast one last glance around the hall, casually collecting the weapons strewn across the floor. After 3 minutes, Song Haokuin utilized a drone to verify the situation, confirming that every nook and cranny where one might hide was devoid of life. Only then did he feel secure enough to enter the hall. He handcuffed Wang the Fat to the railing, stuffed a cloth into his mouth, and cut open his wrist with a knife. Initially, he had intended to prolong the fat man's suffering before delivering the final blow, but having witnessed the extent of his own spatial abilities, he realized that to keep his secret, this man must die. The same fate awaited the comely woman, summoning her with a beckoning hand. He drew her closer and gently caressed her neck. Mistaking his gesture for an expression of desire, she posed alluringly. However, in the next instant, Song Haokuen abruptly tightened his grip around her throat. Crack! Within 10 seconds, having seen no sign of any supernatural abilities from her, he crushed her trachea with his bare hands. The woman, feeling her throat shatter, experienced a profound agony and disbelief, her pupils dilating as terror and rage consumed her, choking her breath away. Yet Song Haokuen harbored no compassion. He discarded her lifeless form carelessly, then strolled to the steps and seated himself. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Meanwhile, blood continued to seep from Wang the Fat's wrist as he gazed at Song Haokuen with a mixture of fear and fury. Please, spare my life. I can give you money, everything I have. I can arrange for my wife and sister-in-law to entertain you. Moreover, I possess knowledge of several high-ranking officials involved in corruption. However, Song Haokuen paid him no heed. Instead, he extracted a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and ignited it with a mere flick of his finger. Puff! Taking a deep, satisfying breath and exhaling a plume of smoke reminiscent of a dragon, he spoke. Wang Wei, today you are surely destined to meet your demise. However, before you depart from this world, I have a secret to divulge. Upon hearing that Song Haokuen was indeed going to kill him, and feeling the excruciating pain radiating from his wrist, Wang Wei's heart sank significantly. Yet, this secret ignited a flicker of curiosity within him. What secret? He inquired. Song Haokuen replied nonchalantly. The child in your wife's womb is neither yours nor mine. What? Even in the face of his certain death, Wang Wei could not contain the surge of fury that welled within him. He understood that Song Haokuen had no reason to deceive him at this juncture. However, he was taken aback when Song Haokuen continued. Nevertheless, your wife is indeed quite alluring. I visited your home just a few days ago to fix the plumbing. Song Haokuen, I will slay you. Release me. I demand a fair duel. The enraged Wang Wei resembled a wounded lion, seething with fury. To his astonishment, Song Haokuen actually tossed the key to him, accompanied by a look of utter disdain and mockery. Wang Wei, do you wish to uncover the identity of the child's true father? Who is it? Wang Wei hastily took the key, unlocking his handcuffs, only to glare menacingly at Song Haokuen. Yet Song Haokuen merely shook his head with a chuckle. I do not know. However, among the 7 men who have been with your wife, 5 reside in your neighborhood. Vile scoundrel. That wretched Takahashi Miyuki. The realization that so many had conspired against him sent Wang Wei into a fit of uncontrollable rage, causing him to forget about stopping the bleeding from his wrist after freeing himself from the cuffs. At that moment, Song Haokuen calmly remarked, by the way, your sister-in-law is quite promiscuous. I happen to have a video. Would you like to see it? Without waiting for a response, he produced his phone and played the video. Wang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld images of his wife and sister-in-law alongside Song Haokuen. Overwhelmed by a tidal wave of fury, he gritted his teeth and charged at Song Haokuen, completely oblivious to the fact that one of his shackles remained. As he took a step, the handcuff caught him off guard, causing him to stumble and crash to the ground. With a loud thud, the sound echoed in the air, and Song Haokuen, witnessing Wang Wei's plight, could only smirk in bemusement as he approached the fallen man. Just then, Wang Wei, who had already lost copious amounts of blood, suddenly summoned an inexplicable surge of strength. With a fierce effort, he broke the handcuff on his thigh, his bloodshot eyes glowing with rage, and his thick, muscular arms swelled with power as he lunged at Song Haokuen with a forceful embrace. Yet, in the face of such a furious Wang Wei, Song Haokuen remained unfazed, his excitement palpable, even bordering on amusement. It is evident that Wang is endowed with supernatural abilities, specifically of the physical enhancement variety. If only he could be eliminated. Absorbing his powers would undoubtedly elevate my own physique. Excellent. Splendid. A sense of exhilaration surged within Song Haokuen as he deftly evaded the impending bear hug, brandishing 2 Type 81 rifles, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the formidable Wang. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Wang, with his eyes aflame, charged forth, seemingly as mindless as a zombie, undeterred by the hail of gunfire. However, to Song Haokuen's dismay, after merely exhausting 2 clips of ammunition, Wang collapsed to the ground, his body riddled with bullets. He did not undergo a transformation akin to that of Harunari. What a disappointment. Realizing that this individual was merely a low-tier supernatural being, Song Haokuen muttered a disdainful curse before stowing the corpse into his spatial realm. Immediately, a familiar warmth surged within him once again. He had grown stronger. Yet, at that moment, a phone rang beside the lifeless body of the bald-headed man. Chapter 77. The Mischievous Little Cat. Marvelous. He felt his physical prowess had enhanced by at least 10, and his spatial range had expanded once more. 150150. Over 3 million cubic meters. Moreover, he sensed a rise in the temperature his body could withstand. Previously, only his fingertips could ignite a flame. Now, his entire hand could. This was nothing short of divine prowess. Anyone who dared to provoke him in the future would first encounter the Kunlun blaze palm. Exhilaration surged through him as Song Haokuin could not contain his jubilant exclamations. Buzzing. Just then, the phone of the bald-headed man rang, successfully drawing his attention to answer it. Upon seeing that the caller was Omi Jinwyman, the unfortunate younger brother of Omi Chingchuro, Song Haokuin furrowed his brows and answered the call. Hello, Omi Jinwyman, Baldy. Where's my older brother? Why can't I reach him? I'm already at the entrance of the community. Which way is building 1? Hurry and send someone to pick me up. I'm freezing to death. Understood. Upon hearing this, Song Haokuin promptly ended the call and continued to cautiously navigate with his drone, descending into the snowdrift. Upon reaching the entrance, he observed several young ruffians bundled up tightly, shivering in the wind and snow, their breaths visible in the frigid air, grumbling about something. As he drew closer, he could finally hear their words. Damn it, that bastard Song Haokuin. I will absolutely have him torn to pieces. Bro, that guy seems to be armed. He's already taken out quite a few people. Do you think he might be a spy or something? He's the king. But I still intend to eliminate him. Not even Jesus can stop me. He chuckled. Upon hearing these words, Song Haokuin, with a smile gracing his face, retrieved an AK-47 from his spatial pocket. A rapid succession of gunfire echoed through the air, and soon the pristine white ground was adorned with splashes of crimson. However, these bloodstains quickly faded alongside the bodies, swallowed by the relentless snowstorm. With a cold smirk, Song Haokuin approached and delivered a final shot to each head before navigating through the swirling snow back to the apartment building. After a busy morning, he yearned for a well-deserved rest, indulging in delightful food and drink before succumbing to a blissful slumber. He planned to contemplate the events of the afternoon. But little did he anticipate that upon reaching the entrance of the apartment complex, a small wildcat would dart out. A Chinese rural cat, commonly referred to as a tabby. Meow, meow, meow. The moment it appeared, it greeted Song Haokuin with an affectionate call, circling around him and rubbing its side against his thigh. Recognizing this little wildcat instantly, Song Haokuin recalled that this tabby, named Now Now, was a familiar sight during his deliveries in the area, often coerced by a greedy employer into purchasing near-expiration food. He frequently fed it with treats like sausages. Subsequently, it was said that a benevolent woman had taken it for sterilization, and after that, Song Haokuin had not seen it for quite some time, believing it had been adopted. To his surprise, he encountered it now. Suddenly reminded of a large calico cat resembling a golden British shorthair, he wondered if this could indeed be the future golden tabby he had envisioned. However, Now, unable to comprehend his musings, continued to nuzzle against his leg. Noticing its emaciated belly, Song Haokuin realized that it was undoubtedly hungry. Meow, meow, meow. Seeing the cat's affectionate demeanor, he retrieved a sausage from his spatial pocket. At that moment, a bold idea took root in his mind. He desired to tame this cat, whether as a companion or a formidable ally in the days to come. In this harsh apocalypse, it was clear that animals were far more dependable than humans. Much like the renowned wolves of Kekexili, they understood the stark difference between a full meal and hunger. Moreover, the cat, despite its evident starvation, displayed no signs of aggression, indicating that its temperament remained unchanged. Eat, he decided, breaking the sausage into pieces to feed the cat. Remarkably, Now demonstrated a significant appetite. Typically, a cat of its size could manage 2 or 3 sausages. But Now devoured a total of 12 while still circling his legs. Observing this, Song Haokuin could confidently affirm that the future large golden tabby was indeed this very little tabby, Now. Thus, he produced another sausage. Continuing to feed it piece by piece, he reached out to stroke its head, then gently scratched its chin as he had done before. The tabby cat, Wan, responded with a soothing purr, exhibiting no signs of aggression whatsoever. Excellent. Sensing that this was a promising beginning, Song Haokuin turned to leave after feeding it the sausage. The little tabby, eager and persistent, followed him closely, rubbing against his legs as he walked. After climbing several flights of stairs, Wan continued to trail behind him unwaveringly. At this point, Song Haokuin paused, crouching down to pet the little creature's head. Since you have chosen to follow me, you must heed my words. Do you understand? The soft mews of Wan were almost endearing as it nuzzled its head against Song Haokuin's hand. Very well, you seem to be quite sensible. Noticing its compliance, Song Haokuin retrieved a bag of high-protein cat food, tearing it open and scattering the contents on the ground. Once the little cat had excitedly devoured its meal, he continued up the stairs with it in tow. Upon returning home, Song Haokwen conducted a thorough examination of Nwan, ensuring it was free from parasites. Afterward, he administered rabies vaccinations for both the cat and himself. Throughout the entire process, Nwan cooperated splendidly, and after drinking some water, it settled down by the fireplace to bask in the warmth. Cats are particularly fond of warmth, and the temperature in the house felt like paradise to it. Observing its compliance lifted Song Haokwen's spirits considerably. He took a wash basin to serve as a food bowl, poured in a bag of cat food, and fashioned a large tub into a litter box. Having completed these arrangements, Song Haokwen, now a cat servant in this post-apocalyptic world, indulged himself in a relaxing hot bath. A board rested across the bathtub, adorned with various foods and a tablet holder propping up his device, which played classic Hong Kong films from the 1990s, particularly his favorite series, Zombie Taoist. While enjoying this moment of leisure, he did not forget his little scheme. He sent a message through Junichiro's account in the group, announcing a high price for purchasing supplies. By using someone else's account, he hoped to avoid raising suspicion among those pesky neighbors who were already aware of his considerable stockpile. Neighbors, I have no food at home and am willing to purchase supplies at 10 times their original price. Interested parties, please contact me. He then snapped a photo of the abundant food before him, posting it on his social media, visible only to classmates and neighbors. Before long, many greedy neighbors added him as a friend in the group. His post garnered nearly 100 likes, with dozens of comments. However, amongst these, there were several less than friendly remarks. Chapter 78, The Fury of Lin Xiao. Social media comments. Gui Weiyao. My goodness, Kuan Gu. You still have hot water at home? And so much delicious food? I'm so envious. Ho Liang. What the hell are you boasting about? I can't even be bothered to look at that junk food. Li Bingxin. Wowu Haokwen. I'm trapped in the plastic surgery hospital, my whole body aches, and I'm starving. Can you bring me some food? Flamboyant slave master. Song Haokwen, what are you flaunting about? I've already procured some food. Miss Long. Song Haokwen, there is hardly anything to eat in my villa either. Come bring me some, and I'll reward you tenfold. Brother Long, a loser is just a loser. Just wait until it snows, and see how you boast then. If I were in Tokyo instead of Kanagawa, I would certainly teach you a lesson, you scum. Hee. Seeing these classmates he had previously looked down upon, along with the two culprits who had brought him harm, leave comments in his friend's circle, a radiant smile blossomed on Song Haokwen's face. In this frigid end-of-the-world scenario, not to mention a hot water bath, even obtaining normal drinking water was a challenge. After all, with temperatures plunging below zero, the pipes had frozen solid. Most people, wishing for water, had no choice but to resort to melting snow outside, and the aftermath of consuming such water was uncertain. Should it upset their stomachs, their lives would be in jeopardy. As for savoring sumptuous food, that was an impossibility, save for those privileged elites who had made preparations. In this dire existence, those wretched souls could only look on with envy. He was the true magnate of this apocalypse. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Grandpa, that rascal is calling again. Grandpa. Huh. While indulging in a movie and a bath, lost in thought, Song Haokwen had just devoured a large bayberry when his phone rang once more. Among his classmates, few had his number, and the esteemed Lin Feng was one of them. Coincidentally, he intended to visit this good friend in the afternoon, so Song Haokwen answered the call. Hello? Good day. However, to his surprise, Lin Feng immediately launched into a tirade. Song Haokwen, you little nobody, finally found an opportunity to show off, huh? Do you even realize what you missed? I managed to secure a truckload of food, and even paid $1 million in tips at 10 times the market price. You'll be a fool your whole life. Listening to Lin Feng's incessant chatter like a machine gun, Song Haokwen lost interest and hung up after uttering 2 words, simultaneously removing him from his friend list. On the other end, Lin Feng was infuriated to hear that Song Haokwen dared to insult him, coming from a distinguished family. With a politician father and a businesswoman mother and grandparents who were avid gamers, he had never fathomed being scolded by a commoner. Damn it, just wait until the snow stops. I'll make you pay. Staring at the disconnected voice call, Lin Feng glared fiercely at the screen. Yet, even this did not satiate his desire for vengeance. He swiftly composed a passage of text, which he fancied to be acerbically sharp, and sent it to Song Haokwen with an air of triumph. After hitting send, he envisioned Song Haokwen's enraged reaction, imagining him seething with fury and gritting his teeth. However, once he had indulged in his moment of satisfaction and glanced back at the screen, he discovered that his message had failed to send, the glaring red exclamation mark almost mocking him. In the bathroom of Mrs. Sato's residence, Song Haokwen suddenly sneezed, inwardly muttering to himself, Am I catching a cold? That shouldn't be possible. I bundled up so thoroughly. Could it be a heat-induced discomfort? Or perhaps that beautiful woman is thinking of me? He pondered. Subsequently, He hastily finished his shower, dried off, and donned a luxurious set of comfortable sleepwear. Upon entering the living room, he promptly turned off the electric heater, noting that the fireplace sufficed to maintain a cozy temperature. The warm and contented feline, now, noticed Song Haokuin perched on the sofa and affectionately called out before bounding over. It leapt onto his lap, nuzzling its small head against his belly. Amused by its affectionate demeanor, Song Haokuin gently stroked its chin, prompting a delighted purr from Now, who then obediently curled up on his legs, transforming into a compact ball of fur, resuming its slumber. Song Haokuin then reached out to a friend, the card artist and film connoisseur, the seasoned homebody, Hu Tiexiong. Song Haokuin, are you still alive? Hu Tiexiong, naturally, I'm alive. My home is stocked with food and drink, though it is a bit chilly. And the electricity is insufficient. Damn. Song Haokuin, I need to ask you something. Do you know where Lin Feng is residing now? Hu Tiexiong, that fellow seems to live in a villa near the reservoir. He must have posted photos of his mansion. Song Haokuin, please help me find out. I'll send you 2 fully charged power banks shortly. Hu Tiexiong, consider it done. I'll get right on it. This rotund fellow. Song Haokuin chuckled softly at the message. Half a minute later, he received a reply from Hu Tiexiong. The message contained not only the name of the community where Lin Feng resided, but also the exact address. Additionally, there was an image of a striking woman, a number 5 head with large eyes and a doll-like face, slender waist, and a figure reminiscent of Yum Takeda. After perusing this information, Song Haokuin let out a cold chuckle at his phone. Yet, just then, the telephone on the table rang. It was the line of the deceased Bald Chong, and to his astonishment, the caller was none other than the notorious Dagong Jinwei man. This guy is still alive. Upon seeing the call, Song Haokuin's expression darkened. He simultaneously recognized a grave oversight on his part. A person. Indeed, he had killed one. However, at that moment, 2 individuals were pinned to the ground, and the body was not turned over for confirmation. Thus, he answered the call but remained silent, waiting for the other party to speak first. As a result, the moment the other party opened their mouth, he immediately grasped the situation. Matsui Kaijin, you bastard. You killed my brother, and now you want to finish me off, don't you? Fortunately, I was busy robbing a convenience store and managed to escape this calamity. Just you wait, I will avenge my brother. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaobai promptly hung up the phone. He was confident that no one would discover his involvement in the slaughter of the bald-headed individuals. Therefore, he was in no rush to deal with Omiya Jinweiman. After all, this guy would seek revenge at Daheng Mingdu and would surely come quietly, not foolish enough to reveal his whereabouts to the bald man. Thus, his next course of action was to visit Fat Hu and then meet with Lin, experiencing the luxury of mansion life. Furthermore, he felt the need to console the beautiful coach Ito Mayuki, whose mother had tragically frozen to death the night before. Chapter 79. The request of Sakurai Rya. As the majority of the world endured hunger and cold, Song Haokuin lay in peaceful slumber with Now, a cat, in his embrace. It was not until past 2 in the afternoon that they were awakened by the incessant ringing of the phone. Upon picking up the phone belonging to Yamashita Junichiro, Song Haokuin discovered that someone had inexplicably added Misu Asaka back into their group chat, where she was fervently criticizing Yamashita. The cause, of course, was her grandson's troublesome situation. Asaka Misu, Yamashita Junichiro, you dog of a man, what kind of doctor did you refer? My grandson's wound has become infected. Asaka Misu, Yamashita Junichiro, woe is me. If anything happens to my grandson, I will not spare you. Asaka Misu, Yamashita Junichiro, you must summon the doctor immediately. My grandson has a fever again. Yamashita Junichiro, get out here. Asaka Misu, Yamashita Junichiro, come out. You bastard, come out. Seeing her furious messages, Song Haokuin's morning irritability dissipated instantly. Grabbing the deceased Yamashita Junichiro's phone, he sent a message in response. Honestly, your grandson should have met his end long ago. He has been urinating on tires, stealing clothes from neighbors, breaking windows, bullying other children, and scratching car seats. This is karma. Asaka Misu, Yamashita Junichiro, what the hell are you talking about? He is just a child. Yamashita Junichiro, some children are merely children, but others are little beasts, and some parents are even worse than pigs or dogs. Asaka Misu, Yamashita Junichiro, I curse you to an untimely death. If anything happens to my grandson, I will ensure you and that doctor lose everything. Yamashita Junichiro, TCH. The fox's tail is finally revealed. It's all about the money, isn't it? Perhaps your grandson's infected wound and high fever are the result of your own doing. You claim to be heartbroken over him? I see you merely wish to extort money. Asame, Yamashita Junichiro. You beast. Yamashita Junichiro, go ahead. It's not like it's my grandson who is dying. By the way, who brought that wretched woman back into the group? Have you lost your mind? After sending this message from Yamashita Junichiro's account, Song Hakuin retrieved 2 phones from his space, belonging to Kurizuki Inuko and Harakami Hayori. After unlocking both devices, he sent messages in their names. Kurizaki Inuko, I've encountered that doctor as well. Though he demands payment, his medical skills are beyond reproach. Asame, you wretched woman. With your checkered past, don't even think about extorting him. It's disgusting. Harakami Hayori, that doctor braved the heavy snow to treat your grandson. And you still contemplate taking advantage of him? Such a person deserves nothing less than condemnation. Truly a beast, worse than swine. Ah, you lot of wretches. Asame, upon reading these messages at home, felt a wave of darkness wash over her and fainted. Meanwhile, Sakurai Rya, who had brought her back into the group, felt a twinge of embarrassment and bit her lip, deleting the words she had just intended to say. She then proceeded to add Yamashita Junichiro as a friend. Feeling dizzy after consuming food given by her neighbor, and her stomach ached, prompting her urgent need for a doctor. Just as Song Hakuin was preparing to head out, he suddenly spotted this message. Initially taken aback, he accepted the friend request. Upon seeing the message from Sakurai Rya, a playful expression crossed his face, and he casually replied, I'm aware of your situation, but whether he can come is uncertain. Await my news. Thank you. Sakurai Rya, relieved by his accommodating demeanor, felt a growing sense of regret for having aided that wretched Asame on several occasions, realizing her poor judgment. On the other hand, Song Hakuin, fully equipped, stepped out once more. However, he had no intention of seeking out Sakurai Rya. He wasn't desperate for a woman. Instead, he prioritized acquiring supplies at a high price, loading them into his space before finally sending a message to Sakurai Rya. The lad said he could come, but he doesn't want money. He only proposed one condition. What condition? Feeling increasingly faint, Sakurai Rya forced herself to respond. He is your admirer. If you are willing to be with him, he will come to treat you. Shameless. Upon reading this message, Sakurai Rya felt utterly unwell. Yet, as her dizziness intensified and her stomach discomfort worsened, she struggled to send a voice message. Fine, let him come. In 30, no, 20 minutes. Otherwise, I want to be able to hold on. This woman, could she truly be gravely ill? Upon hearing her voice message, Song Hakuin hesitated. After all, there are countless paths to take, but safety is paramount. He had no desire to enter and catch an illness. However, shortly thereafter, he received the electronic lock password and a message from the other party. Just come in directly. I feel so unwell that I can hardly get up. Well, let's go take a look then. As the saying goes, a healer has the heart of a parent. Song Hakuin decided to check on her, for after all, this woman had lived no shorter a life than his own, and she should not be gravely ill. If she were truly suffering from a serious affliction, Song Hakuin would not expend his efforts on her. Just as he was about to set off, he suddenly overheard the conversation of a young couple through the thin iron door. Haha, that fool actually bought supplies at 10 times the price. We're going to make a fortune this time. Indeed, it's just a snowstorm. How long could it possibly last? It's not like we're living decades ago. Why don't we sell our rations for the next few days to him? We can make some extra money and go out to have fun once the snow stops. Let us wait and see. If the snow lightens, we can call that fool back. Hearing their unabashed chatter, Song Hakuin smirked disdainfully and turned to leave. He felt no anger. Rather, he was somewhat amused. He anticipated the moment when these foolish, greedy neighbors would realize that the snow would not cease in a few days and that the accumulation had already reached 3 to 4 meters. At that point, not even 100 times the price would procure any supplies. Their expressions would surely be quite entertaining. Soon after, Song Hakuin arrived at the door of room 231. Beep, beep, beep. After entering the password, he effortlessly pulled the door open. He was taken aback, for he saw a man attempting to crawl through the window. The original glass was shattered, and the man wielded a broken window hammer. To his astonishment, he recognized this individual, Koji Okatani, a former colleague known for his habitual tardiness and lewdness, often ogling attractive female customers. He would frequently take advantage of his status as a permanent employee to make life difficult for Song Hakuin, a mere student worker. What a twist of fate. Song Hakuin greeted him with a friendly smile. Song Hakuin. Koji Okatani was startled upon seeing Song Hakuin enter and instinctively tried to retreat. However, his expression quickly turned cold. The reason Sakura Rya had fainted was that he had added something to her food. Now that Song Hakuin had discovered him, if Sakura Rya were to wake up, she would surely notice the anomaly and alert the authorities. At that point, he would be implicated in poisoning and attempted assault. His life would be ruined. Thus, this situation could not be allowed to unfold. Fortunately, Sakura Rya was currently unconscious. If he eliminated Song Hakuin, this incident would remain concealed. Presently, Song Hakuin was unarmed. While he held a hammer in his grasp, the advantage was his. It was time to act. Resolute, Koji Okatani jumped through the window into the room. Upon witnessing his landing, Song Haokuin nearly applauded. Chapter 80. It's not my fault. It's all her mother's doing. As Koji Okita landed, he immediately stepped onto shards of glass, resulting in a piercing scream as he leaped back up. Yet, his misfortune only deepened. Koji Okita fell again, suffering a secondary injury, and his body uncontrollably tilted backward before he landed heavily on the ground. Fortunately, his leather pants, lined with cotton, spared him from greater harm. However, the back of his head struck the wall with a resounding thud. Bang! Song Haokuin winced at the sound, feeling a pang of sympathy for him, particularly because this fellow truly lacked common sense. In a desperate attempt to rise, Koji Okita tried to push himself up with his hands, only to be met with more shards of glass piercing his palms. What followed was even more bewildering for Song Haokuin. Gritting his teeth, Koji Okita finally managed to stand, glaring at himself as if he had insulted the entire female lineage of his family. Song Haokuin, I want you dead. Faced with such hostility from Koji Okita, Song Haokuin could only roll his eyes in disbelief. However, a realization struck him. The reason Sakura Ria fainted was likely due to this troublemaker's antics. After all, he wouldn't have broken the window otherwise. In that case, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Song Haokuin thought to himself with a slight smile, gazing at the disheveled Koji Okita charging toward him. Go die? Koji Okita found the smile unsettling, but he dismissed it from his mind. His sole focus was on one objective: eliminate Song Haokuin. Yet, a mere second later, the sole of Song Haokuin's size 43 shoe pressed against his head, causing his face to intimately meet the glass shards. The pain was excruciating for Koji Okita, with blood, tears, and saliva streaming out uncontrollably. Boo-hoo. Song Haokuin, I beg you spare me. For the sake of our shared workplace. Please. Shared workplace? The mere mention of those words elicited laughter from Song Haokuin. Did you ever consider that phrase when you falsely accused me, when you slacked off and dumped your work on others? Or when you looked down on me with your condescending attitude? I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. I can pay you. I beg you. Hearing his pleas and feeling the pressure intensify, Koji Okita writhed in agony. Song Haokuin, murder is a crime. You are still young and a top student. You must not tread down the path of lawlessness. Are you lecturing me? Song Haokuin chuckled at his threats, yet eased the pressure on his foot, shifting the conversation. What did you give Sakura Ria? I gave her sleeping pills and diuretics. Koji Okita, fearing deception, spoke the truth. Oh, you certainly know how to play. In response to his words, Song Haokuin smirked mockingly and proceeded to make a phone call right in front of him. Rabbit, the job is ready. Come to 2301. After the call, Song Haokuin promptly hung up. 1 minute later, the hefty rabbit girl, weighing 250 pounds, appeared with a radiant glow. Song Haokuin presented her with a box of Colombian coffee, a box of chocolates, and a bag of chicken legs, anxious that Rabbit Girl and Keita Okatani might not find enjoyment. With a mischievous grin, Rabbit Girl accepted Song Haokuin's generous gifts, her plump face quivering with delight. She proceeded to lead the bound Keita Okatani, whose hands were shackled behind him and feet secured with handcuffs, into the guest room of Ria Sakurai's home. Shortly thereafter, anguished cries emanated from the guest room. Meanwhile, Song Haokuin carried Ria Sakurai away from the scene, where shattered windows allowed the cold wind to howl. Clearly not an appropriate setting for conversation. Thus, he escorted her to the underground parking garage, where he entered his spacious, luxurious vehicle and cranked the heating to maximum. After a duration of 69 minutes, Song Haokuin swung open the car door and stepped out. Leaning against the back door, Ria Sakurai, cradling her pale, lovely legs with flushed knees, regarded Song Haokuin as he walked away, her expression one of peculiar curiosity. What manner of creature is this fellow? At that moment, Song Haokuin, oblivious to her musings, skillfully retrieved a cigarette and lit it. Exhaling a plume of smoke that curled like a dragon, he returned upstairs, confirming that Rabbit Girl had indeed dealt with the unfortunate soul, leaving no trace behind. Once again, he descended to the underground garage, emerging from the vehicle's exit and retrieving a snowmobile from his storage space. He first paid a visit to Fat Wong, delivering some of his favorite treats, along with 2 batteries and fuel. Fat Wong was Song Haokuin's sole companion in the island nation, a brother-in-arms from the apocalyptic days. Furthermore, there was a particular reason Song Haokuin held great esteem for him. He owned a dog named Junichiro Koizumi. In the first week of the apocalypse, Fat Wong consumed whatever the dog ate. By the second week, he had begun to partake of dog food, eating whatever the canine dined upon. By the third week, he had exhausted the remaining dog food, and whatever Fat Wong excreted, Koizumi consumed. By the fourth week, Fat Wong's eyes had turned a hungry shade of green. Yet he could not bring himself to feast upon his dog. Ultimately, he perished mere days before being dismembered by others. Hence, if circumstances allowed, Song Haokuen would not hesitate to extend a hand to Fat Wang. His motivations were not solely rooted in benevolence and camaraderie. There was a tinge of foresight in his actions. He sought to uncover reliable allies. As the protracted duration of the apocalypse would lead to a dramatic decline in the population, yet the number of those with extraordinary abilities would undoubtedly rise. Indeed, these gifted individuals would begin to unite, forging new classes and factions, possibly even establishing new regimes. Thus, he began to comprehend why the world's elite and powerful were reluctant to endure hardship alongside the common folk. They did not wish for anyone to share in their profits, to usurp the power they held, nor to lose their status and comfortable lives. The reason they continued to deceive the public without appearing too greedy was likely due to their fear of future abilities users seeking retribution. At 3:47 p.m., Song Haokuen arrived at the hospital with Ito Miyuki, where the atmosphere was already filled with despair. Clearly, there had been an overwhelming number of deaths in recent days. Witnessing such a scene, Ito Miyuki's small pearl-like eyes brimmed with tears, urging her to quicken her pace. Hours earlier, she had received the tragic news from the hospital. Due to a failure in the power system, her elderly mother had succumbed to the cold. Had it not been for Song Haokuen insisting she wait for him, she might have already crawled her way to the hospital. Observing her sorrowful demeanor, Song Haokuen felt a twinge of guilt, for with his abilities, he could have saved her mother. However, he knew he could not do so, as her mother was a formidable and shrewd woman. With her presence, Ito Miyuki would never be wholly compliant with him. Such a version of Ito Miyuki was not what he desired. Thus, if blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon her mother's character, and Song Haokuen's actions were dictated by her. Yes, it was all her mother's doing. With this thought, Song Haokuen's mood lightened considerably, but soon, he furrowed his brow again. For he could not bear to see others suffer, especially beautiful women. At that moment, he spotted the pediatrician he had encountered before. Back then, she had exuded elegance with her long hair, white coat, and form-fitting attire. Yet now, she was bundled in a bulky down jacket, besieged by a pair of parents. The man pointed an accusatory finger at her, hurling insults. "Wretch, give me back my son's life." The woman, meanwhile, screamed and shoved the doctor. "Wretched woman, why did my son die, and you remain unscathed? You vile creature, my son is dead. How dare you still be alive?" Chapter 81. Now that you're here, take it all. I am truly sorry, sir and madam. I understand your feelings deeply. However, with the water, electricity, and gas cut off, the hospital's heating conditions are severely limited. The red-eyed, head-down Shayu Emi continuously apologized to the enraged and despairing couple. Yet, her meek demeanor only provoked the couple further, while onlookers remained coldly indifferent. After enduring several days of frigid trials, the Japanese, accustomed to only sweeping their own doorsteps, now appeared even more selfish and malicious. Their tempers more extreme and perilous. Many not only lacked any inclination to assist, but also reveled in the misfortunes of others, whispering malevolently. Limited heating facilities? Why are only patients freezing to death? None of you doctors or nurses have died? Don't just push her, scratch her, kick her, bite her, strip her of her clothes. Fight, fight. If you can move, don't just chatter. The female doctor, strikingly beautiful and possessing an admirable physique, evoked thoughts of unspeakable desires. In the midst of such a tumultuous atmosphere, fueled by the provocations of a reckless couple, the man began to manhandle Shiyu Hui Mei, while the woman viciously grasped her hair. "Please, I implore you do not," she cried, her voice laced with desperation. "If you continue, I shall call the police." Yet, this utterance only served to incite the unruly couple further. "Call the police. I dare you," they shouted, their vitriol intensifying. The man, towering and brawny, delivered a brutal punch to Shayu Hui Mei's face. At this critical moment, Song Haokuen sprang into action, swiftly seizing the man's fist and twisting it with force. In an instant, the tables turned. The man's wrist shattered with a sickening crack, and he fell to his knee, howling in agony. However, the woman, undeterred by the unfolding chaos, lunged at Song Haokuen, aiming to claw his face. Unfazed, he retaliated with a powerful kick, launching her several meters away. She crumpled to the ground, her face pale, unable to utter a sound as she retched violently, as though her very insides were being expelled. Witnessing his wife's plight, the man, still kneeling, roared in fury and swung his remaining fist towards Song Haokuen's groin. Anticipating the attack, Song Haokuen chuckled derisively and thrust his knee forward. The man's fist collided painfully with his knee, a futile endeavor that resulted in further agony. With the man incapacitated, Song Haokuen's knee ascended to meet his jaw, and before he could emit a cry, he collapsed, rolling several times before lying still, bloodied and foaming at the mouth. In that moment, silence enveloped the corridor, as onlookers recoiled in fear. Amidst this turmoil, Xiaoyu Hui Mei felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Song Haokuan, whose handsome profile and graceful movements had left her momentarily flushed. "Sir, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. My name is Xiaoyu Hui Mei, a pediatrician," she declared. "No need for formalities," Song Haokuan replied with a gentle smile, retrieving a business card from his pocket. "Here is my card. Should you require further assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. I am a responsible man." With that, he turned to depart, as those in his path stepped aside, awestruck by his presence. As for those who might arise to say, "How can you leave after striking someone? You must wait for the police," such individuals were conspicuously absent. Instead, they gazed at Song Haokuan with either fear or admiration, which lent him a rather delightful sense of dominance akin to a tiger among sheep. Moments later, Song Haokuan arrived at the hospital room of Ito Mayuki's mother. The once formidable and astute woman now lay pallid and lifeless, her body rigid and devoid of warmth. Ito Mayuki, in a state of despair, wept uncontrollably beside the corpse. Observing this, Song Haokuan refrained from uttering meaningless words of comfort in moments of profound sorrow. Such reassurances fall flat. Silently, he drew the curtains, gathered the combustible materials within the room, and added some of his own supplies to kindle warmth while Ito Mayuki was momentarily distracted. Given that the hospital was devoid of electricity, he was not concerned about the activation of any sprinkler systems. Outside, passers-by noticed Song Haokuan starting a fire and were inspired to imitate his actions. Chaos soon enveloped the entire hospital. There were even a couple of fools who, in their ignorance, managed to ignite the inpatient ward, causing flames to swiftly spread. Song Haokuan was the first to sense the impending danger and forcefully pulled Ito Mayuki away from the building. However, he did not anticipate that someone would so foolishly covet his snowmobile. Thus, he assisted Ito Mayuki into the vehicle, her mother's lifeless body in tow. To their dismay, 3 men approached, flanking them. "Hey, kid, that snowmobile looks great. How about letting us use it?" one of them said. Without hesitation, Song Haokuan retrieved his keys from his pocket and hurled them at the man's face. The man was caught off guard as the keys struck his nose, breaking it and causing a torrent of blood to flow as he fell to his knees in agony. As for his 2 companions, Song Haokuan dispatched them with a swift punch and a kick, stripping them of their clothing before shoving them into the snow. And then he returned home with Ito Mayuki and her mother. Upon arriving at Ito Mayuki's residence, he discovered it was nearly devoid of supplies, prompting him to concoct yet another excuse to search for resources. This time, he returned to the hospital, making his way to the main building of Kanagawa Hospital. Once bustling with patients, the structure now stood nearly empty. The inpatient ward still had some beds and heating provisions, and the doctors and nurses had their own accommodations. This area primarily served for consultations and surgeries, and in the midst of the heavy snowfall and frigid temperatures, most chose not to linger. Song Haokuan's purpose for this visit was to obtain medical equipment and supplies from the pharmacy. After all, he couldn't leave empty-handed, could he? Although he had previously acquired a fair amount of medical devices and medications from the logistics park, he was uncertain about their completeness and recognized many of them were unfamiliar to him. The hospital housed comprehensive sets of equipment that, once removed and connected to power, could be readily utilized. The inpatient department has already caught fire, and the consultation building has been completely reduced to ashes, which seems entirely reasonable. Indeed, quite reasonable. A sly smile graced Song Haokuan's face as he stepped into the vast edifice. However, to his surprise, shortly after entering the lobby, he was met with harsh and aggressive shouts. "What are you doing? The hospital is not accepting patients right now. Leave at once." Chapter 82, The Cunning Trickster. The plight of modern medicine is indeed tragic. With the power outage, all equipment assistance has ceased, rendering the diagnosis of any ailment impossible. Upon noticing the security guard who suddenly emerged, Song Haokuan did not feel anger, but rather a sudden realization struck him. Yet, the security guard assigned to guard the entrance was in an exceptionally foul mood. He had been trapped here for 2 days, while the doctors could rest during the power outage. These poor guards, however, were forced to remain on duty, enduring the frigid atmosphere of the hospital. Hearing Song Haokuan speak in what seemed to be Chinese, with an expression that appeared rather peculiar, the guard mistakenly assumed he was being insulted in his native tongue. Consequently, his countenance grew even more unsightly, and he unleashed a torrent of profanities to drive him away. "Baka, can't you understand Japanese? Get out of here. If you don't leave, I'll beat you to a pulp. Or perhaps I should just kill you first." Song Haokuan initially had no intention of troubling a mere security guard, but upon the guard's tirade of obscenities, he felt no obligation to spare him. Thus, he raised his arm and delivered a punch. That single blow shattered the guard's nasal bridge, causing him to collapse to the ground, writhing in agony. Blood streaming from his nose and tears from his eyes as he wailed in despair. As for why he chose not to kill him, undoubtedly, such an act would only lead to a more agonizing demise. In such frigid temperatures, many have succumbed to infections and inflammations simply from minor wounds that went untreated. With a shattered nasal bone and no possibility for surgical intervention, the outcome was all too predictable. Farewell, and may you have a cleaner mouth in your next life. With the lone security guard incapacitated, Song Haokuin made his way eastward. The first floor of the hospital typically housed the payment hall and triage area, with only the pharmacy and scanning equipment such as chest x-ray machines holding any value for him. An hour and a half later, Song Haokuin arrived at the 7th floor, which was designated for gynecology and included a spacious staff lounge. Here, amidst the usual medical instruments and pharmaceuticals, he stumbled upon a plethora of miscellaneous items within the cabinets of various doctors and nurses. These included an assortment of novelty items, small umbrellas, and massage tools. No wonder they say one should never marry a sales nurse from the bank. After nearly emptying the place, Song Haokuin prepared to head straight to the 8th floor, home to the proctology department. However, he did not anticipate that halfway up the staircase, he would again hear the hurried footsteps from below, followed by familiar shouts of anger. "Baka, brothers, it's that Chinese pig who injured me. He must have stolen the hospital's supplies." Hearing the voice of the security guard, Song Haokuin could not help but shake his head in lamentation. "If you desire an early demise, I shall facilitate your swift passage to the realm of bliss." Yet, before he could act, the unruly guards began to jeer once more. "You Chinese monkey, you seem to be tired of living. How dare this Chinese pig create chaos in our homeland? Brothers, let us eliminate this Chinese pig. If anything goes awry, I will take full responsibility." Growing weary of their incessant babble, Song Haokuin drew his submachine gun and unleashed a barrage aimed at their lower bodies. The sound of gunfire echoed. Puff, puff, puff. 11 security guards were rendered utterly stunned, unable to react before bullets struck them, causing blood to gush from their thighs, calves, and groins. "Ah, help, my leg. This man is a devil. It hurts so much, I'm dying. Who will save me? There is so much blood, I'm fainting." At that moment, the wretched cries of pain masked the true horror of their situation. Their blood had scarcely begun to flow when the frigid temperatures froze it, causing their legs or buttocks to adhere to the ground. As they struggled to crawl away, their hands and skin, having come into contact with the blood, rapidly froze, leading to severe frostbite. Song Haokuin, possessing a benevolent heart, could not bear to witness their suffering. In a fit of kindness, he devised a means to warm them. He poured 2 barrels of gasoline over their bodies, then lit a cigarette, savoring a deep inhale. With a casual flick of his windproof lighter, he tossed the burning cigarette but onto the gasoline. "I truly am a kind-hearted individual." As the flames erupted, Song Haokuin commended himself before casually strolling upstairs with his hands in his pockets, indifferent to the agonized cries behind him. Approximately 20 minutes later, having cleared the 3rd floor, he returned to the 8th floor, where the unfortunate guards had been reduced to charred remnants. However, a sense of unease began to creep over him. Upon counting the skulls, he was alarmed to find the number was amiss. Only 10 remained. Furrowing his brow, Song Haokuin's right hand gripped a Colt Python revolver while his left wielded a beautifully patterned Damascus steel knife. Just as he equipped himself, a shadowy figure descended from above, half of its body charred, its face completely disfigured. Strangely, the hair at the back of its head was lush and unscathed, glistening darkly and cascading down to its lower back, reminiscent of a creature from Japanese folklore, the SHK. As it approached within half a meter of Song Haokuin, it opened its gaping maw, revealing 2 elongated fangs akin to those of a vampire. Roar! What manner of creature is this? From the moment Song Haokuin descended, he sensed that something was amiss. As it prepared to launch an attack, he had already raised his head and aimed his pistol at the creature. Although he could not discern its true nature, he deemed it prudent to unleash a barrage of bullets upon it. Bang! 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 The large-caliber revolver discharged 6 rounds in rapid succession, 2 bullets striking the creature's head, while the remaining 4 found their mark on its torso. However, the firearms proved to inflict minimal damage. The bullets pierced its body only to be rapidly healed. This, in turn, incited the creature, cloaked in darkness, into a furious rage. With a deafening roar, it violently tossed its head, its flowing black hair transforming into whips of steel that lashed out towards Song Haokuin. Though it could not speak, its combat intelligence was evidently high. Recognizing this peculiar tactic, Song Haokuin remained unflustered as he analyzed the situation. Given the creature's hair was evidently a weapon, he was prepared. His reluctance to abandon his Void Gate defense and attempt to ensnare the creature stemmed from this. Its hair could easily ensnare him and draw him back. And the Void Gate was his greatest trump card. Allowing the creature to escape would render it far more challenging to eliminate later. Moreover, he was wary of any strange abilities it might possess that could inflict harm at close range. Thus, Song Haokuin crouched low, skillfully dodging and rolling as he hurled a steel knife. Clang! The knife met the approaching hair, sparking and resonating with the sound of metal clashing. Realizing the resilience of the creature's hair, he wasted no time in retreating. The monster relentlessly pursued him, twisting and crawling along walls and ceilings, incessantly using its hair to attack. As Song Haokuin executed serpentine maneuvers to evade its strikes, he contemplated his strategy. Against such a remarkably agile creature, or perhaps an ability user, bullets proved ineffectual. His offensive options were limited, leaving him with but one recourse: traps. Chapter 83. A New Ability. It appeared that this creature's stamina far exceeded his own, yet it was not invincible. With the monster harboring a deep-seated hatred for him and having gathered sufficient intelligence, Song Haokuin narrowed his eyes and began to set his plans in motion. While continuously evading attacks, he countered with gunfire. Initially, the creature did not flinch, but Song Haokuin astutely observed that its healing rate had noticeably slowed. Eventually, it began to dodge his bullets, particularly those aimed at its heart. Thus, he deduced its weakness. However, this creature moved with astonishing speed, adeptly scaling walls and ceilings with both hands and feet, making it a formidable challenge to strike its vital points. Unless one possesses formidable area of effect damage skills, it is evident that his abilities have not reached such heights. However, lacking sufficient power, he resorts to munitions. In his possession are numerous artillery pieces. He has 10 large oil tanks stored in his warehouse and over 100 fuel trucks, along with countless gasoline barrels. Too many for him to count. Thus, the fleeing Song Haokuin discovered an optimal ambush location: the multifunctional intensive care operating room on the 7th floor. This surgical suite is exceptionally enclosed and situated in the heart of the building, accessible only through a formidable steel door. Luring him inside, it would be impossible for him to escape in the short term. Detonating a significant quantity of sulfur bombs and gasoline bombs would undoubtedly inflict immense damage upon him. Without delay, Song Haokuin sprang into action, racing towards the operating room on the 7th floor. The long-haired monster, exhibiting no doubt whatsoever, relentlessly pursued him with brutish vigor. Soon, they arrived at the operating room. Song Haokuin executed a series of agile maneuvers, retrieving his sniper rifle to fire at the monster from close range. Bang! Though the creature appeared to lack intelligence, its combat instincts were remarkably acute, allowing it to sense the sniper's threat and evade without hesitation. Yet, a sinister smile crept across Song Haokuin's lips as he observed its movements, for his true target was not the beast itself, but rather the gasoline barrels situated not far behind it. Boom! In an instant, the sniper round struck the oil barrel, igniting the grenades and gasoline barrels that Song Haokuin had strategically placed. A terrifying series of explosions ensued in a flash. Nevertheless, the monster managed to react, charging towards Song Haokuin at the entrance. However, Song Haokuin swiftly opened a void portal, sealing the door completely. Consequently, the beast crashed headlong into his spatial domain. A triumphant smile graced Song Haokuin's face, but it was short-lived as the creature's long hair erupted explosively, embedding itself in the nearby walls, and astonishingly, it yanked itself free. Yet, the series of explosions continued unabated, and the monster, overwhelmed by the force, found the majority of its body thrust into Song Haokuin's space. Witnessing its continued struggles, Song Haokuin exploited the one-way nature of the void portal, hurling gasoline bombs into the operating room once more. Boom, boom, boom. After another series of violent detonations, the monster finally ceased its resistance, completely confined within his spatial realm. However, Song Haokuin displayed no signs of elation. Instead, his expression turned tense as he swiftly fled. The magnitude of the explosions had been utterly outrageous. He could clearly see numerous cracks forming along the walls, and the flames began to spread uncontrollably. This building was destined to collapse. Given his current physical condition, being trapped beneath the rubble would undoubtedly spell his doom. Thus, Song Haokuin promptly shattered the window and found himself beneath a commercial quadrotor drone. This contraption had been in commercial use for quite some time. Yet due to concerns regarding stability and safety, its operation within urban environments was generally prohibited. However, now he wielded the freedom to utilize it as he wished, contingent only upon the drone's battery endurance. The model beneath him boasted a range of 500 kilometers, yet in the frigid winter conditions, its effective range dwindled to a mere 200 kilometers. despite the current temperature plummeting to over -50 degrees if it managed to traverse a distance of 100 kilometers. Song Haokuen would commend its performance. Ultimately, the drone's achievement was quite remarkable, 103 kilometers. He could only offer it a thumbs up before vanishing into the snowy expanse. Seeking refuge in a secluded area, immersed in his consciousness, he began to assess the status of the creature. Now, over 20 minutes had elapsed, and astonishingly, the monster had yet to succumb to asphyxiation, undeniably showcasing its formidable strength. The more resilient it proved, the more exhilarated Song Haokuen became, as its power and essence would be absorbed by him. Hence, he awaited to see how long it could endure. However, as another half-hour passed, darkness enveloped the outside world, and still, the creature had not perished. At a certain moment, Song Haokuen's software finally registered a realization. This monster had, from the very beginning, not taken a single breath. This implied that it was incapable of suffocating. Upon this revelation, Song Haokuen was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, since it could not be starved of life, he resolved to eliminate it directly. With determination, he began to search within his realm. Soon, he discovered a method to vanquish the beast. He procured a large cage of pure steel, filling it with explosives and incendiary devices. Once prepared, he released the creature and detonated the traps. Boom, boom, boom. Following a series of terrifying explosions, the cage was utterly contorted, and the monster finally collapsed in defeat. Song Haokuen immediately retrieved it into his realm, feeling a warm surge of energy infuse his being. This time, his physical prowess experienced yet another enhancement, surpassing the increase he had received from Wang Pengzi by at least 5-fold. His current physical condition was nearly 3 times that of an ordinary person. Furthermore, the volume of his otherworldly space surged once more. 2402, 40240. Astonishingly, he also awakened a new ability, spatial perception. His awareness of nearby spatial fluctuations now extended to a radius of 240 meters. This included falling snowflakes, passing birds, and even bullets hurtling through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Upon sensing the incoming bullets, Song Haokuen finally heard the gunfire. Fortunately, his reflexes had already far surpassed those of an average individual. The adversary wielded merely a standard rifle, with bullets traversing at a mere 23 times the speed of sound. At a distance of 240 meters, he would have approximately 0.3 seconds to react upon sensing the bullet's approach. Thus, Song Haokuen not only executed a roll to evade the projectile, but also discerned the silhouettes of his attackers, a small contingent of soldiers from the island nation. The assailant, taken aback by the fact that his shot had missed, wore an expression of disbelief. Chapter 84. Sharpening the blade against the invaders. What on earth is happening? Muttered Donya Kiteda, astonished, as he stared wide-eyed. I had him in my sights for ages. How could he possibly evade my fire? Their regiment's encampment was situated nearby, and upon hearing the incessant explosions, they promptly dispatched a 7-man team to investigate. Upon discovering the suspicious figure of Song Haokuen, who was grinning malevolently near the explosion site, the captain, a self-proclaimed sharpshooter, unhesitatingly unleashed a volley from behind. Yet, astonishingly, his intended target managed to take cover. Reality was far from the realm of urban legends. Not everyone was a retired warrior. Moreover, his bullets flew at twice the speed of sound, meaning that any ordinary person would already have been struck by the time they heard the gunfire, leaving no opportunity for evasion. Thus, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Brothers, surround him. If anything goes awry, call for backup immediately. However, his subordinates were nonchalant, with one even jesting, seriously, Captain? Are we that jumpy? There's just one person against our 7 elite fighters. Do we really need backup? Indeed. Our comrades will mock us. Yet, witnessing the captain's serious demeanor, they fell silent, swiftly transitioning into a combat-ready state. The 7 divided into 3 small teams, providing cross-coverage as they advanced towards the 2-story building. Nevertheless, the heavy snowfall severely impeded their mobility. On the other hand, as they encroached within 200 meters of Song Haokuen, a smile crept upon his face. Although his spatial awareness would be somewhat diminished by the cover, a distance of 200 meters afforded him ample opportunity. With the enemy in the light and himself concealed, he maintained a significant advantage in firepower. The probability of victory in this confrontation stood at an impressive 99.78%. The deducted 0.22 accounted for the possibility of unexpected reinforcements. However, with his agility, he was confident he could extricate himself unscathed even in such adverse conditions. After a swift contemplation, Song Haokuen immediately entered a state of readiness. Instead of remaining at the high ground, he opted to position himself at the stairwell on the 1st floor. With his keen perception, he could effectively suppress the enemy's line of sight. The three groups of adversaries were well-trained and coordinated, taking turns to monitor the area. Any exposure on his part would undoubtedly expose him to danger. 180 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters. Upon reaching the staircase, Song Haokuin crouched down and closed his eyes, honing his senses to the utmost. He awaited the optimal range as the squad approached from the southeast, and without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets rained down, transforming two individuals into mere targets. Damn it. Call for support immediately. Covering fire for retreat. Dongye Koetian, exhibiting exceptional combat acumen, swiftly made the most prudent decision. Yet, one of his subordinates acted impulsively, for it was his closest comrade who had fallen. Kobayashi Hiroya hesitated to retreat. Instead, he aimed his weapon at the source of the fire. However, Song Haokuin was concealed behind cover, shielded by a thick layer of snow, rendering even elite soldiers unable to pinpoint his exact location. Conversely, Song Haokuin retaliated with remarkable precision, expending an entire magazine without reloading, instead switching to a Type 81 rifle to target Kobayashi and his two companions. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Following a relentless barrage, two were slain on the spot, leaving one, who had been shot 3 times, still alive. This survivor was none other than Kobayashi Hiroya. At that moment, anger and impulsiveness faded into the past. All that remained in his mind were 2 words: fear. Captain, I've been shot. Help me. Help. He repeatedly called out over the communication channel, yet received no response. Damn it all. Dongye Koetian, with a heavy heart, severed the communication. He was consumed by fury, yet he understood the necessity of remaining resolute. We'll split up, burrow into the snow, and escape. After issuing this command, Dongye Koetian plunged beneath the snow's surface. However, it was too late. The reason Song Haokuin allowed them to approach within 100 meters before springing into action was to ensure they had no avenue for retreat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Another volley rang out, claiming the life of Dongye Koetian's last remaining brother. Nevertheless, Dongye Koetian managed to flee into a nearby building. Once inside, he immediately sought the most advantageous hiding spot, the corner of the bathroom. In this position, unless the enemy possessed high-precision thermal imaging or powerful live detection radar, it was nearly impossible for them to uncover his presence. Therefore, Dongye Koetian concealed himself and promptly established contact with headquarters. Reporting to headquarters, we were ambushed during our outing. 6 team members have perished, and there is currently only one adversary, exhibiting exceptional combat skills and vigor. Requesting assistance from Kanagawa, 1st Infantry Division's base. What? In the vast underground bunker, the commander of the infantry division was initially taken aback by this news, then incredulously questioned, is there really only one assailant? Are you certain? Yes, sir. The enemy's marksmanship is even superior to mine, and they may possess. But before he could finish his thought, the conversation came to an abrupt halt, interrupted by the sharp crack of gunfire resonating through the phone. Bang! That unmistakable sound belonged to an anti-material sniper rifle, and the shooter was none other than Song Haokuin. With his exceptional marksmanship, complemented by his acute spatial awareness, he was nothing short of extraordinary. While ordinary bullets might struggle to penetrate concrete, the anti-material sniper rifle, equipped with armor-piercing rounds, proved to be lethal. Thus, Dongye Kitano met his demise with a bullet to the head. Song Haokuin swiftly approached the lifeless body, exhilarated as he collected both the man and his equipment. Although he had previously plundered 2 large logistics centers and amassed a mountain of goods at the Tokyo port, such military supplies were a rarity. The helmets, bulletproof vests, and armored pants were treasures in his eyes. Upon hearing the gunfire, the commander of the infantry regiment surmised it was likely a sniper rifle, and a wave of cold sweat washed over him. If their adversary possessed sufficient firepower, coupled with exceptional shooting skills and a large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle, they would think twice before venturing outside. After all, the effective range of an anti-material sniper rifle extends to 2 kilometers or more. Their infantry regiment was equipped solely with conventional weapons, lacking missiles or similar offensive capabilities. Moreover, the enemy operated from the shadows while they remained exposed. As the saying goes, what you fear often comes to pass. Just as Murphy's Law suggests, luck can turn in the most unexpected ways. At this moment, Song Haokuin was en route to the regiment's headquarters. Since these individuals had not retreated, he resolved to eliminate them. Today, they dared to fire upon him. Tomorrow, they might even launch artillery against him. In Kanagawa Prefecture, there was no room for such formidable individuals to exist. Chapter 85, Learning on the Go. In the air raid shelter of Kanayama, the commander urgently ordered, notify everyone to enter a state of alert. After calling for Dongye Kitano for a full minute with no response, The commander of the Kanagawa 1st Infantry Regiment issued the command. The entire camp transitioned into a state of readiness. However, they were fated to find no trace of him. This was due to Song Haokwen's extraordinary perceptive abilities. Furthermore, Song Haokwen was astute enough not to directly assault their headquarters. Having previously surveyed the Doomsday Utopia Hotel, which had been transformed from an old air raid shelter, he understood that the most critical aspect of such underground bunkers was their ventilation systems. A person could endure hunger for an extended period and survive without water for 3 days, but without air, one could last at most 3 minutes. This was true even for those trained. An ordinary person would suffer brain damage from prolonged oxygen deprivation. Thus, Song Haokwen deployed multiple drones for reconnaissance. Although drone endurance significantly diminishes in winter, he possessed a stockpile of tens of thousands of them. Even with continuous flight for 24 hours, he had enough for years of uninterrupted operations. An hour later, Song Haokwen effortlessly pinpointed the locations of 4 ventilation ducts. One was attributed to the drone's assistance, while the other was due to the opposing party's awareness of the duct's significance. They dispatched personnel daily to maintain them, and the conspicuous black holes in the snow were not particularly challenging to locate. The sole drawback was the considerable distance between the 4 exhaust vents, rendering it somewhat arduous for Song Haokwen to dismantle them simultaneously. Should he trigger one, the adversary might deploy a substantial force, perhaps even resorting to weapons of mass destruction, which could pose a significant threat. Contemplating this, Song Haokwen furrowed his brow in concern. If only he had a few more allies at that moment. However, it was evident that such a notion was implausible. He vowed never again to place his trust in anyone, especially regarding an assault on military forces. How should he proceed? He was not adept at crafting timed explosives. Song Haokwen pondered for a while, his furrowed brow reflecting his predicament. Yet, inspiration soon struck him. He opened Google Chrome and searched for instructions on how to create a timed bomb. After a thorough search, he was indeed successful. One could only assert that the phrase freedom in America, with artillery every day, was no mere jest. Within the realm of the lethal software, various experts offered tutorials, alongside tactical courses for special forces, which were akin to treasures for Song Haokwen. It was astonishing that such videos were readily accessible online, contributing to the chaos in America. Half an hour later, having dedicated himself to the study of timed explosives, Song Haokwen replicated 4 devices using identical materials as demonstrated in the video. He strategically placed them beside the ventilation shafts, accompanied by an ample supply of combustible and detonating materials. At precisely 7:59 p.m., glancing at his Richard Mille watch, a mischievous smile crept across Song Haokwen's lips. A second later, a series of 3 explosions erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Song Haokwen witnessed 3 pillars of fire shoot into the sky, yet the northeastern area remained eerily silent. Puzzled, he tilted his head in confusion. He could not comprehend why his replicas, crafted with identical materials, had seemingly failed, or had the oversight occurred. Thus, he deployed another drone for reconnaissance. After all, these were timed explosives, and the cautious Song Haokwen would not dare approach them personally. He could not forget the countless individuals who, during the New Year celebrations, had mishandled firecrackers that failed to detonate, only to fall victim to Murphy's Law. Just as the drone neared the ventilation shaft, within a mere 200 meters, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending a fireball soaring into the heavens. Witnessing the blaze, Song Haokwen couldn't help but chuckle, while those within the base were left in shock. Initially, they believed their commander was merely overreacting. However, now, following the explosion of the 3 ventilation shafts, and subsequently the final one, an overwhelming sense of panic engulfed them all. Yet, the infantry commander, Shideong Tai, exhibited remarkable acumen. Recognizing that an assault on the ventilation shafts signified an imminent attack on their main body, he understood the necessity of not being trapped here. Thus, he promptly issued orders for everyone to arm themselves and evacuate. He also activated the precious backup power supply and initiated the nearby military radar station. However, their radar was designed for aerial surveillance, not for ground detection, rendering it somewhat futile. Moreover, Song Haokwen had anticipated such a scenario. Near the cave's exit, he had strategically placed a multitude of highly realistic silicone simulation robots. The charming starlets from the movies, Taguchi Mari, Takeda Yum, Takimoto Ri, Hanjo Suzun, Yui Masai, Nara AI, Aoyama Kiai, Kato Momoka, Haneda AI, and Ishida Karen, were all equipped with automatic rifles. While these delightful companions could not execute precise shots to eliminate foes, they could flawlessly perform the action of pulling the trigger. Thus, upon receiving Song Haokwen's command, dozens of beautiful warrior figures unleashed a barrage of fire upon the advancing enemy troops. Seizing this opportunity, Song Haokuen swiftly placed a simulation robot resembling Aozora Hikaru into the driver's seat of a fuel tanker. With the nearby roads cleared, the tanker was fully operational. Aozora Hikaru's sole task was to press down on the accelerator. Off you go. Having set Aozora Hikaru in motion, Song Haokuen closed the door with a smile. Next came the second robot. This time, it was a simulation of Kuji Maria, whose beauty captivated Song Haokuen. However, he felt no reluctance in parting, as he had chosen only the most popular models. These high-end simulation robots numbered in the hundreds, and considering the real-life beauties he had the pleasure of being with, he felt no sorrow over their departure. Indeed, it was just like that. Farewell, dear Kuji Maria. With his mind prepared, Song Haokuen once again watched as Kuji Maria drove away. Following her were Natsume Hibiki and Miyajima Mei. Boom. As Song Haokuen bid farewell to Miyajima Mei, Aozora Hikaru's tanker sped away at 70 miles per hour, careening off course in a carefree manner. It did not crash into the cave's entrance. Instead, it collided with the adjacent rock wall. Boom. A terrifying explosion erupted, causing the nearby snow to melt and evaporate. Nevertheless, although the vehicle failed to breach the cave's entrance, the enemy troops, who had just emerged, were left in a state of shock. It took the transformation of several of their comrades into charred remains for them to realize the gravity of the situation, prompting a frenzied retreat. This included soldiers in armored vehicles and military trucks, all of whom lacked the courage to charge forward. Because they were unaware of what awaited them outside, the unknown loomed as the most terrifying prospect for humanity. Thus, they missed their final opportunity. As Natsume Hiraku drove the fuel tanker into their corridor, Song Haokuen unleashed a barrage of gunfire from a distance until the truck erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. Chapter 86. Desperate Struggle. A sudden flash of orange light illuminated the scene, followed by the deafening roar of the explosion. It worked. Song Haokuen clenched his fists in exhilaration. However, he hesitated to block the door immediately, for there were still numerous sentries outside the base. This moment provided the perfect chance to eliminate them. Rat-a-tat-tat. After a fervent massacre, he arrived at the entrance of the air raid shelter. Once again, the biotic robot, Meiji Miyajima, drove the fuel tanker inside. Meanwhile, Song Haokuen utilized his alternate space to deposit an abundance of rubble and sand at the cave's entrance. The ventilation shafts were now obstructed. Inside, the burning fuel tanker continued to consume oxygen, releasing copious amounts of toxic gas. Once he sealed the entrance, the enemy within would soon perish. At that point, all their equipment would be his. Of course, there was a possibility they might blast open the entrance with heavy artillery. However, if they managed to breach the opening, could the tunnel withstand such force? As the saying goes, fortresses are most easily undermined from within. This is no mere jest. When the entire tunnel collapses, their demise would be expedited. As for excavating the tunnel, theoretically, it was possible, but they would first need to extinguish the fire. By then, the air within the tunnel would be nearly depleted. What could they use to dig? Shovels and entrenching tools? Without heavy machinery, escape was utterly impossible. Therefore, Song Haokuen was 99 certain of their inevitable demise. Nevertheless, he made no move to depart. Instead, he left a few items at the cave's entrance. Ascending to a vantage point 500 meters up the hill, he retrieved a luxurious RV, started the engine, and settled in with the heating on, snacking while waiting. Minutes later, he indeed heard a series of explosions. The air raid shelter, the tunnel. At that moment, the inferno within the shelter had been extinguished. But the commander had already recognized the gravity of the situation. The thick smoke and diminished oxygen levels posed a significant threat. Thus, he immediately dispatched a team to excavate at any cost. Yet, when they managed to dig a passage for one person at the collapse site, the sight that greeted them nearly drove them to madness. The entrance was blocked by an array of discarded rubble, sand, and rebar. Blocked. It appeared as if debris from a demolished building had been dumped here. Damn it. Realizing the loathsome nature of his adversary, Cha Du-Yongtai unleashed a vehement tirade. However, anger proved futile. He could not fathom the identity of his opponent or the motives behind their assault. Furthermore, with the heavy snow sealing the mountain, he was baffled as to how they had orchestrated this. Yet, what he must address immediately was to clear a pathway as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, they would perish in this desolate place. He promptly instructed his subordinates to undertake directional blasting and excavation. Alas, the results were far from satisfactory. Years of inactivity had rendered the facilities within the air raid shelter dilapidated. Just as Song Haokuen had surmised, fortified bastions are often the most vulnerable from within. Shells detonating externally would be mitigated by the abundant sand and earth, rendering but a fraction of energy to return to the shelter. Conversely, internal detonations directly burden the structure itself. Consequently, after a series of explosions, the deputy commander, with an engineering background, stepped forward to candidly declare that continuing in such a manner would lead to a collapse. What options do I have left? Cha Du-Yong-Tai's expression darkened further as he gazed at the soldiers, each coughing incessantly. At that juncture, the deputy commander conceived a notion. We have tanks. We possess armor-piercing rounds. While we may not breach a gap, if we can allow air to flow in, we could yet have a chance for salvation until reinforcements arrive. However, as he uttered this, a shadow of doubt crossed his face, and the previously hopeful Cha Du-Yong-Tai furrowed his brow in inquiry. What is it? But as soon as the question left his lips, realization dawned upon him. You mean, it's likely they are guarding outside. Upon uttering this, his countenance grew even graver. After a brief, oppressive silence, he resolved decisively. Let the tanks fire armor-piercing rounds. For this was the only viable solution they could conceive at that moment. 2 minutes later, the tanks made their appearance in the tunnel. Subsequently, they opened fire. Miraculously, a small aperture was created in the tunnel. Yet, strange sounds emanated from beyond. Cha Du-Yong-Tai promptly dispatched engineers to investigate, and the designated engineer acted swiftly, rushing to the opening to inhale a breath of fresh air. Then, he heard a cascading sound. No, it was not merely water, it was gasoline. Song Haokuin had stationed 2 fuel tankers at the entrance, just in case. Bad news. It's gasoline. The engineer hastily shouted as he recognized the peril. Meanwhile, 500 meters away on the mountainside, Song Haokuin had already set up a sniper rifle. But his target was not the fuel tankers. The likelihood of a single bullet igniting a tanker was low. He had also placed other items beside the tanker, a large lithium battery intended for vehicles. Boom. The bullet was fired, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced through the battery. PFF. Sizzle. Within a mere half-second, sparks began to erupt from the battery. Then, the gasoline at the entrance ignited. Cha Du-Yong-Tai, who had hoped to catch his breath, suddenly found it even more challenging to inhale. The inferno at the entrance produced an even denser cloud of smoke. Due to the negative pressure within the cavity, more toxic fumes were drawn in. Seal the entrance. Seal it now. Cha Du-Yong-Tai ordered angrily, swiftly gathering everyone together. However, this time, his intention was not to lead them in a quest for survival. Since they could not increase their resources, they would have to cut off the flow. TSK, such a quick reaction, but it was merely a desperate struggle for survival. Observing the air currents returning to normal amidst the distant flames, Song Haokuin smiled and praised the situation before retrieving his phone. Most of the messages were from beautiful women, to which he selectively responded with interest. Another portion came from his affluent classmates. The extreme cold had persisted for 3 days, and many were beginning to falter. Even with money, supplies were in short supply. Even if they could procure them, they struggled to find anyone willing to sell or deliver due to the 2 meters of snow that had accumulated. Thus, they began to cast greedy eyes upon the resources they knew he possessed. Even Ho Liang had sent him a message. Song Haokuin, I will give you 1 million. Buy me 10 jin of beef, 20 jin of pork, and consider the remaining money a favor. Sure, just send me your address. Song Haokuin had almost forgotten about him. But it seemed he was now seeking his own demise. Upon seeing the message, Song Haokuin recalled Lin Feng, whose villa should be nearby. It wouldn't be unreasonable for him to pay a visit, would it? Chapter 87. Lin Xiao, I am coming. In a standalone villa covering 300 square meters in Kanagawa, Fukuoka town, Ho Liang was thrilled to see Song Haokuin's reply and quickly sent his address. This poor guy. He didn't even bargain before agreeing. However, he soon hesitated. Should he take this opportunity to procure more supplies from Song Haokuin? After all, the snow was still falling, and even when it ceased, it would take a while to melt. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, he changed his mind. Although he did have money, Song Haokuin was his rival. He could not afford to give him too much. In fact, once Song Haokuin delivered the goods, he would find an excuse to nitpick and deduct a hefty amount from the payment. Yes, that was the plan. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. So he shared the message in the chat group of the wealthy second-generation elites. Image, chat records with Song Haokuin. Ho Liang, Song Haokuin. That poor wretch can be sent off with just 1 million. Yun Sanqian, damn. That scoundrel doesn't reply to my messages, but has the audacity to respond to yours. Feng Sa Nalizu 1 million? In dollars? I swear, even if I offer him 10 million yen, he wouldn't deliver. How infuriating. Ho Liang. Hee, of course it's in yen. I never specified the unit. Long Go. You truly are a petty person who revels in misfortune. Here I am at the airport, reduced to gnawing on a hamburger. And it costs 100 grand. Luckily, I have money to spare. Feng Sa Nalizu. Ho Liang. That kid is quite arrogant now. Be cautious, lest he pulls a fast one on you. Feng Go. Worry not. I have trained in Taekwondo. Ho Liang responded to this message nonchalantly. If he dares to harbor even the slightest ill intent, I will deliver a powerful kick, follow it up with a spinning roundhouse, and finish with a flurry of 5 strikes. Feng San Alizu. In that case, just beat him up, and I'll give you $1 million in dollars. If you hit hard enough, I'll double it. Yin Sanqian. Haha, I demand photos and videos. I'll share them on my social media. Feng Ge, just watch. I will beat the very essence out of him. As Ho Liang read this message, a surge of excitement surged within him. He was merely a minor wealthy heir, having entered this circle thanks to Zhong AI, and he stood at the very bottom. Compared to second-generation elites like Lin Feng, who combined politics and business, he was nothing but refuse. Being able to assist Lin Feng and cling to such a significant figure would undoubtedly lead to a more prosperous life upon his return home. Song Haokuan, you fool. You squander your opportunities. If only you could latch onto young Master Feng's leg, your future back home would be nothing short of illustrious. Foolish wretch. By the banks of the Luchuan River, at Shuai's garden, nestled under the covers, Lin Feng shivered from the cold. Yet his face beamed with a radiant smile after sending this message. You wretch, let us see if you can endure this injury in such weather. Darling, what do you mean endure? The beautiful woman lying beside Lin Feng turned to him upon hearing his voice. Hee, just a fool. Lin Feng grinned wickedly, a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Song Haokuan had already arrived at the community, wearing a cheerful expression, for he had devised a novel approach, a void snow removal vehicle. First, he arrived beneath the snow, retrieved an Audi A8, and equipped it with anti-slip chains on the wheels. He turned on the warm air to prevent fogging on the glass, then opened the void gate ahead of the car to initiate its operation. Thus, when the vehicle was driven, the snow in front would be absorbed into the void, and afterward, the accumulated snow would be refilled, almost imperceptibly. As for visibility, his spatial perception rendered it utterly unproblematic. As for why he didn't use an off-road vehicle, it was simply because the frame of an off-roader was too high, and its design was not aerodynamic. This Audi A8 was perfectly suited to be concealed beneath the snow, especially effective at night. As he arrived at the foot of Lin Feng's residence, not a single soul had detected his presence. However, despite having reached his destination, he remained in the vehicle, indulging in a meal. The journey had drained considerable energy, as he had engaged in the laborious task of shoveling snow along the way. His inherently cautious disposition led him to remain in his car. After all, one could never be too careful. What if Lin Feng's household harbored firearms? Or if Lin Feng and his accomplice possessed extraordinary abilities that could pose a threat to him? After a hearty feast that included copious amounts of soda and an abundance of chicken legs, wings, and other delights, resulting in a bag filled with bones, Song Haokuan finally emerged from the vehicle, donning his tactical attire, and casually disposed of the trash bag in a nearby bin. Such ingrained habits were difficult to shake off. Half a minute later, he found himself in the courtyard of Lin Feng's home, gazing at the impressive 3.5-story villa infused with modernity. Shaking his head in disbelief, he mused on the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy. The villa sprawled over an area of more than 500 square meters, with a grand garden of over 200 square meters at the rear. The front yard extended over 300 square meters, featuring a sunken area that housed a heated swimming pool, akin to those depicted in films where lavish parties are held. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should acquire a grand villa for himself. However, he promptly dismissed this notion, considering safety and the presence of his troublesome neighbors, including the insufferable Li Bingxin, whom he could not bear to leave behind. On the second floor of the villa, Song Haokuan found himself momentarily lost in thought in the courtyard, inadvertently catching the attention of Lin Feng as companion. Young Master Feng. It appears there's a soldier in the yard, wearing sunglasses and a helmet, clad in military attire and boots. Lin Feng, upon hearing the commotion, glanced over and made a conjecture. Perhaps he has come to assess the damage and check for casualties. Yet, moments later, his expression soured, for the stranger had drawn a handgun and commenced firing at the glass of their home. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 shots, the tempered glass shattered, cascading to the ground. Ah! Exclaimed the short-haired beauty, startled, only to quickly cover her mouth in fear. What does this scoundrel intend to do? Lin Feng cursed under his breath, his expression a mask of dread, yet uncertainty gnawed at him, especially when he witnessed Song Haokuan stride confidently into the villa. Once Song Haokuan vanished from view, Lin Feng's heart began to race, prompting him to urgently dial the Peach Valley County Police Department. Unfortunately, his efforts proved futile. A throng of individuals was already queuing to report incidents, rendering his call impossible to connect. To compound matters, the police station's backup power supply had been exhausted. A multitude of individuals congregated without any heating supplies or equipment, living conditions deteriorating to a state worse than that of ordinary residents. The prospect of dispatching assistance was utterly inconceivable. Instead, hunger drove their eyes to a predatory green, nearly to the point of tearing each other apart. Damn it! I have paid so much in taxes, and these wretched parasites are utterly useless. Damn it all. The phone lines were perpetually busy, rendering Lin Feng unable to connect. In a fit of impotent rage, he vented his frustrations beneath the covers. Yet, in that brief moment, the footsteps of Song Haokuan resonated on the second floor. Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 88, A Frightened Bird. You, go out and take a look. If anything happens, I can come to your aid. Upon hearing the heavy footsteps drawing near, Lin Feng felt his heart leap into his throat and hastily commanded the woman beside him. After all, their adversary was fully armed, with no baseball bat at his disposal. If the assailant wished to harm him, all it took was a gentle pull of the trigger. I cannot. The woman, not foolish and even more timid, was unwilling to confront a stranger alone, especially one who was robust and injured. Damn it! Lin Feng cursed fiercely upon seeing the usually obedient woman defy his command. You need to go out and draw his attention. If anything goes awry, I might still be able to save you. If he bursts into the room with ill intentions, we would be trapped. I am scared. The short-haired beauty quivered at his words, clutching his arm tightly, and then began to whimper pitifully. Please don't pressure me. I'm frightened. I don't want to go. I can't. Why damn it. Stop crying. Realizing the woman was not yielding, Lin Feng swiftly covered her mouth, hissing his reprimand. He then scrambled out from under the covers, donned a down jacket, and pulled open the drawer of the bedside table. Hurry and remove those tattered garments. Once he opens the door, you must pose and attract his attention. Then I am them. The woman, upon hearing his directive, hurriedly complied, relieved that she wouldn't have to face the intruder alone. Moreover, if the assailant found her beauty and youth appealing, she might even receive leniency, or, perhaps, a semblance of genuine happiness. Men, what difference does it make with whom one shares a bed? Lin Feng had long been drained by indulgence, characterized by brevity and swiftness. Often, she found herself in a state of unfulfilled desire, left to feign satisfaction afterwards, which was equally exhausting. The current snow disaster was an uncertain ordeal, and when Lin Feng last contacted Song Haokuan, he claimed to have procured a substantial amount of supplies. In reality, it amounted to little more than half a box of instant noodles and a few sausages. At this juncture, money had ceased to hold any value. What she truly required was a robust man capable of procuring sustenance. Tap, tap, tap. Soon, the sound of footsteps resonated outside the door. Yet the individual did not pause nor knock, merely passing by without entering. Subsequently, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Sensing the peculiarity of the stranger's actions, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, consumed by frantic contemplation. After much deliberation, he could not fathom why the individual merely bypassed their door. Could it be that he sought a room to rest? Ultimately, this was the only conclusion Lin Feng could draw. However, he dared not take a gamble and chose instead to remain concealed by the door, awaiting further developments. Yet, after half an hour, the chill had become unbearable. Outside, the temperature plummeted to a frigid -50 degrees Celsius, and within their room, the two of them produced enough carbon dioxide to lower the temperature to approximately -20 or 30 degrees. Sleep required thick blankets and down jackets. Moreover, Lin Feng's years of indulgence had rendered his constitution weaker than most, making it exceedingly difficult to endure such prolonged exposure. Damn it! Could that scoundrel be asleep in some room? This thought crossed Lin Feng's mind as he reluctantly set down the drawer, yearning for the warmth of the bed, planning to wait until he heard footsteps again. However, just as he reached the bedside, he heard footsteps in the stairwell, prompting him to hastily retreat to his original position. Meanwhile, while Lin Feng was a bundle of nerves, Song Haokuan strolled leisurely outside, sensing Lin Feng's tension before casually returning to the adjacent study. His antics were nothing short of a scare tactic. Once inside, Song Xiaobai retrieved various heating devices from his space. In no time, the room's temperature began to rise, and he reclined comfortably in an opulent executive chair. The table was adorned with an array of snacks and beverages, alongside a laptop playing an action movie, City Hunter. Although his body and hands could generate warmth, it came at the cost of depleting his own energy. Given the abundance of supplies in his space, there was no need to exhaust his own vitality. In the bedroom, damn it! Hearing the footsteps suddenly cease, Lin Feng muttered angrily, his nerves frayed. He could not ascertain whether the stranger was lurking just outside the door, rendering him too fearful to depart. Yet, after another 10 minutes, he felt on the verge of collapse from the biting cold, struggling to endure the frigid air. However, amidst this intense stimulus, a sudden inspiration struck him. He was not entirely devoid of means to retaliate. Last year, out of sheer boredom, he had purchased a mechanical crossbow. That device possessed formidable power, capable of piercing thin steel plates and effortlessly penetrating concrete walls, capable of embedding itself 10 inches deep. He surmised that it must be stored in the warehouse on the first floor. If I can obtain it myself, I shall seize the opportunity to ambush that scoundrel. With this thought, Lin Feng suddenly narrowed his eyes and began to contemplate the feasibility of his plan. Determined, believing that the chances of success were substantial, Lin Feng immediately burrowed into his bed. You and Nami, shortly I will descend to retrieve my weapon. Once I have it, you must create a distraction in the room, enticing him with cries of no. Don't go, I'm scared. You and Nami, with her short hair and innocent appearance, coupled with an alluring figure, clutched his arm tightly. Fearing he might flee, Lin Feng, exasperated by her behavior, suppressed his irritation and patiently explained, the snow outside is over 2 feet deep, and the temperature plummets below -50 degrees. We cannot drive anywhere. The only chance for our survival lies in this plan. Yu and Nami, recognizing the logic in his words, bit her lip and hesitantly nodded. Please, do be careful. I will wait for you. However, before she could finish her sentence, the sound of footsteps from Song Haocoen echoed from outside the door, causing her to quickly silence herself. Lin Feng hastily moved to the window, flinging open the floor-to-ceiling glass and leaping out, landing directly into the snow. The thick layer of snow ensured a safe landing. His plan was indeed flawless. Had Song Haocoen lacked spatial awareness, he might have fallen for it. Alas, many situations in life do not entertain what-ifs. As Lin Feng opened the window and ventured out, Song Haocoen had already forcefully kicked open the door and rushed inside. By the time Lin Feng plunged into the snow, Song Haocoen was poised on the windowsill, aiming a handgun directly at his backside. Chapter 89, Brother Feng. Don't frighten me. Lin Feng crashed into the snow, unscathed, and in a rush of excitement. He muttered fervent encouragement to himself. But soon, he was left dumbfounded, not from the realization that Song Haocoen was upstairs, gun drawn, but because he glimpsed his family's storage room through the window, which had been completely ransacked without his knowledge. How could this be? I had so many things stored there, including the instant noodles. Lin Feng stared in shock at the empty storage room, his mouth agape and his eyes wide, feeling as though he were suffocating from disbelief. Yet, the next moment, he regained his senses, for standing on the balcony from which he had just leapt, Song Haocoen was aiming his pistol at him. Bang, bang, bang. The trigger was pulled 3 times in quick succession, striking his thighs and his posterior. The first bullet pierced through him, sending excruciating pain coursing through his body. He grimaced, writhing in agony, feeling as if he were enduring the worst suffering imaginable. Lin Feng could not contain his wails in the snow, feeling as though he had just lost his entire family in a tragic accident. In the room, a woman resembling the famous actress Yumi Takada was struck with terror as Song Haocoen fired 3 consecutive shots, causing her to cover her mouth and weep uncontrollably. Amidst her sobs, she momentarily forgot that there was another person in the room. Upon hearing her cries, Song Haocoen turned to her and offered a faint smile. He then pulled her to the window, disregarding her pleas, and pressed her against the glass, allowing his warmth to envelop her. At that moment, Lin Feng, in excruciating pain, heard the screams from upstairs and looked up, instantly freezing in shock. Song Haocoen, how could it be you bastard? He exclaimed. However, before he could utter another word, his expression shifted dramatically, morphing into one of extreme flattery. Haocoen, I beg you, save me. I acknowledge my past wrongs. Please spare my life. If you rescue me this time, I assure you, you will soar to great heights. You know my relatives hold influential positions. Yet, Song Haocoen paid no heed to his words, continuing to engage with the woman who belonged to him. The short-haired beauty, Natsumi Yaguchi, shamelessly flirted, Song, you're such a good man. I'm having the time of my life. Still, Song Haocoen remained unresponsive. Realizing that Song Haocoen was preoccupied with his woman, Lin Feng suddenly recalled something and hurriedly added, Haocoen, if you desire women, I can provide you with hundreds just like her. However, Song Haocoen remained focused on his own affairs, oblivious to Lin Feng's desperate attempts. As Lin Feng recognized that Song Haocoen would not show him mercy, the intense pain from his gunshot wound surged through him, followed by a biting cold that rendered him shivering. In that moment, a palpable shadow of death began to envelop him. No, I cannot perish here. Lin Feng understood that remaining in the snow would lead to his demise. Summoning the last of his strength, he crawled towards the shattered window that Song Haocoen had created. However, upon seeing Lin Feng's movement, Song Haocoen raised his dark handgun once more. Bang! This shot aimed at Lin Feng's right arm, but it veered slightly off course, merely grazing his arm before embedding itself in the snow. Nevertheless, Song Haokuin was in no rush. He had all the time in the world and an abundance of bullets. Bang! A missed shot only meant another chance. This time, the bullet struck Lin Feng's right forearm precisely. Yet, Lin Feng did not continue to crawl forward. It seemed he had resigned himself to his fate, surrendering to the inevitable. However, his face, pale against the vast whiteness of the snow, contorted with rage and despair. "Ah!" he cried out, a mournful howl reminiscent of a wounded wolf. "Song Haokuin, you bastard! I am a rich second-generation heir. Even in death, I will not allow you to have it easy." In a moment of desperation, he secretly retrieved his phone, intent on broadcasting the news of Song Haokuin's murderous intentions to his group. Given the influence of his family, it was certain that once the heavy snowfall ceased, Song Haokuin would undoubtedly meet his demise. "Brothers, this scoundrel, Song Haokuin, has gone mad. He barged into my home with the intent to kill me." Yet, before he could finish his message, the sound of a gunshot echoed from behind, shattering his left arm. Thus, Lin Feng was left with but two choices: to perish in the frigid snow or to awaken the so-called superpower within. However, it was evident that Lin Feng lacked such potential. Consequently, mere minutes later, he lay frozen, a lifeless corpse. His voice message, however, did not reach the group in a timely manner, for it was already too late. Everyone had succumbed to sleep. By the time they would see this message, the dawn of a new day had arrived. In the villa's courtyard, Song Haokuin had completed his tasks and leapt down from the upper floor to retrieve his phone. He had previously noticed that Lin Feng seemed to have sent something via his device. Yet, upon descending and grasping his phone, he found it had run out of battery. He thus took it back to charge, utilizing his fingerprint to unlock and alter the password, perusing his messaging application. Unfortunately, the message could no longer be retracted, as too much time had elapsed. Upon reading Lin Feng's message in the group, Song Haokuin smirked and shook his head. However, since it could not be withdrawn, he decided to share something even more thrilling. Whispering to himself, he snapped a photograph of the corpse and sent it to the group. After a brief wait without any responses, his interest waned, and he tucked his phone away. He then embarked on a new wave of looting, eliminating everyone he encountered and taking what he could carry. Within the expansive villa district, although food was scarce, there were still numerous treasures to be found. For instance, the mattress in Lin Feng's bedroom was the most comfortable he had ever experienced. Additionally, there were many high-end furnishings, exquisite antiques, and unexpected entertainment devices. Moreover, the affluent truly knew how to indulge themselves, with underground gyms, cinemas, wine cellars, and gaming rooms aplenty, all of which were rare and luxurious items, not even found in his own warehouse. It was a true reflection of the adage that the joys of the wealthy are beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Thus, after this thorough ransacking, Song Haokuin felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Yet, it also served as a reminder that despite acquiring numerous material possessions, there remained many valuable items in the real world. The endeavor of gathering resources could not wane, as long as there was space available. It must be filled to the brim. At 3 a.m, Song Haokuin chose to rest in a villa by the river. It was not until the following morning that he was roused by the vibrating sound of Lin Feng's call. The caller was Ho Liangliang, and the group was incessantly buzzing with Lin Feng's messages. "Ho Liangliang, flamboyant slave master. Feng Ge, are you alright? Are you alright? Are you alright? Ho Liangliang, flamboyant slave master. Feng Ge, please don't joke around. Don't frighten me. Feng Ge. Ho Liangliang, flamboyant slave master. Feng Ge, please call me back. Feng Ge, you haven't truly been killed by Song Haokuin, have you?" Chapter 90. I merely wish to survive. What have I done wrong? Heh. Upon seeing these messages, Song Haokuin chuckled and replied using Lin Feng's phone. "Flamboyant slave master, guess. Ho Liangliang. Feng Ge, please stop joking. I've given the address to Song Haokuin. This terrifies me. Flamboyant slave master, don't you practice taekwondo, capable of executing a front kick, a spinning kick, and a 5-strike whip? Just deal with Song Haokuin then. One tea that suffice? Ho Liangliang. Brother, my dear brother, please don't jest. Flamboyant slave master, rest assured, I'm merely bored and jesting. Just wait for Song Haokuin to bring you food." As their conversation reached this point, a certain individual with the online alias Yun Sanqian abruptly interjected. "Damn, old Lin. You terrified me. How could I live without you? Ha ha ha. But honestly, your makeup is spot on. It looks as if you've truly passed away." No sooner had he finished speaking than the highest-ranking member of the group, Long Ge, initiated a group video call. Yun Sanqian and Ho Liangliang connected immediately. But Song Haokuin did not answer, instead typing in the group chat, "My phone is about to die." He then put his phone away, a wicked smile gracing his lips. What he desired was for them to speculate, instilling a sense of dread within them. That was the thrill of it all. Indeed, as he anticipated, Ho Yongliang was already trembling with unease, contemplating whether to relocate immediately. However, with the heavy snow obstructing the roads, where could he possibly go? Yun Sanqian was equally burdened with thoughts. Song Haokuan had bullied and mocked him on numerous occasions. If Lin Feng had fallen victim to Song Haokuan, would he be the next? Meanwhile, at Tokyo Airport, Long Guzhao Long wore a grim expression. His relationship with Lin Feng was relatively cordial. Thus, he sensed Lin Feng's distress. Particularly since Lin Feng was aware of his background, he would hardly dare to provoke his ire, nor would he ignore his video calls. Therefore, he surmised with a high degree of certainty that Lin Feng had perished at the hands of Song Haokuan. Yet, Song Haokuan had always been discreet and amiable. He was well aware of their backgrounds and would never dare to provoke them in the slightest. Why, then, was he so audacious now? Could he possibly have learned of that incident? Impossible. I was informed by my father that I couldn't return home due to high-altitude signal interference. This so-called extreme cold storm could persist for years or even decades. How could Song Haokuan know about it? It must be her. Zhao Long thought of this and suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. He recalled Song Haokuan's former girlfriend, Zhong, AI. So that is how it is. Zhao Long has come to a profound realization regarding the situation, yet simultaneously, a sense of crisis has emerged within him. The extreme cold is expected to persist for several years, rendering aerial communication impossible and grounding aircraft. Thus, they may find themselves trapped at the airport for an extended period, or even confined to the island for years. In such dire circumstances, status and wealth lose their significance. Moreover, those whom they have oppressed and looked down upon may, in a frenzy, turn against them, much like Song Haokuan did to Lin Feng. The mere thought of this scenario sends a chill down Zhao Long's spine. However, it is precisely this awareness that compels him to take action. Otherwise, his life may very well come to an untimely end on the island. A few minutes later, Song Haokuan, fully equipped, begins to stow away the installed surveillance system. This system is designed to emit an alarm if it detects any biological presence within 100 meters. A precautionary measure in such a harsh, post-apocalyptic world. Half an hour later, he resorts to his usual method and returns to the military camp, situated halfway up a hillside. 500 meters away, after satisfying his hunger and thirst, he employs a drone to scout the camp's condition. He discovers that the entrance remains sealed, and proceeds to examine the other 4 ventilation shafts. Having confirmed that there are no breaches and that no one is lying in ambush nearby, he still refrains from action until midday before driving to the vicinity. He then operates an excavator, laboring for over an hour before finally breaking through. However, despite the opening, Song Haokuan does not venture inside just yet. Out of caution, he sends the drone in for exploration. To his horror, he encounters a scene strewn with corpses. Yet, these bodies have not perished from suffocation. They have been gunned down, indicating that someone has ruthlessly killed them for the sake of limited oxygen. This revelation suggests that there are still survivors within the cave. What a heartless individual. Faced with such a grim spectacle, Song Haokuan quickly maneuvers the drone back. Uncertain of the specifics inside, he knows there are many hiding spots, with numerous doors tightly secured. Moreover, what if the adversary is an assassin or a supernatural being? He could be in grave danger. Hence, the most prudent course of action is encapsulated in a single word: wait. Accordingly, Song Haokuan once again operates the construction vehicle to fill in the entrance with soil, reinforcing it with steel plates, ultimately ensuring it is sealed tightly. He intends to return in 10 days or so. After all, the remaining inhabitants of the camp are unlikely to be numerous. Should they manage to escape, they will likely be unable to carry much equipment with them. Conversely, if they fail to escape, their misfortune will be their own doing. Thus, with this thought in mind, Song Haokuan departs. In the depths of the cave, donned in a gas mask, Chadi Yongtai, concealed within the electrical cabinet, could not restrain his vehement curses. Damn it! Who on earth are they? Why are they so exceedingly cautious? And where is the promised support from above? Surely, the helicopter assistance should have arrived within an hour. Frustrated, he recalled the desperate measures taken the previous night for survival. He had allied with several company commanders and officers to ruthlessly eliminate all his soldiers. After waiting for 3 hours without any assistance or a breach, he had no choice but to resort to the same grim tactic, betraying his closest friends, brothers, and colleagues. In that moment, he felt an unbearable ache in his heart. Yet, he found himself powerless. I merely wish to live. What is my wrongdoing? The true fault lies with those bastards who ambushed me. The more he pondered, the greater his anger swelled. Unbeknownst to him, his body began to manifest peculiar greenish bumps, a phenomenon he could not perceive in the dim light, especially since he felt no discomfort. Meanwhile, in the northeastern region of Kanagawa Prefecture, at the underground base of the Kawabata family, the esteemed leader, Kawabata sat grim-faced on one end of the sofa, across from his most valued son, Kawabata Kotai. Though they had refrained from sending direct aid the previous night, they had dispatched reconnaissance aircraft for low-altitude observation. The discovery that all exits of the camp were barricaded, with a massive fuel truck ablaze at the entrance, led them to conclude the camp's demise. Rather than allowing the aircraft to return directly, they circled back, wary of revealing their position and inviting attack. At a certain moment, Kawabata broke the silence. Kotai, what is your perspective on this assault? Kotai replied gravely. It undoubtedly stems from that gang of the Heavenly Principle sect. Who else possesses such formidable military might to assault a fully staffed battalion in Kanagawa Prefecture? Their meticulous planning left no room for escape. It is infuriating. Hearing his son's thoughts align with his own, Kawabata clenched his fist and struck the sofa in anger. These wretched individuals. To cultivate such a terrifying force under our very noses. It appears we must expedite our plans. Have any suspicious practitioners of supernatural abilities been discovered online recently? We have identified a few. One claims to possess teleportation abilities, while another asserts they can become invisible. However, their powers remain unverified. We cannot ascertain their legitimacy. Regardless, we must spare no effort in recruiting them. If they are capable, we shall provide for them generously. If not, they will serve as military provisions. Chapter 91. I killed his grandson. If you dare, come at me. At 5 in the morning, Song Haokuin returned to the city of Kanagawa Prefecture, having plundered various shops in the vicinity, and made his way to the nearby food street. In this moment, the place is utterly deserted. The food within has been thoroughly plundered, yet Song Haokuin is not here for such trifles. His purpose is to acquire tools for culinary creation. For instance, the steaming baskets for dumplings, the carts for fried cold noodles, the compartment pots for oden, the spatula for grilling squid, and the ice cream machine for making stir-fried ice. There are also the likes of KFC, Burger King, Mishuai City, and Starbucks. With these items, coupled with his own supplies, he will have whatever culinary delights his heart desires in the future. Reflecting on this, Song Haokuin feels an overwhelming sense of joy. He even takes out a large squid, roasting it for himself. However, his mood soon soured. Not only was it overcooked, but the sauce fell short of expectations. It appears I truly lack any culinary talent. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he discards the entire squid and is reminded of the mother and daughter he encountered in the post-apocalyptic hotel. It seems necessary to recruit more chefs like Yamamoto Yuki. Just as this thought crosses his mind, his phone rings. The caller is Ho Liang. On the verge of starvation, he chooses to take a gamble. Hello, Song Haokuin. It's Ho Liang. You promised to bring me food. Have you forgotten? The moment the call connects, Ho Liang's anxious voice pierces through. Oh, I forgot. Song Haokuin switches his phone to speaker mode and retrieves a large bowl of beef tendon noodles mixed with cold skin, along with 4 steaming meat sandwiches. He takes a bite of the sandwich and begins to devour the noodles. Slurp. This bastard. Hearing Song Haokuin's nonchalant reply ignites a fiery anger in Ho Liang's empty stomach. Suddenly, upon hearing the slurping of noodles, he cannot help but swallow hard and exclaims, Haokuin, I know I've made mistakes in the past, but I truly need your help now. I promise I won't act that way again. How about I give you 2 million for the same items? Please, I'm begging you. Haokuin, if you find the price unsuitable, we can negotiate further. I implore you. Consider our past as classmates. Please, we are all compatriots. We cannot negotiate. The supplies you wanted have already been sold. Hearing the urgency in the other's voice, Song Haokuin responds with a hint of mischief in his smile. Originally, he had planned to eliminate Ho Liang shortly, but now he has changed his mind. With that, he abruptly hangs up the phone. After indulging in a satisfying meal, he washes it down with a large bucket of chilled sour plum soup before comfortably departing from the food street. Following another round of scavenging, Song Haokuin drives his Audi A8 back to the community. Returning home with a sense of contentment, he enjoys a relaxing shower before retiring for the night. Feeling that this day has been nothing short of perfect, he, on the other hand, slept soundly. While Ho Liang was so ravenous that he could not find solace in slumber, it felt as though he had swallowed 1,000 steel needles, incessantly pricking at his withered stomach. It was as if someone had deliberately fed him shards of glass, while another cruelly kneaded his belly. Ultimately, whether it was from hunger-induced faintness or excruciating pain, he succumbed to unconsciousness, his eyes closing and his body trembling. At 11:05 p.m., Song Haokuin remained lost in deep slumber when the chat group for the apartment erupted into chaos. The previously subdued Masao Maisie had gone into a frenzy once more, this time incited by the tragic news of her grandson's demise. Masao Maisie, you scoundrel, Song Haokuin. Return my grandson's life. Masao Maisie, you are inhuman, Song Haokuin. You have caused the death of my precious grandson. Masao Maize, I will sue you. I will ruin you. I demand a life for a life. Initially, no one paid her any heed, for it was not her first display of madness. Many adjusted their group settings to do not disturb. However, she soon posted a photo of her deceased grandson, Masao Teru, tagging everyone in the group, which left the residents utterly horrified. Yet it did garner sympathy from a few self-righteous individuals. Masao Maize, how utterly despicable. If you wish to die, do so with your grandson. Do not disturb others' sleep with your grotesque images. How frightening. I shan't sleep tonight. Oh, how terrifying. Indeed, the most tragic of human experiences is the loss of a child. And Song Haokuin has gone too far. Is Song Haokuin dead? Can't you all resolve your personal matters privately? Must you bicker in this group? Can't you communicate civilly? Where is your compassion? And is Song Haokuin not a man? Why does he not stand up and speak? It was absurd. The self-righteous among them seemed blind to the fact that the man had already been expelled from the group by the administrator. After this uproar, another resident re-added Song Haokuin, who was then besieged by a torrent of messages condemning him. Awakened by the incessant notifications, Song Haokuin glanced at the chaos and left a singular remark before blocking the entire group. All of you a bunch of fools. The death of that unfortunate grandson was indeed my doing, and if you disagree, come at me. I have other accounts under the names Yamashita Janikura and Kuroki Inu Haruki, which will allow me to re-enter the group whenever I choose. In fact, in a few days, these very individuals will be begging for my presence in the group. Thus, without a care, Song Haokuin powered off his phone and resumed his slumber. In response to his brazen demeanor, the number of those cursing him only grew. Some, who had his contact information, directly messaged or called him, but their attempts were futile. Frustrated, many vowed to confront Song Haokuin, resulting in a restless night for numerous individuals. However, the elevator has been destroyed, and the stair corridors on the 29th and 30th floors have also been ravaged. It has become a daunting task for these individuals to even consider reaching the 31st floor, let alone ascend to the 32nd to seek out Song Haokuin. Consequently, a group of them resorted to expressing their impotent rage within their rooms, venting their frustrations towards Song Haokuin in their chat group. The following morning, several irate individuals conspired to bring a ladder to his door, even dragging along that wretched woman, Asomiko. Meanwhile, Song Haokuin was at home, engaging in push-ups to strengthen his physique. Suddenly, he was jolted by the cacophony of banging on his door, accompanied by a raucous crowd outside. It was akin to an old man committing suicide, determined to seek his demise prematurely. Hearing the commotion, Song Haokuin rose to wipe the sweat from his brow and turned on the television to check the surveillance. He observed 4 figures outside, 2 young men, 1 middle-aged man, and Asomiko. Each of them was unarmed, their faces stern as they fancied themselves as righteous avengers, united in their disdain for him, fixated on his front door. Chapter 92, a humorous interlude. This brazen fool is so audacious. I shall see if he dares to step outside. Song Haokuin, have the courage to emerge and face me in a duel. Do not cower in your room, afraid to confront me. Song Haokuin, you are nothing but a worthless coward. Only capable of boasting in the chat group. Step outside, and I will knock you down with a single punch. After a flurry of complaints from the men, Asomiko joined in, wailing, Song Haokuin, you bastard, you beast, you heartless wretch. Having endured numerous battles, Song Haokuin felt rather apathetic upon seeing them come to his door. Thus, he resolved to allow them to vent their impotent rage outside for a while. After all, it was they who would endure the cold and discomfort while he remained comfortably warm at home. Moreover, their ruckus outside would surely drain their energy, necessitating greater consumption of food to replenish themselves. Imagining their future plight, suffering from hunger and cold, contrasted with his own sumptuous meals and the warmth of his abode, filled Song Haokuin with a sense of satisfaction. With a mischievous smile, he retrieved a pair of high-fidelity headphones from another realm. This model, known as the Berlin Sound 78 Custom Edition, had been acquired previously in a villa district. Upon checking its price online, he discovered it was a staggering 32,800, which translates to approximately 230,000 RMB, or nearly 5 million yen. Once donned, he played some invigorating music, effectively drowning out the noise from outside. Indeed, there is a reason why some items are costly. As he relished the impeccable sound quality and lively music, Song Haokuin resumed his push-ups. In his pre-apocalyptic physical state, completing more than 20 would have him gasping for breath. However, his physical condition has now improved to the point where he can perform 1,000 repetitions consecutively, taking only a brief respite before continuing. It can be said that he is impressively strong. Furthermore, as the duration of his training increases, so too does the enhancement of his physique. He even harbors a notion that with the augmentation of his strength and vitality, new and extraordinary capabilities will emerge. Which is precisely why Song Haokuin is so enamored with his workouts. He firmly believes that with persistent effort, he will one day become a true superhuman, at which point he will be able to act freely and without constraint. At 8:37 a.m., in the corridor. Cough, cough, cough. You bastard, Song Haokuin. Cough, cough, cough. If you have the guts, come out. Ma Sheng Maisie, having vented her frustration at the door for quite some time, could not suppress her coughing any longer. Clutching her chest, the frigid air already irritates the respiratory system, and her prolonged tirade only exacerbated the situation. The other men nearby were similarly afflicted, as their voices lacked the resilience of women. Yet, with matters having escalated to this point, they found themselves without a viable solution. Having pounded on the door exhaustively, they were drenched in sweat, and with temperatures plummeting to -5 or 6 degrees outside and -30 in the corridor, remaining there was bound to result in illness. Given the current weather, even procuring food was a challenge, and should they fall ill, there would be no access to medication. After a brief exchange of curses, they began to waver and prepared to leave. Just then, Song Haokuin had just entered his rest period. He understood that training must be gradual and balanced, a principle shared by Ito Miyuki, whose wisdom he greatly appreciated. Observing the individuals outside his door, having engaged in their verbal onslaught, now intent on departing, a mischievous smile crept onto Song Haokuin's lips. As soon as the last person descended the construction ladder, he promptly opened his door and stepped outside, holding 2 buckets of cooking oil, each with a large opening cut into them. Lifting one bucket, he poured its contents downwards. Splash! The first bucket drenched all 4 individuals, and immediately after, he unleashed the second bucket. Splash! With a swift kick, he sent the ladder flying, causing 2 individuals still on it to plummet to the ground. Baka! That hurt like hell. Song Haokuin, you bastard. I will make you pay. Oh, what is this? Ugh, so disgusting. I'm covered from head to toe. There's no water at home. I can't even take a shower. This is revolting. Song Haokuin, you scoundrel, you'd better not let me find an opportunity. Ugh, so disgusting. I'll be waiting for you, he replied with a disdainful sneer upon witnessing their plight and hearing their words. Then, without haste, he turned and returned to the warmth of his room. After a brief respite, he once again retrieved delicacies from his space to replenish his energy. Then they proceeded to the next phase of their cold weapon training, and before long, the morning slipped away in a hurry. When lunchtime arrived, it was a splendid feast that fused both Eastern and Western cuisines. There were roasted lamb chops, hand-pulled mutton, 5 types of steak, sweet and sour carp, and stir-fried meats, among other delicacies. Naturally, such a meat assortment called for some appetizers: century egg with tofu mixed with cauliflower, smashed cucumbers complemented by wide noodles, alongside rice and various types of carbohydrates that left Song Haokuin drenched in sweat and exhilarated. While he indulged in his meal, the voices of those criticizing him within the group were incessant, yet Song Haokuin merely glanced at them without anger, finding their complaints rather appetizing. This scoundrel, Song Haokuin, was exceptionally cunning. He had pushed me off the ladder, resulting in a slipped disc. That beast. I must find an opportunity to eliminate him. It is utterly revolting. Leaving me covered in grease, with no water to cleanse myself. How much supply does this rascal have at home? How could he afford to douse you in oil? Why can't I reach the Kanagawa police? These scoundrels only know how to extort money and bully the weak. Why hasn't someone apprehended a rogue like Song Haokuin? Alas, the heavy snow has persisted for 4 days, and the food in my home is nearly depleted. Is there a neighbor who can spare some supplies? I am willing to pay double the price. Huh. Now you wish to procure supplies, it is too late. Upon seeing others beginning to buy provisions, the smile on Song Haokuin's face blossomed. It seemed the day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Chapter 93. The Temptation of Returning Home. Given that the island nation lies on a seismic belt, it not only frequently experiences earthquakes, but is also subject to typhoons. Hence, many households keep some food reserves. However, the majority consists of ordinary grains and oils. Items like instant noodles and sausages that can be consumed directly are scarce. Most food requires cooking before it can be eaten. Thus, after 34 days, many people had already exhausted their supplies. A week later, panic began to set in as people disregarded the distinction between raw and cooked. Whatever could be consumed was devoured, including raw beef, uncooked rice, and raw fish. Nothing edible was spared. At this juncture, the old rascals Kurosawa Akira and Asu Yoshiko had also begun to conspire together to deceive for supplies. After 10 days, hunger drove people mad, and the order among the residents began to collapse. By around a fortnight later, some crafty little devils had resorted to cannibalism. With this thought, Song Haokuin couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Time felt unbearably slow, and he was eager to witness those little devils turn on each other. devouring one another like wild dogs. At 7 in the evening, having just consumed 4 hamburgers, 6 chicken wraps, and an uncountable number of wings, drumsticks, and chicken nuggets, Song Haokuen suddenly directed his gaze towards the window, because the snow had ceased. At that moment, the entire island nation was in a frenzy of celebration, and among them were also Song Haokuen's neighbors. However, Song Haokuen was acutely aware that within a mere 2 hours, a flurry of snowflakes would descend once more. It was precisely due to this heavy snowfall that many had celebrated by depleting their remaining provisions. They were under the impression that once the night had passed, calamity would cease. Little did they know, this frigid apocalypse was merely commencing. Along with it came a myriad of extraordinary abilities, various mutated beasts, and even the kind of zombies often depicted in films, if his memory served him correctly. Whispers of these monstrous zombies had already emerged a few days prior to his demise. It remained uncertain whether they were a natural occurrence or the result of someone awakening peculiar superpowers that transformed humans or corpses into terrifying undead creatures. Contemplating this, Song Haokuen's yearning for strength intensified. Thus, he resolved to extend his daily training from 2 hours to 3, alongside dedicating an additional 2 hours for study. His first focus would be the 3 essential tomes for traversers: the Manual of Barefoot Doctors, the Militia Training Manual, and the Friend of Dual-Use Talents. Following that, he would delve into distinctive online courses, such as how to become a Special Forces King and Friend of Armaments. Through these days of study, he had reaped considerable benefits, leading to an immensely fulfilling existence. Given that he had ample time for rest and recreation, augmenting his prowess would serve as an additional safeguard. Moreover, he had subtly discerned that acquiring intriguing and useful knowledge, coupled with fitness training, could be quite addictive, especially when met with positive reinforcement. Thus, as a man of action, Song Haokuen decided to commence his regimen that very evening. However, just as he reached the midpoint of his workout, he unexpectedly received 2 messages, one from Zhong Ai and the other from Yamamoto Yuki. Both messages took him by surprise. Zhong Ai, Haokuen, did you have prior knowledge of this disaster? Yamamoto Yuki, Haokuen, the food supply at the Doomsday Hotel has run out. Do you have any channels to procure some? Upon reading their messages, Song Haokuen furrowed his brow. Given Zhong Ai's haughty demeanor, he had presumed that after provoking her previously, she would not engage with him for at least a year and a half. What could have prompted her to inquire now? Furthermore, considering that the Doomsday Utopia Hotel housed only 11 or 12 individuals, including Yamamoto Yuki and her mother, he had calculated that the provisions he prepared should suffice for over a week. How could it be that, with only half the time elapsed, Yamamoto Yuki was already seeking supplies? With these questions lingering in his mind, Song Haokuen opted to respond to Yamamoto Yuki first. How could the supplies have depleted so swiftly? I distinctly recall preparing provisions for roughly a week to accommodate our guests. Yamamoto Yuki replied, "A week, you say? Yet we have indeed consumed everything within these past few days. Moreover, we are all girls here, and our appetite is not particularly large." Upon hearing this, Song Haokuen felt an increasing sense of bewilderment and inquired further, "Is it possible that someone has hoarded food? I can indeed procure some provisions, but sustaining so many people is quite impractical, and it would take a couple of days to deliver." Yamamoto Yuki replied, "No, it has only been me and Mirai preparing the meals these past few days." Song Haokuen furrowed his brow and asked, "Could it be that unfamiliar individuals have entered the hotel? How many people are currently in the hotel?" Yamamoto Yuki responded, 20. 20? The moment Song Haokuen heard this, he was momentarily taken aback and immediately speculated about the situation, asking, "Is it true that aside from you, there are 15 other women?" Yamamoto Yuki confirmed, "Yes, indeed." In response to this revelation, Song Haokuen could not help but roll his eyes at the audacity of Inoue Ruji, who had clearly disregarded his counsel. However, he mused that accommodating 20 individuals was not an insurmountable challenge. The real concern lay in assessing whether these individuals were worth supporting. Consequently, Song Haokuen sent another message to her, stating, "It will take me a couple of days to provide you with food. Please keep this information confidential for now, and observe the character of these individuals. I will come to find you soon." After sending this message, Song Haokuen responded to Zhong Ai's inquiry. "What do you mean? I do not comprehend your words." Zhong Ai retorted, "Stop feigning ignorance. You know me, and I know you. Your failure to deny it immediately implies you are aware that Lin Feng has perished at your hands, correct?" Song Haokuen had momentarily forgotten that this woman was not lacking in intelligence. Her haughty demeanor merely masked her astuteness. However, one could hardly blame her, having grown up in such an environment, where she was constantly revered, making it difficult to avoid developing a sense of entitlement. In comparison to those who possessed neither the privilege of a princess nor the grace, Zhong Ai, at least appeared less pretentious. Nonetheless, Song Haokuin had no intention of acknowledging the matter to prevent any connection being drawn between him and the theft incident at the logistics park. I cannot comprehend your words. If your purpose in seeking me is solely to discuss this, then there is no need for us to continue this conversation. Zhong Ai pressed on. Song Haokuin, do you truly harbor no feelings for me at all? Upon reading her words, Song Haokuin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Spare me. You know me, and I know you. If you have a request, just state it plainly without all this unnecessary banter. Zhong Ai continued. Lin Feng's home is not far from the ski resort in Kanagawa Prefecture. Since you were able to traverse such a distance to eliminate Lin Feng, surely you can reach there as well? At this point, Song Haokuin involuntarily twitched his lips. He had indeed forgotten about the ski resort in Kanagawa Prefecture. It offered snowmobiles and a plethora of winter sports equipment. In such a location, it would be more advantageous to seize the opportunity than to allow others to benefit. However, he pondered why this woman suddenly mentioned the ski resort. With a hint of suspicion, Song Haokuin frowned and typed back, do not beat around the bush, get straight to the point. Zhong Ai, Kanagawa Prefecture is not far from Tokyo Airport. I hope you can drive the snowmobile to pick me up at Beihang Port. And then I will take you back to Donghua to indulge in wealth and luxury. Chapter 94 is merely a jest. Haha, your family indeed possesses considerable strength. Upon reading Zhong Ai's words, Song Haokuin surmised that a boat would come to greet her. However, the notion of enjoying wealth and luxury was something he could not accept. With the arrival of the apocalypse, the upper echelons of society worldwide would inevitably face a tumultuous period of upheaval. Even if those in power were well prepared, human ambition remains insatiable. When the old order crumbles, families or individuals wielding force are capable of dominating it will undoubtedly incite a brutal coup to overthrow the existing regime, establishing a new order. Unless the Zhong family forges a union with a true powerhouse, creating a relatively stable interest alliance, their fate would certainly not be favorable. Thus, upon her return, Zhong Ai would inevitably become a pawn in a political marriage, and accompanying her would lead to a dead end. Moreover, even if the Zhong family could seize power, given Zhong Ai's obsessive need for control, being by her side would feel akin to imprisonment. She would be akin to a warden wielding a whip. In these apocalyptic times, living so freely, why endure such suffering by returning with her? Furthermore, would it truly be safe to fetch her? Tokyo Airport is not solely about Zhong Ai. It is also a hub for dignitaries arriving from all corners of the world, with military districts nearby. He would not take such a significant risk for a woman. Thus, in response to Zhong Ai's request, out of some lingering sentiment, Song Haokuin refrained from directly telling her to leave and instead replied coldly, I do not know what you are talking about. Lin Feng was not killed by me. I have been at home all along. Your family Esho Liang is alive and well, which is the best proof. After sending this message, Song Haokuin prepared to tidy up a bit before heading directly to the ski resort in Kanagawa Prefecture. If he recalled correctly, the ski resort in Kanagawa is located in the northeast of the prefecture, near the city of Kitahara, bordering Tokyo. Speaking of this, one must mention the administrative divisions of the island nation. Apart from the two exceptional capitals, the largest administrative unit is the prefecture. Below that are cities, towns, and villages. The cities in this island nation are akin to districts in our country, and so forth. Kanagawa Prefecture is situated about 50 kilometers southwest of Tokyo, bordered by Sagami Bay to the south and neighboring Yamanashi and Shizuoka prefectures to the west. It is among the most developed areas of the Tokyo Metropolitan Economic Belt. Simultaneously, it is the most densely populated region outside of Tokyo, with a resident population exceeding 9 million and an incalculable number of transient individuals. The eastern part, centered around Yokohama and Kawasaki, boasts the best economy and densest population, characterized by rapid urbanization and industrialization in the hilly terrain. In the western region lies a mountainous area abundant in forest resources, while the central region centers around the Sagami River, affectionately referred to as the Mother River of Kanagawa, characterized by its vast plains. To the south, one can find the stunningly picturesque Shonan coastline, with the Miura Peninsula and the charming city of Komura situated in the southeast. Currently, Song Haokuin resides in the main urban area of central Kanagawa, affording him convenient access in any direction. Recently, he has conceived a plan to gather supplies from nearby cities once he has collected the resources in his vicinity. Who knows what these items may be used for in the future? To prepare for any eventuality, especially considering the potential for catastrophic loss of life on the island over the next decade or so, it is imperative that he gathers these supplies. With such thoughts in mind, Song Haokuin meticulously organized his belongings and set out for the ski resort in Kanagawa Prefecture. At Tokyo Airport, in the VIP lounge, Zhong AI's expression darkened upon receiving a message from Song Haokuan. Zhao Long, noticing his uneasy demeanor, inquired about Song's response. Zhong AI replied gloomily that he claimed Lin Feng was not responsible for his demise and lacked the capability to operate a snowmobile. Damn it, that bastard is lying. Zhao Long, barely in his 20s and already thinning on top, exclaimed with a mix of anger and foreboding. Lin Feng was currently unreachable. Having just acquired a batch of food, it was inconceivable that he could perish at home from the cold. What shall we do now? Zhong AI felt equally distressed and irritable, even contemplating taking drastic measures against Song Haokuan, but the current situation did not permit such actions. The high-ranking officials in the island nation had gone into hiding, unwilling to squander resources to assist them in heading north. The domestic situation remained precarious, with flights grounded due to the chaotic atmospheric conditions and excessive radiation. The runways were strictly off-limits for takeoff. The rare opportunity to have a ship dispatched southward to retrieve them was already a significant privilege. Now abroad, they found themselves stripped of the advantages and privileges typically afforded to the wealthy and connected. Instead, they were in a position of absolute vulnerability and peril. Being foreigners accustomed to a life of luxury, they were the most susceptible to attack should any disturbances arise at the airport. Thus, their circumstances were exceedingly dire. Even if they could find refuge in a hotel, at least there would be some semblance of safety and a bed to sleep in. Unlike this VIP lounge, which offered little more than a few layers of glass for protection and only thin blankets and sofas for comfort, Zhao Long, his thoughts darkened by concern, recalled the hotel they had stayed in upon their arrival at Tokyo Airport. Glancing out at the nearly 3-meter-deep blanket of snow and then at the towering buildings 2 kilometers away, he clenched his teeth, resolute. Once we pool our resources, we must leave this place with food in hand. We are heading to the Tokyo International Airport Hotel, Kanagawa, Sakura Garden Ski Resort. Zhao Longzhong, once a top-tier scion of power, found himself desperately struggling for survival when he arrived at the ski resort, while Song Haokuan soared alone on the slopes. Whether on a snowboard or skis, he reveled in a myriad of winter activities: ice fishing, skating, and bumper cars. In a word, he played with unbridled joy. After racing up and down for several laps, beads of sweat adorned his brow. Yet, thanks to his body's ability to generate warmth and the top-notch protective gear from an elite mountaineering team, he felt no trace of the cold. Once his playful spirit had been sufficiently satiated, hunger began to gnaw at him. He made his way to the second floor of the visitor center atop the mountain, selecting the general manager's office with the finest view, where he ignited a fire for a barbecue, accompanied by a few bottles of beer. It was a blissful little life that even a king would envy. The sounds of sizzling and bubbling filled the air, as he indulged in a feast that brought him immense satisfaction. After thoroughly enjoying his meal, Song Haokuan retrieved a bathtub and luxuriated in a warm bath. Listening to his favorite music while fiddling with his phone, he perused the incessant complaints of certain individuals and the bizarre chatter within his social group. Just as he was delighting in these messages, observing the twisted nature of those he despised, the phone rang with a call from the one person he least wished to hear from, Li Bingxin. Chapter 95. Come quickly, there's an abundance of food at my place. This wretched woman. The moment Song Haokuan saw Li Bingxin's name flashing on his screen, memories of his previous life, filled with betrayal and dismemberment, surged through his mind, and his expression darkened with a fierce intensity. However, noticing her persistent calls, he surmised she must be in urgent need of assistance. This was precisely the information he yearned for, and he could not afford to miss it. So, when the phone rang again, he answered. Hello? Wah Haokuan. I'm so cold and hungry right now. The wound from my surgery is starting to get infected. Wah wah wah. Oh, how utterly tragic, he replied, a radiant smile blossoming on his face, while internally, he felt a wave of delight, pure exhilaration. He nearly let slip his true feelings, but quickly composed himself. If this woman sensed any hint of his satisfaction, his little plan to torment her would falter. Just as he regained his composure, Li Bingxin revealed her true intent. Haokuan, could you bring me some food? I'm really starving. It feels like needles are stabbing my stomach. There's nothing left to eat at home, and if this continues, my heart won't last much longer. At this, Song Haokuan nearly burst into laughter, hastily pinching his thigh to stifle the amusement. Bingxin, I truly wish I could help you, and I do have plenty of food at home. But what? But the door to my house has been damaged, and the lock won't open at all. It is likely that the rascally child named Masao Taro from our neighborhood, who once attempted to snatch my food, has devised some means to tamper with my door lock in retaliation for the reprimand I delivered him. Currently, no locksmith has arrived, and unless you can assist me in unlocking the door, I find myself utterly trapped within my own abode. Those wretched little brats are truly infuriating. Li Bingxin, her face bandaged, felt a surge of rage at the thought, her emerald eyes glinting with an unmistakable ferocity, wishing nothing more than to rend that scoundrel to pieces. Her greedy parents shared a similar expression of resentment upon hearing this. However, her idle, wayward brother suddenly had a flash of inspiration and quietly suggested, "Let us venture to his neighborhood. I have acquired some skills in lock-picking. Perhaps I could give it a try. If he has any food at home, even if he cannot emerge, he might toss some to us from the window." Upon hearing his words, both Li Bingxin and her avaricious parents were intrigued, and she quickly spoke into the phone. "Haokuin, I may be able to locate a locksmith. Let us come to your abode, shall we?" "Of course, why not? I have an abundance of food that I cannot possibly consume alone. It would be much merrier with more company," replied Song Haokuin, nearly bursting into laughter at the thought of their arduous journey through the heavy snow, only to return empty-handed. His excitement made him tremble with anticipation. Thus, he agreed eagerly and even urged them, "Hurry along. I am alone at home, without a soul to converse with. I feel as though I might suffocate from the solitude. Once you arrive, I shall treat you to a grand feast." "Very well, we shall prepare to head to your home," Li Bingxin responded, her spirits soaring at Song Haokuin's enthusiastic invitation, and her family was equally exhilarated. In this frigid apocalypse, food was a dire necessity, and with this new arrangement, their problems seemed to find a resolution. During this time, cultivating a good relationship with Song Haokuin, this affluent heir, would be prudent. Perhaps even securing a future for Li Bingxin. Should their food supplies dwindle, and the terrifying snowstorm persist, they could always rely on Song Haokuin as a source of sustenance. However, amidst their excitement, Song Haokuin sent Li Bingxin an address, a false address. He then continued to luxuriate in his bath, indulging in his mobile device while awaiting the sunset. After relishing the breathtaking sunset, he received a call from the enchanting musician, "My wife, you know." Her plight mirrored that of Li Bingxin, as her food supplies had been completely depleted, and she found herself in desperate need of assistance. With the evening free, Song Haokuin decided to visit her for the night. A perfect opportunity to expend some energy. Yet, just as he arrived near Yuno's residence, he received another call from Ho Liangliang. Before he could utter a word, he heard the frail voice on the other end. "Haokuin, I implore you. I beg of you, save me. Bring me some food. I am in dire straits. I feel as though I may perish from hunger. I would willingly part with all my wealth, every last penny. I possess a staggering 500 million in savings. All for you, if you would only accept. I implore you." Cough, cough, cough. 500 million, indeed, is quite a substantial sum. Upon hearing these words, Song Haokuin feigned a tone of intrigue. "How about this? I have not been feeling well these past few days. If you could endure for just a little longer, once I recover, I shall certainly bring you some food." Beep, beep, beep. He chuckled softly, hoping that in 2 days' time, you would still be alive. Gazing at the phone after the call ended, Song Haokuin murmured to himself with a smile. Of course, 2 days later, he had no intention of delivering food to that scoundrel, Ho Liangliang. He merely sought to offer a glimmer of hope, only to let despair wash over him once more, prolonging his suffering for a few more days. Beep, beep, beep. Song Haokuin. Upon hearing the line go dead, a fierce expression washed over Ho Liangliang, who was nestled in his blankets. "Ah, Song Haokuin, you rascal, just wait. I shall have my revenge. I will slay you. I will slay you." After venting his fury, he armed himself with a kitchen knife and a golf club before stepping outside. He made his way to his neighbor's doorstep, ruthlessly hacking at the wooden door with the knife. Yet, he found no provisions within. Only the lifeless forms of an elderly couple, frozen in death. Strangely, upon seeing their corpses, Ho Liangliang felt no fear. Rather, he instinctively swallowed hard. Gulp. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, Song Haokuin was also swallowing in anticipation. Knowing that Song Haokuin would come bearing food, my wife, Yuno, had meticulously prepared for his arrival. With her alluring curves and a figure that commanded attention, she donned the most seductive lingerie, layered beneath snug fleece attire, yet topped it all off with a festive Santa Claus suit. How thoughtful. Upon seeing this Christmas enchantress, Song Haokuin's appetite was instantly piqued. After all, which young man could resist the allure of Santa Claus? As the night passed, the sun rose high in the sky. Song Haokuin, under the pretense of searching for supplies, left behind only a few days' worth of food for her, instructing her to secure the doors and windows and protect herself before departing from Yuno's abode. Upon returning home, he received a message from Li Bingxin. "Haokuin, we set off. Just thinking about living together with you fills me with joy." Chapter 96. Darling, let us not make another mistake this time. As long as you're happy, though your joy seems a tad premature. Upon reading this message from that wretched girl, Song Haokuin's expression darkened, a cold smile gracing his lips. After indulging in a delightful breakfast at home, he turned on soft music and opened the Seven Cats novel app. He perused the apocalyptic-themed novels, selecting those with brutal and exhilarating revenge plots, savoring every moment as he muttered to himself. This one is good. This one is impressive. I shall jot this idea down. How delightfully twisted. I like it. Time slipped by unnoticed as he read, until Li Bingxin called him once more. However, Song Haokuin did not answer the phone, knowing full well that the caller had likely dialed the wrong number. They must be both famished and parched, shivering in the cold. If that is the case, let them endure a bit longer in their discomfort. A smirk crept across Song Haokuin's face as he envisioned their predicament. In the grand metropolis of Daheng, at the 12th apartment building on the 32nd floor, Li Bingxin's parents and younger brother sat on the staircase, utterly exhausted, resembling pitiful creatures. Yet, due to the frigid temperature in the corridor, they huddled together for warmth. As Song Haokuin's phone continued to ring unanswered, complaints began to spill from their lips. Li Hu exclaimed, "That scoundrel Song Haokuin summons us here and then ignores our calls. How infuriating." Li Mu queried, "Could it be that his phone has run out of battery?" Li Biao added, "Mom. We knocked on the door so loudly that even a deaf person would have been awakened. I suspect that rascal is toying with us. Impossible. There must be some mistake." Meanwhile, Li Bingxin, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, was panting heavily, utterly fatigued. She suffered more than anyone, her body burdened by numerous ice patches. After climbing the stairs and working up a sweat, her wounds throbbed painfully, as if swarmed by countless insects. Yet, upon hearing her family's grievances against Song Haokuin, she felt compelled to defend him. She sensed a shift in her family's perception of him, an ominous premonition taking root in her heart. Yet she dared not dwell on it. Song Haokuin cares for me deeply. He invited us to his home. Surely he would not engage in such trivial antics. Afterward, she sent a voice message to Song Haokuin, detailing their current plight, her tone barely above a whisper. "Brother Haokuin, we have arrived at your doorstep. Have you fallen asleep? We shall wait for you outside for a while yet." After sending the message, Li Bingxin suddenly slapped her thigh in realization. Blast it. We may have taken the wrong corridor. Did Song Haokuin not mention that the lock on his door was jammed? Is this door not functioning properly? Upon hearing her words, her family also began to piece together the situation. Li Biao slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Darn it. I must be oxygen deprived from all that climbing. My brain has gone a mush." But Li Hu furrowed his brow in confusion. No, he specifically mentioned this type of apartment. The one on the left side after entering the main door. My goodness. Li Mu suddenly shrieked. But he never specified which main entrance. He couldn't be referring to the north entrance, could he? Exactly. I told you we should have clarified before departing. Now we've made a complete fool of ourselves. Seeing that her family had come to this realization, Li Bingxin took on the role of hindsight's critic. You should have kept quiet. You didn't oppose it at the time. Her father, Li Hu, interrupted her with impatience, unable to tolerate her lamentations. Hastened to seize the moment for rest, awaiting a response from Song Haokuin, so that we may venture to his abode for a meal. Meanwhile, his son, Li Biao, suddenly wore a peculiar smile. We have knocked upon this door for an extended duration with no one emerging. It seems likely that no one is home. I shall attempt to pry the door open. Upon hearing this, the other three members of the family brightened with intrigue. However, Li Biao's skills were rather rudimentary, having only acquired some meager abilities. After nearly an hour of futile efforts, he finally managed to unlock the door. It was merely a standard wooden lock, far from a security door. Nevertheless, this achievement was sufficient to elate the group, for they were on the brink of freezing, hardly able to consider the implications. Particularly, Li Bingxin felt the chill penetrating her, as her body harbored numerous icy lumps, creating an unbearable sensation of cold, pain, and itchiness. Consequently, as soon as the door swung open, they rushed into the room. They dashed into the bedroom, burrowing into the blankets for warmth, neglecting the search for food within the house. At that moment, Song Haokuin reclined on the sofa, basking in the warmth of a fire while watching an old film, with his well-behaved tabby cat, now, resting on his lap. The feline exhibited remarkable intelligence, remaining tranquil, readily accepting affection and maintaining cleanliness without instruction, utilizing the litter box with ease. In fact, now hardly shed any fur, truly a perfect companion. At 9:30 in the morning, the time was drawing near. It would be too lenient to allow them to freeze. Glancing at his Richard Mille watch, Song Haokuin sent a message to Li Bingxin. Why haven't you arrived yet? Woo, Haokuin, we are on the verge of freezing. We took a wrong corridor. It is so cold, and we are so hungry, my heart feels like it might freeze. Li Bingxin hastily replied, her eyes darting to Li Biao, who was also nestled under the blankets for warmth. She was curious to see how he would respond, questioning whether he was truly toying with them. Naturally, Song Haokuan was indeed playing with them, sprawled on the sofa, laughing like a madman before finally replying. Bingxin, did I not provide you with directions to my home? Have you truly forgotten? Upon reading this message, Li Bingxin was momentarily stunned, recalling that there had indeed been such an exchange. However, she could not recollect the specific building he had indicated. Her memory was not particularly sharp, and in her current state, all she desired was to reach Song Haokuan's residence, prompting her to respond swiftly. Woo, please send me the exact coordinates. The snow is falling heavily, the weather is frigid, and I am starving, exhausted and cold, nearly perishing on the way. Yet, she failed to notice her brother, Li Biao, glaring at her with gritted teeth, unable to suppress his internal curses directed at Li Bingxin. You fool, having been here before, you cannot even remember the location. What a waste. As he silently grumbled, Song Haokuan had already sent the precise address along with a considerate reminder, accompanied by a photograph of a table laden with an assortment of fish, meats, vegetables, and various hot pot condiments and carbohydrates. Song Haokuan, this time, please don't get lost. I live in Building 3, Apartment 3203. Song Haokuan, we're just waiting for you to join us for hot pot. Chapter 97. Of course I can hear. I merely pretend not to. What on earth has this scoundrel hoarded at home? Li Biao gazed at the photograph, swallowing hard, his eyes gleaming with an indescribable longing. After all, they had just climbed 32 flights and struggled to pry open an iron door, only to find that the house was empty and devoid of any food. The owner was away on a long business trip, so there was no food stored to attract rodents, regardless of how much there was. Certainly there would be food when they arrived. Li Bingxin's mother was already famished, her hands clutching her stomach. Indeed, if one looked closely at the corner of the photograph, there was a fireplace, and to their surprise, a fire burned within, indicating the warmth of the home. As the head of the family, Li Hu observed with even greater scrutiny. Let us hurry. Once we reach that scoundrel's home, we can enjoy a warm meal. Li Bingxin was equally exhilarated and noted that Song Haokuan was clad in nothing but ordinary pajamas, his ankles exposed, wearing only ankle socks. He must be quite warm at home, with an abundance of supplies. If their family could settle in, they would surely live a life akin to paradise. This was the shared sentiment among them. Thus, they stifled their hunger once more, bolstered by the hope Song Haokuan had provided. After laboriously descending 32 flights and trudging through the snow across the neighborhood, they finally arrived at the base of Song Haokuan's building. However, by this point, the family of 4 was utterly exhausted. They lacked the strength to ascend any further, and Li Bingxin, frozen and pale, fainted. She bore a considerable amount of ice upon her, along with numerous cuts. Had it not been for her parents and brother, she might have succumbed to the cold. Consequently, the family hurriedly pulled her into the stairwell, and Li Biao quickly sent a message to Song Haokuan using her phone. Brother Kuan, could you toss us some food? We've made it to your building. My sister has already fainted from hunger. At Madame Sato's home, in the living room, Song Haokuan, laughing heartily while enjoying hot pot and beer while watching a variety show, received the message and erupted into laughter, slapping his thigh in delight. However, at that moment, his cat, Now, took the opportunity to snatch a piece of beef from his chopsticks and gulp it down, wearing an expression of sheer joy. Seeing Now devour the beef, Song Haokuan was momentarily taken aback. He had little experience caring for cats, and had always thought they only ate raw meat. He had even fed Now several pieces of raw meat before the hot pot. Moreover, the hot pot base he prepared was of the fiery and numbing variety. He vaguely recalled hearing that cats detest excessive oil and chili. Could it be that the voices on the internet were all misleading? Meow. Huh. Just as Song Haokuan was lost in contemplation, he was interrupted once more by the clamorous cries of Now. Never mind, he thought, if she enjoys it, let her indulge. A family of considerable means would not be burdened by a single cat. With a heart untroubled by want, Song Haokuan added another pound of beef to the pot, picking a slice of perfectly cooked beef to toss to Now. Meow. The little tabby cat joyfully seized it, devouring it voraciously, unfazed by the heat or spice. Well, being unpicky is a good trait. Song Haokuan smiled and praised her while gently stroking her head, casting his phone aside to continue his meal. After over an hour of feasting, drenched in sweat, he noticed Now's belly had swollen, lying on the ground with her limbs splayed and tongue lolling. Suddenly, shouts echoed from downstairs. Song Haokuan! Song Haokuan! Can you hear us? We're downstairs. Of course, he could hear them. He merely chose to feign ignorance. Ignoring the commotion, he retrieved a dozen beers from his storage. Meanwhile, downstairs, after Li Biao's shouts, he was seized by a fit of coughing, for the outside temperature was frigid, and merely calling out for a brief moment felt as if 1,000 needles were pricking his throat. After Li Biao, it was Li Bingxin's mother, followed by her father. Li Hu. After 3 rounds of shouting, their voices were nearly spent. The family squatted in the corridor, their faces grim, struggling to produce sound while clutching their throats. That scoundrel. Surely he hasn't fallen asleep again? Is it possible we've come to the wrong place again? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The address is clearly marked. And the location is correct. Then this scoundrel's phone must be dead. It only charges for an hour or 2 at best. This fellow, with his ample supplies, surely cannot resist fiddling with his phone, unlike us who conserve our battery. I want hot pot. I want hot pot. After a futile exchange, the unconscious Li Bingxin roused, continually murmuring those words. The remaining trio, gritting their teeth, helped Li Bingxin to her feet, and together they ascended the stairs. They were reluctant to carry Li Bingxin, but without her, Song Haokuan would surely refuse them. Thus, they climbed the 28 flights of stairs over an hour and a half, feeling as though they were scaling Mount Everest. In truth, the conditions were nearly analogous, plagued by hunger and cold, with the looming threat of perishing. Especially when they beheld the stairs leading from the 29th to the 30th floor, seemingly obliterated as if by an explosion, the family collapsed to their knees in despair. Li Bingxin was the first to succumb to tears, sobbing, "Why? Why is this happening? I was so close to enjoying hot pot. Oh heavens, why must you treat me thus?" His brother, Li Biao, wore a visage of fury, akin to a wounded beast enraged and ready to roar. That scoundrel, Song Haokuan, has dared to deceive us. Upon hearing this, Li Bingxin and her parents' expressions darkened further. Yet, Li Bingxin quickly came to Song Haokuan's defense. Surely not. Have you forgotten he mentioned being locked in his room? How could he possibly know of the happenings in the corridor? Song Haokuan adores me so. He would never stoop to deceive me. Upon her words, their nearly frozen parents and brother, after a brief moment of contemplation, began to accept her reasoning. However, even with their agreement, the current situation remained grim, particularly as their phones were running perilously low on battery. Thus, the family placed their hopes upon Song Haokuan's neighbor. They endured hunger and the biting cold, relentlessly knocking on the door of the 28th floor. Yet, no one answered, and some even resorted to insults and threats. "If you dare knock on my door again, I shall emerge and slay you." Consequently, they turned their hopes towards Li Biao. Li Biao, also battling hunger and discomfort, made his way to the door of 2803, the only unit that had remained silent thus far. Armed with the experience from his previous attempt, and driven by a fierce will to survive, he managed to open the door of 2803 in just half an hour. However, just as the 4 family members were poised with excitement to rush into 2803 for warmth and sustenance, neighbors from the 28th, 23rd, 25th, and 27th floors burst forth from their doors. Chapter 98, An Eye for an Eye. Half an hour earlier. Beep, beep, beep. The laptop chimed, drawing Song Haokuan's gaze to the surveillance footage on the screen. Initially limited by signal and power constraints, he had only installed cameras on the 30th to 32nd floors. Yet now, in order to witness the plight of the Li family in its entirety, he hastily added several camera sets, equipping them with batteries and signal receivers. Thus, when the Li family reached the 28th floor, the surveillance alarm system activated as programmed. Observing their dire circumstances, a radiant smile spread across Song Haokuan's face. Upon witnessing Li Biao fiddling with the door lock, seemingly practiced in his efforts, he recalled Li Bingxin's earlier words. In that moment, Song Haokuan resolved to enact a measure of poetic justice, utilizing Junichiro Yamashita's account to send a message within the group. "A few rats have infiltrated our corridor, persistently banging on doors and pilfering supplies. Dear neighbors, do exercise caution." 2801, Kuroki Matsuboku. I wondered why they were knocking at my door just now. Those wretches. They dare to attempt thievery from my home. 2802, Xiaolan. Thank goodness I didn't open the door. It seems they are now targeting 2803. Akira Kurosawa. This group of individuals is utterly detestable. Taking advantage of the calamity to cause chaos is simply abhorrent. Neighbors should gather evidence and wait for the snow to cease before apprehending them. 2603. Such people must be captured. We have nothing to eat at home. We have neither stolen nor pillaged, yet they dare to behave so shamelessly. Observing these insincere rascals stepping forward with righteous indignation, Song Haokuan smirked with satisfaction at home last night, then resumed tapping away on his device to send a message. Noticing that many neighbors were also without food, he thought to himself that since they had stolen it anyway, it would be better for it to benefit their own building rather than others. Otherwise, if other buildings learned of the bounty, they might think the residents of their building are easy prey and might come here seeking sustenance. Having left this message, Song Haokuan tossed his phone aside, picked up his controller, and continued playing his game, Black Myth, Wukong. He had now progressed to the chapter of the Great Havoc in Heaven and had gathered the complete Wukong set. Today, he could unleash a flurry of action. The thought of defeating celestial beings brought him immense joy. Upon reading his message, many famished neighbors were stirred into action. At 2803, with a click, the door swung open, revealing the Li family's 4 members, their faces adorned with blissful smiles, as though they had glimpsed the gates of paradise. However, in the next instant, a neighbor from 2801 burst forth, a burly man with dark skin wielding a knife. He arrived at 2803's door and kicked Li Biao aside, the first to storm into the room. Oh dear! Already weakened by hunger and cold, Li Biao nearly succumbed to the pain from the kick. Li Bingxin and her parents glared in fury. Li Bingxin cried out in anguish, "Baka! You scoundrel! You bastard! We opened the door! Get lost!" Black Muxong paid no heed to her words. Upon hearing the outcry, he uttered a curse and turned to face them with his knife. "Don't think I didn't see you prying the door open. I'll tell you, only our people can take what's in this building. Dare to move, and I'll chop you up." After delivering this menacing threat, Black Muxong dashed straight to the kitchen and refrigerator. You scoundrel! Bastard, do not touch our food. Damn it! You thief, may you meet a terrible fate. The Li family, barely able to stand, could only wail hoarsely from the floor. Soon after, residents from 2802 also emerged, followed by those from the 27th, 25th, and 23rd floors, with even neighbors from the 20th and 18th floors joining in. All these individuals were neighbors whose food supplies had run low. If they could avoid it, they would not wish to venture out, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Especially since Song Haokuan, using the account of Yamashita Junichiro, had provided them with a nearly perfect excuse. Thus, a throng surged into 2803, many trampling over the bodies of the Li family. Let those already frail and suffering from hunger and cold endure yet another injury. It is indeed a cruel twist of fate that leaves them gasping for breath. After they have stripped away all that could be taken, the family of 4 from the Li household was reduced to 3. At some point, Li Bingxin's mother had her neck broken by that group of neighbors. By the time her father discovered this grim reality, her lifeless body had already succumbed to the biting cold, rendered rigid. My wife, my wife, my wife. Coughing violently, Li Hu, who had shared many years with his spouse, cried out in a mix of anger and suppressed grief. However, after a fit of coughing, his voice was utterly silenced. Meanwhile, Li Bingxin sobbed uncontrollably beside him, but her tears were not for her deceased mother. She wept for herself, for the happiness that had seemed so close, yet was now just a distant dream, leaving her wounded and waiting in hunger for death. Just as the father and daughter wallowed in their sorrow, Li Biao's eyes darkened with a ravenous hunger. Gazing at his deceased mother, he perceived nothing more than a mere slab of flesh. Without a moment's hesitation, while Li Bingxin and her father were still in shock, Li Biao lunged forward and sank his teeth into his mother's arm. Li Bingxin was left stunned, and Li Hu stood there, momentarily paralyzed by disbelief. Yet, half an hour later, he made the same grim choice. As Li Bingxin gazed at her mother's body, despite the gnawing hunger threatening to consume her, she could not bring herself to utter a word. Her mind was flooded with a multitude of proverbs that echoed relentlessly: the law of the jungle, the cold of the lips and the loss of teeth, the sorrow of the fallen rabbit resounding in the fox, and the tragedy of cannibalism. In that moment of cold, hunger, pain, and irritation, a profound fear took root in her heart. She finally understood the discomfort that had plagued her when her family looked at her with those eyes. If today had not unfolded as it did, if her mother had not departed this world first, perhaps she would have become the sustenance for her family of 3. The mere thought sent a shiver through Li Bingxin's body. No, I cannot allow this to happen. I refuse to become someone else's sustenance. No. After that chilling realization, she bore the revulsion and nausea to confront her mother. However, as she took her first bite, she could not suppress her tears. During a prior cosmetic surgery, she had received porcelain veneers. When her brother and father had feasted on her mother while her body was still warm, it had seemed acceptable. But now, her mother had grown cold and rigid, causing 2 of her porcelain teeth to shatter upon impact. This grotesque turn of events nearly shattered her sanity. At that moment, a text message from Song Haokuan suddenly arrived. Bingxin, where are you? What is the situation? I just ate some mushrooms and fainted. Are you still downstairs? How about I leave you something to eat? Chapter 99. Meeting me is your fortune. Sob Song Haokuan. He truly still loves me. I knew he would never abandon me. Upon seeing this message, Li Bingxin was nearly overwhelmed with affection for Song Haokuan. Conversely, Li Biao, whose face was smeared with blood, scoffed at the message. This pathetic sycophant certainly knows how to choose his moments to speak. In my opinion, he is merely toying with us. Enough of the noise. Their father, Li Hu, said grimly. After wiping the blood from his face, he continued, regardless of whether he is playing tricks on us, we have only one path left. Given this wretched temperature and the dire scarcity of food, if we wish to survive, we must take refuge in his home. What should we do? Li Biao understood the truth in his father's words. There were no stairs connecting the 29th and 30th floors, and they lacked a ladder to ascend. Let us rest for a moment and set fire to some furniture in the house. We can climb up from the balcony. Li Hu, displaying remarkable decisiveness and keen observation, made a swift decision. His son and daughter found this reasoning sound, and they temporarily refrained from entering apartment 2803, opting instead to dismantle their coffee table and ignite it. Li Hu scrutinized the balcony structure while Li Biao lay on the sofa, covered with a blanket, his expression dark. However, in a fleeting moment, their eyes met, and they silently confirmed that neither of them was a virtuous individual. At that moment, they both harbored intentions to eliminate Song Haokuan and seize his home and supplies, even contemplating using him as a reserve for sustenance. Feeling a glimmer of hope, Li Bingxin, wrapped in a thick blanket, fiddled with her phone. Just then, the electricity returned, and she hurriedly messaged Song Haokuan. Haokuan, we are preparing to climb up from the balcony. Climb up from the balcony? Why not take the stairs? Song Haokuan chuckled upon reading the message. If it weren't for being led by his nose, they would never have found themselves in such a dire predicament. Surviving a month would have been effortless. After all, the Li family consisted of 4 members, and with Li Biao's lock-picking skills and Li Bingxin's cunning, their combat and survival capabilities were commendable. Unfortunately, these rascals had the misfortune of encountering him. Meow? Now, not understanding the reason for his laughter, sensed that his master seemed quite pleased and nuzzled against his arm. Li Bingxin, it appears the stairs to your 29th and 30th floors have been destroyed. We have no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Please do not forget to open the window for us shortly and give us a bit of support. Oh dear, you are truly clever. Why did I not think of that? Had I known, I would have exited through the balcony much earlier. Song Haokuan remarked with a sly smile of praise, then turned his gaze to his own balcony, which still bore traces of blood, along with a pair of shoes and a sock, remnants left by De Gong Chunliang's subordinates. After a cursory glance, Song Haokuan replied with an even brighter smile. I've received a call, so I must charge my phone for a while. Please let me know when you all set off. Okay, Li Bingxin cheerfully responded. Shortly thereafter, she received a message from her close friend. Gui Weiyao, Xin, it's over, my family has run out of supplies. Do you have any food to spare? Li Bingxin, hey. My household has also run out of provisions. However, I will soon be residing in a warm, spacious house and indulging in a sumptuous hot pot. Gui Weiyao, what? Such a delightful turn of events. How did that come to be? Have you found yourself another benefactor? Li Bingxin, it's still that Song Haokuan. He previously put on airs, but these past few days, he has been begging me to move into his home. Initially, I had no intention of accepting, but seeing his warm abode and abundant food, I thought I might give him a chance. Gui Weiyao, oh my, you are truly fortunate to encounter such a devoted admirer. I can't help but envy you. Li Bingxin, what can I say? This is the power of allure. After all, I was born with beauty. How outrageous. You think you're beautiful, you fool. Gui Weiyao, shivering under her covers at home, could not help but exclaim upon reading this message. She immediately sent a message to Song Haokuan, including the chat history. However, after sending it, she felt a twinge of regret. If Song Haokuan, that old devotee, were to be placated again, she would have acted in vain. Thus, she contemplated retracting the message and opted for a more gentle approach to gauge the situation. At that moment, Song Haokuan replied, rest assured, I am well aware. I'm merely teasing the shameless girl. Haha, Kuan Gu, you are quite bad. I like it. Seeing Song Haokuan's reply, Gui Weiyao felt an unprecedented thrill. Yet for safety's sake, she sent a few photos. Photo, Li Bingxin's body, marked with numerous surgical scars. Photo, Li Bingxin, wrapped in various bandages post-surgery. Gui Weiyao, Kuan Gu. I heard that Li Bingxin's wounds have developed frostbite and inflammation. One can only imagine how ghastly it must be. Song Haokuan, she deserves it. Upon witnessing Song Haokuan's response, Gui Weiyao finally felt at ease and quickly typed a plea. Kuan Gu, our household supplies have been depleted, and I have a pair of twin sisters to care for. Could you possibly provide us with some assistance? Song Haokuan, I would like to help you, but unfortunately, the lock on my door has been tampered with. I cannot venture outside. If you are able to come to my building's entrance, I can toss some supplies down to you. Gui Weiyao paused at this message, yet she remained skeptical, interpreting it as merely an excuse for Song Haokuan's reluctance to leave his home. Given the weather, she too was not inclined to go out, and as for food, she had a little stashed away, though the twins from the countryside were unaware of it. Thus, she resolved to wait for another 2 days before making any decisions. Subsequently, She engaged in idle chatter with Song Haocoen and sought assistance from other sycophants. Unbeknownst to her, Song Haocoen had secretly contacted the pair of twin sisters and would soon whisk them away, preparing a gift for her, the wretched one. Half an hour later, having feasted sufficiently and warmed their bodies, the Li father and son twisted a bedsheet into a rope-like form, securing it around their waists as a safety line. They then opened the balcony window, ready to climb to Song Haocoen's residence. Father, brother, you can do it. Li Bingxin, who had abstained from meat, felt utterly weak, yet mustered the strength to encourage them as they prepared to leave. However, her brother Li Biao barely glanced in her direction, while Li Hu shot him a stern look, offering a smile to his daughter instead. His actions were motivated by future considerations, as even the longest winter must come to an end, and Li Bingxin was instrumental in securing their promising future. After sharing a brief smile, Li Hu and his son Li Biao set off. Chapter 100, Filial Piety in Death. Soon, the duo of Biao and his father had ascended to the 29th floor. They continued their climb to the 30th and, gritting their teeth, pressed on to the 31st floor. They hurriedly sought refuge in a room, for the terrifying cold compounded by the bone-chilling wind rendered their down jackets inadequate. Just moments earlier, Li Biao had nearly slipped and fallen. Damn it, this wretched weather is unbearable, he exclaimed angrily upon entering the room. At that moment, Li Hu's expression darkened as he beheld the corpse in the living room, the floor marred by substantial icy water stains. Something was amiss. Being astute and perceptive, Li Hu conducted a thorough investigation before leading Li Biao up the stairs. There, he discovered signs of forced entry at room 3203. What sort of trouble had Song Haocoen entangled himself in to warrant such destruction of his door lock? It seemed quite plausible. Li Biao scrutinized the lock, noting the considerable damage. The lock was filled with metal shavings, and hot glue had been used to seal it shut, rendering it utterly useless. It appears he has been concealing quite a bit from us, he remarked. Indeed, Li Hu replied, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. After a brief silence, his expression grew increasingly grim. Is it possible that this young man does not possess as many supplies as we thought? Perhaps he is trapped inside, hoping someone would rescue him for survival, which is why he has orchestrated such antics. Damn, that is quite likely, Li Biao echoed, awakening to his father's insight. Who would install a fireplace in their home? And who would stockpile such an abundance of supplies? Even with provisions, the snow could fall indefinitely. How could he afford such extravagance as hot pot? Would he truly invite others to partake? Damn it, this young man truly considers us to be easy prey. Hush. Keep your voice down. Li Hu found some merit in his son's words, but still admonished him. Although he may be trying to deceive us, the heavy snow will eventually cease, and this lad comes from wealth we may find useful in the future. Upon hearing his father's words, Li Biao, who had initially contemplated eliminating Song Haocoen, began to realize the gravity of the situation. Father, indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Do not flatter me so. Li Hu, though secretly pleased, playfully scolded him. Let us return upstairs and discern whether this fellow is a hero or a villain. Agreed. Li Biao readily acquiesced and followed his father downstairs, but as they passed the corpse, he remarked, this fellow truly has had a stroke of bad luck. To perish in his own home. Perhaps the frozen pipes burst, causing the floor to become treacherously slick. Li Hu casually offered his assessment, though he was genuinely careless in his judgment. Had he merely taken a glance in the kitchen, he would have discovered that the water had long ceased, with all the pipes intact and devoid of any water. This oversight stemmed from his son's earlier praise and his own impatience to uncover the truth. What lay above in Song Haocoen's residence, heaven or hell? Whoosh. The father and son once more opened the window, and the biting cold wind rushed in, making them shiver uncontrollably. Yet now, there remained only one more floor to ascend. They exchanged glances and nodded, embarking on their climb. However, upon reaching the balcony of 3203, their expressions abruptly shifted. They beheld the blood on the balcony, along with the discarded shoes and socks. Suddenly, Li Hu let out a blood-curdling scream. The railing he grasped had given way, sending him plummeting downwards. Fortunately, the safety rope was in place, allowing Li Biao to keep him from imminent peril. His father dangling in midair, struggling. Cough, cough, son, quickly pull me up. Faced with the threat of death, Li Hu could no longer concern himself with the pain in his throat. His entire body dangled precariously, facing downward, rendering him utterly powerless. Had he been oriented towards the balcony, he might have managed to grab the rope and cling to the edge. Yet, they were indeed unfortunate, as Li Biao dared not move an inch either, for the railing in his grasp was equally unstable. Terror-stricken, he leaned down, clutching the edge of the balcony with both hands, his feet braced against the window ledge, striving to avoid being dragged down by his father. Damn it, these wretched developers. What kind of shoddy construction is this? Nonetheless, he reacted swiftly, recalling that there were still people inside. He began to pound on the glass with his knee. Song Haokuin, help, come out and assist. Father, find something to leverage. This grip is painfully tight, and I cannot muster any strength. TSK. At this moment, Song Haokuin was undeniably in the room, with the surveillance footage playing on his phone. Li Bingxin had already sent him a message when her father and uncle set off. As for the balcony's quality, it was indeed somewhat lacking, yet not entirely subpar. The looseness resulted from Song Haokuin having struck it with a hammer. He leisurely approached the window, stowed away his phone, and retrieved a chicken leg from his space. While savoring his meal, he opened the iron door. He had intentionally cut a section of steel plate while welding an entire layer in this room, precisely for such a situation. With a clang, after pulling open the heavy iron door, Song Haokuin drew back the thick curtains, revealing the disheveled Li Biao. Upon seeing Song Haokuin, Li Hu's expression brightened at the sight of the chicken leg in his hand, and he instinctively swallowed. In that moment, he truly saw hope. Song Haokuin, hurry, save me. However, Song Haokuin noticed that Li Biao was feigning panic. The issue soon arose, as the window of room 3203 needed to be opened outward. This meant that if Song Haokuin wished to open the window, Li Biao would have to shift his leg aside. If Li Biao did so, he would likely be pulled down by Li Hu's weight. Despite knowing this, Song Haokuin slowly pushed the window open, nearly startling Li Biao to death. Damn it, Song Haokuin. Are you out of your mind? Don't push. I'm about to fall. Father, use something to help, or we won't be able to open the window. Son, save me. Son, save me. Cough, cough. Son, save me. But Li Hu, now somewhat dazed and frozen, was acutely aware of their perilous height on the 31st floor. With a drop of over 100 meters to the ground below, the silver expanse of snow-covered earth appeared to him as a terrifying abyss. He flailed about like a drowning man, frantically shouting, devoid of reason. Yet, amidst this chaos, he managed to grasp the safety rope behind him. Given just a moment, even a mere 2 seconds, he could seize the edge of the balcony. However, faced with such a dire situation, Li Biao made a fateful decision. He untied the safety rope around his waist. Instantly, the weight lifted, and with a sigh of relief, he murmured, Father, I'm sorry. I won't let your family be without an heir. A scream echoed from below as Li Hu felt a distinct sensation of falling, clutching the so-called safety rope as he plummeted. Chapter 101. If I could relive this moment, I would ensure he does not meet such a swift demise. With a crash, having released the safety rope, Li Hu fell rapidly, yet his fate was truly dire. His calf collided with the railing below, the intense pain causing tears to stream down his face. The agonizing pain, coupled with the fluttering bed sheets, jolted him awake. Ungrateful wretch. Beast. You shall not escape unscathed. He realized that it was his own son who had undone the safety rope, forsaking the father who had raised him. Yet, by the time this revelation dawned upon him, it was far too late. The acceleration due to gravity is approximately 9.8 meters per second, and a fall from 100 meters is merely a matter of seconds. Soon, a large crater marred the snowy ground, and at the tender age of 45, Li Hu met his demise beneath the residence of Song Haokuin, his eyes forever unclosed. However, the benevolent Song Haokuin fulfilled his wish. At the very moment Li Biao untied the safety rope, Song Haokuin had sealed the window, retreating to his small abode to indulge in a hot pot meal at his little table. Outside, Li Biao, having experienced a fleeting pang of guilt, soon redirected his gaze towards the room. Thud! He beheld a lavish spread: bok choy, oilseed lettuce, fish balls, shrimp paste, crabs, beef, lamb chops, and even Australian lobster. How could this fellow live so extravagantly? His household possessed such an abundance of food. Overwhelmed by this striking scene, Li Biao immediately began to smash the glass, forcing himself to endure the sharp pain in his throat as he shouted, Song Haokuin, open the window and let me in. Let me in. I am your brother-in-law. I am Li Bingxin's brother. Let me in. Your brother-in-law? Only a fool would wish to be your sister's husband. Song Haokuin felt as though he were being berated by Li Biao. Thus, in retaliation, not only did Song Haokuin savor his meal even more, but he also tossed a significant portion of the Boston lobster to the drooling tabby cat. Now. Meow. Now excitedly yelped and promptly seized the morsel, settling down to feast on the ground. You scoundrel. You. Coughing violently, Li Biao's frustration reached a boiling point as he witnessed Song Haokuin feeding the lobster to the cat, nearly causing his lungs to burst from rage. He began to pound on the glass with renewed fury. However, this tempered laminated glass proved to be far more resilient than he anticipated. His hands and feet throbbed from the effort, and ultimately, he collapsed onto the balcony. Then, a chilling gust of wind swept by, leaving Li Biao shivering uncontrollably. I cannot remain here. Otherwise, it shall be my end. Li Biao became acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation, prompting him to hastily descend the stairs. However, this time there were no safety measures in place, and the railing, which could have offered him support, was now perilously loose. As he gazed down at the 100-meter drop below and recalled his father's recent fall, his heart trembled uncontrollably with a fear that burgeoned within him. In that moment, he hesitated, lingered, and succumbed to terror. He was engulfed by dread. Thus, he turned to Song Haokuan, who was indulging in a lavish feast, dressed in a simple garment and seated next to a warm hearth. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead from the meal he was enjoying. At that moment, Li Biao could no longer suppress his saliva and swallowed hard. He knelt before the window, pounding against it with his hands. Thud, thud, thud. In this manner, he sought to capture Song Haokuan's attention, repeatedly bowing in hopes that he might be permitted entry into the room. Yet, witnessing such a spectacle, Song Haokuan only savored his meal more heartily. He even turned on the television, immersing himself in a film by Stephen Chow, Shaolin Soccer. Just at the film's amusing beginning, he could not help but chuckle heartily. This very action infuriated Li Biao beyond measure. "You bastard! I will surely kill you." Although he could not vocalize his fury, the anger within him reached a fever pitch. This surge of intense wrath sent his adrenaline soaring. At that moment, he forgot his fear and even the biting cold. Mimicking the movements of Jet Li from the film, he grasped the edge of the concrete balcony, preparing to replicate the cinematic leap to the ground below. However, just as his body began to lower and his feet met the railing, a noose fashioned from coarse rope suddenly ensnared his neck. As he attempted to swing onto the 31st floor balcony, it tightened brutally, yanking him upwards. In an instant, Li Biao could only emit muffled whimpers. His hands instinctively clutched the rope, desperate to prevent his throat from being severed. A wave of profound terror surged within him once more. The effects of adrenaline began to wane, replaced by the sharp pain radiating from his throat and the icy winds that pierced through him. He realized that he might be facing death, imminent and unavoidable. No, no, no. I cannot die. I must not die. Confronted with this horrifying possibility, Li Biao began to struggle violently. He gripped the rope tightly, attempting to leverage himself against the railing below. However, all of his efforts proved futile, as Song Haokuan, standing coldly atop the roof, gazed down upon him. His eyes gleamed with a desire for vengeance and malice, fixated on the very man who had once inflicted such harm upon him. His original intention had been to prolong Li Biao's suffering before allowing him to perish. However, upon witnessing Li Biao's escape, he could no longer contain his fury. A burning desire to end Li Biao's life consumed him. Thus, he stepped out of the warm confines of the room, retrieved a sturdy hemp rope, fashioned it into a noose, and harshly secured it around Li Biao's neck, hoisting him into the air. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Li Biao writhed in agony, struggling desperately. For seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds. His strength began to wane, his body swaying as he sought to alleviate the torment constricting his neck. 7 seconds, 8 seconds, 9 seconds. Li Biao had completely exhausted his will to fight. Hanging lifelessly from the rope, a chilling breeze swept through, causing him to sway like a scarecrow in a field. Was this how it would end? Feeling the tension in the rope, Song Haokuan squinted his eyes in regret. Although the act of eliminating his foe was exhilarating, the ease with which Li Biao succumbed left him feeling hollow. An overwhelming emptiness washed over him, akin to finishing a task that should have taken half an hour in a mere 3 minutes. In that moment, Song Haokuan experienced a twinge of regret. If only the heavens could grant him another chance, he would ensure that Li Biao did not meet such a swift end. And then, unexpectedly, joy arrived as a sinister and eerie laughter echoed from downstairs. "Ha ha, Song Haokuan, I shall slay you. I am the true child of destiny, the protagonist of this era." Chapter 102, Three Eyes. Thank the heavens. Upon hearing Li Biao's voice from below, Song Haokuan's face broke into a radiant smile. Shortly thereafter, he beheld Li Biao before him, now adorned with a pair of gray wings and a single eye appearing above his brow. This was not the vertical pupil of Erlang Shun, but rather a horizontal, blood-red iris reminiscent of a character from an old anime known as the Three-Eyed Boy. "Song Haokuan, I will kill you, kill you." The moment he laid eyes on Song Haokuan, Li Biao's other 2 eyes turned crimson, and he roared in fury towards Song Haokuan inside the window. Yet, Song Haokuan's gaze remained as tranquil as a still pond, as he silently opened the prepared firing aperture and thrust a rapid-fire submachine gun into position. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. He unleashed a barrage of bullets, riddling Li Biao's body with wounds as he plummeted from the sky. However, Song Haokuan did not pursue him immediately. The restoration of his voice indicated Li Biao possessed regenerative abilities. Yet, Despite his mutation, being struck by so many bullets suggested his reflexes were not particularly strong. But could it be that this creature's only power after transformation was flight? That seemed implausible. Otherwise, he would not have developed a third eye. The true strength of this being undoubtedly resided within that eye. As Song Haokuin pondered these thoughts, he retreated to his room, fully armed. Just then, his laptop emitted a notification. Injured, Li Biao staggered to the first floor, crouching trembling in a corner, unsure whether it was the pain from his wounds or the biting cold that rendered him shivering. Soon, a magnificent set of wings enveloped him, forming a protective spindle. Upon witnessing this, Song Haokuin immediately descended the stairs, halting on the 5th floor. Today, aside from gathering supplies and indulging in carnal pleasures, he had also acquired considerable technical knowledge from an online expert. He had learned about timed explosives, recently developed remote-controlled bombs, and fixed machine guns mounted on drones. Taking a position in the corridor of the 5th floor, Song Haokuin first retrieved a drone, then meticulously secured a high-explosive grenade to it with tape, followed by the installation of a triggering mechanism. This process was repeated 10 times before he finally maneuvered the first drone down the stairs. The drone buzzed as it approached Li Biao, who remained oblivious, concealed within his wings. Since you are unaware, let me grant you another death, Song Haokuin thought, directing the drone in a suicide charge that culminated in a collision with the wings. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying explosion erupted, reverberating throughout the corridor. Yet, as the flames dissipated, deep craters marred the surrounding walls, while Li Biao's spindle-like wings remained unscathed. In a sudden flourish, Li Biao ascended, his wounds vanishing entirely. It seemed this scoundrel was quite resilient. Observing the adversary's movements on the surveillance monitors, Song Haokuin sprinted upstairs. By the time Li Biao charged up the 5th floor corridor, Song Haokuin had already reached the 8th floor and detonated the explosives he had previously procured. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions echoed through the corridor, the force of the blasts reminiscent of an earthquake. Yet, astonishingly, Li Biao remained unscathed. He cackled maniacally as he surged upwards, howling with reckless abandon in the hallway. Song Haokuin, you are doomed. I am the master of this world. By killing you, everything you possess will be mine. Upon hearing this, Song Haokuin scoffed, rolling his eyes. Did this fool not realize that villains often perish due to their own verbosity? Did he truly believe himself to be the protagonist? However, Li Biao's taunt had alerted Song Haokuin to an anomaly, though he chose not to reveal it. He hastened his ascent, now armed with 2 submachine guns, glancing back to fire at Li Biao as he ran. Rat-a-tat-tat. Yet, this time, Li Biao did not even flinch. The bullets struck him, producing only the sound of metal clashing against metal. Clang, clang, clang. Haha. Here, I am invincible, Song Haokuin. You are finished. I will tear you to shreds. Li Biao roared with arrogant glee upon witnessing Song Haokuin once again wielding firearms. However, in the next moment, Song Haokuin chuckled. Is invincibility truly a capability that exists in this world? Based on his current understanding and research, newly awakened superhumans are the most vulnerable, possessing powers that are only slightly stronger than those of ordinary individuals. Without ample sustenance to replenish their strength, they may even succumb to starvation. Moreover, while a select few may possess formidable abilities due to immense mental fortitude or innate gifts that have mutated into terrifying powers, even their capabilities are not limitless. The foundation of all abilities lies in physical endurance or constitution. Energy is conserved. The explosive force generated by high-explosive grenades, unless one possesses spatial abilities like his own or is inherently endowed with defensive powers, cannot be effortlessly absorbed. As for the continuous explosions from explosives, they could obliterate even a building. It is likely that even a superhuman would be blown away. Li Biao had only recently undergone mutation. What grounds did he have? Furthermore, it was just moments ago that his submachine gun had inflicted severe injuries on Li Biao. It is utterly unreasonable for Li Biao to recover so swiftly without any energy replenishment. Additionally, after sustaining such grave injuries, why would he flee towards my building instead of escaping elsewhere? Is he truly underestimating me? These are indeed points of suspicion. Yet, in his anxious state, Song Haokuin failed to process these thoughts. Amidst the tension, it was difficult to reflect deeply. However, Li Biao's few utterances struck him like a thunderbolt, awakening him to the reality. This fellow's ability lies within his eyes, potentially akin to the Sharingan or the powers of Freddy, the king of nightmares, capable of ensnaring him within illusions. The current situation then became clear. He merely needed to conduct a simple experiment. He covertly clenched his fist and pressed his nail into his palm. Excellent. He achieved the result he desired. Song Haokuin, standing his ground, once again aimed his weapon at Li Biao. Haha, Song Haokuin, have you lost your mind? Do you think that burning stick will still be of use to me? Observing Song Haokuen's movements, Li Biao scoffed disdainfully, taking slow steps forward. He now felt like a hunter, gradually closing in on his nearly lifeless prey, believing that this would instill great pressure upon Song Haokuen. The mere thought of Song Haokuen's fearful and apprehensive demeanor brought him immense satisfaction. However, as he took one step, then another, he drew ever closer to Song Haokuen. Yet, the prey he beheld bore no semblance of fear. In fact, Song Haokuen appeared almost amused, his gaze filled with mockery. It was at this moment that Li Biao realized he was merely pacing in place, despite having just moved. Chapter 103, Panic. Damn it. Do you also possess illusionary powers? Realizing the only possibility, Li Biao glared at Song Haokuen with a flash of trepidation in his eyes. However, Song Haokuen did not respond. He merely pulled the trigger of the submachine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted, and in an instant, Li Biao was riddled with bullets. From that moment forth, the scene before Song Haokuen collapsed abruptly, akin to chunks of plaster peeling away from a wall. In the blink of an eye, he found himself back in his own room. Li Biao, however, lingered before him, seemingly unscathed, his 3 crimson eyes fixated upon him. Upon witnessing this, Song Haokuen swiftly aimed his gun at the shooting hole, yet Li Biao had already anticipated his move. With a powerful flap of his wings, he darted to the left and vanished from Song Haokuen's view. He was attempting to escape. Understanding Li Biao's intention, Song Haokuen hurried back to room 3202, racing to the balcony to set up his sniper rifle. The adversary remained within his perceptual range of 240 meters, and with the sniper's remarkable precision, he readied the weapon and fired. Boom. The sniper bullet was unleashed with a thunderous roar, comparable to the blast of a tank cannon. At that moment, Li Biao, in his arrogance, was still boasting. Song Haokuen, just wait. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. I will return. Yet, before he could finish his proclamation, the bullet pierced through his left chest, creating a gaping wound the size of a fist, a massive spray of blood erupting into the air. A harrowing scream escaped Li Biao as he involuntarily trembled, his body paralyzed by pain, his wings rendered uncontrollable as he began to plummet towards the ground. The world around him ascended endlessly, and he realized he was about to crash down, utterly helpless in the face of his fate. All he could do was await his demise, while his heart seethed with a frenzied hatred for Song Haokuen. Beast! Scoundrel! You wretched bastard! Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. His fury overshadowed his fear of death. Song Haokuen, I will kill you. I shall dismember you. I will drink your blood, devour your flesh. I will reduce you to mere pieces. I will feed your remains to the dogs. I will not let you escape. Even in death, I will pursue you. With such fervent resentment coursing through him, Li Biao's body once again began to transform, yet in his rage, he remained oblivious to the changes. An eerie red mist enveloped his form, and the descent began to slow. Subtle, intricate patterns emerged on his skin, initially resembling strands of hair, which suddenly unfurled to reveal numerous eyes hidden beneath, grotesque and revolting. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the hundred-eyed demon lord from tales of old. Noticing this unsettling transformation, Song Haokuen took aim once more and pulled the trigger of his sniper rifle. Boom. Just as the other party was suspended in midair, the shot struck, obliterating his head. At that moment, Li Biao's suspended body plummeted once more. Until that individual had crashed into the snow, Song Haokuen fired another shot into the snowdrift created by the impact. Bang! After this shot, he sensed that it had found its mark. However, he could not ascertain whether the adversary was indeed dead. Nonetheless, he was resolute in preventing any escape. Shouldering his sniper rifle, Song Haokuen returned to his room, immediately arming himself before venturing out, having made some special preparations. During this interval, the entire neighborhood descended into chaos, with residents becoming anxious and fearful. The sound of Song Haokuen's gunfire was deafening. Many trembled in their beds, while others struggled to rise and peek through their windows to assess the situation. Fortunately, from the moment Song Haokuen fired until he returned to his room, no more than 3 seconds had elapsed. This brief duration, coupled with the heavy frost on the windows, concealed his exact location from prying eyes. Yet, everyone sensed a direction. The gunfire emanating from the apartment building sparked a tempest of discussion. My heavens, that gunshot was so loud. It was truly terrifying. Has someone been murdered? What kind of gun was that? It couldn't have been an ordinary handgun, could it? Surely the entire neighborhood heard it. As a firearms enthusiast, I can assert that was a sniper rifle, and a large caliber one at that. My goodness. With official rescue efforts delayed and gunfire still ringing out. Could this be the onset of the fabled apocalypse? Stop inciting panic. The government will not abandon us. Meanwhile, the residents closest to the apartment building were the most certain that the gunfire originated from the upper floors. their fear palpable as they engaged in frenzied discourse. The shots are definitely from the upper floors. Who knows who fired? It's utterly terrifying. Just days ago, there were sounds of grenades and gunfire. And now there's sniper fire. Oh my. Is anyone from the higher floors willing to speak? What on earth is happening? It's all gone awry, completely chaotic. Do you think someone is armed and committing robbery or murder? Does anyone have supplies at home? Can you sell me some? I've exhausted all my provisions. I'll pay double. Dream on. Last time someone offered 10 times the price for supplies, they hardly acquired much. You think you can buy it at double the price? As their conversation progressed, they inevitably returned to the topic of supplies, with many neighbors seeking assistance. Those who had previously scorned Sakurai Rya and Song Haokuin for their high-priced acquisitions of goods were now gripped by anxiety. Some even reached out to Song Haokuin via phone or messages, hoping to repurchase food at the selling price. With a cold smile upon receiving the messages, Song Haokuin merely tucked his phone away, feigning ignorance. He dashed down the stairs and plunged into the snow, searching for the formidable multi-eyed demon, Li Biao, whom he had just vanquished. Approaching Li Biao's lifeless form, Song Haokuin, equipped with a tactical thermal imager, brandished his M1911 automatic rifle and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The rapid succession of shots echoed through the air, swiftly depleting 10 magazines, followed by a flurry of high-explosive grenades hurled into the fray. The ground erupted as the snow was torn apart, creating deep craters, before Song Haokuin finally tossed a flashbang and moved in closer. Yet, in that very instant of proximity, Li Biao's corpse unexpectedly detonated into an eerie crimson mist, surging towards Song Haokuin. Song Haokuin, I shall bring about your demise. The disintegrating body of Li Biao transformed into a swirling red fog, spiraling upward and coalescing into a torrent aimed directly at Song Haokuin. In the face of such chaos, Song Haokuin merely smiled coldly and opened his portal to the void. Consequently, the mutated Li Biao was entirely consumed by the rift. However, upon entering Song Haokuin's alternate dimension, Li Biao's reaction was unlike any other. He exhibited no signs of discomfort, no struggle for breath, nor did he remain suspended in place, paralyzed. Instead, he gazed around with exhilaration, marveling at the mountains and seas of resources amassed before him. It is you. So, these supplies are the fruits of your thievery. Ha ha. From this moment forth, they shall belong to me. All mine. When did you ensnare me with your illusions? With a triumphant laugh, Li Biao reveled in his victory. Yet Song Haokuin remained eerily composed. Humph. The moment you took your third shot aimed at me. Fool. The instant you beheld any of my eyes. You were drawn into my illusion. Li Biao's laughter rang out once more. Didn't he see this coming, did you? Yet, Song Haokuin regarded him with a gaze akin to that of a fool. Even if you can ensnare me within your illusionary realm, you should have grasped from our previous encounter that illusions are not invincible. My mental fortitude, or will, surpasses yours, rendering you incapable of inflicting harm upon me. Especially now that I am aware this is merely an illusion. How long can your energy sustain itself? Your body is still wounded. How long can you endure out there? Huh. My energy transcends your imagination. Upon hearing Song Haokuin's words, Li Biao's expression soured, yet he quickly regained his bravado. Your previous escape was merely due to my illusion infiltrating your mind. But now, this is my mental domain, merely an evolution of your thoughts. As long as I eliminate you here, you will become nothing more than my puppet. From this day forth, everything you possess will be mine. Your resources, your assets, your mansion, even your girlfriend. Ha ha. Everything you own shall belong to me, all mine. Li Biao became increasingly exhilarated and frenzied, resembling a madman. However, Song Haokuin merely observed his antics in silence, akin to watching a fool or a comical jester. He was acutely aware that Li Biao's assertions were far from the truth. If he truly possessed the strength he claimed, he would not have dallied for so long before descending. Given this individual's foolish nature, he would have rushed forward to confront him without hesitation. Moreover, energy is conserved. Each scene and moment depicted surely demands some expenditure of energy. Could he genuinely wield illusionary powers with such ease from a distance? When he initially awakened his own abilities, he had nearly starved in the process. The other gifted individuals he had encountered also exhibited limited powers post-awakening. Even the formidable secondary awakening of rage culminates in a brief eruption before swiftly waning. Additionally, if this were indeed his mental realm, Li Biao would not miss the opportunity to unleash torment upon him. Thus, this could not possibly be Li Biao's mental world. It remained firmly entrenched in his own psyche. The incessant prattle from Li Biao was merely a ruse to mislead him and instill fear. Yet, how could a well-prepared individual succumb to terror? Furthermore, he had now discerned the method by which Li Biao ensnared him in an illusion, the crimson mist. It likely originated from the red fog emanating from his own body, or perhaps Li Biao had released a portion of it in advance, closing in while he was distracted in his assault, thus invading his mental space. With this hypothesis solidified, Song Haokuin felt an even greater sense of calm. Observing the agitation in Song Haokuin's demeanor, Li Biao recognized that his efforts had been in vain. Nevertheless, he would not succumb easily, for his powers were undeniably formidable. Haha. Song Haokuin, you are indeed not so easily deceived. Thank you for the compliment. Song Haokuin scoffed disdainfully, conjuring firearms from thin air and unleashing a relentless barrage upon Li Biao. Yet, this time, the bullets hovered ominously in midair. Li Biao's triumphant smirk reappeared. Useless. My powers have been enhanced. Even if this is your mental realm, once I have invaded it, it becomes my domain. We are now in a symbiotic relationship. His expression swelled with pride as he declared, you cannot kill me, unless you manage to slay yourself. Furthermore, I exist now as a pure energy entity, capable of survival without a physical form. But what of you? Your body lies outside, frozen. How long can it endure? My body's endurance is of no concern to you, Song Haokuin replied, maintaining his composure, though one matter did pique his curiosity. Are you suggesting that if I were to take my own life, you would perish alongside me? Li Biao shook his head with a sardonic smile. Of course not. I can return to my own body. Humph. The flesh is merely a vessel. I can change it at will. Have you not completed your 9 years of compulsory education? He retorted arrogantly. Upon hearing such brazen words, Song Haokuin's expression turned slightly disdainful. Li Biao, incensed by the remark, gritted his teeth. What audacity, Song Haokuin. Before long, you will merely be a puppet of mine, a slave at my command. It appeared that your intellect is indeed lacking. Observing Li Biao's growing hysteria, Song Haokuin continued, unhurriedly. My physical strength is several times that of an ordinary person. Your strength cannot possibly surpass mine. Moreover, I am clad in advanced cold weather gear, the kind used by mountaineers scaling Mount Everest. I could endure freezing temperatures for an hour or two without issue. What are you wearing? Do you believe your body can withstand the elements longer than mine? You claim that I must die for you to be killed, and you also assert that you can revert to your original body. Does that mean you can inhabit a corpse? If so, why would you wish to return to your original form? And given the multitude of lies you have spun, do you think I would trust you easily? He paused, then added, your abilities likely allow you to manifest some psychic environments, but they do not grant you full access to my innermost thoughts. However, since we have reached this juncture, perhaps I should divulge a certain matter. What matter? As Song Haokuin spoke, Li Biao felt an unsettling chill, as if a shiver had run down his spine. Noticing his expression, Song Haokuin flashed a radiant smile. I have a cat named Now Now. It not only performs backflips, but also comprehends most human speech. If all goes as anticipated, your body should have already. Before Song Haokuin could finish his sentence, the world before them shattered like a circular mirror, disintegrating into dust. In the blink of an eye, Song Haokuin found himself once more in a frigid, snow-laden landscape. His adopted tabby cat, Now Now, had consumed Li Biao's entire head. Is he dead? Song Haokuin hesitated, uncertain of Li Biao's state. Cautiously, he approached the headless corpse and placed it into a spatial rift. Subsequently, he experienced the exhilarating rush of power surging within him once again. His physical prowess was enhanced, approximately by 10%. The volume of the alternate space expanded to an impressive 500. Alongside this, his spatial awareness extended to a formidable radius of 500 meters. Furthermore, it was more than a mere increase in spatial range. Previously, his perception resembled that of a rudimentary radar, capable only of detecting movement like mere dots on a map. Yet now, he could distinctly perceive the contours and shapes of his counterpart, akin to an image produced by thermal imaging, effortlessly discerning their physique and gender. Perfect. It appeared he was one step closer to becoming superhuman. After absorbing Li Biao's energy, Song Haokuin smiled to himself and called out to his little cat, Now Now. Now Now, let us go. Today I will treat you to a couple of extra chicken legs. Meow. Now Now's eyes sparkled with excitement, propelling itself off the ground to leap onto Song Haokuin's shoulder. However, just as it was about to land, Song Haokuin once again opened a portal to the void, swiftly enclosing Now Now within. He had not forgotten Li Biao's words. If Li Biao could invade his mental realm, it was not beyond possibility for him to intrude upon the world of the cat demon. He had to remain vigilant. As expected, the moment Song Haokuin secured Now Now, a third eye sprouted from the center of the cat demon's forehead, while its other two eyes glowed a sinister crimson. In this endless void, it even uttered human words. Damn it! Damn it! Damn that bastard Song Haokuin for being so cautious. That scoundrel, even wary of his own pet. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Yet, Amidst this interminable void, no matter how furious or grotesque he became, it was utterly meaningless. Minutes later, Li Biao felt himself on the brink of collapse. The scenery before him remained unchanged, and the cat demon's body was utterly immobile, devoid of any sound or variation. Furthermore, there was not a trace of air in the space. The cat demon began to suffocate, its spirit waning, its body losing control. Meanwhile, Li Biao's emotions spiraled further out of control as he raged and howled in hysteria within the vast emptiness. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Song Haokuin! Come out and let me go. Song Haokuin! You despicable creature! Have the guts to show yourself. I will make you pay. You dog! You beast! Song Haokuin! Come forth. I am the protagonist of this era. Release me. Song Haokuin! I beg you, spare me. Let me out. I do not wish to perish. I do not wish to die. Brother Kuin, grandfather, ancestors. Song Haokuin, I implore you to release me. I beseech you to set me free. But in the end, he succumbed. He even contemplated kneeling before Song Haokuin, wishing to bow his head in supplication. Yet all his efforts were in vain, as Song Haokuin remained oblivious to his plight. Even if he could sense it, he would not intervene. The cautious Song Haokuin would not allow a repeat of past encounters. What if Li Biao's mental energy could still traverse the space? It might merge with his consciousness, leading to a permanent coexistence. If that were to occur, he would not hesitate to take his own life. No, it should be after eliminating all his enemies. Then he would end it all. Even contemplating the complete annihilation of the entire island's populace and ending it all myself, I find my existence utterly unbearable. If I must suffer, no one else shall live in peace. In Mrs. Sato's home, the living room is filled with the aftermath of triumph. Having resolved the crisis with Li Biao and successfully acquired a unique power, Song Haokuin's first order of business upon returning home was to host a lavish feast in celebration. 4 family-sized takeout buckets, a large platter of pork knuckles, 8 trotters, a whole roasted lamb, an assortment of grilled skewers, and a case of refreshing beer were all laid out. The sounds of indulgence and merriment filled the air. While roasting over the fire, he turned on the television to watch a film. This time, Stephen Chow's King of Gambler, which brought him immense joy and unrestrained laughter. However, while he reveled in his paradise, Li Bingxin was gripped with terror. Having just lost her mother, she was startled by the screams echoing from upstairs. Fearful of the biting cold and the dreadful news that might await her, she hesitated to look outside. Then came the horrifying sounds of gunfire, sending her scurrying back under her covers like a startled ostrich. The cacophony intensified with the explosion of grenades below, nearly driving her to the brink of madness. As a fierce hunger gnawed at her insides, akin to needles piercing her stomach, she finally emerged from her fright and hurriedly messaged Song Haokuin. Haokuin, have my father and brother reached you? Why haven't I heard anything yet? Song Haokuin, with greasy hands and a mouth full of food, raised an eyebrow at Li Bingxin's message. Despite the commotion he had caused upstairs, how could she remain oblivious to his ruse? Surely, she could not be that foolish. Was she simply frozen in shock or starved of thought? He pondered silently, opting not to respond immediately. However, Li Bingxin soon sent a lengthy voice message. Haokuin, I'm so cold and hungry. I feel like I'm dying. Please, I beg you for something to eat. I truly feel like I'm freezing to death. And I'm in so much pain. I underwent surgery for you. Hearing her weak, pitiful tone, Song Haokuin's smile broadened. Rather than offering her food, he recounted the events that had transpired. Bingxin, it was absolutely terrifying. Your father and brother had just arrived on the balcony when a madman opened fire on them. Your father was shot down first, and I was so frightened that I retreated to my room. Then your brother was also killed. Bingxin, I was just too terrified. You don't blame me, do you? Chapter 106. Great mercy, how could I possibly blame you, Haokuin? You know I truly love you. Upon confirming the tragic fate of her father and brother, tears welled in Li Bingxin's eyes, unable to be contained. Although her parents and younger brother were rather ordinary, one might even describe them as parasitic leeches, their demise would leave her devoid of kin. In this frigid, desolate world, how could she not feel heartbroken and terrified? Yet, in light of her current predicament, she had no choice but to hastily dry her tears for the sake of survival. It was unbearably cold, even ensconced within her blankets. Her tears froze almost instantaneously, having previously injured the corners of her eyes. Weeping only exacerbated her pain. One could only lament their misfortune and curse the scoundrel who fired the gun. Haokuin, Xin is so hungry, Xin is so cold. Every part of her body aches. Please bring me something to eat. Sob. Xin is going to die? Oh, I know, but I cannot crawl out the window. Hearing the pitiful voice of the woman he despised most, Song Haokuin's smile grew ever brighter, yet his tone was tinged with mockery. Leaving Xin. Upon realizing that Song Haokuin refused to emerge, hastened to plead further. Hao Kuan, I implore you to save me. I underwent those surgeries for you. I came here for you. Hao Kuan, I love you dearly. I would do anything for you. Please, I beg you, save me. Once you do, you may do as you wish, any way you desire, I beseech you. Observing how this toy had been reduced to such a state, Song Hao Kuan wore a cold smirk as he devised a plan. In a moment, you shall go downstairs. I will toss the food from the windowsill for you to retrieve. This way, you shall not starve. The lunatic outside is unlikely to shoot in time. This is the best aid I can offer you. All right. Li Bing Xian understood that this was the only option available, yet she felt utterly exhausted and unable to move. Hao Kuan, I am so fatigued that I can hardly walk. I will message you once I reach downstairs. Fine. Song Hao Kuan readily acquiesced. Tossing aside his phone to continue basking by the fireplace, watching a movie, and indulging in barbecue and beer. He had just eliminated 3 adversaries in one fell swoop and was reveling in Li Bing Xian's dire situation. It was simply exhilarating. Meanwhile, downstairs, the ravenous Li Bing Xian, with a glint of desperation in her eyes, pulled back her blankets. Her physical strength could no longer support her descent for food. Thus, she made her way to the kitchen, procured a suitable boning knife, and returned to the living room. Her deceased mother had already become rigid from the cold, rendering her flesh nearly inedible. Therefore, she resorted to consuming sashimi slices. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Just as she had eaten to a semblance of satisfaction, she received a message from her dear friend Gu Yuyao. Gu Yuyao, darling, how have the past few days treated you? Li Bing Xian, not too bad. I found myself a desperate sycophant to support me, and I've moved into his home. Gu Yuyao, you can't possibly be referring to Song Hao Kuan. Have you moved into his house? Li Bingxin. Of course, their home is truly warm and filled with an abundance of provisions. There are so many delightful things that one cannot possibly consume them all. I was utterly stuffed after just one meal of hot pot. Gu Yuyao, oh my, that sounds absolutely splendid. I truly envy you. Could you possibly ask them if I may join you? Li Bingxin. I shall speak with that insufferable sycophant. But he trusts no one but me, so success is not guaranteed. Gu Yuyao. Oh dear, Bingxin, we are the best of sisters. You can't just stand by and watch me freeze or starve, can you? He adores you, so he must heed your words. Li Bingxin. Certainly, but with this heavy snowfall, it's uncertain when it will cease. I can only negotiate with him. Gu Yuyao. Excellent. Bingxin, I knew you were the best. After replying to Li Bingxin, Gu Yuyao's face contorted with envy and resentment. She hurriedly picked up her phone to contact Song Hao Kuan. Hao Kuan, has Li Bingxin already moved into your home? Li Bingxin. Absolutely not. How could I possibly allow her into my house? Upon receiving this message, Song Hao Kuan spoke candidly, and soon after, Gu Yuyao sent him the chat history. Seeing it, he let out a cold smile. Have her send you a video to prove it. Oh, how could she not believe you? That deceitful Li Bingxin is quite the trickster. Gu Yuyao's heart raced with a mix of surprise and delight upon reading his message. Then, she showered him with flattery, hoping to win his favor, even dreaming of residing in his warm and comfortable abode. To her astonishment, Song Hao Kuan actually agreed. You may come over. I too have been feeling a touch lonely and could use some company. Originally, Song Hao Kuan's plan was to venture out, retrieve Gu Yuyao and her twin sister, and then incinerate their home, forcing Gu Yuyao to seek refuge with him, where he could torment her at his leisure. However, now that Gu Yuyao had decided to come to his place, he devised a more entertaining scheme. As soon as Gu Yuyao arrived at his building, he would seek out her twin sister and indulge in some leisurely days together. They would relish their time in Gu Yuyao's home, enjoying abundant food and comfort, while sending photographs and videos to Gu Yuyao. Splendid. I am preparing to head over immediately. Gu Yuyao felt a thrill of excitement, her scalp tingling at the thought. Her home was not far from Song Hao Kuan's, merely a kilometer or two away in a straight line. Though the snow had accumulated to over 2 meters, the lower layers had compacted under the weight, alleviating safety concerns. With her own home depleted of food, Song Hao Kuan's residence boasted ample provisions and a cozy fireplace. As soon as she reached his abode, not only would she survive, but she would live in a manner akin to that of deities. At that moment, she would promptly send a video to that wretched Li Bingxin. Damn it, that deceitful woman, even in the apocalypse, still seeks to fool me? How lowly. 2 hours later, having consumed a bit too much and feeling slightly dizzy, Song Hao Kuan finally received a message from Li Bingxin. Hao Kuan, I am about to descend to receive your heartfelt airdrop. Upon reading such a message from a woman, Song Hao Kuan's initial good mood dissipated entirely. Was she jesting about having obtained some supplies? However, he quickly regained his composure. Even if she did possess some provisions, how long could they sustain her? Regardless, he had no intention of providing her with any resources. The so-called airdrop was merely a ruse. Acts of great benevolence? Absolutely not. What he discarded were mere scraps, inedible enough to starve on, yet potentially lethal in their consumption. It could even lead to a beating. With this thought in mind, Song Haokuin opened his phone again. This time, he sent a message using the account from his previous convenience store job. Dear neighbors, I have noticed many of you have been going hungry lately, and I happen to have stockpiled some supplies. Unfortunately, my door lock has been damaged, preventing me from leaving, so I can only toss them down from upstairs. If you are in need of food, please wait in the northern direction downstairs in 10 minutes. Chapter 107. Please call me Song the Benevolent. As soon as he sent this message, the group chat erupted in excitement, with many praising him enthusiastically. Kurosawa Akira, oh my, this little Song is truly a good person. Park Il-chan, with such kindness, he must be one of us from the great Han Ming Kingdom. Sakurazawa Ria, I have always believed that good deeds are rewarded. Mr. Song is indeed a good person. Kuroki Matsutake, the door lock is broken? You wouldn't be Song Haokuin, would you? Kobayashi-chan, what a nice guy. Too bad I live on the 28th floor. How I wish I hadn't bought a high-rise. However, soon enough, discordant voices emerged. Aseo Miyako, Song Haokuin, you scoundrel. Return my grandson's life. Aseo Miyako, Song Haokuin, you bastard, you dog. You wretched beast. Yet, he had only sent 2 messages before being kicked out of the group by the admin, Kurosawa Akira. Nevertheless, the neighbors quickly realized Song Haokuin's identity. Yet, upon understanding his intention to be generous with food, those who had previously condemned him forgot their earlier grievances. This included the self-righteous individuals who now lauded Song Haokuin, eager to elevate him to sainthood. Mr. Song is truly a good man, no doubt hailing from the illustrious land of Huaxia. I always said that wretched Aseo Miyako was not worth helping, yet you all criticized Mr. Song. Mr. Song, how much are you prepared to give away? My family has been hungry for 2 days. Could you possibly spare a bit more? Mr. Song, I am willing to pay. Please provide me with more supplies. I am prepared to offer triple the price. However, do not be deceived by their pleasant words in the group. Each of them is secretly thinking, what kind of fool is this? In a time when the entire nation is facing food shortages, he still dares to distribute food? This person must be out of his mind. Yet, it is fortunate to have such a simpleton among us. Otherwise, I would truly starve. Since he has the audacity to distribute food, he must have plenty at home. Should I devise a plan to seize it? How could such a fool have so much food at home? It is infuriating to see it wasted on others. Observing the expressions of these individuals, Song Haokuin maintained a faint smile. Moreover, seeing that Masamune Miko was still alive only elevated his spirits further. This woman had been in mourning after the loss of her grandson, but now she appeared lively again, having moved past her grief. This indicated that he could act once more. Excellent. With a mischievous grin, Song Haokuin murmured to himself as he set an alarm. 10 minutes later, he retrieved the meticulously prepared food. He produced chunks of moldy lymphatic meat, the fabled herring in a can, bread harder than bricks from Tehran, extremely spicy fried chicken wings, devilishly hot spicy strips, Brazilian sour-smelling cucumbers, and the secretive Ganges-style mini burgers. Ugh, just the thought of these items, even before opening them, made Song Haokuin feel queasy. Thus, before the time was up, he opened the window and hastily discarded them. However, the neighbors downstairs went into a frenzy, many believing that Song Haokuin was joking. Those with some food reserves had no intention of venturing outside in the biting cold. The energy spent running up and down in search of food was simply not worth it. Yet, they did not anticipate that Song Haokuin would throw down so much food, enough for 2 people to last a week. Consequently, many rushed downstairs upon seeing the food, especially after being snowbound for so long, with rescue efforts seemingly far off. Who would complain about having too little food at home? As they were slow to realize, those who had already run out of supplies were waiting downstairs. The moment the food hit the ground, they pounced upon it, resulting in chaos, curses, and a flurry of fists and shoves, devoid of any order. Baka, that bag of spicy strips is mine, you scoundrel. It's all mine. Whoever dares to take it from me will face dire consequences. No, don't take my meat. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Give it back. You brutes. I am an elder. Respect your elders and care for the young. Do you understand? You animals, do you not comprehend respect for your elders? Amidst this madness were Li Bingxin and Masamune Miko. However, given their already frail conditions, their situation was the most dire. In the frenzy to seize food, they found themselves utterly powerless against the onslaught, especially with families banding together. Bastards! All this food belongs to me. It was bestowed upon me by Haokuin, and I demand its return. I shall take vengeance upon you all. Return it to me, I implore you. As the last remnants of food were snatched away, Li Bingxin, marked by numerous footprints, broke down in tears. Meanwhile, Mako Asu clung desperately to a man's leg, pleading, You must return it to me. That bag of broad beans belongs to me. Return it, or I shall haunt you even in death. Yet, her anguished cries were met with nothing but a brutal beating, nearly leaving her lifeless in the snow. In the end, only these two wretched souls remained amidst the desolation. However, Li Bingxin soon composed herself. If Song Haokuin could abandon the first batch of food, then surely his home was not devoid of provisions, and he could easily arrange another airdrop for her, perhaps during the night. Thus, she hurried back to the corridor, wrapping herself once more in the quilt she had brought downstairs. Just as she snugly cocooned herself, she heard the mournful wails from outside the corridor. Help me. Please save this old lady. My leg is broken. I beseech you, save me. My son is an influential official. If you rescue me, he shall ensure your prosperity and success. Li Bingxin felt a flicker of compassion at these desperate cries. But the biting cold outside and her own excruciating pain tempered her impulse. She quickly sent a message to Song Haokuin. Woe is me, Haokuin. The food you provided has been stolen, and they even dared to strike me. It hurts so much. I fear I shall freeze to death. What shall I do? Find a place to hide, and around 10 o'clock tonight, I shall send you food. By that time, everyone will likely be asleep, and there should be no one to contest it. Upon reading this message, Song Haokuin chuckled in amusement, unable to contain his laughter. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Just as his laughter subsided, the group of little rascals erupted in a frenzy directed at Song Haokuin. These youngsters, who had recently reveled in their bounty, were now consumed by fury, wishing to exact revenge upon him. Song Haokuin, you wretched beast. What kind of food have you given us? I am on the verge of suffocation. I have consumed 2 large mouthfuls of snow and still feel unsatisfied. Ugh! Song Haokuin, you scoundrel. Upon opening that herring can, the stench rendered the entire room uninhabitable. Help! I consumed the fish provided by Song Haokuin, and now I cannot stop passing gas. I am utterly incapacitated on the toilet. Someone, save me. Who will rescue me? Song Haokuin, I knew you had malicious intent. Was that pickled cucumber even edible? Surely it was pickled in sulfuric acid. My stomach feels as though it will rupture. I am absolutely furious. Who knows which floor Song Haokuin resides on? I shall make him pay. Ha ha ha. Witnessing the chaotic rage of his peers in the group, Song Haokuin laughed uncontrollably on the sofa. After indulging in his amusement, he finally picked up his phone once more. Having seen through your petty antics, it is no wonder that the ancients proclaimed, a favor granted with a rice measure may result in a grudge measured with a. If you were genuinely hungry, you would not disdain the taste of sustenance. Such provisions are a lifeline, yet you still have the audacity to criticize me in the group. Very well, remember that this shall be my final act of kindness. There shall be no future offerings. With this thought in mind, Song Haokuin prepared to step out. First, he donned his casual attire for the television, then transitioned into his combat gear, finally layering it with a high-quality down jacket. Although he possessed the ability to generate heat, allowing him to venture outdoors in mere light clothing, he refrained from expending energy unnecessarily, reserving his strength for any unforeseen circumstances. Minutes later, he arrived on the 3rd floor, only to find that Li Bingxin had vanished without a trace. In such a short span, where could she have gone? Prior to his departure, he had specifically glanced around, intending to witness her plight as he passed by. Yet now, her sudden absence caused him to furrow his brow, prompting him to retrieve his phone and review the footage. As the video playback reached the 1.5-minute mark, he spotted a familiar figure, Li Jian, their classmate and a devoted admirer of Li Bingxin. This individual was largely inconspicuous in class, average in appearance, academics, and family background, with neither high intelligence nor emotional acumen, often subjected to bullying. The only notable aspect of his life was his exceptionally beautiful sister, the formidable Li Xine, who had married a Japanese man and exuded an air of cold confidence. What an uncanny coincidence that he resides in the same building as I. After watching the video, Song Haokuin couldn't help but reflect on this revelation. He then proactively extended his perceptive abilities to assess the situation in room 601. To his surprise, he discovered that, in addition to Li Bingxin, there were 3 other individuals present in the room. Through his heightened perception, he discerned that, aside from Li Bingxin, the trio appeared to be in good spirits. The 2 men and 1 woman emanated a vibrant red glow, indicative of their elevated body temperature, suggesting an ample supply of food. This family was indeed adept at concealing their true circumstances. Observing their state, Song Haokuin furrowed his brow slightly. He had little recollection of them from either his past or present life. Assessing their condition and surveying the supplies within the room, it became apparent that if they managed their resources wisely, they could easily outlast him in terms of survival, given that they had lived longer in the previous timeline. However, ordinary families would not foresee the impending apocalypse. Who would stockpile such a wealth of provisions at home? Did they possess a time traveler among them? As he contemplated the depth of their resources, suspicion began to creep into Song Haokuen's mind. Just as he grappled with these questions, the family of three began conversing with Li Bingxin. In the land of the rising sun, the ever-busy Shiro Kitano, engaged in the sale of near-expiry goods, furrowed his brow upon seeing the bandaged figure of Bingxin Li. Li Jian, is she truly the belle of your school? How did you recognize her? It's her eyes. She possesses a pair of pure, flawless eyes that I recognized instantly. Li Jian gazed at the mummy-like Bingxin, his expression filled with yearning and a slight flush adorning his cheeks, reminiscent of youthful infatuation. However, her elder sister, observing Bingxin's current state, discreetly elbowed him. Wipe that lovesick expression off your face. We've merely saved her with a meal. Soon, you must take her to a room and consummate this, turning raw rice into cooked grain. Sis, I cannot, Li Jian replied, his demeanor one of bashful embarrassment. Bingxin has been the kindest to me at school. When others ignored me, she was the first to speak to me. She even asked me to fetch her water, invited me to movies, and requested meals and rides. I cannot treat her that way. She is so wonderful, so kind. I cannot tarnish her. Li Xin, with her elegant high ponytail, found herself gritting her teeth in frustration at her brother's naivety. Once a prominent figure in school, she recognized all too well that Bingxin was merely toying with Li Jian's affections. Yet, she was burdened with such a foolish brother. No amount of reasoning seemed to penetrate his thick skull. He was both foolish and love-struck. You imbecile. She speaks to you only to use you as a pawn. Impossible. Bingxin is so kind. She cannot be as malicious as you think. With so many in our class, why would she choose me? Did she ever pay you back for the things you bought her? Did she ever offer you money? I willingly spent on her. She never offered me anything. After pursuing her for so long, has she allowed you even a mere touch? A kiss? Bingxin once said I am a good person. Loving someone doesn't necessarily mean being together, but rather ensuring their happiness. How did I end up with such a foolish brother? Li Xin, exasperated, felt her anger boiling over. At that moment, she raised her hand and struck him, then turned on her heel and stormed into her room, slamming the door behind her. As her frustration grew, she found herself shedding tears, feeling as if she were facing divine retribution. Meanwhile, Kitano, witnessing his wife's departure, smirked mischievously and turned to Bingxin. Having consumed food from my household, you must allow me a glimpse of your face. I am eager to see what sort of girl has captivated my little brother so thoroughly. With that, he reached to tug at Bingxin's bandages, which had loosened as she was eating. In one swift motion, he pulled them away, resulting in Bingxin emitting a shrill cry. Ah, baka. Sure, Kitano was also startled, but not by the sound of Li Bingxin's voice. Rather, it was the grotesque visage of Li Bingxin that shocked him, for she had not merely augmented her nasal bridge. She had also altered the corners of her eyes and lips, slightly enhanced her cheekbones, and sculpted her jawline, transforming her once round and charming chin into a pointed visage. Consequently, her face was marred with scars from the procedures. Prolonged hunger compounded by the cold had caused the wounds not only to fester, but also to develop frostbite, rendering her appearance akin to that of a vengeful specter. Baka, Li Jian, is this hideous creature truly the belle of your class? Are you blind? After regaining his composure, Sure Kitano immediately reprimanded Li Jian. He had originally harbored thoughts of seeking a private moment with her, but now he felt that even feeding Li Bingxin was a waste of provisions. However, he could not have anticipated what occurred next, nor could Li Bingxin herself. The moment Sure Kitano finished his tirade, Li Jian charged at him like a wild bull. After nearly knocking Sure Kitano over, he angrily pointed at him with reddened eyes. You shall not speak of her in such a manner. As long as I am here, no one shall bully her. Chapter 109, The Little Devil's Ensemble. Very well. You little rascal dare to defend a woman? You have crossed the line. Sure Kitano was momentarily taken aback by Li Jian's audacity, then lifted his leg to kick Li Jian in the stomach. Ah! The already frail Li Jian let out a pained scream and fell to his knees, retching. Yet even so, his brother-in-law showed no mercy, continuing to kick him mercilessly. Baka, you worthless wretch, today I shall end you. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. The courage that had previously fueled Li Jian dissipated as he rolled on the ground, desperately trying to escape. Even at this point, Sure Kitano was still unsatisfied. He turned to seize Li Bingxin by her hair. You ugly creature, why are you still eating? Get out. Ah, no. Li Bingxin screamed as her hair was yanked, yet her hands clutched her bowl tightly. She even reached to grab the noodles in the bowl, shoving them into her mouth with a desperate ferocity, her demeanor a portrait of tragic despair. To hell with you. Sure Kitano found her face repugnant, and, gripping her hair, dragged her toward the door. However, at that moment, Li Jian managed to scramble to his feet. You, let her go? If you drive her away, I shall leave this household as well. Haha. Then you can go to hell with her. Sure, Kitano, already disdainful of this useless brother-in-law, was further infuriated by his words. He flung the door open, kicking Li Bingxin outside, and then returned to grab Li Jian by the hair to drag him out. Just then, his wife, Li Xian, emerged from the room. So you dare to strike my brother? Close the door. Seeing his wife, Sure Kitano reluctantly withdrew his hand. Yet he cast a fierce glare at Li Jian and spat at him. Ha, worthless. Sister Wu. Li Jian immediately ran to cling to his sister's leg. Sister, please let brother-in-law bring Bingxin in. Without her, I feel I cannot live. Boo-hoo. Slap. As a result, Li Xian gave him another slap, fiercely tugging at his ear and scolding him. Stop crying. A filthy whore has you weeping like this. If she were beautiful enough to bed, it would be one thing. With that appearance and character, what do you think you would bring her home for? To disgust me? As long as I am in this house, that wretched girl is not setting foot inside. If you truly want to go, then go. Suffer with her outside. I will act as though you are no brother of mine. However, at that moment, Li Jian seemed utterly incapable of comprehending her words. Instead of departing with his white lotus, he continued to cling to his sister's leg, weeping. Sister, I beg you, I implore you, please save her. Exasperated, Li Xian felt as if her chest might explode and ordered Bei Silang to bind Li Jian. After all, he was her only biological brother, and she could not bear to let him perish. As for Li Bingxin, she could freeze to death outside. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Li Bingxin had already returned to her original position, cursing under her breath with a sinister expression. Humph, a sycophant is still a sycophant, dreaming of sleeping with me. Bah, who would crave your food? By 10 o'clock tonight, I shall have a feast. Once I move into Song Haokuin's residence, I will send you pictures daily to infuriate you. In the underground parking garage on the second level, southeast section. TSK. Song Haokuin, already in the underground garage, observed Li Bingxin being ousted while still harboring fantasies. A radiant smile gracing his face. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, causing Song Haokuin to immediately become alert, redirecting his focus and activating his spatial awareness. He discovered several young individuals clad in thick down jackets wielding iron rods, smashing car windows, seemingly in search of usable supplies. It appeared that he had indeed been cooped up at home for far too long, unaware of how swiftly order had disintegrated. Watching the young people's adept movements, Song Haokuin couldn't help but smile knowingly. Let it be chaotic, the more disorderly, the better. Greater chaos signifies a harsher survival environment, which accentuates the superiority of my own existence. Especially considering my counterparts, a detestable bunch of little devils, those who had caused my demise in the past life. Half an hour later, Song Haokuin left his own neighborhood and arrived next door to Gu Yueyao's residence. After eliminating an old and a young devil within her home, he settled onto the sofa to make a phone call. Have you set off? On my way. Gu Yueyao, upon receiving Song Haokuin's message, replied with excitement. Haokuin, just the thought of living together with you makes me so happy and exhilarated. Calm down a bit. Keep an eye out for a hardware store on the way and grab a crowbar or chainsaw to bring to my place. It will be useful. A chainsaw and a crowbar? Gu Yueyao gazed at the request with a perplexed expression, pondering the purpose behind such demands. What do you need these for? What are you trying to access? Of course, it was essential. If one wished to lead a good life, one must bring the necessary items. Otherwise, it would be better not to come at all, as if I had never spoken those words before. Song Haokuin retorted with a hint of irritation, stating that these items were, in truth, of little use. They merely served to toy with Gu Yueyao. Fine, I will go find them. I will go find them. Please do not be angry, Gu Yueyao replied, feeling quite apprehensive about provoking Song Haokuin, and thus she reluctantly acquiesced. After gathering herself, she tiptoed out of the house, careful not to disturb the twin sisters, Haruka and Rika. Little did she know that the sisters were already aware of her intent to abandon them and flee. Song Haokuin had shared their previous conversation with the twins. At that moment, the sisters lay under the same blanket, pretending to sleep while quietly gossiping about her. That wretch dares to leave us and indulge herself alone. Fortunately, Brother Song is wise and not deceived by her. That shameless girl doesn't even realize her own worth. How could she compare to us twins? They boasted, we are genuine, unopened twins, youthful and lovely, with perfect figures and rosy cheeks, unlike her. A mere product of cosmetic surgery with a dark heart to match her appearance. Amidst their whispers, Gu Yueyao departed from the residence, enduring a taxing journey until she reached a nearby hardware store. By then, she was exhausted and panting, shivering from the cold due to her perspiration. Here, she indeed found a chainsaw, but it was far too heavy for her, so she opted for a smaller crowbar instead. As she exited, pleased with her acquisition, Song Haokuin had already arrived at her home. Encountering Haruka and Rika, He kindled a warm charcoal fire in the room. Not only did he present them with 2 sets of adorable devil costumes, complete with leather boots, hot pants, spaghetti straps, devil ears, bat wings, and slender triangular tails, but he also provided them with ample food, steaming sausages, eggs, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. Chapter 110, Double Happiness. Truly, she was deserving of praise as an island girl, performing exceptionally well on her first attempt. Observing the sisters, now well-fed with rosy cheeks, nestled together in slumber, Song Haokuen murmured softly in admiration. Just as his words faded, the phone vibrated, ringing once more. Buzz, buzz. Seeing Gu Yueyao's name on the screen, Song Haokuen smirked and answered the call. Hello? Gu Yueyao spoke. Woo-woo. Haokuen, could you come and pick me up? I'm hiding in the deli outside your community. A deli? Upon hearing this name, Song Haokuen immediately recalled that establishment. However, it had likely been looted by him. There would be no deli left, let alone any equipment. What are you hiding there for? Is someone blocking you? Gu Yueyao, no? No. I simply sprained my ankle by accident, so I am temporarily hiding here. When would you like me to have you come to fetch me? Song Haokuen, perceptively sensing the incongruity, chose to remain silent as he continued to inquire. Gu Yueyao, please come as soon as possible. It is truly freezing here. I am freezing to death, sob sob. Understood. Song Haokuen ended the call upon receiving the message. Yet it was impossible for him to go and retrieve her. He turned around and delivered 2 sharp slaps on the thighs of the twins, Chuntian Wuhua and Chuntian Luhua. Smack, smack. After awakening the twins with their cherubic faces, he instructed them to send messages to Gu Yueyao. Chuntian Wuhua, cousin, where are you? We woke up and found you missing. Chuntian Luhua, sob sob sob, cousin, where have you gone? You wouldn't abandon us, would you? In the bustling city of Daheng. Within a delicatessen, Gu Yueyao, held captive by Daimyo Jinwyman and his minions, gazed at the vibrating phone with trepidation. Look, with an eerie bluish-gray hue to his arm and a knife in hand, Daimyo Jinwyman coldly uttered a single word, yes. Gu Yueyao trembled uncontrollably, and upon seeing the replies from her sisters, she responded, There's no food left at home, so I am seeking some sustenance to bring back for you. Shamelessly stating this, she then handed the illuminated screen to Daimyo Jinwyman. These 2 are my younger sisters from the countryside. They are both virgins, twins, and remarkably beautiful little white tigers. Where are they? Upon learning that they were twin sisters, Daimyo Jinwyman felt a flicker of intrigue. Gu Yueyao's heart surged with hope, and she hastily added, They are currently at my home. I came out to find food for them, which is why, smack. Before she could finish her sentence, Daimyo Jinwyman delivered a resounding slap across her face. Stop fooling me. Just moments ago, you claimed to be seeking refuge with Song Haokuen. After delivering a harsh reprimand, he seized her phone to inspect it. Upon reviewing Gu Yueyao's chat history and the photos and videos on her phone, he kicked her fiercely. You wretched harlot. How dare you seduce so many men? If it weren't for my desire to eliminate Song Haokuen, I would have dealt with you today. Brother, please, please. I will help you lure Song Haokuen out and kill him. Do not kill me, I beg you. Hearing this, Gu Yueyao was terrified and quickly knelt, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication. Humph. Daimyo Jinwyman, seeing her submissive attitude, refrained from killing her. However, after 2 hours had passed and night had fallen, he could no longer suppress his frustration. Once more, he yanked Gu Yueyao by her hair, pulling her up. Damn it, if that bastard doesn't arrive within 10 minutes, I will strip you bare and toss you into the snow. Please, brother, I will plead with him, I will beg him. Gu Yueyao was utterly terrified and hastily contacted Song Haokuen again via her mobile phone. Haokuen, I'm freezing to death. Please come and save me. I beg you. Song Haokuen replied, Do you think I want to be stuck inside? Some little brat has damaged my front door lock, and I can't even step outside. In a video, Song Haokuen was seen frantically twisting the door lock, attempting to replicate the moves he had practiced for 2.5 years, but the door remained stubbornly shut. How could this be happening? Woe is me. Upon witnessing the video, Gu Yueyao felt a chill of despair wash over her. Damn it. Meanwhile, the Gong Jinwyman was seething with rage, having been stuck in the cold for over 2 hours, only to discover that Song Haokuen was utterly trapped. He directed all his fury toward Gu Yueyao, nearly bringing her to the brink of death. However, just as he kicked her once more, her phone rang again, this time with a message from the twin sisters. Chuntian Wuhua, Sister Yao, a kind-hearted brother has come to our home, and he has brought us plenty of food to eat. Chuntian Luhua, Sister, please hurry back. We've even managed to get the charcoal burning. It's so warm now, and we no longer need to worry about food. Plenty of food? Upon reading the messages from the sisters and recalling their lovely faces, the Gong Jinwyman felt a surge of excitement. Get her up. We must first pay a visit to her home and replenish our energy. The remaining 2 loyal subordinates chuckled in agreement, and the trio set off once more. Meanwhile, Song Haokuin was enjoying a massage from the twin sisters, awaiting the arrival of the unsuspecting lambs. Half an hour later, he detected their figures, 3 men and 1 woman, approximately 500 meters to the southeast. There were quite a few people. Sensing their presence, Song Haokuin instructed Chuntian Wuhua and Chuntian Luhua to retreat to their room. After waiting for another 10 minutes, the group advanced roughly 200 meters. The frigid weather was unbearable, and thus the 3 men took turns forging ahead, requiring frequent breaks to avoid excessive perspiration that could lead to rapid hypothermia. At last, they had arrived. Seeing them within rifle range, Song Haokuin smiled and set up his rifle on the balcony, then proceeded to empty the magazine into them. Rat-tat-tat. However, after the flurry of gunfire, De Gong Jinweiman's subordinates lay dead, and Guyu Yueyao had been shot in the calf. Yet, De Gong Jinweiman remained unscathed, his body crackling as though the bullets had struck a thick steel plate. Baka, for killing my brothers, I will ensure you meet a dreadful fate. Enraged by the loss of his last 2 comrades, De Gong Jinweiman charged at Song Haokuin, gritting his teeth. At this moment, Song Haokuin finally discerned the features of De Gong Jinweiman, whose lips curled into a sinister smile as he murmured, "What a delightful turn of events." Chapter 111, New Abilities. Baka, I shall slay you. Slay you. De Gong Jinweiman stormed downstairs, brandishing his knife with fury before charging back upstairs. Throughout this tumult, he failed to notice anything amiss. He did not ponder why his opponent had refrained from attacking him again, nor did he consider fleeing from this predestined confrontation, waiting for him to approach with overwhelming ferocity. Just as he was about to strike, the young and handsome man before him, with an odd expression, asked, "Do you not know who I am? Baka, regardless of your identity, you must die?" Believing his adversary was merely stalling out of fear, De Gong Jinweiman brazenly lunged at Song Haokuin. However, confronting such a brute, Song Haokuin suddenly found the situation rather tedious. Just as De Gong Jinweiman was about to reach him, he instantly opened his portal to the void. Subsequently, the entire room fell silent, and the arrogant, domineering Chosen One vanished. It seemed unfair that such a person could acquire supernatural abilities. After murmuring this thought, Song Haokuin prepared himself a cup of coffee, sipping it while contemplating the essential conditions for awakening extraordinary powers, potent resentment, life-threatening situations, innate talent, and the heavy snowfall. Perhaps it was the celestial meteorite that caused this snowstorm, linked to Nuwa. Before this snowstorm arrived, there were not so many individuals with special abilities. Thus, it could be said that this snowfall, or the meteorite itself, harbored immense and enigmatic secrets. For instance, could this stone be the divine artifact with which Nuwa repaired the heavens? Lost in such thoughts, Song Haokuin's mind began to wander, even invoking ancient myths. However, pursuing this line of thought only muddled his brain further, for the world is replete with countless myths, especially those surrounding Nuwa. Eventually, he even found himself recalling scenes from My Date with a Zombie. What if Nuwa's spirit returned to this world first, with her physical form concealed within the meteorite? And then, upon deeming humanity irredeemable, she planned to use this meteorite to annihilate the world, only to reshape humanity thereafter? But what if the nations of the world destroyed the meteorite with nuclear weapons? Thus, in a fit of rage, the great goddess Nuwa unleashed this cataclysmic snowfall? How absurd! Upon reaching this conclusion, Song Haokuin scolded himself. Yet, amidst this chaotic train of thoughts, he stumbled upon another crucial insight. If those in power had foreseen this calamity, could they also have predicted that humanity would undergo such transformations as a result? After a series of reflections, a spark of inspiration suddenly struck him, prompting him to slap his thigh. They are aware, they undoubtedly know, for he has discovered a most unreasonable fact. The duration of daily electricity supply is dwindling, and the provision of water and gas has ceased entirely. Yet, their communication remains uninterrupted, even persisting a month later. He could still view the social media updates of friends from his homeland, and even those studying abroad in America. This indicates that the networks of various nations have not faltered. The privileged elites, who have hoarded resources and hidden away, could not possibly be so benevolent. The reason they maintain open lines of communication must be to gather intelligence on the aberrants, to utilize them for the enhancement of their own power. Alternatively, they may capture them for direct experimentation to discover methods of creating superhumans. These treacherous scoundrels are indeed insidious. It appears that this world is far more perilous than I had previously imagined. At this thought, Song Haokuin could not help but feel a chill. If those in power were to seize a large number of the gifted as their subordinates, and even develop methods for mass-producing such abilities, a new order would swiftly emerge. At that juncture, His previously envisioned carefree existence would no longer be so attainable. He would either become a pawn for the powerful, find himself imprisoned in a laboratory, or face annihilation. Contemplating this, Song Haokuen furrowed his brow deeply. He believed that, given his rate of growth, only exceptionally gifted individuals could pose a true threat to him. However, the elite currently wield a plethora of heavy weaponry, not to mention the terrifying nuclear devices. Even a single thermobaric bomb or conventional missile would be beyond his capacity to withstand. The thought of confronting such formidable foes filled him with dread, and he rubbed his forehead, his expression grave. Yet, moments later, he let out a cold snort, murmuring to himself. After all, he had already faced death once and had learned of their tactics. What was there to fear? Unlike those foolish enough to flaunt their abilities on social media, he had eliminated anyone aware of his spatial powers. With his current capabilities, conventional weapons could not harm him. Once he had quietly developed further, he might very well be able to deflect missiles as effortlessly as a Superman. With this thought, a surge of ambition ignited within Song Haokuen. At that moment, an unusual energy flowed into his body, emanating from the deceased Dagong Jinwei Min, who had perished in his spatial realm. Feeling this influx of energy, Song Haokuen promptly closed his eyes. Minutes later, he opened his eyes, his face alight with ecstatic joy. How exhilarating! His spatial domain has unexpectedly expanded to 600,600,600, and his sensory abilities have enhanced by an impressive 100 meters, significantly augmenting his survival capabilities. He possesses a premonition that if this progression continues, he may very well transform into a humanoid radar. The explosive power of ordinary munitions is typically measured in tons. For instance, a nuclear warhead with a yield of 100,000 tons possesses an effective lethal radius of approximately 322 kilometers. When the yield reaches 1,000,000 tons, the effective lethal radius expands to about 693 kilometers. The direct lethal radius of a nuclear bomb, characterized by the intense heat generated nearby, spans several hundred meters. The term effective lethal radius primarily refers to the impact of shockwaves and radiation. Given his current rate of growth, by the time a nuclear strike occurs, he would have sensed it from a considerable distance, allowing him to evade danger. As for the radiation and shockwaves, with his present physical condition, complemented by specialized radiation protection gear, he could easily find refuge within an armored vehicle. The potential harm to him would be virtually negligible. With this thought in mind, Song Haokuen smiled broadly once more. He then retrieved a steel pipe from his spatial domain, clenched it tightly, and suddenly transformed his fist into a dark blue-black hue before striking. The moment his fist made contact with the steel pipe, a resounding clang echoed, and the pipe bent under the force of his blow. Remarkably, Song Haokuen's fist remained unscathed, only registering a slight discomfort. He wondered if this could be considered the legendary Haki. Gazing at his fist with a gleam in his eye, Song Haokuen could hardly contain his delight. Following this, he attempted to apply the dark blue-black energy to various parts of his body. Chapter 112. A Call for Help. Ah, those little vixens are certainly in for a treat. After completing the experiment with the Haki transfer, a mischievous smile crept across Song Haokuen's face. He then endeavored to evenly distribute the dark blue-black energy across his skin. After conducting several trials, he concluded that while this would significantly reduce his defensive capabilities, it would also render his skin exceptionally tough. Although it could not compare to steel, it was as resilient as low-grade reinforced concrete, making it difficult for standard melee weapons to inflict harm. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Song Haokuen. If he could combine the power of his iron fist with his heating ability, why not give it a try? Excited by the prospect, he first coated his fist with the dark blue-black energy, then activated his heating ability, and soon his entire fist transformed into a deep crimson hue. Perfect. Observing his hand with exhilaration, Song Haokuen gently pressed it against the wall, instantly leaving a black imprint as the wall melted away under the pressure, his hand effortlessly sinking into the surface. Seeing such power, Song Haokuen grinned once more, clearing the imprint with a few swift punches. He then returned to the room of the twin sisters to engage in a deeper discussion about the whims of love and romance with Haruka and Hikaru. However, just as he was enjoying a lively conversation with the two sisters, the insufferable Gu Yuiao's call came through. Yet, this call was not intended for him, but rather for the Haruka sisters. Given her severely injured leg and the considerable distance from Song Haokuen's residence, reaching out to the Haruka sisters for assistance was clearly the more prudent choice. Ah, Brother Kuen, it's that wretched woman's call. How should I answer it or not? Of course, answer it, Song Haokuen responded with a peculiar smile. But let her find her own way back. Ah, all right. Ah, I understand. The flustered Haruka sister, her cheeks flushed and still glistening with sweat, responded in a peculiar tone before connecting the call to Gui Weiyao. Haruka, hello, Sister Yao. What are you doing? Why does your voice sound so strange? Gui Weiyao sensed the oddity in her tone, noticing the erratic breaths and even the shrill cries of another person in the background. Haruka, I'm just chatting with a handsome guy. Feeling quite excited. Upon hearing this, Gui Weiyao could hardly contain her irritation. Knowing all too well that this was not the first time such frivolity had occurred, how could they still be so carefree at a time like this? However, a sudden thought struck her. If the person on the other end was providing them with food, they must be quite formidable. She quickly adjusted her tone, pleading earnestly. Haruka, while I was searching for food for you, I accidentally injured my leg. I'm at the grain store in the mulberry field, about 200 meters southeast of you. Please come and bring me home. I am freezing out here. Sister, I can't make that decision. I'll ask around for you. Despite Gui Yao's previous disdain towards them, Haruka's delicate sensibilities prevented her from outright refusing, leading her to feign indecision for a moment before finally saying, Sister, that's impossible. We can't go out right now. My brother said there's a mysterious gunman outside. It's far too dangerous. Either you come back on your own, or think of another way. With that, Haruka abruptly ended the call and collapsed onto Song Haokuin. As soon as the call was terminated, Gui Yao's face twisted with rage. Baka, that filthy wench. Have you forgotten who brought you to Kanagawa? After a few minutes of fuming, she finally calmed down. Indeed, there was a mysterious gunman lurking near her home, responsible for injuring her and her companions before. Thus, the thought of returning home filled her with trepidation. Consequently, she had no choice but to cast her net wide and seek help from others. With her dwindling phone battery, she could only continue sending messages in desperation, especially the classmates living nearby, as well as the former sycophants and that dear friend, Li Bingxin. However, the responses from these individuals were either expressions of helplessness, or merely reflections of their limited capacity, or they resorted to various excuses. Among them, the most egregious was undoubtedly her so-called best friend. Gui Weiyao, Xin, what are you up to? Li Bingxin, I'm currently watching television and snacking. I must admit, Song Haokuin is truly warm, and there is certainly an abundance of food. Gui Weiyao rolled her eyes upon reading this message, fully aware that Li Bingxin was not at Song Haokuin's residence. She also knew that the lock on Song Haokuin's door had been damaged, rendering him trapped inside. This vile person was pretending before me. How despicable. Yet, as she was in need of assistance, she refrained from exposing Li Bingxin's deceit and continued messaging. Gui Weiyao, Xin, aren't we the best of sisters? Li Bingxin, of course. I would love to let you in, but as you know, it's a matter of life and death. Song Haokuin is unwilling, and I can't press the issue. Gui Weiyao, Xin, that is not what I meant. I'm asking for your help in finding someone to rescue me. I know you have many devoted admirers. With your capabilities, you can surely find someone to assist me, right? Li Bingxin, upon reading this message, indeed thought of someone, Li Jian, who had just delivered her a warm patch. However, even if she could enlist Li Jian's help, she would not do so, for if the person were rescued, her current predicament of living in the corridor would be exposed, obliterating her remaining sense of superiority. There was even the possibility that Gui Weiyao would unveil her shame, broadcasting her image as a beggar hiding in the corridor, leading to her utter disgrace. Thus, she resolved never to act upon such a notion. Consequently, she replied to Gui Weiyao's message. All right, I will give it a try. Wait for my news. Gui Weiyao, thank you, Xin. I knew you were the best. Love you. However, upon receiving this message, Li Bingxin promptly blocked her so-called best friend. Chapter 113, Awakening in Succession. I'm saved. How wonderful. Finally, there is hope. Upon seeing the message from Li Bingxin, Gui Weiyao was so exhilarated that she nearly leaped up, momentarily forgetting the pain in her leg. Yet, after sending that message and following it with 2 affectionate emojis, her expression suddenly morphed into that of a ravenous demon. For she had seen 2 red exclamation marks, indicating that her best friend had blocked her. Baka, Li Bingxin, you wretched person. Wretched. After exhausting her repertoire of curses, Gui Weiyao leaned against the wall, breathless. The night had turned dark, and the temperature was dropping quickly, soon to plummet to -60 degrees. The humble establishment lacked substantial walls, and the temperature within barely reached a chilling -40 degrees. As time progressed, the disparity between the indoors and outdoors became negligible. Such a terrifyingly frigid environment, compounded with the injury to her leg, posed a dire threat. If she lingered here, it would not be long before she succumbed to the merciless cold. It's so cold. It hurts. With each passing moment, Gui Weiyao sensed the encroaching specter of death, the bone-chilling cold piercing her skin as if 1,000 needles were relentlessly prodding at her flesh and bones. Eventually, the torment of cold and pain dulled her senses, her gaze becoming vacant, her spirit numbed, as her mind flickered through memories like a film reel. She recalled being ushered into the teacher's office for the first time, her boyfriend leading her into the restroom, and her subsequent encounters with wealthy suitors, manipulating their affections and finances with ease. She reminisced about trailing behind Li Bingxin, indulging in a carefree life of deception and extravagance. Yet, beneath this veneer of joy, she harbored a seething envy, a yearning that gnawed at her insides. As these thoughts coursed through her, she began to feel a subtle warmth enveloping her body, easing the cold and diminishing the pain in her leg. However, her heart remained twisted in agony, her mind racing with venomous inquiries. Why was it that she could ensnare those handsome men? What allowed her to deceive the affluent? Was it merely her superior beauty? No, absolutely not. It couldn't be. It was simply that this wretched woman was more brazen, more audacious, more shameless than she. Yes, that was it. This vile creature, this accursed woman. It should be her who faces the wrath. In the end, she reached a fevered conclusion, her gaze igniting with a crimson hue. Strangely, her body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Her bosom swelled, firm and ample, resembling two ripe melons. Her once sun-kissed skin became flawlessly tender and smooth. Her dyed short hair cascaded down her back, dark and lustrous, while her curvaceous form captivated with its striking allure. This figure eclipsed even the most celebrated of icons, surpassing the likes of the Kardashians. Realizing her metamorphosis, Gu Yueyao leaped to her feet, exhilaration coursing through her. Huh, Li Bingxin, you wretched girl, did you ever anticipate this? I have gained the power to manipulate hormones and desires. Ha ha, from this moment forth, I shall be the most beautiful woman in the world. I am the queen of this realm. No, I am a goddess. Ecstatic, she let out a wild cry as her leg injuries began to mend rapidly. Yet, an insatiable hunger surged within her, an overwhelming craving that could not be quelled. She understood that while she could control her hormones, even to the extent of silencing her hunger, if she did not procure sustenance swiftly, she would ultimately perish amidst the merciless winds and snow. At that precise moment, a message from Song Haokuan arrived. Gu Yueyao, although I cannot save you, I can provide you with food. Come to my house downstairs at 10 o'clock tonight, and I shall toss you some provisions. Food. Gu Yueyao felt an immediate surge of excitement upon reading the message and hurriedly replied, Haokuan, thank you. I will surely repay you in the future. Song Haokuan responded, if you wish to repay me, merely unlock the door. I am nearly suffocating inside. Gu Yueyao assured him. Rest assured, once I arrive at the community, I will find a way. We will meet at the second-floor bedroom of the Gu family. That scoundrel. How is it that he has not frozen to death yet? Song Haokuan had merely sent a message to test the waters, not anticipating that the other party was still alive. Perfectly, he had also arranged to meet Li Bingxin at 10 o'clock, thus he was about to witness a splendid performance. With this in mind, Song Haokuan bid farewell to the twin sisters, Chuntian Wuhua and Chuntian Luhua, and prepared to embark on his journey home. Before departing, he advised the pair, I must continue to gather supplies. The food I have is sufficient for you to last 2 to 3 days. Additionally, keep a kitchen knife close at hand in case anyone attempts to seize your belongings. After ensuring the sisters were well prepared, Song Haokuan fully armed himself and set off. Shortly after arriving home, he received another message from Ito Mayuki. An excellent piece of news. Ito Mayuki had awakened her supernatural abilities, a power of enhancement, augmenting her physical capabilities and speed in every aspect. Yet the means of her awakening had completely overturned her understanding. Song Haokuan inquired, please elaborate on how you awakened. Ito Mayuki replied, after you left, I cried at home for quite some time, and then I unknowingly fell asleep. However, due to my prolonged lack of food, I woke up from hunger and ended up consuming more than I intended. Subsequently, I sensed something strange. It seemed that the food digested unusually quickly, and I felt insatiable. Thus, I consumed all the provisions you left behind, and afterward, I sensed a qualitative change in my physique. I tested it. My speed and strength are at least double what they were, and my reflexes have improved significantly. Ah, I understand. Please rest well. I will come to see you tomorrow. Song Haokuan concluded, preparing to end the call and reflect on the matter at hand. Yet, from the other end of the line, he heard the hesitant voice of the beautiful coach, Ito Mayuki. Haokuan, I have already eaten everything at home. Please bear with me. I will hurry over. Song Haokuan readily agreed and exchanged a few brief words before hanging up. Could it be that an abundant intake of food provides energy to the body, potentially leading to natural evolution? Song Haokuan pondered, yet despite his contemplation, he could not arrive at a conclusion. Thus, he prepared an ample feast. retrieving a substantial amount of food to consume. Roast chicken, duck, goose, steak, lamb leg. By the end, his stomach felt as though it might burst. Forget it, he thought. Feeling on the brink of nausea, Song Haokuin rubbed his belly and exhaled a breath of discomfort. At that moment, a message from Li Bingxin arrived. Oh dear, Haokuin. My phone is about to die. Please toss some food my way, or I might truly starve. Chapter 114, The Rivalry of Scoundrels. Alas, how pitiful. Upon reading this message, a sly smile crept across Song Haokuin's face as he sent a message to Gu Yueyao. Where are you? Gu Yueyao replied, I'm nearby. I just found a place to charge my phone. Song Haokuin asked, you didn't encounter any mishaps on your way, did you? No. But I have something wonderful to show you. Pleased that Song Haokuin was concerned for her, Gu Yueyao sent several photos. Delicate skin, alluring collarbones, alabaster curves, and a pert backside. After sending the pictures, she proudly inquired, what do you think? Quite impressive, Song Haokuin mused, discerning something amiss. In such a short span, it was unlikely that Gu Yueyao had undergone plastic surgery. Perhaps she had awakened some extraordinary ability. To confirm his suspicions and ascertain her capability, he messaged her again. Show me those lovely legs and exquisite feet. You little rascal. In this cold weather, you want me to take off my pants and shoes? It's so chilly. Gu Yueyao, thinking Song Haokuin was being suggestive, sent a coy voice message. Shortly after, she rolled up her pant leg and sent him a photo. What do you think? Do you like it? How could I not? Noticing her leg injury had healed, Song Haokuin smirked and responded with a voice message. Come over now. You've walked quite a distance and must be hungry. I'll toss you some food, and you can assist me with a small favor. What kind of favor? Gu Yueyao asked, intrigued. That scoundrel Li Bingxin is here as well. She must be quite weak by now. After you get the food, give her a good thrashing for me. Ha! Gu Yueyao, filled with eagerness, replied, don't worry, I'll make sure to give her a proper beating without killing her. I'll await your little performance, you scoundrel. Having received her message, Song Haokuin sent a note to Li Bingxin. A few minutes later, both Li Bingxin and Gu Yueyao appeared downstairs. Gu Yueyao, noticing that Li Bingxin was bundled up tightly, cautiously inquired, Bingxin, is that you? You, Yao Yao, what are you doing here? Li Bingxin exclaimed, startled by the familiar voice. Hee. Hearing that voice, Gu Yueyao instantly recognized it. How did I end up here? You shall soon find out. Just as she finished speaking, an object plummeted beside her, dropped from the 32nd floor by Song Haokuin. Bang! What was once a perfectly roasted piece of zombie meat steak, succulent and juicy when freshly taken out, had hardened and frozen in less than 10 seconds as it descended. Landing with the force of a cannonball, ravenous and consumed by hunger, Gu Yueyao momentarily set aside her dear friend. Her priority was to satiate her hunger before confronting Li Bingxin. Li Bingxin, too, was driven to the brink of madness by her own hunger. Had it not been for the morsel that Li Jian had secretly provided her, she would have perished from starvation in the corridor. Thus, she charged forward in pursuit of the same prize. However, Gu Yueyao had awakened her extraordinary abilities, igniting the adrenaline coursing through her veins, rendering her far swifter than Li Bingxin. In no time, Gu Yueyao located the sizable steak resembling a face. Overwhelmed by her hunger, she disregarded all semblance of decorum and sank her teeth into it. Though the exterior was still icy and hard, the interior was not entirely frozen, offering a texture that was far from ideal. This was flesh, warm and alive. Having long been deprived of the aroma of meat, Gu Yueyao devoured it with the fervor of a wild beast. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Yao Yao, such a vast piece of meat, share a bit with me. Just a morsel. Li Bingxin, witnessing Gu Yueyao's voracious consumption, felt her mouth water as her throat quivered, nearly drooling. Yet, Gu Yueyao paid her no heed, casting a scornful glance in her direction as she continued to feast on the roasted meat. The morsels she consumed quickly transformed into energy within her body, filling her with vitality and banishing the cold that had gripped her. This brought her immense satisfaction, igniting a primal urge to roar with joy. Humph, Li Bingxin, you wretched little harlot, did you ever imagine this? Not only have I survived, but I have also gained such extraordinary powers. Once I am fully satiated, you will learn the consequences of provoking me. Both our new grievances and old scores shall be settled. At that very moment, driven by insatiable hunger, Li Bingxin lunged at her like a wild animal. Give it to me. That was given to me by Haokuin. Hand it over. Baka, take that. Having consumed several pieces of meat, Gu Yueyao now possessed ample strength. She was more formidable than an average adult male. As Li Bingxin charged at her, akin to a ravenous dog, Gu Yueyao swung her arm and delivered a resounding slap. Thud. With a dull thump, Li Bingxin was thrown into the snow. Despite being clad in a down jacket, her frail body could hardly withstand the power that Gu Yueyao now wielded, which surpassed that of a grown man. The sudden blow left her dazed, plunging into the snow as darkness engulfed her vision. Almost immediately, a powerful sensation of vertigo washed over her. As she gradually regained her senses, she felt the biting cold infiltrating her body, every wound seeming to tear open anew. The impact of the fall, coupled with a persistent ringing in her ears, even induced a wave of nausea. It was unbearable, truly unbearable. Li Bingxin felt as though she were on the brink of death, even wishing for it to come swiftly. Yet, in her already dire state, she was oblivious to the greater torment that lay ahead. The wretched girl, Gu Yueyao, in a frenzy, devoured the remaining steak, swallowing it whole. Then, amidst the frigid wasteland, she charged towards her former best friend. She tore away all of Li Bingxin's clothing and kicked her into the snow, leaving her bereft of shoes or socks. You wretched creature, die! Ha ha! How dare you look down upon me? How dare you treat me as your subordinate? How dare you unfriend me? Die, die, die! Having exacted her revenge on Li Bingxin, Gu Yueyao's expression twisted into a grotesque, maniacal laugh. Meanwhile, Li Bingxin lay frozen, her form trembling and contorted. Hatred for Gu Yueyao consumed her, yet the cold rendered her unable to speak. All she wished was to escape back into the corridor, perhaps her only chance of survival. You vile witch, do you think you can flee? Where do you think you're going? Gu Yueyao sneered, seeing her crawling away, and pursued her with a sinister smile. Just then, the sound of heavy objects crashing down echoed through the air. Bang! Bang! Gu Yueyao recognized it as food being discarded by Song Haokuan and, not wanting to waste time on the wretched Li Bingxin, dashed towards the source of the food. However, as she moved, several residents from the building suddenly burst forth. Their expressions were twisted, eyes glinting with madness, resembling crazed dogs driven to desperation. They barreled into Li Bingxin before charging towards Gu Yueyao and the food. Chapter 115, The Monster. Already in a dire predicament, Li Bingxin was knocked down again, letting out a wretched scream that went unheard. The residents, consumed by hunger, were oblivious to her plight. It seemed they were on the brink of resorting to cannibalism. Their coordinated eruption was orchestrated by Song Haokuan, who had sent a warning through a stolen phone, alerting them to the food. Shanxia Junichiro. Oh, my dear neighbors, the benevolent soul upstairs has once again discarded food. If you wish to partake, hurry, I see others already below. Upon reading this message, the residents, especially those driven by hunger, rushed down in a frenzy. Thus, Li Bingxin suffered yet another blow, and Gu Yueyao's condition was hardly improved. Even with her newfound abilities, which merely regulated her hormonal levels, she remained no stronger than an ordinary man. As numerous residents surged toward him, some accompanied by their families, it was evident that a solitary woman would find it arduous to contend with them. Damn it! Scoundrels, get out of my way. These are mine, bestowed upon me. Thus, after much effort, she managed to seize a piece of zombie flesh and hastily stuffed it into her mouth. Though her clothing was torn and her hair became a disheveled mess. On the rooftop, Song Haokuan observed this scene unfold, setting down his binoculars. After all his machinations, he was convinced that Gu Yueyao posed no threat to him. Therefore, he resolved to fatten her up before ultimately eliminating her to absorb her energy. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a piercing scream drew his attention. Help! Help! What is that? A monster! Run! What was that sound? As Song Haokuan activated his perception abilities, he lifted his binoculars once more. Illuminated by the pale moonlight reflecting off the snow, he beheld a monstrous creature crawling on all fours, frantically attacking humans. As the crowd screamed and fled, he discerned the creature's form. It could be deemed a monster. Yet it was also someone familiar, Masao Maisie. At that moment, Masao Maisie appeared ghostly pale, her neck unnaturally elongated, twisting like a serpent. Her mouth had transformed into an alien-like appendage, splitting into 4 segments capable of expelling a soft tube, with teeth as sharp as a cone. This maw could effortlessly pierce human flesh, leaving gaping wounds. Her body and limbs resembled those of a lizard. To his astonishment, this wretched woman possessed remarkable talents. Witnessing Masao Maisie pursue her neighbor, Song Haokuan murmured to himself, observing intently. As the saying goes, to know oneself and one's enemy is to be undefeated in 100 battles. He needed to ascertain this woman's combat prowess before formulating a response. If her strength lay solely in physical prowess, such a creature would be easily manageable. However, if she harbored any unique abilities, she would undoubtedly pose a significant threat that must be swiftly eradicated. Just as he contemplated this, he indeed discovered the woman's peculiarity. No, to be precise, it was not her anomaly, but that of the corpses of her slain neighbors, who slowly began to rise. Song Haokuan clearly witnessed their transformation. Could she possess the ability to infect others? This complicates matters. As he pondered this, he was further taken aback when, after the fleeing neighbors retreated into the building, Masao Maisie did not continue her pursuit. Instead, she vanished into the snow with the corpses, taking them along as puppets, disappearing from sight. However, Song Haokuin's spatial perception remained intact. He sensed that Masao Maisie had entered Building 1 and then vanished within. What could that wretched woman be doing in Building 1? Moreover, what was she intending with those lifeless bodies? Did she regard them as subordinates or mere sustenance? A cascade of speculations flooded Song Haokuin's mind. Yet before he could fathom a coherent explanation, a commotion erupted within the apartment owner's group. Yumi, wa, Song Haokuin, you scoundrel, return my husband. If it weren't for you tossing food, my husband wouldn't have sought it out, and he wouldn't have been killed by that monster. Kurosawa Akira, what monster? What are you talking about? Kojima Sanfu. It's a creature with a human face, a snake neck, and a lizard's body, capable of extending a grotesque pointed tongue akin to the aliens in the movies. Sakurai Rya. Oh my heavens, how could such a monster exist? You must be joking, right? Please don't frighten me. Kawashima Ju. And you, Yamashita Junichiro, you rascal. Did you know there were monsters lurking? Is that why you didn't descend to gather food, but instead let us go down to feed the beasts? Huh. My dear neighbors, it seems that they remain as they were in the previous life. Truly, this is a case of a dog biting El Dongbin. Upon glancing at these messages, Song Haokuin merely skimmed through them before promptly activating his secondary communication software to access the owner group of Building 1. To his surprise, there was little reaction from them. Wait a moment. Why did that old woman venture into Building 1? The residents there were not all slaughtered, as numerous voices were still conversing. Were they all under some form of control? Or did this woman harbor ulterior motives? The more he pondered, the stranger it seemed. He then turned his attention to other owner group chats. After perusing through them, Song Haokuin finally discerned a clue. Previously, many residents had become preoccupied with the issue of heating, eyeing the vehicles in the underground garage, intending to extract the balloons from their fuel tanks to return home for warmth. Initially, many had conducted this without incident, but since yesterday, several had gone missing. And today brought forth more alarming reports. Coupled with the current events, it suggested that the underground parking garage held some sinister secret. Perhaps this matter was entwined with Masao Maisie. Yet, why would she opt for a distant approach? The elevator in the apartment building could have easily taken her downstairs. Moreover, why did Masao Maisie spare the living? After contemplating for a considerable time, Song Haokuin still could not unravel the mystery. Therefore, he returned to his room and activated the surveillance system, hoping to uncover some clue. Unfortunately, due to the excessively low temperature in the corridor, the battery's lifespan had significantly diminished, resulting in many floors losing their footage as of yesterday. This posed a considerable challenge. Song Haokuin frowned in frustration after a fruitless investigation. Just then, Gu Yueyao and Li Bingxin, this pair of insufferable friends, sent him messages almost simultaneously. Li Bingxin was lamenting about Gu Yueyao, while Gu Yueyao was seeking to take credit from Song Haokuin. Once again, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the presence of those two insufferable individuals. Song Haokuin could hardly muster the energy to respond. Indeed, he did harbor intentions of retribution. Yet, with the emergence of perilous creatures, the trivial matter of dealing with those insignificant nuisances paled in comparison to ensuring his own safety. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Song Haokuin resolved to personally investigate the former residence of Asumiko, hoping to unearth some semblance of a clue. Chapter 116, The Poisonous Ones. Apartment 1302, bedroom. He chuckled softly, realizing that the depth of affection he assumed she held for her grandson was merely empty words. Upon arriving at Asumiko's new abode, the sight of the gnawed remnants of small bones, those of a child's hands and legs, provoked a cold sneer from Song Haokuin as he muttered to himself. After thoroughly examining the entire room and confirming the absence of Asu Taro's corpse, two conjectures emerged in his mind. After the cessation of food supplies, Miko likely believed her grandson was beyond salvation, resorting to cannibalism. During this grim ordeal, either her grandson awakened some latent abilities, transforming Miko into a monster, or the immense psychological shock led Miko herself to awaken some bizarre powers. Song Haokuin leaned towards the former hypothesis, recalling his previous observations of Miko, who appeared to be under some form of control. Otherwise, the inhabitants of the first floor would not have so easily escaped. If she had indeed turned into such a creature, she would undoubtedly have hunted down the fleeing humans. Wait, that notion still leans towards humanity. If I were to become such a monster. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated Song Haokuin's thoughts, leading him to another possibility. Should he be that kind of monster, perhaps he would not annihilate all those individuals. After all, who would prefer the taste of frozen corpses over fresh sustenance? Moreover, There might be other explanations. For instance, the adversary could simply lack the necessary power, their command range might be limited, or their strength insufficient to confront an entire building or community. Alternatively, the fear of inciting official retaliation could have restrained them from complete slaughter, wary of the chaos it would evoke. The more he pondered, the more thoughts raced through his mind, 100 ideas flashing by in mere minutes. No, I cannot allow my thoughts to spiral further. Song Haokuin mused, rubbing his temples as he spoke to himself. He recognized his tendency to be overly cautious and, at times, excessively divergent in thought. Thus, he ultimately decided to deploy a drone for reconnaissance. With so many drones at his disposal, he need not worry about his safety. Moreover, prior to that, there was another matter to attend to. It was time to inspect the air raid shelter. For the Kanagawa 1st Infantry Division had been trapped for far too long. He firmly believes that unless a special supernatural being emerges, it is utterly impossible for anyone to survive. Even if someone were to endure, in a world devoid of sustenance and water, even a supernatural entity would possess little combat capability. In comparison to the uncertain conditions underneath, the advantages presented by the Kanagawa Infantry Division are evidently far greater. The majority of the weaponry at his disposal consists of light arms, with the most formidable being high-explosive grenades and a sniper rifle, which pale in comparison to the bombs and missiles of the Kanagawa 1st Infantry Division. Acquiring the munitions from the Kanagawa 1st Infantry Division would provide him with a valuable strategic advantage when confronting formidable adversaries like Masao Miko, or even more powerful entities. At 2 in the morning, Song Haokuin again approached the vicinity of Lushan, meticulously scouting with a drone under the moonlight. Upon discovering that 4 ventilation shafts had not been excavated and that there were no signs of human activity nearby, he deployed another drone to inspect the entrance of the air defense shelter. This investigation yielded a significant clue. A previously sealed opening had reemerged, now presenting a passage large enough for a single individual to traverse. Judging by the current snowfall, it could be estimated that this breach had been made approximately 2 to 3 hours prior. Otherwise, it would have been buried beneath the accumulating snow. While the entrance had indeed been opened, the ground bore no traces of anyone having departed, only a circular pit that had been entirely cleared. Had someone been extracted by helicopter? Through careful observation with the drone, Song Haokuin arrived at this conclusion. He continued his reconnaissance, noting that the situation appeared devoid of any anomalies. Subsequently, he donned a full set of protective gear and approached the entrance, employing heavy machinery to excavate a substantial tunnel before retreating. His hesitation to enter directly stemmed from concerns that individuals might still be concealed within, or that some could have undergone mutations in dire circumstances. Furthermore, with numerous corpses in a state of decay, the potential emergence of a virulent plague was no trivial matter. Thus, the cautious Song Haokuin made his way to a nearby hillside, discarding his original attire and entering his RV, where he set up a high-powered camera aimed at the entrance. After calibrating the equipment, he connected the output to his laptop, ensuring that any movement at the entrance would trigger an alarm. Perfect, Song Haokuin mused, savoring his silky milk tea while relishing the warmth of the fireplace and the comfort of air conditioning. Just as he drifted into a deep slumber, the helicopter from the Kawabata family had just landed, returning the sole survivor of the Kanagawa infantry camp, Kawabata, who was covered in green, decaying sores, to their encampment. At that moment, Kawabata Nigawa and his son, Kawabata Keitai, clad in full protective gear, engaged in hushed conversation. Kawabata Keitai remarked, "Father, he is merely a first-tier supernatural being. I shall handle the welcoming." Kawadani Niha, you do not quite understand. There is an ancient saying in the East. 1,000 gold coins to buy a horse of antiquity. This individual is our first captured outsider and must be treated with utmost respect. Kawadani Kanta, but this person is highly toxic, and we have not previously rescued him, which is why his subordinates. Kawadani Niha, do not worry. He is an astute individual. Surely you have viewed the footage from the underground shelter? Do you recall how those individuals met their demise? Kawadani Kanta, naturally. I have seen it. They succumbed to gunshot wounds, likely due to internal strife. Haha, my son, you are still too young. With a mere shake of his head and a smile, Kawadani Niha briskly exited to greet the survivor, the now unrecognizable Chada Yongtai. Welcome to the Kawadani camp. We shall be family from now on. Thank you, esteemed councilman, for your recognition and refuge. I shall serve the Kawadani family diligently. Chada Yongtai, his body and face marred by green toxic sores, squinted his now verdant eyes and smiled. Yet, at that moment, Kawadani Kanta, lagging slightly behind, began to understand. His gaze filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, Song Haokuin was roused by a phone call from an old acquaintance. Chapter 117, The Pursuit of Death. Buzz. Just as Song Haokuin was enjoying a deep slumber, a rarely known personal phone rang. Is this fool still alive? Upon seeing that it was a call from Ho Liang, Song Haokuen's brow furrowed as he pressed the answer button. Hello, Haokuen, I beg you, please come to my rescue, will you? As soon as the call connected, Ho Liang's desperate pleas echoed from the other end. I can pay you. I will give you all my money. I have over 200 million. I will give it all to you, just for a box of instant noodles. No, even just a single packet will suffice. Please, where are you? For someone disturbing his rest, Song Haokuen, irked and in a foul mood, uttered these 3 words with great displeasure. He was contemplating murder. Yet, Ho Liang continued his incessant entreaties. I'm in my own home. Haokuen, I implore you. Please save me. If the money is insufficient, I can offer. I understand. I will come to find you after dawn. Irritated, Song Haokuen hung up the phone. He lay for a while, feeling restless, and eventually decided to rise from his luxurious, soft mattress. At that moment, he sensed something amiss. However, still groggy from his recent awakening, he could not pinpoint the cause. After brewing himself a cup of coffee and indulging in some snacks, he donned his protective gear and made his way to the air raid shelter. After employing a drone to spray disinfectant several times, Song Haokuen finally entered in an armored military vehicle. After traversing a lengthy tunnel, he arrived at the core of the underground rock formation. On the flat ground lay an array of vehicles and heavy weaponry, surrounded by rectangular iron cabinets and shelves filled with various munitions. However, at that moment, Song Haokuen's attention was not drawn to these treasures. Initially, he had merely intended to scout the area using a drone, but due to the clarity and environmental conditions, he failed to perceive the situation on site, which was far more dire and horrifying than he had anticipated. The rate of decomposition of the corpses was evidently several times faster than he had imagined. Additionally, a nauseating green liquid coated the ground, with numerous bodies bearing signs of gnawing. The floor's paint had also been corroded by the green slime. It was apparent that someone had undergone a mutation, presumably the individual who had escaped. Witnessing the gruesome state of these people, despite the absence of any alerts from his night vision equipment, radar, or even his instincts indicating the presence of life within the cave, Song Haokuen became increasingly vigilant. The subsequent collection efforts were executed with utmost caution. Particularly, he chose to abandon any equipment and shelves contaminated with the unremovable green liquid. Ultimately, after thoroughly pillaging the entire camp of the road troops, Song Haokuen extracted all the gear and meticulously disinfected it 3 times before securely storing it in his space. He then made his way to a nearby villa district, disinfected himself twice, and only then removed his protective suit. After indulging in a comforting bath and conducting a comprehensive cleansing, he finally felt at ease to return to bed for some rest. However, after lying there in a daze for a while, Song Haokuen suddenly came to a realization. He understood why he sensed something amiss with Ho Liang. If a person were truly that famished, they would never articulate so fluently. When he heard that phone call, the reason he felt something was off was that he only heard the other party's pleas, devoid of any sense of hunger. A famous actor once remarked that the sensation of hunger cannot be feigned. So, Ho Liang, you intend to scheme against me, do you? With this newfound understanding, Song Haokuen, unable to sleep, decided to step out and seek out Ho Liang to discover what schemes he harbored. He resolved to eliminate this reckless scoundrel. In the southeastern part of Kanagawa, as dawn broke and a hint of white appeared on the horizon, Ho Liang sat on a large bed in a 2-story tan villa, leaning against the headboard while smoking. For soldiers, armed and clad in snow camouflage combat uniforms, sat wrapped in blankets at the bedside, resting. A man dressed like an officer, also smoking, lounged with his leg crossed on a stool. After a moment of exhaling clouds of smoke, the cigarette, but in Kitagawa's hand, was extinguished. I truly envy you awakened ones. After acquiring superpowers, you ascend to greatness in an instant, unlike us, who toil endlessly only to be trampled beneath others' feet. Ho Liang, upon hearing these words, smiled with a devilish charm, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes as he remarked, even without awakened superpowers, I am still among the elite. His statement held a kernel of truth. Upon hearing his words, Kitagawa's eyes flickered with a trace of displeasure, yet he maintained a faint smile and continued. Those who come to study in our country are either wealthy second-generation officials and tycoons seeking amusement, or exceptionally bright individuals with sharp minds. Ho Liang felt a twinge of irritation at this, yet refrained from further comment, for he was still unaware of the specifics regarding the base that Kitagawa mentioned. However, judging by the other's demeanor, which was accompanied by provisions and fuel, and even a helicopter for transport, it was evident that their living conditions were quite favorable. Thus, temporarily aligning himself with them seemed far more advantageous than braving the harsh winter alone to gather food. Hey, Kitayagawa observed Ho Liangliang's silence and mirrored his earlier expression with a slight smile, continuing, "Do you truly harbor such a deep-seated grudge against that fellow named Song Haokuin? In this frigid temperature of -50 or 60 degrees, it won't be long before he succumbs to the cold. Must we linger here, awaiting his demise? With such heavy snowfall, we rely on helicopters for travel. What means does a commoner have to reach us? If he doesn't arrive, shall we simply wait in vain? If he doesn't come, we shall go to him," Ho Liangliang asserted firmly, aware that Kitayagawa and his companions were reluctant to remain idle. "Don't tell me you military folk cannot track his phone. If you cannot assist me, I will seek vengeance on my own. You are already aware of my abilities. You must recognize my strength. Very well. Who could have imagined that you are such a rare awakened individual?" Kitayagawa remarked with a resigned shrug, though internally he harbored contempt. A foreigner, yet merely a Tier 1 ability user. If brought back, he would merely serve as experimental material, foolishly believing he could rise above others. Meanwhile, a mere 400 meters away, on the 4th floor of a shopping mall, Song Haokuin had stealthily entered the general manager's office. At that moment, he was puffing on a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke while preparing his sniper rifle. With a deep breath, he released a plume of smoke resembling a dragon, then aimed at Kitayagawa. "Let us begin with you, little devil," he muttered, fueled by a particular disdain for enemy soldiers, and recognizing Kitayagawa's prime location. He decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The sniper rifle erupted with a thunderous roar, the bullet soaring through the air like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, the 400-meter distance was traversed. Bang! The head of the island nation's officer, Kitayagawa, exploded, akin to a watermelon struck by a hammer, as he gazed at the person he had just been conversing with. The sudden loss of their head and the splatter of blood upon his face rendered Ho Liangliang momentarily stunned and unresponsive. However, the 4 soldiers brought by Kitagawa displayed exceptional combat readiness and swiftly subdued him. One of them, quick-witted and agile, yanked Ho Liangliang down and barked, "Baka, don't just stand there. Follow us. Crawl." It was only upon hearing those words, as he was pulled down, that Ho Liangliang snapped back to reality. A wave of deathly terror surged within him, his complexion turning ashen and his body trembling, nearly losing control of his bladder. Just then, Song Haokuin fired a second shot. Remarkably, none of the 5 individuals in the room were injured. Yet, just as they thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, the first to crawl out of the room into the corridor, the young soldier Takagawa, suddenly recalled something, his face paling as he exclaimed, "Not good. What is it?" The young soldier Tong-hee, thinking Takagawa had been hit, quickly inquired, "Are you injured?" "No." Takagawa shook his head anxiously, gesturing towards the direction where the helicopter was parked. "The pilot in the cockpit has been shot dead." "Indeed, that bastard. Which faction does he belong to?" Tong-hee, the eldest among them, seethed in fury upon seeing the pilot slain. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when another gunshot rang out. One of his closest comrades had been shot in the head, the bullet having penetrated through 2 walls. "Baka, Bakayuru." Again witnessing the death of a dear friend right before his eyes, Tong-hee seethed with rage, his teeth grinding as if he were ready to devour someone. Faced with such a dire situation, he reacted swiftly and commanded, "We shall split into 2 teams to escape and simultaneously contact the base for reinforcements. There must be more than one group of them. Otherwise, they could not possibly have pinpointed our location." "Understood." Takagawa immediately took one of his comrades and departed upon receiving the order. Tong-hee, meanwhile, took Ho Liangliang and leapt through the window to flee southward. "Heh! Escaping will not be so simple." From a distance, Song Haokuin sneered coldly, firing 2 shots that felled the soldiers attempting to flee northward. As for the other 2, they would only draw nearer to him. After dispatching those 2, Song Haokuin aimed at the young soldier Tong-hee and fired once more. However, this time, the enemy was less than 380 meters away, and the bullet that should have struck true inexplicably veered off course, embedding itself in the snow. Sensing the oddity of the situation, Song Haokuin aimed again and fired. The outcome mirrored the previous occurrence. Moreover, it seemed the enemy had detected his position, as they began firing in his direction repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Now everything has become clear to me. Upon realizing that the adversary had discovered his whereabouts, Song Haokuin exhibited not a trace of panic, but rather a glimmer of excitement. For he had encountered a new supernatural being, the individual in question being Ho Liangliang. Remarkably, his abilities were of the telekinetic variety, enabling him to alter the trajectory of objects at will. Should he eliminate Ho Liangliang and absorb his powers, it would indeed be an extraordinary gain. Thus, Song Haokuin swiftly stowed away his sniper rifle and darted down the stairs toward the 2 individuals. The energy within a supernatural being swiftly dissipates upon death, which is why Song Haokuin did not intend to execute Ho Liangliang from a distance. In the corner alley, on the second floor of the Rihua building, Teng He, noticing that their adversary had vanished, hastily retreated, urging Ho Liangliang to continue their escape. Due to their recent counterattack, the enemy would undoubtedly be aware of their location, coupled with the fact that the opponent possessed a sniper rifle and armor-piercing ammunition. They needed to find a new hiding place before the enemy could establish a new vantage point, remaining concealed until the rescue from Chuan Duan base arrived. Teng He, seasoned in combat experience, cleverly selected a location, the underground parking garage of a nearby residential complex. There were 3 reasons for this choice. Firstly, the substantial cover provided was robust enough that even a sniper rifle with armor-piercing rounds could not penetrate it. Secondly, the numerous exits allowed for convenient escape at any moment. Lastly, ordinary communication methods would be ineffective in this location. However, military-grade equipment possessed exceptional penetration capabilities, enabling signal detection even in the depths below, thus allowing real-time communication with headquarters. Once they had taken refuge underground, Teng He promptly relayed a detailed report to the headquarters. Report to headquarters. The adversary comprises at least 2 to 3 individuals, including at least 1 lookout and a sniper with remarkable accuracy. We are currently headquarters liaison. Headquarters acknowledges receipt. We have contacted 2 nearby teams on assignment. They will arrive within 10 minutes. In the meantime, ensure the safety of the mission target at all costs. Understood. Teng He grimaced in response to the orders, and after concluding the communication, he turned to Ho Liangliang. Noticing the furrow in Ho Liangliang's brow, he inquired, "Who is pursuing us?" "Certainly, they are members of rival factions." This matter was not classified, so Teng He casually explained before asking, "Do you know how they located you?" "How did you find me?" Ho Liangliang expressed curiosity regarding this query. Teng He replied, "It was due to your announcement of acquiring supernatural abilities, which you shared online with your friends. Are you suggesting they relayed this information to other factions?" Ho Liangliang's countenance darkened, his heart sinking at the realization. Yet Teng He, with a hint of exasperation, rolled his eyes and remarked, "We were able to locate you because certain keywords were triggered during your conversations. Then we captured your conversation records, ultimately succeeding in pinpointing your messages. Since we are capable of this, it is only natural that other major forces on the island can do the same." Thus, Ho Liangliang finally grasped the situation, feeling a considerable relief within. In his perspective, as the other party was also in pursuit of ability users. Even if those little devils were eradicated, his own life should be safeguarded. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Teng He fixed him with a dangerously intense gaze and stated, "I possess a self-destruct device and grenades. Your current abilities cannot mitigate area damage. I advise you not to entertain reckless thoughts or actions, lest we both meet a catastrophic end." Chapter 119, Experiment. Rest assured, I, Ho Liangliang, am not a traitor. Having pledged allegiance to the Kawabata family, I shall not waver. Seeing that Teng He was not jesting, Ho Liangliang forced a faint smile, acknowledging the truth in the other's words. His current abilities were indeed feeble. Previously altering the trajectory of 2 sniper bullets had nearly drained him of energy. An explosion at such close range would most likely result in his immediate demise. Even if he managed to survive momentarily, the depletion of stamina and the injuries sustained would undoubtedly lead to his death in such frigid conditions, unless another group could timely rescue him. However, he dared not gamble on that. Thus he could only muster a smile, albeit one tinged with trepidation. Yet, Teng He continued to threaten him. "You would do well to think this way. Joining us will bring you no misfortune, but should you dare to betray the Kawabata family, you shall meet your end wherever you may run." Before he could finish his warning, Song Haokuin appeared on the second level of the underground garage, aiming his weapon from afar and pulling the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. With a barrage of bullets, Teng He was instantly riddled with holes. Witnessing the man who had just been boasting moments ago now drenched in blood and convulsing, Ho Liangliang was so terrified that he knelt on the ground, his bladder tightening. "Do not kill me. I surrender. I am a valuable ability user. Please spare my life." Yet, the gunfire did not cease, and 3 more rounds were directed at him in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. However, due to Ho Liangliang's abilities, all 3 bullets were deflected elsewhere, embedding themselves into the concrete wall. Although the bullets were diverted, Ho Liangliang was still so frightened that he wet himself, leaving a large stain on the ground. Simultaneously, the excessive use of his abilities had drained him of strength, causing him to collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. Huff, huff, huff. Is this all he can manage? Observing the pitiful display, Song Haokuin approached him nonchalantly, suppressing the urge to eliminate him outright, and instead, chose to knock him unconscious and transport him near Itamiku's residence. In a modest 2-story building, Song Haokuen first kindled a warm fire before retrieving a bone knife and a cleaver. Here, he intended to execute a particularly cruel form of punishment, lynching. However, his motivations were not rooted in brutality, nor was it due to any deep-seated animosity towards Ho Yongliang. His sole purpose was to conduct an experiment. If he could absorb the energy of others to enhance himself, could other ability users similarly grow by devouring their peers? Furthermore, could ordinary individuals gain extraordinary powers or enhance their physical constitution by consuming the flesh and blood of those with abilities? Previous battles had been rather challenging, and he had not taken the time to ponder these questions. Thus, with this opportunity at hand, it was imperative to validate his hypotheses. Should his theories prove unfeasible, it would be a momentous relief for him, alleviating fears of being attacked by other greedy ability users in the future. Conversely, if they were valid, it would signify a world growing increasingly perilous, with ability users potentially becoming the targets of others, particularly those coveted as rare treasures by powerful families. Henceforth, he must act with utmost caution, striving to conceal even the slightest hint of his own powers to avoid becoming a target for those with malicious intent. With a series of sharp sounds echoing as he honed his blades, Song Haokuen finally turned his attention to Ho Yongliang, delivering a horizontal slice that severed flesh. The moment the blade made contact, Ho Yongliang jolted awake in agony. Please, don't kill me. My family is wealthy. I can offer you money, everything I have. I am an ability user. I can serve you. My telekinesis is formidable. Yet, Song Haokuen paid him no heed, instead stuffing a cloth into his mouth and continuing to carve away at his flesh. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. In less than 3 minutes, Ho Yongliang's entire arm was reduced to a grotesque, bloodless skeleton. Overwhelmed by pain, he lost consciousness once more, his face devoid of color and lips turning purple. Clear signs of impending death from blood loss. What a pitiful creature, unable to endure even this ordeal. Frustrated by the lack of any signs of evolution despite his prolonged suffering, Song Haokuen cursed under his breath and discarded the knife. He then removed his mask and fed Ho Yongliang some liquid nourishment, even administering a canister of glucose, settling down to observe intently. Remarkably, after about 5 or 6 minutes, Ho Yongliang's complexion improved significantly. Indeed, the constitution of ability users surpassed that of ordinary people by a considerable margin. Song Haokuen mused quietly to himself. With a swift stroke, he brought the knife down again. Crack! Ho Yongliang's entire arm was severed, causing him to awaken yet again in agony. It was at this moment he finally laid eyes upon Song Haokuen's face, a tumult of fear, anger, shock, and revulsion crossing his features. You, Song Haokuen. How could it be you? How could it be you? Why can't it be me? Young Master Ho. Upon hearing his voice, Song Haokuen smiled as if embraced by the gentle breeze of spring, then raised the bloodied blade once more. Seeing the knife lifted, Ho Yongliang's pupils trembled in fear as he pleaded for mercy. Haokuen, I was wrong. I beg you spare me. For the sake of our shared past as classmates. I truly understand my mistakes. Just grant me a chance to live. I will do anything for you, even if it means being your dog or licking your shoes. Well, considering your fervent sincerity, I shall grant you an opportunity. Noticing his pitiful state, Song Haokuen chuckled and set the butcher's knife aside. Who were those little devils by your side? They are from the Kawabata family of the 5 great families of the island nation. They came to gather useful ability users. Elaborate on your ability. My ability is called telekinesis. I can manipulate objects within a meter of myself. Controlling them consumes physical stamina, the stronger the weight or impact, the more energy it requires. Can your ability be enhanced? I am uncertain, but I feel that if I can sustain myself well, I will undoubtedly grow stronger. Thus, through a back-and-forth exchange, several minutes passed, and Song Haokuen extracted some intelligence. However, he soon felt a twinge of regret. Compared to the useless Ho Yongliang before him, those soldiers possessed far more valuable information. If only he had left one alive, he could have obtained additional useful details, such as the location of the Kawabata family's base or their approximate firepower and personnel configuration. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Another helicopter intruded into his awareness, opening its missile launch bay. Chapter 120. The perfect skill for survival. Those annoying flies. Sensing the sudden appearance of the helicopter, a flicker of displeasure crossed Song Haokuen's brow. He had thoroughly searched Ho Yongliang, confiscating all his electronic devices, and he himself carried none. How did they manage to lock onto him? Suddenly, a realization struck him as he noticed the injection mark on Ho Yongliang's shoulder blade. This was not a mark he had inflicted during his torment. Did they inject some device into you? I don't know what that is. Ho Yongliang shook his head frantically, his voice weak and filled with dread. Yet, in an instant, Song Haokuen swiftly severed his neck, and as the body fell, he leaped through the window, escaping. 2 seconds later, a penetrative round landed precisely where Ho Liang had stood, followed closely by a missile that erupted in a fiery explosion. Boom. Within the helicopter that launched the missile, the combat personnel witnessed the flames soar into the sky, and upon realizing that the target they had tracked was gone, they immediately relayed a message to headquarters. 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 Here lies the Black Hawk. The target has been eliminated. Should we return? Headquarters radio. Return immediately. However, before the words from the other side could conclude, Song Haokuen had already shouldered a missile, aiming at the helicopter hovering midair. Boom. Another violent explosion erupted, and the helicopter that launched the missile transformed into a fireball. At the Kawakita base, the duty officer's expression changed dramatically upon hearing the sound, and he promptly relayed the message to Kawakita Kotai. Young master, it's bad. We have already lost 2 of the 3 teams we dispatched. I am aware. Order another team to retreat immediately. There is certainly something amiss in Kanagawa. We shall observe for a while before deciding on our next course of action. The handsome Kawakita Kotai furrowed his brow as he issued commands, rubbing his temples. The loss of the helicopter pained him, but what troubled him even more were the loyal soldiers. With the terrifying cold now upon them, it was impossible to resume production lines for equipment. Moreover, replenishing these elite and faithful warriors was exceedingly difficult, just as he had given the order. News from the operations center arrived that the last helicopter had also been shot down. Damn it! Kawakita Kotai's fury manifested as he struck the armrest of the sofa with his fist. After 3 deep breaths, he managed to steady his emotions before seeking out his father to report. Meanwhile, Song Haokuen was comfortably tucked away in a residence, exuding an air of blissful satisfaction. This was because he had absorbed the energy of Ho Liang, and at that moment, Li Biao and the cat demon, who had been trapped in his space, also finally met their demise. He was now relishing this energy, continuously enhancing and transforming his body and abilities. An entire hour later, Song Haokuen opened his eyes, a wicked smile curling his lips. His space had now expanded to an astonishing 999, 999, 999. His sensory range had equally surged to 999 meters. Yet, what excited him the most was not merely the enhancement of these 2 abilities. What truly thrilled him was that with a mere thought, he could now physically enter his own alternate space. With his current physical strength and endurance, he could hold his breath for over 10 minutes. This was unquestionably an ace up his sleeve for survival. Moreover, within this space, there was an abundance of food and water, as well as oxygen masks and generators. Astonishingly, he could even indulge in various gaming consoles and watch an array of videos. This meant that those hyper-realistic female robots could also be utilized. As for the downsides, the surrounding environment was a pitch-black void, evoking a sense of oppressive gloom. However, if he were to encounter an insurmountable foe, being able to survive in such conditions would indeed be a stroke of luck. Such minor flaws were entirely bearable, if need be. He could simply add more screens to adorn the surroundings. Perfect. After experimenting in the realm of alternate dimensions, Song Haokuen returned to reality, having uttered those 2 words. He then embarked on another experiment, this time with his newly acquired telekinetic ability. Initially, when he first obtained this power from Ho Liang, it was alarmingly feeble. However, after absorbing the energies of Li Biao and the cat demon, his physical prowess had now reached an astonishing 8 to 9 times that of an average human. His mental capacity was likely even greater, resulting in a significant enhancement of his telekinesis. Where he once could only manipulate a needle at close range, he could now levitate a brick from a meter away. While this ability may seem unremarkable, it represented a 100-fold improvement over his previous capabilities. If he were to control a needle now, its destructive potential would be formidable. Consequently, his combat and defensive capabilities had seen a substantial increase. Moreover, his Void Gate had undergone an evolution, expanding its absorption range and gaining the ability to bend in shape. With this enhancement, Song Haokuen could simply wrap the Void Gate around himself, forming a cone that provided direct protection. Astonishingly, it indeed worked. Could this be the epitome of absolute defense? Upon completing this experiment, Song Haokuen tightly clenched his fists in excitement. Now, if anyone were to target him with firearms, it would be akin to serving him a feast. In fact, Song Haokuen could even utilize the enemy's firepower against them. The moment a bullet or shell traversed the alternate space, with just a flick of his thought, he could return it to its origin. If he could truly achieve this, it would be nothing short of perfection. Contemplating this, he proceeded with a small experiment. He retrieved a bionic robot and programmed it with the simplest action of throwing. As it tossed an object into his space, Song Haokuen merely needed to focus his mind slightly, and the object would return precisely along its original path to the robot. Next, he had the robot attempt to fire a handgun. However, the outcome was not as successful, as the speed of the bullet proved to be overwhelmingly rapid. Typical bullets travel at around 500 meters per second, nearly 15 times the speed of sound, making them virtually impossible to perceive with the naked eye, especially at close range. Once the timing was perfectly executed, and the bullet entered the alternate space, it would become completely motionless, rendering any counteraction ineffective. This was indeed a challenge. After testing a dozen bullets and succeeding only twice, Song Haokuen couldn't help but frown. But in the very next moment, a spark of inspiration struck him. With a satisfied chuckle, he commanded the bionic robot to fire once more. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 121, The Utopian Apocalypse. Here it comes. Observing the adversary's finger poised on the trigger, Song Haokuen promptly contracted the range of his void gate, allowing the curling portal to overlap. The space between the two was scarcely the width of a finger, a feat that represented the pinnacle of his capabilities. Due to the unilateral absorption and release characteristics of space, he merely needed to regulate the outer layer to absorb while allowing the inner layer to release. As the bullet's core penetrated the outer space, the bullet's tip had already emerged from the outer side of the inner layer. Thus, Song Haokuen found no necessity to exert himself in calculating the velocity of bullets or projectiles. No matter from which direction they came, he remained unperturbed, secure in the knowledge that they would retrace their path. Furthermore, with the aid of his telekinetic abilities, he could aim with precision. How delightful! The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, subsequently bestowing a name upon this newfound capability, total counterattack. He then embarked on a series of experiments. At 10 in the morning, buoyed by his triumph, Song Haokuen arrived at the residence of Ito Mayuki. The beautiful coach, clad in a thick down jacket, immediately rushed towards him upon sighting Song Haokuen. "Give it to me. I'm so hungry," she exclaimed. "All right, here you go," he replied with a mischievous grin, playfully concealing the food behind him. "Oh, you're so annoying. Let me eat my fill first. I'm on the verge of starving." Ito Mayuki, rarely displaying such a petulant side, struggled in earnest, for her hunger was overwhelming. The awakening of her extraordinary physique had intensified her energy consumption and cravings for sustenance to a terrifying degree. While an ordinary person might endure a day without food in such circumstances, her physique and metabolism could lead to her starving in less than half a day. Not long ago, she had even felt a desperate urge to rob for food. Seeing her distress, Song Haokuen, with a playful smile, finally relinquished the food into her hands. As she indulged in her meal, he savored the beauty beside him. 3 hours later, he mused, "Ah, Coach Ito Mayuki, you have indeed grown significantly stronger." Lying beside her, bare-chested and propped on his side, he observed her flushed cheeks and labored breathing beneath the covers. With her muscles more defined and her skin more delicate, Ito Mayuki, both bashful and irritable, shot him an exasperated glance. "What manner of monster are you? My physique has improved at least twofold. Yet you seem even more outrageous than I am. You awaken simply by lying at home while I toil outside for food. How is that fair?" With a wicked grin, Song Haokuen rolled over and pinned her down, inquiring, "Is it fair then? Shall I accompany you on your food hunts from now on?" Ito Mayuki symbolically struggled for a moment before gazing at Song Haokuen and tentatively inquired, "Is it acceptable for me to accompany you in search of food?" Naturally, Song Haokuen would not acquiesce, for his spatial abilities were his greatest secret. However, now that Ito Mayuki had become an ability user, she could indeed assist him with certain tasks. Thus, he leaned in closer, exhaling warm breath near her ear, and said, "I have another crucial assignment for you." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Haokuen led Ito Mayuki to the Doomsday Hotel. "This relentless snowfall may very well continue indefinitely. This place is my contingency plan. From now on, you shall serve as the chief security officer here. In my absence, you will be in charge. But I have never managed anyone before. Am I capable of this?" Feeling the weight of such an important responsibility entrusted to her, Ito Mayuki was somewhat apprehensive about her abilities. "Do not worry. These are merely women, and with your strength, you can easily keep them in check. Moreover, your role is solely to ensure security against any external threats. The management will be handled by Yamamoto Yuki and her daughter, Yamamoto Mirai." Song Haokuen smiled as he gently squeezed her shoulder before leading her into the hotel to find the others. Before long, they encountered Yamamoto Yuki and her daughter, Yamamoto Mirai. Upon seeing such a beautiful woman beside Song Haokuen, Yamamoto Yuki's expression dimmed slightly, and a sense of inferiority welled up within her. After all, before her relationship with Song Haokuen, she had already married and given birth. Now, at her age, she could not possibly compare to this youthful beauty. However, she quickly masked her emotions and approached with a smile. Hakuin, it has been a long time. Indeed, it has, replied Song Hakuin, offering a subtle smile to the charming widow before introducing Ito Mayuki to them. As they engaged in conversation, several young women from the Doomsday Hotel emerged, their eyes filled with envy. Upon noticing the food that Ito Mayuki and Song Hakuin were carrying, their expressions transformed into eager anticipation. Seeing their arrival, Yamamoto Yuki intended to introduce them to Song Hakuin, but he waved his hand, stating, "No need for introductions. Everyone should be aware of the circumstances outside. I will simply address a few matters today. First and foremost, if you wish to survive, you must obediently follow orders and heed commands. Secondly, this camp is not intended to support idleness. Everyone must have a job and possess a skill. Some will need to clean, others will cook, and there will be those responsible for management and even agriculture. If anyone has a specialized skill, such as medicine, maintenance, or electronics, they should report to Yamamoto Yuki. Furthermore, under no circumstances should anyone disclose information about this place without my permission. Of course, I trust you are not foolish enough to do so. As food and resources are limited, my capacity to care for others is limited. If you choose to relinquish your hopes for survival to someone else, I have no strong objections. Ultimately, I am averse to complications and hope that none of you will burden me further." After expressing this, Song Hakuin turned his gaze towards the remaining 18 women. "Now, I present you with an opportunity. Those who wish to leave this place, step forward, and I shall personally escort you home. For those who wish to remain and continue to survive here, you must heed the organizational arrangements of Ito Mayuki and Yamamoto Yuki." Upon hearing his words, a murmur of whispers arose among the women. "What do you think? Should we stay or leave? The situation outside appears dire. In this day and age, how could it be worse than living here? There is nothing to eat, no one to deliver takeout, and they still expect us to work and learn. If I had the capacity to endure such hardship, why would I choose to sell myself? I refuse to believe that in modern society, a mere snowfall could leave us in such disarray. Regardless, I intend to return home. My children are waiting for me." "Huh. I see he intends to deceive us, keeping us here as his playthings. I, for one, will not fall for his tricks." Finally, 3 women stepped forward, the petite and fashionable beauty, Chien Tiandaidaisi, the statuesque and alluring Yamamoto Yuki, and the cheerleader Matsumoto Yuki. "Very well, since you have stepped forward. Come with me. The rest of you must behave and register your skills with Miss Yamamoto," Song Hakuin instructed before departing with Chien Tiandaidaisi, Yamamoto Yuki, and Matsumoto Yuki. As the onlookers watched their departure, a myriad of expressions surfaced, some concerned, others hopeful, some envious, and some apprehensive. Yet, as they awaited Song Hakuin at the entrance, a sense of regret began to creep in among the 3 captivating women. Chien Tiandaidaisi, dressed in stylish attire, shivered against the biting wind. "Ah, it's so cold. I don't want to go back. I'll wait until the snow stops." Matsumoto Yuki, with her graceful figure and perfectly straight legs, also hesitated. Although the Utopian Hotel provided a warm underground hot spring amidst food shortages, the frigid weather outside was daunting. The daily electricity supply barely lasted an hour, and the living conditions outside were hardly promising. Given the towering snow drifts, even reaching the city would not guarantee food delivery. The prospect of finding sustenance could indeed prove challenging. Yet, the alluring and curvaceous Yukimi, with an unwavering determination to return home, is driven by the thought of her 2 young children awaiting her. Previously, she had attempted to make her way back, but after barely traversing 100 meters, her phone succumbed to the cold and powered off. Exhausted and disoriented, she narrowly escaped death in the snow. Observing the precarious state of the trio, Song Hakuin remained silent, merely stating, "Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. My apocalyptic hotel will no longer shelter you. You can either accompany me back home, or I shall forcibly abandon you to fend for yourselves in the snow." Hearing his harsh and unyielding words, Chien Tiandaidaisi, Yukimi, and Matsumoto Yuki were taken aback, their expressions darkening at his unexpected cruelty. However, Song Hakuin remained indifferent to their reactions as he coldly boarded the sled. Not long ago, Yamamoto Yuki had submitted her observations of these individuals to him. Daidaisi, Yuki, and the other 2 young women were indeed troublemakers that Song Hakuin deemed necessary to eliminate. As for Yukimi, she was rather commendable, her desire to leave rooted in concern for her school-aged children. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, the likelihood of her children's survival was exceedingly slim. Naturally, Song Hakuin possessed no altruistic inclinations. Without his intervention, these individuals were destined for demise. Thus, with a firm tone and an impassive demeanor, he commanded the 3 to board the vehicle and set off towards the city. However, en route, As they passed a villa district, Song Haokuin halted the snow vehicle. "We are low on fuel. You must find shelter in a nearby house while I procure some gasoline to return for you." Alarmed by the prospect of being abandoned, the petite beauty Dai immediately expressed her concern. Yuki Mi and Matsumoto Yuki shared her apprehension, anxiously watching Song Haokuin. Yet he coldly replied, "If my intention was to abandon you, I could simply leave you to freeze in the snow. Why go to the trouble of bringing you this far?" With that casual remark, he promptly ushered the three out of the vehicle. Before departing, Matsumoto Yuki, with a playful tone, implored, "Brother, could you leave us some food? I've been hungry for quite some time." Without further ado, Song Haokuin retrieved a bag of bread from the trunk and tossed it to Yukimi. "Make it last," he instructed, and drove away without a backward glance. How infuriating, that insufferable loser. What does he have to flaunt? If he hadn't gone to college, I wouldn't even bother to glance at him. As Song Haokuin's vehicle receded into the distance, the seemingly innocent and charming Dai's demeanor drastically shifted. Ugh, what a pathetic man. Upon my return home, I shall demonstrate how to obliterate you online, allowing my legion of sycophants to bury you. Matsumoto Yuki was equally displeased with Song Haokuin's demeanor. Higashiyama Yuki, clutching a loaf of bread, was consumed with anxiety, fearing that Song Haokuin might vanish without a trace, leaving her unable to return home. While she fretted, Matsumoto Yuki had already reached out to snatch the bread. The lovely Katanda Daiko, brimming with thoughts, was unwilling to let the food be taken. In a bid to survive, Higashiyama Yuki would not remain idle. Consequently, what began as a mere stale loaf of bread nearly instigated a fierce skirmish among three exquisite women, all valued at tens of thousands overnight, in the snow. Meanwhile, Song Haokuin lounged comfortably in a distant RV, reclining on the couch with his legs crossed, basking in the warmth of a cozy fire. With a steaming cup of coffee in his left hand and his phone in the right, he observed their antics from afar. It was only after the three had exhausted themselves amidst the chaos that they reluctantly divided the bread into 3 portions and hurried into a nearby villa, at which point he received a message from Li Bingxin. "Li Bingxin, dear, I have wonderful news for you. This audacious woman truly has 9 lives." Song Haokuin recalled the previous day's encounter where he had been struck by Gu Yueyao and unceremoniously stripped and thrown into the snow. How she managed to survive such an ordeal made him question whether she possessed some supernatural abilities, prompting him to discreetly inquire further. "What good news?" "Li Bingxin, yesterday, a kind neighbor took me in. He happens to know a locksmith. If you are willing to provide him with 5 million yen and 2 boxes of instant noodles, he would be willing to come and unlock your door." Song Haokuin, "Oh, that indeed sounds like excellent news. Tell him to come at any time. As long as he can assist me in unlocking the door, money and food are no concern." Li Bingxin, "Great, darling, I will contact him immediately. But could you send the money over first? A deposit is required." Song Haokuin, "No problem, I will transfer 10 million yen to you," urging him to come as swiftly as possible. "All right, I will ensure he arrives tonight." Upon receiving such a response from Song Haokuin, Li Bingxin excitedly sent a voice message back. However, the expression on Li Jian's face was one of deep discontent. In contrast, her sister Li Xian and brother-in-law were visibly exhilarated. For indeed, that friend existed, yet he only required a single box of instant noodles, leaving the remainder of the funds for themselves. Chapter 123, The Final Supper. Ding. Dear user, Miss Li Bingxin, Mr. Song Haokuin has initiated a transfer to your account totaling 10 million yen. Please. Look, he sent me money. I told you he was a rich second-generation heir. Did I not say so? Upon receiving the notification of the transfer from Song Haokuin, Li Bingxin proudly showed her phone to Li Jian, Li Xian, and others. Humph, it appears this fellow is indeed quite wealthy. Previously, Li Xian had harbored intentions of expelling Li Bingxin from their home, gazing at the news with crossed arms and rolling her eyes. Yet, inwardly, she felt a flicker of joy, for in her eyes, wealth far outweighed reputation. Her husband, as a businessman, shared the same sentiment. Thus, the only one left feeling discontent was Li Jian. Song Haokuin, already handsome and academically gifted, was quite popular among the ladies at school. His only advantage in comparison to Song Haokuin had been the modest sum of money his sister possessed. However, the revelation that Song Haokuin was indeed a hidden scion of wealth struck a heavy blow to him. This made the pursuit of the goddess's affections all the more arduous. Unbeknownst to him at that moment was the fact that he was overthinking Li Bingxin, in her current wretched state, resembling a specter with her ice-cold demeanor and festering wounds, would hardly catch Song Haokuin's eye. In truth, any reasonable individual would find her utterly unappealing. After transferring funds to Li Bingxin, Song Haokuin feigned interest in her surroundings. Upon learning that she had taken refuge in Li Jian's home, a household engaged in the sale of near-expiry food, he was immediately struck by an idea. He viewed Li Xin and Li Jian's residence as a target, as well as their stock of near-expiry goods. After some investigation, he discovered that their warehouse housed a number of businesses dealing in such products, conveniently located in a nearby industrial park. With this newfound information, Song Haokuan promptly set out, not only packing up all the so-called near-expiry food, but also sweeping clean the adjacent industrial park. Among the most valuable finds were the specialized vehicle modification factories, which housed various types of recreational vehicles and racing cars, treasures in his eyes. At 3:30 in the afternoon, while Song Haokuan continued his looting, he received a message from Yamamoto Yuki. Yamamoto Yuki, Haokuan, do you intend to let Qian Tiandai Daizi, Dongshan Yujime, and Matsumoto Yudai fend for themselves? Song Haokuan, did they send you a distress signal? Yamamoto Yuki, we have a large group chat, and they've been posting messages there, along with numerous photos of the deceased. They wish to return, incessantly pleading for you to bring them back. Song Haokuan, to bring them back for what? To create chaos? Are you aware of the current state of affairs? Yamamoto Yuki, but, Song Haokuan, Yamamoto Yuki, the times have changed. I assign you a task. Download an audiobook app and find 10 post-apocalyptic novels to read thoroughly. Once you have finished, message me. Yamamoto Yuki. With that. Song Haokuan replied with a terse 3-character message before shutting off his phone. The villa area where he had previously dropped off Qian Tiandai Daizi, Dongshan Yujime, and Matsumoto Yudai was the same villa district where Lin Feng resided. He had long since plundered it, leaving no survivors among the Japanese invaders. The reason for placing Kitanda Daiko, Higashiyama Yuki, and Matsumoto Yukai in that location was to make them aware of the current state of the world, as well as to inform the women within the Doomsday Hotel. It is a privilege for me to support them. It is neither a given nor an obligation on my part. As for the 3 women, Song Haokuan traveled such a distance and would not allow them to perish unattended. Thus, after concluding his tasks in that area, he returned once more to the villa district. At this moment, Kitanda Daiko, Higashiyama Yuki, and Matsumoto Yukai huddled together in a small room, trembling beneath a blanket. The Doomsday Hotel had originally boasted a hot spring, maintaining a temperature above freezing except during the brief periods of ventilation each day. Near the hot spring, temperatures could reach a pleasant warmth, and those immersed in the spring enjoyed even greater comfort. However, now, the chilling cold and arid conditions alone were sufficient to cause them distress. Moreover, the villa held no provisions or drinkable water, only several frozen corpses. Kitanda Daiko, petite and innocent in appearance, was now both hungry and thirsty, her throat aflame. Had I known, I would never have ventured out. How could the world outside have transformed into this ghastly state? What purpose do the taxes collected by the island's government serve? It's all that scoundrel Song Haokuan's fault. I could barely voice my objections. Yet he insisted on taking us away. And now he leaves us here. Matsumoto Yukai, a cheerleader with a striking physique, wore an expression of resentment, fear, and loathing. She despised Song Haokuan for his lack of compassion, and was terrified of the potential arrival of a killer, fearing that he would abandon them to freeze, starve, or die of thirst. As for Higashiyama Yuki, her longing for her children had significantly diminished. She had come to understand the harsh realities of their situation. Without their mother as protection, her son and daughter stood no chance of surviving in such extreme conditions. Having endured this period of cold and dread, she had come to a grim realization. Even if she could return, it would be futile. The pessimistic posts and videos circulating online were true. She lacked the means to sustain her 2 children. In fact, she struggled to sustain herself. Thus, her only hope now rested on Song Haokuan's return, anticipating that he would bring food for them and escort them back to the Doomsday Hotel, where they could rely on him for survival. Suddenly, as the 3 women contemplated their plight, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the door. They instinctively huddled closer together, torn between the hope that it was Song Haokuan returning to rescue them and the fear that a murderer was approaching. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the so-called killer they feared was, in fact, Song Haokuan, returning with provisions. The door creaked open. As Song Haokuan pushed open the sliding door, Tiandai Daizi, Matsumoto Shuadai, and Dongshan Yujime were instantly filled with joy upon seeing him. They promptly began to plead, either seductively or sweetly, beseeching Song Haokuan to take them back and provide them with food and water. Remarkably, Song Haokuan displayed an unusual generosity this time. Not only did he graciously share provisions with Tiandai Daizi, Matsumoto Shuadai, and Dongshan Yujime, but he also kindled a fire in the room and prepared 3 sets of clothing for them. The petite and innocent Tiandai Daizi received a uniform, while the statuesque beauty Matsumoto Shuadai was given her frequently worn cheerleader basketball outfit. As for the mature and voluptuous Dongshan Yujime, Song Haokuin presented her with a sophisticated black ensemble, complemented by black stockings, high heels, a white blouse, red-framed glasses, and cascading long hair, making her resemble a high school teacher. Chapter 124. The Concern of a Heroine, the Greed of a Vixen. As the sun dipped towards the west and the north wind whistled, Song Haokuin, having enjoyed over 2 hours of comfort, mounted his beloved snowmobile and departed. In the chat group of the Doomsday Hotel, despite others tagging and reaching out, Shinteon Daidaiji, Matsumoto Shiwadai, and Dongshan Yujime refrained from replying to any messages. It was not until Song Haokuin returned to the apartment and settled into Mrs. Sato's bedroom that he used Shinteon Daidaiji's phone to send images of Matsumoto Shiwadai and Dongshan Yujime's lifeless bodies to their group chat. Shinteon Daidaiji woo-woo. The outside world is utterly terrifying. While Song was out searching for fuel and supplies, 2 men burst into our resting room and murdered Matsumoto Shiwadai and Dongshan Yujime one after the other. Upon sending this message, the group was met with the haunting image of Matsumoto Shiwadai, her legs grotesquely broken, with visible handprints on her neck. Dongshan Yujime bore signs of struggle and bite marks, her face contorted in a bizarre smile, frothing at the mouth. The beautiful women in the chat were left speechless after a brief, oppressive silence. They began to inquire about the details. It is said online that the outside world is perilous. It seems to be true. It is truly terrifying. The world out there must be in chaos, and you couples had to go out. Daidaiji, you and Mr. Song must not encounter any misfortune. We are counting on you to gather supplies. This is dreadful. How could the world have changed so drastically? Well, why are you crying? We are fortunate compared to others. Half of our classmates in the group are already dead. It seems it is safer to remain in the hotel. At least it is warm here. I hope Daidaiji and Mr. Song stay safe. Otherwise, we will all starve eventually. With the atmosphere of the chat unfolding as he had anticipated, Song Haokuin let out a cold laugh and prepared to put away his phone. Just then, he spotted the island beauty he had encountered earlier. The woman known in Japanese as Aoi Ran and in Chinese as Lu Rian sent a voice message privately. Upon noticing the incoming voice call, Song Haokuin promptly chose to disregard it, mentally placing this woman on his list of individuals to eliminate. He continued to send messages using Shinteon Daidaiji's phone. My phone is almost out of battery. Those people are still pursuing us. Everyone must be cautious. Do not venture outside. Under no circumstances. The phone was subsequently stowed away by Song Haokuin, who took a brief respite before laying out a lavish feast. He also turned on the television to watch a classic crime series, Breaking Bad. At 7:10 p.m., having watched the majority of an episode, Song Haokuin received several messages in quick succession. Tao Gu Li Hui Xiong wrote, Haokuin, please be careful in the coming days. The situation has become chaotic. If possible, stock up on food. What's wrong? Could this snowstorm last for an extended period? The sudden expression of concern from Tao Gu Li Hui Xiong warmed Song Haokuin's heart. Yet he did not forget to inquire about the cause. Tao Gu Li Hui Xiong continued, my brother's classmate in astronomy mentioned that they were previously silenced. This massive explosion has obstructed sunlight. Thus, this terrifying snow disaster may persist for at least 8 to 10 years. Such catastrophic news. But why is your government concealing this information? Why can't they collaborate for the common good? Upon reading her words, Song Haokuin felt his previous suspicions confirmed and hastily sought further clarification. Tao Gu Li Hui Xiong replied, I'm not certain, but my brother believes it's the elites, who are only concerned with their own survival and indifferent to the lives of the populace. I see. I will exercise caution, Song Haokuin reflected, then sent another message. Is your food supply sufficient? What about safety? Tao Gu Li Hui Xiong reassured him. Don't worry. I, the heroine Hui Xiong, have firearms at home. By the way, I must thank you. If it weren't for the snacks you sent earlier, I'd probably be starving by now. That is good to hear. Please protect yourself and send me your exact address. If I find food, I'll bring you some. Song Haokuin smiled knowingly at her message, contemplating that it was high time to win over Tao Gu Li Hui Xiong. She then queried, your home must be quite far from mine, right? Wouldn't that be dangerous? Rest assured, until I have secured the heroine Hui Xiong, I will remain unharmed. Noticing her immediate concern for his safety, Song Haokuin sent a teasing voice message in response. The two continued their banter for a while, after which Tao Gu Li Hui Xiong finally sent him her address, insisting that he take care. Song Haokuin smiled again upon reading her message, before replying to the messages from the two troublesome women, Gu Yueyao and Li Bingxin. Gu Yueyao wrote, Haokuin, I joined the group chat for your community. Those monsters appeared several days ago. It's truly terrifying. Song Haokuin, is that so? Then please be cautious. I cannot leave at the moment. Gu Yueyao, I understand, Haokuin. Could you possibly toss me some food? Song Haokuin, no problem. But I'm running low on supplies, so I can only send you raw meat. Gu Yueyao, that will suffice. Thank you so much, Haokuin. I will certainly find a way to assist you in your predicament. Song Haokuin, the ball is in your court. Li Bingxin, Haokuin, the locksmith has arrived. But upon learning that we need to ascend to the 32nd floor, Song Haokuin, he wants money, right? I'll give him 10 million. Provided he can open the door, and another 10 million once the job is complete. All right, I'll head upstairs immediately. Li Bingxin, pleased with this message, gleefully showed her phone to Li Jian's family. The Li couple watched the numbers with bemusement, while only the lovesick Li Jian appeared discontent. As for the locksmith, he was utterly baffled by their laughter. Half an hour later, panting, Li Bingxin, Li Jian, and the Li couple accompanied the locksmith to the 28th floor, where they hastily assembled a ladder. Why were they the only ones present? Li Bingxin naturally wished to reside in Song Haokuin's spacious abode and enjoy a warm, comfortable life. Li Jian feared that Li Bingxin would run off with Song Haokuin. The Li couple did not wish to forfeit this favor, as Song Haokuin was exceedingly generous. Just as they were lost in their thoughts, Song Haokuin smirked coldly at the surveillance screen. Chapter 125, The Countenance. How delightful. Upon seeing 5 individuals arrive at once, Song Haokuin rubbed his hands together with excitement. He had been waiting eagerly. After days of games, it was time to reveal the truth. A few minutes later, the locksmith, Li Bingxin, and the Li family reached the 32nd floor. The locksmith took a brief rest before squatting in front of room 3203, frowning and cursing. Baka, who is the fool responsible for this? This is outrageous. Hot glue and metal sheets. Do they truly wish to entrap someone? The others exchanged glances upon hearing the locksmith's tirade. After a moment, Li Bingxin hastily inquired, Master, can this door be opened? For others, certainly not. But for me, it can, the locksmith replied with a proud sneer. Li Jian's expression darkened instantly, and he and the Li couple began to flatter the locksmith. They then observed him don a device resembling a stethoscope, first using a lighter to heat the door lock, then carefully maneuvering a shopping needle to probe the keyhole. Watching the surveillance, Song Haokuin noted the locksmith's exceptional technique, pondering whether this seasoned craftsman could indeed unlock the security door. To this day, he still recalls those 2 locksmiths who had fumbled for over an hour without managing to unlock the door. After 13 minutes and 27 seconds, the old locksmith finally cleared the keyhole and produced a peculiar tool, a sharp cone adorned with various protrusions. Inserting this implement into the lock, the elder began to withdraw and insert it repeatedly, marking the cone after each extraction. After a dozen such iterations, the locksmith smiled faintly, swiftly extracting a pair of pliers from his toolbox. He then fashioned a spare key with deft snips before inserting it into the lock and twisting the tool with force. Click! The iron door to Song Haokuin's room finally swung open, and the others outside, save for Li Jian, wore expressions of sheer elation. However, as smiles graced their faces, the old locksmith triumphantly pulled the door wide. In an instant, all joy froze on their faces. Before them loomed a grim, gray iron door, which could only be opened from the inside, with merely a few shooting holes and a peephole positioned at a height of 1.60 meters. At that moment, Song Haokuin stood behind the heavy iron slab, smiling as he pressed a button. The old locksmith, who had just succeeded in opening the lock, let out a harrowing scream, his smile vanishing as he gripped the doorknob, leaping in a frantic dance as smoke began to billow from his head. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Li Bingxin collapsed in terror, her legs giving way beneath her. The Li couple and Li Jian, equally startled, hastily recoiled in fear. Just then, Song Haokuin brandished 2 high-pressure water guns filled with concentrated salt water. Before they could react, he aimed the guns at their faces and necks. Hiss, hiss, hiss. What in the world is this? Have you lost your mind, Song Haokuin? Li Jian exclaimed, shielding his face with his arm. For Li Bingxin, whose body was already riddled with wounds and festering sores, the icy sting of the concentrated salt water elicited agonized cries of despair. The Li couple, now dumbfounded, managed to react more swiftly than Li Jian and Li Bingxin, retreating further in haste. Li Xian's wife exclaimed, Mr. Song, we have come to save you. How could you possibly attack us? Meanwhile, Song Haokuin, from within the confines of the room, feigned anger with a cold laugh. Do you truly need so many people to assist me? I suspect you merely wish to usurp my home and pilfer my provisions. Upon hearing this, the group instantly grasped the misunderstanding, believing Song Haokuin had misconstrued their intentions. Li Bingxin, having escaped the range of his assault, bore the excruciating pain as she cried out. Haokuin, it's me, Bingxin. We are here to help you, not to steal your food. Woo, come here alone and let the others go away. Upon hearing his cries, Song Haokuin let out a cold smile. No. Li Jian understood that Song Haokuin intended to take Li Bingxin away and immediately seized her arm to prevent her departure. Get lost. Let go of me. You filthy loser. Li Bingxin, upon hearing these words, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion and struggled fiercely to push Li Jian away. Bingxin, do you still not comprehend? He is toying with you. He does not love you. I am the one who truly cherishes you. Yet, Li Jian was unwilling to release her, gripping her arm with unyielding determination, leading to an increasingly awkward situation. Strangely enough, it seemed no one noticed the severely burnt locksmith, gasping for help in a corner. After this entanglement, Li Bingxin began to speak to Li Jian again. Li Jian, I know you have feelings for me. But love cannot be forced. You cannot provide what I truly desire. I will strive to make something of myself, and in the future, I will be able to support you. Li Jian remained unsatisfied. Li Bingxin continued to plead. Can we wait until you have succeeded before seeking me out again? Li Jian, I know you are a good person. To love someone is to ensure their happiness, is it not? You cannot be so selfish as to ruin my happiness. I beg you, let me go. Bingxin, I genuinely love you. Song Haokuin will never bring you happiness. Despite hearing Li Bingxin's words, Li Jian still refused to relinquish his grip. However, Li Bingxin's patience had worn thin, and her tone shifted to one of irritation, as she began to physically push and strike Li Jian. Let me go, you worthless dog. Look at yourself in the mirror. You're a pathetic excuse for a man, lacking both wealth and connections. How dare you profess your love for me? Do you think you can afford my desires? I yearn for a Ferrari. Can you provide that? I dream of a villa. Can you offer that? You can't even afford your meals without asking your sister for help. You are nothing but a failure. You have no right to say you love me. Get out of my sight. Go die. After this outburst from Li Bingxin, Li Jian's composure shattered, and tears streamed down his face. He never expected that in the eyes of the woman he adored, he was worth less than nothing. In that moment of heartbreak, he finally released his grip. Li Bingxin, exhilarated, pushed him away and ran towards her perceived happiness. Bang, bang, bang. Li Bingxin arrived at the large iron gate, her excitement palpable as she knocked. Haokuin, open the door. Open the door. It's me, Li Bingxin. We can finally be together. However, at that moment, Song Haokuin's icy voice echoed from within the room. Gui Weiyao said, you've turned into an ugly creature. Take off the bandages from your face, so I can see. Chapter 126. The Power of a Love-Struck Fool. Haokuin, please let me in first. Upon hearing these words, Li Bingxin felt her once fervent heart grow cold. Yet, at this juncture, sensing the warm breeze that permeated the room, she was unwilling to surrender. There was no possibility of retreat. For to step back was to descend into hell. The paradise she sought was within reach. If only she could enter Song Haokuin's warm abode and enjoy an abundance of food, her wounds would heal swiftly, and she would once again blossom into the youthful beauty that countless admirers yearned for. Thus, she pleaded once more, even descending to her knees. She believed that if she could feign the pitiful demeanor of her past, Song Haokuin would, like other infatuated souls, soften his heart. However, his voice was as frigid as ice, as he aimed the water gun at her once again. Enough of this nonsense. Remove your mask immediately, or I shall close the door. I do not wish to have a hideous creature sully my home. Haokuin, my wounds are nearly healed. Soon, you shall behold a more perfect version of me. Hearing Song Haokuin's unwavering fixation on beauty, Li Bingxin hesitated to remove her mask, her voice growing more delicate as she implored, please, just let me in. I beg you, as long as you allow me to enter. You may have your way with me. I possess a plethora of talents to offer, ensuring that I will never be repetitive throughout the year. Yet, upon uttering these words, Song Haokuin mercilessly fired again. The icy salt water struck her face and body with a stinging ferocity. This time, however, Li Jian, the infatuated admirer, could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, positioning himself between Li Bingxin and Song Haokuin's water gun. Bingxin, do not plead with him. He is merely toying with you. Come with me. I will treat you well. No matter how you change, my love for you will remain steadfast. Yet, Li Bingxin, summoning her last ounce of strength, pushed him away. You worthless fool. What right do you have to love me? You, who cannot even provide me with a meal. Your sister has an abundance of food, yet you leave me starving, unable to even feed yourself. Can you still call yourself a man? You are nothing but a failure. With those words, Li Bingxin unleashed a torrent of scorn, leaving Li Jian to kneel in a state of despair. But his sister, Li Xian, could no longer bear the sight and rushed forward to reprimand Li Bingxin. Just as she raised her leg to strike, Li Jian clung to her desperately. Sis, do not harm her. She speaks the truth. I am indeed a failure. I cannot manage anything, not even ensuring she has enough to eat. I am unworthy of being called a man. His admission of inadequacy ignited a fury within Li Xian, who, in her wrath, struck Li Jian across the face. Li Jian, however, knelt on the ground and implored, Sister, I beseech you, let us take Bingxin back together. I am willing to eat less in the future and share my portion with her. I beg you, I implore you. How could I have such a worthless brother? Li Xian trembled with rage, ultimately rendered speechless, one hand clutching her heart, her lips pale. Yet her husband, upon witnessing this, merely smiled coldly and swiftly approached Li Bingxin. He forcefully tore away her mask and clothing, pointing at the scars and festering wounds on her face, exclaiming, "What do you even see in this hideous creature? If you fancy beautiful women, I can certainly spend money to find one for you. Look at what you are drawn to. Listen to the words she's spoken before. Is she even a decent person?" Li Bingxin, stripped of her modesty, let out a wail akin to a stray dog that had just been stepped on. How repulsive! And still, you wish to enter my home? You deserve to perish. Song Haokuan had been observing the scene from the room, nearly bursting into laughter. As the mask was removed, he cursed and was about to close the door. However, the spectacle continued as Li Jian, in a moment of desperation, charged at Bai Yi. You shall not insult her. You shall not. Baka, you little brat. I will kill you. Bai Yi, taken aback by Li Jian's sudden assault, banged his head against the wall, grimacing in pain. Anger surged within him, and he retaliated with a kick that sent Li Jian sprawling. Indeed, Li Jian was nothing but a useless sibling, unable to rise after such a blow. Stop! Li Xian cried out, for he was her only brother. Yet Bai Yi, accustomed to his wife's authority, hesitated upon hearing her voice, his frustration boiling over. He then turned his gaze to the fallen Li Bingxin, the wretched creature marred with scars and oozing wounds. Filthy wretch, today I shall ruin you. Just as he prepared to strike, Song Haokuan, wearing a mocking grin, interjected. Hey, halt. Haokuan, I knew you still cared for me. Li Bingxin exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Yet, Song Haokuan's response was chillingly indifferent. If you wish to fight, do so far from my door. I do not wish to deal with corpses afterward. It brings bad luck. Having uttered this, Song Haokuan promptly shut the door. He then rolled about in his room, laughing joyously as if he were a fool. Ha ha, what a delight. At that moment, however, outside the door, Li Bingxin was enveloped in utter despair, emitting a heart-wrenching scream, akin to a cat on the verge of being crushed. Yet, despite her abject misery, her plight seemed to only deepen. Kitano showed no mercy, raising his leg to mercilessly stomp on her face, leaving Li Bingxin bloodied and bruised. He then seized her by the hair, yanking her up and delivering relentless kicks to her abdomen. Yet, in that very moment, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. Perhaps spurred by the strength of love, Li Jian suddenly lost control in a fit of rage. He forcefully pushed his sister aside and, seizing the opportunity while Kitano's attention was fixed on Li Bingxin, he charged forward, colliding with Kitano with great force. As a result, Kitano lost his balance and was sent flying, tumbling down the stairs and inadvertently striking his head. Li Jian, have you lost your mind? That is your brother-in-law. Li Xian exclaimed, scrambling to check on her husband. However, when she descended the stairs, she was met with the horrifying sight of blood pooling from the back of Kitano's head. Within mere moments, her husband ceased to breathe, becoming a cold, lifeless body. Chapter 127. From Love-Struck Fool to Fierce Warrior? Li Jian, you scoundrel. I will never acknowledge you as my brother again. Upon witnessing her husband's demise, Li Xian's eyes turned crimson as she glared at Li Jian. It was not my intention. I truly did not mean for this to happen. Li Jian, realizing that Kitano appeared lifeless, stood in shock as blood stained the ground. Yet at that moment, Li Bingxin erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "You deserve this. You all deserve to die? Everyone must perish. Go to hell, you wretched woman. I will end you first." Li Xian, enraged by Li Bingxin's audacity, abandoned her deceased husband and charged at her. Despite this, Li Jian remained on Li Bingxin's side, though he dared not strike his sister. Instead, he shielded her with his own body, absorbing the blows from Li Xian's fists and kicks. "Sister, please stop. It is not his fault. It is all my wrongdoing. You foolish imbecile, you pathetic sycophant. Li Jian, I will never recognize you as my brother again." Newly widowed, Li Xian felt a profound disappointment in her brother. After hurling her curse, she turned to leave, forsaking her husband's lifeless body. She simply returned to the ladder to make her exit, even dismantling it and discarding it. Oh, is there more excitement to come? After a hearty chuckle, Song Haokuan, observing through the surveillance footage, noticed something peculiar. In that fleeting moment, Li Jian's demeanor was unmistakably off. Choosing to replay the recording, he indeed discovered the oddity. Given Li Jian's previous behavior, he should not have possessed such strength. Additionally, he noted an eerie green light flickering in Li Jian's eyes. Upon magnifying the footage, he was alarmed to find that Li Jian's nails had inexplicably doubled in length. As he began to speak, His two canine teeth appeared oddly elongated, resembling the fangs of vampires or werewolves from the silver screen. Could it be that this fellow is on the verge of evolving from a sycophant into a formidable wolf? After a careful observation, Song Haokuin furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. Just as he finished his thought, a message from Gui Weiyao arrived. "Wowu Haokuin, I'm starving. Could you possibly toss me some food in advance?" "Sure, no problem." Song Haokuin replied with a sinister smile as he tossed down the flesh he had cut from Ho Liangliang's corpse from the rooftop. Little did he know, Gui Weiyao was treating this meat as sashimi. Once she had satiated her hunger, Song Haokuin messaged her again, inquiring, "How do you feel? Is there something special about it?" "Not really. Is there something extraordinary about this meat?" Gui Weiyao responded, bewildered. "Nothing at all." Song Haokuin thought it prudent not to divulge that it was human flesh, and even more so, that it belonged to an ability user. After exchanging a few more mundane words, he proceeded to package and discard some of Ho Liangliang's remains. "Here, have some food, but take that corpse away from me, and keep your distance from my home. I don't want any misfortune at my doorstep." Having uttered these words, he promptly closed the door. Meanwhile, Li Jian, believing the meat was of good quality, had refrained from consuming much himself, opting instead to give the majority to the critically wounded Li Bingxin. At that moment, Song Haokuin remained in his room, observing them to see if they would exhibit any reaction. To his disappointment, neither showed any signs of response. Li Jian, fearful that Li Bingxin might freeze to death, held her tightly in his embrace, resembling a pair of desperate lovebirds. After a while, as Li Bingxin's body began to rapidly warm, a frantic Li Jian resumed his assault on Song Haokuin's door. "Song Haokuin, please, let her stay a bit longer. I beg you, save her. Even if you won't let us in, we can share a blanket. I implore you, please. If you save her, I would gladly accept any fate. Song Haokuin, I am on my knees begging you." Witnessing Li Jian's desperate demeanor, Song Haokuin was genuinely repulsed. Thus, he opened the door, curiosity piqued, and asked, "Li Jian, could you enlighten me? What is it that you find appealing about this wretched girl? What drew you to her?" She is not wretched. I adore everything about her," Li Jian exclaimed, elated at the sight of the door opening, eager to pull Li Bingxin inside. However, Song Haokuin simply raised his leg and kicked, nearly pinning him against the wall. "Answer my question." I, nearly fatally struck by that kick from Li Jian, found my infatuated mind momentarily jolted awake, flooded with tender recollections. Upon my arrival as a student abroad, I was mercilessly bullied by my classmates, with only her inquiring about my well-being, even offering me a sandwich. Subsequently, the other girls in class ignored me, as did those in the wider community. Only she would occasionally engage me in conversation, beseeching my assistance. How truly lowly I must have seemed. Upon hearing just the beginning of my tale, Song Haokuin could scarcely contain his disdain, rolling his eyes in exasperation. At that moment, the feeble Li Bingxin cried out once more, "Haokuin, you have finally opened the door. I knew you loved me." Her words provoked a near laugh from Song Haokuin. However, upon witnessing her current wretched state, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him, prompting him to respond, "Of course I love you, but your appearance is truly too grotesque. Should you survive and return to your former self, then seek me out." With that, he callously shut the door. Bang! "Song Haokuin, you heartless scoundrel, despicable man." As he slammed the door with no regard, Li Jian rose once more, unleashing a fresh torrent of vitriol. Yet, in her moment of despair, Li Bingxin found a flicker of hope. Observing her pitiful condition, Li Jian enveloped her in an embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. From the confines of his room, Song Haokuin, witnessing this scene through surveillance, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Yet, at that moment, an intense surge of spiritual energy coursed through Li Jian, transforming his very being. His body sprouted white fur, and his ears became furry and erect. In mere moments, he morphed into a white werewolf. However, as the transformation completed, his ice-green beastly eyes fixated on Li Bingxin, resembling the gaze of a famished wild dog. Chapter 128, The Iron Cage. Oh, it seems one must choose between being human or a dog. Nay, perhaps it is better to be a battle wolf than a sycophantic dog, depending on one's willingness to lower oneself. Observing the surveillance, Song Haokuin could not help but smirk. Simultaneously, a particular anecdote came to mind. A sycophantic dog is still a dog, while a scoundrel is a man. A man discards chicken bones for a dog, which, far from being repulsed, finds them delectable. Yet, the chicken, even in death, deems the dog unworthy of its bones. What followed was a vivid demonstration by Li Jian of what it truly meant to be a sycophantic dog, illustrating why such creatures are unworthy of humanity. After a painful struggle and a howl of anguish, he released Li Bingxin and lunged toward the recently deceased brother-in-law. With ravenous urgency, He devoured a considerable portion of the corpse before returning to Li Bingxin's side. At this moment, Li Bingxin found herself unable to consume any food, leaving her utterly astonished by Song Haokuen's actions. Li Jian had inexplicably bitten through his own wrist, offering his blood to Li Bingxin while weeping profusely. Bingxin, you cannot die. You must not perish. I love you. The scene was grotesque, and Song Haokuen felt a wave of shock and nausea wash over him. Yet, what transpired next was even more astonishing. Li Bingxin's pale visage began to regain a hint of color as she fervently sucked the blood from Li Jian's wrist. Furthermore, the scars upon her face commenced their gradual healing. Meanwhile, Li Jian's body was deteriorating. The once abundant white fur covering him receded until he resembled a frail, malnourished figure, as though he had suffered from years of deprivation. Witnessing this transformation, Song Haokuen narrowed his eyes. Had it not been for Li Jian's exceptional abilities and the therapeutic properties of his blood, he would have dismissed such anomalies. The flesh and blood of awakened supernatural beings were undoubtedly distinct from the ordinary. Thus, he could utilize Li Jian for some intriguing experiments. As he regarded Li Jian once more, a faint smile graced his lips. Very well, indeed, he mused. When Li Jian was on the verge of losing consciousness, Song Haokuen took the initiative to open the door. Bingxin, I have made my decision. You shall come to my home. Is that true? Li Bingxin, whose body had regained warmth and a semblance of thought, felt the inviting atmosphere of the room and promptly pushed Li Jian's arm away. Of course, Song Haokuen replied gently, nodding. I merely wished to test you. In such circumstances, you did not yield to Li Jian, and now I believe you truly love me. Yes, yes. The one I love most is you, Li Bingxin exclaimed, eagerly rising to her feet. To her, Song Haokuen's home was akin to paradise, warm rooms and ample food. She had long endured the bitter cold and hunger. Residing in Song Haokuen's abode was the life she had always yearned for. Without hesitation, she abandoned Li Jian and rushed into Song Haokuen's embrace. Haokuen, I truly love you. I adore you so much. However, at that moment, the nearly unconscious Li Jian summoned the last of his strength to rise, his voice filled with anger and despair. Bingxin, do not believe him. I am the one who truly loves you, Bingxin. Yet, upon witnessing Li Jian's frail state, Li Bingxin felt a twinge of fear that Song Haokuen might misinterpret her intentions. Standing at the threshold of paradise, basking in the warm breeze of the room, she could never return to the hell outside. Thus, she glared at Li Jian with disdain. Li Jian, you must understand that a mountain chicken cannot aspire to mate with a phoenix. Song Haokuen and I are a match made in heaven. Love cannot be forced. I love him, and he loves me. That is what true love is. If you truly cared for me, you would refrain from uttering those repugnant words and, henceforth, cease your incessant entanglement. Only in the company of Song Haokuen can I lead a comfortable life, where I can find joy and happiness. Li Jian, who nearly sacrificed his own life to save Li Bingxin, felt his heart turn to ash upon hearing those words, his gaze visibly beginning to lose focus. In that moment, Song Haokuen harbored a faint hope that Li Jian might yet conduct himself like a true man. However, this pitiful sycophant, Li Jian, dashed his expectations once more. Bingxin, you are right. I should not be so selfish. To love someone means to prioritize their happiness. The soon-to-die Li Jian, his complexion pale and lips tinged with purple, wore a faint smile that suggested he had come to a profound realization, as though he had accomplished some noble deed. He then looked earnestly at Song Haokuen and, with a voice heavy with anger and resentment, declared, Song Haokuen, you must ensure Bingxin's happiness. Otherwise, I shall haunt you even in death. Upon hearing this, Song Haokuen rolled his eyes, feeling a tumult within his stomach, as though he were about to retch. Li Jian's dying words truly made him feel nauseous. Bingxin, from this day forth, you shall have no more of me. You must find joy and happiness. Yet, Li Bingxin, with a heart of stone, did not allow him to finish his final words and spat at him. Bah, are you out of your mind? Haokuen, let us leave. We must not engage with this fool any longer. Very well, you wait in the room for me while I dispose of these bodies. Song Haokuen replied with a faint smile, ushering her into the room and shutting the door behind her. He could not allow such a valuable specimen as Li Jian to perish so easily. Song Haokuen stuffed the remaining corpses of Bei into Li Jian's belly, storing him away in his spatial realm. From his observations, as long as there was food, this sycophant would not perish easily. Having secured him, Song Haokuen returned home. Meanwhile, Li Bingxin found herself in a state of bewilderment, having discovered no trace of food in her room. The only sight was a blazing furnace in the center. Surrounded by iron panels, there was neither bed nor blanket, and a black iron cage sat in the corner. She could not fathom how Song Haokuen survived. Why was there a large iron cage in his home? Yet soon, she stumbled upon a hidden door in the bathroom, leading directly to Mrs. Sato's restroom. With a gentle push, the door creaked open. Goodness, is this heaven? Upon seeing the furnace and electric heater, the snacks on the table, and the hot pot, with the television screen aglow showing a movie, Li Bingxin felt as though she had truly entered paradise. However, just as she was filled with joy, having one foot seemingly poised to step into paradise, Song Haokuen's formidable hand suddenly appeared. He seized Li Bingxin by her hair and hurled her to the ground, nearly disorienting her. Before she could comprehend the situation, he yanked her hair again, dragging her to the iron cage, where he unceremoniously shoved her inside. Chapter 129, Lies. Haokuen, what are you trying to do? Are you toying with me as a slave? Li Bingxin, recently recovering from the pain, found herself confined within the confines of a cage 1/2 meter high and 1 meter long. Upon witnessing the sinister smile adorning his face, an unsettling chill coursed through her. Seeing that she had unwittingly provided him with a justification, Song Haokuen chuckled as he squatted before her. I must admit, you are incredibly clever. After all this time alone, I indeed find myself in need of a female servant or a pet, and you are the perfect candidate. Li Bingxin, shameless as she was, felt a sense of relief upon hearing his words, her demeanor shifting to one of feigned allure. Master, I shall serve you as a little slave. A humble pet. You can command me as you wish. How delightful. Now, extend your hand to me, he replied with a grin, his eyes glinting with mischief. Li Bingxin obediently stretched out her right hand, only to find that he wielded a knife, which he swiftly used to sever the tendons in her wrist. Blood gushed forth in a torrent. Ah! She screamed in agony, instinctively retracting her arm, clutching it with her left hand, and uttering expletives in shock. What have you done? Are you out of your mind? However, as soon as the words left her mouth, regret washed over her, leading to a hasty apology. I'm so sorry. The pain is unbearable. I didn't mean it, master. I was wrong. It was too late. Song Haokuen's expression darkened, yet he did not use the knife to stab her. Instead, he turned away, striding toward the fireplace. He retrieved a red-hot piece of coal from the flames and, under the horrified gaze of Li Bingxin, tossed it into the cage. The searing pain engulfed her, leaving her skin marred with burns. And she curled into a corner, sobbing uncontrollably. In that moment, the words of Li Jian echoed in her mind. Song Haokuen was merely toying with her. She realized the truth. He never intended for her to reside in his home. From the very beginning, he had been playing with her. What nonsense about being trapped at home? What lies about only being able to receive food from upstairs? What claims of needing his family to rescue her? What hopes of residing in his abode? All of it was sheer folly. The bathroom clearly had a secret door. He could leave at any moment he wished. Song Haokuen is merely toying with himself, playing a cruel game with his own existence. In fact, he has brought about the demise of his parents and younger brother. Cursed be this fiend. He has only deceived him for a trifling sum of money and affection, yet he harbors intentions to annihilate our family. Scoundrel, beast, pervert, demon. So many have willingly fallen prey to my deception. What gives you the right to treat me thus? Why must you, you wretched scoundrel, act in this manner towards me? Cursed, cursed. At this moment, Li Bingxin has come to understand everything, yet it is tragically too late. Not only does Song Haokuen intend to torment her, the very murderer of his past life, but he also cruelly intends to use her as experimental material. This is the punishment for your disobedience. Behave, and perhaps you shall suffer less in the future. Witnessing Li Bingxin in such agony, Song Haokuen feels no compassion. Rather, he is overwhelmed with a sense of pleasure and exhilaration. After leaving these words, he departs from room 3203 and returns to Mrs. Sato's residence in room 3202. After indulging in a hearty meal and a warm bath, he once again enters the alternate space. Upon finding Li Jian on the brink of asphyxiation, he places an oxygen mask over him and then draws a vial of blood. After this, he returns to the real world and seeks out a few unfortunate neighbors for his experiments. He also takes a portion of his own blood. And after a series of brutal and bloody experiments, Song Haokuen confirms that Li Jian's blood indeed possesses healing properties. However, it does not seem to confer any extraordinary abilities, whether from his own blood or Li Jian's, at least not in the short term. Yet, with the passage of time, or whether quantitative changes may lead to qualitative ones, remains uncertain even to Song Haokuen. Thus, he spares Li Bingxin's life. He intends to use Li Jian's flesh as sustenance for Li Bingxin. To test the possibilities of this theory, at 10 o'clock that night, Song Haokuen arrives at room 3203 with a bag of raw meat. The room, now devoid of warmth, finds Li Bingxin huddled in a corner, barely clinging to life. Upon witnessing her wretched state, Song Haokuen smirks coldly and tosses a heap of minced meat into the cage, commanding her, "Consume it all, and I shall stoke the fire for you." Weak and cold, Li Bingxin, upon seeing the meat, suppresses her disgust and anger, crawling towards it, weeping as she shoves the morsels into her mouth before Song Haokuin. Observing her obediently consuming the meat, a faint smile graces his face as he praises her. Such a good little dog. Once Li Bingxin has consumed the entirety of the meat, Song Haokuin will stoke the fire in the room. However, the flames will only last for 2 to 3 hours. The room will remain unbearably cold in the latter half of the night. Just as she drifts into a deep slumber, Li Bingxin will be jolted awake once more by the piercing cold. Rest well, my good little dog. Your master shall return to see you tomorrow. After stoking the fire, Song Haokuin then returns to Mrs. Sato's home. However, just as I arrived home, my phone began to vibrate incessantly. The chat group for our apartment building was ablaze with commotion. Akira Kurosawa. Attention everyone. Important news, important news. Akira Kurosawa. All, important news. Important news, please pay heed. Akira Kurosawa. Everyone, important news, please take note. Akira Kurosawa. Esteemed residents. All the heads of our building have received official notifications from the authorities. Akira Kurosawa. In 3 days, the snow will cease, and a large-scale rescue operation will commence. Everything shall improve then. Akira Kurosawa. As per the official directive, in order to ensure the survival of more individuals, we must unify the management of supplies. Effective immediately until the day the disaster concludes. Akira Kurosawa. Starting tomorrow at 8 in the morning, we will conduct home inspections for supplies. Those who are selfish should not mislead themselves. Akira Kurosawa sent 7 messages in rapid succession, igniting a tempest within the group. To bolster his credibility, he even provided screenshots of the owners' committee chat. Initially, skeptical residents began to shift their perspectives upon viewing this evidence. However, Song Haokuin scoffed at the messages, swiftly typing a response. Why hasn't the official channel sent a text alert regarding such a significant matter, instead leaving it to you to inform us? Chapter 130. The Wrath of the Masses? I am indeed the target of their ire. Damn it, that scoundrel Song Haokuin should never have been reinstated in this group. Upon reading Song Haokuin's message, Akira Kurosawa furrowed his brow in anger, wishing he could immediately silence him. Yet, he realized that expelling him now would only reveal his own insecurities, complicating his efforts to gather supplies. Thus, he hastily contacted his allies in private, who were either heads of various buildings or members of the owners' committee. When he presented the issue, he discovered that others had encountered similar concerns. A collective of individuals then began to brainstorm, ultimately resulting in a retired official composing a statement, informing us, "This is naturally to facilitate our statistics and rescue efforts." Informing us, "This is because we are on the front lines." Informing us, naturally, because we possess the credibility and experience to manage the situation effectively. Outside, the bitter cold has set in, and we must unite with steadfast resolve. Any voices that undermine our solidarity will only result in further loss of life. To become a historical villain, to be deemed a perpetrator in this island nation, to be branded as a murderer. Orders have been issued from above. Should anyone defy these urgent commands or refuse to comply, they should brace themselves for the consequences once the snow ceases in 3 days. We shall report collectively, and law enforcement or military personnel will come seeking you. I urge everyone to avoid self-deception. Furthermore, saving a life is worth more than the construction of 7 pagodas. We are all neighbors who will inevitably cross paths in the future. I hope everyone can extend a helping hand and refrain from being indifferent and heartless, lest they be scorned by their neighbors and held accountable by the authorities. Well said. It must be you, Mr. Saito. Upon reading this lengthy message, Akira Kurosawa immediately offered his flattery. The other residents, inspired by his words, promptly shared the message within their respective chat groups. The dissemination of this message certainly startled many. Seizing the opportunity, Akira specifically called out Song Haokuin, not only as an act of revenge, but also in hopes of acquiring the provisions he possessed. Song Haokuin, many have witnessed you stockpiling a considerable amount of supplies before the snowfall. It seems you could sustain yourself for an entire month on your own. Previously, you have hurled items down from above. Now it is your turn to demonstrate your spirit. As long as you contribute your food, everyone will certainly remember your kindness. If you wish to settle in our island nation, I can personally assist you in obtaining a letter of introduction. As he spoke, those neighbors with dwindling supplies began to chime in fervently within the group. Song Haokuin, don't be so stingy. We can chip in to purchase some. Young man, you seem like a kind-hearted person. Share your provisions, and once the snow ceases, we shall not forget your generosity. Song Haokuin, you cannot possibly consume all that food. Share it with us, and once the snow stops, we will repay you double. Come on, Song Haokuin, speak up, don't play dead. We all know where you live. If you remain silent, don't blame us for knocking on your door. Witnessing this band of ruffians become increasingly tiresome, Song Haokuin let out a cold laugh, propping his leg up casually, and subsequently shared a photograph in the group. The image displayed a coffee table laden with snacks, accompanied by fresh fruit, and a nearby heater radiating warmth. Song Haokuin, listen here, you little rascals, stop with your nonsensical chatter. Come and try to take my supplies if you dare. I am from the Eastern Kingdom. Food is for my dog, and even if I were to burn it, it would never be offered to you wretched souls. Akira Kurosawa, smirking at the audacity of his words, thought to himself how this would surely incite the collective wrath of the group. Seated on the sofa, trembling, Kurosawa found himself not angered but rather amused at the unfolding drama. As anticipated, the chat erupted in a frenzy, with furious responses flooding in. Baka, you little bastard. You think you can get away with this? I'm coming for you right now. Trying to negotiate politely is futile. That damned Chinese pig deserves to be punished. Is there anyone willing to join me? Let us go smash his door down and teach him a proper lesson. Count me in. I have a crowbar. If he doesn't open the door, we'll pry it open. We must give this bastard a severe lesson. However, upon witnessing the fervor of his compatriots ready to confront Song Haokuin, some even brandishing crowbars, Akira Kurosawa's expression darkened. After all, in these times, one cannot be too cautious. If someone were to abscond with his provisions, reclaiming them would prove to be no simple task. Moreover, if the adversary possessed a crowbar, they could easily deceive him and make off with his supplies, perhaps even forcefully entering his abode to seize his remaining food. Absolutely not. Those provisions belong to me and must not fall into their hands. No. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Akira Kurosawa hastily addressed the group. Everyone, please remain calm and do not stray onto the path of illegality. In just 3 days, the snow will cease and order will be restored. After sending this lengthy message, he once again specifically called out to Song Haokuin. Mr. Song, I implore you not to be your own worst enemy. I can assist you once, but not repeatedly. Inciting public outrage will only lead to your downfall. I hope you will open your door tomorrow morning and await our retrieval of supplies. We shall ensure you have enough rations for 3 days and provide you with appropriate financial compensation. Having delivered his speech, Akira felt quite satisfied. However, as soon as a smile graced his face, a message from Song Haokuin appeared in the group. You old bastard, cease your sanctimonious posturing. I see you are merely desperate, hoping to swindle us out of our food. You claim the heavy snow will end in 3 days? If you wish to take my provisions, then come. I'm eager to see if you and your ilk can do anything to me. This insolent fool is utterly ungrateful. Upon reading this message, Akira was filled with fury. He had initially considered allowing Song Haokuin to survive for 3 more days. Now, however, he felt compelled to eliminate him, even at the cost of some of his provisions. For otherwise, he would struggle to collect any supplies. If you seek death, I shall gladly send you to hell. Akira muttered darkly, immediately reaching out to the radical faction. He intended to deal with Song Haokuin that very night, while also plotting to steal the crowbar. Meanwhile, Song Haokuin was already prepared. He had awaited this day for a long time. He feared not their approach, but rather their failure to seek their own demise. Chapter 131, The Ambush. Let us see how you meet your end this time. Having coordinated with the radicals, Akira grinned with anticipation before setting an alarm and slipping beneath the covers to rest. He aimed to recuperate his strength before confronting Song Haokuin. However, just as he was about to drift off, his good-for-nothing son, Akira Yoko, sent a desperate plea. Father, we have no food at home. Please send us something to eat. Maya and I are on the brink of starvation. This useless child. Upon receiving his son's message, Akira cursed him for his lack of ambition. Yet, when he thought of his beautiful daughter-in-law, Chunai Maya, and the potential dangers that lay ahead, he recalled the many supplies he had deceitfully acquired. It was possible that trouble would soon come knocking. After a moment of hesitation, Akira Kurosawa decided to send a message to Yoshikazu Kurosawa. I will soon procure some food. Bring Maya to my house tonight, and don't forget to bring your grandfather's hunting rifle. However, Yoshikazu's reply was, Can't father bring it to me? It's too cold outside. Damn it. Upon reading this message, Akira's blood pressure soared. Do you care to come, or not? If you choose not to, then let yourself starve outside. I will pretend I have no son like you. After angrily berating his son, Akira lay down once more to regain his strength, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Song Haokuin in the dead of night. Yet, he remained oblivious to the identity of the person he was about to confront. Meanwhile, Song Haokuin reviewed their messages, scrutinized the surveillance footage, and observed Li Bingxin's condition. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he returned to his bedroom to rest. However, he had scarcely settled down when several messages arrived. Gui Weiyao, Haokuin, many people in the group are secretly plotting against you, and I am deeply concerned for your safety. What are their plans for me? Song Haokuin did not regard this woman as benevolent. Yet he saw no harm in accepting the information she provided. They intend to raid your home at 5 o'clock this morning. They possess crowbars capable of prying open your door. These individuals are utterly despicable. Damn it. Gui Weiyao quickly replied to Song Haokuin's message, eager to express her loyalty. Excellent. You have done well. Continue to monitor them for me, and you shall be duly rewarded. Once the bank's payment system is unfrozen, I assure you, you will rise above the rest. Upon receiving this message, Song Haokuin tossed out a substantial offer. Gui Weiyao was elated by this news. Rest assured, Haokuin, with me around, they will not succeed. Heh. Song Haokuin scoffed at the message and then replied to the other women. Sakura Rya, Mr. Song. Arguing with them in the group is quite irrational. Perhaps you should communicate more amicably with them instead. Upon reading this, Song Haokuin sent a voice message with a tone laced with disdain and coldness. What? Have you run out of food at your place? Seeing her secret intentions exposed, Sakura Rya felt embarrassed but still replied with a simple yes. Humph. Realizing her assumption was indeed correct, Song Haokuin sneered and responded. You have 1 minute to consider. Call me daddy and send me 2 alluring photos, and I shall airdrop you a meal. This guy is insufferably wicked. Suppressing her hunger, Sakura Rya felt a mix of embarrassment, anger, and frustration upon reading the message. Yet, after 30 seconds of contemplation, she chose to yield. Having already been ensnared by Song Haokuin, bashfully, she uttered those words and sent him 2 of her photographs. However, upon seeing them, Song Haokuin exploded in fury, exclaiming, Are you mocking me? Are you testing my patience with this? Do you think I cannot tell this is a photo shoot? If I wanted to see this, I could simply watch a movie, couldn't I? I desire something freshly captured. Ah. Sakura Rya is so enraged that it feels as if her very essence is boiling over. However, circumstances dictate, and with Song Haokuin bearing an unapproachable demeanor, she reluctantly complied. She sent a photo of the exquisite Victoria's Secret lingerie, followed by a sultry sleepwear image. Upon receiving these, Song Haokuin finally responded with satisfaction. Come to the 28th floor shortly. I have prepared a ladder for you. From now on, you shall reside on the 31st floor, making it more convenient for me to deliver food to you, rather than risking it being snatched away downstairs. What? Sakura Rya felt a surge of surprise upon reading this message, caught in a dilemma of whether to feel joy or fear. Yet, considering her future survival and the ample provisions in Song Haokuin's possession, she ultimately made the prudent choice. Just after responding to him, she sent another message. Song Haokuin, you must be cautious. A scoundrel just broke into my home, and I shot him dead. Please be vigilant. People have gone mad. This woman truly seems to care for her well-being. Upon reading the message from the police officer, Mamatani Rika, Song Haokuin felt a warmth in his heart and replied with an uncommon gentleness. Were you frightened? Are you hurt? Aren't your brother and parents nearby? Don't you all live together? Mamatani Rika, I initially preferred not to live with them, but it seems unavoidable now. My brother is on his way over, and we will go to our parents' house together. Song Haokuin, that's good. Please be careful on your way. I've gathered more food these past few days. If I'm free tomorrow or the day after, I will come to see you. Mamatani Rika, Haokuin, I have enough food here. Please ensure your own safety. It's too chaotic right now. Rest assured, Song Haokuin smiled in response, engaging in further conversation before arming himself and stepping out. After hearing footsteps and confirming that only Sakura Rya was alone, he descended the ladder to bring her up. He settled her into room 3101. And after igniting a fire in the room, they began their peak competition. An hour and a half later, before departing from Sakura Rya's new abode, Song Haokuin prepared a small gift in the hallway. Upon returning home, he indulged in a brief nap of about 2 hours, only to be jolted awake by the sound of the surveillance alarm. Humph. Song Haokuin groggily opened his eyes, initially contemplating simply eliminating these intruders. Yet, fueled by his morning grumpiness, he yearned for them to suffer far worse. With this notion in mind, he made his way back to room 3203. Just as he entered, anguished cries and furious curses erupted in the hallway. Baka, I fell and broke my neck. How could there be such thick ice on the floor? Chapter 132. You'd best not be so polite. 3 minutes ago, Akira Kurosawa had gathered with 4 rather hot-tempered neighbors. Some brandished knives, others carried ladders, and a few wielded crowbars. Pleased with this formidable assembly, Kurosawa was convinced that Song Haokuin was doomed today. After some deliberation, the 5 of them set up the ladder, ready to ascend to the 30th floor. However, the dimly lit corridor offered no illumination, forcing them to navigate in darkness. The first to reach the 30th floor, Taro, unfortunately met with misfortune before he could even draw his phone for light. Song Haokuin had doused the floor with water prior to returning home. Taro's foot slipped on the ice, causing him to plummet from the 30th to the 28th floor, where he landed in a heap, convulsing on the ground. The others on the 28th floor, witnessing this unfortunate turn of events, wore expressions of dismay. Yet, there was little they could do to assist, and they could only watch helplessly as Taro met his fate. After a moment of silence, Kurosawa spoke up. The arrow was drawn. There was no turning back. Let us not waste time. Those of you who are younger should ascend first, and I shall follow behind you. However, the group was not swayed by his words and instead criticized him collectively. Why should the young go first? Were you not greedy when it came to dividing supplies? Now, when it comes to putting in effort, you wish to retreat. In this freezing weather, do you still wish to assert your authority? Let us decide this through a game of rock, paper, scissors. It would be the fairest method, and no one would have any grievances. Fortunately, after some bickering, they devised a solution that prevented a prolonged internal conflict. Thus, a young man named Sakuragi Sora seized the opportunity, having proposed this very idea. Idiot. After stubbing his toe on a stone, Sakuragi grumbled as he climbed the ladder. However, having already lost one person, he was cautious. He grasped the railing upon climbing up. Avoiding a slip, he noticed the icy surface below, but was unaware that it had been intentionally created, merely muttering his complaints. Damn it! Is someone leaking water? Is there any danger above? Hearing the commotion, Kurosawa hurriedly inquired with concern. No, it's just ice on the floor. That fellow simply wasn't paying attention. With the perceived threat diminished, Sakuragi's tone lightened considerably. The remaining three on the 28th floor sighed in relief and began to ascend the staircase as well. Initially, Kurosawa hesitated to join them, claiming he would guard the staircase, but the three insisted on pulling him up. They were not foolish. They were about to break in and commit violence, and it was essential to involve Kurosawa. They could not allow him to remain unscathed, for should they ever face retribution, his potential betrayal would lead them to dire consequences. The four individuals staggered, clutching the handrail, cursing softly as they ascended the stairs with great caution. It took them a full 3 minutes to reach the door of room 3203, despite it being merely 2 flights up. Upon arrival, however, a divergence of opinions arose within the group. I suggest we knock on the door, if he is frightened enough to open it. We could save ourselves quite a bit of effort. One proposed, don't be foolish. If he were going to open the door, he wouldn't have been so brazenly boasting in the chat group, another retorted. But it's not the same anymore. We are right at his doorstep. We brought our weapons, insisted a third. I still think we should shout a bit. Regardless, if we use a crowbar to break the door down, he'll certainly be awakened by the noise. After much debate, they ultimately acquiesced to Akira Kurosawa's suggestion, resorting to a chorus of knocking and threats aimed at Song Hakuin. Hey Song, open the door swiftly, or don't blame us for breaking in. Open up, open up. Stop playing dead, we know you're home. You had the audacity to shout in the group. Now show your courage, and open the door. Song Hakuin, please. We mean you no harm. If you open the door, we will ensure you have 3 days' worth of provisions. Song Hakuin, I advise you not to disrespect our goodwill. If you make us force our way in, we won't be so courteous. Huh, you'd best not be so polite, Song Hakuin scoffed disdainfully. Having just ignited a fire in his room to prepare for grilling, he recorded their threats and sent the audio to the chat group, accompanying it with a message. Attention, neighbors. Akira Kurosawa has come to my door to seize supplies. If they can rob me today, they can surely rob you tomorrow. Take heed. After sending this, Song Hakuin comfortably settled beside the fire, grilling his meat. Outside, the persistent group of men began to take turns attempting to break down the door, hammering away in frustration. Bang, bang, bang. Despite their collective efforts wielding hammers and crowbars, the reinforced door merely bore a few minor dents, showing no signs of yielding. What in the world is this door made of? It's incredibly sturdy. In our neighborhood, a single blow would have left it caved in. Yet here we are, hammering away with no effect. This is utterly absurd. One exclaimed, exasperated. Damn it, I've figured out the brand. It's a high-grade anti-theft and explosion-proof door made of space steel. Clearly, bashing the door won't work. How could this impoverished fool afford such a fine door? What do we do now? Faced with this predicament, the exhausted group began to engage in increasingly frantic discussions. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Song Hakuin donned noise-canceling headphones, indulging in grilled meat, clams, and beer. On the small table before him, alongside his meal, a movie played. In a phone stand displayed the messages from the chat group. Li Bingxin, trembling in her cage, looked longingly at Song Hakuin's grilled meat, her stomach churning with hunger and pleading for sustenance. However, Song Hakuin was utterly oblivious to her voice, engrossed as he was in a suspenseful film titled Human Meat Fork. He found the movie immensely entertaining, relishing the grilled meat that he devoured with increasing delight, while he reveled in his experience. The neighbors were in a state of restless anxiety, unable to find solace in sleep. The cacophony of their door banging echoed too loudly in the corridor, and they were plagued by concerns for their safety, particularly those with provisions at home. The last thing they wanted was to risk their lives, fearing the theft of their food. Consequently, these individuals vented their frustration in a group chat, casting aspersions on Akira Kurosawa and his cohorts. Yet, those whose supplies had dwindled quickly found themselves embroiled in disputes with the others, as they were unwilling to succumb to starvation. The predicament was entirely anticipated by Song Haokuen, who had even devised a plan to incite discord between the two factions, relishing the prospect of their conflict. Conveniently, he had already dispatched several of his troublesome neighbors, and their phones were now in his possession. Chapter 133. A captivating performance apartment building chat group. Why can't we engage in civil discourse? Must we resort to forceful entry? Mr. Kurosawa, your actions are unlawful. At this juncture, who cares about the law? Do you wish to starve to death? I would rather perish than become a criminal. Without rules, there can be no order. Devoid of regulations and humanity, we would be no different than animals fighting over scraps. Spare us your rhetoric. I see you have provisions at home, don't you? Enough of your bickering. Let us communicate respectfully in the group. Unity is essential for survival. We must avoid internal strife. Everyone should be cautious. If Kurosawa can rob Song Haokuen, he can just as easily turn on us. You are all remarkably selfish. If we shared the food, we could all survive. Huh. Upon reading these messages, Song Haokuen smirked devilishly and utilized Junichiro Yamashita's phone to send a message in the chat. Yamashita, I propose we cease our quarrels. Let us observe the outcome of Kurosawa's theft from Song Haokuen. We shall see if he is willing to share the spoils with everyone. If Kurosawa truly has the collective good in mind, we will support him as if nothing occurred. However, if he dares to hoard the bounty, I shall be the first to hold him accountable. Following this missive from his alias, a considerable response ensued from the neighbors. Subsequently, he employed the phones of Jian Li, Hinode Haru, and Inyama Kuro to either support or incite further discord in the group, swiftly redirecting everyone's focus and energy toward Kurosawa and his companions. At this moment, Kurosawa and his crew remained unaware of the unfolding dynamics in the chat. They were either preoccupied with their tasks or dealing with dead batteries. Having entered a new phase, they had shifted from attempts to forcibly enter to prying open the door. To be precise, they were now engaged in the third phase of attempting to dismantle the door frame. Previously, they had attempted to pry open the door, but the crowbar could not even fit into the crevice. They struggled to create a gap to no avail. Thus, they resorted to gradually chipping away at the wall surrounding the door frame, hoping to leverage the crowbar to force the door open. However, this endeavor was destined to fail. The blast-proof door was a solid unit, firmly welded to an alloy steel plate, making it exceedingly difficult to budge, even for someone as strong as Song Haokuen, let alone for a group of ordinary individuals. At 5:30 in the morning, a glimmer of hope emerged for Akira Kurosawa and his companions as they took turns hammering at the wall. They had managed to create a fist-sized hole by the door frame, large enough to insert the crowbar. They believed that with the principle of leverage, they could pry the door free. Gazing into the opening, Sakura, with a smug expression, shouted, "Damn it! Song Haokuen, I dare you to keep that door shut. Let us see how you fare this time." The others echoed his sentiments, but secretly they plotted another scheme. Once the door was breached, they needed to figure out how to carry away more supplies and discreetly stash the crowbar. After all, even if they acquired numerous supplies, they wouldn't be able to guard them if they were caught. Indeed, he was cunning and quickly devised a plan. With a sly grin, he fixed his gaze on the black crowbar in Sakura's hands. Minutes later, the previously exhausted group, their faces flushed and breathless, regained some strength and resumed their efforts. Two of them steadied the crowbar, while the other two coordinated their strength, kicking the end of the crowbar with all their might. After several vigorous attempts, the advanced security door of Song Haokuen remained unyielding, and the expressions of the group soured. What the hell? How can this be? Is this door installed so securely? Are we not positioning it correctly? Should we try again from another angle? Frustration mounted as they contemplated the cold weather, which sapped their energy. If we keep this up, we'll exhaust ourselves before we even break down the door. Damn it, what a wretched door. After a round of curses and complaints, they directed threats towards Song Haokuen inside, but silence echoed back. Resolutely, the four prepared to make another attempt. This time, only Akira Kurosawa steadied the crowbar, while the three strong men prepared to count down and strike together. 3, 2, 1, go. As they counted down, they all kicked the crowbar in unison. However, to everyone's shock, including Song Haokuen's, the crowbar, which had stood firm until now, suddenly splintered into two pieces. With a loud crack, the severed half ricocheted and struck one of the intruders squarely on the head. Bang! He was struck with such force that he lost consciousness. and with the slippery ground beneath him, he could not regain control and collided violently with the railing, tumbling downwards. Thud! He landed on the staircase of the 31st floor, sliding half a flight down to the platform below. And then, there was nothing more. Life extinguished in an instant. Breath ceased. How splendid! What an extraordinary spectacle! Song Haokuin, perpetually in a state of heightened awareness, found himself doubled over with laughter at the sight, even regurgitating the meatballs he had been savoring. Meanwhile, Li Bingxin, upon noticing the scattered meatballs on the ground, began to plead pitifully. Haokuin, I beg you, grant me something to eat. Just give me the meatballs from the floor. Even the scraps will suffice. A sip of soup would do. I implore you, anything edible will suffice. Please. Haokuin, woe is me. However, Song Haokuin, adorned with his expensive noise-canceling headphones, could not hear her cries. Even if he could, he would not deign to respond, especially with an enthralling performance unfolding outside. Kurosawa and his companions had located the despised adversaries, their expressions shifting dramatically. At this juncture, they had exhausted all means of breaching the door. After exchanging glances, they acquiesced to Kurosawa's suggestion and returned to feign a vigorous assault on the door. Song Haokuin, we have dug a hole. The door will be breached before dawn. I advise you not to be ungrateful. This is your final opportunity to surrender. If you open the door, we shall grant you 3 days' worth of food, and we shall purchase any additional provisions at equivalent value. Song Haokuin, I urge you not to misjudge the situation. This is our last act of goodwill, and our patience is finite. Should you fail to open the door within 3 minutes, we shall force our way in and end you. Consider this carefully. Do not say we did not warn you. Yet, their throats grew hoarse from shouting, while Song Haokuin remained oblivious to their pleas. Observing their impotent fury was akin to watching a silent film featuring Chaplin. He could easily imagine their words. The more frustrated and powerless they became, the more amused and delighted he felt. And then, a further source of joy arrived. Li Jian's beautiful sister, now a striking widow named Li Xin, sent a message to her dear brother. Are you dead? If not, return home immediately. Gazing at her profile picture in a wedding gown, the long-buried spirit of rebellion within Song Haokuin stirred. Chapter 134, The Underground Lair. What a clever woman I, Li Xin, am. How could I possibly have such a foolish brother? After sending the message to her sibling, Li Xin crossed her arms and sighed deeply. With her partner now deceased, the supplies at her disposal could sustain her for over 6 months if consumed alone. Yet, should intruders attempt to breach the door, she knew she could not hold her ground alone. Thus, she thought of one person, her brother, Li Jian. As long as this boy's infatuation does not cloud his judgment, he is indeed an impeccable and obedient younger brother. Thus, she sent a message to Li Jian, for he was the only one she could trust at this moment. The reason for her message at this particular time was twofold. She sensed the looming threat from those individuals and believed that the vile Li Bingxin had surely met her demise. However, what she did not anticipate was that Li Bingxin had been transformed into a subject of experimentation by Song Xiaobai and had not perished. Her brother had also been subjected to the same fate, with his phone now in the possession of Song Haokuin, who happened to be the one reading her message. Oh, it appears that fate has intertwined our paths indeed. Recalling the widow she had personally crafted, Song Haokuin smiled as he tucked away Li Jian's phone. Meanwhile, outside the room, silence had descended. He Ming and his companions had exhausted all options and were disheartenedly preparing to leave. Want to leave? Not so easily. Observing their intention to depart, Song Haokuin smirked coldly and, just as they turned to exit, flung open the door, wielding a rapid-fire crossbow, unleashing a barrage of bolts upon the trio. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The specially sharpened tetanus arrows struck true, hitting each of them. One arrow pierced a man's left chest, another struck another's rear, while Ming was hit in the thigh. Ah, Baka, Song Haokuin, you will not die a good death, shouted the man hit in the rear as he stumbled to escape, cursing behind him. Ah, Ming also shrieked in agony, tumbling down the stairs. The unfortunate fellow struck in the left lung was the most grievously affected. He could hardly emit a cry before collapsing, blood gushing forth as he clawed at the ground. Within moments, his face had turned purple, and it was evident he would soon succumb. After releasing those 3 arrows, Song Haokuin closed the door with a mocking smile. He then fed the flesh he had sliced from Li Jian to Li Bingxin before returning to his room to change attire. Sleep eluded him now, this night. He intended to seek out that alluring widow, the formidable woman he had encountered among the sycophants. In a leisurely manner, Song Haokuin descended the stairs a short while later. Along the way, he noticed splattered bloodstains, presumably left by Ming and the man struck in the rear. Upon reaching the 17th floor, he discovered a corpse, the very man who had been hit in the rear. This unfortunate soul had evidently bled excessively, compounded by the arrow's impact on his intestines, leading to his tragic demise. However, one could argue that he brought this upon himself. Had he stayed in the room, he might have survived another couple of days. But instead, he chose to ascend to the 32nd floor and meet his end. One could only blame fate for his misfortune and reckless choices. Thus, as he passed by the body, there was no trace of pity or remorse from Song Haokuin. Yet, just as he prepared to continue his descent, he heard an eerie sound emanating from the staircase. It resembled the distinct sound of several pairs of high heels striking the ground, but at this hour, it was evident that no one would be foolish enough to wear high heels while climbing stairs. Song Haokuin immediately expanded his perception field, and with a change of expression, he swiftly ascended the stairs, leaving several observation drones along the way. In approximately half a minute, two grotesque creatures resembling spiders, with their bodies fused at the tops of their heads, emerged. One of the monsters, upon spotting a corpse, promptly hoisted it onto its back and descended the staircase, continuing its ascent as if in search of other bodies. However, those corpses had already been cleared away. Thus, Song Haokuin understood that they were foraging by scent. Yet, he remained unaware of the exact number of these creatures and whether they shared visual information among themselves. Consequently, he refrained from alarming them. After swiftly retreating to his room, he observed the corridor through the drone's recordings. He witnessed the creature effortlessly leap from the 28th to the 30th floor, tracing the bloodstains for some time before confirming the absence of any corpses and then retracing its path. It appeared devoid of intelligence, resembling a robotic dog following a programmed routine. This further convinced him that a significantly more intelligent entity resided below. It was clear that he needed to investigate. He could not simply wait idly, for if they were allowed to gain a foothold, it would pose a threat to him. Watching the creature's retreating figure, Song Haokuin pondered briefly before making a decision. Once the monsters had completely returned underground, he descended once more, releasing his perception while maneuvering a drone to explore the subterranean realm. His perceptive abilities, akin to a mobile signal, weakened as the structural complexities increased and obstacles multiplied. Moreover, his spatial perception could only discern the outlines of objects, failing to gauge the precise reactions and capabilities of these monsters. The drone, equipped with bidirectional wireless communication, served as an excellent tool for reconnaissance of the underground situation. 2 hours later, a faint light appeared on the horizon as the heavy snow, unusually, ceased for a moment. The residents of the community, witnessing the pause in snowfall, erupted in cheers, believing the blizzard was finally abating. Coupled with the encouragement from representatives of the Homeowners Association and the building managers, many were thus misled, preparing to offer a portion of their food supplies. This not only satisfied their moral sensibilities, but also fostered goodwill among neighbors, potentially proving beneficial in the future. Yet, amidst their jubilant celebrations, Song Haokuin's countenance bore an unusual gloom. He had initially presumed that the number of monsters underground was limited to a mere few dozen, but the reality far exceeded his expectations. The creatures on the first subterranean level alone numbered in the dozens, and they appeared to be fully grown. Every creature vigilantly guards the entrance of a building, and it seems that anyone daring enough to venture into the underground parking garage, or who happens to be spotted by these monsters, is doomed to face death. Moreover, beneath them in the second underground level, there are astonishingly hundreds of smaller monsters, surrounded by a dense cluster of thousands of white eggs. At the center of these creatures lies a colossal energy entity, resembling a fleshy orb. He has deployed several drones for reconnaissance, yet they have been unable to approach the vicinity, merely capturing distant images before being struck down by the monsters. Chapter 135, Incitement. It appears that taking precautions is indeed prudent. After surveying the general condition of the underground, Song Haokuin began to contemplate countermeasures to eradicate such a vast number of monsters. Only a significant quantity of explosives could suffice. While he does possess explosives, the challenge lies in transporting them close to the core creature. After all, the drones have limited carrying capacity, and the combat prowess of those monsters is formidable. The defensive and offensive capabilities of the core entity remain unknown. To obliterate it, one must approach quite closely. Furthermore, the amount of explosives required to destroy the core would likely devastate the surrounding community. He is indifferent to the destruction of the neighborhood and the monsters, yet he feels a pang of regret at the thought of expending such ammunition. It is indeed a conundrum, how to eliminate them in one fell swoop. After pondering for a while, Song Haokuin rubbed his temples. Such troublesome monsters are a first encounter since the apocalypse. Just as he continued to reflect, his phone vibrated once more. The calls from the community have become rather routine, occurring twice a day, each lasting about half an hour, prompting everyone to charge their phones and invigorating the group chat. Last night's failed assault led Akira Kurosawa, upon powering on his phone, to to recount Song Hakuin's transgressions within the group. Kurosawa, everyone, please be vigilant of that deranged Eastern national. Last night, we approached him in good faith, hoping he would contribute some supplies to help more neighbors survive. Kurosawa, yet. This scoundrel Song Hakuin indiscriminately shot down 4 neighbors with a crossbow, truly a heinous crime. Kurosawa, I propose that all neighbors unite to confront this rogue. Those who can fight should fight, those who can assist should assist, and those with tools should bring them. Kurosawa, Song Hakuin has an excessive amount of food in his home. If we breach his residence, it could sustain dozens of families for at least 2 days. Following his incitement, many neighbors responded, including his son and daughter-in-law who had just arrived. Hein Waiguchi. Beasts, they truly deserve to be eradicated. These Chinese pigs do not deserve to inhabit our sacred land. Chun Nai Miyi. Such a person is truly despicable. If only he were willing to contribute a morsel of food, everyone could survive. His selfishness is simply appalling. Park Etian. Indeed, such individuals are contemptible. Count me among those who wish to denounce this scoundrel. Kuroki Matsutake. Mr. Kurosawa, could you elaborate on the specifics of yesterday's events? How could 5 of you allow him to be beaten so severely? Furthermore, these 2 individuals accompanied Kurosawa today, deceiving neighbors in several households to procure food. Among them was a portion contributed by Li Jian's sycophantic sister, Li Xian. The reason the woman contributed food was merely to avert suspicion of larger supplies, thus offering only a bag of bread. However, when neighbors sought to denounce Song Hakuin, she astutely refrained from joining the fray. Her keen intellect allowed her to surmise that even with 5 individuals attempting a nighttime ambush, they had failed. The corridor's narrow confines and lack of adequate tools would render any further attempts futile, especially since Song Hakuin possessed a crossbow. If they could not overcome him with such odds, sending more individuals would likely yield no better outcome. Additionally, she recalled the previous sounds of explosions and gunfire, likely emanating from the upper floors. If those weapons were indeed in Song Hakuin's possession, it would be the attackers who faced dire consequences. Moreover, after her encounter with Song Hakuin, she understood that he was undoubtedly a formidable character. Should these individuals fail and come to his attention, the results would likely be far worse for them. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Kurosawa sent a message to the group. On one hand, he detailed Song Hakuin's transgressions. On the other, he called upon everyone to contribute supplies. Kurosawa, dear neighbors, our ascent to the upper floors is no easy feat. And you are all aware that Song Hakuin's home is well stocked with food. Since you are unwilling to exert effort, we shall find others to handle it. If any of you possess food, please contribute a portion. Once we breach Song Hakuin's abode, those neighbors who participated in the assault will receive an appropriate share of food. Moreover, those who contribute will be rewarded with a multiple of what they offer. I am willing to purchase these provisions at tenfold the market price. Through his persuasive rhetoric, several neighbors were swayed. Additionally, a few robust young men enlisted under Kurosawa's banner to join the assault. However, unbeknownst to them, while they coveted the food in Song Hakuin's possession, Kurosawa had already calculated their own resources. Following the fierce battle the previous night, coupled with Song Hakuin's possession of a crossbow and his fortress-like home, Kurosawa was nearly certain he lacked the means to breach that stronghold. Thus, his only recourse was to cunningly deceive and procure food from neighboring households, leading some residents to confront Song Hakuin, thereby ensuring their demise at his hands. Collecting keys from them, he ventured out with his son and daughter-in-law in search of sustenance. This endeavor was, in every sense, flawless. Song Hakuin would serve as their laborer, while they reaped the benefits from behind. However, unbeknownst to him, Song Hakuin had already seen through their schemes. Observing this deceitful old scoundrel, who intended to use him as a pawn, and in light of the monstrous occurrences in the underground parking garage, a sudden epiphany struck Song Hakuin, leading him to devise a plan. He subsequently took out his phone and communicated within the group chat. Indeed, we have more than enough food at home. It wouldn't be a challenge for hundreds of households to sustain themselves for a week. Nonetheless, I reiterate, I shall not share my provisions with you rascals, even if it means feeding them to the dogs. If you possess the audacity, come at me. If not, continue your incessant bickering in the chat. Attached was an image showcasing a room filled with an abundance of food, instant noodles, canned goods, prepared meals, and snacks galore. Upon sharing this news and image, the group chat erupted in chaos. Ah, Baka, I must eliminate this scoundrel. Mr. Kurosawa, name the time. We shall set forth immediately. This fool doesn't deserve such provisions. I can't take it anymore. Count me in. I have some food to contribute. No need to repay me double. It's merely because this rascal deserves a good thrashing. Amidst the laughter, Kurosawa found himself nearly in fits of mirth, while his son and daughter-in-law, indulging in their meal. also displayed beaming smiles. Yet soon, their amusement waned. For Song Haokuen, under the guise of Yamashita Junichiro, had shared numerous images of the monstrous beings lurking in the underground garage. Chapter 136, Lee Xin. Yamashita Junichiro, for heaven's sake, stop the clamoring. The world is on the brink of annihilation, and you squabble over mere food. Images included a towering creature with a human upper body and spider-like lower half, a monster descending the stairs with a corpse slung over its back, a creature scouring the corridor for sustenance, a group photograph of several monsters on the first underground level, small creatures and thousands of monstrous eggs on the second underground level, and a shadowy figure of a gigantic creature, possibly the matriarch, at the center of the second level. Upon releasing these messages and images under Yamashita Junichiro's name, the residents monitoring the group chat were driven to madness. This cannot be real. How is this possible? You, Yamashita Junichiro, do not jest. This is no laughing matter. This must be fabricated. Yamashita Junichiro, cease your reckless talk and misleading everyone. I can attest to the authenticity of his photos, for I have previously ventured into the garage with friends. We encountered similar creatures, but no one believed us. Indeed, in other groups, similar messages were shared, albeit less frequently at that time, with only 1 or 2 instances. But now, my goodness, could it be? Have they proliferated so rapidly that we are indeed in peril? Not quite, for I possess accounts in other groups as well. It appears that these creatures not only fear fire, but also seem to shy away from the cold. Thus, they do not linger long in snowy conditions. Therefore, if everyone remains hidden within their rooms and refrains from wandering out to encounter them, we should be safe. Upon encountering such discourse in the group, Song Haokuen's expression brightened instantaneously. He hastily logged into his delivery account to gather information about the monsters from other groups, having previously overlooked this vital detail. After an extensive search, he indeed uncovered new updates, the latest of which was reported just yesterday. It involved several young individuals he had observed in a parking lot, who, unable to endure their hunger any longer, ventured into the basement in search of sustenance. Unfortunately, they encountered those monsters, resulting in the demise of 3 individuals. The sole survivor recounted that they were frightened of fire. He even managed to injure one with gasoline. In addition to this, scattered bits of information indicated that those creatures are averse to the cold. This aligned with the previous incident, explaining why the monsters did not pursue the residents, but instead retreated underground after carrying away the corpses. It became evident that his earlier assumptions were not entirely accurate. The truth was that these monsters fear both fire and cold. With this newfound knowledge, Song Haokuen promptly abandoned his original plans and conceived a more straightforward and aggressive approach, a fire assault. However, now that he understood these creatures' aversion to cold, there was no immediate need to eliminate them. After all, they posed no threat to him and could instead be used to inflict torment upon those despicable neighbors. While he contemplated this, a terrifying atmosphere began to spread wildly. This fear was not confined to the apartment complex. Images soon circulated throughout the community. The Ko's family, upon seeing these pictures, felt their smiles vanish abruptly, their faces turning pale with fear, rendering them speechless. Residents from other buildings exhibited similar responses, with many already contemplating their escape from the neighborhood. Furthermore, the government of the island nation, along with various powerful families, had been monitoring these online discussions. They were aware of the existence of these monsters, their characteristics, and their infectious nature. Yet, rather than panic, they seemed increasingly intrigued by these beings. In fact, some frenzied scientists aspired to exploit the creature's infectious traits, combining them with existing genetic modification technologies and brainwave control techniques to create a vast army of controllable monsters. This was an unforeseen development for Song Haokuen, presenting him with significant peril, yet simultaneously offering considerable opportunity. Shortly after sending out the message, Song Haokuen arrived at Lee Xion's doorstep, using Li Jian's phone to message her. "Sister, please open the door. I realize my mistakes." Humph. Nestled comfortably in her blankets, Lee Xion couldn't help but smirk at the message she received, taking her time before opening the door as she decided to send a reply. "What? Have you given up on that little wretch, Li Bingxin?" Li Jian responded, "Sister, she is already dead. I feel so miserable. Could you please refrain from mentioning her? What a spineless fool. How could I possibly have such a dim-witted brother?" Initially, upon hearing of Li Bingxin's demise, a smile had graced Lee Xion's face, but the last statement ignited her anger anew. However, now that the wretched girl was dead, Li Jian would undoubtedly become her obedient little darling, unless this imbecile fell for someone else again. The likelihood of that seemed slim, especially since she wouldn't allow such a situation to arise, at least not until this disastrous snowstorm subsided. After a brief wait, Li Xion donned her down jacket and hurried out of the bedroom. Before opening the door, she cautiously peered through the peephole. Upon confirming it was indeed her brother in his down jacket, trembling and crouched on the ground, she finally unlocked the door. Quickly come in. Stop crouching out there like a fool. Oh, replied Song Haokuin, masquerading as Li Jian, his voice weak as he rose and entered the room. Click. After shutting the door, Song Haokuin removed his mask and then took off his cap, saying, Miss Li Xian, I regret to inform you of some rather unfortunate news. You, Li Xian, who had been ready to reprimand Li Jian, was taken aback by his words. Turning to face Song Haokuin, she trembled at the sight of his face. You, Song Haokuin. How can it be you? Why can't it be me? Song Haokuin replied with a gentle smile. If your family can come looking for me, why can't I come to find you? Li Xian was filled with dread as she realized her brother was likely in grave danger. Now that Song Haokuin had invaded her room, her fate might very well mirror that of her brother's. The thought sent chills down her spine, causing her face to pale and her limbs to grow cold, a wave of terror washing over her. Yet, even in her utmost fear, Song Haokuin maintained his cheerful demeanor, placing his hands on her shoulders. Do not worry, your beauty is precisely to my liking. I recall you have a wine-red suit, go put it on. And do remember to spritz on some violet perfume, style your hair up, don black-framed glasses, and wear black stockings with red high heels. Chapter 137, The Control Group. Li Family, Bedroom. At this moment, the room had warmed up with a heater, and Song Haokuin was embracing the charming widow, Li Xian, on the bed. Li Xian, I was right about you. You are indeed quite alluring. How annoying. Li Xian, wearing black-framed glasses and having even adorned herself with a beauty mark, felt a mix of pride and embarrassment at his compliment, swaying slightly. After indulging in a moment of intimacy, she suddenly inquired, Haokuin, what is the origin of your sudden ability to conjure a stove and wood? Naturally, it is a superpower. Song Haokuin replied casually, producing a pack of cigarettes and offering one to Li Xian. After lighting both cigarettes and savoring a deep inhalation, he resumed the previous topic. Anyone who has endured a life-and-death trial or suffered significant mental strain may awaken such abilities. My goodness, is that so? Does that mean I might also possess the potential to acquire such powers? Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt a surge of excitement and began to inquire about various matters, such as the cause of this bizarre snow disaster and its expected duration. Song Haokuin shared his knowledge, explaining that the sudden drop in temperature was due to a nuclear strike on a meteorite, and this extreme cold could last for 8 to 10 years. After relaying this information, Song Haokuin, with a faint smile, asked, Li Xian, I have a method that can swiftly determine whether you possess the aptitude for superpowers. Would you like to try? Oh, naturally, Li Xian was eager to seize such an opportunity. I want to try. After all, this is a chance to gain superpowers. If she were to acquire extraordinary abilities, she could not only protect herself, but perhaps even alter her fate, becoming someone truly formidable. She could eliminate the scoundrels responsible for her husband and brother's deaths, who had forced her into a near-fatal situation. Very well, I shall assist you with this small favor. Upon hearing her response, Song Haokuin turned to gaze at her exquisite face, recalling her striking red attire, a hint of regret washing over him. However, the woman had learned too much, and thus, she had to die. With that, Song Haokuin extended a hand and pressed it against Li Xian's neck, gradually applying pressure. Li Xian, being astute, instantly comprehended his intention. She began to struggle and pleaded, Please, spare me. I promise to follow you faithfully, to serve you, whatever you desire. I will do it. I can be your maid, your slave. I will do anything you ask. Yet, the force of Song Haokuin's grip intensified, causing her voice to diminish, her complexion shifting from flushed to ghostly pale. Ultimately, she coughed up a mixture of blood and foam, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed lifelessly onto the bed. She had perished, evidently lacking the innate talent for awakening superpowers. This path was one she had chosen for herself, and thus, the blame could not be placed upon Song Haokuin. Thus, Song Haokuin, feeling quite at ease, lifted the quilt and gathered the supplies in the room into his space, departing from the home that belonged to Li Xian. He then tossed a bag of meat belonging to Li Jian to Gu Yueyao via airdrop. At present, Li Bingxin is part of the Ordinary People's Experimental Group, while Gu Yueyao belongs to the Experimental Group of those with extraordinary abilities. The comparison between these two individuals should elucidate whether the flesh and blood of the extraordinary possess any enhancement effects for both ordinary people and those with abilities. As the hours slipped by, afternoon arrived. Song Haokuin, nestled in the warmth of his room, was roused once more by the blaring alarm from the stairwell monitor, and predictably, the group of neighbors had returned. However, noticing their lack of proper tools, merely a collection of hammers and kitchen knives for banging and clattering, he chose to momentarily disregard them. opting instead to let them tire themselves out. He brewed a steaming cup of cappuccino and then retrieved his gaming console, immersing himself in the game Fallout 68. Time flew, and nearly an hour had passed as he navigated through a significant chapter in the game. At this point, his ashtray brimmed with cigarette butts, surrounded by snack wrappers and 2 empty bottles of soda. It must be said, there is something truly delightful about spending a snowy day by the fire. Indulging in video games, life felt splendidly cozy, especially as he occasionally glanced at the monitor footage. Witnessing a gaggle of foolish neighbors furiously assaulting the top-tier alloy explosion-proof and bulletproof door, their ultimate result being nothing but impotent rage. As the commotion escalated, and it seemed the group was on the verge of leaving in frustration, Song Haokuin finally set aside his game. When they reached the 31st floor, he opened the door and unleashed a torrent from his high-pressure water gun, sending them into a frenzy of screams and retreat. The icy ground contributed to their peril, resulting in several falls, with one unfortunate soul meeting a fatal end. Additionally, 2 others plummeted from the 30th floor to the 28th, and even if they survived, they would surely be left crippled. Song Haokuin, Baka, you beast. Amaterasu will surely claim you, they shouted in outrage. Yet this despicable fellow continued to wield his water gun. Wah, I'm freezing. So cold, cried one. Ah, that bastard. I will surely slaughter him. Amidst the cacophony of their cries, a wealthy rotund man began to yell, someone must eliminate him. I'll pay 10 million. No, 50 million. As the promise of a hefty reward stirred courage among the ranks, 2 more fools, driven by greed, charged towards Song Haokuin amidst the barrage of water. However, as they drew near, he let out a cold chuckle and retrieved his repeating crossbow. Click, click, whoosh. With a series of trigger pulls, 2 arrows shot forth, each capable of inflicting severe harm. This time, Song Haokuin aimed for the lower body. One man was struck in the kidney while the other was pierced in the thigh, both letting out a cry before collapsing to the ground. Foolish. Witnessing the dire condition of the 2 men, Song Haokuin merely uttered this phrase before closing the door and returning to his room to indulge in gaming. However, shortly after he settled down, Gui Weiyao unexpectedly sent him a message. Haokuin, the meat you tossed me today was delicious. Do you have any more? Chapter 138, Internal Strife. Heh. Upon receiving this message from the insufferable Gui Weiyao, Song Haokuin finally confirmed a crucial fact. The corpses of ability users he had absorbed energy from could not yield any effect when consumed by other ability users. However, meat taken from a living ability user, provided it had not been previously absorbed by him, could indeed enhance the capabilities of other ability users. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the flesh of all living ability users could elevate others' energy, and the extent of this enhancement warranted further investigation. Thus, after careful consideration, Song Haokuin responded to Gui Weiyao. Sure, I'll toss some to you later tonight. After sending this message, he enjoyed another sumptuous meal before descending once more to test the strength of the monsters. However, instead of experimenting in his own corridor, he proceeded to building No. 1 nearby, fully armed, and discarded 2 bloodied corpses into the hallway. 2 half-human, half-spider creatures ascended to the 13th floor. As one carried the body down, the other continued its ascent. Seizing the moment, Song Haokuin discreetly opened a portal in the corridor. Half a minute later, the creature on the upper floor, bearing the corpse, descended without noticing any changes before plunging into Song Haokuin's void. Excellent. Observing the creature's mediocre vision, a satisfied smile graced Song Haokuin's face. He then repeated the process, tossing another corpse into the hallway. Minutes later, a single creature reappeared. Song Haokuin unleashed his firepower upon this lone creature, effortlessly incapacitating it with a Molotov cocktail and a submachine gun. Subsequently, he conducted a rather cruel experiment, stabbing it repeatedly with a knife. Finally, he confirmed that this creature's most significant weaknesses lay in the human skull and heart, at the junction of the human and spider forms, as well as the relatively soft abdomen of the spider monster. After dispatching the creature, Song Haokuin stored its corpse in his space, gaining a faint trace of energy, approximately 1 to 2 of that of a newly awakened ability user. This was indeed promising news. If such monsters could be exterminated by the billions, he suddenly entertained a bold idea. Since these island invaders were destined for death, why not let these monsters do the deed? Then these little monsters reproduce using the corpses of the invaders. And it seems quite reasonable for them to clean up after themselves, doesn't it? At 3 in the afternoon, Song Haokuin returned home to rest. Already formulating a rough plan in his mind, he once again opened the group chat. Song Haokuin, you scoundrel. Return my husband to me. Woe is me. This rascal must have known the inside story in advance. Otherwise, how could he stockpile so much food, turning his home into this state? If you hadn't provoked him, would any of this have happened? You deserve it for coveting his supplies. Let us not dwell on that. Let us consider the monsters. If those creatures begin to breed, the entire neighborhood may perish. What is there to fear? I can just stay home, can I? Can you truly remain indoors for a lifetime? Is there enough food in your house to last that long? Damn it, my phone is about to die. In any case, I have no food left at home. Akira Kurosawa, didn't a neighbor contribute some supplies? Hurry and distribute them. I'm on the brink of starvation. Akira Kurosawa, bring out the food for sharing. Stop playing dead. Do you intend to hoard it all for yourself? TSK, look at you all still having the energy to argue. I shall wait a moment longer before stirring up trouble for you. Observing the group directing their ire towards Akira Kurosawa, Song Hakuin watched with amusement on his phone. He then played some music in his room and prepared himself a cup of hot cocoa. However, in stark contrast to his leisurely demeanor, Akira Kurosawa was engulfed in frustration upon seeing these messages. He had initially thought Song Hakuin would eliminate those people, yet only a few had perished due to their own disarray. The survivors were well aware that he had received supplies, and this quickly spread throughout the group. Furthermore, those who had ventured out with him had already divided a portion of the resources, and there were many strong young men among them. Even he and his son dared not seize their possessions by force. Damn it, that scoundrel Song Hakuin. Why didn't he eliminate this group? Akira Kurosawa, increasingly infuriated, couldn't he help but curse aloud. Click, click, click. Just as he was fuming, his son was beside him munching on potato chips, the sound drawing his attention and redirecting his ire towards his son. You useless glutton, all you ever do is eat. You've never accomplished a single worthwhile task in your life, and here I am, at my age, still worrying about you. However, after this outburst, a sudden idea sparked in the frustrated Akira Kurosawa's mind. Father, I believe you need not deceive anyone. With your current standing, you can easily organize a team. While we may not be able to take on that scoundrel Song Hakuin, we can certainly raid others. Not every household is as fortified as his. Suddenly enlightened by his son's suggestion, Akira Kurosawa realized the potential. Indeed, he still possessed some influence, had a modest supply of food, and even held an old hunting rifle. Even if he cannot seize Song Hakuin, he can still prey on others. Moreover, he can cleverly use the pretext of distributing food to deceive others into opening their doors. Perfect. Simply perfect. As an astute individual, Akira Kurosawa swiftly grasped the intricacies of the plan and then conferred with his son and daughter-in-law. Upon confirming the feasibility of the scheme, Akira reached out to several acquaintances who had previously ventured out. The famished little devils, upon learning of Akira's plan, readily embraced his inhumane intentions. Such is the malevolence of humanity. The philosophy of let the dead friends perish, while the path of the monk remains prevails. After establishing a collaborative agreement with these individuals, Akira promptly responded in the group chat. Everyone, I have indeed received a modest amount of food, though it is far too scant. Furthermore, I have already distributed it among those who accompanied me, and they can attest to this. Should you doubt my words, feel free to verify. However, to ensure the survival of more individuals, I am prepared to contribute some of my own provisions. Neighbors in need of food may contact me, either through the group or in private messages. Yet, to prevent the deceitful from taking advantage, we must inspect the premises during distribution. If there is food within your home and you attempt to deceive us, do not blame me for being impolite. Chapter 139. The Beautiful Doctor's Plea for Help. In the apartment building's group chat. Oh, how wonderful. I am finally saved. Uncle Akira is indeed a good person. Just look at Mr. Akira. How dare you stingy folks suspect him of hoarding supplies? Bah. Mr. Akira, I have been starving for 2 days. Could you please come to my home first? I truly have no food left. Mr. Akira, my home is right above yours. Please come check it. We are really out of food. I beg you. My child and I are on the brink of starvation. Oh, even if you cannot provide me food, please save my child. As Akira sent his message, a flurry of desperate pleas erupted in the group. Those neighbors who had hoped to exploit the situation fell silent upon hearing of the impending inspections. Little did they know, their silence only drew Akira's attention to them. He also reviewed previous records, identifying those who opposed his collection of supplies. A mere comparison between the two groups would reveal which households truly had surplus provisions. Nevertheless, he intended to first assist those who cried out for food in the group, as some among them might be employing this tactic to obscure the fact that they had food and did not require assistance. Meanwhile, as he meticulously analyzed and compared the information, Song Hakuin had naturally seen his messages and surmised his intentions, smirking to himself as he whispered, TSK. This old fellow is indeed astute. It is no wonder he has carved out a name for himself in the fiercely competitive realm of Japanese adult film directors. Subsequently, he sent a message in the group chat, only to be expelled immediately after pressing send. Song Hakuin mused, there is a saying that good intentions cannot dissuade a doomed spirit. He has food at home. How much can he share with you? It seems to me he merely wishes to deceive you into opening your door, so he can seize the provisions within your home. A system notification appeared. You have been removed from the group chat. TSK. Song Haokuin was not taken aback by this message. A mischievous grin adorned his face. After all, with food in their homes, the rational little devils would surely refrain from granting entry to Akira Kurosawa. He anticipated a few days of their antics before it would be time for him to set his own plan into motion. Contemplating his scheme, Song Haokuin revealed a sinister smile. Yet, almost immediately, the phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello? Hello, Mr. Song Haokuin. This is Emi Sayuki from Kanagawa Hospital. Do you remember me? Oh, I have some recollection. Song Haokuin instinctively thought of the charming pediatrician. Miss Sayuki, have you encountered some trouble? Indeed, I have, Mr. Song Haokuin. Do you still have any food on hand? I would like to request some, and I promise to repay you in the future. The future? Upon hearing this, Song Haokuin let out a cold chuckle. Miss Sayuki, I do have provisions, but given your current predicament, do you truly believe there will be a future? To be frank, this heavy snowfall is likely to persist for several years. Do you think you possess the means to survive until then? What? Years? How is that possible? If only you possessed a modicum of knowledge in astronomy, you would understand that the debris from the explosion will continue to orbit our planet until, after several years, it succumbs to gravity and descends, bringing with it a deluge of radiation. Thus, even if the snow ceases, this world shall never again be a sanctuary. Song Haokuin articulated his thoughts, merging his knowledge with speculation. The other party fell into silence, yet Song Haokuin remained unperturbed, calmly stating, You may take your time to ponder. If you wish to survive, then call me back. With that, he abruptly ended the call. The woman had obtained his number because he had once handed her a business card, allowing her to reach out in times of need. However, that gesture had been rather casual, and he had nearly forgotten it himself. Receiving this call, he surmised that her food supply had indeed run out. From the tone of her voice, she had likely been hungry for at least a day in such frigid conditions. This situation would swiftly lead to hypothermia, and it would not be long before her demise became inevitable. It is likely that, in her desperation, she sought him out in hopes of a fortunate turn of events. Given the circumstances, the medical personnel would undoubtedly have limited provisions. Thus, he could retain a medical team, which would prove invaluable should injuries or illnesses arise in the future. Moreover, these physicians, being highly educated, could assist him in his research endeavors. It appears that the time has come for him to venture out and indulge in a few days of carefree enjoyment. This would also provide an opportunity to stir up some commotion among the neighbors, allowing him to incite these troublesome neighbors to serve as bait for the monstrous creatures. However, before stepping out, there was one more task at hand, capturing that wretched Gu Yueyao. Previously, he had offered Li Jian's flesh to Gu Yueyao. Now, it was time for Li Jian to experience the taste of Gu Yueyao's flesh. Only then could he ascertain whether all abilities could enhance other abilities or if Li Jian's flesh held unique properties. Half an hour later, after dinner, Song Haokuin, fully armed, stepped outside, where Gu Yueyao awaited him in the corridor. Beside her stood a muscular man, the one who had recently taken her in. This man, known as Dong Yejingxiong, was a fitness instructor and notoriously known in the community for his infidelities, garnering considerable patronage from local housewives. Just as Song Haokuin descended the stairs, the two shamelessly engaged in a passionate embrace in the hallway, halting only when they heard footsteps approaching. Gu Yueyao exclaimed, Who would dare to venture out on such a frigid day? Could it be the likes of Kurosawa and his crew? They are no match for us. I could easily shatter their skulls with a single punch. Dong Yejingxiong, clad only in a sleeveless vest that accentuated his bulging muscles, raised his fist triumphantly and sneered. He possessed unwavering confidence in his strength. Just 3 days prior, while consuming protein powder mixed with snowmelt, he had nearly choked to death, yet fortuitously awakened his superpower. Now, his physical prowess was at least double that of his original state, complemented by his innate athleticism, making his claims no jest. Chapter 140. The devil with each step resonating through the corridor, the sound of Song Haokuin's approach grew louder. Gu Yueyao and Dong Yejingxiong, both endowed with extraordinary abilities, remained remarkably composed. Song Haokuin had long sensed their presence, and, judging by their attire and the heat radiating from their bodies, surmised that the individual accompanying Gu Yueyao was undoubtedly another ability wielder. Thus, he gradually softened his footsteps. Despite his formidable strength, it was wise to exercise caution. As he neared the pair, he discreetly readied 2 grenades in his hands. Counting silently to 3, Song Haokuin hurled the grenades forward. Boom, boom. After a series of thunderous explosions, the anguished cries of Gu Yueyao echoed from downstairs, accompanied by the news of Higasha Masayuki's demise. Indeed, Higashiya Masayuki met his end in a most brutal manner, as a grenade detonated almost directly above his head. In an instant, the violent blast caused him to suffer a fatal cranial hemorrhage, leaving his visage utterly disfigured, with half of his left face obliterated. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Song Haokuen suddenly realized a troubling truth. He may have been a tad too ruthless. Yet, the gravity of the matter seemed negligible. Swiftly, Song Haokuen stored the corpse within his spatial realm, and soon a familiar warmth enveloped his entire being. His physical prowess was once again enhanced, now reaching tenfold that of an ordinary human. However, this time, his spatial and sensory abilities, remarkably, did not exhibit any improvement. In contrast, other skills, such as heating, telekinesis, and armed color, experienced slight, yet notable enhancements. It appeared that his spatial abilities had reached a plateau. A vague suspicion began to stir within Song Haokuen's mind, and his expression grew increasingly complex. He pondered whether this was the pinnacle of his powers, and if not, how he might transcend it. Was he to revert to the old ways of incessantly absorbing objects only to release them? Or perhaps, he must continually eliminate these extraordinary beings to harvest their energy? He contemplated the necessity of amassing sufficient energy to facilitate the evolution of his abilities. Lost in thought, he was abruptly jolted back to reality by Gu Yuao's desperate cries. "Ah, it hurts so much. Please, please don't kill me. I can sleep with you. I can be your sex slave. Do not worry, I assure you. I shall not take your life in the near future." Observing her expression of sheer terror, Song Haokuen approached her with a smile. Crouching down before her and removing his mask. "Haokuen, it's you. How wonderful that you have emerged." Upon recognizing him, a flicker of joy illuminated Gu Yuao's face, causing her to entirely overlook the notion of temporary. She believed their relationship to be amicable, especially since she had aided Song Haokuen considerably, often at the expense of that wretched Li Bingxin. The words that followed from Song Haokuen ignited within her a renewed sense of hope. "The shrapnel from the grenade has lodged itself in your body. This poses a significant risk of infection, possibly even tetanus. Allow me to find a suitable place to extract the fragments." "Wah, Haokuen, you are so kind. I promise I will serve you well from now on. I will not let you down." Gu Yuao hastily patted her ample chest, fervently assuring him, even daring to reach out towards Song Haokuen. However, he swatted her hand away with a firm gesture and grasped one of her legs, dragging her down the stairs like a lifeless body. The uneven steps jolted her, and the pain from the multitude of shrapnel wounds caused her to wail incessantly. "Ah, Haokuen, please no. It hurts so much. I beg you, please." However, Song Haokuen remained oblivious, as if he had not heard a thing. Upon reaching the entrance of room 407, he effortlessly unlocked the door, having previously taken the key. After bringing Gu Yuao inside, Song Haokuen bound her to the grand bed, extracting flesh in the manner of a Peking duck and subsequently feeding it to Li Jian. Gu Yuao, already tormented by torture, completely shattered upon witnessing this scene. "Ah, Song Haokuen, you fiend, you beast, you devil. It hurts so much. I'm in agony." However, the freshly released Li Jian, compelled by Song Haokuen to consume the bloody flesh, exhibited a demeanor of unsettling calm. To be precise, his state had little to do with tranquility. His eyes had lost all expression, resembling a vegetative state. In that endless void, he inhaled oxygen in silence, devoid of any movement or sound. Utterly unable to speak or act, this sensation rendered him worse than dead. Merely 2 days into this existence, Li Jian had effectively become a living corpse. Only when subjected to torture by Song Haokuen would a flicker of humanity cross his face. With a swift motion, Song Haokuen, as per his usual routine, inflicted a wound on Li Jian's arm, eliciting a fleeting expression of pain from him. Yet, this expression vanished almost immediately, returning to a mask of serenity as Song Haokuen patiently awaited his recovery, a crucial indicator of Li Jian's resilience. Today's experimental outcome revealed that Gu Yuao's flesh held no effect on Li Jian. Thus, Song Haokuen conducted another experiment, utilizing a portion of Dong Yi Zhengxiong's corpse as Gu Yuao's lunch. Gu Yuao's countenance turned more grotesque than if she had consumed excrement. After a prolonged moment of shock and horror, she finally contorted her face and screamed at Song Haokuen. "Song Haokuen, you scoundrel! The flesh you fed me last time was indeed as I suspected." Observing the evident changes in Gu Yuao, Song Haokuen's experiment finally reached a conclusion. Not all ability users could absorb the powers of others. Only those with exceptional talents, like himself and Gu Yuao, could siphon the extraordinary energies of other ability users. Furthermore, today's experiment revealed another insight. There was inevitably a loss during the energy conversion process, preventing complete absorption and transformation. If he intended to nurture one ability user through another, while also absorbing another's energy, such an endeavor was utterly wasteful. Moreover, when one person absorbed another's ability, the latter's power diminished. If an intermediary were to absorb in between, the result could lead to a loss of a specific superpower. This was not merely wasteful, it could be deemed a significant detriment. Thus, in a moment of twisted compassion, Song Haokuin granted Li Jian a merciful end, extracting all of his extraordinary abilities. Although his spatial and perceptual abilities had not improved this time, and even his physical growth had weakened, his recuperative powers had significantly enhanced. For him, this was already a considerable achievement. Thus, Song Haokuin turned his gaze toward Gui Weiyao, the wretched woman who had once cut him down in his past life and feasted upon his remains alongside the Li family. Chapter 141, Sisters in Conflict. Please, Haokuin, I beg you, do not kill me. I was wrong. It was just too painful, and I never intended to insult you. I made a mistake. I implore you. Spare my life. Witnessing Song Haokuin's swift execution of a victim, his face adorned with a faint smile as his eyes drifted toward her, Gui Weiyao was paralyzed with fear. At that moment, she recalled how Dong Yezhengxing had met his demise at his hands. She also remembered the conversations in the group chat, filled with tales of gunfire and explosions, along with the rumors of Song Haokuin wielding a crossbow to kill. It was only now that she grasped the true nature of the demon she faced, a truly terrifying individual. However, upon seeing her panic, Song Haokuin merely smiled faintly, refraining from taking action. Although this woman had suffered greatly, he felt that killing her outright would be too merciful. Therefore, Song Haokuin took Gui Weiyao back to his home and confined her and Li Bingxin in a cage. My household permits only one pet, he declared. You have 10 minutes to resolve your differences. Should you fail to do so, I will kill you both. With that, he settled onto the sofa to watch the unfolding drama. Gui Weiyao and Li Bingxin, once the closest of friends, exchanged glances simultaneously. Li Bingxin, adopting a pitiful demeanor, spoke first. Yao Yao, we are the best of sisters. He will surely kill us. Do not trust his deceitful words. We must not turn against one another. All right. Gui Weiyao replied solemnly, nodding her head. She then reached out her hands in a gesture of friendship, reminiscent of the times they sat together on a large bed, sharing secrets about those despicable men. Yet, the moment she extended her hands, Li Bingxin's expression shifted, and she struck. Hidden beneath her leg was a sharp bone, initially intended for Song Haokuin, now wielded against Gui Weiyao. However, Gui Weiyao was not naive. She recognized Li Bingxin for who she was, especially as an ability user. In an instant, she seized Li Bingxin's wrist and twisted it mercilessly. Crack! In that fleeting moment, Li Bingxin's wrist was shattered, and the sharp bone clattered to the ground. Li Bingxin cried out in agony, tears streaming down her face. Haokuin, please, save me. This woman is trying to kill me. I am far more beautiful than she is, and surely you wouldn't want your pet to be an eyesore, would you? How utterly despicable. You are the true eyesore. You vile wretch. The indignant Gui Weiyao was incensed by this remark, forcefully pinning Li Bingxin beneath her, unfazed by her own alabaster legs and arms thrashing about. She seized a bone blade from the ground and slashed it towards Li Bingxin's face. Li Bingxin's visage was marred, blood streaming down her face as she cried out in agony. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Gui Weiyao had succumbed to madness. She disfigured Li Bingxin's face, then ruthlessly plunged the bone blade into her chest, not only tearing through flesh, but also rupturing silicone. In that moment, it seemed as though Gui Weiyao intended to obliterate Li Bingxin entirely, her cries echoing with fury. Damn it! I told you I was more beautiful. Damn it! I told you to lure in wealthy suitors. Damn it! I told you to stop bullying me. Damn it! I told you to treat me like a dog. After 10 minutes had passed, with 7 already gone, Li Bingxin lay lifeless at Gui Yao's hands, who then collapsed in exhaustion within the cage. Clap, clap, clap. Observing the bruised Gui Weiyao, Song Haokuin applauded her with a smile. Congratulations, you have triumphed in this survival game. From now on, this iron cage shall be your home, and Li Bingxin's corpse is yours to keep. With these chilling words, Song Haokuin departed from room 3203, in high spirits as he prepared to take a bath and reward himself. The culprits responsible for his earlier plight were now dead, and dealing with the accomplices would be a straightforward matter. Just as he had finished undressing, the phone of Shiwe Huimei rang once more. Mr. Song Haokuin, I have come to a decision. I wish to live. I beg for your assistance. Very well, provide me with your address. Song Haokuin replied nonchalantly, and after acquiring the address, he took a shower before embarking on his journey once more. However, this time, the underground garage was occupied by monsters. Thus, he had no choice but to exit through the stairwell, traversing a stretch of snow before driving his snow vehicle towards Shaiwehueme's residence. Yet, shortly after his departure, 3 Black Hawk helicopters appeared outside the community. The powerful winds generated by the helicopters cleared a vast area as the 3 aircraft descended rapidly. After leaving 7 or 8 personnel on guard, the remaining 15 members of the tactical team rushed into the community with utmost speed. Taking advantage of the residents' unawareness, they were met with the sounds of explosions from below. Soon after, some spotted them leaving the community, laden with several large bags, swiftly returning to the helicopters. Many residents had already noticed their presence and rushed forward to seek help. However, as they approached within mere meters, these soldiers clad in military uniforms opened fire mercilessly. The terrified inhabitants scattered in disarray, crying out for their parents, as the news of the incident quickly spread through the community. These wretched soldiers dared to fire upon us. These brutes, who were supposed to protect us, how could they? How could they? I have paid taxes to support them every year, those damned Coast Guards. How outrageous. It seems there will be no rescue whatsoever. They care nothing for our lives. Is it possible that this natural disaster will never cease? How could this happen? How could this happen? Without rescue, how are we to survive? Are we destined to freeze and starve to death? As they continued to discuss in despair, a squadron of military helicopters of various designs approached from different directions. Their operations were alarmingly similar. No one cared for the lives of these poor residents. They sent teams underground to confront the monsters, unleashing a barrage of gunfire before collecting specimens, then departing with them. At that moment, the nearby residents finally understood. The government did not regard them as human beings, nor was there any genuine rescue effort. Instead, the monsters piqued their interest, and they sought to take them back for research. Consequently, the deceitful building managers and committee members who had hoarded supplies were thoroughly exposed. However, these individuals had amassed considerable resources, and eliminating them to reclaim those supplies would be far from simple. Ironically, this very situation made Song Haokuin's plan even easier to execute. Chapter 142, Chaos in the Community. It seemed there were indeed many hidden forces at play. Observing photos and videos in various group chats, the helicopters approached from multiple angles, each adorned with distinct insignia. Song Haokuin conjectured silently, reflecting on the wisdom of not being the one to stand out. Who knew what these forces would do with the abilities they captured? It was clear that he must exercise greater caution in the future. With this thought, Song Haokuin muttered solemnly to himself, then switched to an alternate account to address the group. Kurosawa Akira. You scoundrel. My husband went out with you and never returned. Not only have you withheld the promised supplies, but you also attempted to lure me out to kill me. You despicable wretch. Upon sending this message, Song Haokuin sought out the lovely pediatrician, Sharatsuki Ayumi, for the first stop of their glamorous outing. Meanwhile, his words sent the group into a frenzy, inciting uproar among the other homeowners as well. Kurosawa Akira, you beast. Give me back my supplies. Alas, I had just intended to express my thoughts when I heard the harrowing cries from downstairs. It must be that Akira Kurosawa and his cohorts have resorted to their nefarious deeds. How terrifying. Akira Kurosawa, how could you betray our trust, you beast? Engaging in such vile actions? Once the snow ceases, I shall not let you escape my wrath. This treacherous scoundrel. Is there anyone willing to unite in a quest for justice against this rogue? How dare these knaves demand restitution for what I have rightfully acquired through my own efforts? Upon witnessing the overwhelming discontent in the group chat, Akira Kurosawa realized that his misdeeds had been unveiled, leaving him with little recourse. In a fit of fury, he unleashed a torrent of curses and proceeded to commit an even more malevolent act by dissolving the owners' group chat. Without the familiarity of their fellow owners, reaching out for a united front against him would become increasingly cumbersome. Huh, you insolent wretches, do you think you can contend with me? As he disbanded the chat, Akira Kurosawa smirked with a sense of triumph. Yet, almost immediately, a flurry of distressing news erupted within the owners' committee chat. The head of Building 22 exclaimed, "Damn it! These beasts have gone mad. They are attempting to break down my door." The head of Building 13 lamented, "Oh no, it's all over. The supplies I managed to reclaim have been stolen, my wife has been violated, and my stored food has been taken. Is there any brother who can lend me assistance?" The head of Building 32 cursed, "Damn these scoundrels. Fortunately, I organized a group of allies. Otherwise, they would have succeeded in their wicked plans. Everyone, be cautious. These rogues seem to be collaborating." The head of Building 3 bemoaned, "This is truly unbearable. Thankfully, I had the foresight to distribute the food today, or I would have lost everything in my home." Akira Kurosawa was taken aback by these messages. It dawned on him that although he had disbanded the large group, the addresses of the residents remained unchanged. "We cannot remain here. We must move immediately." Having realized the gravity of the situation, He quickly sought out his son and daughter-in-law, but they seemed lethargic and unmotivated to act. Hiroshi, father, our door is quite sturdy. Do they possess the means to breach it? Haruna, dear father, I believe these individuals are merely posturing. Let us not engage in unnecessary turmoil. The last time we ventured to your home, we nearly succumbed to the cold. Moreover, we reside on the 28th floor. If we were to climb back, the energy expended would far exceed the sustenance we have. Hearing these words, Akira Kurosawa felt a shift in his resolve. The daunting prospect of climbing stairs and the harshness of the outside world weighed heavily upon him. Additionally, the cautionary tale of Song Haokuen lingered in his mind. If Song Haokuen could remain safe within his abode, perhaps he too could shelter himself in relative security. However, it was precisely due to his thoughts that he led his family to the brink of despair. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Akira Kurosawa was hesitating, his phone suddenly vibrated incessantly. The sender of the message was none other than the young man, Matsuki, who had previously conspired with him to deceive for supplies. This lad expressed his desire to continue their collaboration, suggesting that given the dire state of the world, it would be better to shift from deception to outright theft, urging Kurosawa to continue organizing them into a gang. Kurosawa was indeed tempted by this proposal. However, considering the abundance of supplies he currently possessed, he declined for reasons of safety. This prudence, in fact, allowed him to survive a few hours longer. Matsuki, along with several others, had formed a small group, and the purpose of this communication was to lure him out for an ambush. Having received Kurosawa's negative response, Matsuki promptly contacted his cohorts and enlisted a few neighbors. Making their way to Kurosawa's doorstep, they began to assault the so-called eco-friendly security door, and before long, the outer layer of iron was battered to pieces by knives, hammers, and axes. The cardboard layer in the middle posed no challenge for them. Upon hearing the commotion, Kurosawa and his son and daughter-in-law were instantly stricken with terror. Kurosawa's legs trembled uncontrollably, his complexion darkening as he lamented, I told you we should move. You two stubborn fools refused to leave. Now we are doomed. Father, what good is it to say that now? Let us think of a way to stop them. Young Kanzuya was equally petrified. Should we jump out the window? But we are on the 7th floor. Jumping would surely kill us. It might be better to let them rob us. At least we could survive a few more days. Haruna, however, was reluctant to take such a risk, believing that a miserable death was preferable to a futile struggle for survival. After all, she was quite beautiful. And even if captured, the worst that could happen would be to be violated, which she found herself somewhat anticipating. Yet, her thoughts were swiftly dismissed by Kurosawa. Stop dreaming. These people will undoubtedly kill us. Only by eliminating us can they quell their rage. The food supply in the neighborhood is dwindling, and once we exhaust our provisions, people will inevitably resort to cannibalism, and we would be the first targets. Chapter 143, Filial Piety. Cannibalism? No, that's impossible. Haruna trembled at the horrifying words. Her body suddenly chilled. If there truly were no rescue from the authorities, this grim scenario seemed inevitable. Young Kanzuya recalled his father's words and was instantly reminded of those apocalyptic novels and films. Regret washed over him for not heeding his father's advice earlier, but now, faced with the grim reality, he found himself devoid of ideas and turned to his father for guidance. Father, think of something. Should we return the remaining food to them? Do not dwell on it. It is already impossible. Akira Kurosawa understood that those enraged individuals would certainly not let him escape. Moreover, the items acquired through deceit had already been partially consumed by them. How much could possibly be returned? Even if they were to surrender double the supplies, there would still be those who suspected them of concealing more, and some might even exploit the situation further. With a deep sigh, he gritted his teeth and declared, You two should leap from the window. Perhaps there is still a chance for survival. The thick snow outside should cushion your fall. I will do my utmost to delay them. However, just as Akira Kurosawa uttered these words, the iron plating of the security door had already been breached. Hurry. Seeing the axe that had penetrated the door, Akira urged with steely resolve. Father, take care. Yungae, hearing his father's words, responded without hesitation. He hastily stuffed a substantial portion of food into a bag and dragged Haruna and Meiya to the window, leaping from the building. Yet, just as they had departed, a sinister smile crept across Akira Kurosawa's face as he concealed himself in the wardrobe, filled with summer garments. Half a minute later, the furious Japanese neighbors finally breached the door. They stormed into the room, commencing a frantic search for any signs of life. Kuroki Matsutake, spotting the open window, immediately extended his head out to investigate. Damn it, that bastard actually jumped. Upon seeing the snow pit below and a moving black silhouette, Matsutake swiftly resolved to pursue. Meanwhile, several unwilling Japanese neighbors continued to scour the room for any remnants of food. Their search, however, was limited to the kitchen and refrigerator. One individual opened the wardrobe, glimpsing the summer attire, and disdainfully turned away. Stop searching. The food is undoubtedly with that old man. Those wanting sustenance, follow me. Upon witnessing their ongoing search, Matsutake barked an order. Though reluctant, the neighbors acquiesced and followed him out. Under his leadership, they soon apprehended the out-of-shape couple, Yungae and his wife. However, when questioned about Akira Kurosawa's whereabouts, they insisted he had just been at home. In that instant, Matsutake realized he had been deceived. Yet, it was already too late to return and seek out Akira Kurosawa. Furthermore, since the bulk of the food resided with the couple, Matsutake deemed it unworthy of further effort. After bringing the couple back, he distributed the supplies among the group. As they feasted, Matsutake proclaimed, "Brothers, neighbors, the world has changed. It is either us consuming others or being consumed ourselves. Thus, we must unite. Only together can we survive and avoid oppression. From this day forth, you shall follow my lead. I assure you, as long as I have food, you shall not go hungry." As he made his impassioned call to action, it was evident that those who gathered were either men driven by hunger or individuals who had previously collaborated with Hikamatsumoto. Consequently, everyone was rather amenable to the endeavor. Thus, the first small faction within the community was established, with Hikamatsumoto assuming the role of their leader. Meanwhile, the fleeing Akira Kurosawa sought refuge at the home of an old friend, offering food as the bait. However, upon entering his friend's abode, he was met with an unexpected assault. Though his friend initially held the advantage, age and malnutrition took their toll, and ultimately, Akira emerged victorious. Nonetheless, he was not in a favorable condition himself. Dizziness and profuse bleeding from his wounds suggested that without prompt medical attention, his survival was in jeopardy. While these young rascals continued their intricate dance of schemes and betrayals, Song Hakuin had already entered a realm of comfort. The strikingly elegant Dr. Sayaka Emi, donned in her white coat, black stockings, glasses, and stethoscope, had returned to her profession. Her life had significantly improved, with a warm hearth now crackling in her home. After 2 days of hunger, she savored a feast of sausages, eggs, soy milk, fried dough, bananas, and coconut jelly. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Song Hakuin, accompanied by Sayaka Emi, returned to the hospital and its adjoining family quarters. There, he selected 2 pairs of physician couples, both with children. Additionally, he identified several attractive nurses, intending to transport them in batches to his apocalyptic Utopia hotel. In doing so, he formally established his medical research team. The rationale for selecting couples with children for residency in his utopian haven was inspired by insights gained from short videos. Children, being the soft spot for their parents, would facilitate better control over them. Moreover, the stability of their marital bonds would deter any indiscretions that might lead to infidelity. By 10 o'clock at night, Song Hakuin had successfully executed this population transfer. He then visited the home of the twin sisters Haruka and Rika, where he received a warm welcome. However, shortly after indulging in their comforting presence, he was struck by a shocking revelation. Building 1 had been overrun, resulting in the demise of all its occupants. The perpetrators of this horrific tragedy were the very monsters that had previously occupied the underground garage. Alternatively, one could argue that the interference of several powerful families had instigated the chaos underground, leading to significant casualties and provoking the monsters' wrath. Regrettably, the unfortunate residents bore the brunt of this misdirected vengeance. What a tragic tableau of human suffering it was. Upon viewing the harrowing images, a peculiar, chilling smile graced Song Hakuin's face, for he understood that the more tumultuous the monsters became, the more likely those detestable neighbors would seek to confront them out of fear. Not only can he expend these little devils, but he can also gauge the strength of the monsters. If the most formidable among these creatures remains within his control, he would not mind allowing such monsters to proliferate throughout Kanagawa and even the entire island nation. Thus, after spending a night at the home of the Haruka sisters, Song Hakuin delivered them to the utopian hotel of the end times and returned to his own community. However, upon his return, he did not head straight home. Instead, he first visited Building 1. After conducting some reconnaissance and gathering information, he finally returned home, indulging in a comforting bath and a hearty meal. He then opened his phone and renamed his alternate account to Sincerely Seeking Beautiful Women with Abundant Food and Drink. He aimed to ensure that everyone in the community was aware of his substantial food supplies. Chapter 144, Sincerely Seeking Beautiful Women with Abundant Food and Drink. He believed that many of his neighbors had depleted their resources, so he posted, "If there are beautiful women at home, please contact me. Send high definition, unfiltered photos along with dynamic videos, and I assure you that you will have enough to eat and wear. Interested parties may message me directly. Building 12, Kawashima Keed." Huh? Are deceptive photos now so brazen? Building 14, Yamato Ritsu. Kid, I advise you not to be so lewd, or I'll make sure your mother wouldn't recognize you. Building 7, Kojima Yoshiko. This is utterly disgusting. How can such people exist? Everyone, please be cautious. This person is likely a fraudster. They might deceive you into opening your door, leaving you bereft of both property and dignity. After posting his message in various group chats, Song Haokuin casually browsed through the responses and, as he anticipated, the majority perceived him as a fraud. However, he remained unfazed and subsequently shared photos of himself enjoying a feast by the fireplace, along with a short video. The video bore a timestamp and showcased canned goods, bread, sausages, and instant noodles from a storage facility. These posts quickly stirred a commotion across the group chats. Building 36, Shirakawa Yuina. Hey there, I've messaged you privately. Please accept. Building 12, Yuminakami. Brother, are you selling your supplies? I only seek a single pack of instant noodles. I'm willing to trade anything, even my wife. Building 18, Okamoto Kazuo. Young man, my assets exceed $1 billion. I'm ready to pay tenfold for your supplies. If you're willing to sell, we'll be the best of friends. Building 22, Anda Shinichi. How dare you be so shameless? Kid, I'm the former head of the Kanagawa Prefectural Police and the vice president of the Homeowners Association. Let me tell you, what you're doing is illegal. You should distribute all your food to everyone. I give you 2 hours to provide your address and contribution of supplies. Or else numerous individuals sought to add him as a friend, most eager to purchase his goods, while others simply aim to deceive him into providing for free. Many individuals resort to online images to locate him. They not only hesitate to send videos, but also refrain from sharing unfiltered photos. Surprisingly, a number of self-proclaimed beauties, whose appearances resemble a chaotic mess, dare to share their pictures. In response to such individuals, Song Haokuin promptly resorts to blocking them. Yet, these persistent individuals remain undeterred, refusing to allow others to prosper and retaliating against Song Haokuin in group chats. Ladies, this fellow is merely a photograph. Do not be deceived by him. They warn each other to stay vigilant, asserting that he surely possesses little in terms of resources. Indeed, who hoards such an abundance of items without reason? Those are undoubtedly just online images. Right? I sent him a picture, and he blocked me immediately. This person is utterly despicable. How outrageous. Observing this unruly mob, Song Haokuin regarded his phone with disdainful amusement. He then proceeded to share an exquisite photograph of Koizumi Yoshiko in the largest public owner group of 2,000 members. The result was a profound visual shock for many, with some individuals, who were already struggling to satiate their hunger, even regurgitating their leftover meals. Photo 1. A woman, who appears to be short and stout, reminiscent of a robust war machine, has sagging flesh on her face, with dark moles at the corners of her mouth and eyes. Photo 2. A message from Koizumi Yoshiko requesting friendship, stating, "This young lady is a slightly plump princess, the pinnacle of beauty in the realm of curviness." Building 11. Yamashita Koji. Disgusting. This is utterly revolting. Is this a woman or a monster? Building 17. Ibaka. Baka. Is there a brave soul willing to slay this beast? I shall reward them with a packet of instant noodles. Building 12. Kawashima Kid. No wonder she wouldn't feed you, with your demeanor. It's a blessing she doesn't stab you. Building 18. Okamoto Kazuo. Mr. Song Haokuin, I truly possess wealth. Please provide me with an account. I am willing to pay whatever amount you state. Building 29. Yamashita Yumi. Mr. Song, I implore you, I beg you, grant me some food. I have a child at home who is merely 2 months old. Please, show a little kindness. Kindness? To you little devils? Song Haokuin's amused smirk deepened at the latest message. However, shortly thereafter, he received several friend requests, including one from Kawashima Kid, who had initially been quite confrontational, but recently began to speak in support of Song Haokuin. Upon viewing her photograph, Song Haokuin was astonished, for she was none other than a renowned female combat athlete, celebrated as the epitome of beauty in Japan's martial arts scene. Despite her prowess in combat, she possessed a doll-like visage and favored 2 playful pigtails, leading many to affectionately remark that she bore the cutest face while engaging in the fiercest battles. Additionally, there was Yamashita Yumi, who had recently given birth and was currently in the nursing phase. I must admit, this woman possesses an alluring charm, embodying the essence of a perfect traditional wife, inciting a sense of desire. Beyond this, she resembles many women of conventional demeanor, with a commendable foundation. Her appearance could easily score above 80 with proper adornment. Yet, for the present-day Song Haokuin, he can only regretfully declare, next batch. Subsequently, he accepted the friend request from these 2 women, and their messages promptly arrived. Kawashima Kid, do you truly have enough provisions? Song Haokuin, send a video first, or I will block you. Kawashima keyed. Surely, you are aware of who I am? Is a video verification truly necessary? Song Haokuen, I care not for your identity. You have 3 seconds to contemplate. Yamashita Yumi. Sir, I implore you, save me and my poor child. Song Haokuen, send the video first. I need to ascertain whether you are deceiving me. Yamashita Yumi. Is a genuine video sufficient? Song Haokuen, that depends on your sincerity. Only upon sensing your earnest intent will I reciprocate accordingly. Having responded to their messages, he reclined comfortably on the sofa, propping his leg, and lit a Cuban cigar, languidly awaiting their replies while exhaling clouds of smoke. Ultimately, it was Kawashima keyed, this obstinate woman, who, in a bid to avoid being blocked, sent the video. However, upon viewing it, Song Haokuen was left utterly dissatisfied and issued a final warning. Remove your down jacket and all outer garments. I need to inspect the goods thoroughly. Chapter 145, The Bottom and the Rebound. Building 12. Ah, that scoundrel, that despicable rogue. A lecher. If I catch you, I shall first crush your groin and then shatter your skull. Just moments ago, Kawashima keyed, having sent the video, seethed with anger, gnashing her teeth as she screamed at her full-length mirror. Yet, this was of little consequence. It merely drained her energy further, and her stomach began to growl once more. Since yesterday, she had consumed nothing, and her stomach now ached painfully, leaving her on the brink of collapse. During this time, she had exhausted every avenue to procure supplies, only to be met with cold indifference. Following the events instigated by the military last night and the emergence of those monsters, no one would be foolish enough to part with their resources. Damned, am I truly destined to be at the mercy of that scoundrel? Despite her sweet yearning for love, Kawashima keyed was deeply reluctant to accept this outcome. Yet, the current circumstances compelled her to submit. Otherwise, forget about sweet love. Without her life, what could she hope to pursue in romance? Did she think reality mirrored television dramas, where one would recklessly sacrifice everything for love? Thus, after much hesitation and inner turmoil, she finally mustered the courage to ask, if I send you a video, what happens if you do not provide me with food and water? Song Haokuen, believe it or not, but if you are not too famished, perhaps you might check the messages in the group later. In the group? Kawashima keyed furrowed her brow, feeling her stomach rumble with hunger. Although she did not quite comprehend Song Haokuen, her remaining vestige of rationality prompted her to wait a while. Meanwhile, Song Haokuen continued to indulge in the pleasure of smoking, relishing the exquisite flavor of the cigar. Traditionally, cigars are savored with a puff held in the mouth before exhaling to appreciate the aroma, yet Song Haokuen treated it merely as a cigarette. Were an ordinary person to attempt such a thing, they would likely choke. However, given his current constitution, he found himself perfectly at ease. Conventional tobacco had lost its significance to him, much like the commonplace women in his life. At that moment, a plume of smoke, reminiscent of a dragon, escaped his lips just as his phone vibrated once more. Yumi Yamashita, a woman in her nursing period, had sent a heartfelt video. Despite the frozen desolation of the apocalypse, the children must not be deprived. They cannot be allowed to starve, can they? Shortly after the video was sent, Yumi followed up with an inquiry. Sir, are you satisfied with this video? Song Haokuen, it's acceptable. What is your precise address? What is your occupation? Is your child a boy or a girl? Yumi Yamashita, Building 29, Apartment 0902. I was originally a bank employee, and my child is a girl. Song Haokuen, what does the child's father do? Why is he not with you? Yumi Yamashita, he works out of town and cannot return in the snow. Moreover, I have not been able to contact him for 3 days. Understood. I will arrive at your home tonight. Please leave the key under the doormat. With these words, Song Haokuen set aside his cigar, donned a new outfit, and stepped outside. Within 10 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of Building 29, Apartment 0902. After surveying the area upstairs and downstairs, he concealed himself in the fire escape to send a message. I have changed my mind. Leave your spare key under the doormat. I will arrive at your home in about 10 minutes. Yumi was taken aback by the message, perplexed as to why Song Haokuen instructed her not to open the door, but rather to place the key outside. Nevertheless, she chose to comply, proceeding to the door to hide the key under the mat before messaging Song Haokuen again. Clever of you, no tricks. All of Song Haokuen's actions served as a test of compliance, coupled with a desire to observe the woman's demeanor. As for whether anyone lay in wait at his home or nearby, his spatial awareness rendered it impossible for anyone to remain concealed unless they possessed a similar ability to hide. Thus, with confidence, Song Haokuen approached her door, retrieved the key, and unlocked it. Click. Suddenly, the sound of the door creaking open startled Yamashita Yumi, who hastily seized the short knife resting on the table. Who is it? She exclaimed, for she distinctly recalled that Song Haokuen had mentioned he would arrive in 10 minutes. Thus, anyone entering the room before that time could not possibly be the one delivering supplies. Instead, they might very well be a deranged thief, driven mad by desperation, intent on stealing precious resources. Just as she grasped the knife, ready to confront the intruder, Song Haokuin merely smiled faintly upon seeing her state. He detached a bag from his waist and tossed it to her. "Do not be alarmed. It is I. These are your rewards. It's you." Yamashita Yumi's expression transformed into one of joy upon hearing his voice. She dropped the knife and eagerly rummaged through the bag, nearly brought to tears by the abundance of food within, nutrient-rich provisions that she had previously deemed unworthy of a glance just days before, now regarded as the most treasured of treasures. "Sir, I cannot thank you enough. I am immensely grateful." "Ah, no need for thanks. This is merely a transaction," Song Haokuin replied, dismissing her gratitude with a swift kick that sent the knife flying across the floor. He then conducted a thorough inspection of her, examining every inch from her ears to her mouth and downwards, ensuring she bore no hidden threats. Satisfied that she was safe, he finally released her. "Quickly, eat and fill your belly. Only then can you ensure a sufficient supply of milk." "Yes, sir." Yamashita Yumi, her cheeks flushed with color, promptly rose to partake in the food. However, as she savored her meal, she turned to Song Haokuin and inquired, "Sir, if I were to accompany you in the future, could you guarantee a steady supply of food for us both?" "Of course, as long as you maintain your interest in me," Song Haokuin replied enigmatically, not providing a definitive answer. He lit a cigar and began to scroll through the latest messages on his phone. Yet, Yamashita Yumi felt a flicker of reassurance in her heart. With her beauty, figure, and newfound skills from her recent pregnancy, there was little reason for Song Haokuin to tire of her so swiftly. Meanwhile, Song Haokuin remained indifferent to her thoughts, resembling a suitor perusing potential partners on his device. However, his brow furrowed deeper as he scanned the images before him. The vast majority of unadorned island girls were truly unappealing, some even evoking a sense of discomfort within him. Yet, as fate would have it, a delightful surprise soon emerged. He stumbled upon a familiar name, Sasaki Nozomi. After reviewing her photos and short videos, he confirmed that she was indeed the renowned actress. Chapter 146, The Fall of the Superstar. "Oh, it appears our little neighborhood is indeed teeming with hidden talents," Song Haokuin mused with a mischievous grin as he accepted her friend request. The recent impromptu conversation transformed into a formal chat interface. However, the other party remained silent, and naturally, Song Haokuin did not initiate any messages either. He casually captured another photo of Yamashita Yumi savoring her meal and shared it in the group chat, an image that stirred up quite a commotion. "My goodness, there is truly an abundance of food. Oh dear, handsome, please add me as a friend. I have already sent you a photo." To those who claimed my brother's household was devoid of food, are you all quite foolish? Brothers, I implore you. I would trade all my possessions for a mere box of instant noodles. Just one box. Young brother, my wife and daughter are quite attractive, if you do not mind. I could introduce them. Building 17, the Sasaki residence. Could it possibly be true? Sasaki Nozomi, upon reading these comments, rubbed her hungry stomach, her parched throat salivating anew, her complex gaze gradually solidifying with determination. Yet, as she picked up her phone and stood before the full-length mirror, the recording mode had already been activated. Yet her fingers struggled to press the button, caught in a fierce internal conflict. It felt as though two little figures were battling within her, one with angelic wings, the other with demonic ones, engaged in a heated argument. "Sasaki Nozomi, you are a star, and you are already a married woman. Must you truly become that kind of woman? The world has devolved to such a state. I must find a way to survive. For in death, nothing remains. Is it not the fear of death that is the most terrifying, rather than moral decay? In death, what is there left of morality? To hell with it. I must first satiate my hunger." After a fierce internal struggle, the pangs of hunger once more compelled Sasaki Nozomi to press the record button. First, her petite, sock-clad feet. Then her shapely legs encased in denim, followed by her alluring curves, and finally, her exquisite, charming face. The recording lasted barely a few seconds, the sending time less than a second. Yet in Sasaki Nozomi's mind, it felt as though a century had passed. It was only upon receiving a response that she snapped back to reality, hurriedly replying, "Song Haokuin, the quality seems satisfactory. Send me the address. I'll arrive at your home by 8 tonight. Please leave it on the doormat about 10 minutes beforehand." Upon reading this message, Sasaki Nozomi could only muster a two-letter reply, as if all her strength had been drained. She slumped to the ground, and only with great effort did she manage to crawl back under the covers. Meanwhile, Song Haokuin fed Yamashita Yumi, allowing her to nurse the little one before bringing her to his side, showcasing her worth to remain with him. An hour and a half later, Song Haokuen instructed her to leave with the child, their destination being Sasaki Nozomi's home. This took Sasaki Nozomi by surprise. She had anticipated that Song Haokuen would return later in the night, never expecting him to arrive so swiftly. After enduring hunger for such an extended period, she had come to a realization. Since she would ultimately have to face her fate, it would be better to seek liberation sooner rather than later, thus alleviating her suffering from hunger. After all, the sensation of being unsatisfied was profoundly distressing. Before long, discomfort settled in, as she had not anticipated that Song Haokuen would arrive with company. Yamashita Yumi instantly recognized her. My heavens, you are indeed Nozomi Sasaki. Oh my, truly a stunning beauty. Even without makeup. Thank you for the compliment, Nozomi Sasaki replied, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her previously pale complexion now tinged with a hint of blush. Song Haokuen, noticing her discomfort, smirked mischievously and instructed Yamashita Yumi to occupy the guest room. He had to assess the value that Nozomi Sasaki could present. If she failed to meet his expectations, their relationship would be limited to a mere transaction. As it turned out, despite being a former model and a married woman for several years, she still possessed certain qualities. As evening descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, Nozomi wiped the sweat from her brow, compelled by Song Haokuen to send a message along with a series of photographs to the group chat, once again stirring up a sensation. I am immensely grateful for your provisions, sir. My goodness, it is Miss Nozomi Sasaki. Mr. Enjoyment, please add me as a friend. She is the model from Car Show 36. Incredible, even a superstar has succumbed. If only I had such provisions, I could attract any woman. You scoundrel. You are truly a beast. Do you realize this is a crime? You are breaking the law. Damn your criminal actions. There are already people inside the building resorting to robbery. It is a miracle if anyone can exchange goods. After an intense debate and lively exchanges, a new wave of friend requests flooded in. Song Haokuen surveyed the requests with a disdainful eye, truly unimpressed. It was uncertain whether his employees were simply lacking in skill or if the remaining options were of diminishing quality, but he found none that piqued his interest. Consequently, Song Haokuen abandoned the notion of adding friends and resolved to seek out Miss Keed Kawashima in Building 12. Not long ago, this woman had also capitulated. Thus, Song Haokuen set off once more with Nozomi Sasaki and Yamashita Yumi, heading directly to the affluent Miss Kawashima. However, upon reaching her floor, Song Haokuen did not employ the same tactics. Instead, he instructed Nozomi and Yamashita to wait on the next level, for Keed Kawashima was known to be quite devious. Currently, 3 men occupied her home, a burly, bald man with a large belly, and 2 others who were sturdy, one tall and the other short. This indicated that the woman had arranged an ambush. In other words, these individuals were likely part of a scheme to entice him from the very beginning. Originally, he had anticipated an early encounter today, but little did he know that it would only come with the last visitor of the day. Thus, he arrived at the door, knocking gently while remaining attuned to the movements within. Upon hearing the sound, the occupants reacted immediately. 3 burly men brandished knives or lifted iron pipes and baseball bats. A cold smile crept across his face upon recognizing their weapons. He lowered his right hand, which rested on the pistol at his waist, and with his left, he retrieved a 3-inch dagger that resembled a fruit knife. Chapter 147, Counterattack. "Ha! That bastard finally showed up," exclaimed the bald man, Fuji, whose forehead bore a scar, as he sprang up with excitement, seizing the large machete beside him. What a fool. At this time, he should be hiding, yet he dares to come out and play. He deserves to be killed by us. Mitsui, tall and robust, weighing nearly 200 pounds, wore a smirk that barely concealed his disdain. The shortest among them, Yoshikawa, had a grim expression. Despite his stature, he was the leader and the strongest among the 3 childhood friends. As the trio exuded a palpable aura of menace, Kawashima Keed felt a flicker of dread. Though they had connections to her father, the current circumstances made her wary of their potential treachery. Regret washed over her. If these ruffians decided to turn on her after securing supplies, she might face a fate worse than submission to that well-fed opportunist. Outside the door, there was a loud banging. Seeing that the 4 were dawdling and not opening the door, Song Haokuen struck it forcefully, the sound echoing throughout the hallway. Hearing the commotion, Kawashima Keed hurriedly rose, only to turn back just before reaching the door. "You all better not forget to share the supplies with me. Rest assured, you won't be left out. We'll make sure you are well fed," replied Yoshikawa, speaking on behalf of the 2 brothers, who nodded in agreement. Yet, as he turned to open the door, the 3 brothers exchanged furtive glances, their expressions rife with cunning mockery and disdain. "They're here." Approaching the door, Kawashima Keed felt no fear, knowing 3 formidable men awaited inside. She merely glanced at the peephole before opening the door. "Hello. Are you the gentleman who provides ample provisions? Indeed, I am. Song Haokuen responded with a slight smile directed at the sweet-faced beauty before delivering a punch to her abdomen. Ugh. Kawashima Kid felt a wave of excruciating force, doubling over as she was propelled into the room. She fell heavily to the ground, convulsing and sputtering foam and bile. Her condition dire. Bastard. Kill him. Yoshikawa observed Song Haokuen's actions and immediately realized their position might have been compromised, rallying his brothers to charge at Song Haokuen. However, Song Haokuen had long been aware of their positions, one hiding behind the sofa, another concealed in the bathroom, and yet another lurking behind a refrigerator. With a cold smirk, he charged directly at Zhujingshan. Before the so-called machete could descend, he suddenly accelerated forward, thrusting a dagger. The blade pierced through the man's kidney with a sickening sound. Following that, Song Haokuen delivered a knee strike that sent the assailant flying, then swiftly retaliated with a slap directed at the left front. The resounding crack echoed as his palm struck the tall, slender man's face, spinning him around like a top before sending him crashing to the ground. At that moment, a scarred bald man rushed in, wielding a gleaming silver pipe aimed at the back of Song Haokuen's head. Die! He shouted, his voice filled with fury. Who taught you such foolishness? Though it was impossible for him to succeed in his ambush, the shout still struck Song Haokuen as rather dim-witted. He merely tilted his body to the right, elevating his left hand with the dagger for a swift thrust. The blade found its mark in the bald man's temple, and in an instant, the once boisterous brute collapsed, his eyes glazing over in crimson despair. With a swift elbow strike, Song Haokuen dispatched him to the ground, leaving him sprawled face down. The entire confrontation lasted a mere 13 seconds, precisely 4.3 seconds to be exact. Yet, despite this swift victory, Song Haokuen felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. A splash of blood had marred his attire, an unacceptable occurrence that rendered his outfit unworthy of retention. Minutes later, Yumi Yamashita and Nozomi Sasaki entered the room, only to be confronted by the sight of lifeless bodies. Both women were genuinely terrified. One nearly soiled herself, while the other was on the verge of vomiting. Consequently, Song Haokuen ushered them back into the room, then reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs as he gazed at the famed corpse of Kawashima Kid. Suddenly, a memory of this woman flashed through his mind. 3 months prior, while working the night shift at a convenience store, this woman, whether due to her promiscuous nature or a drunken heartbreak, had lingered at the counter, refusing to leave. Handsome, let us be friends. I happen to need a boyfriend, she had insisted. I'm sorry, but I already have a girlfriend, he replied. At that time, he had just broken up with his girlfriend, but the casual demeanor of this woman was unappealing. What if she turned out to be a biochemical subject? That would be disastrous. However, the woman quickly shifted her demeanor, scoffing. What are you pretending for, you pathetic loser? Do you honestly think I'm interested in you? Do you have any idea how much my bag, my clothes, and my skirt cost? Song Haokuen, unfazed by her remarks, feigned interest in the cash register. In a fit of drunkenness, she then vomited on the counter. After her outburst, she attempted to leave, prompting him to call the police to resolve the situation. In the end, he was reprimanded by the hefty Wong, and the woman returned to the store, brandishing money and throwing it in his face. Pathetic loser. Have you never seen money? Today I'll show you. Then she took out her phone to call the police, prompting the woman to leave in a huff. How intriguing. As the fleeting memories subsided, Song Haokuen smiled as he removed his mask and leisurely approached her, grasping her hair with a single hand. He turned her face to meet his gaze. Do you remember me? No, I don't recognize you. Kawashima Kid realized her pretense had been seen through, yet she genuinely could not recall Song Haokuen. As a proud second-generation wealthy individual and a moderately famous athlete, she had accumulated countless encounters, far too many to remember. Not recognizing me, then so be it. Song Haokuen surmised that for individuals of her ilk, such indiscretions were merely minor episodes in their lives. Thus, he had no desire to revisit past events. However, he was keen to share with Kawashima Kid what was about to transpire. Miss Kawashima, it is with great honor that I inform you of a matter of significance. I intend to use your body, along with those of these foolish individuals, to lure forth the monsters lurking below. Following that, I shall eliminate these creatures, attracting even more, leading to the demise of everyone in this building. Subsequently, under the pretense of avenging you, I shall entice the neighbors with food, urging them to confront the monsters. Finally, as you and the monsters engage in a deadly struggle, I shall reap the benefits from the chaos. First, I will spread the monsters' eggs throughout Kanagawa Prefecture, and then across the entire archipelago. Chapter 148, Continuing the Deception. You are a monster, a devil. Kawashima Kid could hardly fathom the terrifying intentions of Song Haokuen, barely believing her ears. However, in his eyes, The Japanese were mere fodder for those monsters, an ideal source of sustenance. The more monsters he cultivated, the more energy he could absorb. He had a premonition that breaking through his current limitations might hinge upon these very creatures. In this apocalyptic world, one must look out for oneself. Thus, eliminating Kawashima Kid would also instill fear in Sasazaki Nozomi and Yamashita Yumi. They had not anticipated that Song Hakuin possessed such formidable power. He was nothing short of a monster. Yet, after the brief moment of terror, a flicker of safety blossomed within their hearts. If they could align themselves with Song Hakuin, under his protection, they need not fear oppression from others, nor would they have to worry about food. At least, this way, they could survive. Realizing this, Yamashita Yumi and Kawashima Kid exchanged glances, understanding each other's sentiments. At 8 p.m., Song Hakuin's small scheme was set into motion. The hallway had been rigged with temporary cameras, and he had lured 2 monsters using corpses. After easily dispatching them, Song Hakuin suddenly recognized a significant oversight he had been neglecting all along. The peculiar figure of Asu Miyoko had gone unnoticed during previous subterranean investigations, and her presence had not been reported in various group chats. Logically, given her unique anatomical structure, with a lower half resembling that of a lizard, she would certainly attract attention if she were to appear. Moreover, on that fateful night within the laundry building, the corpses did not require the aid of any monster to rise. They could move of their own accord. Could it be that the creature Miyoko had already been dispatched to create even more monstrosities? An ominous premonition gripped Song Hakuin, prompting him to hastily escort everyone back to the apartment complex. During their journey, Song Hakuin, utilizing Kawashima Kid's account, shared a message and photographs in the large group chat. Building 12, Kawashima Kid. I am immensely grateful to Mr. Abundant Food and Drink. The sensation of having a full belly is simply exquisite. Accompanying the message was an image showcasing an abundance of food spread across a coffee table, along with a steaming cup of coffee. This ignited a surge of enthusiasm among the residents. Oh, Mr. Abundant Food and Drink, please add me as a friend. Though I may not be the most attractive, I assure you I am quite charming and have much to offer. I earnestly seek a beautiful companion with whom to share this bounty. Name your price, and I shall pay any sum, provided you deliver the food to me. Oh dear, Mr. Abundant Food and Drink, must you be so rigid about your preferences? My female disguise is rather delightful. Curse it, how could this beast possess such an abundance of food? He must have prior knowledge of something. Such selfishness, hoarding food instead of sharing it with everyone, is utterly depraved. I call upon all to locate him and eliminate him, so we might divide his provisions. Are you out of your mind? No matter how plentiful his food may be, it cannot sustain the entire community. Who would be foolish enough to collaborate with you? Indeed, you envious lunatic. It's his prerogative to manage his own blunders as he sees fit. If I had such provisions, I too would barter for companionship. While Song Hakuin was already on the 28th floor with a lovely companion, the debate among these individuals continued unabated. Shortly thereafter, piercing screams erupted from Building 12. The chat was inundated with frantic pleas for help from the residents, as the monsters retaliated with unprecedented swiftness and ferocity. Within a mere hour, every inhabitant of that building had perished. The neighbors in the group were once again engulfed by sheer terror, a profound dread. It's over. It's over. These monsters have begun their slaughter anew. A whole building wiped out, my heavens. These wretched creatures. And what of that despicable government? How can they remain indifferent? Are we not their citizens? Oh, I'm so frightened. I can hardly sleep. Will we be their next target? First it was Building 1. Now Building 12. What has become of this world? Why is it so difficult to simply survive? Upon witnessing such distressing news, Song Hakuin, who had remained silent in the group chat for some time, contemplated accessing the account that sought beautiful companions in exchange for abundant food and drink. I sincerely welcome beautiful women to partake in abundant feasting. This group of despicable monsters has cruelly slain my beloved sister, Kawashima Kid. How infuriating. I sincerely welcome beautiful women to partake in abundant feasting. It appears that sustenance is no longer our greatest concern. If these fiends continue to flourish, it is likely that all the residents in our community will perish. Upon witnessing his remarks, many in the group began to voice their agreement. However, the anticipated brave souls did not manifest, prompting Song Hakuin to gently persist in his persuasion. I sincerely welcome beautiful women to partake in abundant feasting. I recall someone previously sharing the weaknesses of these monsters. If we could unite our efforts to vanquish them, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. I sincerely welcome beautiful women to partake in abundant feasting. Are there any neighbors willing to take a chance? Should anyone dare to attempt this, I would be willing to provide a portion of resources and support. Yet, following his declaration, the actual responders remained few. Instead, a multitude sought his assistance. while others sought to flatter him in hopes of deceiving him into parting with resources. Indeed, what you say is correct. I stand with you. Until these beasts are vanquished, we are all doomed. I wholeheartedly support you. As you provide resources, I can offer financial compensation, and I would pay 1,000,000 for the elimination of a single monster. Good heavens, those creatures are terrifying. I dare not engage with them. I would rather perish of hunger in my home than be devoured by those fiends. Oh, let us call the authorities, summon official help. Huh. You truly believe those inept individuals will assist? They have already come, merely collecting samples to analyze before departing. Do they care for the lives of ordinary people like us? As the debate escalated among the others, Song Haokuin grew weary of their discourse, recognizing that this matter required time to develop. Eventually, they would comprehend that facing the monsters with courage, even unto death, is far more bearable than enduring starvation. However, he would not share these thoughts with them, for even if he did, belief would elude them. Only through experiencing true pain would they come to understand. Thus, after pocketing his phone, Song Haokuin did not escort the two women upstairs, but settled them in room 3201, placing them above in room 3101 with Sakura Ria, rather than inviting them into his own quarters. At this moment, he held no trust for anyone, and it was inconceivable to allow them into his home. After arranging for the two women, Song Haokuin returned to his own room, bathed, donned his glasses, and turned on the television to scrutinize the grim state of Building 12. Chapter 149, The Void Prison. Ah, please, do not approach, do not come closer. Mother, save me. Mother, please. These monsters are terrifying. You scoundrel, you beast. Did you not vow to love me for eternity? How could you push me forward to shield yourself from the monsters? Help. My leg. My leg has been bitten off by a monster. Who will save me? God, where are you? Please, rescue your humble servant. As Song Haokuin activated the recordings from Building 12, what unfolded before him was an appalling tableau of human tragedy, wails of despair, cries of terror, and pleas for salvation echoed through the scenes, while dismembered limbs littered the ground, a veritable wasteland of sorrow. There was scarcely any resistance. The enraged spider monstrosities swiftly extinguished lives before one could even contemplate defiance. Yet, one man dared to retaliate, hurling a kitchen knife that struck the creature's head, only to be immediately overwhelmed and gruesomely dispatched by the other beasts, leaving no remnants behind. Indeed, these were terrifying fiends. Sipping his coffee, Song Haokuin found himself captivated by the gruesome and bloody spectacle unfolding before his eyes. He watched intently for hours, deep into the night, until at last, a new creature emerged in the footage. Unlike the half-human, half-spider entities, this was a colossal spider monster, nearly in its complete arachnid form. Yet where one would expect to see multiple eyes, there were instead several distinct human faces. Among these visages, one was particularly familiar to him, the face of Asu Miko's grandson, Asutaro. Upon recognizing the troublesome child, Song Haokuin's expression darkened. His prior assumptions had been misguided. He had initially believed that the progenitor monster was under the control of this boy, a manifestation of Asutaro's awakened abilities. Now, it appeared that both Asu Miko and Asutaro had become formidable lieutenants of the creature. But why were they the chosen ones to ascend to elite monstrosities? This question stirred his thoughts anew. Soon, a chilling possibility dawned upon him. Could it be that both grandfather and grandson possessed latent potential as superhumans, which, upon being consumed by the monsters, triggered a transformation that rendered them even more powerful than the beasts of Yongtong? If his speculation held true, the future threat posed by these creatures might far exceed his imagination. Should they evolve further, the peril could encroach upon him as well. His thoughts grew increasingly convoluted, and a flicker of doubt crept into his mind regarding his plans to cultivate these monsters. While harnessing their strength could be advantageous, fostering creatures that might one day threaten his existence was a prospect he could not bear to entertain. Suddenly, he was jolted from his reverie by the crisp sound of crunching emanating from the video. He redirected his gaze to the screen, observing the elite monster, a grotesque being adorned with 6 faces, engaged in a feast. Asutaro's visage occupied the central position on the upper row, suggesting it served as the mastermind. The sight of that loathsome face ignited a surge of murderous intent within Song Haokuin. Resolving to push aside his tumultuous thoughts, he crafted a simple plan: to survey the nearby community the following day and seize an opportunity to harvest the lesser monsters. With a glance at his watch, he prepared to retire for the night. However, scarcely had he settled into bed when the anguished cries of Gu Yueyao echoed from his apartment, piercing the silence. Song Haokuin, displeased by the sound, rose from his place. He traversed the hidden door between rooms 3202 and 3203. His expression icy as he cast his gaze upon the woman confined within the cage. Gu Yueyao, and there lay the thoroughly devoured corpse of Li Bingxin. Upon witnessing Song Haokuan's arrival, Gu Yueyao's face twisted into a manic smile. Song Haokuan, do you know what your gravest mistake is? Speak. Observing Gu Yueyao's reaction, Song Haokuan remained remarkably composed. You should not have left Li Bingxin's corpse for me. Gu Yueyao's laughter was a chilling blend of excitement and malice as she forcefully bent the steel bars of her cage before him. Song Haokuan, you are unaware, aren't you? I possess supernatural abilities, and having ample sustenance has enabled me to undergo a second transformation. To you now? I am merely an ant that can be crushed at any moment. Is that so? How delightful. I sincerely rejoice for you. Upon hearing Gu Yueyao speak of her second evolution, Song Haokuan exhibited no trace of fear, instead allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. Haha. It is too late for you to know fear now, Song Haokuan. Gu Yueyao, misinterpreting his smile as a fade of bravado, leapt from her cage, strutting towards him with a seductive gait. Now, I grant you a chance to live. Kneel, bow your head, and lick my feet. If you serve me well, perhaps I shall grant you mercy. Yet, before her arrogant proclamation could finish, Song Haokuan extended his hand towards Gu Yueyao, instantly opening a portal to the void and thrusting her forward. In an instant, Gu Yueyao was taken aback, feeling as though a thin barrier of air had materialized before her. This invisible wall collided with her, and she found herself in a realm of emptiness. Here, she was utterly immobilized, surrounded by an inky black void, where the passage of time felt non-existent. In this place, every familiar element had vanished, including the very oxygen she relied upon for survival. Damn it, where is this? What is happening? Is this Song Haokuan's power? Is it an illusion or an alternate space? As she surveyed her surroundings with a frantic gaze, the overwhelming sensation of suffocation washed over her, once again etching a look of sheer terror upon her face. It was akin to the moment she had first been imprisoned by Song Haokuan, but this time, the dread was far more profound and despairing. The silence was suffocating. Merely a few seconds spent in this eerie stillness induced a profound sense of physiological discomfort. Half a minute later, she felt a desperate urge to end her own life. Yet, in this dire situation, even that escape felt unattainable. In this terrifying void prison, Gu Yueyao's heart surged with a whirlwind of emotions. Engulfed in both rage and despair, she harbored an intense loathing for Song Haokuan, that scoundrel. Despite his apparent kindness and assistance towards her, he repeatedly conspired against her. Simultaneously, her resentment towards her dear friend, Li Bingxin, deepened. She was acutely aware that it was Song Haokuan's spite that ensnared her in this predicament. Had it not been for that wretched Li Bingxin, perhaps she could have captured Song Haokuan for herself. Then, all that belonged to him would have been hers. Moreover, she despised herself. Had she not been so pretentious and contented to remain a docile creature in a cage, Song Haokuan would not have confined her here. Suddenly struck by this realization, Gu Yueyao prepared to admit her faults, seeking a glimmer of hope for survival. However, as she opened her mouth to scream, she discovered that her voice could not escape. In that fleeting moment, a monstrous entity emerged within this space, its upper body resembling that of a human while its lower half was that of a spider. Chapter 150, Devour. No, please don't come any closer. The grotesque and terrifying creature nearly caused Gu Yueyao to lose control of her bladder. Upon seeing the human before it, the beast spiraled into a frenzied state. Yet in the emptiness surrounding them, it found itself unable to move, trapped in a fit of impotent rage. Soon, Gu Yueyao recognized this predicament and felt a slight sense of relief. Damn it, you cannot move, and neither can I. However, in the next instant, the scenery around her shifted drastically. The previously nebulous void transformed into an oppressive darkness, where one could not see their own hand before their face. Yet, just as suddenly, light erupted around her. At that moment, she realized she had entered a modified shipping container. The ceiling and walls were adorned with twinkling stars and crescent moons, and the half-human, half-spider creature loomed before her. As the lights illuminated the space, the creature lunged towards her once more. This time, Gu Yueyao was truly terrified. Despite having undergone 2 evolutions, now possessing strength several times that of an adult male, she knew that should she fight with all her might, victory was within reach. Yet, her mindset remained that of an ordinary woman, seeking to leech off the strength of men. Thus, in less than half a minute, the container was awash with blood. Crack! Crack! The half-human, half-spider monster had devoured a significant portion of her body, evolving in the process. Its limbs visibly grew more muscular, and its previously dull gaze began to brighten, hinting at a touch of humanity. Crack! Crack! Minutes later, the creature consumed the last remnants of Gu Yueyao's flesh. At that moment of completion, it seemed to embark on a second evolution. The formerly gray 6 legs transformed into a pale silvery hue, while its upper body became more robust, displaying strange patterns across its skin. Astonishingly, the creature emitted a voice reminiscent of a human S. Ha ha, I have returned. How remarkably powerful. However, at the very moment he spoke, a crimson sofa materialized behind him, where Song Haokuin sat, casually crossing his legs. Who is that? The creature, sensing an anomaly, swiftly turned to look behind. Upon encountering a man clad in a scarlet silk nightgown, nonchalantly perched with one leg over the other, adorned with slippers, and a faint smile gracing his face, it suddenly comprehended that all of this was orchestrated by him. Nevertheless, it was evidently much more astute than Gu Yueyao, refraining from any rash actions and instead observing Song Haokuin with caution. Song Haokuin, pleased with its demeanor, found validation in his earlier conjecture. If this creature could devour those with abilities, it might achieve a new evolution, transforming from a mindless, chaotic beast into a new species endowed with the capacity for thought. Now that the creature exhibited the ability to think, communication became considerably more feasible, opening up a myriad of possibilities. Thus, Song Haokuin extended 2 fingers, pinching the air, conjuring a cigar that appeared before him. In his other hand, a lighter materialized with an air of mystery. Click. After igniting the cigar and savoring a deep inhale, Song Haokuin gazed at the creature before him and remarked, "Thus far, your performance has been satisfactory. So I am inclined to offer you a chance at survival, to become my subordinate. What say you?" "That would indeed be my honor, master." The man hesitated briefly before the spider-like body prostrated itself on the ground, the upper half bowing in a gesture of submission. Recognizing the capabilities of this enigmatic man, who could confine him and that woman here, he understood he was no match for him at present. Therefore, he resolved to bide his time, probing cautiously. "Excellent. A wise individual recognizes the shifting tides of fortune. You have done well." Observing the creature's humble posture, Song Haokuin offered praise, took another puff from the cigar, and exhaled a plume of smoke reminiscent of a dragon before inquiring, "Which building did you originally belong to? What was your profession? How did you transform into a monster?" "I was from Building 13, originally engaged in the financial sector. I became a monster after venturing downstairs to retrieve gasoline from the car for warmth, only to be ambushed by a creature, which led to my current state of confusion." "What manner of creature ambushed you?" "It was a beast with the lower half of a lizard and the upper half resembling a human." "Why have I not encountered such creatures recently? Do you have any knowledge of their whereabouts?" "I am uncertain. Such creatures exist above us in the hierarchy. They wield power over us, and we have no right to know their actions." "Do you possess any abilities for shared vision or shared memory?" "None exist among us. In our hierarchy, only the higher-ups command the lower ones, and the latter must submit entirely." "And what of the mother entity? What information do you possess regarding it?" "I am not entirely certain. I only know that we must periodically present the remains of humans before that maternal entity as offerings." "How many elite monsters akin to your previous leader exist?" "I cannot say. I was rather muddled at that time, and cannot recall many details unless they were particularly large or distinctive objects." "I see." Song Haokuin nodded upon receiving this information, then squinted and posed another question. "If the maternal monster perishes, can you act according to your own volition?" "Master, that should pose no issue whatsoever." "Then, does your species possess reproductive capabilities aside from the maternal figure?" "This seems to be absent. At least, my current body lacks any reproductive organs." "Very well, I comprehend now." Satisfied with this response, Song Haokuin rose from the sofa. However, at the very moment he stood, his body was enveloped in a complete suit of combat attire, and a sharp katana manifested in his hand. "Since you have completed your second evolution, I shall test your strength to determine if you are worthy of becoming my confidant." The Spider-Man gazed at Song Haokuin with some trepidation, as the latter's abilities were exceedingly peculiar. Yet, as he observed Song Haokuin advancing step by step, the Spider-Man had no choice but to prepare himself, for he understood that failing to confront him with full force could lead to his demise. Thus, he raised his 2 strongest and sharpest front legs, transforming his arms into spider-like appendages resembling 2 scythe-like black blades. However, unlike traditional scythes, these bore numerous sharp barbs that would rend flesh if scraped. Chapter 151, Ambition. A commendable state. Come forth, let me witness your prowess. Upon observing his opponent's transformed state, Song Haokuin nodded with satisfaction, shifting from a single blade style to a dual blade technique. "I hope you will forgive my intrusion." Sensing the confidence in Song Haokuin's tone, the Spider-Man maneuvered his 6 spider legs, launching an attack with his 2 robust front limbs. Clang! The spider legs struck the container's surface, producing a jarring and irritating sound. Song Haokuin awaited his approach and swiftly danced his dual blades to clash with the spider legs. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the spider legs and the dual steel blades collided numerous times, sending bursts of orange sparks flying into the air. After this initial exchange, both parties were momentarily astonished by each other's strength. The Spider-Man recognized that this was no ordinary power, although his legs remained unscathed. The force exerted by his opponent was evidently superior, leaving him uncertain of who the true monster was. Song Haokuen too did not anticipate that his adversary's legs would be so solid, akin to steel, as even his steel blades could not inflict any damage. Should cold weapons prove insufficient to breach his future, they would hardly inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Thus, Song Haokuen retreated 3 steps, sheathing his twin blades. And in his grasp suddenly appeared a formidable firearm. Master! No. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the firearm in Song Haokuen's hands, Spider-Cat was seized by a wave of panic. Yet, Song Haokuen paid him no mind, pulling the trigger and unleashing a hail of bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Spider-Man, left with no alternative, could only evade while simultaneously wielding his forelegs and a pair of spider arms for defense. Crackle! After enduring the onslaught of bullets, while his vital regions were safeguarded, both his lower and upper body bore the brunt of the assault, sustaining varying degrees of wounds. The injuries on his upper body bled a crimson hue, while those on his lower half oozed a greenish fluid, revealing that his physical defenses were indeed weaker than those of a spider's legs. Observing this, Song Haokuen felt much reassured. In this world, mutated beings were scarce. Eliminating a second-tier mutant was merely within his capacity. Furthermore, he harbored an inkling that his opportunity to disrupt the status quo was likely tied to confronting this horde of monsters. The evolutionary bottleneck was formidable. Yet should he surmount it and complete this phase of evolution, he would undoubtedly emerge immensely powerful. Thus, gazing upon the injured creature before him, he sheathed his firearm and posed numerous inquiries to the monster. Subsequently, Song Haokuen dispatched the creature with finality. His ability to harden his physique was enhanced, and he had gained a modicum of control over hormonal functions. Although this ability did not significantly elevate his overall prowess, it could dramatically amplify his explosive power in brief intervals, serving as a vital skill for desperate endeavors or hasty retreats. Armed with this newfound capability, coupled with his heightened perception of 999 meters, hardened combat protection, body temperature regulation, adept psychokinetic control, and exceptional regenerative abilities, tenfold that of an average human, alongside his self-developed counterattack and absolute defense techniques, as well as a vast arsenal of munitions and supplies in his storeroom, he felt confident that the forthcoming operation, while not guaranteed, boasted at least a 99.7% success rate. The following day, as per his routine, Song Haokuen rose early, relished a hearty breakfast, engaged in some exercise, and then ventured out fully armed. This time, his objective was not to pursue beauties or engage in killings, but to investigate several nearby residential complexes. Initially, he had no intention of conducting an inquiry, merely seeking information online. However, he discovered that all data concerning the monsters had been entirely obscured. Even attempts to disseminate information were futile. Communication seemed confined to their internal group, suggesting that news within their ranks had been tightly controlled. Were it not for those troublesome little devils, he surmised, the monsters' real-time developments would likely remain inaccessible even among themselves. Consequently, Song Haokuen devoted the entire morning to completing his modest investigation. As a result, among the 7 neighboring communities, 3 have been entirely overrun by monsters. Each area is inhabited by different species, including the lizard men, who are part human and part lizard, led by that despicable woman, Asaka Miko. There are also creatures that are half human and half mantis, possessing arms that resemble razor-sharp saws. Additionally, there are half human and half insect beings, whose taxonomy remains a mystery, yet their remarkable agility is astonishing. Based on these transformations, Song Haokuen has developed a new hypothesis regarding the mother entity. It appears capable of guiding its subordinates towards directed evolution. Otherwise, it is unfathomable that individuals like Asaka Miko and Asaka Taro, who are frail and feeble, could ascend to become elite monsters under its command, even breeding 4 distinct species of creatures. It seems this mother entity is far more complex than initially presumed. Reflecting on his investigative findings, Song Haokuen plunged into contemplation once more. After an extended period of deep thought, a daring notion suddenly emerged. What if he could absorb the mother entity into his own space? Would that not grant him control over its reproduction? Furthermore, with the right handling, he might even acquire the authority to command these monsters. This revelation ignited a flurry of thoughts within Song Haokuen's mind, leading him to refine the details incessantly. His original plan, which had already begun to feel inadequate, involved utilizing his neighbors to nourish the monsters. ensuring they were well-fed and capable of substantial growth, after which he would absorb them to harness their energy for his own evolution. However, a second plan had recently taken shape, born from a growing fear of the mother entity and its minions. Instill terror first, then enlist the aid of his neighbors to aid in the eradication of these monsters and the mother entity. This approach would leave only a minimal number of monsters for controlled reproduction, followed by systematic extermination, allowing him to absorb their energy for his evolution. Yet now, having realized that the other monsters lacked reproductive capabilities and were bound to obey their superior, it would be a grave loss to eliminate the mother entity. After all, he currently lacked trustworthy personnel. Normal humans, even women, could never truly earn his trust. However, if the mother entity were to reside within his space, he could crush it at will. Moreover, he could exploit its ceaseless ability to generate monsters, providing him with energy for advancement and potentially solidifying or expanding his influence. He could forge a formidable army of terrifying monsters, sweeping across Kanagawa Prefecture and even the entirety of Japan, obliterating all adversaries in his path, and ultimately becoming the sole ruler. Chapter 152. Approach with fear, entice with benefits. A plan has emerged. After much contemplation, Song Haokuen once again found clarity. On that very afternoon, Song Haokuen returned to several nearby residential complexes. After orchestrating a series of tragic events within a few buildings, he utilized gasoline and formidable firepower to eradicate the monsters within. Upon vanquishing the creatures in one complex, Song Haokuen felt an enhanced sense of confidence in his own abilities. However, unbeknownst to him, the mother entity possessed a perceptive awareness of its subordinate monsters. While it could not discern their thoughts, it could sense their demise. Feeling that its survival was jeopardized, the monsters lurking beneath the complexes entered a state of readiness. In the two other complexes inhabited by monsters, they too received orders to return to the mother entity and await further instructions. Consequently, the mother entity itself commenced a frenzied production mode, causing the thousands of monster eggs underground to begin hatching prematurely, unleashing a wave of carnage throughout the complexes, as the monsters sought to provide sustenance for both the mother entity and the newly spawned creatures. Initially, my understanding of the situation was incomplete. As Song Haokuen arrived at the second complex and discerned the unfolding chaos, he felt a palpable tension. He surmised that the elite creatures were oblivious to certain tactics of the mother entity, a response provoked by the stimuli of their perilous circumstances. With this realization, he deemed it unnecessary to conceal his intentions any longer. Minutes later, he reached the entrance of Building 13 in his own complex, just as the monsters had finished slaughtering the residents of Building 14 and were advancing towards his location. Song Haokuen positioned himself at the underground entrance of Building 13, casting a veil of the void gate to envelop the entryway. As a result, dozens of monsters were effortlessly drawn into his space, attracting the attention of an elite creature. Yet, this creature met the same fate, plunging into his realm to become a captive. After assimilating the elite creature, no further monsters ventured towards that direction. Instead, they redirected their assault towards other buildings, including the apartment where Song Haokuen resided. Noticing the unsettling activity of the monsters, he naturally returned to defend his home. After all, he intended to collect these adorable creatures, and guarding any building would suffice. Moreover, he had treasure stored within, and he certainly would not allow the monsters to disturb them. Additionally, the neighbors could prove useful to him in the future, so it was imperative not to allow them all to be slaughtered. Given the current circumstances, permitting the monsters to eliminate nearly half of the residents would be a satisfactory outcome. Thus, after safeguarding a dozen buildings, Song Haokuen made his way home to rest, indifferent to the tragedies occurring in the remaining structures. In fact, after satisfying his hunger and thirst, he indulged in the tender company of Sakura Ria, Sasaki Nozomi, and Yamashita Yumi, before eventually opening a nearly explosive group chat. Oh dear, those monsters are terrifying. Everyone in the building has perished. I'm the only one left. My heavens, is the world truly coming to an end? Why is this happening? Why? It's so frightening. The screams from the opposite building are incessant. That group of monsters is actually devouring people. Devouring people. Who will save me? Who will save us? Where have the damned police and military gone? Is this how they protect us taxpayers? If not, then let us confront these monsters ourselves. I once saw a brave soul slay one of those fiends. Perhaps there is still hope if we unite. Are you mad? Have you not seen how ferocious those creatures are? How can we possibly match them in armament? In light of today's tragic events, a sense of terror has begun to spread wildly, with countless negative remarks and images flooding the group chat. Just as the emotions of the crowd teetered on the brink of extremity, Song Haokuen, disguised as the group leader Saito, stepped forward to speak. This fellow previously resided in Building 13, and Song Haokuin's immediate intention was to find this old man, the leader of the 2000 member group. By eliminating him and seizing his phone, he would become the new leader. Group Leader Saito, ladies and gentlemen, the situation has reached a critical juncture. We can no longer rely on that damned foreign government. We must devise a means of self-rescue. However, upon uttering these words, a multitude of skeptics and agitated neighbors immediately emerged. In such circumstances, how can we save ourselves? We lack food and weapons. That damned scoundrel deceived us before. And now he seeks to lead us to our doom? Saito, you are cursed. Return my food. Whoever wishes to go can do so, but I refuse to partake. I would rather perish at home than be devoured by those monsters. Seeing these negative and impassioned remarks, Song Haokuin felt no surprise. He promptly issued another message. Group Leader Saito, through discussions over these past few days and my understanding of other communities, I have summarized several weaknesses of these monsters. First, the junction between the human body and the monster's body is exceptionally vulnerable. Second, their fatal points remain the head and heart. Third, these creatures possess poor eyesight, primarily relying on their sense of smell and hearing, which can be exploited. Fourth, they are averse to light and fire. Even ordinary flames can drive them away. The young folks in the group, upon receiving such life-saving information, finally began to calm down, fearful of missing any crucial details. After all, at a pivotal moment, this knowledge could very well save their lives. Observing the sudden silence in the group, Song Haokuin sent out yet another uplifting message. According to my discussions with other group leaders, it appears that such monsters are present in several nearby communities. However, due to their fierce resistance, many monsters have been injured or killed, and a significant number have already vacated their areas. Is that true? How did they achieve that? It's impossible. Those monsters are so powerful. How could they be driven away? Saito, you must be deceiving us, right? You surely want us to march to our deaths, don't you? I refuse to believe it. It is absolutely impossible. I will not venture out to battle those monsters, no matter what. Song Haokuin's latest message sent ripples through the community. Upon seeing the reactions, he merely smiled, a wicked grin curling at the corners of his lips. He promptly shared another message along with a video. Dear friends, if I intended to deceive you, there would be no need for such theatrics. My life is now on a countdown, and I likely shall not see the dawn. Therefore, I implore you to heed my words. I have one crucial piece of news to impart. Residents of several nearby neighborhoods have acquired superhuman abilities after vanquishing monsters. If you possess the means to unite, this may be a fortuitous opportunity to alter your destinies. The video showcased a dark fist crushing a monster's skull. Chapter 153, The Art of Manipulation. Good heavens, could it be that superpowers truly exist in this world? What is impossible anymore, given the emergence of such monsters? Is it so strange to witness superhuman abilities? The sheer coolness of shattering a monster's skull with a single blow. Is there anyone willing to join in the fight against these beasts? I have made my decision. Since death is inevitable, why not take a chance? You fools. Do not be deceived. This could easily be a fabricated video. Fabricated my foot. I have seen that monster with my own eyes, lurking in our underground parking lot. Indeed, with barely an hour of power supply, who has the time or energy to concoct a video? Saito, that fellow, claims he's on the brink of death. Is he truly dead or merely feigning? Could this calamity be akin to a narrative from a novel or film? A selection process for those with extraordinary abilities? Certainly, it must be. Those who have slain monsters might possess the potential for evolution. This is a divine trial bestowed upon us. An opportunity. Damn it. Is anyone forming a team to hunt monsters? Let us take a shot at it. He chuckled to himself, observing the fervor of the discussions. After spending 2 hours exercising at home, followed by 2 hours of television and a half hour of gaming, he comfortably retired for the night. The next morning, he eagerly opened the lively group chat. Good heavens, did anyone venture out to confront the monsters last night? Everyone merely talks. Do you truly believe someone would be foolish enough to seek a confrontation? Woe is me, my uncle's building was ambushed by monsters again last night. If it's destined for death, we might as well take a risk. Even if we wish to fight, we need to organize. Rushing in one or two at a time would be futile. Monsters would simply fill the gaps. Did anyone actually engage the monsters last night? Has anyone gained superpowers? Upon reading these comments, Song Haokuin casually retrieved a mobile phone and unlocked it. Over the past few days, he had collected over 1,000 phones, nearly 100 of which he had unlocked and set to his own fingerprint recognition. Thus, he used this alternate account to respond, accompanied by a brief video. And Oaoshi. Ah, my delightful neighbors, allow me to present something extraordinary. It appears that vanquishing monsters indeed grants one the potential for superpowers. The video, A brick on the ground levitates inexplicably. Upon the release of this video and information, the neighbors in the group erupted with excitement. My goodness, it truly is superpowers. Could this be the fabled telekinesis? Good sir, which building do you reside in? I shall follow you henceforth. We must form a party. Monsters must be slain. Interested neighbors, do reach out to me. Since superpowers can indeed be obtained, how delightful. I shall confront these monsters. After all, what is there to lose? Better to perish fighting than to starve. Heh. Witnessing the fervor of these individuals, Song Haokuin smirked once more, continuing to engage with this alternate account. You need not seek me out. Relevant authorities have already contacted me, and I am reveling in the comforts of an official sanctuary. I shall rise to greatness and become someone of significance. Ha ha. Farewell, my beloved neighbors. This message, upon its release, yielded immediate and explosive results, akin to adding fuel to an already raging fire. Damn it. The authorities were evidently aware of these matters all along. An official sanctuary? Really? My heavens. Why were we not privy to such information? Surely those damned elites and politicians fled first. Do you recall the previous heist at the Luport warehouse and the Tokyo warehouse? That was likely their orchestrated deed, diverting supplies. Damn it. This accursed cadre of politicians, these wretched elites. Once I awaken, my superpowers shall surely topple them. I shall drag them into the snow and let them bleed out one by one. But first, let us focus on survival. The atmosphere is rather invigorating. Indeed, after perusing these messages, he tossed the phone back into the space and indulged in a sumptuous breakfast. After a brief workout and some online study of combat knowledge, the time had swiftly progressed to noon. Upon reopening the group chat, Song Haokuin noted that many had already begun rallying their forces, evidently preparing for a confrontation with the monsters. Given your fervor, I shall lend you a hand. With a smile, he murmured a tactical suggestion that was both safe and feasible for his dear neighbors. Building 19, Wutiaohei, everyone. I believe there is no need for haste or reckless abandon. I have conceived a method to slay monsters without sustaining harm. The underground garage possesses only 2 entrances. We can fully exploit external gasoline or similar substances to ignite a great fire at these 2 exits. Then, we can barricade the majority of the hallway entrances with debris or other materials, sealing off the flames. Once these exits are secured, the remaining monsters will be compelled to emerge from alternative exits. These hallway exits are exceedingly narrow, allowing perhaps only 1 or 2 monsters to pass at a time. As long as we guard these entrances and manufacture some Molotov cocktails or weapons like spears and bows, our success rate and efficiency in dealing with these monsters will undoubtedly increase significantly. Once I shared this little plan, my neighbors immediately responded eagerly. However, when it came to the actual implementation, few were willing to participate. Yet, this was all within Song Haokuin's expectations. Human selfishness cannot be rushed. After all, he had all the time in the world, but the time left for his neighbors was running short. Soon, the cries of his neighbors echoed through the community, accompanied by various distress messages and images of the creatures in their group chat. Meanwhile, Song Haokuin was comfortably seated at the dining table, savoring red wine and indulging in succulent beef steak, complemented by truffle caviar-topped tuna sushi and 2 bottles of Bordeaux. He relished his meal with utter tranquility and composure. After enjoying a delightful lunch, he took a refreshing nap before heading out to spend time with Sakura Ria and Sasaki Nozomi. By dinner time, less than half of the residents remained in the community. This left the neighbors in a state of panic. In the face of a terrifying life and death crisis, more and more people sought to form teams, almost exclusively by building units. As reports of such developments proliferated, Song Haokuin decided to take action once more. Dear neighbors, I have enlisted the help of friends from the neighboring community, who can assist in sealing the north and south entrances of the underground parking garage. If you can guard the entrances and the hallways, we can trap all the monsters underground. Chapter 154, The Battle Begins. Oh my, this is wonderful. We finally have hope. With this, our chances of survival have increased greatly. We just need to set a few fires at the entrances in the hallways and underground. This method is brilliant. At the very least, it will minimize our casualties. But does this mean we have no chance of becoming empowered individuals? Didn't novels and shows say we need to consume the core of the monsters to gain abilities? Mr. Eat and drink to his hard-ass content. Can we invite neighbors to help eliminate the monsters? We can pay. Following Song Haokuin's proposal, most responded positively, though a small number entertained foolish ideas. Nonetheless, this did not affect the overall situation. The monsters possessed a certain level of intelligence, but they were not particularly clever. Song Haokuin merely aimed to use these neighbors to create the illusion of a united front against the creatures. This would alert the progenitor to the danger, prompting it to relocate to a safer area, thus granting him an opportunity. To encourage his neighbors to take action, Song Haokuin also arranged a bit of assistance. Everyone. I have inquired with the neighbors, and it turns out that these monsters can be killed with smoke. The method to acquire extraordinary abilities lies in the search for small blue crystals within the monster's furnace. Consuming these blue crystals may grant one's superpowers. However, this is not guaranteed. At the very least, they will enhance one's physical well-being. I once rented a room in apartment building number 1, which served as my personal repository. It housed a considerable amount of combustible materials that might prove advantageous in this impending conflict. Lastly, if there are any surviving beauties, kindly message me with high definition, unfiltered photographs, or videos. Once this message is disseminated, those desperate for survival or coveting superpowers can no longer restrain themselves. Nevertheless, this group lacks organization, complicating management for Song Haokuin. Therefore, he logged into the account of the group leader, Saito, to make final organizational arrangements. He scheduled the decisive confrontation for 12 o'clock and transferred his leadership position to his alternate account, Wu Tiaohe, to bolster trust. He shared a message and video with the group. Dear friends, the relentless cold and the affliction of illness have tormented me to the brink of despair. I shall not accompany you on this final journey. Please allow me to depart from this world in solitude and warmth. The video depicted his lower half drenched in gasoline, with the legs of his trousers already ignited. Farewell, Mr. Saito. Safe travels. We will always remember you. For the sake of Mr. Sato's mission, failure is not an option. This is our last hope for survival. Everyone must participate. No one is allowed to lag behind. I shall certainly be present, for this is an opportunity to obtain superpowers. Rather than living in despair, I would prefer to meet a glorious end in battle. With the departure of the group leader Saito, the members of the group fell into a state of lamentation. Song Haokuin then logged into Wu Tiaohe's account to discuss the detailed plans and arrangements. I have secured provisions from Mr. Abundant Supplies, who harbors no ambitions for superpowers. He simply wishes to live peacefully and will provide some food for our operation. As the commander of this battle, I will distribute supplies on a first-come, first-served basis. Additionally, all neighbors participating in the operation will have the opportunity to receive crystals in advance. It is rumored that the flesh of these monsters is also edible, and participating neighbors will be allocated a substantial amount of food. However, I must emphasize and warn all residents who wish to merely idle and await their fate. Those who do not partake in this operation should not expect to receive any resources. After articulating these points, Song Haokuin armed himself once more and set out. His objective this time is to seal off both the northern and southern vehicle exits. The southern exit will be completely obstructed, impervious even to bombardment. For the northern exit, he will only employ a few vehicles to block it, leaving this as the sole passage for the monsters. The colossal form of the maternal entity necessitates that any attempt at escape can only be made through the northern and southern exits. The reason for the inactivity at the northern exit is that this creature is not devoid of intelligence. All exits are either occupied or blocked, while the non-exit remains completely unobstructed, potentially allowing for its detection should one dare to emerge. At 11 a.m., with a resounding boom, Song Haokuin collapsed the southern exit, thereafter swiftly proceeding to the northern exit where he orchestrated a minor explosion, utilizing a truck and a dozen cars to blockade the entrance. This act startled the subterranean maternal creature, prompting it to summon a multitude of monsters back to its side. It seemed that only in this manner could it garner a semblance of security. Yet, unbeknownst to it, this very action of not dispersing the monsters ultimately jeopardized its safety. By noon, at 11:50, Song Haokuin disguised himself as Wu Tiaohe and commanded all neighbors who had received supplies and Molotov cocktails to finalize their preparations in the various corridors. However, as soon as his orders were dispatched, 3 groups failed to respond, prompting an immediate sense of foreboding in Song Haokuin. He quickly sent another message via Wu Tiaohe's phone, and all parties sprang into action. The monsters might have launched a counterattack. With his command, the neighbors quickly ignited their Molotov cocktails, setting ablaze the assorted debris piled in the corridors. In an instant, flames soared from each building, filling the hallways with thick, suffocating smoke. Meanwhile, Song Haokuin dispatched his reserve team to inspect 3 nearby buildings. However, he himself concealed within a vehicle at the northern exit, maneuvering various drones to assault the monsters while awaiting the appearance of the maternal creature. These drones, having been modified through his learning, had now been equipped as kamikaze drones laden with explosives. Yet, this maternal entity bore a resemblance to a cerebral parasite, surrounded by an overwhelming number of monsters. Although he employed suicide drones, these creatures exhibited an unwavering willingness to sacrifice themselves in defense of their progenitor. Boom, boom, boom. Following a series of harrowing explosions, dozens of monsters lay lifeless, yet the maternal entity remained unscathed. Moreover, Song Haokuin observed that the maternal creature had likely activated some emergency mechanism. At this moment, all eggs on the second underground level hatched, releasing grotesque creatures the size of a human head, resembling insects or lizards, albeit with bizarre forms. Some bore 5 legs. Others sported horns on their backs, and some had conical heads, all adorned with ghastly visages. Upon their emergence, these monsters immediately consumed the corpses of their fallen kin, thereafter dispersing in all directions. It was unclear whether they sought to attack the foolish intruders or to find an escape route for their maternal entity. Chapter 155, Capturing the Maternal Entity. Intelligent monsters truly pose a formidable challenge. Witnessing the maternal creature respond once more, Song Haokuin rolled his eyes and muttered in exasperation. Then, he retrieved his remote control, employing a contingency plan he had long prepared. Upon pressing a button, the subterranean garage was immediately engulfed in a cacophony of terrifying explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Song Haokuin had strategically placed remote-controlled explosives behind all staircases leading to the first floor. These were not mere schoolboy tricks. Rather, they were the precious stock of the Kanagawa 1st Infantry Corps. Thus, Song Haokuin felt a pang of regret. If circumstances allowed, he would have preferred not to squander them. Yet, in comparison to the cost of subduing the mother insect, these expenses were but trifles. 3 minutes later, the explosions subsided. The densely packed small monsters found their route to the surface obliterated, compounded by raging flames at the entrance and the vigilant watch of the human adversaries. At last, the mother organism made a decisive choice. It prepared to flee. Consequently, a multitude of monsters hoisted the colossal mother insect, transporting it as if it were a vehicle. Surrounding them were numerous half-human creatures, with the smaller monsters clearing the path, removing the vehicles Song Haokuin had used to block the exit. Observing the small creatures springing into action, Song Haokuin surmised that his plan was already half a success. He then deployed suicide drones to pursue the mother insect, augmenting the efficiency of his and the half-human creature's movements. Approximately 17 minutes later, having lost over 30 suicide drones, Song Haokuin finally drove the mother insect to the vicinity of the cave entrance. The vehicle he was hiding in was positioned within 2 meters of the cave's mouth, allowing him to swiftly unleash the void gate. At the precise moment the mother insect passed through the exit, he intended for these monsters to crash into it. However, just as Song Haokuin believed victory was within his grasp, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. As the mother insect's advance guard passed his vehicle, it was the lizard creature, Asumiko, who crawled toward his car. That scoundrel. Song Haokuin felt a tightening in his chest, fearing he had revealed a vulnerability, and he immediately braced himself for combat. Yet, just as he prepared to strike, Asumiko's back was turned to his vehicle. Moreover, she was not alone. Several other creatures had positioned themselves before various cars. Was this a precautionary measure to thwart any sudden ambush from inside the vehicles? Witnessing this scene, Song Haokuin's suspicions were aroused, and he momentarily exhaled in relief. Nonetheless, he did not let his guard down. He once again maneuvered the drones in pursuit of the mother organism, denying it any opportunity to react, lest this ancient beast conjure an unexpected trick. Boom, boom, boom. Song Haokuin inflicted injuries upon a dozen more half-human creatures, hastening the mother insect's escape. Seizing the moment, he swiftly unleashed the void gate, and in an instant, the head of the mother organism and several monsters unwittingly plunged into it. Yet, the ensuing events did not unfold as smoothly as Song Haokuin had envisioned. The monsters, bearing the essence of the mother entity, began to slow down drastically, while the guardian creatures rushed forward, intent on dragging the mother out from the void. Damn it! Witnessing the monster's swift reaction, Song Haokuin could not suppress a curse. Swiftly retrieving another remote control, with a click, he pressed the button once more, causing the ground that the monsters had just traversed to suddenly rise. Following this was a terrifying burst of flames leaping towards the heavens, culminating in a deafening explosion accompanied by a violent tremor. Boom. Buzz. This was the explosive he had preemptively set, anticipating such unforeseen circumstances. Ultimately, the unexpected did occur, yet triumph still belonged to him. Both the mother entity and the horde of monsters were hurled into his void gate by the force of the shockwave. With the mother entity secured, the subsequent minor creatures posed no threat. They were merely prey in his grasp. However, just as Song Haokuin prepared to unleash his wrath, he suddenly sensed dozens of helicopters intruding upon his awareness, swiftly followed by a series of terrifying explosions. Damn the military, how fortuitously they arrived. In that instant, he realized the gravity of the situation and refrained from acting rashly. After uttering that thought, clarity dawned upon him. Perhaps their arrival was not as sudden as it seemed. The despicable military and government had likely been monitoring their communications, waiting for them to emerge and fall into their trap, ready to reap the rewards. Damn! These wretched foes were indeed treacherous. With this revelation, Song Haokuin ceased his musings and decisively opened the car door, sprinting away. Though his strength was formidable, it was not yet sufficient to confront the military head-on, especially given the uncertainty surrounding their capabilities and potential reinforcements. Thus, he hastened home, but upon arrival, unease washed over him. The earlier cataclysmic explosion had left his building leaning precariously. Without hesitation, he took Zuomu Shi and Sakura Liao with him. Fleeing to a nearby residential area, they found an unoccupied house, broke in, and took refuge within. Reaching the window, he swiftly drew the curtains, peering through the gaps to observe the movements of the enemy troops dispersing outside. Some remained on guard, while others, armed to the teeth, charged underground. The ensuing chaos was marked by a cacophony of gunfire and explosions. It seemed a battle had erupted between the military and the monsters. Clearly, their objective aligned with his own, the so-called mother entity. Fortuitously, their ambition for opportunism worked to his advantage, as he had acted with sufficient swiftness. Having confirmed the intentions of the other party, Song Haokuin took a moment to observe his surroundings. He witnessed the frantic escape of the small, cowardly neighbors and the monstrous creatures that emerged, mercilessly slaughtering anyone they encountered. A cold smirk graced his lips. After this fleeting amusement, he returned to his chamber to indulge in the company of a beautiful attendant while watching a film and savoring snacks. He awaited the cessation of gunfire and explosions outside, watching as helicopters ascended and departed before finally rising to take a glance outside. Once he confirmed the departure of these individuals, Song Haokuin seized the opportunity to leave the temporary stronghold under the pretense of searching for sustenance. He transformed once more into a nightmare for the small foes, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed and chaos within the building. Ultimately, he ascended to the top floor, stepping into his own alternate space to confront the monstrous core. Chapter 156. The insectoid race shall never be slaves. Indeed, a truly spine-chilling creature. Upon entering his alternate realm, Song Haokuin closely examined the monstrous core. Its structure resembled an oversized brain, magnified dozens or even hundreds of times, adorned with two fleshy tendrils atop, each ending in a bulbous mass. Before him lay a spiral-shaped orifice lined with barbs, while its lower half boasted a series of spider-like appendages, densely arranged akin to the legs of a centipede. After appreciating the grotesque form of the creature, Song Haokuin approached the core and inquired, "Can you speak?" Yet, the monstrous core remained unresponsive. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and soon after, a half-human monstrosity materialized within the confined space. This was from a gasoline storage tank, which, due to its excellent sealing, contained a substantial amount of air. Song Haokuin had intended to convert it into a small base, and now it served as a suitable habitat for the monstrous core. Once the environment was established for the core's survival, Song Haokuin faced the creature once more, calmly asking, "Can you now communicate?" However, he was met with nothing but a hissing sound and the foul stench emanating from the core, a grotesque amalgamation of blood and decay. Song Haokuin could not help but roll his eyes at the situation. Nevertheless, he quickly devised a strategy. The elite monsters previously absorbed into the space began to emerge one by one. Roar! Yet, upon their reappearance, these creatures displayed little obedience, charging at Song Haokuin with ferocious roars. Just as they were about to close the distance, Song Haokuin merely offered a faint, mocking smile. The core emitted an unusual sound, causing all the rampaging monsters to halt in their tracks. Among them was the creature he was most familiar with, a half-human, half-lizard being named Mei-Zi, who positioned itself between the monstrous core and Song Haokuin, addressing him directly. "Mortal, what purpose do you have in bringing me here?" "Mortal?" Upon hearing the two words uttered by Asu Mikiko, a chill replaced the smile on Song Haokuin's face. He did not respond to the question posed by the maternal entity. Instead, he leisurely approached Mikiko. When he was but a hair's breadth away from the creature, a sword appeared in his hand, and in an instant, he swung it with both hands. With a swift slice, Mikiko's elongated neck was severed, and dark green blood splattered across the ground, her body collapsing limply before him. At that moment, the insectoid maternal entity emitted a peculiar sound, buzzing with trepidation. Song Haokuin detected the fear within the sound, and observed the remaining elite creatures taking defensive stances, encircling their esteemed matriarch. Then, a creature with a human upper body and a spider's lower half emerged. "Why have you brought us here?" it inquired. "Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to befriend you," Song Haokuin replied, the chill on his face dissipating as a radiant smile returned. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he snapped his fingers, causing the other creatures within the confined space to vanish, leaving only the matriarch and the translator. At that moment, the matriarch's mouth, through the translator, spoke again. A friend? Do you truly expect me to believe such a foolish pretext? Indeed, it is a rather absurd rationale. Even I find it somewhat amusing, Song Haokuin shrugged. However, in the next breath, his demeanor shifted, revealing a sadistic grin. Since you disapprove of the notion of friendship, let me be candid. I intend to enslave you, along with your charming offspring, forcing you to serve me henceforth. You shall not succeed. The sacred insectoid race will never be subservient. The creature immediately translated for the matriarch, expressing its fury with palpable intensity. Yet, Song Haokuin merely smiled faintly, producing a cigar from his hand. With a decisive snap, he ignited the thick cigar and indulged in a deep inhalation, exhaling a plume of smoke that curled like a dragon. He regarded the matriarch with a glint of amusement in his eyes. I apologize. I am not proposing a discussion, but rather delivering a notification. That said, I am not entirely unreasonable. I shall grant you 3 days to ponder this matter. If, after 3 days, you have not succumbed to madness, I trust our communication will proceed much more smoothly. As he finished speaking, the enclosed space dissipated, and the matriarch and her translator once again floated in the void. While Song Haokuin departed from the alternate realm, with the maternal entity now within his grasp, he felt confident in his ability to tame it. For this creature possessed considerable intelligence. Intelligent beings fear death and are particularly averse to solitude, especially in an utterly silent environment, where the world had changed not a whit. Li Jian had barely spent 2 days inside before his mental state began to unravel. He believed that if the maternal monster were truly intelligent, it would not foolishly persist in its resistance against him. Moreover, he harbored a peculiar intuition that even if he could not tame the beast, absorbing its energy would significantly diminish the obstacles he faced, if not entirely break through his limitations. In any case, this transaction promised no loss for him. Buzzing. Upon his return to the realm of reality, as soon as Song Haokuin's feet touched the ground, he was met with the sound of helicopters. Not merely one, but dozens of military helicopters adorned with green camouflage and bizarre flame insignias were descending upon his neighborhood. Within his perception, he sensed over 100 helicopters landing from various directions, organized into 5 distinct formations. After landing, these helicopters did not simply eliminate the monsters, but also forcibly abducted numerous civilians. A grim thought crossed Song Haokuin's mind. Were they to be taken for human experimentation? Hastily, he descended from the rooftop in search of Sakura Ria and Sasaki Nozomi, the rare gems he had painstakingly located within the vast community. If they were captured to serve as mere playthings or experimental subjects, it would be a sight he could not bear to witness. In less than half a minute, Song Haokuin returned to the room where Sasaki Nozomi and the others were situated, guiding them upwards. According to his conjecture, these soldiers would not be foolish enough to scale dozens of flights of stairs in pursuit of their quarry. However, upon discovering an entire building filled with corpses, the soldiers had relayed the situation to their commander, who then dispatched them to conduct a thorough search, believing they were dealing with a formidable monster. Chapter 157, The Fire Dance Brigade. Did they truly seek their own demise? Just as Song Haokuin and a few others reached the 15th floor, he sensed that someone was methodically scouting upwards. Fortunately, the soldiers were tasked with searching every room while maintaining tactical formations, which prevented them from catching up. However, the height of the building was finite, prompting Song Haokuin to signal the girls to proceed ahead. He, on the other hand, chose to toy with the soldiers for a while and descended alone. Utilizing his perception to ascertain their movements, he unleashed a suicide drone. Boom. In an unexpected explosion, the corridor filled with smoke. Fully armed and masked, Song Haokuin, leveraging his heightened senses and formidable physique, wielded a bulletproof shield in one hand and a sharp blade in the other. During the critical moment when the soldiers lost their line of sight, he descended upon them like a tiger among sheep, dispatching one soldier with each strike. 5 minutes later, 17 enemy soldiers met their demise, leaving only one survivor, whom Song Haokuin had deliberately spared. His intention was to allow this soldier to observe his movements and relay information to the supporting forces outside. This strategy was designed to lure them into the trap he had meticulously crafted. As anticipated, the surviving soldier promptly reported to his commander. Report, Thunderfire. This is Firefly 07. We have come under attack. Out of 18 team members, I am the sole survivor. The adversary is a formidable individual, equipped with modern drone assault capabilities, exceptional physical prowess, and adept in close combat. He wields a submachine gun and a pistol, having descended the stairs 3 seconds ago, with the underground parking garage as his likely target. One person single-handedly annihilated your entire squad of 17? Commander Thunderfire was taken aback by this revelation. Coughing slightly, the soldier quickly elaborated. The opponent first deployed a suicide drone, detonating numerous smoke grenades. He likely possesses night vision equipment, enabling him to clearly discern our movements. His speed and combat capabilities are extraordinary, far beyond that of a typical human. He may very well be an enhanced individual with extraordinary abilities. Damn it. That must be one of the enhanced soldiers from other factions. Understood. I will dispatch reinforcements immediately. Stay put. Commander Thunderfire commanded after hearing the explanation, then picked up the radio to call another squad. Firestorm Squad, prepare for deployment. The enemy may possess an enhanced soldier. Capture him alive for research at the Fire Dance base. If he resists, eliminate him on the spot. He got it. The leader of Firestorm Squad, Haishan Jun, grinned menacingly. After turning off the radio, he addressed his 3 comrades behind him. Brothers, after nurturing our strength for 1,000 days, it is finally our time to shine as enhanced individuals. Among them was the towering figure of Takugi, whose rugged appearance was accentuated by a toothy grin that sent chills down one's spine. Hee. I hope this prey is a worthy challenge and not just another piece of trash like those we hunted before. However, the silver-haired youth wore an expression of faint disdain, as if dismissing the banter as mere nonsense. A striking woman with golden locks displayed a playful smile, her pink tongue delicately licking her lips. I hope this fellow has better quality flesh. Moments later, the elite 4-member special operations team, meticulously crafted by the Fire Dance clan, consisting of 4 second-tier ability users, seamlessly descended underground. Simultaneously, the ground forces of the Fire Dance clan secured all corridors and the northern and southern exits of the underground parking garage. Additionally, Commander Thunderfire had reserved a backup team, and the helicopters had all taken flight. Once he breached from any direction, the various departments could swiftly rush to provide support. Concealed in the depths below, Song Haokuin observed their maneuvers with keen interest, showing no concern for the individuals above. What truly posed a challenge to him were the members of the Fire Dance clan's elite task force. Although the 4 of them exuded confidence, once they entered combat mode, they operated with remarkable synergy and utmost caution under the command of their leader, Haishan Chun. Moreover, like Song Xiaobai, they were fully equipped with an array of advanced gear, making it far more difficult to execute a surprise attack as before. Furthermore, he sensed that the energy emanating from them far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, confirming his suspicion that they were indeed superhumans. Particularly the youth with a hint of silver in his hair radiated a sense of danger that he had never experienced with any other human before. Thus, Song Haokuin was not inclined to confront them directly. Instead, he meticulously laid various traps. As the group searched several vehicles, he detonated a remote-controlled bomb. Boom! A surge of flames erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar that echoed throughout the garage and the entire complex. However, following the terrifying explosion, the 4-man team of the Fire Dance clan emerged unscathed. The tallest among them, Tong Mai, who bore fangs, exuded a faint golden aura, and a golden shield enveloped the quartet. Evidently, they had enhanced their defensive capabilities at least once. Fascinating. Observing that they had withstood his attack without a scratch, he quietly commended them from his concealed position. The towering Tong Mai then coldly smirked, retrieving a mooncake-like object, and began to chew on it heartily. They were well prepared with recuperative food or medicine. Upon noticing his actions, Song Haokuin's pupils constricted sharply, a sense of wariness washing over him. At that moment, a tall, blonde woman from Jushianbailu flicked her long hair, her voice seductive and tinged with a tantalizing allure as she remarked, "Hey there, handsome, why hide? Let us return to the Fire Dance together. I can play those games you men adore." Though her voice was melodious, upon hearing it, Song Haokuin felt an unsettling prickling sensation, as if needles were stabbing into his mind. This indicated that the blonde possessed the ability to control sound as a weapon, and perhaps even the capacity to use sound for reconnaissance. Quickly analyzing the situation, he donned his noise-canceling headphones, which significantly alleviated the pain. Concurrently, he maneuvered 2 drones to launch a suicide attack on the 4-man team. However, barely had his drones taken flight when the team leader, Haishan Chun, smiled and drew his pistol, and Song Haokuin distinctly sensed that this individual, without aiming, casually pulled the trigger. As a result, those 2 shots, delivered with such nonchalance, obliterated his 2 high-speed drones. Boom. Chapter 158, Resurgence. Is it akin to the precision shooting ability? Upon sensing the destruction of the 2 high-speed drones, Song Haokuin silently berated within himself. At present, he had discerned the abilities of 3 members of the 4-person team. The soldier-turned-Black Mountain June possessed an extraordinary talent for marksmanship or physical enhancement. The towering figure of Tongmu Yi, with his canine-like teeth, wielded a golden energy defense. Sakura Yijin's sonic waves could launch attacks. Whether she possessed an echolocation ability akin to that of a bat remained uncertain. The silver-haired, handsome youth, Inshiriwa, had yet to reveal his capabilities, leaving him shrouded in mystery and presumably the most formidable among them. It was indeed troublesome. These individuals were well-versed in both offense and defense, exhibiting seamless coordination, and were equipped with modern gear. As he mentally replayed the strengths of these individuals and the various trump cards at his disposal, Song Haokuin's expression grew serious. He contemplated several methods to eliminate the adversaries, though none appeared particularly foolproof or came without substantial costs. For instance, detonating a gasoline canister concealed in his spatial storage, or exhausting the enemy with overwhelming firepower. Human stamina and abilities are finite. The frailty of the human body is evident. Once the tall one's defenses are breached, dispatching these foes would not prove difficult. Thus, Song Haokuin hesitated over the prospect of retreating into his spatial realm. In doing so, the adversaries would be incapable of locating him, and he would have no need to engage in direct confrontation. However, upon further reflection, if he were to vanish abruptly, the enemy might initiate a widespread search, potentially jeopardizing the safety of his enchanting companions. They would likely intensify their surveillance in the area and perhaps deploy more personnel, exacerbating his perilous situation. Therefore, it seemed wiser to take action today. Although, by his calculations, the odds of success stood at a mere 90%, rendering the endeavor exceptionally risky. Minutes later, Black Mountain June and his team, realizing they could not coax Song Haokuin out, resumed their formation and began searching underground. The stunning blonde with voluptuous waves trod alongside, murmuring, "Hey, handsome, come out and play. Don't hide, we will definitely find you." Listening to her incessant chatter, Song Haokuin could ascertain with certainty that this woman possessed an echolocation ability, for he could hardly believe a warrior would be so mundane. Thus, he initiated the first step of his little scheme. In the underground garage, music began to resonate from various locations, all emanating from Song Haokuin's vintage tape recorder. The melodies played were those of catchy tunes that could not help but inspire movement, such as Lotus Pond Moonlight, Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse, The First Snow of 2002, Welcome to Beijing, and Hey, Hey, Learn to Meow, among others. Upon hearing the music, Black Mountain June immediately signaled his team to halt. With her flowing golden locks and voluptuous waves, Sakura Yame was vociferous, her delicate arms cradling her ample bosom. "This scoundrel is quite clever, using music to disrupt my abilities. It seems my opponent is indeed a formidable adversary." Taking note of the flicker of greed in the golden-haired beauty's eyes, Tokumyun followed suit, echoing her sentiments. Just as his words faded, a cacophony erupted from below, reminiscent of firecrackers during the New Year celebrations. "A mere trick. Let us first eliminate these sound sources. I wish to see just how many playback devices he possesses." Hearing that irksome, shrill noise, Kuroyama June, with a stormy expression, issued another loud command. "Tokumyun, remain vigilant. Watch out for that scoundrel's ambush." "Fear not," Tokumyun replied with a smug grin, "no one can breach my defenses." However, scarcely had he spoken when, amidst the din of gunfire, Song Haokuin fired a bullet from his anti-material sniper rifle, targeting none other than Sakura Yame. At that moment, her exquisite abilities were suppressed, leaving Tokumyun utterly unprepared. In an instant, a gaping wound appeared on the beautiful woman's alabaster forehead, and she fell back lifelessly, her eyes wide open in death. Yet, despite the loss of their companion, the remaining three displayed no signs of panic. Kuroyama June swiftly pinpointed Song Haokuin's location, raising his weapon to return fire, while guiding Tokumyun towards him, with the golden glow still enveloping them both. Meanwhile, the silver-haired Shuriwe remained in place, promptly pressing her hand against the wound, emanating a faint silver light, which almost instantaneously healed the gaping hole in Sakura Yame's head. She was resurrected. A healer, perhaps? Song Haokuin observed the unfolding events from a distance, yet he couldn't shake off a peculiar sense of foreboding. The presence of Shuriwe felt ominous and dangerous. She hardly seemed like a mere support character. Nonetheless, there was no time for contemplation, as Kuroyama June and Tokumyun were rapidly closing in on him. "Since you're here, allow me to gift you some small toys," he declared, as the distance between them diminished. Suddenly, a grenade appeared in his palm, and in a swift motion, he pulled all the pins, then hurled it towards the advancing duo. Yet, such an assault proved futile. Kuroyama June possessed extraordinary shooting skills. Even as Song Haokuin launched 5 or 6 grenades simultaneously, his foe rapidly fired 6 bullets, expertly neutralizing each of the grenades. The blasts erupted violently, sending shrapnel flying, yet failing to inflict any harm upon the two. Tokumyun, witnessing the grenades being shot down, revealed a derisive grin, baring his teeth. Pathetic little creature. Not only will you fail to surpass the captain's marksmanship, even if you did, you could never breach my defenses. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Haokuin hurled a grenade. Heishan Chun, without a moment's hesitation, raised his gun to fire, but after the first shot, he immediately sensed the danger. Retreat. Tong Mai was somewhat perplexed, but nonetheless took a significant step back. However, he soon comprehended the situation, for what Song Haokuin had thrown was not a fragmentation grenade, but rather the legendary flashbang, accompanied by smoke grenades and tear gas canisters. This scoundrel. Tong Mai caught a whiff of a strange odor spreading through the air and hastened his retreat. But almost immediately, the sharp crack of gunfire erupted, with flickering red lights ominously glowing through the smoke. Rat-a-tat-tat. Was that a Gatling gun? Heishan Chun, a professional soldier well-versed in various firearms, was momentarily taken aback by the sound. Fortunately, with Tong Mai's protective barrier, he was spared from being riddled with bullets. Chapter 159, Counterattack. Rat-a-tat-tat. Faced with the relentless barrage of bullets from Song Haokuin, Heishan Chun, his expression grave, sheltered within the force field, had no intention of retaliating. The barrier was bidirectional. Any attempt to counter would necessitate its deactivation. Meanwhile, Song Haokuin had clearly recognized this, summoning a bionic robot to pull the trigger in his stead. He then drew out an anti-material sniper rifle, utilizing his spatial perception to aim at Silver Shuriwa. The reconnaissance conducted by Nye Jin Mei had confirmed her presence, further compounded by the auditory distraction he had employed, making it the perfect moment to strike. However, just as he squeezed the trigger, an unsettling sensation washed over him. He witnessed his bullet hit Silver Shuriwa, yet it bizarrely grazed past her head without making contact. Subsequent shots yielded the same perplexing outcome, with the eerie feeling intensifying. Song Haokuin was at a loss to explain the anomaly, sensing something was amiss. Could it be that this individual possessed formidable mental abilities? Had he fallen victim to an illusion? A sudden thought struck him, prompting him to bite down on his tongue, the sharp pain and the taste of warm, metallic blood providing a jarring stimulus. Nevertheless, reality remained unchanged. At that moment, the bionic robot had just expended its Gatling ammunition. Song Haokuin swiftly retracted it and tossed another smoke grenade mixed with fragmentation grenades. However, at that juncture, Tong Mai's protective shield unexpectedly deactivated, allowing Heishan Chun to resume rapid fire. Bang, bang, bang. All the grenades were sent flying, and chaos erupted in the underground garage. Heishan Chun led Tong Mai in a tactical withdrawal. Undoubtedly, Song Haokuin's operation had faltered, but it was not an absolute failure. Because Song Haokuin had received new information indicating that the protective shield of Tong Mai was incapable of defending against gas attacks. Moreover, a sudden realization dawned upon him. If the rescue capabilities of Yin Shuriwa were indeed invincible, then there would be no need for a protective shield, and the four individuals could simply charge at him directly. Hence, it was evident that Yin Shuriwa's abilities must be constrained, which was the very aspect that perplexed him, yet it remained undiscovered for the time being. However, should this entanglement and probing continue, the true nature of this individual's powers would inevitably come to light. Consequently, Song Haokuin left behind some valuable items for the quartet and retreated to the second underground level. He also procured 2 vehicles and parked them near the entrance. Nonetheless, this little gift might have been excessive, for the adversaries were already quite wary of him. This time, the 4-person team did not urgently pursue him. Instead, they promptly called in a small squad of soldiers for support. Their task was to assist the supernatural team in clearing all audio sources from the first underground level. And afterward, they were dispatched to scout the second underground level. Meanwhile, the remaining members stayed on the first underground level to trace Song Haokuin's whereabouts. However, less than a minute after the ordinary reconnaissance team arrived at the second underground level, they all lost contact. The supernatural team on the first underground level received this information, and their expressions turned grave. Previously killed, the stern Jin Mei of Yinjianai furrowed her brow and murmured, "Could this be a trap? Is there more than one individual lurking down there?" It was a possibility. Heishan Jun, now exceedingly vigilant, wore a serious expression. "Given the current situation, we should refrain from taking risks. That individual is already quite troublesome, and if there are others, we may very well be in mortal danger. Yet, could they simply let that scoundrel go? Damn it." The towering Tong Mai wore a fierce expression, evidently displeased. "Who says we should let that scoundrel off the hook?" Upon hearing his words, Heishan Jun smirked ominously. "Since he enjoys hiding, let us allow him to live his life as a rat." After uttering this, Heishan Jun contacted Commander Lei Hua. A few minutes later, the 4-person team withdrew from the first underground level, and Commander Lei Hua issued orders. Blow up all the exits and thoroughly seal off the entire underground. Thus, within mere seconds, The underground garage erupted with intense explosions. Boom, boom, boom. This time, all underground passages were obliterated. Moreover, prior to the explosions, the soldiers had thrown numerous incendiary devices underground, intending to deplete the oxygen supply. Heh, let us see how long you can survive down there. With the plan proceeding smoothly, Haeshan-jun stood beside the helicopter, a smug smile upon his face, mirrored by his comrades. Meanwhile, Commander Lehua issued further orders, directly requisitioning dozens of nearby homes and seizing their food and water, executing anyone who dared to resist. However, just as they were preparing to take their shifts, a series of terrifying explosions erupted. It was the armed helicopters of the Huo family, which astonishingly detonated almost simultaneously. The mastermind behind this chaos was none other than Song Haokuan, who had never been one to sit idly by. Upon descending to the second underground level, he casually sought an exit and deftly utilized his abilities to eliminate 2 soldiers from the island nation. After receiving orders, he completed the so-called mission and regrouped. With the biting cold enveloping everyone tightly, Song Haokuan, fluent in authentic Japanese, remained unconcerned about being discovered by the enemy. Thus, he infiltrated the ranks of the Huo family, pilfering considerable military supplies while covertly affixing bombs to the aircraft. Subsequently, the scene was engulfed in flames from a series of explosions, instantly claiming the lives of over 50 individuals and decimating nearly half of the Huo family's forces. How could this happen? Damn it. Commander Lehua felt a chill run down his spine as he witnessed the aircraft explode just as he was about to rest. The 4-member superpower team was equally unprepared for such a turn of events, and soon they began to jump to conclusions. Haishiyama's face darkened. Indeed, that scoundrel had accomplices. This was a trap laid against the Huo family. Sakura Yeno nervously inquired, "What shall we do? Should we flee?" Tongmia gritted his teeth, saying, "Flee? With so many of us, what is there to fear? If they were truly formidable, they would have attacked directly instead of resorting to such underhanded schemes. Besides, with me here, safety is absolutely assured." Yet, before he could finish his words, the air was filled with the deafening sound of powerful loudspeakers, accompanied by a cacophony of peculiar noises that sent shivers down their spines. There were echoes of bridal dress, fairy, great compassion mantra, Zhang telling ghost stories, and even heavy metal rock music. Amidst this tumult, their comrades began to fall around them. The gunman stood atop a tank, unleashing a furious barrage with a large caliber machine gun. Chapter 160. Come out, let us talk. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom, boom. Within 3 minutes of Song Haokuan's relentless assault, the number of surviving enemy soldiers from the Huo family dwindled to single digits. However, the 4-member superpower team remained unaffected. As they began to regain their composure, their counterattack commenced. The sharpshooter Haishiyama swiftly maneuvered to flank the enemy, while Tongmia radiated golden energy for protection. The alluring Sakura Yeno opened her mouth wide and unleashed a sonic wave towards Song Haokuan's direction. Nevertheless, Song Haokuan dove into the tank. The so-called sonic attack could neither penetrate nor obliterate the tank's armor, yet he was able to manipulate the tank to fire again. Boom. The first shot was aimed at Sakura Yeno and In Shiriwa. However, both Sakura Yeno and Jin Shiriwa were not foolish. As soon as the old cannon was aimed at them, they immediately separated and fled. Damn it. Upon witnessing Song Haokuan conceal himself within the Iron Turtle, Haeshan-jun could not help but curse under his breath, but soon regained his composure and swiftly instructed, "Toki, let us take a detour and then charge the tank to eliminate him." "Understood," Toki replied promptly, swiftly maneuvering through the snow to create an arc before scaling the top of the tank. "On the count of 3, you open the door, and I will fire." At the moment he reached the top, Haeshan-jun commanded Toki. Toki nodded, his expression serious and focused. Haeshan-jun began the countdown, and as he reached the final number, Toki instantly opened the hatch. Haeshan-jun stood sideways, weapon drawn, aiming at the driver's seat for a clear shot. Bang, bang, bang. However, his magazine was nearly emptied in an instant, yet all he struck was cold steel, nothing but a lifeless, doll-like figure. Damn it, where is he? As a former Special Forces operative, Haeshan-jun was intimately familiar with the internal structure and knew there could be no one hiding inside, not from his vantage point, unless this individual possessed skills like invisibility or teleportation. Oh no. Suddenly realizing this possibility, Haeshan-jun broke into a cold sweat, dread creeping down his spine. Toki had yet to grasp the situation when, in the next moment, a hand wielding a submachine gun emerged from the void before him. Rat-a-tat-tat. By the time he registered the gunfire, bullets had already pierced his body, turning him into a sieve. Haeshan-jun was not faring any better, with bullet holes in both his calves and thighs, blood flowing freely. "Toki!" Haeshan-jun cried out in agony, and the two of them fell from the tank. Yet, as they plummeted, an eerie sensation washed over him, as if he were being stripped from his original reality. With no means to brace himself mid-fall, he could only descend into the abyss, his mind in a state of bewilderment, surrounded by an aimless void, as if he had found himself alone in the cosmos. He could neither move nor utter a sound. Everything around him seemed to suspend time itself. Where am I? Haeshan Jun thought in terror, his eyes darting in panic. The next moment, a sight even more harrowing awaited him. A blood-soaked Toki appeared before him, lifeless, with eyes that seemed unwilling to close. Toki, the sight of his dear friend, a fallen comrade, with lifeless eyes floating before him, filled Haeshan Jun's heart with sheer terror. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Song Haokuin utilized the portal of the void to draw them in, and next, he would target the remaining two. Swiftly, Song Haokuin leaped from the tank, employing his spatial abilities to lock onto Jin Shuriue and Sakura Yeno. At this moment, the two individuals had successfully fled to another residential building, urgently contacting the headquarters of the Fire Dance family for assistance. However, the soonest the response team could arrive was in 20 minutes, and the headquarters found the situation hard to believe. How could their elite special operations team, fully armed and numbering in the hundreds, be so thoroughly overwhelmed by just a handful of adversaries? Are you certain there were only a few attackers? Was there no additional support? Sakura Yame quickly replied. We can confirm that there is only one person underground, and at most 2 or 3 in the tank above. They are likely from another special operations team. Additionally, they are well aware of our capabilities. I suspect there has been a breach at the base. Before she could finish her sentence, a bullet from a large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle pierced through her head. Instantly, In Tianyu's body was also struck, creating a gaping hole, and both collapsed to the ground. Yet, in a matter of moments, In Tianyu rose again, her wounds and the holes in her clothing vanishing as if they had never existed. She then placed her hand on Sakura Yame's head, reviving her as well, the bloodstain on her head disappearing as though she had never been harmed. However, just as Sakura Yame had been restored to life, another bullet from the anti-material sniper rifle struck her, this time penetrating her heart. Upon witnessing Sakura Yame's demise again, In Tianyu chose not to intervene to save her. Instead, she opted to abandon her teammate and flee. It appears your abilities are not flawless, are they? Song Haokuin, realizing that the enemy had escaped and confirming that there was no immediate danger, promptly pursued them, first retrieving Sakura Yame's body. The energy within an ability user's body dissipates rapidly after death. He needed to secure the body while there was still energy to be gained from it. In that brief moment, In Tianyu had already distanced herself significantly. Nevertheless, she remained within Song Haokuin's perception, and given her physical prowess, he could easily catch up. Thus, he did not rush, merely trailing her from afar. This individual likely possessed a time reversal ability, allowing her to activate at the moment she sustained injury. Consequently, executing a long-range assassination on her would be exceedingly difficult, if not entirely impossible. Moreover, Song Haokuin still sensed a subtle threat emanating from her. Although he could not ascertain the reason, his inherent caution compelled him to avoid taking unnecessary risks. He would not act without at least a 95% certainty of success. Curiosity piqued. He wondered where she could possibly escape to. Thus, one fled while the other pursued, eventually leading In Tianyu to halt in an open, deserted suburban area. She turned to face the direction of Song Haokuin and calmly stated, "Come out. Let us converse." Chapter 161. The key to evolution. Can he truly discern my presence? As he perceived the direction in which the other was facing, Song Haokuin quietly muttered to himself, awakening from his reverie. After a moment of contemplation, he approached In Shuriue with deliberate calmness. Simultaneously, 2 new energies surged within him, one emanating from Ingye Jinmei and the other from Tongmai. In less than 100 meters, he had completely absorbed both energies. The absorption of Ingye Jinmei's energy enhanced his physical capabilities slightly, granting him a new ability. His voice now possessed a remarkable penetrating power, allowing it to travel vast distances. However, he did not inherit any offensive abilities, nor did he gain the capacity for echolocation. As for the ability from Tongmai, it seamlessly merged with his existing defensive skills. When he utilized this newfound power, his body did not darken, but instead radiated a gentle bronzed hue. He appeared more robust. With enhanced stealth and significantly improved defensive strength, one could hardly exaggerate by calling him a body of steel. After conducting a simple experiment, Song Haokuin continued his serene advance, eventually halting 100 meters before In Shuriue. "Is there something you wish to discuss? Speak now," he said. "Brother, to which faction do you belong? Perhaps we could turn foes into friends." In Shuriue squinted his silver eyes and inquired as Song Haokuin paused. "Which faction do you belong to?" In response to this question, Song Haokwen chose not to answer directly, but instead posed a reflective query of his own. In Shiriwei replied, "Not long ago, I aligned myself with the whole Wu family of the 5 great clans of the island nation, so I should nominally be considered one of them." Nominally? Upon hearing this, Song Haokwen furrowed his brow. It was the first time he had encountered mention of the 5 great clans, and he sensed an underlying implication in the words spoken. However, In Shiriwei, being astute, refrained from elaborating further, merely stating, "Brother, you must have encountered that bottleneck as well. Haven't you?" Oh. At this remark from the silver-haired individual, Song Haokwen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He now realized why he sensed danger emanating from In Shiriwei. It was likely that this man had been concealing his true power, much like his earlier assertion of merely serving one of the 5 great clans, the whole Wu family, while possibly harboring connections to some mysterious force behind the scenes. They might even possess knowledge regarding the secrets of continued evolution, or perhaps even more about the looming catastrophe. Thus, Song Haokwen endeavored to suppress his expressions, adopting a notably composed tone as he inquired, "I am unaware of what you are insinuating. If you only wish to engage in this fruitless discourse, then perhaps our conversation should conclude here." With that, he drew his handgun, adopting a stance that signified his readiness for action. Yet, in a stark contrast to his earlier panic, In Shiriwei merely smiled faintly, narrowing his eyes. Then, the tempestuous wind and snow surged across the sky, and the silver eyes radiated an eerie glimmer. "Brother, I advise you not to act rashly, for I am far from the feeble being you perceive me to be. We might even become allies, together ascending as the new deities to dominate this world." "New deities? It seems your ambition knows no bounds." A splendid smile graced Song Haokwen's face upon hearing this somewhat absurd proposal. Of course, he concealed his expression well enough that the other could not discern it. Nevertheless, even so, In Shiriwei could detect a hint of interest in Song Haokwen's voice, prompting him to respond with a smile. "Indeed, you too seem intrigued. After all, in a sense, we chosen ones are akin to one another, while those ordinary humans are but ants." However, scarcely had he finished speaking when Song Haokwen suddenly fired at him. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the magazine of the handgun was emptied. Yet it inflicted no harm upon his adversary, for In Shiriwei's body rapidly elementalized, transforming into a manifestation of the wind and snow, allowing the bullets to pass through him harmlessly. Witnessing this, Song Haokwen replied, "Now I find myself with a flicker of interest in your words. However, I have no desire to indulge in your idle chatter. What I seek are tangible benefits, such as how to break through my limitations and evolve once more." TSK. Evolution, what a splendid term. Upon hearing Song Haokwen's inquiry, a playful expression adorned In Shiriwei's face. Song Haokwen gazed at him in silence, waiting for further enlightenment. Eventually, he indeed heard the answers he desired, and surprisingly, there were 2 of them. Yet, Song Haokwen could not ascertain whether the other was deceiving him. In Shiriwei spoke with a calm demeanor. "Given your strength has reached this level, you must have devoured more than one ability user. Therefore, as long as you can survive, evolution is merely a matter of time. The first method of evolution involves consuming an ability user of equivalent strength, at the very least. A second tier, one of the same type. However, if fortune does not favor you, you may find it difficult to encounter an ability user of your elemental affinity. Take, for example, the legendary time-space, spatial, or rule-based ability users. Such powers are exceedingly rare, and should you wish to evolve, you may find yourself with only one path remaining." "Which path?" Song Haokwen's tone softened as he endeavored to appear less impatient. "Meteorites." In Shiriwei smiled, extending a finger skyward, continuing, "The fragment of the meteorite named Nuwa. If we can obtain it, it will facilitate our remarkable metamorphosis." "Meteorites? How do you know this? Has someone among you already achieved such evolution?" Song Haokwen's brow furrowed involuntarily upon hearing this, for the revelations were astonishing, and the knowledge possessed by this individual was indeed profound. With his understanding of the current technological landscape, it is implausible that such advancements could be achieved in such a short span of time. If contemporary technology were indeed capable of such feats, the world would not be in such disarray. The powerful elites would have long since cultivated a multitude of extraordinary individuals, particularly those of higher tiers. Furthermore, the remnants of the meteorite associated with Nuwa are not easily obtainable. Nations have resorted to nuclear weapons to shatter it, inevitably leaving behind substantial radiation. The intentions behind this individual's revelations remain ambiguous. "Brother, you are indeed perceptive. It is no wonder you have evolved to the pinnacle of the second tier." Upon hearing Song Haokwen's inquiry, In Shiriwei appeared to smile in commendation before proudly asserting, "Indeed, some among us have achieved the 3rd tier of evolution, a truly splendid realm." To those third-tier extraordinary individuals, we second-tier beings are but slightly larger ants. It is no exaggeration to say that once you witness her formidable power, you will comprehend what it means to stand alongside deities. Chapter 162, Born Extraordinary Beings. Standing alongside deities? Such a description is indeed extravagant. Upon hearing Inshiyue's response, Song Haokuin's expression turned grave. Although there may be elements of exaggeration, the might of the third tier is undoubtedly formidable, a notion he had sensed previously. Thus, he curiously inquired, "What is the name of your organization? What abilities does your leader possess?" Inshiyue's eyes suddenly gleamed with a mischievous glint. Such information is not for outsiders to know. However, if you are willing to join the Heavenly Principle Society and become one of us. Noticing that the other party had faltered mid-sentence, Song Haokuin suddenly understood. This individual before him might be a leaky vessel, cautious of revealing secrets during his time with the likes of Heishan Chan. Realizing this, Song Haokuin squinted slightly and stated, "As long as it enhances my strength, I am indifferent to which organization I join." Ha ha ha, it seems you are indeed a clever man. Upon hearing Song Haokuin's words, Inshiyue's demeanor relaxed considerably. Seizing the opportunity, Song Haokuin promptly asked, "Our esteemed leader, does she ascend through the absorption of others' abilities or through the meteorite?" Yet, what Inshiyue revealed next left him astounded. Naturally, one who stands alongside deities would not rely on our mundane and primitive methods of advancement. Our leader is inherently endowed with extraordinary abilities, and her power has been growing ever since the day of the Holy Snow's arrival. She has entirely surpassed limitations through her innate capabilities, requiring no external aids whatsoever. Born extraordinary beings? So there truly are superhuman abilities in this world? Song Haokuin was once again struck with astonishment upon hearing such secrets. Had he not already experienced rebirth once and acquired terrifying superpowers, he would have found it difficult to accept this situation. Thus, he hastily continued to inquire of Inshiyue. If the esteemed leader was a natural anomaly, entirely relying on innate abilities to transcend, then how did you come to know of methods such as advancing through meteorites and devouring kindred? Does your Tianshi church boast multiple third-tier powers? Upon being questioned by Song Haokuin, Inshiyue grew somewhat embarrassed, evidently aware that there was only this single third tier within the church, and he had never pondered the matter. However, he quickly devised a self-justifying answer for Song Haokuin. The esteemed leader is omniscient and omnipotent. Her capabilities are vast, and her wisdom knows no bounds. Such trifles are naturally no challenge for her. Song Haokuin instantly recognized that the lad was fabricating, yet he chose not to expose him, continuing his inquiries. "You often speak of the leader's might, yet you ought to at least provide me with a description. Otherwise, how can I ascertain whether you are attempting to deceive me into joining some sinister cult?" To his surprise, upon hearing the term cult, Inshiyue's expression became frenzied. The Tianshi Church is certainly not a cult. It is the greatest religion in this world. Our purpose is to preserve heavenly principles, eradicate human desires, and return to nature, ensuring the perpetuity of heaven and earth. What a magnificent vision. All right, I shall take your words at face value. Observing his fervor, Song Haokuin casually responded and then queried, "However, mere grandiose slogans and empty promises are of no use to me, unless you can truly convey her might to me or assist me in advancing. I shall never join your church." Do you think I am a fool? Do you truly believe my intelligence is so easily manipulated? At that moment, however, Inshiyue seemed to suddenly exhibit remarkable cleverness, his eyes radiating an unparalleled brilliance. For a fleeting instant, Song Haokuin felt as though he were witnessing the legendary talents of Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong. "What do you propose?" Song Haokuin squinted, a hint of wariness creeping into his tone. Inshiyue grinned mischievously. "Do you think I have been engaging in this futile discourse for no reason? Reinforcements are soon to arrive, leaving you with but two choices. Either bow in submission and join the Tianshi Church, or perish before me today." Upon hearing this, Song Haokuin shook his head in exasperation. Within the confines of his perception, he detected no sign of the so-called reinforcements. This implied that the fellow was either bluffing or that the reinforcements were still en route, and he had boasted prematurely due to his bravado. Alternatively, he might be confident that during this interval, Song Haokuin would be unable to eliminate him. "Since you have already stated such, I shall reluctantly proceed to eliminate you." As soon as Song Haokuin's words fell, he surged forward, charging towards Inshiyue, and once more unleashed a barrage from his submachine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. In the snowy expanse. "I am invincible. Had it not been for my intent to capture you alive, do you truly believe I would have allowed you to survive until now?" Upon witnessing Song Haokuin charging towards him, brazenly wielding firearms in a mindless frenzy, Inshiyue wore a haughty expression, laced with mockery. In an instant, he transformed into a fearsome snowstorm, surging towards Song Haokuin. What? As the terrifying blizzard approached, Song Haokuin's face contorted into one of sheer horror. Within that swirling tempest of ice and snow, raucous laughter and derision echoed once more. Huh, foolish wretch, you chose this path yourself. I shall first beat you to near death, and then take you back. However, before he could finish his taunt, the embodiment of the icy whirlwind suddenly encountered an enigmatic barrier. By the time he registered this, it was too late. Propelled by his reckless speed, he was swept into the abyss, along with the howling snowstorm. This was the manifestation of Song Haokuin's ability, the Void Gate. Damn it, where am I? What is this power? Captured within an endless void, In Shiryue's heart erupted in frantic roars as he struggled with every ability at his disposal. Yet, all his efforts were in vain. He could only stare blankly into the silent void, voiceless and motionless. Upon realizing the futility of his struggles, a sudden understanding dawned upon him. Spatial ability. One of the rarest powers, it is the very antithesis to elemental transmuters like himself. Damn it! How could I be so unfortunate? Fully aware of the dire predicament, In Shiryue's demeanor shifted to one of palpable panic. In the next moment, the source of his dread materialized before him. Song Haokuin, smiling serenely. Chapter 163, Collapse. As Song Haokuin suddenly appeared within the void, the surroundings transformed dramatically. They found themselves within a vast silver metallic chamber, furnished with an array of opulent decor. Once standing, Song Haokuin was now seated comfortably on a burgundy sofa, cradling a steaming cup of red tea, crossing his legs with a charming smile. Greetings, Mr. In Shiryue. It brings me great pleasure to see you again. However, In Shiryue offered no reply. Instead, he once more morphed into a tempest of wind and snow, charging at Song Haokuin. Yet this time, the surrounding blizzard was absent, leaving only his diminutive storm, which appeared almost laughable. Song Haokuin did not resort to any additional powers, with merely his telekinetic force. He halted In Shiryue in his tracks and pressed him firmly to the ground, rendering him immobile. He then spoke languidly. I believe it would be prudent for us to converse, or else you may find the consequences rather unpleasant. Humph. Do not presume that I will yield to you. With my abilities, you cannot kill me. The Tenri sect shall not spare you, nor shall the leader. Perhaps, but they do not even know who I am. How could they seek vengeance upon me? Observing the steadfast demeanor of In Shiryue, Song Haokuin maintained a faint smile. He took a sip of his red tea and continued. The sole reason for your capture lies in your own foolishness. Had you confronted me in the city, with onlookers present, I might have been compelled to tread lightly. If you had demonstrated your blizzard abilities, I would likely have hesitated to seize you. However, by choosing to flee with your powers in the outskirts instead of engaging with me, and by prematurely revealing that your allies would come to your aid, you left me with no urgency to intervene. As for any potential rescue, you need not dwell on that notion. After drawing you into this alternate space, I fabricated the illusion of a helicopter landing nearby. By the time your comrades arrive, they will merely assume you have been whisked away by it. They might even believe you were abducted by one of the prominent families. Listening to Song Haokuin's words, In Shiryue's expression darkened to the hue of a soot-stained pot. Yet, the revelation did not cease there. Song Haokuin set down his teacup and snapped his fingers before him. With a resounding clap, two dazed figures resembling fools emerged from the vast silvery chamber. Upon their appearance, a deeper shade of gloom enveloped In Shiryue as he inquired, What does this mean? Are you intending to use them to torment me? I assure you, you will not extract a single shred of information from my lips. My resolve is far sturdier than you presume. I would rather perish than betray my faith. Rest assured, I am aware of your ability to reverse time. Death will not come easily for you. Observing his anxious demeanor, Song Haokuin's smile grew even more pronounced. I merely wish to showcase my achievements. These two were captured 3 days ago. No, 4 days ago. They were once intelligent and normal individuals, yet within just a few days, in this lifeless void, unable to move or communicate, they have transformed into imbeciles and lunatics. By the way, when they encountered me 2 days prior, they begged me to end their lives. But I refused. Thus, their state could be aptly described as a desire for death, yet unable to attain it. Today's condition is a glimpse into your future. You scoundrel. In Shiryue felt an overwhelming surge of dread at Song Haokuin's words, yet he remained resolute in his unwillingness to forsake his beliefs. Damn it. Do not think that this will compel me to yield. The leader is omniscient and omnipotent. She will undoubtedly send someone to rescue me. You are doomed. She will surely come to my aid. Perhaps, but before she arrives, I shall ensure your demise. Seeing him still obstinately unyielding, Song Haokuin smiled and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the two frenzied little demons, along with the subdued In Shiryue, vanished into the void. However, their situation transformed into a face-to-face confrontation. The two had devolved into brainless fiends, standing before the once dominant Inshuriwa. Initially, he paid them no mind, but gradually he perceived their expressions contorting into grotesque visages, their pallor shifting from ashen to a deep, sinister purple. Before him, they began to suffocate, their faces twisted in agony as they succumbed to death. Then came those lifeless eyes, unblinking and staring endlessly at him. Initially, a flicker of fear gripped him, but the terror of death began to unfurl boundlessly. His heart, far from being resolute, started to crumble bit by bit. Thus, time slipped away, moment by moment, and Inshuriwa lost track of how long he had endured this torment. In this realm, time was an elusive concept, and eventually, his spirit shattered. He yearned to call out to Song Haokuin, pleading for mercy, willing to divulge all he knew. Yet, in this void, no sound could escape his lips. At that very instant, a peculiar transformation overtook his body. It withered rapidly. First, his skin resembled parched bark, then like a statue, it succumbed to erosion, until he was utterly reduced to grains of sand. Had he not been in the void, he would have become a dune. Meanwhile, within the silvery chamber, Song Haokuin suddenly sensed a surge of potent energy flooding into his being. In an instant, he summoned Inshuriwa once more. The moment Inshuriwa reappeared, he transformed into a mound of sand upon the ground. Was this an act of suicide, or something more enigmatic? Observing the scene before him, Song Haokuin's suspicions deepened. He could feel that Inshuriwa was not one to willingly embrace death, especially not so readily. After all, barely 10 minutes had elapsed. However, with so little information at his disposal, he could not draw many conclusions. Thus, he set aside these distractions and began to attune himself to the new energy. The revelation of Inshuriwa's fresh energy genuinely astonished him. If the experience required to break through was 1,000, his prior experience had reached 998. Yet now, his experience had soared to an astounding 9999999. The once imposing sense of a solid iron chain that symbolized his bottleneck now felt merely like a slightly thicker rope. Consequently, he snapped his fingers once more, and the monstrous entity materialized before him. Chapter 164, Conspiracy, Survival or Demise. The time has come to make a choice. Gazing at the already weakened and chaotic maternal entity before him, Song Haokuin calmly addressed it. The humanoid creature responsible for translation swiftly communicated with the maternal being. A harsh, grating sound emanated from the creature's grotesque and fearsome orifice. The half-human, half-spider monstrosity began its rapid translation. The esteemed matron is willing to heed your commands. Yet she shall never return to the void. Should you cast her back into the abyss, she will choose to end her own existence. Excellent. Let us wish for a fruitful collaboration. As long as you and your progeny remain obedient, I shall provide sustenance, allowing you to nurture your spawn without worry. This domain shall be entrusted to you and your offspring. Song Haokuin found this response satisfactory. Indeed, for sentient beings, pain and suffering paled in comparison to the torment of solitude. It was no wonder that prisoners were often confined to dark isolation cells as a form of punishment. Yes, revered one, replied the half-spider, half-human creature, translating their dialogue once more. Subsequently, Song Haokuin returned the surviving half-human creatures and the newly hatched younglings to the maternal being, utilizing the gathered corpses as nourishment for them. However, the collected remains were insufficient for the multitude of creatures. Thus, Song Haokuin devised a plan to release a portion of the creatures upon returning to his community, dispersing several into the nearby neighborhoods to collect flesh and blood daily. Subsequently returning to his abode to report. Having made these arrangements, Song Haokuin opened a slender rift into the void, scarcely the width of a thumb. This aperture was adequately concealed, allowing him to extend his perception within a kilometer radius. Indeed, he sensed that assistance was en route. As he tuned into his surroundings, he discerned at least 4 individuals nearby, uncertain of their abilities or true strength, and unaware of any additional reinforcements. He decisively retracted his perception and retreated into his spatial entertainment chamber to indulge in leisure. This so-called entertainment chamber was, in essence, a large shipping container. Anticipating the necessity of hiding within this space in the future, he had repurposed several containers. Some had been transformed into bedrooms, others into bathrooms, studies, gyms, and entertainment rooms. Each was equipped with a variety of furniture and devices. With battery backups for electronic equipment, he could comfortably watch television and play games. Reclining in an electric massage space chair, the room was adorned with ambient lighting, an oxygen generator, and sound systems, creating an atmosphere of sheer bliss. However, while he revels in joy, those searching for Inshuriwa are cursing vehemently. This worthless fool truly tarnishes the title bestowed upon him by the Lord. A pathetic so-called immortal tiger. Let us cease the complaints. He is likely as outmatched as a lone fist against a multitude. Did we not witness the brutal carnage in the previous skirmish at that residential complex? Indeed, his only trait is immortality, leaving his combat prowess wanting. It is only natural for him to be captured. I hope this imbecile remains resolute, refraining from uttering foolish words that would lead to his demise. Moreover, I utterly detest the cold. This accursed weather. Meanwhile, the members of the 5 prominent families are engulfed in panic. The strength of the Huowu family is already formidable, ranking among the top 2 of the 5. Yet this time, their retreat nearly resulted in total annihilation, even costing them an elite team of superpowered individuals. Such losses have undoubtedly fostered a sense of sorrowful reflection among them. They are also burdened with the suspicion of who orchestrated this calamity, whether it be the machinations of the other notable families or some mysterious force. This uncertainty breeds deep concern. There is even the possibility that the Huowu family may direct their wrath towards them, believing they are culpable. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Huowu family indeed entertain such thoughts, convinced that only another family with sufficient power could have executed this deed. However, amid the growing distrust, the current head of the Chuan Duan family, Chuan Duan along with his son, Chuan Duan Kangtai, have once again considered the Tianli Society. The preceding events have led them to suspect that the terrifying Tianli Society has resurfaced, seizing the chaos of the apocalypse to expand aggressively. After all, the Tianli Society has a history of exploiting turmoil to further their agenda. In the underground level 3 of the Chuan Duan base, Chuan Duan a middle-aged gentleman clad in a black suit with impeccably styled hair, gazes sternly at his son, Chuan Duan Kangtai, who sits half on the lavish brown leather sofa, fists clenched in contemplation. Son, what is your perspective on this matter? If it is not the work of other families, then it must be the Tianli Society causing the unrest. Chuan Duan Kangtai's expression mirrors his father's seriousness. Which do you lean towards? Chuan Duan presses on, dissatisfied with the lack of clarity in the answer. The Tianli Society, Kangtai asserts, providing his reasoning. We have informants within the various families. If they sought to obliterate such a small team, it would be impossible to do so with only a handful of personnel and equipment. Furthermore, the recent tragedy of the Kanagawa 1st Infantry Division, coupled with the mysterious disappearance of weaponry and the plundering of the Kanagawa Logistics Park, all tie back to the Tianli Society. I even harbor doubts that the mysterious stronghold of the Tenri sect, perhaps even their true headquarters, might indeed be located within Kanagawa Prefecture. Excellent. Hearing his son's analysis resonating with his own thoughts, Kawakadani Nika revealed a fleeting expression of satisfaction. However, this expression quickly vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. Kanagawa has always been the bastion of our family's influence, and the fanatics of the Tenri sect are the closest to us. Thus, compared to several other families, we, the Kawakadani clan, find ourselves in the most perilous situation, with the possibility of internal infiltration by them. Furthermore, given the significant losses suffered by the Hua family on our territory, they might mistakenly believe we have laid a trap for them. Should we not discuss matters concerning the Tenri sect with the prominent families? Upon hearing his father's words, Kawakadani Tai's expression grew even more solemn as he proffered his suggestion. Yet, Kawakadani Nika shook his head. Even if we were to speak, they would not believe us. Even if they did, they would not let slip the opportunity to suppress us or watch us exhaust ourselves against the Tenri sect. Kawakadani Tai frowned even deeper. What then shall we do? Hearing his son at a loss for ideas, Kawakadani Nika coldly smiled. Of course, we shall entice them with benefits and then lead them into misfortune, waiting for them to taste the bitterness. Only then will they be inclined to engage with us earnestly. Chapter 165. A blissful abode in a different space. In the entertainment room, Song Haokuin had played Civilization 76 for over 12 hours, surrounded by 8 2-liter bottles of cola and countless snack bags. Finally, after defeating the 2 major civilizations of his homeland, he comfortably stretched and then cursed at the time displayed on the screen. Damn it, the developers of this game are truly despicable. Were it not for my extraordinary physical condition, I would either collapse from exhaustion or suffer from hemorrhoids. After venting his frustration, Song Haokuin rose to stretch. Following a refreshing hot shower and a brief nap, he reopened the void portal to survey his surroundings. After confirming that no one was within a kilometer radius, he deployed a drone to ensure that the area within several kilometers was devoid of life. Only after this thorough reconnaissance did Song Haokuin venture out of the space, preparing to experiment with the abilities he had acquired from Yin Shiryu, specifically the control over snow and wind, as well as time reversal. Whoosh. The first ability to test was that of snow and wind, which proved to be quite useful. However, The second-tier snow and wind ability he absorbed had been reduced to a mere first tier in his hands. While he could conjure powerful storms for offense or to cover his escape, he could not transform into snow and wind, evading attacks as seen in One Piece. This was indeed a slight regret. As for the ability to reverse time, its usage was extremely taxing, even with tenfold physical prowess. A single use consumed a significant portion of his stamina. The time for retroactive action is limited to merely a second and can only affect his original self. However, from another perspective, this can be regarded as an additional life. With that fleeting second, when confronted with a genuine life and death crisis, it undeniably becomes a divine skill for salvation. Even if the adversary believes he has perished, he could simply retreat into another space, enjoying a leisurely respite, perhaps for 10 days or even half a month. Emerging a year or so later, he is confident that no one would remain vigilant for such an extended duration. As evening descended, after indulging in a sumptuous dinner that perfectly restored his vitality, Song Haokuen returned to the vicinity of the neighboring residential complex, intending to summon the women to descend and accompany them to the apocalyptic Utopia Hotel. However, when he attempted to contact Sasaki Nozomi and her companions, the calls remained persistently unreachable. Consequently, Song Haokuen approached the building and employed his perceptive abilities. Yet, upon reaching the rooftop, he found it deserted. It remained uncertain whether they had fled or had been captured. He hoped they would not act so foolishly, wishing that someone would not be so blind to danger. Having confirmed their absence, Song Haokuen murmured softly to himself before activating his skills to their fullest extent. Although his perception could not match the clarity of video, he was adept at discerning the figures of several individuals, making it effortless to identify their shapes. Within a mere few minutes, he located Sasaki Nozomi and Sakurai Rya. The three were confined on the 7th floor of the adjacent building, and their room housed more than just these women. It appeared that the inhabitants of this building had congregated primarily on the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors, while the remaining levels were largely vacant. Likely a testament to the dead. It seemed that this structure had amassed a significant power. After assessing the situation within the building, Song Haokuen extended his perception to the other structures within the community, only to discover that the conditions were remarkably similar. Evidently, some astute individuals had devised a plan. By gathering together to generate carbon dioxide, they would undoubtedly raise the temperature. Moreover, huddling together would provide warmth. However, this brought forth the question of how they would sustain their food supply. Curiosity piqued. Song Haokuen wondered if they could manage to distribute all food equally. Surely, that was implausible. He chuckled softly, shaking his head at the absurdity of such a notion. But soon, an intriguing development unfolded. Two unfamiliar figures approached him, their faces adorned with amiable smiles. In this frigid, apocalyptic world, the sight of such expressions made Song Haokuen instantly wary, preparing himself to eliminate the two at a moment's notice. However, as they drew near, they exhibited no threatening behavior. One of the taller, leaner individuals, displaying a genuinely concerned demeanor, inquired, "Greetings, young brother. I am Kojima Taro. You are also a refugee from the neighboring complex, correct?" "Indeed," came the reply. Song Haokuen did not hasten to act recklessly, for he found these two individuals somewhat peculiar, and indeed, the entire community seemed rather strange. He wished to observe the antics of these people, as taking action now might very well provoke unforeseen consequences. Upon seeing Song Haokuen nod, the shorter man responded with a radiant smile. "You must be quite hungry, haven't you eaten in a while? Come, follow us. Our community is called the Happy Homeland. Here, everyone can eat their fill and stay warm. We are all brothers and sisters, looking out for one another, united as kin by circumstance. Once you join our collective, you need no longer fret about hunger, nor fear death and the cold." Listening to this individual speak in such an unusual manner, Song Haokuen felt as though he were in the midst of a pyramid scheme. Nevertheless, in his quest to unravel the enigma of this community, he decided to play along. Subsequently, he was assigned to reside in the neighboring building. However, as a young man, he found himself placed on the 6th floor, while the 7th floor housed women and children, and the 8th floor was occupied by the elderly. At first glance, this arrangement seemed quite logical, yet in essence, it was even more bizarre, as many families had been forcibly separated. Communication among them was impossible, as all means of contact had been confiscated. Upon entering the 6th floor, Song Haokuen was thoroughly searched before being escorted inside, where he was greeted by a chorus of applause. Some even approached him for embraces, as though he were truly one of their own. These peculiar occurrences made him feel as though he had stumbled into a cult. It was an eerie sensation, particularly given the frozen apocalypse surrounding them, yet such a scenario could arise. Thus, two hypotheses began to form in Song Haokuen's mind. Either someone among this group possessed the power to manipulate hearts and minds, or there was a masterful brainwasher orchestrating the operation. Soon, clarity emerged regarding the situation, and following the so-called welcoming ceremony, Song Haokuin found himself squatting amidst a group of young individuals. Observing their expressions, he noted that many appeared somewhat dazed, yet silently vigilant. At that moment, a young man approached and whispered in Song Haokuin's ear, "Brother, you too fled from the neighboring community, only to be deceived and brought here, right?" "Indeed," Song Haokuin replied with a nod, adopting a tense demeanor. "What exactly is going on? Why does it all seem so bizarre? Surely, this cannot be some cult or pyramid scheme." Sighing, the youth responded with a hint of frustration. "It is indeed a mix of both cult and pyramid scheme. Just wait, someone will come to brainwash you shortly. My uncle used to live in this community, which has been nearly entirely taken over by them. Those who disobey are killed and turned into food, while those who comply are temporarily confined for indoctrination. Once they have successfully brainwashed individuals, they are then sent out to expand their territory, committing murder and seizing resources. Moreover, these creatures do not provide us with sustenance. Each day we subsist on meager scraps of meat. I suspect that this meat may very well be sourced from the young adversaries." Song Haokuin engaged in extensive conversation, listening intently, and he exhibited a keen interest in this malevolent cult. In times of calamity, such sinister organizations tend to flourish rapidly, demonstrating formidable control and organizational prowess. For him, this was indeed a valuable asset. He had subtly begun to commandeer a small army of monstrosities. However, these creatures, being what they are, lack the efficacy of true human agents, their intelligence far inferior to that of normal humanity. Even in this apocalyptic era, technology remains the foremost catalyst for productivity and combat efficacy, with conventional weaponry dominating the contemporary battlefield. Not to mention, those powerful factions possess missiles and even nuclear arms. Furthermore, these creatures are inherently carnivorous. Should they continue to consume in such a manner, their burgeoning numbers would inevitably attract the ire of hidden forces, potentially leading to dire consequences such as a nuclear strike. Thus, if he could manipulate this cult to subjugate his enemies, transforming them into his own slaves, it would be nothing short of perfection. The notion of inciting male adversaries to turn against one another while claiming their beautiful wives and children for his own harem became increasingly appealing to Song Haokuin. Determined to recruit a few talents and glean insights into their methods, he awaited the first lesson of the day. Soon, the 50-something instructor from the opposing faction arrived, a strikingly attractive professional woman, clad in a black business suit and donning high heels, exuding an aura of competence reminiscent of a successful individual. Upon her arrival, there was a fervent expression of gratitude towards the House of Happiness and its founder, Satomu Suki, followed by a warm welcoming ceremony for Song Haokuin and 2 new recruits. Everyone embraced one another enthusiastically, referring to each other as brothers, chanting mindless slogans, culminating with shouts of "Long live Lord Satomu Suki." Song Haokuin inwardly scoffed at the notion that such tactics could genuinely brainwash individuals. However, the second lesson soon commenced. With everyone mandated to recite, in a manner akin to religious worship, the praises of Satomu Suki that had been previously uttered. The so-called brothers and sisters were to oversee one another, and failure to comply would result in denunciation. The informant would receive double rations, while the accused would forfeit their meager dinner, a single meal per day, with any thirst quenched solely by gathering snow. Witnessing these absurd proceedings, Song Haokuin could not suppress his disdain, silently mocking the simplicity and brutality of their methods. It was astonishing that they did not even bother with a semblance of sophistication, resorting instead to repetitive indoctrination until one was convinced of their beliefs. After the complaints subsided, as the urban beauty Igarashi departed, Song Haokuin directly addressed the youthful acolytes beside him, inquiring whether they repeated these rituals daily. However, the young acolytes offered no reply, instead winking and showering him with insincere praises. In the next moment, someone stood up to report Song Haokuin. "I wish to report the newcomer." He did not sincerely pray to the esteemed Master Satomu Suki. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 2 burly men entered, followed closely by the female instructor Igarashi. Upon returning to the crowd, she first commended the reporter, then, with a gentle smile, remarked, "Your dinner will be doubled today, and considering you are a new member, it shall not be cancelled. Now, dear newcomer, do express your admiration for Master Satomu Suki, and do not err again." "Of course," Song Haokuin replied with a smile, promptly resuming his seat to activate his perception abilities. He discovered that the same practices were occurring on the upper 2 floors, and the nearby buildings were similarly engaged. Consequently, he swiftly lost interest in them. If this was the extent of their endeavors, he would rather search online for tutorials and combine those with known brainwashing techniques. He could undoubtedly execute these coercive methods far better than they did. Thus, he stood once more amidst the throng and announced, "Lady Igarashi, I have urgent matters to report and wish to meet the master." Oh, upon hearing his voice again, Igarashi returned with an air of displeasure, a faint scent of smoke lingering around her. What urgent matters require an audience with the master? She is occupied with prayer for our well-being daily, and to disturb her is a grave offense. I possess information on how to become a superpower wielder, a matter I believe the master would find intriguing. Upon hearing this, Igarashi's eyes sparkled with interest, and her accompanying enforcers mirrored her expression. The newcomers, not yet fully indoctrinated, gazed at him with eyes filled with yearning, for they knew that their master Saito Suki was indeed a wielder of extraordinary abilities, as was the bishop by her side. In their cherished sanctuary, the hierarchy was clear. At the pinnacle was the master, followed by the bishop and then the priests, who managed entire buildings. Below them were the instructors, the official believers, followed by the lowest tier of followers, with the pure newcomers at the very bottom. If they too could gain superpowers, they would instantly ascend to true superiority. Dear newcomer, do not jest with such matters. The consequences could be dire. Song Haokuen replied resolutely, I am certainly not jesting. And this information must be conveyed directly to the master. Follow me outside. Igarashi hesitated briefly upon hearing Song Haokuen's words, then signaled for someone to escort him out of the crowd. Shortly thereafter, she retrieved her phone to make a call, and only then did she personally lead her subordinates as they escorted Song Haokuen out. They swiftly arrived at Building 19 in the center of the community. Before ascending the stairs, Song Haokuen was searched once more and had his hands bound with rope. Shortly thereafter, a diminutive old man appeared, to whom everyone bowed respectfully. He was none other than the esteemed Archbishop Itadunji of the Happy Home. Chapter 167, Displaying Ferocity. There's no need for such formalities, the kindly old man said, a gentle smile gracing his face as he raised a hand to the crowd. Turning his gaze to Song Haokuen, he continued, Greetings, young man. I am Itadunji, but you may call me Archbishop Itu. I have been informed that you possess vital information to convey to the leader. Pray tell, how did you come by this knowledge? I witnessed it firsthand while fleeing, Song Haokuen replied succinctly, revealing nothing further. Ah, I see. Then please, follow me. The Archbishop, not sensing any deceit in Song Haokuen's demeanor, gestured for his subordinates to allow him passage. Minutes later, the group arrived on the 7th floor. Yet they still did not meet the esteemed priestess, Saito Suki. The Archbishop and his entourage stood quietly outside the door, awaiting her arrival. All present wore expressions of piety. Remaining silent, Song Haokuen, puzzled by their behavior, inquired, Archbishop, what does this signify? In a calm and unhurried manner, the Archbishop explained, Do not be anxious. At this moment, our leader is engaged in prayer. She is the most devoted follower of the divine and serves as the messenger of the deity among us. We cannot disturb her supplications. You must wait at least half an hour before you may meet our leader, so please be patient. Understanding this, Song Haokuen feigned tranquility as he waited, all the while secretly employing his perceptive abilities. He soon discerned the activity within the room, and his lips involuntarily twitched. For, astonishingly, the revered priestess, Saito Suki, was merely a young girl, engrossed in her drawing. She was wrapped in a blanket, her rear in the air, wielding colorful crayons in a playful manner. Accompanying her were a man and a woman. The woman sat beside her, while the robust man, cigarette in mouth and likely armed with a handgun at his waist, added an air of absurdity to the situation. The more they acted this way, the less urgency Song Haokuen felt. Their reluctance to demonstrate humility only underscored their lack of strength. With his current prowess, he could easily vanquish them all. Thus, after half an hour had elapsed, Song Haokuen finally met the so-called leader, Saito Suki. By then, the little girl had donned a kimono, sitting before him with a serious expression, while the man and woman stood behind her. Behind them loomed a shrine, housing the statue of some unknown creature, the only adornment in the otherwise empty room, presumably representing their so-called deity. Devout believer, I have heard that you bear significant news. Now, share it with me and the divine. Are you truly certain about revealing such a vital secret to so many? In response, Song Haokuen did not hastily speak, but posed a counter-question instead. The puppet-like porcelain doll, the young leader Saito Suki, appeared momentarily flummoxed by his inquiry and fell silent. However, the Archbishop standing behind Song Haokuen interjected with a cheerful demeanor, urging everyone, please step outside. It suffices for only the leader, myself, and 2 divine servants to remain. Very well, Archbishop, the followers complied, exiting the room. Yet, the so-called divine servant had already drawn a gun, aiming it menacingly at Song Haokuen. The Archbishop, too, brandished a dagger, targeting Song Haokuen's vital region. Sensing their intentions, Song Haokwen could not help but stifle a laugh. Nevertheless, as a consummate actor, he restrained himself, awaiting Saito Suki's inquisitive gaze before speaking slowly and deliberately. Earlier, I witnessed soldiers collecting the corpses of monsters, which piqued my curiosity, leading me to glance secretly. To my astonishment, I saw them extract green ice crystals, the size of a pinky finger, from the monsters' heads. I then observed someone consuming one of those crystals, shortly thereafter manifesting extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary abilities? What kind of abilities? The Archbishop's heart raced with excitement as he quickly inquired. Flame-spitting abilities, Song Haokwen casually fabricated, the kind that is quite terrifying. Unable to contain themselves, the divine servants beside Saito Suki pressed for more details. What manner of monster was it? It was a creature with a human upper body and the lower body of a spider, Song Haokwen replied, only to be interrupted. What else? Do not keep us in suspense. The Archbishop's urgency was palpable, his eyes glinting with a fervent desire. Not only are there half-human, half-spider monsters, but also half-human, half-lizard and half-human, half-mantis creatures. They all possess crystals within their brains, which is why the soldiers are here. Song Haokwen continued to elaborate on his fabrication, observing the greed that flickered in their eyes, engaged in a silent exchange. Shortly after he concluded his tale, the gun-wielding divine servant nodded subtly at the Archbishop. The Archbishop's previously benevolent smile vanished, replaced by a sinister and malevolent expression as he plunged the dagger towards Song Haokwen's side. However, how could Song Haokwen be ensnared by such tactics? With his arms bound behind him, he maneuvered upward, causing the dagger to sever the ropes binding his wrists. He then propelled his left leg backward, sending the elderly Archbishop crashing against the wall. Perish! The armed divine's servant was not to be underestimated. He swiftly pulled the trigger at Song Haokwen. In an instant, a thin membrane enveloped him, safeguarding him from harm. The bullet, traveling at near supersonic speed, swiftly reversed its course. With a resounding crack, it pierced through the robust man's chest, causing a flurry of snowflakes as he collapsed to the ground. A murder has occurred. Saito Suki and the woman in the kimono beside her were instantly paralyzed with fear, both trembling and falling to the ground. Just then, a scene even more shocking unfolded. The dagger gracefully ascended and landed in Song Haokwen's hand, which he gently weighed before tossing it towards the divine envoy. Whoosh! Thud! The burly man fell silent for good. At that moment, Song Haokwen turned to face the Archbishop. However, as he did so, the benevolent-looking Archbishop struck again, his gnarled, bark-like hand reaching towards Song Haokwen. A nearly transparent air bullet hurtled towards him. Intriguing, yet trivial. Song Haokwen, with a slight smile upon seeing the Archbishop's maneuver, raised his left arm and effortlessly shattered it with a single punch. The Archbishop was left utterly dumbfounded, fear surging wildly within him. Yet, Song Haokwen paid him no further heed, instead directing his attention to the delicate Saito Suki. My esteemed Archbishop, I have heard you are also a superpower wielder. Chapter 168, Text Message. Might I trouble you to display your abilities? Song Haokwen's expression turned cold as he narrowed his eyes at the doll-like Archbishop. However, Saito Suki did not showcase her powers. Instead, she burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Wah! How terrifying! Boo-hoo! The woman beside the little girl was still frightened but quickly embraced Saito Suki, gently offering her comfort in a tender manner. Song Haokwen rolled his eyes in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this little Archbishop would be so ineffectual. However, it validated his suspicions. She was merely a puppet. The architects of this so-called happy sanctuary were likely the Archbishop, the woman, and the man who had just been slain. Thus, Song Haokwen turned his gaze back to the half-conscious Archbishop. What is this girl's ability? Who else is a core member of your team? How many loyal disciples have you cultivated thus far? Clearing his throat, the pale-faced Archbishop propped himself up slightly before responding. Her ability is the control of puppets, and our core team consists of only 4 individuals. We have approximately a dozen loyal disciples, while the rest are intimidated by my powers and the firearms of Yefu. What exactly were you doing? Engaging in a pyramid scheme? How did you all come together? Song Haokwen nodded slightly at the response before inquiring further. Ida Junji nodded and said, Indeed, I originally worked in the health supplement industry. Our paths crossed due to the scarcity of food. Initially, both I and Yefu were leaders of different buildings. I possessed supernatural abilities while he wielded a firearm. Eventually, we united, and soon after, we discovered Saito Suki, another individual with extraordinary powers, and thus we formed an alliance. It all makes sense now. Upon hearing his account, Song Haokwen narrowed his eyes and inquired about various matters concerning the happy home. Ultimately, Song Haokwen refrained from taking any lives. Instead, He prepared to incorporate them into his own faction. The little girl's puppet mastery, although lacking in combat prowess, allowed her to manipulate small puppets, creating the illusion of divine communication, thus deceiving the gullible. With minimal cost, he could turn these unsuspecting individuals into slaves, compelling them to work, fight, and even sacrifice themselves for his ambition of dominating the entire archipelago. In the end, he envisioned a world where all the men of the islands would perish, achieving his grand design of total supremacy. With a renewed vision of his empire, a sinister smile crept across Song Hakuin's face. 10 minutes later, Sasaki Kiyama and Yamashita Yumi, among others, were escorted to the room where Song Hakuin resided. Several beautiful women from the Happy Home community were also presented before him, including the sweet-tempered pastry chef Hakimitsu Rin, the multicolored-haired hairstylist Furukawa Hoka, the gentle and virtuous teacher Hinai Baikaiwa, and the freshly debuted actress Kamiana. The following day, at 10 in the morning, amidst the relentless blizzard of this apocalyptic world, a fleeting glimpse of sunshine emerged. Though it lasted barely half an hour before being obscured by layers of gray clouds, casting the world back into shadow. This once again left those hopeful souls, who believed that the disaster was nearing its end, utterly disheartened. Meanwhile, Song Hakuin had only just awoken. His revelries the previous day had indeed been somewhat wild, making his late rise quite understandable. After a comfortable stretch, he summoned the Archbishop Itadunji for a meeting, prepared a pot of hot tea, and arranged a sumptuous meal. Upon seeing these offerings and receiving permission from Song Hakuin to indulge freely, tears of joy nearly spilled from Itadunji's eyes. Once he had satisfied his hunger, Song Hakuin engaged him in discussions about various schemes and brainwashing tactics. He also revealed his ability to control monsters and offered to provide food and weapons to elevate the current church. However, he insisted that the church's name be changed to the sect of Song, with himself as the Pope. He then referenced some online church structures to redefine the hierarchy of the organization, establishing himself at the apex as the Pope, followed by 3 archbishops, 8 holy maidens, and 12 cardinals, forming the highest echelon of the church. Song Hakuin intended to gather a cadre of exceptional talents, or perhaps his unwaveringly loyal supporters. The hierarchy consisted of various ranks. At the mid-level were the high priests, and patriarchs. Beneath them were the core believers, advanced followers, and ordinary worshippers. Finally, the outermost tier encompassed apprentice believers and general congregants, amounting to a total of 12 distinct levels, each with its own rules for advancement, along with corresponding rights and responsibilities. Furthermore, several departments were established to oversee various functions, including a combat tribunal, a faith propagation office, a production department responsible for human resources and organizational production, as well as a research society dedicated to scientific inquiry and rule formulation. Thus, Song Hakuin and the Archbishop deliberated for nearly an entire day and night before finalizing the majority of the regulations. In the ensuing days, they initiated experiments within the Happy Home community, employing a combination of carrots and sticks, threats from monsters, the allure of sustenance, and various advanced brainwashing techniques. The initial stages progressed remarkably smoothly. Moreover, Song Hakuin began to infiltrate nearby neighborhoods with his emissaries. However, after a few days, an unsettling incident occurred. A group of priests he had dispatched to the Dahang Mingdu community, his former hometown, were brutally murdered in the apartment complex, and the supplies meant to win over followers were stolen. As the Pope of the sect, Song Hakuin was understandably enraged. Consequently, he decided to demonstrate his power to the congregants in the nearby communities, showcasing what it meant for a pope to unleash his fury upon the world. Coincidentally, this event transpired precisely 1 month after his rebirth, coinciding with the time he had been dismembered in his previous life. Song Hakuin summoned hundreds of monsters, unleashing them into the corridors of the community. Under the gaze of thousands of witnesses, the entire Dahang Mingdu community was annihilated, leaving no survivors. This display of might instilled a sense of obedience among the residents of the surrounding neighborhoods. Shortly after showcasing such capabilities, several gang leaders from nearby areas approached Song Hakuin, seeking to align themselves with him. Naturally, he welcomed their allegiance, as these individuals were destined to be brainwashed and ultimately enslaved under his command. There was no need for him to be courteous. Thus, for an additional month, Song Hakuin's power expanded. Through the diligent efforts of his subordinates, numerous residential complexes in the vicinity had come under his influence. It seemed that everything was progressing favorably until an unexpected event unfolded today. After a month and a half of feigned dormancy, the officials from the island nation sent out a mass text message. Dear residents, it is anticipated that between 1 and 3 o'clock this morning, there will be severe fluctuations in radiation within the atmosphere. accompanied by meteorite fragments carrying radiation that will fall in the northeastern region of Kanagawa and the southwestern Fukuoka mountains of Tokyo. We urge all residents to remain indoors to avoid radiation exposure. Chapter 169, The Five Great Families. Meteorites. Upon receiving this news, Song Haokuin's eyes brightened. Recalling In Shiryu's words, the key to evolution lies in the fragments of the meteorite from Niwa. It seems evident that the Japanese are merely engaging in a futile attempt to deceive others, hoping to keep them confined at home and deter them from competing for these meteorites. However, one must consider that these meteorites were shattered by nuclear blasts. Thus they inherently carry radiation. This fact warrants caution, and he must search his warehouse for protective gear against radiation. Moreover, since the Japanese have detected the meteorite's descent, it is likely that the other major factions of the island nation, Kawabata, Howu, Yamamoto, Yagyu, and Suiryu, will not overlook this opportunity. After all, their knowledge of the situation is likely on par with that of the so-called Heavenly Justice Society. This presents a significant dilemma. The opposition will undoubtedly deploy substantial manpower for the meteorite, armed with exceedingly advanced weaponry. Song Haokuin contemplated this predicament, furrowing his brow as he strategized on how to seize the opportunity amidst such peril. Little did he realize that this was merely a ploy orchestrated by the Kawabata family, intending for the major families to clash violently over the meteorite. To stage this drama effectively, the Kawabata family had indeed contributed a fragment of the meteorite. Presently, they were only aware of the faint energy it released, which could slightly enhance the abilities of those with powers. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that the meteorite was the key to the evolution of second-tier ability users, as their strongest subordinate, the Poison Man, had yet to reach the second-tier limit, and they did not fully trust him. Half an hour later, he resolved that he must investigate further. Despite his inability to grasp the full scope of the situation, he understood that the longer he delayed, the greater the likelihood that the meteorite would be claimed by others. Thus, he summoned a dozen fanatics, brainwashed into unwavering loyalty, willing to follow him to death without hesitation. He equipped them with handguns and submachine guns, ensuring they were clad in the finest down jackets and cold weather gear. With his team prepared, he set off, journeying northeast from Kanagawa Prefecture towards Kyoto. Yet, before they could exit Kanagawa, they were met with the deafening sounds of explosions and gunfire. Boom, bang. Clearly, a fierce battle was underway ahead, of a scale far beyond his imagination, at least at the level of a division. In such a large-scale conflict, complemented by heavy artillery, his team would be of little use in conjunction with his abilities. Thus, Song Haokuin decided to halt. The group took refuge in nearby residences while he deployed a drone for reconnaissance, as the distance to the conflict had exceeded his perceptual capabilities. As his drone approached the vicinity, it swiftly plummeted to the ground, presumably due to interference. In light of this predicament, Song Haokuin could only instruct his companions to await further orders, for the meager forces at his disposal were insufficient to contend with the adversaries. The fervent zealots he had cultivated were not easily amassed. Indeed, fewer than 30 had emerged from a multitude of thousands, and he had brought half of them along this time. After commanding them to stand by, Song Haokuin ventured alone into the snowy expanse, maneuvering a snowplow with remarkable speed. Having acquired the prowess akin to In Shiryue, he now traversed the snow with an almost seamless integration, rendering him exceedingly stealthy. Thus, he soon arrived at the battlefield's periphery, where the scene unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. The five prominent families had deployed forces exceeding a regiment, embroiled in fierce combat over an undisclosed objective. The air was thick with gunfire, helicopters, and suicide drones, while the ground was marred by craters and lifeless bodies, a veritable spectacle of modern warfare. It was evident that the five families governing the island possessed formidable power. Regrettably, such equipment would have been a boon in his hands. Observing the protracted skirmish, Song Haokuin couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. After waiting for a brief while, he suddenly noticed a contingent withdrawing from the fray, clad in snowy combat attire. They bore the Water River insignia on their left arms, marking them as members of the Kawabata family. With their exit, 2 additional families retreated within the next half hour, leaving only the Howu family and another clan adorned with a whirlwind emblem, both evenly matched on the battlefield. However, as the altercation continued, both sides ceased their use of firearms. Ultimately, each faction dispatched 3 representatives to settle the conflict through direct confrontation. The Howu family sent forth 2 women and 1 man. The girl on the left appeared ordinary, bundled in a thick down jacket, while the man on the right, clad in military garb, exuded a sharp demeanor, likely a soldier of dubious allegiance. The girl in the center sported a fashionable and provocatively alluring outfit, seemingly unperturbed by the biting cold. The opposing family comprised two tall men, one bald and the other with a crew cut, and a woman who appeared rather unremarkable, donning glasses and wearing her hair in an updo. It seemed they intended to resolve the day as conflict through a duel to minimize casualties. A battle of abilities? This promised to be intriguing. Understanding their intentions, Song Haokuin merely shifted his position to a vantage point approximately 500 meters from their battlefield, preparing to observe their confrontation. The representatives from the other three families similarly chose to remain spectators. However, per the agreement among the five families, these three would refrain from intervening for personal gain. The so-called meteorite would ultimately be claimed by the victor. At the center of the battlefield, the bald, muscular man representing the Suiryu family stepped forward to address the assembly. Miss Huowu Xiang, the Lingwei family has no intention of becoming adversaries with the Huowu family. However, we are determined to claim this meteorite. And thus we have offended you. He, the strikingly beautiful woman with a sensuous figure, adorned with twin ponytails, observed the opposing party's dismissive stance and scoffed. Enough of this meaningless chatter. The Huowu family prefers to let strength speak for itself. Will it be a one-on-one duel, a best of three? Or shall you all come at us together? It is well known that Miss Huowu possesses extraordinary prowess, yet we still opt for a team battle. The bald leader ultimately made this decision, and the two instantly assumed a defensive posture. Very well, allow me to test your mettle. Huowu Xiang exuded an air of arrogance, transforming into a blazing figure enveloped in crimson flames, as the tips of her ponytails appeared to ignite. Chapter 170, Huowu Xiang. 200 meters from the heart of the battlefield, unbeknownst to anyone at the 500-meter mark, Song Haokuin boldly advanced, coincidentally overhearing the woman's words. What an audacious young lady! Yet her wild temperament surely indicates genuine skill. A smirk played at the corner of his mouth as he continued to await their clash, simultaneously gathering information on these extraordinary individuals' abilities. Should a conflict arise in the future, and it most certainly will, this would serve as prudent preparation. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the trio from the Lingwei family initiated their assault. The imposing bald leader appeared to possess remarkable strength, and surprisingly, his ability was that of lightning. However, compared to nature's thunderbolts, his electrical prowess seemed rather feeble, crackling with a series of disjointed pops, barely exceeding 100 volts. Of course, the human safety voltage is merely 36 volts. Striking with such fists could incapacitate an opponent without much force. If one were wet, it could even prove lethal. Meanwhile, the crew-cut man brandished a handful of shurikens, indicating his ability to manipulate objects or engage in marksmanship. The bespectacled woman remained still but fixated her gaze on Huowu Xiang. On the Huowu family's side, their esteemed young lady took center stage, while her two companions remained stationary. At this moment, Song Haokuin sensed that Miss Huowu Xiang had reached the late stage of the second tier, approaching the pinnacle of her power. Should she seize the meteorite, it would not be long before a third-tier monster emerged, an outcome he was keen to avoid. Therefore, Song Haokuin narrowed his eyes, preparing to seize the opportunity amidst the tense confrontation of the four, aiming to snatch the dark-hued meteorite at the center of the battlefield. With this scheme firmly in mind, Song Haokuin stealthily continued forward as Huowu Xiang engaged in battle with the three adversaries. Boom, boom, boom. The primary combatants were the bald leader and Huowu Xiang, while the crew-cut man provided support with his shurikens from the sidelines. The darts whirled through the air with an almost uncanny precision, yet when they struck the protective flames surrounding Huowu Xiang, they met with a resistance akin to steel against iron. The sound of their impact rang out, crisp and melodious, but proved utterly futile. Nevertheless, the buzz-cut assailant continued to launch attacks, fully aware that human abilities are finite. What seemed ineffective could nonetheless deplete Huowu Xiang's energy reserves. The battle raged fiercely, yet the bespectacled woman with her hair tied up merely observed, showing no inclination to intervene. The male and female members of the Hua family were also spectators, though their interest lay solely in Huowu Xiang's prowess. At that moment, the Hua family's expressions were filled with excitement, devoid of any trace of concern. How foolish these people are, unaware of the young lady's true strength. A bunch of inept fools thinking they could contend with her. Do they not realize that our young lady is a natural prodigy? How delightful it would be if she took a liking to me. Yet, let us be realistic. We are merely the lowest of the low, devoid of any abilities, daring to indulge in such lofty dreams. Just as they engaged in their idle chatter, the previously silent woman finally took action. No, it would be more accurate to say she spoke. Commander, make ample use of your magnetic shockwaves. Employ sweeping techniques rather than direct punches. Xiao Fu, utilize your flying daggers to obscure the field. Shower Huowu Xiang with blood. Understood. The two men responded immediately to her command. Humph. realizing that their opponent had deciphered their methods and devised a strategy. Huo Wuxiang's expression darkened as she glared at the woman. You think I'm merely toying with you? Do you truly believe that I possess only this much skill? As her words fell, the flames surrounding Huo Wuxiang blazed even more intensely, causing even the burly man to hesitate in his approach. The bloody daggers that met the flames were instantly reduced to molten metal. At that moment, the soldiers of the Huo family erupted in cheers, while members of the other prominent families turned pale, having anticipated Huo Wuxiang's innate strength, yet not to this extent. However, just as the tide seemed to shift, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. Huo Wuxiang, intent on eliminating the woman, suddenly came to an inexplicable halt, less than 10 meters away. Her gaze became vacant and dazed, while the bespectacled woman, her eyes now entirely white, appeared to possess a chilling, lifeless stare. Witnessing this unsettling transformation, the other two ability users from the Huo family sprang into action. The man, moving with uncanny swiftness, kicked up a flurry of snow, heading straight for their young lady. The woman's shadow stretched ominously across the snow, aimed directly at the bespectacled adversary. Yet, the two from the Linghua family were no fools. They promptly rallied to support their own, making the most optimal choices in response to the unfolding chaos. The adept wielder of throwing knives, with a crew cut, faced off against the swift and agile fire dance, accompanied by a man. The bald man, endowed with electromagnetic abilities, stood before the woman, unleashing explosive punches that sent snow swirling into the air, effectively obstructing the encroaching shadows of their adversary. It was evident that the opponent had anticipated this encounter, likely foreseeing their capabilities. Thus, the battlefield reached an eerie equilibrium, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The soldiers of both the Fire Dance and Suzuki families remained on high alert, bracing themselves for any unforeseen mishaps, which could potentially lead to a devastating conflict with countless casualties. As the situation escalated, the woman with coiled hair exhibited a sudden tremor in her eyes, reminiscent of an epileptic fit, particularly accentuated by the quivering of her alluring crimson lips. In a brief moment, froth and saliva began to seep from the corners of her mouth. Meanwhile, the recently subdued Lady Fire Dance, though still ensnared in a daze, managed to curl her lips into a faint smile, slowly parting her cherry-red lips to speak. What a remarkable ability you possess to induce hallucinations. Why not come and serve our Fire Dance family? However, the elegantly coiffed woman offered no reply, merely rolling her eyes and continuing to froth at the mouth. Lady Fire Dance's words were not directed at her, but rather emerged from the depths of this woman's consciousness within the illusion. Yet, after uttering her proposition, a prolonged silence ensued, with no response from the coiled-haired woman. Consequently, the smile faded from Lady Fire Dance's face, replaced by a sinister narrowing of her eyes. Then, the bespectacled woman, her hair elegantly styled, found that the fluid escaping her mouth was no longer merely saliva and froth. Instead, she violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, her legs giving way as she collapsed onto the snowy ground. Chapter 171, The Chaos of Battle. Do you think you are worthy to contend with me? Useless. Observing her opponent sprawled on the ground, Lady Fire Dance raised her chin in triumph, gazing down with disdain. The soldiers of the Fire Dance family erupted in cheers. Our Lady is magnificent. The prowess of Our Lady is unmatched. Ha, foolishness. What level of incompetence dares to challenge Our Lady? Lady, finish him off. Long live the Fire Dance family. The Fire Dance family is invincible. Our Lady is invincible. In stark contrast, the expressions of the members of other families, particularly those from the Suzuki clan, were grim. Whispers of concern spread among them. It seems that Lady Fire Dance's abilities truly surpass those of ordinary individuals. Should we seize this opportunity to join forces and eliminate her? If this woman continues to grow stronger, we may find ourselves beneath her heel in the future. Just how powerful is this woman? Is it the case that those born exceptional become so formidable after evolution? Amidst this turmoil, Kawaguchi family heir Kawaguchi Tai furrowed his brow, surveying the battlefield. He pondered for a moment before turning to the formidable Jin Shadow Tai, the strongest among their current ranks. If you were to face her, what would your chances of victory be? The young master chuckled, remarking that if it were any other second-tier opponent, he might have a chance. However, facing her fiery abilities, his venom could not even touch her. The only outcome for him against this young lady would be a dead end. Clad in a full protective suit, Chadu Tai humbly gazed at the center of the battlefield. Yet, he was not entirely devoid of tactics to deal with Huo Wuxiang. For even the most formidable ability, users require breath. While a direct confrontation was indeed beyond his capabilities, what if it were a stealthy ambush? A cold smirk crept across Chadu Tai's mind. Just then, Kawabata Tai suddenly shouted, "Everyone, be on high alert. The person we've been waiting for has arrived. Chadu Waitai's moment of triumph came to an abrupt halt, and before he could fully grasp the young master's words, he quickly understood as Kawabata Keitai commanded, "Monitoring team. Focus all efforts on tracking that meteorite. Find it at once." Meteorite. Chadu Waitai immediately turned to look for the meteorite, only to discover it had vanished. Moments later, he heard Kawabata Keitai announce through a loudspeaker, "Everyone, cease hostilities. There is the presence of the sixth family among us. They may very well be members of the Heavenly Principal Church, and our meteorite has been stolen. Let us halt the fighting and find the meteorite first." What? Upon hearing this news, Hua Wuxiang gnashed her teeth in fury as she realized the meteorite had indeed disappeared. Damn it! Who dares to stir trouble on my turf? The expressions of several ability users from the Lingua family were equally grim. Little did they know, Song Haokuin, the battlefield thief, wore a scowl of his own. The meteorite was too large to fit into his spatial storage, forcing him to clutch it in his hands as he fled, racing alongside a sled through the snow. Due to Kawabata Keitai's swift reaction, combined with the meteorite's unique energy and radiation, he was soon discovered. Hundreds of helicopters from various families took off simultaneously in pursuit of Song Haokuin. Sensing the helicopters closing in, Song Haokuin's expression darkened further. Fortunately, he was intimately familiar with the surrounding terrain, and with a burst of speed, he dashed into the city, leveraging the advantageous landscape to evade capture. Despite the sheer number of helicopters and their formidable firepower, their lack of unified command rendered them mindlessly relentless in their pursuit. Possessing sensory abilities, he had no reason to fear their aim. Moreover, helicopters required fuel. He could switch his means of escape at a moment's notice. As long as he could prolong the chase, these pursuers would never catch him. With a chuckle, Song Haokuin continued his reckless dash through the city. However, under Kawabata Keitai's urging, 5 helicopters soon spread out, forming a vast encirclement. Song Haokuin's good mood swiftly dissipated, yet he quickly devised a clever plan. He summoned a miniature microwave, contemplating whether to stuff in a meteorite the size of a human head. Following that, he conjured a slightly larger safe, and then a series of Russian nesting dolls. Surely, they must be tracking him based on some signal indicators, he mused. If that were the case, what could they possibly use to pursue him? Feeling quite pleased with himself, he continued to sprint through the snow. However, his pursuers remained relentless, continuously launching rockets and unleashing a hail of bullets from machine guns. How could they still be tracking me? Song Haokuin felt a bit overwhelmed, but in the next moment, he slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling a possibility. Thermal tracking devices commonly utilized in night vision equipment. Additionally, sonar, often found in maritime exploration, could also easily trace him. Thus, Song Haokuin raced on, concealing the safe within a truck and circling around it. Noticing that no one was pursuing the safe, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. It was time to counterattack. Being on the receiving end of attacks was not in his nature, so he charged into the nearest and most opulent neighborhood, Yonggwei Mansion. Utilizing the terrain, he navigated underground, employing rockets and sniper rifles to deplete the enemy's helicopters. Boom. Rat-tat-tat. In just over 10 minutes, Song Haokuin had obliterated more than 30 helicopters, inflicting considerable pain on a prominent family. After all, in this icy post-apocalyptic world, the arms production line was temporarily halted, and these were precious consumables. Consequently, the enemy ceased their helicopter assaults, encircling the neighborhood while initiating ground tactics. Some remained on guard, while others delved underground, and a portion seized elevated positions nearby. Additionally, another group sped in on snowmobiles. However, none of this proved effective. Upon witnessing the enemy's helicopters land, Song Haokuin's expression turned even more mischievous. Originally, when airborne, they were mere moving targets, but now that they had touched down, weren't they just waiting for him to strike? Seizing the moment, he unleashed a barrage from his rocket launcher and sniper rifle, effortlessly downing over 20 helicopters in mere minutes. This left his adversaries flustered as they scrambled to take off again, relocating their helicopters to a greater distance or hiding behind cover. They concentrated a significant volume of firepower towards Song Haokuin's direction. Chapter 172. Extracting Teeth from a Tiger's Mouth. Boom. Rat-tat-tat. After a cacophony of explosions and concentrated gunfire, the row of villas where Song Haokuin resided was reduced to rubble. Yet, at this moment, he had already retreated underground, fully aware that he would not be foolish enough to remain exposed to such overwhelming firepower. However, as he descended into the underground, the soldiers of the 5 great families, clad in full armor, stormed in, numbering in the thousands. Faced with such a formidable situation, Song Haokuin naturally refrained from engaging in direct confrontation. As the group of soldiers drew nearer, he once again opened the portal to the void, unleashing a multitude of newly hatched creatures. These diminutive yet swift monsters were perfectly suited to the dimly lit underground, where they could effectively engage the soldiers. After releasing these creatures, Song Haokuin promptly sought an escape route. However, the defensive perimeter established by the soldiers was exceedingly tight, forcing him to retreat back underground temporarily. At that moment, the underground had transformed into a hellish battlefield, with countless monsters relentlessly attacking the soldiers. The soldiers, in turn, employed every possible means at their disposal: machine gun fire, grenades, flashbangs, rocket launchers, and stun grenades, fighting fiercely against the onslaught of these creatures. Alas, it was regrettable that not a single ability user was present among them. Observing this situation, Song Haokuin couldn't help but mutter in reflection before seeking out a tall building. After ascending to the 6th or 7th floor for a brief reconnaissance, he spotted several helicopters and opened fire. Yet, after just a few shots, snipers began to retaliate, compelling him to remain hidden and swiftly relocate. After maneuvering through the underground to a different corner, he resumed his aim at the enemy helicopters. Following a few more shots, he made his escape, knowing that the initial chaos between the monsters and the soldiers would render them oblivious to his presence. However, it was not long before ground support arrived for the soldiers. All helicopters retreated to safety, leaving only ground troops and snow vehicles, including a number of armored snow vehicles. Kawabata Kantai and Huowuxiang, along with other senior members of the 5 great families, formed a joint command center, deliberating on strategies to counter Song Haokuin. It was evident that he was well-trained and likely possessed superhuman abilities. There must be accomplices within the vicinity, otherwise, how could there be such an arsenal of weapons? We must remain vigilant, as they may have additional support. The signal from the meteorite had vanished, suggesting there could be special tactics involved. After a round of discussions, the group was left with only vague information. Just as everyone was at a loss, Huowuxiang turned her gaze towards Kawabata. Previously, they had claimed to be members of the Heavenly Principal Church. What evidence do we have? We once apprehended a hideout of the Heavenly Principal Church, with one individual captured in Kanagawa. Furthermore, a portion of the goods lost from the Luhong Logistics Park was in their possession, and despite our use of various tortures, they refused to divulge any information regarding the Heavenly Principal Church. I suspect that their main base is in Kanagawa, and this incident may not be isolated to the Luhong Logistics Park. After a flurry of discussions, the expressions of most in the room darkened considerably. Due to the terror of the Heavenly Principal Church, the common populace may have forgotten, yet the 5 prominent families have experienced its impact profoundly. Upon hearing Kawabata Kanta's remarks, and after a moment of contemplation, Miss Huowuxiang made a decisive resolution. If that is the case, let us collapse all the entrances. We shall entrap that individual underground, and after a few days, we will send people to search. After all, the meteorite will not vanish beneath the ground. I wholeheartedly concur with this plan. Kawabata Kanta, too, was devoid of any maternal compassion, yet he promptly added, the presence of the meteorite on him is uncertain. For this individual could not have acted alone. Perhaps he has already transferred the meteorite en route. Thus, we must also conduct searches in the vicinity, which may require additional manpower and resources. I hope everyone can contribute more personnel, as the resurgence of the Heavenly Principal Church is something none wish to witness, correct? Following his statement, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. The Heavenly Principal Church indeed inflicted genuine pain, yet Kanagawa was fundamentally the territory of the Kawabata family. They were somewhat resigned, as the thoughts of the righteous were not easily extinguished. Moreover, apart from the Kawabata base, the other 4 families' bases were considerably distant. In such extreme apocalyptic conditions, the toll on them was not trivial, leading each to harbor personal calculations. At that moment, the young lady from the Huowu family suddenly had a realization, and with a cold gaze fixed upon Kawabata Kanta, she smirked. Heh, Kawabata Kanta. Are you attempting to exploit the 4 families to assist you in eliminating the influence of the Heavenly Principal Church? Absolutely not. This is entirely unfounded. Seeing Huowuxiang's acute perception, Kawabata Kanta hurriedly denied with a serious countenance. Heh. Huowuxiang merely scoffed at his demeanor and issued commands to her soldiers to immediately withdraw from the underground, with the other families employing similar tactics. Shortly after, the Yonggwei Mansion district reverberated with violent explosions. All underground entrances were demolished, and numerous high-rise buildings began to tilt. Subsequently, the soldiers rushed into the district to conduct searches. The 5 families allocated their respective areas, not only seizing numerous rooms by force, but also confiscating the residents' supplies. Those who resisted were ruthlessly executed without mercy, and some beautiful women were taken right there. Meanwhile, Song Haokuin found himself atop a high-rise building, savoring coffee and dessert, patiently awaiting the movements of these individuals. When the soldiers had previously come to inspect, he had concealed himself within his own space, as these soldiers could not possibly locate him. He was curious to see how long these soldiers could endure. With the supplies he possessed, he could withstand them indefinitely. However, just as he finished his meal, a sudden tremor coursed through his body, and the food he had just consumed began to be digested at an alarming rate. Could this signal yet another advancement? Song Haokuin sensed this transformation and quickly retrieved a substantial amount of food, indulging in a frenzied consumption of high-calorie, high-nutrition, and high-protein sustenance. The sounds of his voracious eating echoed, crunching, slurping, and devouring. After a period of this wild feasting, he suddenly perceived a distinct cracking sound, the very obstacle that had previously hindered his progress. In Chapter 173, Advancement, at a certain moment, the passage of time became irrelevant as Song Haokuin, having consumed an indeterminate quantity of food, unleashed a thunderous roar. The entire room began to tremble, sending rippling waves outward like the ocean's tumultuous surface. Upon contacting objects, these undulating waves crushed them effortlessly, akin to a colossal steamroller. As his roar reverberated through the air, a biting chill swept over him, relentlessly whipping his body. It was only then that Song Haokuin became aware of his predicament. He found himself completely devoid of attire, suspended in a state of utter nakedness. The edifice he stood within bore the marks of some monstrous assault, with 3 floors from the top having been seemingly bitten away, exposing vast expanses of rebar and concrete. Realizing his current state, he momentarily disregarded everything else and delved into an alternate space. Upon entering this realm, a wave of exhilaration surged through him. Incredible! He felt a remarkable intuition as he witnessed the wondrous transformation of the alternate dimension. What was once a dull, chaotic void had now morphed into a staggering storage space, brimming with potential. In this newfound realm, he could traverse a radius of 10 kilometers, manifesting his will in any corner of this space. This was nothing short of a miracle. He could go wherever he desired. Furthermore, he had acquired a novel method of attack. His surroundings could ripple with waves, effortlessly pulverizing nearby objects, showcasing an impeccable balance of offense and defense. His physical prowess had also doubled, not merely in a simple sense, but rather on the foundation of 10 times that of an ordinary human. Thus, his physical capabilities now reached 20 times that of an average person. Moreover, his other abilities had seen significant enhancement, and with sufficient absorption of foreign energies, further augmentation was possible. Remarkable. Astounding. No wonder that Yin Shuriwe proclaimed that the 3rd tier was akin to divinity. With his current prowess, he appeared godlike to ordinary individuals. As he reveled in his newfound strength, Song Haokuin cast a cold smile at the fleeing adversaries outside the illusion. Yet, in the very moment of his amusement, a cunning family head had already made their escape, having sensed the ominous shift that had just occurred on the rooftop. Half an hour later, the 5 major families of the neighborhood were engulfed in screams, as the soldiers of the minor enemy were met with a relentless onslaught. This chaos was instigated by Song Haokuin's covert actions, as he unleashed a multitude of lesser creatures, leaving the enemy decimated. After creating this atmosphere of terror, he swiftly made his way towards the stronghold of the Fire Dance family. In his eyes, the potential of the others was not to be feared. However, the young lady, Fire Dance Xiang, undoubtedly possessed the potential to transcend to the 3rd tier. He aimed to eliminate her before any unforeseen circumstances could arise. Yet, just as he approached, a woman beside Fire Dance Xiang suddenly let out a piercing scream. An enemy is approaching. Be cautious from the southeast. At that moment, Song Haokuin realized that this woman was, in fact, blind. Was it a heightened sense of perception? Frustrated by his sudden discovery, he pursed his lips but still wished to test the opponent's strength. Despite being detected, they were still in 2 separate realms, rendering their attacks ineffective against him. Additionally, he possessed the ability to launch a ripple attack. A surprise strike could yield unexpected results. However, as he closed in within 5 meters of the group, another man beside Fire Dance Xiang drew what appeared to be a small dagger made of bone from his robe. He then began to chant an incantation. An eerie black mist emanated from him, gradually enveloping them all. What peculiar ability was this? Song Haokuin felt a hint of danger emanating from the sinister black fog and the dagger in the man's possession. As more soldiers converged upon the scene, Song Haokuin hesitated, opting to retreat and extend his dark hand towards the other prominent families instead. In the end, only 7 or 8 aircraft managed to escape, while the minor enemy was completely annihilated. Song Haokuin followed one of the fleeing helicopters, which belonged to the Kawabata family. His choice was strategic. As their base was the closest to him, he could not allow others to rest peacefully by his side. Thus, He stealthily trailed Kawabata Keitai into the heart of the Kawabata family's stronghold. However, after surveying the area, Song Haokuen refrained from causing any destruction. This was indeed a remarkable location, with an immense underground space housing a storage center, a research facility, an agricultural base, and a vast ammunition depot. To destroy it would be a grave misfortune. He needed to devise a plan to thoroughly understand the layout before orchestrating a takeover. After all, who could foresee what the future world might hold? This terrifying, frigid blizzard was expected to last for 8 to 10 years. What would follow the snow? Would there be floods of cataclysmic proportions, or perhaps other disasters? Furthermore, it was anticipated that a multitude of extraordinary individuals would emerge, along with the rise of various factions of these gifted beings. A lack of foresight inevitably leads to immediate concerns. Thus, one must undertake greater preparations to guard against unforeseen circumstances that may arise in the future. With this reflection in mind, Song Haokuen temporarily departed from the base. Upon returning to the vicinity of Yongwei Mansion, he retrieved the precious meteorite and proceeded to allocate the monstrous entities to various neighborhoods. Subsequently, he summoned back the zealots and once again called upon Junji Ito and Tsukasa Saito. He aimed to accelerate the expansion of his influence, nurturing a greater number of subordinates to realize his plan of usurping control. Therefore, it was unnecessary to cultivate absolute loyalty, at the very least. They needed to outwardly comply with his directives. In doing so, when he executed his scheme, he would possess sufficient manpower to oversee the base, facilitating its swift reactivation. However, while he pursued his ambitions, the 5 prominent families were also far from idle, for they were indeed gripped by fear and overwhelming terror. Following their internal meeting, they remarkably convened a gathering of clan leaders. Yet, the outcome of this assembly was far from harmonious, even resulting in discord. The underlying reason for this discontent was, of course, the diverse ulterior motives harbored by each member. Some suspected that the Kawakita family was concealing the truth and was undoubtedly plotting in the shadows. Others believed that the monsters and cult of Naichuan posed no immediate threat, remaining distant and unlikely to cause them trouble in the frigid weather. There were even those who speculated that the Enden family had already colluded with the Church of Natural Law, intentionally seeking to undermine their power and demanding reparations from their clan. This, however, granted Song Haokuen invaluable time to develop his strength. While the 5 families were occupied with their deliberations, the Church of Natural Law made another appearance. Chapter 174, The 4 Divine Messengers. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Utilizing the monsters and his followers, Song Haokuen had seized control of the foundations of dozens of neighborhoods, approximately accounting for 110 individuals from Kanagawa Prefecture. Among them, he discovered several individuals with abilities as well as some intelligent and capable persons, to whom he assigned the roles of priests. Furthermore, as he had recently nurtured a plethora of monsters, he simultaneously commanded their development while eliminating some mature specimens to absorb their energy for his own enhancement. At present, his physical prowess had reached an astonishing 21 times that of an ordinary individual, and his spatial capacity had also seen a slight augmentation. His other abilities had improved to varying degrees, resulting in an extraordinary combat capability. In addition to these advancements, Song Haokuen had monopolized all the hot spring resources in Kanagawa Prefecture, establishing it as his stronghold. Thanks to the natural advantages of the area's moisture and temperature, he was also able to cultivate agriculture there. Moreover, only those who had achieved a certain level of merit or possessed unique abilities could reside in areas with hot springs, which also provided sustenance for ordinary humans. As for the ordinary followers and residents, they were left to consume the remains or were provided with mere junk food. Yet, despite this, these individuals expressed their profound gratitude towards him, for in such dire circumstances, mere survival was a luxury. It could be said that everything was progressing favorably, especially concerning Song Haokuen's personal life. Apart from the enchanting Shamei, his wife Yuno, and the captivating Chuntian Luhua, Ito Mayuki, Yamashita Yumi, Sasaki Nozomi, Sakurai Rya, Ishikawa Kasumi, Iase Aoi, Yamamoto Yuki, and Yamamoto Mirai, alongside the alluring women residing in the Doomsday Hotel. He also hosted hundreds of women of varying beauty in his private estates, models, stars, educators, nurses, lawyers, and fitness trainers, as well as the daughters of affluent families. Those who had been favored by him were referred to as madams, while those who had not were deemed mere servants. Among those who had received his favor and held positions, they were addressed as noble ones. Thus, these women yearned daily for his presence and coveted his affection and favor. However, Song Haokuen had his own ambitions and would not succumb entirely to the allure of women. Beyond the daily training and leisure that consumed half of his time, He also needed to address various disturbances in nearby communities, showcasing his miraculous prowess. For instance, there were disobedient supernatural beings and significant gang influences that required his personal intervention. This not only bolstered his authority, but also minimized casualties, fostering loyalty among his subordinates. After all, he had not forgotten the plan of seizing the nest of the magpie. Furthermore, he engaged in numerous endeavors, such as continuing to gather supplies to enhance his space, particularly various factory equipment and fuel. His spatial realm had grown sufficiently vast. Recently, he conceived a notion. Could he possibly store individuals and equipment within his space, accomplishing production therein? However, after conducting experiments, he found that while small-scale production was feasible, large-scale endeavors proved rather impractical. It would be more fitting to describe it as a situation of expenditure outweighing income. He needed to provide illumination, spacious chambers for individuals, sustenance, oxygen, and a substantial amount of electricity. The consumption far exceeded the output, rendering the effort both laborious and unproductive, unless absolutely necessary. Pursuing such a course would be a grievous loss. Thus, he temporarily abandoned this idea, continuing with his expansion plans. Following his proposed timeline, he anticipated engaging with the Kurata family in 3 days. Today, however, he had another task: to seek out Mamatani Rika, the little police officer with whom he had been romantically involved amidst the apocalypse. With an abundance of enchanting women available in the end times, the thrill of romance brought an unexpected excitement to his life. On this path, Song Haokuin received alarming news from his subordinates. Men adorned with masks of a rat, a pig's head, and a dog's head had invaded a community within his domain. They ruthlessly exterminated all inhabitants of the area, sparing only one to deliver a message to Song Haokuin, summoning him to meet at the Kanagawa prefectural government that very night. Upon receiving this information, a sinister expression enveloped Song Haokuin's countenance. He was well aware of the identity of his adversaries. The silver moon of the Tianli sect had already fallen by his hand. The masked individuals that remained were presumably the so-called 12 Zodiac members, who had inexplicably learned of Silver Moon's demise at his hands. With a cold smile, he canceled his plans and contacted Junji Ito for further intelligence, then proceeded directly to the government building as indicated by the masked figures. Upon arrival, he casually surveyed his surroundings and sensed no formidable presence. Thus, he began to set his own schemes into motion. As the saying goes, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. There was still a third-tier ability user among them. He was oblivious to the nature of their powers, and the opposition had evidently advanced before him, possessing knowledge of the secrets of meteorite-induced advancements, accompanied by a cadre of at least second-tier ability users. Therefore, he tacitly accepted that they were superior to him. He even speculated that they might possess a weapon akin to the dagger of the Fire Dance family. Thus, he resolved to be thoroughly prepared. This time, he was determined to uncover their machinations. At 6 o'clock in the evening, with half an hour remaining until the appointed time, Song Haokuin spotted a snow-covered vehicle approaching from a distance. Moments later, 4 masked figures, 3 men and 1 woman, alighted from the vehicle in succession. The leading man donned the rat mask, closely followed by a woman wearing a rabbit mask, along with 2 others sporting pig and dog masks. The quartet entered the building without uttering a word. Observing their demeanor, Song Haokuin seized the opportunity and activated a black remote control. He was not one to be trifled with, and in such negotiations, he could not afford to exhibit any weakness. Since they had indiscriminately slaughtered the inhabitants of a community, he felt no compunction to show them mercy. He would repay blood with blood, and tooth for tooth. Without hesitation, Song Haokuin pressed the button, detonating the explosives within the building. In the very instant he activated the device, a terrifying tremor erupted within the structure, followed by an eruption of flames that shot skyward. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions persisted for a full 2 minutes before finally subsiding, though the raging inferno continued to blaze. Moreover, within Song Haokuin's perception, those masked individuals had not perished. The reason lay with the rat. Chapter 175, Slaughtering Dogs and Butchering Pigs. Beneath the office building, it appears that this individual is indeed quite despicable. Utilizing his abilities at the moment of the explosion, he brought all his comrades underground, while whispering and brushing off the dust from his clothes. The swine, adorned with a pig's head mask, angrily exclaimed, "You scoundrel! How dare you plot against us? Truly, you are courting death." Meanwhile, the man wearing a dog's head mask spoke with a sinister tone. "Heh, the more he acts this way, the more it affirms that he is the person we require. To establish such a large congregation in this apocalyptic era undoubtedly requires some cunning. I am merely curious about the extent of his abilities." The woman with a white rabbit mask coldly stated, devoid of any emotion. "Regardless, This scoundrel's assault upon us is a grave affront. He must receive a severe lesson. Indeed, our heavenly principal sect is the sovereign of this age. Our esteemed leader is the only true deity in this world. Those so-called followers of the song god are mere heretics. Should he wisely choose to submit and join us, we shall merely impose a slight punishment. If he remains obstinate, then he must not blame us for our ruthlessness. The tone of the underground rat turned chilling. Just then, the dog suddenly shouted, "Someone approaches. I can smell the scent of blood. Prepare yourselves." The rat immediately commanded everyone to be on high alert. But before he could finish his sentence, a loud gunshot rang out. By the time they heard the sound, the sniper's bullet had already traveled a considerable distance. In the blink of an eye, the bullet reached the tip of his nose. With a sharp crack, it shattered his mask, revealing a slightly lewd expression on his face. Yet, he exhibited neither urgency nor fear, for in an instant, the hair beside him swiftly kicked, deflecting the bullet away with remarkable speed. Following that, the rat stomped his foot, causing the ground beneath them to tremble, and earthen walls rose up to encircle them. The dog, resembling an actual canine, sprawled on the ground, incessantly sniffing the air. As for the swine in the pig mask, he had yet to showcase any abilities, but his broad and hefty figure appeared as a tank, positioned behind the others to ensure their safety. It was evident that the four shared an exceptional synergy, indicating that this was not their first foray into battle. Among them, the weakest possessed a mid-tier second-level strength, while the rat seemed to be at the pinnacle of the second level. Thus, the formidable strength of this team surpassed that of the Fire Dance Clan squad from before. However, times have changed. He is now at the third level, having likely gauged the capabilities of his opponents, rendering any courtesy unnecessary. He chuckled coldly from a distance as Song Haokuin suddenly vanished from his position. When he reappeared, he stood upon the wall, flanking the group, brandishing two submachine guns as he unleashed a hail of bullets upon them. As the trigger was pulled, bullets became as plentiful as the air, yet the corpulent boar moved with surprising agility, precisely as Song Haokuin had anticipated. This creature was indeed a formidable tank, and intriguingly, it possessed the ability to rebound damage. The bullets that Song Haokuin directed toward the elephant near the hefty pig ricocheted back toward him. Meanwhile, the woman known as Maotu relentlessly executed flying kicks, deflecting all incoming projectiles. The creature resembling a rat took the opportunity to press its hands to the ground, causing an array of spikes to erupt from the walls. The figure sprawled on the ground, a canine-like creature, removed its mask and let out a frenzied howl at Song Haokuin. This being was not only adept at olfactory reconnaissance, but also wielded sound as a weapon. Indeed, it possessed some merit, albeit limited. Having gathered more information, he did not retreat into obscurity this time, as his physical prowess now surpassed that of an ordinary person by 21-fold. Effortlessly evading all assaults, he remained impervious to the sonic attacks. Leaping from the ceiling to the ground, he charged at the four adversaries. How swift! Was this individual a peak second-tier physical enhancer? The boar, realizing it could not keep up, exhibited a flicker of fear in its voice and expression. However, the elder pig beside it shouted, "No, this individual is not merely a physical enhancer." At that moment, a faint bronze glow emanated from Song Haokuin, who delivered a punch to Maotu's leg. His speed matched that of the agile Maotu, and his strength surpassed hers by a considerable margin. With a resounding crash, Maotu was slammed against the wall. In that instant, terror flashed across the rat's face. He had never encountered such a terrifying power, except for the leader. Yet, as fear enveloped him, a kick was launched toward his head, imbued with the terrifying heat of Song Haokuin's newfound thermal abilities. Nevertheless, the rat was far from defenseless. Despite the formidable force of Song Haokuin's kick, its body morphed into a puddle of sludge, making the impact feel akin to striking cotton. However, he remained unperturbed, executing a sudden change in direction with a whip-like kick aimed at the lower left. With a crack, his foot descended, crushing the slightly weaker hound's head like a watermelon. Baka, the boar, witnessing its comrade's instant demise, charged at Song Haokuin like a living battering ram. The previously pinned Maotu also surged toward him from behind. Suddenly, the ground beneath Song Haokuin softened, and the rat's hand shot up from below, yanking his calves into the earth. At that moment, Maotu's flying kick was poised to strike the top of Song Haokuin's head, sandwiched between the boar's oncoming assault and Maotu's attack. However, Song Haokuin remained utterly unperturbed. He was well aware of the assault intensity of these individuals. His formidable defensive capabilities alone were sufficient to leave his adversaries bloodied and battered. Nevertheless, he had no desire to sully himself in the process. Thus, an almost imperceptible translucent white ripple emanated from him. The enormous figure of the boar, weighing nearly 300 pounds, was instantly flattened into a mere pancake, blood cascading like a waterfall in midair. The arms of the rat were similarly rendered useless, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah, you!" The rabbit, quick to react, discarded her shoes and narrowly escaped calamity, her body darting backward as she exclaimed, "You're a Tier 3. Chapter 176, Pursuit. Hearing the opponent deduce his strength, Song Haokwen merely smiled coldly without responding. At that moment, the rat, now armless, urged, "Rabbit, hurry and inform the master." Simultaneously, a vast surge of mud erupted from the ground, crashing down upon Song Haokwen with the ferocity of a mountain flood or tidal wave, seemingly insurmountable by human means. However, to Song Haokwen, it was no more than a dust cloud dissipating in the air. Seizing the opportunity, he utilized his telekinetic abilities to lift the rat, casting him into the void. As for the torrent of earth before him, he merely summoned the spatial ripple around him, effortlessly dispersing it like dandelion fluff. Thus, only the rabbit remained alive among the quartet. Unlike the tearful farewells often depicted in television dramas, the rabbit fled with remarkable speed. Yet, given Song Haokwen's current prowess, escaping his grasp was an impossibility. He once again concealed himself within the void, maneuvering a drone through the alternate space. In this realm devoid of resistance, the drone beneath him could reach speeds of 300 kilometers per hour, outpacing the rabbit by a hair's breadth. Once the distance exceeded a kilometer, he materialized from the void before vanishing once more, continually adjusting the boundary of the void to maintain his stealthy pursuit of the rabbit. There is a saying, a thief may work endlessly, but a guard cannot remain vigilant forever. He was eager to uncover the location of the headquarters of the Heavenly Doctrine. As the rabbit raced toward it, capturing her would pose no challenge. Thus, the rabbit dashed frantically toward the northeast, while Song Haokwen silently trailed behind. It was not long before they reached the outskirts of Tokyo, arriving near the renowned Tokyo International Airport. Here, the rabbit was nearly exhausted. Spotting the area devoid of people, she hastily entered a hotel to rest. At this moment, Song Haokwen finally grasped that he was aboard a drone, which required no physical exertion, unlike ordinary abilities users who did not enjoy such convenience. Furthermore, since the adversary had already found a place to rest, they could naturally contact the members of the Heavenly Principal Church via mobile phone. It seemed improbable that he could follow this rabbit to the headquarters of the church. Conversely, this little rabbit might immediately report his abilities to the main base. This was certainly not the outcome he desired. Thus, Song Haokwen found himself in the hotel, standing behind the panting rabbit on the large bed. At this moment, the woman had removed her mask, and Song Haokwen finally noticed her figure, which was astonishingly proportionate. Her long legs were longer than his own life. Coupled with her status as a second-tier abilities user, she was not clad in excessive clothing. The upper half adorned a cashmere coat paired with a shirt, while the lower half featured tight black pants that did not hinder her movements. Her chest bore two significant grenades, embodying a perfect waist-to-hip ratio, resembling a flawless figure. After appreciating her physique, Song Haokwen could not help but nod, simultaneously recalling his ability for high-speed movement. If he had such a comrade, life ahead would undoubtedly be exhilarating. However, before that, he needed to ascertain one thing. Was this woman truly attractive? With his exceedingly high aesthetic standards, even a beauty who originally scored an 80 could achieve a 90 with makeup, yet he felt a waning interest, despite her 100 alluring figure. Therefore, Song Haokwen deliberately created a slight commotion, pulling out a cigar to place between his lips, igniting it with his fingers, inhaling deeply, and exhaling a plume of smoke like a dragon. Who is it? Suddenly, a sound of breathing arose behind him, causing Rabbit to turn around in alarm, retreating to the corner and adopting a combat stance. Upon seeing Song Haokwen, clad in military gear and fully armed, donning tactical glasses while puffing on a cigar, her expression transformed into one of sheer terror. "It's you. Who are you? Why did you ambush us? Shouldn't I be the one to ask you? Why did you assault my people without provocation? We did not cross paths with you in Kanagawa, did we?" Song Haokwen's expression remained as placid as a still pond, revealing no emotions as he posed a counter-question while inching closer to where Rabbit stood. "Don't come any closer, or I will not hold back." Rabbit, wary of Song Haokwen, maintained her combat stance with a fierce glare, though her heart trembled uncontrollably. Yet, Song Haokwen, surprisingly amenable, halted his advance. "Speak everything you know, and I shall grant you a chance for survival. Otherwise, you must understand the predicament your companions are in now. I cannot speak, or it will lead to my demise." Rabbit's heart sank as she finished her words, biting her lip tightly. "Cannot speak?" Upon hearing the words of the enigmatic Mao Tu, Song Haokwen was immediately reminded of the previously mysterious In Shuriwe, who had died under inexplicable circumstances. Furrowing his brow, he retorted, "You cannot speak of it? It is not that you are unwilling or afraid to do so, but rather that uttering the truth would lead to your demise. Am I correct? Indeed. Mao Tu nodded in affirmation. A glimmer of understanding dawned upon Song Haokuin, and he gazed at her with a smile. Since you cannot divulge the information, I shall deduce it instead. It is not your own words, is it? Mao Tu remained silent this time, yet Song Haokuin continued cheerfully. Your leader must possess some form of psychic or rule-based ability that restrains you from speaking freely, correct? A flicker of terror flashed in Mao Tu's eyes. He inquired further. Is it a psychic ability, or is it rule-based? Or perhaps a combination of both? Mao Tu remained reticent, but her expression grew increasingly uneasy at the final inquiry. It appeared he was indeed facing a formidable adversary. Having gleaned the answers he sought, Song Haokuin took a subtle step forward. The wall beside Mao Tu instantly morphed into a soft, adhesive surface, and several large hands emerged, seizing her slender, yet powerful limbs with great force. Seizing the opportunity, Song Haokuin swiftly approached her, using his telekinetic powers to thoroughly suppress her body before she could break free. At that moment, the beautiful Mao Tu's countenance shifted dramatically. How could you have absorbed the abilities of the Zishu so quickly? This is impossible. Chapter 177, The Struggle for Supremacy. Alas, it is merely a consequence of my extraordinary talents, Song Haokuin replied with a radiant smile to the panicked beauty, ultimately releasing Mao Tu on the condition of a peak exchange competition. It must be noted that his physique, amplified 20-fold, combined with her remarkable agility, rendered this impending battle extraordinarily exhilarating. However, his act of liberation was not born out of pure benevolence. He had discreetly implanted a tracking device upon her. Yet, it was not long before the signal vanished, for Mao Tu had mysteriously disappeared from sight. Observing from a distance, Song Haokuin refrained from hasty action, suspecting that her stronghold might lie nearby. Her leader had ascended before him, wielding even more enigmatic abilities and possessing greater knowledge. Perhaps even a method to counteract his own powers. Thus, his immediate course of action was to enhance his own strength while simultaneously expanding his influence. With that, Song Haokuin marked her location and hastened back to Kanagawa, dispatching his followers. Under the threats of hunger, cold, and monstrous dangers, his faith, the cult of Song, burgeoned at a terrifying and astonishing pace. Within a month's time, the entirety of Kanagawa's urban area had transformed into his domain, with loyal followers numbering in the hundreds. However, due to his rapid ascent, the 5 prominent families grew wary of him, prompting them to convene a meeting. They resolved to negotiate with Song Haokuin, aiming to confine his influence to Kanagawa Prefecture. Otherwise, they would unite to eliminate him. Yet, on the very day they dispatched their messenger, Song Haokuin concealed thousands of followers within a spatial realm and subsequently infiltrated the Kawabata family estate with his spatial abilities. In less than an hour, he seized control of the upper echelons of the Kawabata clan, effectively taking over their stronghold. It is often said that the words of great men hold no flaws. Even the most formidable fortress can be easily breached from within. Having taken command of the Kawabata family, Song Haokuin became privy to the decisions of the other prominent clans. He then employed a strategy of feigned cooperation, using the Kawabata family's influence to expand his own power clandestinely. On the surface, the Song sect appeared to be developing within Kanagawa, while in other districts, he orchestrated the emergence of various cults, such as the cult of the snow, the cult of the moon, and the cult of fire, all orchestrated by him from the shadows. By the time the other families realized this, it was already too late. Attempts to strike against Song Haokuin were futile as he remained elusive, and any endeavor to eradicate his forces would require immense resources, with no guarantee of success, rendering it a fruitless endeavor. During this period, should they be ambushed by other families, their own strongholds would be placed in jeopardy. As time elapsed, a year passed, and Song Haokuin's influence had spread throughout the entire archipelago. He employed the ancient stratagems of Sun Tzu, forging alliances through marriage and division, culminating in his union with the esteemed lady of the H-Ka family, H-Ka-K. In the span of 3 months, only 2 families remained among the 5, the Song family and the H-Ka family. While the H-Ka family was not as powerful as the Song family, they possessed a formidable asset, the long-hidden mushroom bomb. They had conducted numerous experiments in the past, exploiting natural disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis, and hurricanes. Therefore, Song Haokuin refrained from confronting them directly, instead focusing on amplifying his own strength. After a year and a half of navigating this apocalyptic landscape, his harem had grown to over 3,000. His power had reached the zenith of the 3 realms, with only a single step remaining to ascend to the 4th tier. However, just as he reveled in his memories, the lights in the room began to flicker. The twin sisters, Haruta Gakage and Haruta Rokuka, along with 7 or 8 of Song Haokwen's consorts, suddenly bore an eerie green glow in their once sparkling eyes as they charged at him frantically. A surge of threat coursed through Song Haokwen, compelling him to unleash spatial ripples around him, instantly reducing the women who approached him into mere remnants of flesh and blood. Realizing that something was amiss, he scanned his surroundings with vigilance, yet his spatial perception revealed no anomalies. A relentless headache gripped him, as if countless steel needles had pierced his mind. Cursed be it. Uncertain of the origin of this bizarre assault, Song Haokwen swiftly opened a portal to escape. He soon found himself in the monitoring room, where he activated the surveillance system to assess the situation. To his astonishment, he beheld a young woman clad in a flowing white work dress, her figure pure and ethereal, akin to a saint. Barefoot, with delicate feet, she emerged from the snow and gracefully entered his base. All who laid eyes upon her succumbed without resistance, their gazes glowing with a green light as they knelt before her in reverence. At the sight of this woman, thoughts of the moon rabbit and the celestial church, as well as the enigmatic leader, flooded his mind. Witnessing her solitary intrusion into the Kawakami family's base was striking, for even those with second and third tier abilities prostrated themselves at her feet. It dawned upon Song Haokwen that she had ascended to the 4th tier before him. Moreover, her perceptive prowess seemed exceedingly formidable. Within merely 3 minutes of being in the monitoring room, she had already discerned his presence. The lights of the surveillance system began to flicker ominously. Realizing the peculiarity of the situation, Song Haokwen hastily fled, for his mental fortitude was no match for hers. Judging by her demeanor, she possessed not only formidable mental attacks, but also the ability to control others, a fate he wished to avoid. Thus, he made his escape from the base and headed to the Hua family, seeking refuge from the storm while devising a plan to eliminate her, perhaps with a well-placed mushroom bomb. However, he had not anticipated the extent of her powers, which had preempted his every move. The members of the Hua family were entirely under her control, launching an immediate assault upon his arrival. Faced with their actions, Song Haokwen spared no mercy. He dispatched all the practitioners, absorbing their energy into his space. Yet, the bottleneck of a 4th-tier practitioner was no trifling matter. To illustrate, he required a total of 10,000 energy points to break through. He was currently at 9,999 points. Yet, that elusive single point remained insurmountable. In this dire situation, he found himself with no alternative but to resort to the most primal and bloody means, to kill. Chapter 178, Pursuit. A week had elapsed, and Song Haokwen had dismantled the bases of the 5 great families of the island nation. Within his space, an immense reservoir of energy had amassed. If the bottleneck still required 10,000 points, he had reached an astonishing completion level of 9,999,999,999. Just a fraction remained, yet that minuscule amount rendered him utterly stagnant, and the energy in his space ceased to be absorbed. In light of this, Song Haokwen found himself at a complete loss. Thus, he could only meander through the island nation. For as long as he wished to depart, no one could impede his passage. One fateful day, while accompanying a pair of survivors to bathe in a hot spring, Song Haokwen was struck by a sudden inspiration. Hours later, he arrived at the site where the mythical rabbit had vanished years prior. After an attentive search, he uncovered a massive subterranean wall. Utilizing his spatial abilities, Song Haokwen traversed through it. However, he found the place long abandoned, with only a few murals remaining. The once revered leader had since ascended from the underground, commanding countless souls with her mental prowess. With little of value to uncover, Song Haokwen gradually began to appreciate the murals before him. As he gazed, he discerned an intriguing narrative within one series of murals, a cataclysmic event marked by the descent of meteorites, leading to the demise of most humans and animals, followed by the awakening of superpowers among a few. Subsequently, relentless rains ensued, accompanied by rising tides. Eventually, one individual discovered a particular stone, which significantly augmented their aura. This stone appeared to be the fabled meteorite, with the expansion of the aura symbolizing an enhancement of their abilities. Thus, he continued to delve deeper. As he progressed, he encountered a different tableau, depicting humans excavating a burial site and uncovering various treasures. Some found pots, others swords, and some even crowns, all of which expanded their auras further. Yet, soon after, conflict erupted among them, igniting a war against the remaining humans, indicative of an internal strife. Ultimately, one individual consumed the others, their brilliance radiating even more intensely. Thereafter, the survivors commenced the construction of edifices resembling pyramids, culminating in the burial of that person underground. Upon witnessing this final scene, Song Haokwen gleaned the essence of ascendance. It likely hinged upon acquiring some relic from the tomb, which the female leader must possess, for she would not have advanced more swiftly otherwise. Achieving the 5th tier would inevitably require them to clash, vying for each other's treasures and abilities, until only one remained. Truly, a tale of dark mythology. Having perused the mythos upon the wall time and again, Song Haokwen muttered a farewell before departing. Thereafter, he became a tomb raider, traversing the numerous burial sites across the island nation, ultimately discovering the sacred ground of Shintoism, the national religion of the island, established by Su Fu, who journeyed eastward. However, after thoroughly overturning the entire tomb, he found nothing of worth. At last, Song Haokwen cast his gaze upon the coffin of Su Fu. Apologies for the intrusion. If your coffin lacks treasures, I shall be compelled to eliminate all those I can on this island before returning home. With a murmured thought, Song Haokwen forcefully kicked open Su Fu's stone coffin, only to be astonished by the scene before him. Within the vast stone sarcophagus lay no corpse. Instead, at its center rested a vividly colored small box. Carefully employing his mental prowess, he opened the box, revealing a singular pill nestled inside. Could this possibly be the fabled elixir of immortality? As he gazed upon the pure white orb, a frown creased his brow, deep in contemplation. Legends are merely that, legends. And with his naturally cautious disposition, he was reluctant to act recklessly. What if this pill were poison, intended for grave robbers like himself? He would be courting disaster. Thus, Song Haokwen refrained from consuming the pill, choosing instead to temporarily store it in his spatial realm. However, he did not anticipate that upon its entry, all the accumulated energy within that space would be absorbed by the pill, which then radiated a golden light. Before he could exit the underground palace, he sensed a peculiar transformation. He closed his eyes, spread his legs shoulder-width apart, and lifted his head. An overwhelming force began to emanate around him uncontrollably. The entire underground chamber trembled, the ground quaking as if in an earthquake. Time elapsed unmeasured until, suddenly, Song Haokwen opened his eyes wide. He had broken through to the 4th tier. The capacity of his spatial realm had expanded beyond counting, and his abilities had undergone a qualitative enhancement, augmented by the peculiar powers he had previously absorbed and those newly awakened. He felt terrifyingly powerful. It seemed the time had come to seek out that woman for some engagement. Sensing the formidable strength coursing through him, Song Haokwen vanished in a flash, reappearing at the Kawakita family's base. However, he found no sign of the leader there, nor in the subsequent bases he searched, which struck him as odd, plunging him into a prolonged quest. It was not until 3 months later in Hokkaido that he finally located the enigmatic leader. It turned out she had not been evading him, but was simply engaged in her preaching. Yet, those she had indoctrinated became frenzied zealots, revealing nothing of her whereabouts. Should anyone disclose or betray her, they would meet a grim fate. Undoubtedly, this woman possessed formidable and tyrannical power. Consequently, Song Haokwen was intensely motivated to eliminate her and seize her abilities for himself. With such power, the entire island would be irrevocably enslaved to him. And perhaps he could even achieve something far greater. However, he still could not ascertain the true strength of that woman, and thus, Song Haokwen was not prepared to let anyone approach her. Therefore, he meticulously set a trap along the path she was destined to traverse. Chapter 179, Seeking Peace. Boom, boom, boom. As the high-ranking members of the Heavenly Principle cult departed from the urban area of Hokkaido, a series of intense and terrifying explosions erupted in succession. The mastermind behind these explosions, Song Haokwen, was oblivious to the exact amount of explosives he had buried, perhaps just several tons, alongside numerous missile warheads and toxic gas. As the explosions unfolded, the entire Hokkaido trembled, the sound of blasts echoing continuously. Despite the frigid temperatures and the heavy snow blanketing the land, the horrific explosions continued to burn for several hours. Consequently, nearly all of those who had established the cult met their demise, save for a few protected by the cult leader. Yet, this was not the end. Song Haokwen subsequently summoned several missile launchers, remotely targeting them for another round of bombardment. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom. The remaining elite of the Heavenly Principle cult were weary from the relentless assaults, most of which were intercepted by the bishop. However, even this formidable leader could not withstand such a terrifying barrage entirely. Ultimately, she abandoned her efforts to protect these ineffectual minions and decisively advanced towards Song Haokwen. However, Song Haokwen had no intention of engaging her in close combat. Upon sensing her approach, he vanished into thin air. He then resorted to various means of ambush: missiles, landmines, explosions, sniper rifles, poisons, traps, and drones, employing every conceivable tactic. Thus, a furtive battle ensued for nearly a day and a night, during which he tentatively unleashed his spatial abilities. inspired by the character Naruto from the anime, known as the Rasengan. A three-leaf shuriken-shaped spatial blade was hurled towards the beautiful cult leader from a distance. Predictably, this attack was deflected by her mental barrier. Nevertheless, Song Haokuen refused to concede, continuing to assault her with other methods. He persistently sought to deplete her stamina, probing the range of her attacks in search of an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. However, she remained equally comprehensive in her defenses, if not surpassing him in strength. Yet, due to the unique nature of his spatial abilities, coupled with a modern arsenal of weaponry and an array of tactics and flexibility, he managed to hold his ground against her effectively. Thus, Song Haokuen cherished this opportunity, for he was uncertain whether he could best her if they were to encounter one another again. He harbored a foreboding sense that if her powers ascended to the 5th tier, the so-called conventional weaponry would hold no sway over her. At that moment, she would truly become a deity, with no opportunity left for defeat. Thus, Song Haokuen had thoroughly engaged her in battle, and the two fought relentlessly for nearly 3 days and nights. Song Haokuen was compelled to employ Gu Yueyao's hormonal abilities, along with the formidable regenerative power he had previously acquired, to sustain himself in combat against this formidable woman. The confrontation was not merely one-sided. She too was seizing opportunities to counterattack him. After 3 days and an additional 7 hours, Song Haokuen finally discerned signs of fatigue in her. She sought to flee. Naturally, he would not allow this opportunity to slip away, employing various insidious tactics and an array of weaponry to pursue and assault her. Thus, the chase continued for another day and night, and the intensity of the conflict began to take its toll on Song Haokuen. Fortunately, he had ample provisions readily available for sustenance, enabling him to replenish his strength. It must be noted that engaging in a prolonged battle showcased his spatial abilities to great effect. Consequently, the situation for the leader of the Heavenly Principle sect grew increasingly dire, prompting her to extend an invitation for a truce. Song Haokuen, I am aware of your capabilities. Given our strengths, there is no need for this stalemate, is there? If we were to unite forces, capturing not just this island nation, but the entire world would be a trivial endeavor. Chapter 180, The Final Battle. What a splendid proposal. Upon hearing her suggestion, Song Haokuen let out a cold chuckle, yet swiftly retaliated with a spiraling spatial blade that soared toward her. But your voice is laced with mental manipulation. Do you presume me to be a fool? Humph. Realizing that Song Haokuen was not so easily deceived, the female leader turned to flee once more, her speed as swift as ever, heading northward towards the sea. Song Haokuen, witnessing her continued escape, felt a sense of exasperation. However, having come this far, he was determined to eradicate the threat completely. 13 more hours passed, and Song Haokuen found himself nearing his limits. Strangely, the two of them came upon a new landmass, with faint advertisements in Korean visible from a distance. This indicated that they had pursued each other from Hokkaido, Japan, all the way to Korea. To Song Haokuen's astonishment, it was not just he who was plotting against the female leader. She too had a hidden trump card. Just as they were locked in a fierce struggle, a man resembling a double-door refrigerator appeared. He, too, was at the 4th tier. However, his capabilities paled in comparison to theirs. His power allowed him to transform into a monstrous 3-headed hellhound, a creature of great strength in mythology, often relegated to a mere supporting role in various novels and films. Yet, in a moment when both he and the female leader were nearly exhausted, this unexpected presence would undoubtedly tip the scales of battle. Haha, Song Haokuen, today marks your demise. The female leader, catching her breath, cast a cold, malevolent glare at him. Die? Just because of you two? Until this day, it seemed impossible to vanquish the female cult leader. With a cold smirk, Song Haokuen vanished in an instant. However, what he never anticipated was that the Korean adversary would instantaneously transform into a 3-headed hellhound, one of its jaws tearing through the very fabric of space. Subsequently, both he and the female cult leader surged into Song Haokuen's realm, an unprecedented occurrence for him. Upon entering, they found themselves unbound by the constraints of spatial rules, able to move and breathe freely, as the cult leader charged towards him atop the monstrous hound. Ah, so this is your scheme, is it? Then allow me to retaliate fiercely. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Song Haokuen again employed spatial traversal to disappear. Back in the realm of reality, he soon found himself pursued by the duo, their relentless chase akin to an indelible adhesive. Yet, Song Haokuen focused solely on his escape, indifferent to their intentions. Hours passed, and he led them southward, once more retreating to the island's stronghold, where he fortuitously stumbled upon the Fire Dance clan's base. He halted before them, a confrontation imminent. Still pursuing, are we? Song Haokuen, your demise is certain today, mark my words. Not even Jesus can save you. The Korean jeered, his expression one of triumphant judgment. The cult leader, meanwhile, fixated on him, unleashed a barrage of psychic assaults. With a sly grin, Song Haokuen regarded the arrogant Korean. When suddenly the cult leader seemed to recall something crucial. Grasping the Houndess mane, she exclaimed, "We must flee. This place is about to explode." Explode? What of it? With my physical prowess, I fear not such trivialities, the Korean scoffed. The cult leader urgently insisted, "There are nuclear weapons within this base. We cannot perish together." Yet before she could finish, the transformed Korean comprehended the ominous rumble emanating from below. "Are you mad? If the nuclear device detonates, we're all doomed," he thundered. "Then let us test our regenerative abilities," Song Haokuen replied with a sinister smile, as the catastrophic explosion obliterated the entire base. In the end, Song Haokuen emerged victorious. Possessing the power of silver time reversal, he endured the confrontation, ultimately exhausting the Hellhound and the cult leader. He disposed of their remains into the void of space for disintegration, his injuries miraculously healed. From that moment forth, the island belonged solely to him and his lineage. A decade later, as the ice melted and temperatures surged, global sea levels rose dramatically. No living remnants of the original inhabitants remained on the island. All males bore the surname Song. Song Haokuen, with a newly formed race, migrated to the world's roof, awaiting the retreat of the cataclysmic floods.